the battlefield. Lawson, do you think which side will win? Jaden asked. Yusef, who had not fully recovered and couldn't participate in the Battle of Greats yet, replied, most likely Prince Tianyu's side. After all, with the addition of the Dean and others, an extra top-tier combatant adds more variability. Jaden nodded in agreement. In no time, they reached the main hall of the palace. Manny stood below the throne, raging, how did Roman die? Everyone was taken aback. Did Lord Henri die naturally, or was it Harvey's doing? A group of guards and servants shivered in fear. A man in red bowed, saying, Your Highness, this subordinate failed to protect the king. It is my dereliction of duty. It's Beck. Jaden instantly recognized him, thinking to himself, Beck has defected to Manny. No wonder Manny dared challenge Harvey for the throne. The combined forces of the Golden Armor Guards and the Royal Guards numbered over 10,000, including many highly cultivated individuals. Their commander, Beck, was a true great, ranked in the shattered Nirvana realm. Manny's face turned ashen. Commander Wu, are you saying that when you arrived at Roman's chambers, he was already dead? Beck respectfully replied, Fosters, I am investigating the cause. Although His Majesty's lifespan was limited, he should have lasted longer. This death is indeed very peculiar. Manny shouted in anger, Unthinkable! Who would dare attack Roman in the palace? We must find out, we must. I give you 3 days. If you don't solve this, you need not see me again. Fosters, I accept your order. Beck quickly nodded. Why are you still standing here? Go help the Taya and buy families. Manny glared. Fosters. Beck bowed and then soared into the air. Jaden frowned. Manny seemed different. The scholarly air that once surrounded him seemed gone because of the throne beside him. He now exuded authority and a menacing aura. Perhaps, this is the change power brings, Jaden thought. Yusef interjected, Second brother, calm down. Once we capture Harvey, everything will be clear. Manny's expression softened slightly. Indeed, this time he must not escape again. If I sit on the throne without knowing the cause of Roman's death, it will lack legitimacy, Manny grumbled. Second brother, you need not worry. You already have the support of the noble families. Other rumors will fade with time, Yusef consoled. That's the only way. Manny nodded, then smiled. Teacher Imo and Brother Chingshu are here. Bring them seats. Manny ordered. No need, Yusef waved. We're just here to observe. Teacher Imo is too modest. Manny laughed, still ordering chairs brought. However, Yusef and the others did not sit down but stepped out of the main hall to watch the aerial battle. Jaden frowned. After searching carefully, he found no sign of Harvey. While Harvey couldn't directly engage in a battle of greats, he shouldn't be completely invisible. What is he planning? Jaden wondered. Amaldonly, several Royal Guard corpses fell like arrows right in front of him. Jaden abruptly realized, Harvey wants to kill Manny and Yusef. At present, numerous key figures were engaged elsewhere. Only the Madman Academy members could act within the main hall. Jaden looked up and saw, sure enough, that a group of Royal Guards were fiercely fighting to block a group of people approaching from the end of the corridor. Leading them was Harvey, his face grim, followed by about 10 gray-robed individuals. Aliens. Jaden's eyes narrowed, recognizing the identity of the gray-robed people instantly. 8 seals. Jaden was shocked to discover that among the gray-robed people were 3 8-seal aliens, each with the strength of near-greats. On the Madman Academy side, only Lawson Yusef, now at Divine Bridge Realm, could be relied upon, likely unable to handle 4 opponents. Lawson, things aren't looking good, Jaden said worriedly. Yusef chuckled faintly, don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. Despite his words, Jaden couldn't be completely reassured. While the Royal Guards were temporarily holding their ground with their formation, it wouldn't last long. Jaden thought fast, entering Alvis Zhongtian to shout, Khan, fix the cultivation technique quickly. The situation is dire. Khan lifted an eyelid, retorting, useless thing. Always causing trouble. With that, his eyes shot 2 beams of golden light onto the floating technique. In an instant, the golden light dissipated, and Khan exhaled, done. So quick. Jaden stared wide-eyed. Is that hard? Khan sneered. Furious, Jaden demanded, why didn't you fix it earlier? Khan responded coolly, I felt like it. What are you going to do about it? Grinding his teeth, Jaden decided not to argue further, taking the upgraded, same source blood killing technique out of Alvis Zhongtian. The technique has been upgraded for you. As your cultivation improves, the erase power will increase, came Khan's lazy voice. Malapprised and delighted, Jaden thanked him. Call me Dad. Get lost. Jaden cut off communication with Khan and relayed the news about the technique to Desi and the others via telepathy. Everyone showed signs of joy, realizing this significantly increased their chances of success. Without delay, 6 disciples of the Madman Academy reviewed and quickly grasped the technique. Understanding it wasn't difficult, especially for such exceptional geniuses, they finally comprehended it before the guards fell. Well done. Yusef smiled in approval, nodding approvingly at the technique. Amaldonly, Harvey and his followers stormed towards them. I'll pick 2, warm up first, leave the rest for your practice. Yusef took a step forward. Seeing Imo Kingo, Harvey obviously treated him seriously and gestured for 2 8-seal aliens to rise. Jaden, now that my technique is complete, today is your doom, Harvey smirked, hating Jaden who repeatedly thwarted his plans. Jaden's gaze was grave. In just a few days, Harvey had reached the Purple Amaln realm, just a step away from becoming a near-great, explaining his confidence. Jaden took a deep breath and shouted, Everyone, form the array. Chapter 271, Madness. The 5 members of the Madman Academy, together with Scarlet, could now form the 6-fold blood carnage formation. This was also the reason why Jaden was eager to have the Ewing complete the technique. Only then could they resist the 8-seal aliens and Harvey. In an instant, the 6 of them took their positions, emitting a thick blood aura that enveloped and surrounded Harvey and his group. Jaden led the formation while the others cooperated in combat. The greatest advantage of this formation was that it enhanced the power of its members while retaining each individual's unique abilities. A faint thread of blood seemed to connect the 6 individuals. As the formation solidified, Jaden's aura skyrocketed, making him the most powerful among the 6. Thus, the flaw of the formation was equally clear. If the leader were defeated, everyone would be injured, and the formation would collapse. This meant that if Jaden were overwhelmed, the combat power of the others would decline. However, the remaining 5 still chose to trust him. Harvey and the 8 seal aliens furrowed their brows upon witnessing this, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the formation. Harvey said, "Foster Kong, let's go kill Jaden." Foster Kong nodded, charging at Jaden along with Harvey. Kill. Jaden remained expressionless, a bloody armor materializing around him as he raised the sky-shattering saber and slashed toward Foster Kong and Harvey. Meanwhile, Desi and the others moved according to the plan, choosing to exterminate the 7 seal aliens first. Boom. Energy surged everywhere, causing the entire palace corridor to collapse. The garden turned into barren ground. Harvey's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that, under the influence of the formation, Jaden could actually match them evenly after some probing attacks. To him, Jaden was merely at the Moonwheel realm. How could he possibly be on par with him? It's ultimately external force. Watch me obliterate you. Harvey roared, his long sword releasing brilliant purple light. With 3 layers of sword intent complementing his purple Amaln realm cultivation, the power was terrifying. While Foster Kong, with a single tap of his staff, summoned thick grayish mist that transformed into a dragon-like entity, striking toward Jaden. Facing their combined assault, Jaden, bolstered by the formation, showed no panic. His sky-shattering saber unleashed its own blade intent to meet the attack head-on. Boom. The clash sent both Jaden and Harvey reeling back. Jaden marveled at the power of the formation. Not surprising, considering it had been repaired and improved by the Ewing. It was indeed formidable. He estimated conservatively that his current combat strength was on par with the purple Amaln realm, perhaps even reaching the level of a quasi-great being. And this was just with 6 people. If 9 could form the array, they might even challenge a great being, premised on the additional 3 not having subpar foundations. Harvey, bring your life. Having mastered the formation, Jaden's confidence soared. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he prepared for the offensive. His figure blurred into motion, swiftly bypassing Foster Kong, then delivered a devastating slash. Instantly, an overwhelming blade momentum swept through, slicing through space and pressing down on Harvey. Damn it! Harvey raged. Under the formation's effect, Jaden's blade seemed capable of shattering the heavens. He didn't dare take it lightly, unleashing dense grayish energy from within. At this moment, Harvey played his ace card. Boom! A surge of energy clashed violently, causing a storm of sand and debris to fly around. He did it. Jaden steadied himself, narrowing his eyes. Considering the situations of the disciples from Song and Luo families, he could guess the principle behind Harvey's alien cultivation. It likely absorbed pure life energy. Those missing civilians in Harvey's manor must have been absorbed, leaving not even bones behind. A Malcha person deserved severe punishment. Jaden stepped forward again, combining fist and saber strikes. His fist struck like a raging torrent, and his saber sliced like a streak of silk. The dual forces formed an unstoppable wave, crashing toward Harvey. Harvey's pupils constricted, his whole body enveloped in grayish energy as he struggled to defend. This time, Foster Kong responded, using his staff to create a protective gray barrier to assist Harvey. Crack! The barrier shattered, and the gray energy dissipated. Foster Kong and Harvey were thrown back, coughing up blood. They felt shocked. They had come with confidence, but ended up in such dire straits. Jaden, on the other hand, remained calm, seemingly undamaged, his expression serene. Harvey leaped up from the ground, his gaze flickering as he pondered strategies. Ah! At this moment, continuous cries of agony came from behind. Harvey spun around to see only 3 of the 10 7 seal aliens left after Desi's slaughter. Their situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse, plunging them into a significant disadvantage. Foster Kong, hold them off for a moment. Harvey roared, retreating rapidly towards the dead aliens' bodies, apparently preparing another move. We can't let him get away with it. Although unaware of Harvey's intentions, Jaden's instincts told him to prevent it. He dashed forward, attempting to intercept. Foster Kong blocked his path, swinging his staff to unleash grayish chains that tried to bind Jaden. Move aside. Jaden roared, his blade cutting through the chains with the force of a waterfall, allowing him to advance further. Foster Kong proved stubborn, risking grave injury to obstruct him again. Lawson 'em all, Jaden shouted. He had no other option but to call on others to stop Harvey. Desi understood, his red aura mixed with blood, becoming even more eerie. It's useless. No one can stop me. Seeing Desi approaching, Harvey went mad, placing his hands on the alien corpses. 2 streams of grayish mist erupted from the corpses, merging with Harvey's surrounding energy, causing his power to swell again. Scram! With a single punch, Harvey pushed Desi back. Not being the main force in the formation, Desi couldn't hold Harvey anymore. Get out of the way. Seeing Harvey rush back to the corpses, Jaden unleashed his full power, severing Foster Kong's arm with one decisive strike. Wincing in pain, Foster Kong was bypassed too late to block again. Jaden raced forward. He must stop Harvey. The corpses were clearly beneficial far beyond normal people. Jaden realized that Harvey could absorb dead beings' energy. Those gray mists were not from the alien powers, but the corpse's death energy. Now, he understood he had been mistaken all along. The root wasn't life essence but death energy. Cornelf essence could be replenished, but death energy emerged only from the dead. Jaden could hardly imagine the future if Harvey became king, combining madness with aliens, turning West State into a wasteland. He felt relieved for resisting Harvey from the beginning. Die. Finally, after absorbing 3 more corpses, Jaden reached him. Chapter 272, I Shall Be Invincible. Seeing Jaden charging at him, Aloysius immediately gave up on absorbing and slashed out with his sword, unleashing a sky-piercing sword beam. Boom. Jaden and Aloysius were both forced back, equally matched. Jaden's expression turned grave. In this brief moment, Aloysius had already become a match for him. This was not a good sign. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of you, Brother Xunyang. Philippe won't be your opponent anymore in no time. Clyde laughed loudly and then said, Brother Xunyang, continue. Let me hinder him. With his damaged body, Clyde once again blocked Jaden's path. Philippe, you can't stop it. Once Brother Xunyang ascends the throne, all lives in the Western Province will be used by our alien race, Clyde said, his demeanor crazed. Jaden's eyes were filled with icy coldness. What Clyde said matched his earlier suspicions exactly. Ambitious as wolves, these aliens must all die. Kill. Jaden unleashed his sky-shattering blade, sending out a 100-jong blade light that split space, heading straight for Clyde's head. The ultimate move, Shattering Slash, bolstered by the formation, had reached the power level of a quasi-archmage. This time, he had to ensure a single fatal strike to prevent Clyde from interfering again. Opposite him, Clyde's pupils dilated as a sense of impending death washed over him. Clyde hastily tried to defend himself. Losing an arm, his reaction was much slower, and the blade light was indeed too fast. Before he could organize an effective defense, the attack was already upon him. A crisp sound rang out as the sky-shattering blade instantly split Clyde into two halves, blood splattering everywhere. Jaden didn't spare a glance. His figure flickered as he charged directly towards Aloysius. In this short moment, Aloysius had absorbed 3 more people, making him even more formidable. The other members of Frenzy Academy couldn't stop his advance. Fortunately, Desi and others had already eliminated all the aliens. Now only Aloysius remained within the 6-fold bloodkill formation. As long as Aloysius hadn't absorbed all the aliens, the 6 of them together had the confidence to kill him. In an instant, Jaden had launched another attack towards Aloysius, wielding the same, Shattering Slash. The blade light shone like silk, devastatingly destructive. Get lost. Aloysius was extremely furious. Jaden had repeatedly obstructed his efforts to enhance his strength, which was unforgivable. Aloysius swung his sword, its shining blade radiating powerful energy, even stronger than before. Boom. This time, Jaden was blasted away while Aloysius, using the force, continued towards the alien corpses. Haha, Jaden, this prince shall soon be invincible. You cannot stop me. With the upper hand, Aloysius rushed forward, laughing madly. Oh no. Jaden felt a bad omen creeping in and shouted, Everyone, lend me your strength once more. This 6-fold bloodkill formation had one final trump card, pooling 9/10 of all members' energy into one person to boost their combat power to the maximum. The prerequisite was that the person must have sufficient life force to sustain such immense energy. Jaden, possessing the Force Seal ancient immortal body, undoubtedly had the strongest vitality among the 6, which was also one reason why Desi chose Jaden to lead the formation. At this moment, Desi and others did not hesitate, choosing to trust Jaden wholeheartedly. Instantly, 5 streams of terrifying energy flowed through the threads of blood connection into Jaden's body. In a blink, the transfer ended, and Desi et al., despite appearing exhausted, gazed intensely at Jaden with burning anticipation. They too were using this method for the first time, and were delighted to see its potential to turn the tide. At this point, Jaden's momentum surged dramatically. Even he didn't know how powerful he had become. His eyes brimmed with boundless ferocity, glaring fiercely at Aloysius. Die! With one step, Jaden advanced, cracking the ground around him as the space trembled violently. After multiple absorptions, Aloysius was no different from the aliens now. Jaden's killing intent burned hotter, making his attacks even sharper. Aloysius had just absorbed 4 more individuals, but it would end here. Jaden was already upon him, swinging his sky-shattering blade down forcefully. The wave-like blade surge roared through space, pouring down relentlessly. Faced with the attack, Aloysius had no choice but to halt and defend. His longsword slashing overhead, the icy-cold sword beam clashing against the blade light. Boom! Tremendous energy rippled outward, creating fine cracks in the surrounding space, revealing the sheer intensity of the collision. Spit! This time, the vastly empowered Jaden finally withstood Aloysius, blasting him several yards away. In Jaden's icy gaze, Aloysius struggled to rise, his face contorted, muttering, No one can stop me, I am invincible. In an instant, Aloysius attacked furiously. He couldn't believe that, after absorbing the aliens, a mere purplish Amaln realm cultivator like himself couldn't defeat a moon wheel realm Jaden. Die now! Aloysius's expression turned vicious, the overwhelming sword beam sweeping out a gray cloud that enveloped the entire space, the chilling aura seemingly freezing everything. Break! Unperturbed, Jaden's blazing killing intent transformed into a surging heat wave, spreading outward from him, instantly evaporating the deathly chill. Blood energy surged, Jaden unleashed his full-strength sky-shattering blade, shaking heaven and earth with a thunderous force sweeping across the battlefield. In a breath, the blade light clashed with the sword beam. Boom! Crack! Deafening sounds shook the heavens, the earth crumbling everywhere. Jaden coughed up a mouthful of blood, the aftershock still injuring him. However, Aloysius was worse off. Jaden's blade severed one of his arms, slicing through the shoulder as well. Aha! Aloysius let out a shrill scream, his face pale as paper. If he hadn't dodged in time, that blade light would have taken his life. No! Aloysius roared in anger, still unable to accept that, even though he considered himself invincible, he was still outmatched by a minor moon will realm cultivator. No, I must be invincible. Obsession made him lose his mind. Instantly, Aloysius summoned a fierce wind, carrying 2 alien corpses with him as he leaped into the sky to escape. Where do you think you're going? Jaden was surprised by Aloysius's decisiveness. He took advantage of the brief respite to flee. We cannot let him go. Releasing a tiger back to the mountains will have dire consequences. Jaden leaped into action. He had to chase and finish off Aloysius while the six-fold bloodkill formation still had some power left. All the energy was now concentrated in his body, maintaining his power for at least 15 minutes even outside the formation. And Aloysius, now severely injured, wouldn't stand a chance even if he absorbed 2 more alien corpses. Besides, he still had his final ace up his sleeve. Without hesitation, Jaden employed the blood-breaking divine technique to pursue Aloysius. Aloysius obviously had speed-enhancing techniques too. In mere seconds, he had dashed 1,000 feet away. Aloysius, you won't escape today. You must die. Jaden gritted his teeth and pushed his movements to the limit, his blood energy burning at an alarming rate. The bloodkill formation already drained his vitality, and now with the blood-breaking divine technique, his blood energy might not last long. Fortunately, Aloysius's speed wasn't faster than his. He would catch up momentarily. Chapter 273, Hillary's Death. In the sky above the capital city, 2 figures raced swiftly, one in front and one behind. At this moment, all the golden armored guards had gathered at the palace, with no one left to stop this confrontation. Under the blazing sun, Jaden suddenly darted forward, blocking Hillary's path. Get out of my way. Hillary was furious. He still had a body to absorb and couldn't afford to stop now. In an instant, a blade of light swept out, aiming to force Jaden back. Jaden reacted incredibly fast. A flash of sword light appeared before him, colliding with the blade of light. Boom. Both were forced back several dozen feet, regaining their distance. He's grown even stronger. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Hillary's face lit up with joy. If he could just catch his breath and absorb the body in his hands, killing Jaden would be a certainty, even without one arm. His figure streaked through the sky, using the gained distance to continue his escape. Bang! Unexpectedly, a barrier blocked his path, bouncing him back. What is this? Hillary's expression darkened as he found himself ensnared within a spatial restriction that surrounded him tightly. Didn't expect this, did you? Your tool ultimately became your grave. Jaden swooped over and coldly declared, that day, when you ordered Avon and others to kill me, did you ever think this banner would end up in my hands? Indeed, at the moment Jaden caught up with Hillary, a flash of inspiration struck him. He used the banner to create the spatial restraint. With this, Hillary would have nowhere to run, setting up a deadly trap. I won't listen to your nonsense. When did I order Avon? That kind of trash could never be my man. Hillary turned angrily, unable to endure being wrongfully accused while trapped with no way out. Even in madness, Hillary still had his pride. Not your man? Jaden's pupils contracted, thoughts racing. Although Hillary was unforgivable, given the circumstances and his arrogant nature, there was no need for him to lie. Fostered. On the night of the assassination, Avon and the others clearly stated they were sent by the heir apparent. Someone is framing Hillary? Jaden shuddered at the thought. If true, this scheme was terrifying. Using the conflict between him and Hillary to deepen enmity, then leveraging it to have him kill Hillary. Amaldenly, Jaden recalled Avon's final smile. It wasn't relief but satisfaction after completing a mission. He sensed something strange at the time but was misled and judged wrongly. Who could it be? A cold gleam flashed in Jaden's eyes. The feeling of being manipulated was unpleasant. He had become a mere tool in someone else's hands. Was it Randall? Or Manny? Could it be Yusef? Or someone else entirely? Countless figures flashed through Jaden's mind, his expression uncertain. He didn't know Avon's social circle, unsure who he really knew, but obviously, members of the royal family were prime suspects. Fool, being used as a tool yet fighting so fiercely, Hillary sneered. Catching on to the situation, Jaden took a deep breath, steadying his mind. Whoever it was, he'd find out after killing Hillary. Hillary's collaboration with foreigners warranted immediate execution, regardless of the reason. If they want me to be the one to kill him, then so be it. Jaden resolved, dismissing any hesitation. If saving countless civilians in Shizhou from foreign invasion meant being a tool once, then so be it. Die. Jaden's eyes blazed, and he transformed into a blur, launching another attack on Hillary. During Jaden's moment of contemplation, Hillary absorbed the foreigner's corpse, boosting his confidence. Fear not. Hillary's sword energy soared to the heavens, sweeping across the sky as it clashed with the knife light. Rumble. Within the 50-foot range of the spatial restraint, booms echoed, air seemingly evaporating as boundless energies collided with the barrier and dissipated. Truly, a powerful artifact made by a great master, its might unshaken. Ha ha ha, I am invincible, you cannot kill me. Hillary laughed madly. As a martial fanatic, he reveled openly in his power boost. Jaden stabilized his stance. Now evenly matched with Hillary again, the situation became extremely difficult. Die. With renewed confidence, Hillary attacked ferociously, wielding his sword one-armed, enveloping Jaden in countless grayish sword lights, the momentum terrifying. Unfortunately, only reaching the 3rd level of enlightenment, without sword momentum, this move wouldn't have killed Jaden. Having learned the foreigner's techniques, his enlightenment could not advance further. Massacre momentum. Facing Hillary's sudden assault, Jaden acted decisively. Blood light radiated from him, forming a crimson arc that sliced space in half, meeting the sword light head-on. Wherever the knife light passed, all resistance crumbled. The grayish sword lights shattered completely. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions resonated through heaven and earth, both forces vanishing without advantage. Come on. Hillary's fierce battle spirit burned, fitting for a martial fanatic, displaying sheer madness. Cannot delay any longer. Jaden felt his vitality rapidly waning and the decreasing power of the formation. If he didn't kill Hillary soon, the latter might escape. With one swift strike, he deflected Hillary's attack, then quickly pulled back a bit. Draw blade to cut heaven. Without delay, Jaden channeled his full mystic power and divine soul, releasing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Seeing this, Hillary's eyes widened. Jaden still had a trump card? What kind of sword technique? His aura was locked down, leaving no room to evade. No, I am invincible. Faced with unprecedented danger, Hillary roared defiantly. His pride refused to allow fear. Amaldenly, he unleashed his strongest slash, the sword light merging with his indomitable will, slicing through the sky. Fall. Jaden intoned mystically, his presence formidable. A hundreds of feet-long knife light descended like a force from the heavens, wielding the power to crush everything, smashing down. Rumble. Knife light and sword light intertwined for a moment before the latter shattered, the former breaking through the space and striking Hillary. No. Fear filled Hillary's eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. In his last moments, Hillary didn't concede, endless gray mist pouring out in an attempt to block the knife light. Had he absorbed all the foreign corpses, he might have had a chance. But now, it was too late. Everything was useless. Everything ended. Thud. The gray mist scattered under the unstoppable knife light. Caught in fear and defiance, Hillary's body shattered into blood mist, disappearing into the void. Chapter 274, Doubts. Jaden grabbed the ring that fell from Hillary's body after his death and examined it briefly, finding it richly rewarding. True to being a prince, Hillary carried assets worth billions with him. Jaden wouldn't have to worry about black stones for some time. Jaden put away the banner flag. This magical tool should still have one more use left but already had cracks on it. He took a short rest to regain some strength before flying towards the royal palace, pondering over the situation post-Hillary's death. Logically, Manny could now take the throne without resistance, especially with Taya and by family's support. No one would object. However, to Jaden, many doubts remained unresolved. For instance, who truly orchestrated all this? Who hired the assassins against Yusef? Jaden no longer believed it was Hillary. What role did the Dark Knight Pavilion Lawson play in this power struggle? All these questions needed answers. Otherwise, Jaden would find no peace of mind. He suddenly recalled that he initially didn't intend to get involved in the royal feud until Wally tried to kill him. Then, he decided to participate and challenge Hillary. Now, with Hillary's denial, Jaden realized it seemed as though someone had used his enmity with Hillary to drag him into the whirlpool of conflict. Of course, there was also the possibility that Hillary tried to mislead him at the last moment, attempting to sow discord. But given Hillary's character, Jaden felt this likelihood was minimal. He then thought of the sudden alliance between the Crazy Man Academy and the Taya and by families. It appeared coincidental but could well have been planned, turning their family heads into pawns to bind them forcefully with the academy, dragging everyone into the fray. Jaden reviewed the events over the past few days and concluded that Manny's sudden appearance, Hillary's scheme unraveling, Yusef narrowly escaping assassination, and Henry's premature death suggested that the West State royal feud might not be over yet, and more upheaval could occur. He was now at the center of this upheaval, and his intuition warned him that even a small mistake could cost him his life. Perhaps Jaden was overthinking, but caution was always his forte, and any uncertainty required serious attention. His gaze flickered, and he took a deep breath as he arrived above the royal palace. He observed the battle between the great powers drawing to an end. With Danilo and Fulton's parents joining, the tide gradually turned against Song Luo family's leaders, retreating in defeat one by one. Dash and Jet were injured and preparing to flee the battlefield. Lawson Yusef, however, easily slaughtered 2 8th Seal aliens, showing no signs of aging. Jaden landed, and Desi and others came forward. Manny spoke first, young brother Qingshu. How did it go? Jaden replied calmly, Hillary has been punished. Great. Manny exclaimed happily. Congratulations, Von Brother Tianyu. This makes everything legitimate, Yusef smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget your contribution, Manny said, reassured. Jaden watched all this indifferently. After this battle, he had lost much of his initial trust in the brothers. Jaden suspected that the mastermind was likely one of the two brothers, as they appeared to be the ultimate beneficiaries. He kept quiet, waiting for Randall's return to uncover the Dark Knight Pavilion's secrets, hoping it would reveal the full truth. Brother Qingshu, what's wrong? Yusef seemed to notice something. Nothing, just feeling weak after the battle, Jaden offered an excuse. You've worked hard, Yusef smiled, not pressing further. Jaden nodded, and then threw out the unconscious herald. This person is from the Song family and practices alien cultivation methods. You can perform a soul search on him to confirm the Song family's collusion with aliens, Jaden explained. Brother Qingshu, you've done tremendous work, Manny praised. Bringing down the Song family weakened the Luo family considerably. With Taya and by family support, using some tactics, he could dismantle both millennium-old families entirely. This would solidify his rule. Jaden waved it off, having no interest in the so-called credit. Just then, the sky's rumble ended, revealing Jet's death and Dash's escape. Not only did Song and Luo families lose 4 reed great powers, significantly reducing their strength, but Taya and by families had only 1 reed heavily injured, with the rest unscathed. Jaden noticed the key role played by Fulton's parents. Despite their usually low-profile presence, their power was clearly superior to other great powers, turning the tide. They don't seem as simple as they appear, Jaden mused. Fulton's parents indeed exuded a mysterious aura, possibly harboring hidden stories. The various great powers descended from the sky, suppressing their energy. Nikki and Edric wore smiles. In the capital, no one would dare oppose their 2 prestigious families anymore. The families had always been close and would cooperate even more now. Uncle Taya, Uncle Bai, thank you for your efforts, Manny greeted. Your Highness, it's our honor. The family heads responded humbly. Facing the soon-to-be king, they showed due respect regarding the survival of Taya and by families. Manny smiled. Tomorrow, I'll announce under my father's name the collaboration between Song and Luo families with aliens. Please assist in eradicating them completely. At your command. Both heads exchanged a smile, satisfied with this outcome. Please rest for a while. I've arranged a feast at the palace to express my gratitude, Manny said, adopting the demeanor of a king. This pleased the senior family members. They didn't need a king who was only good at reading books. Manny's performance certainly impressed them. Under Yusef's insistence, The Crazy Man Academy group didn't stay in the capital but returned home. Fulton's parents also declined the banquet, preferring to earn money back at the tavern. Despite Manny's attempts to retain them, he eventually gave up. He knew they helped but didn't necessarily follow his orders. A day later, the capital initiated a major purge against Song and Luo families, executing family reeds either swore allegiance or were killed on the spot. Remaining offspring were stripped of cultivation and exiled to remote regions for labor. The family's assets were divided equally between Taya and by families and the royal treasury. Sitting in the Crazy Man Academy, Jaden coldly observed this, sighing at the ruthlessness of power struggles. No one was innocent. One wrong move and everything was lost, leaving a somber reflection. 2 days later, Manny was scheduled to ascend the throne, and Jaden received a message from Zaina. Randall had returned? Chapter 275, Night Travel. Jaden soon arrived at Guebao Tower and met with Randall. The two sat down in a private room, and Randall looked puzzled. Lawson Cornell, why did you come to see me in such a hurry? Is there something important? Jaden glanced at Randall, noticing no abnormality on his face. Randall was also quite cooperative, readily agreeing to the meeting without any refusal. Without beating around the bush, Jaden came straight to the point. Von Shao, may I ask who the leader of Dark Knight Pavilion is? Randall's expression changed momentarily before returning to normal. He counter-asked, why do you want to know this, Lawson Cornell? Jaden's gaze sharpened, as Randall's reaction didn't escape his notice. An evasive answer usually hinted at something fishy. Jaden maintained his composure. Von Shao, are you avoiding the question because you have some hidden agenda? Randall narrowed his eyes. Are you suspecting me? Very perceptive. Jaden judged by Randall's reaction and probed further. If my guess is correct, Von Shao, you might be the pavilion leader. Randall's tone turned unfriendly. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't need to admit it. I've already guessed many things. Jaden paused and continued. All I want to know is who you're serving. He had thought it through yesterday. Even if Randall were indeed the pavilion leader, he couldn't possibly have enough power to influence the capital's political landscape. Thus, Randall might just be a pawn, with the real mastermind being either Manny or Yusef. If it were Manny, then this person's ambitions were grossly underestimated, not tolerating any threats, which would be very dangerous. If it were Yusef, that would be even more terrifying. Why would Yusef hire Dark Knight Pavilion's assassins to attempt his own assassination? It was truly chilling when one thought about it. Randall remarked, isn't Lawson Cornell overstepping here? While you are a distinguished guest of Our Lady, matters concerning Guebao Tower are not within your jurisdiction. Jaden inwardly sneered and probed again. I doubt even your lady knows your true identity. The Dark Knight Pavilion doesn't truly belong to Guebao Tower. Am I right, Pavilion Leader Shao? Randall snorted. I didn't think Lawson Cornell would be so presumptuous and suspicious. I feel sorry for Our Lady. Unfazed, Jaden responded. Von Shao has been dodging the key questions and speaking around the issue. That, in itself, explains much. I've reached my conclusion. Nonsense. Randall suddenly stood up and coldly said, I have some trivial matters to attend to. I won't entertain Lawson Cornell any longer. Please make yourself at home. With that, Randall left the private room. Jaden's gaze flickered. He indeed guessed most of it, but needed confirmation on certain details. After pondering, he left Guebao Tower but didn't go far. He lingered nearby and concealed his presence, blending into the surroundings. If my guess is correct, Randall should meet the mastermind in the next couple of days. With the inauguration ceremony approaching, both Manny and Yusef will have their plans in motion. Perhaps I'll find out tonight, Jaden concluded. As night fell, Jaden hid in the shadows. Amara enough, he saw a figure leave Guebao Tower and fly away. It's indeed Randall. Jaden had paid special attention to Randall's back during the day and wouldn't mistake him. After a moment's thought, Jaden followed at a distance to avoid detection. Soon, at a private estate, Jaden saw the main person. Manny? Jaden furrowed his brow, surprised by this result. Although he suspected otherwise, he had almost convinced himself that Randall was working for Yusef. In his mind, Yusef was meticulous and calculating. But he was wrong. Due to the distance, Jaden couldn't hear their conversation but saw Randall showing deep respect to Manny. Beside Manny stood the red-clad guard, Beck, a powerful being. Beck's presence prevented Jaden from getting too close. The three talked for about 15 minutes, after which Manny seemed pleased with Randall's report. He then left under Beck's protection. Randall also departed towards Guebao Tower. Jaden didn't follow further, but returned to Madman Academy, lost in thought. Why would Manny send assassins against Yusef? If Manny was the mastermind, Yusef wasn't a threat. Why would he arrange assassinations? Why would Manny send Wally to kill me? Jaden's gaze turned cold. Was he luring him into a trap, or did he genuinely want to eliminate him? After all, they hadn't known each other previously. No answers, yet Jaden felt closer to the truth, but also further away. In a dimly lit room, someone reported, Lawson, the task is complete. Another man stood with his hands behind his back and calmly ordered, proceed with the next step of the plan. No delays. Foster's, sir. Two voices replied in unison. The next day, Jaden returned to Guebao Tower, intending to use force to control Randall and force him to reveal the truth. If Manny wanted him dead, he had nothing to lose. However, just as he was about to enter, a gold-armored guard rushed forward, blocking his path. Ready to act, Jaden recognized him, one of Cornell Bing's men. Lawson Cornell, I have a request, the guard whispered, looking around cautiously. What is it? Jaden asked. Last night, Commander Cornell was arrested. Please save him, the guard urged. Why was he arrested? Jaden frowned. He discovered the prince's secret, the guard replied. Which prince? Jaden's eyes widened. I don't know. After telling me that, Commander Cornell was taken away by the royal guards. The guard shook his head. Jaden pondered for a moment. Why are you coming to me? That day at the Yul's residence, I heard Commander Cornell talk to you. You seem very concerned about the royal family, so I decided to seek your help. Moreover, this matter probably concerns you as well, the guard added. Why do you say that? After Commander Cornelong spoke with you, someone likely overheard. When he was questioned, he returned looking grave. So, it really happened. Jaden felt a chill. Someone was deliberately targeting him. That day at Madman Academy, you spared Commander Cornelong and us, showing your sense of righteousness. Now that he's in danger, only you can save him. The guard knelt down publicly, sobbing. Commander treats us like brothers. We're weak, or we'd have acted already. Rest assured, if you agree to help, my 2 brothers and I will risk everything to rescue him. Get up. Jaden helped the guard up, his eyes flickering. He sent a message to the dean and said, lead the way. Note, pinyin names, e.g., Jaden, Randall, are used correctly as instructed. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Chapter 276, Falling into the Trap. Under the lead of the Golden Armor Guard, Jaden made his way all the way to the royal dungeon. An ominous feeling crept over him. He had heard this place was not just anywhere for anyone to be imprisoned in. It generally only held nobles. It was highly unreasonable that Cornelong Bing, a Golden Armor commander, would be detained here. Perhaps due to the turbulent situation, there weren't many guards around the dungeon, only about 30 along the route. But none of them hindered or questioned his presence, simply letting him pass through. Of course, the Golden Armor Guard who led him kept greeting others. From the indifferent gazes of the guards, Jaden's keen intuition sensed the scent of a conspiracy. I'll see Cornelong Bing first. Jaden steadied himself. He wasn't afraid. As long as he could get to the bottom of things, if Cornelong Bing's predicament was indeed because of him, he didn't mind causing a ruckus. Soon, Jaden saw Cornelong Bing barely alive inside a cell. Open up, visiting time. The Golden Armor Guard shouted at the guard. The guard didn't question and opened the door. Jaden stepped forward and approached Cornelong Bing. Boss. The Golden Armor Guard called out. Cornelong Bing woke up weakly, seeing his companion and exclaimed urgently, how did you come here? Leave now, it's a trap. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Cornelong Bing, what happened? Explain clearly. L. Cornell Chandler. Cornelong Bing turned his head, noticing Jaden standing beside. So it's you. I understand now. Cornelong Bing looked enlightened, suppressing pain. Chandler Cornell, don't worry about me. Leave, escape from the capital. Who? Jaden's eyes were sharp. It's... Before Cornelong Bing could continue, his voice abruptly stopped. Jaden saw that under his very eyes, Cornelong Bing's eyes rolled back and lost all signs of life. This is a soul curse? Jaden's pupils constricted. He had once heard his master speak of soul curses being the method of powerful beings. Cornelong Bing's state was too much like it. A Malcha curse planted within ensured death by spiritual collapse if the cursed person tried to reveal any related information, silently killing without a trace. What a vicious technique. A cold wave swept over Jaden's heart. Cornelong Bing died because of him after all. Manny, Yusef. Jaden's gaze turned icy, radiating an icy chill. At this point, it didn't matter who was pulling the strings. None of it mattered anymore. They say cultivators should not defy the law, but Jaden thought now, if nothing could be done, so be it, even by defying the law. His master had once said, if reason cannot prevail, then use the sword. Nothing that a single sword stroke can't solve. If not, 2 strokes will do until they understand reason. This power struggle had made Jaden realize clearly that in scheming and political intrigue, he could never be the match for the royal family. In this world, might ultimately prevails. People like Bildo's parents needn't care about the royal family at all. I'm still too weak. Jaden smiled bitterly. If not for his lack of strength, why would he need countless machinations, eventually falling into his opponent's trap? Just then, a group of red-clothed royal guards flooded into the dungeon. Their leader bellowed, releasing a traitor. Seize him. The Golden Armor Guard who led him and the guard who opened the door lay dead on the ground, having lost all signs of life. A Malcha good plan, inviting me into the trap. Jaden gave a calm smile. The mastermind understood his character perfectly. Even the slightest deviation wouldn't make it this smooth. He suddenly turned, drew the void-breaking saber, facing the 300 Daywheel Realm royal guards before him. These guards shouldn't fail to recognize him. This behavior now only served to falsely accuse him. Anger welled up in his heart, making the void-breaking saber hum ominously. Kill. Jaden didn't want to talk anymore, only using his saber to carve a bloody path. At this moment, those mighty ones wouldn't likely attack him. They set their own rules, which should not be broken lightly. So, he still had a chance to break free from this cage. A flash of saber light streaked out. Jaden lunged straight for the leading guard, creating a loud impact, both recoiling apart. Daylight Realm. Jaden sneered. Guards of such cultivation level could easily defend the inner palace and wouldn't usually appear in the dungeon. Clank. Behind the red-clothed guards, over 100 more Golden Armor guards in golden armor arrived, all at the Daywheel Realm, with 2 blue Amaln Realm commanders leading them. Truly treating me highly. Jaden's eyes flashed with a hint of red, smiling slightly. Fine, then let's have it out thoroughly. Attack, capture him alive. Commander Hallam ordered succinctly. Splat. With one slash of his saber, Jaden killed 3 guards rushing forward, revealing fierce might. Kill. Seeing the bloodshed, the guards' anger surged, shouting loudly, shaking the entire dungeon. More and more fearless guards encircled Jaden tightly. Die. Jaden showed no emotion, transformed into a ruthless executioner, slaughtering frenziedly. In moments, 10 guards lay dead around him. But for the 300 guards, it was but a drop in the ocean. Commander Hallam remained expressionless, continuing to direct his men forward. Jaden couldn't miss the fact that the more guards he killed, the greater his supposed crime, deepening his conflict with the royal palace. But what difference did it make? He no longer cared. Kill was all there was left to do. Massacre. Jaden waved his hand. A blood-red saber light slashed out, a terrifying wave of self-infused blade intent sweeping forward. The guards in front were instantly sliced in half. but some formidable guards managed to block it. As the battle dragged on, the guard's strength would gradually increase while his waned, a deliberate strategy. Jaden's eyes glinted coldly. He became a blur, fist and saber working together, battling fiercely without fear. Bam, bam, bam. The dungeon echoed with explosions, shaking violently but staying structurally intact. In mere moments, Jaden clashed with the guards for a dozen rounds. Another 10 guards fell, becoming victims of his blade. Fostered he sustained injuries, taking 2 cuts on his back and shoulder, bleeding profusely, the wounds deep to the bone. But beneath his skin, greenish light flickered alongside the healing abilities of his ancient immortal body, rapidly closing the wounds. Witnessing this, Hallam was slightly taken aback, coldly saying, "You won't escape, Amalrinder, and perhaps you'll live." Jaden laughed bitterly. "Tell your lord, bring out whatever schemes you have. I, Jaden, will take them all head on, without batting an eyelid." "Stubborn fool." Hallam snarled, waving a hand. 10 Fosterlow Amaln realm guards surrounded Jaden again. "Kill." Jaden showed no fear, raising his saber to cut down upon them. Chapter 277, Disintegration. The royal guards defending the palace were already top-notch cultivators selected from thousands, rigorously trained and capable of forming battle formations. Although Jaden was not afraid, he was still cautious, and after a brief probing earlier, he realized that these people had been specially selected to deal with him. The 10 Huangri realm cultivators surrounding him now synchronized their auras, forming a small killing array that could unleash power beyond their own levels. With his current peak Manwang realm cultivation, fighting them head-on would only waste his energy. He still had hundreds more to face, so he needed to conserve strength. Soul's Cape's Sacred Art. Without hesitation, Jaden unleashed his soul attack. 10 invisible blades headed toward the 10 guards. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of impact came from the guards' minds, clearly indicating they all possessed soul defense mystical artifacts. They've really gone to great lengths. Jaden's smile grew colder. However, the soul defense artifacts of these 10 guards were not of the holy rank. With his Haijing realm soul power, one more attempt would be enough to cause their bodies to stagnate. That would be the perfect moment for him to strike. Huh! Jaden's soul power surged again like howling wind, attacking his opponents. Soul attacks were extremely fast. Combined with Jaden's consecutive assaults, the 10 guards had no time to react. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Jaden struck simultaneously with both fist intent and blade intent, breaking through the killing formation in an instant and slaughtering all 10 guards, blood splattering everywhere. Hallam seemed to have anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, another 20 guards closed in, clearly not wanting Jaden to rest. These guards were also at the Huangri realm, but their foundations had reached the upper-class Fanji level, making them stronger than the previous ones. The guards launched various energies toward Jaden. "Want to capture me alive? Come on." Jaden's eyes sparkled. The mastermind obviously knew about his robust foundation, hence the constant attacks aimed at gradually weakening his combat power. "Again," Jaden shouted, repeating the soul attack with even greater intensity. This time, he caught them off guard by directly amplifying the power. The terrifying soul blades sliced through the guards' heads like the scythe of death. Bang, bang, bang. Under the amplified soul attack, the heads of the 20 guards exploded on the spot, their bodies collapsing. The originally narrow dungeon was now splattered with blood. But Jaden was also hit by several guards' energies, adding to his injuries and tearing his clothes into tatters. Jaden paid no attention, letting the blood drip onto the ground, his gaze filled with coldness. Opposite, seeing Jaden kill 30 comrades within moments, the guards involuntarily stepped back. This Herschel appeared to have low cultivation, but his methods were indeed fierce. "Retreaters die," Hallam said expressionlessly. "Attack." Unable to disobey the king's command, the guards charged forward once again. 50 guards formed a circle. This was the maximum number the dungeon could accommodate at once. The 50 guards also formed a killing formation and rushed forward. Their aura was formidable, all being Huangri realm cultivators with upper-class Fanji foundations. Soul's Cape's Sacred Art. Jaden intensified his soul power once again, the invisible soul blades slashing out without mercy. Clang, clang. A crisp sound followed. After this attack, 20 guards fell, while 30 remained standing unaffected. But the attacks from these 30 guards instantly landed around Jaden. Jaden transformed into a shadow, dodging with all his might. But the narrow space of the dungeon meant some force inevitably hit him. Boom. Jaden was blasted backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, old wounds reopening, new ones appearing. To use holy rank mystical artifacts, quite a display. Jaden steadied himself, wiping the blood from his mouth. Only holy rank soul defense mystical artifacts could withstand his amplified soul attack. Only the royal family had such resources to equip so many guards with holy rank artifacts. Clearly, the mastermind knew about his proficiency in soul techniques. Otherwise, these guards wouldn't receive special training and equipment from the royal family. Seeing the 30 guards charging again, Jaden did not hesitate. Stepping forward, the ground cracked beneath his feet. He suddenly opened his mouth, emitting a faint mystical sound that slowed down every guard's movement. Sound spell. Jaden switched tactics, perfectly disrupting the guards. Slaughter momentum. Jaden wouldn't miss this chance. A chilling bloodlight spread from his body, enveloping the entire dungeon as 3 arcs of bloody blade light flashed out. The blade light swept over the 30 guards with overwhelming force. If he attacked, it had to be lethal. To avoid unnecessary consumption, Jaden precisely controlled every move. Thud, thud, thud. The blood-red blade light vanished, countless spurts of blood spraying from the guards' waists. In an instant, all 30 guards lost their lives, their corpses falling chaotically. Jaden stood still, holding his sword, radiating an indomitable aura. Charge again. Hallam's gaze remained calm. Another 50 guards rushed forward. Orders were clear. Any number of casualties was acceptable if they captured him alive. He would show no mercy. Facing these fearless guards, Jaden did not hesitate and used Divine Wave spell once again, striking before they could form effective attacks. Terrifying blood-colored blade light slashed out, unstoppable, instantly killing the first 20 guards. Thump, thump, thump. Muffled sounds echoed from the remaining 30 guards. The blood-red blade light did not endanger their lives. A life-saving armor was revealed, shimmering ominously. Another holy rank. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Undoubtedly, the mastermind knew everything about his power, including the sequence and method of his attacks. As a result, what should have been one stroke of execution now required 2 or 3. Breaking through the armor would still consume much of his energy, and those guards might get the chance to attack under his blade. Unless he broke through to the extreme realm, it would become increasingly difficult. Huff, huff. Amara enough, the guards did not stop. Seizing the opportunity, their attacks came like a whirlwind. Desolate divine fist. Soul snuff momentum. Jaden's eyes shot out beams of light as his fighting spirit soared. In an instant, he unleashed 2 moves, fist intent and blade intent, colliding with the incoming attacks. Rumble. So much energy converged that the space seemed to crack. The front dozen guards disintegrated in a horrific scene. The remaining dozen guards showed shock as a blood-stained figure emerged from the aftermath, reaching them in an instant. Chapter 278. Sternness. In a secluded courtyard within the inner chambers of the Western Capital's palace, a Kevin lay leisurely on a wicker chair by a fishing pond. Behind him stood a Danny in a crimson robe, his hands clasped behind his back. With narrow, penetrating eyes and a calm demeanor, this was Beck. Your Highness, should we send more people to handle it? Beck asked respectfully. There's no need. Based on my investigations and assessments of his strength, wearing him down layer by layer should be sufficient, the Kevin replied, flicking his fishing rod. Why not just kill him outright? He has lost his value to us. That would be such a waste. He has helped us considerably and even eliminated Hillary. Besides, he has a deranged Lawson. If we push things too far, no one in the capital dares to intervene. Yusef still has that much power? Beck was surprised. Though your cultivation is unparalleled, you haven't seen people as clearly as I have. Both master and apprentice have hidden their true abilities. The Kevin paused, adding, the former continent's top martial artist deserves our respect, despite his diminished glory. This is also why I didn't let those old fellows interfere. Oliver is feared even by those in the imperial capital. How could I risk playing with fire? In that case, since Yusef is insane, he might lose control and take action even without our interference, Beck mused. I didn't kill Jaden. Why would he get angry at me? The Kevin scoffed. Although he can go berserk, I believe he only has one chance left. He still harbors thoughts of the imperial capital and won't act recklessly. I see, your highness's insight is profound, Beck remarked. Jaden is still young. While his master values loyalty and righteousness deeply, he has weathered many storms and knows how to gauge the situation. You are right. Sometimes valuing loyalty is beneficial, but it can also become a fatal flaw. It can be quite troubling, the Kevin mused aloud. But perhaps it is precisely these qualities that made Yusef appreciate him. They will also benefit his future cultivation, Beck said objectively. You do admire him quite a bit. Putting aside our stance, he is indeed an exceptional talent. Unfortunately, such a person cannot be bound by rules. Fosters, without constraints, he represents unpredictability. The Western capital doesn't need this kind of variable, the Kevin sighed. Still, it was wise of you, your highness, to turn this variable into a pawn from the start, Beck commented. Sigh. The capital doesn't need people like them. I've already spread some information, leading them to stir up trouble in the imperial capital. The Kevin sighed again and then abruptly sat up, reeling in his fishing rod. A golden carp struggled vigorously at the end of the line. As expected, even fish bite when given a chance, the Kevin said, pleased. Do you really not worry about him escaping? Beck asked curiously. What if he does? It won't change anything. The big picture is set. Once this matter is resolved, sending him to a bigger pond isn't bad either. The Kevin removed the fish from the hook and tossed it back into the water, sighing. The Western capital is indeed too small. Beck watched the swimming carp and remarked, one day, your highness will achieve great aspirations. Perhaps, the Kevin laid back down again. Once your vision expands beyond the Western capital, you'll be able to match my foresight. I fall short, Beck admitted humbly. The Kevin laughed. Ultimately, our strength is insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't resort to these calculations. Don't say that, your highness. You are a once-in-a-millennium genius. One day, you'll soar above the 9 heavens. You know how to flatter well. Forget the heavens. Resolving the Yuxian dilemma alone would make this life worthwhile. Indeed, your highness is born a dragon. The Kevin waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. The show is about to begin. Beck bowed slightly, offering his arm. Take your time, your highness. The Kevin placed his hand on Beck's arm, took a deep breath, and declared, it's time for the Western capital to be transformed. Inside the dungeon, Jaden unleashed his invincible prowess once more, slaying over 10 royal guards with a single stroke of his blade, drenched in blood. Drip drip. Silence fell over the dungeon, broken only by the sound of dripping blood. Jaden paid no heed, his expression unfazed, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Moments later, without further orders, the guards attacked once more, 50 strong this time. Jaden licked the blood from his lips. It tasted metallic, fueling his ferocity. Kill. The void-cleaving saber lived up to its name, remaining spotless amidst the carnage, shining ever brighter. A flash of light sent shockwaves rippling through the space, forcing the guards to retreat. Green Amaln realm. Jaden's gaze intensified. The guards had grown stronger, now clad in saint-grade armor. A smirk played on his lips. Since they intended to corner him, let it be. This challenge would help him reach the peak of his abilities. Huff, huff. The guards launched a combined assault, a torrent of terrifying energy crashing towards him. Rather than retreating, Jaden advanced, leveraging his unparalleled spirit foundation and formidable ancient immortal body to meet the attack head-on, unafraid. Massacre momentum. Divine wave technique. Jaden first slashed out a bloody streak of light that swept away everything in its path. Then he chanted the incantation, unleashing another divine power. Boom. The overwhelming aftereffects warped the space, blinding everyone with radiant light. The guards' eardrums rang, and their movements hesitated for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Jaden emerged from the chaos, his blade flashing with vivid light as heads rolled like balls, thudding onto the ground. Using his keen perception, Jaden exploited the guards' weaknesses, bypassing their saint-grade armor and striking them down. 50 guards fell in an instant, leaving lifeless bodies standing eerily upright. Jaden withdrew quickly, gasping for breath. Half his body was mangled, battered by the intense energy onslaught. Using multiple techniques had taken a toll even on him. Moreover, his soul force was depleted, making it difficult to cast Divine Wave technique again. He had found the guard's weakness, but it was too late. Without Divine Wave technique, achieving such feats would be challenging. Across from him, Hallam smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the remaining guards surged forward once more. The golden armor guards automatically reinforced his position. For Jaden, the situation remained grim. Chapter 279, Breaking the Barrier. Kill. Jaden faced off against over 100 Amaln realm guards, his ferocity unmatched and his power overwhelming. One by one, layer by layer, Jaden fought with all his might, like a god of death, his fists and saber slashing continuously without rest. For a whole 15 minutes, blood splattered everywhere, indistinguishable whether it was Jaden's or the guards. Heads rolled one after another, and the guards' initial fear turned into numbness. Jaden's body was covered in large and small wounds, horrific and gruesome. Only his eyes, filled with the fire of battle, remained untouched by blood. A faint green light shimmered beneath his skin, working with his ancient immortal physique to heal his injuries. Ignoring the pain, Jaden continued his onslaught. After he slashed out with terrifying bloodlight, killing over 10 guards, the siege ended temporarily with Jaden alone slaying over 100 men. Retreating a few steps, Jaden panted heavily, but his hand holding the saber remained steady, as if unaffected. Inside, his chi-si was silent, but his chest felt like burning dry wood. He knew this was the sign of his physical and mystical energy running low. Despite this, his resolve did not waver. His blood still boiled, still flowed hot. As long as it was still warm, how could he retreat? Across from him, Hallam didn't rush to attack. This had been part of the plan all along. The situation unfolded exactly as described by their superior. He couldn't help but admire the prince's calculations. They were spot on. With just 2 more waves of attacks, Jaden would surely fall as predicted and be captured alive. Hallam spoke as instructed by the prince. Jaden, I never imagined a Amaln realm warrior could have such combat power. You are the first I've seen. Give up, there is no hope for victory. Jaden gave a cold laugh, laced with mockery, but remained silent. Hallam continued, unperturbed. Sacrificing your future for someone unrelated is not worth it. Let me tell you, those who oppose the royal family never end well. Upon hearing this, Jaden slowly straightened his slightly bent back and declared word by word, I can still fight. As he spoke, something mysterious seemed to descend into his chi-si, like stars falling into the night sky. Amaldenly, his previously quiet chi-si roiled as if boiling, its intensity increasing. This is, Jaden muttered, sensing an opportunity to reach the peak of his realm. It was as if he heard footsteps from afar, growing closer and closer, firm and powerful. 2 brilliant rays of light shot from Jaden's eyes, shocking Hallam and the others. Kill. Jaden suddenly attacked, fierce like a wild beast, his aura rising high. He aimed to break through to the extreme realm with this momentum. Hallam couldn't understand how someone nearing exhaustion could still possess such terrifying fighting spirit, even frightening himself. This scene didn't quite align with what they were told, showing some deviation. Attack now. Hallam waved again. Regardless, he had to follow orders and launch 2 more waves of attacks. Afterward, he believed the task would be complete, capturing this Kevin alive. 50 carefully selected green Amaln realm golden armor guards, elite protectors of the capital, surged forward with rising momentum. Severing momentum. Soul-extinguishing momentum. Massacre momentum. Jaden appeared almost frenzied, exerting all his strength to slash 3 moves of Etienne technique, each filled with terrifying power. Instantly, dazzling sabers flashed like the sun-piercing darkness, carrying a heat like blood, heading towards the charging golden armor guards. Boom, boom. Continuous thunderous explosions shook the dungeon violently. The heads of a dozen leading golden armor guards fell instantly, blood spurting from the severed necks. Even in this state, Jaden precisely controlled the trajectory of his saber, avoiding the holy grade armor, leaving the guards shaken. Of course, many of their attacks hit Jaden, knocking him back. In the stunned gazes of the golden armor guards, Jaden rose again, standing tall like a pine tree. They couldn't understand. Continuing like this would either kill or cripple him. Why endure such torment? Jaden coughed up a mouthful of blood, spitting it on the ground, and laughed loudly. Ha! More. Holding the saber, Jaden stepped forward resolutely, step by step. Amaldenly, he seemed to hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Cornelk distant bells growing louder and clearer, full of profound mystery. Die! Jaden yelled to the sky, unleashing 3 more slashes with Shatter Void saber. The released power surged like tidal waves, crashing down. The golden armor guards, awakened from shock, ignored the blood splattered on their faces and launched new attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Solid prison cells around them exploded, and the intense energy forced everyone away from the battle. Under the 3 saber strikes, another 20 golden armor guards fell, their heads exploding grotesquely. Jaden was knocked back several meters, kneeling on one knee, spraying blood from his mouth. But he did not fall, steadying himself with his saber, head bowed. Thump, thump. Jaden felt his heart as if it would burst out of his chest, the bell-like sounds reverberating in his ears. Pant, pant, pant. His chest heaved rapidly, syncing with his heartbeats, causing his entire body to tremble. Seeing this, Hallam smiled slightly. It's over. He finally completed the task assigned by his superiors. In this condition, Jaden wouldn't last. A breeze could knock him down. 2 Golden Armor Guard commanders also sighed in relief. They came with a mission but witnessed this Herschel's relentless slaughter, refusing to concede. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. Confidently waving, Hallam ordered the remaining guards to capture the Kevin. Unbeknownst to them, Jaden's trembling gradually subsided, and the bleeding stopped. In an instant, as the Golden Armor Guards approached, they saw Jaden abruptly lift his head. 2 beams of crimson light shot from his eyes, piercing directly through the heads of 2 Golden Armor Guards. A saber flash sliced through space like thunder, instantly killing all the Golden Armor Guards before Jaden. This time, they were cut in half at the waist, even their holy-grade mystic weapons failing to stop it. Amidst terrified gazes, Jaden let out a long roar that seemed to pierce the dungeon walls, reaching the sky. At this moment, Jaden broke through, entering the extreme realm. Chapter 280, Annihilation. Streams of cosmic energy and moonlight flowed into Jaden's body like water, incredibly rapid. Jaden couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Even the pain from his injuries was significantly reduced. Seeing this scene, Hallam and the 2 commanders' pupils dilated sharply. This situation was completely unexpected. He broke through. Hallam, experienced as he was, knew all too well what this signified, yet he still found it hard to believe his eyes. For Jaden's aura remained within the Moonsphere realm, not yet breaking into the Amalmwheel realm. Hallam suddenly considered a possibility, a rare potential that only existed among a select few prodigies, the extreme state. He wasn't entirely sure, because ordinary cultivators couldn't sense the aura of the extreme state. On the opposite side, Jaden took a deep breath. This feeling was truly wonderful. At this moment, all his strength returned, and his condition reached its peak. In a short while, the wounds on his body began to scab over and fall off. He had achieved the extreme state. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Jaden's mouth. The Shenli within him was abundant, with a bloody full moon, floating above his sea of qi, eerie and mysterious. Note, Shenli is a specific term in this context which might be better kept as is or translated according to previous chapters if it has been given an English equivalent earlier. Here I've kept it as Shenli, to maintain consistency unless you have a preferred translation like mystic power or spiritual energy. Revised. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Jaden's mouth. Mystic power surged within him, and a bloody full moon floated above his sea of qi, eerie and mysterious. This was his extreme state, the blood moon state. Moreover, with his breakthrough into the extreme state, his foundation had also improved, elevating to the holy grade. Currently, his foundation ranked as lower-class holy grade. An unprecedented confidence surged involuntarily from the depths of his heart. At this moment, Jaden felt invincible. What did he have to fear from these people? What are you waiting for? Attack together now. Seeing the situation going awry, Hallam sensed it slipping out of control. He had no time to report to his superiors, and could only shout to rally the Golden Armor Guards to charge forward. Even he and the 2 commanders were forced to join the battle. Amaldenly, the dungeon once again resounded with shouts of battle as the swarm of Golden Armor Guards surged forth, their attack coming like a tidal wave. Facing such an onslaught, Jaden stood alone with his blade, each step filled with overwhelming might. Slaughter momentum. Jaden wielded the sky-shattering blade. The same move, yet its power was vastly greater than before. The terrifying bloodlight turned the world into a hellish inferno, with dark winds howling and space rippling violently. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever the blade flashed, the bodies of the Golden Armor Guards crumbled like paper, splitting in half in an instant. Some didn't even activate their life-saving mystic artifacts before collapsing. With one slash, over 10 Golden Armor Guards died instantly. Hallam felt chills down his spine. There were only 30 or so Golden Armor Guards left in front of him. What was supposed to be a sure victory had turned into this unforeseen outcome. The higher-up said that just by wearing down Jaden's willpower, capturing him would be easy. But now, Hallam felt that his own willpower was close to breaking. Attack. Gritting his teeth, Hallam remembered his mission. He had to go all out. Rallying everyone for an attack, he thought that since he and the 2 commanders were at Blue Amaln Sphere realm, even if Jaden had reached the extreme state, he was still only at the Moon Sphere realm. As long as they worked together, capturing this Kevin should still be possible. Hallam didn't realize that compared to Jaden's current foundation, theirs were decidedly inferior. Ordinary and holy grades. One was earth, the other heaven. Faced with their attacks, Jaden moved much faster. His figure blurred, dodging most of the attacks effortlessly. The remaining few attacks were obliterated by his blade light, leaving him unharmed. Hallam's face grew extremely grim. The situation had indeed changed, their advantage completely lost. It's my turn. Soul Eater momentum. Jaden uttered the mystic sound, slashing with his blade. The shining blade glowed like a brilliant star, emitting invisible waves that seemed to strike directly at one's soul. Even the Golden Armor Guards with holy grade defensive mystic artifacts felt a heavy blow to their minds, a searing pain almost bringing them to a halt. Boom. At that moment, the blade light shattered their offensive, cutting towards their necks. Gush gush. The heads of over 10 leading Golden Armor Guards dropped instantly, the wounds smooth and flat. Only after a breath did blood spurt out, showcasing the incredible speed of the strike. Hallam retreated repeatedly, trembling all over. Had he not relied on his cultivation, his fate would have been the same as those Golden Armor Guards. This Kevin was now invincible, terrifyingly so. A sense of mortal danger shot up from his feet to his brain, making his hair stand on end. It was a primal instinctive fear. He suddenly realized that they had all underestimated Jaden. This person's will was as strong as iron, unwavering and impenetrable. His foundation was unfathomably deep. Now, in front of Hallam, there were only about 10 golden armor guards left. Hundreds of elite soldiers, nearly destroyed in less than an hour, left hearts as gray as ash. Attack, attack, attack. Damn it, kill him. The threat to his life made Hallam's face grotesque. The royal order was no longer important. He wanted nothing more than to kill the Herschel before him. Hearing this order, the remaining golden armor guards could only rush forward despite themselves. Trained and nurtured by the royal family, obedience was all they could do now. Looking at these determined golden armor guards, Jaden showed no mercy. His eyes gleamed fiercely as he struck decisively. The sky-shattering blade sliced through, the terrifying force turning into blinding blade light. In an instant, it pierced through the guards' defense, accurately heading toward their necks. Over 10 golden armor guards instinctively tried to resist, but the blade light was too fast. In a blink, their heads separated from their bodies, losing life. Hot blood splashed onto Hallam's face, making him pale and shudder. The calmness he previously maintained was gone. Now it's your turn, Jaden said calmly. His intent locked onto Hallam and the two commanders. It was time to settle old scores. A top-grade blue Amaln sphere realm was worth a punch and a slash from him. Wasteland Divine Punch. Jaden moved like lightning, launching an attack as Hallam and the others tried to flee. The punch surged out like a tidal wave, space seemingly fading away as the desolate aura spread, like the harbinger of death. This punch shattered the holy grade armor that Hallam and the others had activated. No. In his panic, Hallam tripped and fell, hurriedly getting back up. The two golden armor guard commanders ignored him, running for their lives. Sky-breaking momentum. Jaden wouldn't let them escape. Following closely, he slashed with his blade, releasing a piercing blade light that seemed to tear through space itself. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds rang out as Hallam and the two commanders' eyes widened in shock. Their bodies split into two, crashing to the ground, their lives extinguished. After the energy dissipated, Jaden sheathed his blade and exhaled deeply. Turning around, he saw the ground covered in corpses, a veritable battlefield of blood. Retracting his gaze, Jaden's face was expressionless. Stepping forward, his stride was firm and resolute. Chapter 281, Charges. Jaden emerged from the royal dungeon, and the sunlight on his face felt more comfortable than ever, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Seeking a shaded spot, he took out a long robe from his mystic ring, changed out of his tattered clothes, and hastily cleaned the bloodstains from his face and hands. He didn't need to return to the Insane Academy because just now, he had received a reply from old Taiyang via the sound transmission token. They were already on their way to the palace. Feeling reassured, Jaden headed straight for the main hall of the palace. He wanted to see what the two princes were up to. Now, everyone could be plotting, and he wouldn't be fooled by appearances anymore. Soon, Jaden stepped into the main hall and was met with a shocking scene. Randall was holding Manny by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Manny's face was turning red. Help, help me. Manny gasped weakly. Snap. Without hesitation, Randall saw Jaden and twisted Manny's neck, snapping it. Manny, without cultivation, died immediately under the force. Witnessing this, Jaden felt an icy chill run through him. Memories of past events flashed before his eyes, and he finally understood. The mastermind behind everything was none other than Yusef, who had always kept his eyes covered and remained inconspicuous. Now, in the vast main hall, with no guards around as the soon-to-be king, Manny being easily killed seemed unbelievable. This only meant one thing. The entire palace was not under Manny's control. The true controller, undoubtedly, was Yusef. With Manny dead, Yusef's succession was logical. Randall, that night when you met Manny, you did it intentionally to divert my suspicion away from Yusef, right? Jaden said coldly. If he hadn't seen Manny meeting Randall back then, he might not have been so suspicious and might have believed the golden armored guards enough to go to the dungeon to find Cornelong Bing. I don't understand what you're saying. Randall narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to Jaden. You still want to kill me? Jaden's eyes turned cold. Die. Amaldenly, Randall burst with murderous intent and attacked directly inside the main hall without any further words. Clank. Jaden drew his long sword, slicing it toward Randall's vital points. Splat. In an instant, under Jaden's surprised gaze, the sword light broke through Randall's attack and plunged into his body. Just before death, Randall's mind flashed back to many years ago. A child with blindfolded eyes carrying his severely injured self, seeking medical help everywhere, pulling him back from the brink of death. The image disappeared, and Randall fell with a smile. He did it on purpose. Jaden's scalp tingled. Given Randall's Qingri realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be struck by a single strike. Moreover, he hadn't used full strength, which clearly indicated that Randall intended to die. Jaden took a deep breath, suddenly remembering Randall's identity as the Pavilion Lawson of Dark Knight Pavilion. Now, everything made sense. The Dark Knight Pavilion was actually controlled by Yusef. He paid assassins to attempt to kill himself just to draw me deeper into his scheme, gradually using me to eliminate Hillary. Jaden's gaze turned cold. No wonder the Dark Knight Pavilion had called him, Your Highness, during their first plea for help. At the time, he was too focused on saving people and didn't think much about it. Now, looking back, it was terrifying. Everything appeared unrelated to Yusef but was completely controlled by him. This way, he can ascend the throne without a blemish. Jaden steadied himself. Amaldenly, a gentle voice came from behind. Thank you for killing this person for me. I just found out he was Hillary's man. Jaden turned abruptly, seeing Yusef with black cloth covering his eyes, and Beck standing nearby with folded arms. Do you expect me to believe this now? Jaden laughed coldly, backing away. It turns out Beck has been your man all along. Yusef shrugged. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I'm just stating facts. Yusef continued, you've done well. Once I take the throne, you will receive the rewards you deserve. No thanks. Jaden replied coldly. Yusef shrugged, staring at Randall's body. After a long pause, he added, originally, he didn't have to die. Now, I suddenly don't want you alive either, Yusef said indifferently. Amaldenly, Beck emitted terrifying killing intent, enveloping Jaden. Jaden froze, feeling the hairs on his body stand up, truly terrifying pressure from the great power. Yusef slowly walked 2 steps and said coldly, Cornelong Bing conspired with Hillary to harm my second brother. Jaden disregarded the facts, colluding with the rebels, killing hundreds of Imperial guards. His crime cannot be tolerated. He can be executed on the spot. Yusef ordered coldly. Haha, quite a taxing charge you gave me, Jaden laughed fearlessly. Kill me if you must, no need for rambling. Remember to thank old Xiao for me after you die, Yusef waved a hand. Beck took a step forward, grabbing at Jaden with terrifying power, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Jaden knew this blow would leave him no chance of survival. Boom. Amaldenly, a massive burst of energy exploded above Jaden's head, instantly lifting the oppressive pressure. Jaden quickly moved aside, knowing that old Taiyang and his master had arrived. Instead of retreating, he advanced and punched towards Yusef, the true culprit who would stop at nothing for power. Wretch, how dare you? Beck roared. Beck tried to turn back to help, but was blocked by the sudden appearance of Danilo, leaving him unable to break free. Jaden saw his punch nearly ending Yusef, but then heard a loud shout, outrageous. Amaldenly, he was pushed away by an invisible force, failing to take Yusef's life. What a pity. Jaden looked up and saw an Reedley man with white beard, walking steadily towards them, looking spirited. Dangxian realm? Jaden's pupils contracted. Although he couldn't clearly feel the Reed's aura, the vague yet intense pressure was even stronger than that of a great power. Lawson, you're here. Yusef shouted happily. Well done. The Reed smiled, nodding approvingly. Taiyang Tingguin. Danilo's expression darkened. Yusef suddenly whispered, this man is the Dean of Holy Heart Academy, at half-step Dangxian realm. He hasn't appeared in years. Be cautious. Jaden felt a chill down his spine, taking note of this information. Beck returned to Yusef's side, bowing and apologizing. Your Highness, I failed to protect properly. Yusef waved his hand. It's fine. Hashtag chapter 282. All present. At this moment, 2 more Reedley men emerged behind Daniel, both with radiant complexions and steady breaths. 2 more great powers have arrived. Jaden's gaze grew heavy. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Grand Vaughn. Nikki and Edric, who had been silent all along, exclaimed in unison. Humph, during our travels, you young ones have become more and more unruly, Von Taemurin said disapprovingly. What are you still standing there for? Haven't you heard me call? Vaughn, what's going on? Nikki frowned, but did not move a step. What else could be happening? Artea and Bai families now follow only Gilbert's lead, Von Joa from the Bai family stated calmly. Nikki and Edric's pupils constricted. They had heard while en route that the Gilbert had murdered the Royce and was ready to settle the score. They never imagined that the Grand Vaughns who had been traveling would suddenly appear and already be aligned with the Gilbert. This made Nikki and Edric, as patriarchs, suddenly feel like pawns. A chill ran through their spines. This Gilbert truly had excellent tactics. Everyone had been deceived. With grim faces, they glanced at Danilo and ultimately sighed, Brother Taiyang, we're sorry. Facing family interests, they ultimately chose to compromise. With the support of the Grand Vaughns, even as patriarchs, they couldn't act arbitrarily. Doing so would drag down their families and possibly cost them their positions. Danilo waved his hand. It's fine, make your own decisions. Nikki and Edric gave bitter smiles, then walked dejectedly beside the Grand Vaughns without saying another word. Of course, if a fight really broke out later, they wouldn't participate either. They would stick to their principles and just watch. At this point, Daniel spoke up. Good disciple. Was it that boy who tried to kill you earlier? Yusef replied coolly, that's right. Fine, then let this old man capture him and leave the rest to you. Daniel coldly declared. Daniel, do you dare? Yusef stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically. Cornelpel Bailey, you can't stop me now. Daniel didn't seem concerned. You can try. Emo Kingo stood firm, his ascending aura showing no signs of stopping. Yusef frowned, suddenly saying, Senior Emo, aren't you worried about matters in the imperial capital? Yusef froze, momentarily dazed. Taking this opportunity, Daniel struck out, sending Danilo flying backward with a palm strike, then grabbed Jaden. Jaden tried to resist but found he couldn't use any strength. His eyes darted wildly. He wasn't about to sit idly by. His mind was calling on Daemu. Grandpa, no? Amaldenly, Aliv's voice echoed inside the hall. Upon hearing the voice, Danilo and Yusef paused, observing the situation temporarily. A beautiful Liv in white rushed forward, her icy eyes filled with urgency. Jaden recognized her as Pandora, whom he had met at the Martial Arts Congress. Seeing Pandora's eyes, he recalled the graceful lady on Songzi Cliff who looked extremely similar to her. Good granddaughter, this is not the place for a disturbance, Daniel frowned. Pandora flashed past and came close, saying, Grandpa, he saved my life. Do you speak the truth? Daniel asked, looking at Jaden. How could I lie to you? If not for him, I might have died at the hands of foreigners, Pandora said frankly. Daniel hesitated, glancing at Yusef, waiting for him to speak. Grandpa, Pandora urged, sensing things were not going well. Amor named Taiyang, with your granddaughter speaking up like this, are you defying Fengern Academy? Another Reedley voice sounded. Not good. Daniel's face changed, quickly releasing Jaden and moving towards Yusef. Boom. An energy wave dissipated, revealing in Reed's form. Clearly, the Reed and Daniel controlled their power precisely, causing no residual effects. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, Yusef would have suffered the same fate. Damn Garth. Nothing has changed, always sneaking attacks. Jaden was astonished. Today, why did he come too? Jaden had already communicated with Damu. If Daniel dared to attack him, Damu would emerge. Damu had boldly claimed that if he appeared, everyone here would die. Now, Damu was back to napping, declaring there was no longer any danger. Danilo quickly pulled Jaden back, shouting, "Director!" Yusef also smiled. Director Ning has finally arrived. Director? Jaden's eyes widened. This plain-looking reed whom he had only met twice was the legendary director? Jaden struggled to comprehend. What a coincidence. Garth winked at Jaden, a mischievous gleam in his aged eyes. Jaden, stunned, clasped his fists and bowed. Student greets Director Ning. Garth stroked his beard and laughed, turning to glare at Daniel. You meddling old fool. Are you trying to pick a fight? Daniel's face turned sullen, displeased. Old man Ning, we're both half-step immortals. Don't know where you get the guts to act so arrogant. Garth snorted. Just one reason. I've lived longer than you. Daniel choked, unable to respond for a moment. At this time, Yusef stepped forward, smiling. I've long heard of Senior Ning's reputation. Meeting you today is indeed impressive. Garth waved his hand. Cut the formalities. If you don't explain yourself, all your plans will come to naught. It seems Senior Ning already knows. Yusef smiled confidently. Very well, allow me to show you something. He slowly raised his hands, reached behind his head, and removed the blindfold covering his eyes. Amaldonly, two beams of divine light shot from his eyes, piercing the heavens. Jaden noticed a pair of crimson double pupils beneath Yusef's eyelids. So, he isn't blind but has deliberately hidden these special eyes. Jaden realized. Garth's cloudy eyes shone brightly. The tyrant got eyes. Yusef smiled. Does this satisfy Senior Ning? Daniel interjected. Old man Ning, stop being stubborn. My disciple may not have cultivated, but his talent is extremely high. He has been lying low these years and will eventually soar to great heights. Yusef suddenly became serious. Senior Ning, I vow to restore the former glory of the Great Chu someday. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring it flows naturally in English. Chapter 283. A smile to obliterate enmity. Garth sighed. Indeed, the Herschel are formidable. Tying Ting laughed. Old man Ning, weren't you also always planning? My disciple is your best choice. Garth waved his hand. I walk a different path from you and can't go down it together. Garth glanced at Yusef and said, I have some old connections with Great Chu. Since you possess the heavy pupil of the ancestors of Great Chu and harbor ambitions, I hope you treat this responsibility well and do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Yusef earnestly replied, I will certainly bear that in mind. Garth nodded. Let's put this matter to rest. My Crazy Man Academy will no longer meddle in the affairs of Westzhou. Tying Ting stroked his beard and said approvingly, very good. Yusef clearly breathed a sigh of relief as well. In fact, all his intricate plans were mainly due to the unpredictability of the Crazy Man Academy, where everyone was formidable. Now, he could finally assume his position with peace of mind. Seeing everyone about to leave, Yusef smiled and said, Brother Qing Shu, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Jaden glanced over and nodded. Amalra. The two moved a short distance away. Jaden spoke first. If I'm not mistaken, their arrival was also within your expectations, wasn't it? I must admit, sometimes you're very smart, but other times quite naive, Yusef said frankly. Except for Pandora's appearance, which I did not expect, everything else was anticipated. I didn't expect that girl to be at Songzi Cliff that day, giving you that last chance. Yusef sighed, revealing affection for Pandora in his tone. I only have one question. Ask away. Is the incident at the West Amelberg poorhouses related to you? No. Yusef truthfully replied. After finding out about Hillary, I took advantage of the situation to get you to save me. Jaden nodded. I understand. Yusef smiled. It seems you don't hate me. Jaden calmly responded. In the end, we have no major grudges. It's just a difference in ideals. Moreover, if it weren't for your timely notification, Antoine might have lost his life. He owes you a debt, so let's call it even. My desire to kill you was merely because you've plotted against me several times, making me uncomfortable. True martial artists indeed have deep emotions and strong character, Yusef sighed. Sometimes, I wish we could be friends. Jaden waved his hand. Different paths lead to different places. Yusef chuckled heartily. Fine, then I won't hide anything from you. For Wally and the others, I only wanted them to injure you. I never thought you would counterkill, shocking me and leading to the dungeon plan. In the dungeon, my original intention was to capture you without killing, but old Xiao died because of you, and that made me sad. Sorry. If you hadn't shown up, after killing Manny, he would have left and passed away peacefully, Yusef sighed again. Jaden was slightly surprised. You aren't entirely bad. What is good and what is evil? Hillary conspired with foreign tribes for the throne. Manny had Henri killed to ascend faster. And me? I just wanted to realize my ambitions but was never favored, forcing me to plot more often. Yusef smiled bitterly. Throughout history, power changes hands through bloodshed. If not me, someone else would have done it. Remember our first meeting? I said justice might be late, but better late than never. If Westzhou falls into others' hands, I wouldn't feel safe. After a long pause, Jaden took a deep breath and said, I hope when we meet at the peak someday, you still remember these words. Yusef extended his hand, agreed. Jaden didn't refuse, adding, if the justice you speak of never arrives, I'll kill you. Yusef became serious. And if you betray your initial intentions, I won't spare you either. Both men exchanged smiles, all past grievances seemingly resolved in that moment. Jaden didn't say another word, following his master and others out of the palace. Watching Jaden's back, Yusef murmured, Girl, looks like you've decided not to be my queen consort. Pandora pouted. Maybe when you ascend to immortality, I'll consider it. Acting weak all the time makes people find you annoying. Haha, good, you'll see. Yusef's heavy pupil flashed, and he laughed heartily, then waved his hand. Issue the order. Announced to all of West Zhou, from nobles to commoners, including myself, all must follow the law. Those who disobey shall be executed. Agreed. At the Crazy Man Academy, Jaden and the other juniors looked intently at Garth. This was someone who had lived for 1,000 years, naturally evoking curiosity. Only by reaching the immortal ascension realm would a cultivator live over 1,000 years, or even thousands. Even fragmented nirvana great beings rarely lived more than a few centuries. Unfortunately, with the current state of the dark mystic heaven Dao being damaged, let alone ascending to immortal, even half-step immortals were scarce. Garth stroked his beard and smiled. Younger brother Tying. These young fellows are all promising. You've spent a lot of effort on them. Tying Honggu didn't mince words. Not as easy as you being an absentee boss. Garth laughed loudly. As headmaster, I should give you all a welcome gift. Speak up, what divine arts do you want? The young crowd's eyes lit up, each voicing their requests except Jaden. Garth was generous, carefully selecting and imparting skills according to individual needs. Jaden frowned slightly, not lacking in divine techniques, but unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. Do you have something else in mind? Garth asked curiously. Can I forego the divine technique and ask for celestial treasures, rich in mystic energy instead? Jaden requested candidly. Garth stroked his beard thoughtfully. Actually, I do have some stored away for years. They're all yours. Thank you, headmaster, Jaden rejoiced. Garth waved his hand, producing roughly 10 different celestial treasures before Jaden, brimming with abundant mystic energy. Truly fitting for a headmaster, wealthy and generous. Jaden unhesitatingly collected them. With these materials, he could not only repair his 2 celestial mystic treasures, but also have leftovers, significantly boosting his combat power. I won't stay long here, Garth paused. During this period, if you have any questions, come to me. He continued, Tying, follow me to the microcosm. The 2 headmasters left, followed by Desi and others dispersing to comprehend their newfound abilities. Jaden asked puzzled, Lawson, why isn't Raven here? Since returning to the academy, he hadn't seen Patty, sensing an uneasy foreboding. Bray's expression froze momentarily, sighing, Xing Shu, come here. In a secluded corner, Bray explained, Chani probably went to Central Province. Jaden was startled. Looking at his master's expression, it was clear that Raven acted without permission. Did something happen that caused Raven to rush off? Jaden asked worriedly and curiously. Bray looked at his disciple, realizing he couldn't hide things any longer. To him, Patty was like his own child. Bray composed himself, saying, Chani heard news about her mother from somewhere and went searching on her own. Jaden was astonished. Joining the sect, this was the first time he heard about his master's wife. Holding his breath, he waited for more. Bray tilted his head slightly, as if recalling the past, then murmured, This goes back to when I was young. Hashtag chapter 284, Patty's background. Back then, I had just attained great mastery in cultivation and was among the powerful. With herschelful vigor, I traveled to Central Province. And it was during that time that I met Zoe's mother, fell in love, and had Zoe. A look of pain crossed Yusef's face. We originally planned to retire into seclusion because Zoe's mother had a very special background, but we didn't expect her clansmen to find us. Her clansmen, along with members of the imperial family, intended to imprison Zoe's mother and wanted to wipe out both me and Zoe. Zoe had just been born then, and her mother diverted the clansmen for her sake. Meanwhile, I fought my way out of the capital city with Zoe. But since I had just broken through to the Ascension realm not long before, my strength wasn't yet stable. Although I eventually escaped their pursuit, my foundation was damaged, causing me to drop in rank. It took years of recuperation to gradually recover. Jaden sucked in a breath. This story sounded simple, but, upon closer thought, it was filled with tumultuous events and narrow escapes. Lawson, where's your wife now? Jaden clenched his fists. Lawson's affairs were also his. She is now the Terry of the Great Qin dynasty. Yusef sighed. Jaden was taken aback. He never expected such an answer, and sensed there must be hidden circumstances. Yusef continued, Zoe's mother likely made that choice under duress when she returned to her clan, unwilling for them to hunt down me and Zoe. Didn't you ever think about finding your wife? Jaden asked, puzzled. How could I not want to? Unfortunately, my strength hadn't fully recovered. If I acted rashly, I might endanger Zoe. She is her mother's life. I've been concealing this from everyone. After Zoe grew up, she never inquired about it. But yesterday, somehow, she learned of something and secretly went to Central Province, leaving a note saying she was looking for her mother. I knew immediately that things would go awry. I originally planned to tell her once my strength was fully restored, but fate is unpredictable. If Zoe's maternal clan finds out, she might face mortal danger. Upon hearing this, Jaden abruptly turned and was about to leave the academy. Stop right there. Yusef halted him. Jaden didn't stop, showing his anxiety. Yusef shouted again, Xing Shu, are you ignoring your Lawson? Jaden paused, turning back. Lawson, why do you stop me? Yusef stepped forward slowly, sighing, the reason I told you all this isn't so you can go searching for Zoe, but to let you know how perilous it is. You aren't even a high Lawson yet, and this involves both Zoe's maternal clan and the Great Qin imperial family. If you get involved, your life will be at risk. That's not what I want. Jaden replied firmly, Lawson, I'm not afraid of being implicated. Your affair is also mine. Yusef shook his head. You're too straightforward. If they use Zoe to threaten you, you'd likely fall into their trap. Jaden said, Lawson, you've always told me that if there's injustice in the heart, one should wield the blade to break all obstacles. I sympathize with Vaughn's sister Chan's plight, and feel her maternal clan is extremely unjust. Can I help her? These past few years, I've followed this belief. Are you going to destroy my resolve? As he spoke, Jaden gazed intently at Yusef. Yusef was taken aback, then sighed, why are you so stubborn, child? Jaden smiled. Isn't that exactly like you? In my Herschel, I lost my parents but found shelter under your care. I have long considered you as my father. Since then, how can I not share your burdens as a son? Yusef stared at Jaden, moved by his disciple's heartfelt words. His eyes misted slightly. Jaden added, Lawson, haven't you noticed you sigh more often since Von Sister Chan left? I wish to ease your worries. Besides, with my current strength, if I act discreetly in Central Province, no one will notice. You're concerned, but Von Sister Chan isn't impulsive. She'll surely proceed cautiously until she has solid evidence. Yusef pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Fine, follow your heart. Who hasn't been young and impetuous? You're right, injustice demands action. It seems I've become too cautious. My mentality isn't as strong as my disciples anymore. Jaden grinned brightly. Lawson, it feels like you're returning to form. Yusef's eyes gleamed. Since that's the case, I need to strategize carefully. If necessary, we can cause another commotion in the capital. Jaden said solemnly, this time, you won't fight alone. Yusef laughed heartily, seeming younger instantly. Go and assist Zoe in Central Province covertly. Once I finalize my plan, I'll come to join you. Jaden nodded. Okay. But first, Yusef continued, I'll teach you an exclusive divine ability. If I'm not mistaken, you should be at the extreme level of the Moonwill realm. Foster's, Jaden confirmed, realizing Lawson was also at the extreme level. Excellent. Yusef smiled approvingly. This divine ability cannot be performed unless you are at the extreme level of the Moonwill realm. It came to me when I occasionally gained enlightenment during my ascension. Jaden's eyes lit up, waiting eagerly. Yusef added, first, understand that the Moonwill realm bridges lower and higher realms. By stepping into the extreme level, you'll gain easier access to immortal chi when it truly revives in the future. So that's why. Jaden finally understood his earlier speculation about this realm's finer distinctions. As for this divine ability, it originated from my extreme state and ranks among the finest, named Skylocking Heaven Amaldoing Blade. Space-based divine ability? Correct. In the Moonwill realm, my extreme state was Void Moon realm. Lawson, are you saying my extreme state can also birth divine abilities? Jaden was astonished. In theory, yes, but that would happen after your ascension, depending on your insight. Amalch opportunities are rare. Jaden nodded, acknowledging this new understanding. Let me impart it to you now. Yusef pointed to Jaden's forehead. Instantly, Jaden's mind was flooded with complex information, making his head throb. What terrifying swordplay! Jaden marveled internally. The blade technique had three forms, locking space, amaldoing space, and destroying space. If combined with sword momentum, it possessed immense power, far surpassing his current heavenly blade technique. Truly a rare space-based divine ability. With his current strength, he estimated he could only grasp the first form, locking space. And given his experience with spatial techniques like heaven-tearing blade, he could learn this quickly. Grasp it thoroughly before heading to Central Province. Yusef waved his hand. Understood. Jaden nodded. Chapter 285. Memory Alteration? 3 days later, Jaden finally fully comprehended the first move of Locking Sky Devastating Blade. Just as he did, Garth and Danilo emerged from the miniature world, gathering everyone. Danilo's face was somewhat grim. The fairy peak is gone. Jaden's pupils contracted. The face of blood-clothed Patty was still vivid in his mind. How could it suddenly disappear? President, are you sure it's the entire peak and not just the fairy? Alea couldn't believe it. She had entered the miniature world twice and knew its conditions quite well. Danilo replied, that's correct. It's the fairy peak, including the fairy you mentioned. It vanished without a trace, like it evaporated. Hiss. Alea drew a sharp breath, still not daring to believe it. President Ning, this is your miniature world. Could the fairy have escaped without you noticing? Jaden asked in puzzlement. Garth smiled. To clarify, this isn't my miniature world. It's one I seized. Jaden was speechless. He remembered that old Tying had said something like that before, but was this the main point? Garth explained, I haven't refined this miniature world, nor have I understood its insides for centuries. If old Tying hadn't informed me about this change, I wouldn't have known that a fairy peak appeared inside. When it appeared and when it disappeared, to be honest, I'm not too clear either. Jaden was stunned. By this logic, when President Ning took over the miniature world, there was no such peak. But then again, the original inhabitants didn't say it appeared all of a sudden? Jaden asked, President Ning, what about the original inhabitants of the miniature world? They mentioned that the fairy peak has always been there. Garth clarified, they're descendants of an old friend of mine. This miniature world belongs to that old friend who relocated his remaining descendants inside before he died. However, this time around, they genuinely surprised me. Their cultivation levels were decent, unlike those who would emerge from a miniature world with sparse essence energies. Speaking up, Garth's expression turned serious. There's another discovery. I suspect that their memories have been tampered with. What? Everyone was startled. Tampering with memory, what kind of technique was this? Memory is the most fundamental thing in a human brain. Vergilling it arbitrarily can lead to soul damage at best and instant death at worst. Moreover, so many people lived well inside the miniature world. Just who had the capability to do this? Garth solemnly added, these people now have no impression of the so-called fairy. Hiss. This time, it was Jaden's turn to draw a cold breath. He had seen the fairy with his own eyes. But Garth's next words were even more bewildering or terrifying. According to your Bryce, after you three obtained the essence core, you left naturally without any conflict with them, and they didn't recognize any fairy. Garth looked seriously at Jaden, Alea, and Fulton. The three exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. President, are you saying? Jaden felt his throat drying up. I think there might be another possibility. Perhaps you saw something, your memories were altered, and you imagined a fairy out of thin air. What exactly that something is, I don't know. Garth squinted his eyes. Glug. The trio could almost hear the sound of their swallowing. This explanation was too horrifying. They truly felt nothing. Who could alter their memories without them noticing? No, that's not right. Jaden snapped back into awareness and urgently argued, President Ning, I remember President Tying intervened as well. He can vouch for us. Garth replied, if memories were altered, how could old Tying be spared? Can great beings also have their memories silently modified? Alea's eyes widened. She thought only they at their level could fall victim to such tricks. Why not? Garth paused and continued, as long as the means are sufficient, anyone's memories can be altered, including mine. Everyone was shocked. President Ning was half step away from the Dao realm. Were there people on Yuxian continent with higher capabilities? Danilo sighed. All right, let's stop scaring these kids. This is just our speculation. It's not confirmed yet. Compared to them, I find it easier to believe the original inhabitants' memories were tampered with, Danilo continued. Garth nodded. That makes sense. I only said this to keep you on your toes. There are many capable individuals and strange things in the world. Never let your guard down. Everyone shuddered and nodded in agreement. Garth waved his hand. Scatter for now. I'll investigate. After all, it's a miniature world left by an old friend. It needs maintenance. With the president speaking, Jaden and the others dispersed accordingly. What's the purpose behind this? This question lingered in Jaden's mind. Memory alteration was not a simple or easy technique. Regardless of who it targeted, there must be a purpose, but the answer was hard to uncover. Another day passed, and Jaden completed his rest, bidding farewell to Desi and others. The capital had just stabilized, and Desi and Alea had some family matters to handle, while Fulton needed to help the Bai family. The three promised to seek Jaden in the imperial capital once matters in the capital were settled to fight alongside him again. A warm feeling stirred in Jaden's heart, understanding everything unspoken. He came to the broken archway at the entrance of the academy, watching the three swordsmen still diligently practicing. I'm heading to the imperial capital. If any of you reach the solar wheel realm, come find me in the imperial capital. Having followed him all this way, Jaden naturally couldn't leave them alone. To his relief, through this period of cultivation, the three swordsmen's foundation had reached the upper tier of mortal grade, close to the spirit grade, showing they hadn't slacked off. Gerald, with his delicate appearance, clasped his fists and said, Farewell, Brother Cornell. What nonsense, shouted Stuart, a burly man, giving Gerald a slap. Say safe travels. Right. Safe travels, Brother Cornell. Gerald rubbed his sore head, nodding vigorously. Jaden chuckled. The three swordsmen were indeed amusing. He pulled out a cultivation technique, the same source blood-killing art. You can cultivate this method. While it won't significantly enhance your cultivation, if used well, it will greatly increase your self-protection abilities. Thinking ahead, if the three swordsmen learned it, they could possibly form the 9 turns blood-killing formation with him. The three swordsmen were moved to tears. Jaden waved goodbye, left the Lunatic Academy, and flew towards Central Prefecture. Chapter 286, The Dead City. On the ancient road near Central State, Jaden, dressed in a dark robe, stood tall and graceful. His handsome face drew admiring glances from occasional passers-by. After leaving the capital for about 5 days, Jaden switched to walking. He had now entered the territory of Central State, and he intended to practice as he traveled. He could clearly feel that the closer he got to the imperial capital, the richer the spiritual energy became, far surpassing that of the western capital. Jaden couldn't help but marvel at how much faster cultivation would be in such an environment. No wonder Central State's overall strength always ranked first among the 5 states. By noon, a small city appeared in Jaden's line of sight. This small city was not on the route to the imperial capital, and Jaden originally did not intend to go there, but he detected a faint smell of blood in the air. Jaden frowned, sensing something amiss. Since he had stumbled upon this, he decided to investigate. As his teacher often said, standing up for justice was also a form of mental cultivation. Jaden changed direction and hurried towards the small city. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the base of the city wall. Looking up, 3 large characters caught his eye. Into city. Jaden withdrew his gaze, deep in thought. Although it was a small city, its open gates were unguarded, which seemed peculiar. Stepping into the city, he was immediately greeted by a thick smell of blood and a horrifying scene. Bodies lay scattered along the streets, some sprawled on the ground, some collapsed against shops, others hanging from rooftops. The deaths were gruesome, with varying expressions of horror on their faces. Moreover, many of these bodies wore armor, indicating they were well-trained guards who had all met their end. Jaden's expression turned grim as he examined the situation carefully, leading to a shocking conclusion. The city was devoid of life, a dead city. It seems these people have been dead for several days, but the sheer number of casualties caused the bloody stench to linger, Jaden mused while pacing back and forth, deducing the situation. His journey here had revealed few signs of activity around the city, which explained why no one had noticed the anomaly earlier. If more time passed, the smell might travel further, catching the attention of those who sought it. Who could have done this to a small city? Jaden rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Upon reaching the Israel's residence, Jaden realized the residents inside had died differently. This is the work of the alien race. Jaden's eyes grew cold. The bodies inside were shriveled, bearing no wounds, their sunken eyes filled with terror. He knew this too well. It was unmistakably the doing of the alien race. I never expected the alien race's influence to reach Central State. Jaden's eyes flashed with cold anger. Clearly, some cultivators had colluded with the aliens. Those outside had been killed by cultivators, while those inside had been drained directly by the aliens. Just as Jaden left the Israel's residence, 5 streaks of light sped towards him. Someone's here. Jaden's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't sure if these arrivals were friend or foe. Soon, 5 figures approached. Jaden glanced over them. 4 men and a live, all exuding arrogance, wearing identical attire. They were likely disciples of some sect or academy, he surmised. The lead man demanded harshly, "What happened here?" This question was obviously directed at Jaden, but the tone was anything but friendly. Jaden replied coolly, I just arrived. With that, he turned to leave, disinterested in engaging with someone who spoke without courtesy. Stop, the lead man shouted. Jaden didn't halt, not even turning his head. That fellow doesn't seem to recognize you, Brother Zwa. Your reputation isn't very effective, another man taunted. Andy felt humiliated. How dare someone defy him, a cultivator at the moon cycle realm? He stepped in front of Jaden, blocking his path. A good dog doesn't block the way. Jaden wasn't polite either. Clearly, the other party was provoking him, and he wasn't afraid of trouble. Andy's face darkened. Your haste makes me suspect you're involved in what happened here. Come with me. Andy's companions also gathered nearby, ready to watch the show. I will say this once more. I just passed through. Move aside. Jaden's eyes narrowed. They were merely green Amaln realm cultivators. If they continued to be unreasonable, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Though he preferred rationality, sometimes only fist would do. Andy stood firm. Don't you know who I am? Get lost. Jaden suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful punch infused with triple-layered fist intent. Caught off guard, Andy could only instinctively resist, being pushed back several steps. This fellow is finished. He really angered Brothers with this time. He's doomed. Greenhorn, get ready for a beating. Andy's companions sneered. They knew his character well. Insulting Andy had dire consequences. This nobody looked like a rustic traveler. Andy steadied himself and snarled, You dared to attack me. Jaden stepped forward. If you don't move, I can't guarantee your survival. Arrogant. Everyone around him scoffed. A hint of killing intent flashed in Andy's eyes. How dare anyone challenge him openly, someone respected everywhere. He needed to punish this nobody, to kneel and apologize, otherwise, he couldn't save face. Andy smirked menacingly, Country bumpkin, you're begging for death. He readied a gleaming long sword, ready to strike. Amaldenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Looks like you're asking for it. Who's that? Everyone looked up to see two figures descending from midair, one man and one live. Yarden, what business is it of yours? A man complained. Jaden was surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter acquaintances, Yarden and Noemi, so he paused. It seemed they knew these people. Yarden, dressed elegantly in white, laughed. Sonny, you're useless except for your mouth. You. The man was frustrated, but knowing Yarden's formidable background, he bit his tongue. Yarden, this isn't your concern. Stay out of it. Andy didn't need to respect Yarden. Their Zwa family was on par with the Oriental family and held sway in Central State. Yarden rolled his eyes, then turned to Jaden. Brother Chingshu, long time no see, missed you. Jaden chuckled. Indeed, I still remember your kneeling pose. Yarden's face twitched, gritting his teeth. Do you want me to kill you and shut your mouth? Jaden shrugged. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Yarden sighed. Never mind, I hate fighting. Noemi stifled a giggle and greeted Jaden. Are you done chatting? Andy interrupted coldly. Yarden, make your friend bow and apologize, and I might let it slide. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Speaking calmly, Oriental, I think breaking his jaw shouldn't be a problem. Yarden smiled sideways. Go ahead. I'll cover for you. Chapter 287. Seeking death on one's own. Whoosh. Jaden moved like a howling wind, flashing past and delivering two punches directly towards Andy's forehead. This time, Andy was already prepared and naturally wouldn't fall for another surprise attack. He slashed his long sword, the blade's light dazzling and emitting a piercing intent as it met Jaden head-on. Bang! Both were forced back, but Jaden retreated one step more than Andy. Humph, not bad at all. Andy smiled arrogantly. He had reached the green Amaln realm. How could he fear a mere moonwheel cultivator? Jaden pushed off with his feet, calculating in his mind. From this simple probe, he observed that Central Prefecture cultivators were indeed significantly stronger than those from Western Prefecture. Just observing Andy, who possessed an upper-level foundation in spirit energy, was enough to show he wasn't lacking in background. But that was about to change. Jaden didn't intend to tangle with him any longer. He planned to suppress him forcefully. Wasteland Divine Fist. Jaden suddenly unleashed a punch. Even without augmenting the fist power, the divine ability was terrifying, radiating an aura of desolation that made the air seem to solidify. Andy's pupils contracted. This bumpkin knew divine techniques? This was unexpected. In haste, he could only block with his long sword. Although he did have divine abilities too, he needed preparation time, which he hadn't anticipated the opponent having so readily available. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent Andy flying through the air, drawing a parabolic arc. Sunny and others' faces changed. They hadn't expected this outcome. They seemed to have underestimated this Hendrik, a moon-will realm cultivator with divine powers, acting so fiercely. Nicely done. Taj watched with a smile, everything unfolding as expected. Who was Jaden? Someone who could hold their own against the Black Shadow monster. How could Andy and company compare? It seems this Hendrik has become even stronger. Taj couldn't help but marvel, suspecting they might really lose this fight. At this moment, Jaden lunged again, transforming into a streak of light with astonishing speed. As soon as Andy landed, he kicked out, covering Andy's face. Thud. A sharp sound echoed as Andy's head hit the ground, immobilized. Hiss. Sunny and the others sucked in cold breaths, feeling chills down their spines. They weren't even as good as Andy. While Andy hadn't used full strength and Jaden had taken advantage of the situation, such combat experience and ferocity were far from ordinary. Sunny closed his mouth tightly, fearing that Hendrik might turn his attention to him. He wasn't foolish. Taj showed immense confidence in this person, who clearly wasn't easy to deal with, and this might just be a fraction of his true strength. Meanwhile, although Andy wasn't in danger of death, an overwhelming sense of humiliation flooded his heart. I'll kill you, Andy roared, bursting with intense energy, fully displaying his middle-grade spirit-level green Amaln realm cultivation, instantly shaking off Jaden's foot. Jaden remained calm, rapidly retreating. Andy swung his sword furiously, looking determined to fight to the death. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Jaden's eyes. These people were obviously acquainted with Taj. He didn't want to go too far, fearing trouble for him. However, repeated provocations crossed the line. Amaldenly, Taj flashed forward, kicking Andy back and coldly saying, "He's letting you off, can't you tell?" Andy's face flushed red, replying, "Stay out of my affairs, move aside." Taj said indifferently, "If I weren't here, you'd have died countless times already. Considering we are fellow students of the academy, I advise you to stop while you can." Twice thwarted, Andy calmed down, realizing that a person valued by Taj must possess extraordinary qualities, not being as simple as appearances suggested. Fostered, reflecting on the initial attack, catching him unawares, and the numerous tricks he still had up his sleeve, he felt no fear. After all, just a moon will realm cultivator. How could he possibly match him? Was Taj now trying to save his friend from a disaster? Andy felt this scenario more plausible, sneering inwardly as he thought he saw through Taj's petty intentions. Andy warned, "Taj, you should know the consequences of offending me. If your friend doesn't apologize, there will be no place for him in Central Prefecture." "Idiot." Taj couldn't help but curse, "You're asking for it. Don't blame anyone else." Then, stepping aside, Taj said to Jaden, "Kill him. I don't want to waste another word on this fool." "Will this affect you?" Jaden asked. "No worries, Academy disciples live and die by fate when outside. As for the left family, I'm not afraid." "All right." Jaden stepped forward. With Taj's words, he had no further reservations. Andy sneered repeatedly. This duo was putting on quite a show. Soon, that Hendrik would be on his knees begging. As the battle loomed, Sunny and others backed away. Aside from Sunny, the rest still had confidence in Andy. Though not a core disciple, Andy's reputation and recognized strength were undeniable. Now focused, Hendrik was doomed. 7 true sword of blazing Amaln. Andy roared, taking the initiative to seize the advantage. Sunny and others cheered silently as Andy launched a lower-grade divine technique with astonishing power. 7 dazzling light swords rushed toward Jaden at incredible speed. Indeed, a divine technique. It raised the ambient temperature noticeably. Facing this assault, Jaden remained unperturbed, clenching his fist and unleashing it straightforwardly. Wasteland Divine Fist. The same move but different power. Space quaked, and the aura of desolation chilled hearts. The punch force surged like a flood. Boom, boom, boom. In a blink, the 7 light swords crumbled, the terrifying force continuing to sweep, slamming into Andy. This impact activated Andy's life-saving mystical weapon, sending him flying like a broken kite. Andy coughed blood, doubting his vision. Had the opponent just used momentum? This can't be. Andy quickly dismissed it, scoffing at the absurdity of a moon wheel realm cultivator grasping momentum. Even core disciples of the left family couldn't achieve that. It must be an illusion. Smack. Before Andy recovered, Jaden rushed forward, slapping him hard onto the ground. "I won't give up, I still have hidden cards." Andy screamed internally, intending to rise, but a hand gripped his neck. Andy was terrified, sensing a chilling killing intent. His neck would snap. But then, a fierce sword glow killed the imminent threat, forcing Jaden to retreat. SSSSH. The sword cut into the ground, creating a deep slash several yards long, displaying formidable power. My sword intent. Jaden's gaze hardened. This newcomer was not ordinary. Chapter 288, Treasure? Jaden watched the 3 people descending from midair, dressed identically to Andy. This time he paid special attention and noticed a mountain symbol embroidered on the left chest of their garments. Jaden was puzzled by this until Taj promptly whispered to him. These people all come from the absolute Amamet Hall of the Tranquil Mystic Academy. The Kevin leading them is called Fitzroy, one of the deputy hall masters of the absolute Amamet Hall. Jaden was taken aback. He had heard of the Tranquil Mystic Academy, which was renowned throughout the entire Tranquil Mystic realm as the greatest sanctuary for cultivation. Its history stretched back even further than the Qin dynasty's imperial family, reportedly existing for tens of thousands of years. He had initially planned to join the Tranquil Mystic Academy upon reaching the capital, both to cultivate and assist his senior sister. Unexpectedly, he encountered disciples of the academy before even arriving at the capital, a twist of fate indeed. What exactly is the absolute Amamet Hall? Jaden asked. The Tranquil Mystic Academy encourages students to freely establish organizations, exchange ideas, and hone their skills through mutual practice. Taj paused, then explained. The absolute Amamet Hall is one of the top student organizations among them. But it's mostly made up of nobles from the capital city, full of money stink, Taj scoffed. Got it, Jaden nodded. Understanding now? Curious, he asked, why did you come to the Tranquil Mystic Academy? Taj glanced at Catherine and whispered secretly. Catherine said she liked strong men, so I came to Central State to study, aiming to become stronger. Jaden opened his mouth wide in surprise. This response was truly unexpected. Aren't you just after her looks? Jaden teased. Nonsense. Taj retorted angrily. This is love at first sight. Jaden chuckled, deciding not to tease him further. Not changing the subject, but be careful. Fitzroy has some tricks up his sleeve, Taj warned. Jaden naturally wouldn't take it lightly. Fitzroy was at the Blue Amaln realm level with an upper spirit foundation, making him a formidable opponent. Why are Tranquil Mystic Academy disciples here? Jaden asked, voicing his confusion. It's rumored that a treasure site will appear in this city, a great opportunity. The Academy disciples have gathered here for it, Taj replied. It's just unexpected that everyone here seems to have died, quite peculiar. Jaden nodded. The treasure site piqued his interest too. Meanwhile, Andy had been pulled up by Fitzroy and was glaring over at them with an ashen face. The situation looked like it was turning into a confrontation between two sides. Jaden's group of 3 faced off against Fitzroy's group of 8. However, the conflict seemed unlikely to escalate immediately because Fitzroy whispered something into Andy's ear, calming the latter down. This guy's interesting, Jaden noted silently. Fitzroy didn't seem impulsive. Rather, he was cunning and needed caution. So Jaden decided not to reveal his cards prematurely. If there was indeed a treasure, waiting for the right moment to act would give him the upper hand. Unfamiliar face. Could you tell us your name? Fitzroy asked. My name is Jaden, he replied coolly. Fitzroy nodded. I'll remember that. Jaden sneered. Anyone could see this was a veiled threat. He narrowed his eyes and responded, I hope you don't forget. The two newcomers behind Fitzroy showed signs of shock at Jaden's audacity, questioning who he thought he was facing. Taj covered his face. Chingshu, you've got quite the temper. Jaden shrugged. I won't provoke unless provoked. When attacked, one cut will suffice. Taj rolled his eyes. Damn, I forgot you're a saber cultivator. Fostra, they're really tough. Fitzroy smirked. Taj, watch your friend. Whoa, picking on me. Taj snorted. Mr. You. Once outside the academy, your head isn't guaranteed safety. A cold glint flashed in Fitzroy's eyes before he led the absolute Amamet Hall members away, apparently to investigate the small city. They were clear-headed. Compared to grievances, the treasure was more important. Jaden patted Taj on the shoulder. Thanks. Taj, who stood up for him, had offended those people. Jaden was grateful. Taj waved it off. These guys are used to giving orders. Lucky I didn't join that damned absolute Amamet Hall. Otherwise, it would have been disgusting. So, what organization did you join? Jaden asked curiously. Heh, my temper's too bad. No organization wants me yet. Taj laughed. But there are many independents like me in the academy. Plenty aren't interested in such things. Jaden stroked his chin, intrigued. Are there any conditions to establish a student organization at the Tranquil Mystic Academy? Taj nodded. To start a student organization, its leader must be on the Tranquil Mystic Hidden Dragon Cornelst. The Hidden Dragon Cornelst? Fosters. It's a ranking of elite cultivators under 40 compiled by the Profound Mechanism Pavilion. There are 100 names on it, and it holds considerable authority over the Tranquil Mystic Realm, serving as encouragement and acknowledgement for the younger generation. Jaden nodded, memorizing this information. Do you make the list? Jaden asked. Heh, I'm not bad. After joining the academy and winning a small fight, I landed at number 90. Taj smiled. Fitzroy is ahead of me at 89. Jaden pondered. With Taj's current blue Amaln Realm Cultivation and Upper Spirit Foundation, being ranked 90th indicated this list was impressive. If you show your strength at the academy, getting on the list shouldn't be hard, but ranking higher might take more effort, Taj observed. Jaden shrugged. This so-called Tranquil Mystic Hidden Dragon Cornelst wasn't entirely transparent either. Most entrants seemed to be from the central state, while others who stayed low-key weren't necessarily on it. Thus, its authority deserved scrutiny. As Jaden thought this over, more people arrived, around 20 groups. According to Taj, some were also Tranquil Mystic Academy disciples, mostly scatter cultivators traveling in groups, conversing with each other. What's drawing so many people here? Jaden counted around 200 to 300 people already, with more arriving. Is this city's change linked to the treasure? Jaden mused. After about an hour, the crowd reached 500, crowding the city streets. Amaldonly, amidst anticipation, the city trembled violently. Jaden was astonished to see a crack split open down the middle of the street. It's here, Taj whispered. With a thunderous roar, a stairway appeared before everyone's eyes. Go! Instantly, cultivators rushed down, vying for position. Jaden was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Tranquil Mystic Academy. It was well known as the largest cultivation sanctuary in the entire Tranquil Mystic realm. Its history dated back even further than the Great Qin imperial family, with rumors suggesting it had existed for tens of thousands of years. He originally intended to join the Tranquil Mystic Academy after heading to the imperial capital to cultivate while assisting his senior sister. However, he hadn't expected to encounter the academy's disciples before even reaching the imperial capital. What a coincidence. What does the absolute Amamet Hall mean? Jaden asked. The Tranquil Mystic Academy encourages students to freely form organizations for mutual exchanges and sparring to enhance cultivation. Taj paused and explained. The absolute Amamet Hall is one of the top student organizations among them. However, most of its members are noble descendants from the imperial capital, full of the stench of money. Taj sneered. I see. Jaden nodded, understanding. How did you end up at the Tranquil Mystic Academy? Taj glanced at Amal Leah and quietly conveyed. Leah said she likes capable men, so I came to Zhengzhou to study, hoping to become stronger. Jaden's mouth dropped open in surprise at this unexpected answer. Aren't you just tempted by her beauty? Jaden teased. Nonsense. Taj growled. It's love at first sight. Jaden chuckled but didn't tease any further. Don't get sidetracked. Be cautious. Fitzroy has considerable skills, Taj warned. Jaden naturally wouldn't be careless. Fitzroy had a cultivation level at Lan Ritayang and possessed a Cornel Amal Superior Foundation, making him formidable. Why are the Tranquil Mystic Academy's disciples here? Jaden voiced his curiosity. It's rumored that a treasure site will appear in this city, a great opportunity, so the Academy's disciples rushed over, Taj replied. Only to find everyone dead upon arrival, quite eerie. Jaden nodded, now intrigued by the treasure site. Meanwhile, Andy was already pulled up by Fitzroy, glaring palely towards their side. The situation seemed like two factions were facing off. Jaden's trio against Fitzroy's group of 8. But it appeared they wouldn't fight yet because Fitzroy had said something to Andy, which calmed the latter's anger. Interesting, Jaden thought, realizing Fitzroy wasn't impulsive and must be strategizing, which needed careful observation. With this understanding, there was no need to reveal his true capabilities too early. If there really was treasure, he would make his move then for an advantage. Fitzroy addressed them. This brother looks unfamiliar. May we know your name? Coldly, Jaden replied. Jaden. Fitzroy nodded. Noted. Jaden smirked, knowing Fitzroy's statement was a subtle threat, telling him to be careful. He narrowed his eyes and responded. I hope you won't forget. The two newcomers behind Fitzroy were stunned by Jaden's audacity and arrogance, not realizing who they were dealing with. Taj covered his face. Qingshu, you have quite the temper. Jaden shrugged. If they don't provoke me, I won't act. But if they do, one strike resolves it. Taj rolled his eyes. Damn, I forgot you're a saber cultivator. A saber cultivator can indeed be hard to provoke. Fitzroy smirked from the other side. Taj, watch your friend. Well, pointing fingers. Taj scoffed. Mr. Yu, once out of the academy, you may not control your fate. A hint of coldness flashed across Fitzroy's eyes before he led the absolute Amamet Hall members away, apparently to check the city's conditions. It was clear that compared to enmity, treasure was more important. Jaden patted Taj's shoulder. Thank you. Taj had stood up for him against those people, earning his gratitude. No problem, Taj waved it off. Those people are accustomed to bossing others around. Luckily, I didn't join that damned absolute Amamet Hall. Otherwise, it'd be disgusting. So what organization did you join? Jaden asked curiously. Hee, my temper is too bad. Temporarily no organization wants me, Taj laughed. But there are many free individuals like me in the academy, and many aren't interested. Jaden stroked his chin, intrigued. Does Tranquil Mystic Academy have any conditions for forming student organizations? Taj nodded. To establish a student organization, the leader must be on the Tranquil Mystic Latent Dragon Cornelst. Latent Dragon Cornelst? Fosters. It's a list ranked by the Profound Mechanism Pavilion for outstanding talents under 40 years old. There are 100 names on it, and it holds authority throughout the Tranquil Mystic realm, serving as motivation and recognition for the younger generation. Jaden nodded, silently remembering it. Do you make the list? Jaden asked. Fortunately, I managed to enter at 90 after a small skirmish. When I arrived at the academy, Taj smiled. Fitzroy ranks one place ahead at 89. Jaden mused. With Taj's current Qing retying cultivation and Cornel Malperior Foundation ranking only 90, this list was indeed intriguing. If you show some prowess after arriving at the academy, entering the list shouldn't be difficult, but ranking higher might be challenging, Taj stated objectively. Jaden shrugged. Not everyone's background on the Tranquil Mystic Latent Dragon Cornelst was known. Most were probably centered around Zhongzhou cultivators, so it was normal for those not frequently showing off to be absent from the list. Thus, its authority was questionable. While thinking this, another 20 groups arrived, according to Taj's introduction, including some from the Tranquil Mystic Academy. Mostly free cultivators gathered in groups, chatting. What could be here, attracting so many people? Jaden counted and found over 200 people already present, with more still arriving. Is the city's anomaly also related to the treasure? Jaden pondered. About an hour later, nearly 500 people crowded the streets. Amaldonly, amid the eager gazes, the city trembled violently. Jaden was astonished to see a crack splitting down the middle of the street. It's here, Taj murmured. Rumble. Following the deafening sound, a stairway-lined passage appeared before everyone. Let's go. Immediately, cultivators rushed in, fearing being left behind. Chapter 289. The White Bone Arm. Jaden and his two companions also stepped onto the stone stairs and followed behind. A narrow passage, wide enough for only two people to walk side by side. People continued filing in one after another. Some rushed forward for fear of missing out on an opportunity, while others watched cautiously, alert to their surroundings. Although the passage was pitch black, it did not impede the vision of these cultivators. After about half a moment, everyone stopped at an open space because the path ahead ended. Not only ahead, but even the sides were just barren rock walls as far as the eye could see. Where's the way? One cultivator asked, his voice echoing eerily in the quiet passage. Shut up, someone bellowed, his voice booming so loudly that it seemed to shake the stone walls. Some of the more timid cultivators trembled involuntarily. The dark tunnel, the confined space with no way forward, and the echoes made it genuinely frightening. Jaden frowned slightly, observing carefully. There seemed to be something illogical here. Since so many cultivators had heard rumors of treasure here, it shouldn't be baseless. But where was the path? An impatient cultivator had already started tapping on the stone walls, producing a thud sound. Soon, more joined in, creating an irritating din that was almost maddening. Some raised their swords, ready to kill those making noise. Amaldonly, Jaden had a realization, causing him to startle. The path might be beneath our feet. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the space around them seemed to shudder as if responding. Immediately afterward, cries of agony filled the air. Those who had been tapping on the walls clutched their throats, writhing on the ground in pain, their faces pale as paper. Not only that, blood began spurting from various parts of their bodies like fine threads, and an eerie smell wafted through the air. Hiss. Many people sucked in cold breaths, their hairs standing on end. These were all cultivators of the Amaln Wheel realm, yet they suffered such a grisly fate in an instant. Could it be some kind of evil spell? Unknown threats always instill the greatest fear. Many cultivators, despite their formidable abilities, were terrified by what they saw and turned to flee back the way they came. However, the passage was narrow, only wide enough for two people, and soon there was a jumble of people struggling to escape. Get out of the way! Several cultivators unleashed their killing intent, attacking those blocking the exit, leading to chaos. In times of great danger, self-preservation was paramount. Jaden remained calm. He had experienced such bizarre events before, and since leaving the dragon-confined land, he had become increasingly rational when faced with unknown phenomena, bolstered by his growing strength. Observing the bleeding cultivators, he considered a possibility. Poison? A type of colorless, odorless poison that none of them had ever seen before. Jaden quickly transmitted his thoughts to Taj and Tying Lia. They immediately held their breath and erected barriers of mystic power, which could block the poison gas. Seeing them do this, other cultivators followed suit. But some reacted too slowly and collapsed in front of everyone, showing the same symptoms as those before. Everyone hastily retreated to avoid contamination. The disciples of Xunyang Academy gathered together, led by Fitzroy and about 30 others. They collectively erected a barrier to fend off the suspected poison gas. Jaden and Taj exchanged glances. Having experienced similar odd occurrences with Clifton, they knew this situation wasn't as simple as it seemed and grew even more cautious. Thud, thud, thud. Maldenly, a piercing sound echoed in the space, as if something was trying to break through a shell. This unexpected noise seemed to strike each person's heart. Ah! More agonized screams erupted. People turned around to see white bone arms emerging from the stone walls, clutching the necks of many cultivators. Despite their cultivation, those caught by the bone arms lost all resistance instantly. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, these cultivators' bodies rapidly shriveled like deflated balloons, turning into mummies within seconds. Aliens? Jaden's eyes flashed coldly. Though he wasn't certain, this method of killing closely resembled alien tactics. In a blink, those trying to flee were all dead, leaving only skin-covered skeletons in the passageway entrance. Hiss! Cultivators nearby felt their scalps tingle and instinctively took a step back. But before they could move far, countless bone arms sprouted from beneath their feet, seizing them. Ah! Their mystic power surged instinctively, trying to shake off the bone arms, but in a split second, they too lost the ability to resist. Seeing the bone arms continuously extending from the ground, everyone panicked and leapt into the air. Jaden tried to do the same, but a sudden sword beam shot toward him from behind. Alerted, he turned and punched it away. Bang! The sword beam shattered without injuring Jaden, but this delayed his attempt to take flight. A bone arm suddenly burst from the ground, grabbing his ankle. Andy, you're asking for death. Taj roared, recognizing who had attacked. Andy sneered, while Fitzroy stood nearby, utterly indifferent. Taj turned his head. At this moment, justice could wait. He focused on Jaden. He saw more bone arms emerge from the ground, wrapping around Jaden like vines. Brother Ching. Taj's eyes widened in distress. He vowed that if Jaden died here, he would tear Andy limb from limb at any cost. He valued loyalty above all, and Jaden had saved his life before. Amidst the bone arms surrounding him, Jaden, after initial shock, quickly regained composure. He realized these bone arms primarily targeted one's soul. No wonder those cultivators couldn't resist. Few had high achievements in soul cultivation. This kind of soul invasion could only be countered with one's own strength, not defensive mystic artifacts. Jaden felt that without the sea realm level soul strength, it would be impossible to escape the bone arms. Fortunately, his soul realm was at the sea level. Beyond soul erosion, Jaden sensed gray mist entering his body through the bone arms, attempting to devour his blood and essence. Humph, indeed it is an alien tactic. Now Jaden was certain. Dealing with aliens, he had plenty of experience. Above, Taj blinked, noticing that after a few breaths, Jaden was unharmed and even smirking. Brother Ching, are you playing dead? Taj shouted. If I shut up, nobody would think I'm mute. Jaden rolled his eyes. After understanding the situation, he used his skills to prepare for an escape. Chapter 290, The Path Beneath Our Feet. Jaden channeled his divine soul energy to eradicate the invasion, while simultaneously circulating the greenish aura. He had already discovered that the greenish aura seemed to contain boundless vitality, making it perfect for countering the gray aura derived from death energy by the foreign races. In an instant, the divine soul invasion vanished, and the gray aura dissipated. Jaden's eyes snapped open, shooting out two beams of light. Break! Jaden intoned, stomping his foot with immense power, sending shockwaves rippling out that shattered all the skeletal arms around him. Moreover, beneath his feet where the bones were pulverized, a deep pit emerged, expanding rapidly into a passage large enough for a person to pass through. The path really is beneath our feet. Jaden exclaimed with delight, leaping into the pit and disappearing from sight. What a daring fellow! Taj marveled. Moments later, his pupils constricted as the whole Jaden had jumped into closed up, leaving no trace. What in the world? Taj furrowed his brow, then gritted his teeth and slashed at a nearby skeletal arm with his sword. As long as he didn't come into contact with them, the skeletal arms were powerless against him. Bang! The bone shattered, and a deep pit appeared, quickly expanding. So that's how it works. Taj realized. These skeletal arms blocked the passage and possessed eerie abilities. If cultivators weren't quick-witted enough, being entangled by these arms would prevent them from finding the entrance, or even freeing themselves. Jaden had stumbled upon it by chance. Leah, let's go. Taj jumped into the pit. Noemi chuckled softly and followed suit, entering another passage. Among the disciples of Xunyang Academy, Andy wore a grim expression. Failing to kill Jaden this way was indeed regrettable. Let's head down. Fitzroy took the lead, smashing a skeletal arm and diving into the newly formed passage. The other disciples quickly followed, vanishing one after another. Reviving cultivators in the corridor naturally seized this opportunity. Even if they knew unknown dangers might lie below, greater risks often meant more rewards. In an instant, the dark corridor was empty. Cornell Chingshire descended from the opening and stood firm. Surveying his surroundings swiftly, he saw stone walls, but this time, the walls were not bare. They had creases, and countless stone pillars clung to the walls, creating a bizarre appearance. Other than that, nothing seemed unusual. At the end of his line of sight, there seemed to be a door, or something that resembled a vertical mud patch, which puzzled him greatly. He couldn't tell what it was exactly. Jaden decided not to approach it immediately since he still had matters to settle, some scores to clear. After a moment, Taj and Noemi joined him. Jaden explained his intentions, and Taj slapped his chest. Feel free to strike. This young master will take on Fitzroy for you. Noemi also smiled. Lord Cornell needn't be polite with me. We are now in the same boat. Jaden nodded. Since her fusion with Ariella, Noemi had changed. Not just her personality, but also her cultivation level had soared dramatically. Leah, you and I must be on the same boat. Taj emphasized with intentional emphasis on certain words. Noemi shot him a glare, causing Taj to shut up immediately. Jaden marveled internally before focusing upward. Just as expected, Fitzroy and company arrived. Seeing Andy's figure instantly triggered Jaden. He soared up, turning into a blur and charging forward. Zwa, give me your life. Jaden roared, punching out with a force like rolling waves. Still airborne, Andy's pupils narrowed instinctively as he raised his sword to block. Boom. Andy was smashed to the ground in a somersault. Fortunately, his cultivation was high enough. Otherwise, this fall would have crippled him. How dare you? Fitzroy's face turned grim. How dare Jaden attack his people right under his nose? Let's have a little fight. This young master hasn't had a good brawl in a while. Taj blocked Fitzroy's path with a mocking grin. Get out of the way. Fitzroy unsheathed his long sword, aiming to vent his anger on Taj. Taj parried Fitzroy's attack skillfully. He only needed to stall him, not fight to the death. This task was easy for him. Why are you all standing there like fools? Go save Andy. Fitzroy bellowed. The other Yuxian Academy disciples exchanged glances. Although some were reluctant, considering the prestige of Juding Hall, they eventually charged towards Jaden. A slender figure intercepted several of them, repelling them with a shockwave. It was Noemi. Thus, nearly 20 others attacked Jaden. Meanwhile, other cultivators came down from the corridor, stunned by the scene. What's going on? Are Yuxian Academy disciples fighting among themselves? This is indeed rare. Young hotheads indeed. The independent cultivators smiled slightly, not intending to intervene. They believed it was beneficial to let the Academy disciples fight among themselves, reducing competition for treasures. They glanced toward the distance and flew towards it. The exit might be there. Back at Jaden's side, he was completely unfazed, approaching Andy without hesitation, Skyfragment saber ready in hand. Cleave through momentum. This time he wasn't testing. With the other Academy disciples approaching, he had to end it quickly. You're a saber practitioner? Andy had just risen from the ground when his pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't anticipated Jaden's saber to be more terrifying than his own fists. Not only that, Jaden had truly cultivated momentum. This revelation deeply shocked him, slowing his reaction for half a beat. Before he could fully dodge, the energy wave hit him. The saber sliced through, and blood spurted. Kacha! Andy's sword-blocking hand was severed at the wrist, blood spurting out. Aya! Andy screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain, fleeing at top speed. What a pity! Jaden sighed inwardly. Andy, after all, wasn't an ordinary cultivator and managed to avoid vital organs at the last second. However, the next move would be fatal. Stop! Yuxian Academy disciples shouted in alarm. Most didn't know where this fierce fighter had come from, attacking mercilessly. It was brutal. Seeing Jaden didn't halt, the disciples grew enraged. Andy was their companion. Allowing him to be killed before their eyes was unacceptable. Immediately, numerous disciples launched various attacks. Jaden steeled himself, weaving through the attacks and catching up to Andy, slashing out with his saber. Die! At this moment, Jaden chose to withstand some attacks in order to slay Andy. A Malcha person, if left alive, would pose a significant threat in the future. He had to eliminate him thoroughly. No. Terrified beyond belief, Andy, already grievously wounded, knew he couldn't withstand this powerful saber slash. Chapter 291. Gust of wind. The blade light plunged into Andy's body, shredding his vitality amidst a gaze filled with despair and terror. Boom, boom, boom. At the same moment, part of the attacks from the students of Yuxian Academy landed on Jaden's body. Jaden was instantly flung away, a trail of blood splattering in midair. Taj and Noemi were taken aback. They hastily left their opponents and flew towards Jaden. Seeing that Andy was dead, the faces of the Yuxian Academy students turned extremely grim, especially Fitzroy, whose fury could no longer be concealed. Brother Qingshu, are you alright? Taj asked. Nothing serious. Jaden waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he got up from the ground. Without a doubt, these Academy students' attacks hurt pretty badly. Fortunately, his wounds healed quickly. Soon, it should be fine. The students of the Academy were also surprised. This guy has a strong physical body. Was this what he relied on? Jaden, how do you want to die? Fitzroy led the Yuxian Academy students surrounding Jaden, seething with anger. Taj stepped forward, coldly saying, are you blind? Andy ambushed first. He deserved to die. Taj, as an Academy student, you're aiding outsiders, truly shameful, the man beside Fitzroy said. Brogan, you really can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth, Taj sneered. I've always been reasonable, unlike you hypocrites. Fitzroy waved his hand to cut Brogan off, his voice icy. Taj, let me tell you again, you can't protect this bastard. Do you really think I'm protecting him? Taj retorted irritably. Foolish. I'm saving your asses. What do you mean? Fitzroy asked. It's simple. Don't push my brother to the limit, or you'll all die miserably. Taj paused, adding, if we weren't fellow Academy students, I wouldn't bother with you idiots. He had witnessed Jaden's capabilities, especially his final trump card. It was terrifying. Brother Qingshu, you plan to enter the Academy in the future. It's not wise to make so many enemies. Let me handle it for you. Taj whispered through a mental link. Thank you. Jaden smiled and replied, as I've always said, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Taj facepalmed, thinking he must have a problem trying to reason with a Taoist cultivator. Opposite them, the Yuxian Academy students laughed aloud, clearly dismissive of Taj's words. Fitzroy curled his lips. Taj, you show us what ignorance means. Taj sighed and turned around. Be careful, don't go overboard. Jaden shrugged. Can't guarantee that. Alright, then we'll watch the show from the side. Taj and Noemi retreated, clearly confident in Jaden's abilities. Fitzroy sneered. Regardless of Taj's intentions, could a wheel mirror realm cultivator like Jaden stir up much trouble? A fierce battle was about to break out when cries of agony came from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Several cultivators collapsed suddenly, their bodies torn apart, dying horrific deaths. What's happening? Fitzroy frowned. Something strange was going on here, making him wary. Amaldonly, a sense of impending danger arose, prompting Fitzroy to roar in anger. In his vision, Jaden was launching an attack on him, disregarding the situation. How dare this bastard? Fitzroy reacted swiftly, thrusting his sword forward to form a broadsword barrier that deflected the attack. Bang! Though the attack was blocked, Fitzroy was still pushed back. You're courting death. Enraged, Fitzroy didn't care anymore and charged at Jaden with his sword raised. After testing Jaden, Fitzroy realized that his strength was slightly stronger than expected. To kill him, Jaden might need to reveal some of his hidden cards. Kill. Jaden now attacked with both fist and blade, the two forces intertwining as he engaged Fitzroy in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The space around them echoed with thunderous clashes, various energies surging wildly. So this is momentum? The Xunyang Academy students felt the power up close, all displaying expressions of astonishment. To them, Jaden dared to take the initiative and could even match Fitzroy, which was indeed unbelievable. A mere-will mirror realm cultivator could be this powerful? None of the disciples rushed to help, estimating Fitzroy's pride wouldn't allow it. Moreover, there was a sense of imminent danger, indicating something significant might happen in this space. The remaining cultivators far away seemed to be desperately resisting something. Just as Jaden and Fitzroy fought fiercely, an eerie howling sound rose from the ground, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Everyone was startled and shouted warnings. Careful! Strong gusts of wind emerged from beneath their feet, attacking from all directions at incredible speed. Not ordinary cultivators, the Academy students reacted swiftly, erecting barriers of mystic power to fend off the strange winds. Shoo! The gusts collided against the various mystic barriers, emitting ear-piercing sounds that sent chills down their spines. Jaden and Fitzroy's fight was interrupted by the relentless gusts, forcing them to stop and defend. Consider yourself lucky. Fitzroy's face darkened. These gusts disrupted him, making it difficult to attack. Jaden smirked. Despite being in the Amal Mirror realm, Fitzroy had considerable strength, likely harboring more hidden cards. Killing him would require effort. However, once Jaden reached Amal Wheel realm, defeating Fitzroy would be effortless. Gathering his focus, Jaden noticed the gusts becoming more intense, requiring serious attention. These gusts felt like sharp blades, each impact resembling an attack from a Amal Mirror realm cultivator. Given their quantity and pervasiveness, they couldn't be underestimated. Taj and Noemi joined Jaden, sharing the pressure and making it easier to withstand. Huh? The gusts changed. Jaden narrowed his eyes. While the power hadn't increased, the invisible gusts seemed capable of piercing through mystic barriers, directly targeting the spirit soul. Another soul technique. Jaden felt his spirit soul being invaded. Turning, he instructed, both of you get closer to me. He had a spirit soul technique to counteract, but he wasn't sure if Taj and Noemi did. Damn. Taj looked grim but didn't resist, moving closer to Jaden, feeling the pressure lessen significantly. Jaden formed a protective barrier using the soul-derived holy technique, shielding the three from the spirit soul invasion. We can't just sit here waiting to die. Jaden's expression was solemn. Constantly enduring the gusts would eventually exhaust them. Chapter 292, Spatial Lock. We'll go over there and take a look. Jaden made up his mind and led Taj and Noemi towards the quagmire area, which might indeed be the only exit. The three of them braved the gale winds, yet their speed was not slow. Seeing this, the disciples of Xunyang Academy also made the same move. Although the two groups were not far apart, no one wanted to initiate a conflict at this moment. Just then, the gale winds suddenly stopped. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but Jaden was the first to react. He raised the fragmenting void saber and slashed at Fitzroy. A Malcha golden opportunity would be a shame to miss. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Fitzroy raged, raising his hand and unleashing a low-grade profound art. Endless sword beams transformed into burning flames, enveloping Jaden. Wasteland God Fist. Breaking slash. Jaden launched 2 consecutive attacks. The surging momentum resembled towering waves, with fist wind and saber light intertwining, unstoppable. Rumble. The intense shockwaves centered on the two combatants swept through the area, forcing the surrounding spectators back. I'll see how long you can keep casting divine abilities. Fitzroy's face darkened. Being matched twice by a Moon Wheel Realm cultivator was a humiliation to him. Divine abilities consumed an immense amount of energy. He did not believe his foundation was weaker than Jaden's. Unfortunately, he lacked cultivation methods like Immortal Concealment Technique, otherwise, things would be different. Heavenly Cloud Killing Sword. Fitzroy roared, his long sword stirring up gales that distorted space, emitting terrifying sword beams filled with boundless killing intent, as if to collapse the very fabric of space. Middle grade profound art. Jaden's gaze sharpened. With Fitzroy's Qingri realm cultivation, the power of the divine ability he wielded was indeed astonishing and could not be underestimated. Spatial Lock, Severing Heaven Saber. At this moment, Jaden finally unleashed the saber technique taught by Bray. Superior grade versus middle grade. He had the upper hand. The fragmenting void saber cut through the air, causing earth-shattering spatial fluctuations that confined Fitzroy's power and sword beams within a space as if in a 10-meter net, firmly locked in place. First stance, Spatial Lock. 2 energies clashed in the space, mutually offsetting each other. Rumble. The continuous roar sounded in everyone's ears. The spatial confinement created by Jaden shattered, and Fitzroy's emitted sword beams dissipated. In this confrontation, both parties were evenly matched again. Fitzroy's chest rose and fell, showing obvious frustration. Jaden remained calm, contemplating which trump card to reveal to kill his opponent. Witnessing this scene, the Xunyang Academy disciples could not help but look horrified. Is this kid really at the Moonwheel realm? I suspect he's holding back. This guy must have used some secret technique. Indeed, he might suffer backlash soon. The disciples whispered among themselves, not believing Jaden could surpass Fitzroy. A bunch of idiots. Yarden heard these words and sneered. He inwardly shuddered. I'm afraid I cannot beat Jaden anymore. Huff, huff, huff. Amaldenly, a gale wind blew again, interrupting everyone's thoughts. This gale seemed more intense, presenting a greater challenge to the divine souls. For a moment, including Jaden, everyone here erected their mystic power barriers. On the other side, some slightly slower reacting cultivators were directly shredded by the gale. From the tunnel to this point, fewer than 100 independent cultivators remained, suffering heavy losses. Now, Jaden and his companions continued moving in the previous direction. About half a quarter later, the gale stopped once more. Clang! Jaden's fragmenting void saber again cleaved through space, aiming to eliminate Fitzroy once and for all. Don't think I can't kill you. Fitzroy was thoroughly enraged, his entire aura bursting forth as he fought Jaden. At this moment, Fitzroy unleashed his full potential, displaying the strength of a Qingri realm practitioner, surpassing any prior moments. Boom! Jaden was forced back. Then, his gaze hardened as he decisively merged with the true shadow celestial pearl. This time, he would use the mystical skyfruit treasure to ensure Fitzroy's death. Two identical figures materialized around him, wielding longswords, possessing about 2/3 of Jaden's strength. Seeing this, Fitzroy's pupils constricted, unable to distinguish between the real and the fake for a moment. Damn! Fitzroy felt the imminent danger and decided not to hold back, revealing his trump card. A green suit of armor that enveloped his entire body, even covering his head. Magic treasure? Jaden keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the armor. However, with the combined strength of his three selves, breaking through the magic treasure's defense was not impossible. Kill. 3 Jadens attacked simultaneously, converging upon Fitzroy. Even fully covered, Fitzroy did not back down, lunging forward to engage in close combat. The onlookers held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this battle. Breaking slash. Soul extermination slash. Massacre slash. 3 roars, with 3 Jadens simultaneously releasing saber stances, instantly overwhelming power radiating an oppressive force, intertwining in a destructive wave. Break. Startled, Fitzroy never expected Jaden's clones to possess such power. He could only do his utmost to defend and counter the assault. Rumble. After an earth-shaking clash, Fitzroy fell from the sky, clearly knocked down. Fortunately, the armor protected him, or this strike would have ended his life. The Xunyang Academy disciple's eyes widened in shock. That fellow was too formidable. Underneath the mask, Fitzroy's face was extremely ugly. In repeated exchanges, he had fallen behind. Die. Enraged beyond control, Fitzroy slashed out with 2 divine abilities, the best he could manage currently. By now, Jaden had already approached. Facing such an attack, all 3 figures moved in unison. Spatial lock. Their synchronized movements immobilized the entire space, extinguishing all energy within it. All of Fitzroy's sword beams dispersed, none capable of threatening Jaden. Damn! Fitzroy let out an unwilling roar, disregarding his techniques and relying on the armor's defense to fight Jaden to the death. It should end now. Jaden's gaze was indifferent. Controlling his true self, he slashed again with the spatial lock, severing Heaven Saber, trapping Fitzroy within the space formed by the blade's light. Meanwhile, the other 2 clones replicated the same motion, raising their sabers high with terrifying power gathering before they slashed down fiercely. Sky-cleaving blade draw. Chapter 293. All misunderstandings. Although the offensives of the 2 doppelgangers were not as powerful as those of the true body, the advantage was that the true body would not feel weak. This was another benefit Jaden discovered after obtaining the true shadow celestial pearl. As long as it wasn't a near-powerful enemy, using the doppelganger to perform the draw sword and slash heaven technique was perfect and wouldn't waste the main body's usage times. In an instant, 2 tens of meters long beams of sword light cleaved down, making the entire space tremble violently, shaking heaven and earth. No. Amon, trapped within the sword light space, had nowhere to go, with a sense of impending death overwhelming his heart. He could only do his best to resist. Crack. One strike shattered Iman's armor into pieces. Spurt. Another strike split Iman into 2 halves, blood splattering everywhere. Looking at the fallen Iman, Jaden stood with a blank expression, coldly eyeing the crowd of Xunyang Academy students. Although the doppelgangers had dissipated, the pressure Jaden exuded still terrified the students, causing them to unconsciously take a few steps back. Iman, ranked 89th on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst, died just like that. Did this mean Jaden also had the potential to make it onto the Hidden Dragon Cornelst? The students couldn't help but draw this conclusion. Despite recognizing that Jaden relied on external forces, the Hidden Dragon Cornelst only ranked based on combat power. Indeed, Jaden possessed the ability to be listed. They couldn't believe that someone who had never appeared in the capital before could actually make it onto the list, especially since this person was only at the Moonwell realm, knowing that the lowest cultivation level on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst was Blue Amaln realm. Thinking of this, the students couldn't help but draw a cold breath, finding Jaden even more formidable. All misunderstandings. I'm not familiar with Amon. A student sensing Jaden's vague, killing intent hurriedly distanced himself from the association. Some students spat lightly but followed along verbally. Fosters misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. That's right. If it weren't for our schoolmate's sentiments, we wouldn't have helped Iman earlier. That person is truly despicable. Several students agreed passionately, echoing this sentiment. Among them were those from the Hidden Dragon Cornelst, but their ranks were below Iman's. How could they deal with Jaden? At this moment, the proud academy students could only concede. Otherwise, they might risk their lives. Jaden looked at these students and then retracted his killing intent, indicating he didn't plan to hold it against them. As long as they didn't provoke him, he generally wouldn't kill. While some people might become indiscriminately murderous, Jaden was very principled and only killed those who deserved it. The students secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad for their earlier actions, almost being misled by Iman's mischief. Some students already didn't know how many times they cursed internally, even though Iman was dead. TSK, TSK, TSK. Taj walked over, remarking, I can't believe you managed to make the normally arrogant academy students bow their heads. We haven't even reached the capital yet. Once you enter Xunyang Academy, you'll likely be envied, Taj teased. Jaden rolled his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and raised his mystic force barrier. He guessed that the hurricane wind should be coming soon, so he needed to be cautious. Amar enough, the hurricane wind attacked again. Jaden quickly defended, then continued advancing towards the mud pit area with Taj and Noemi. Half a moment later, the hurricane stopped. Another half a moment later, it started again. This repetition continued for half an hour. This wind seems quite rhythmic. Jaden rubbed his chin, sending telepathy to Taj. Right, but its strength varies, not to be taken lightly, Taj nodded. Did you notice that the mud pit appears to reveal a crack each time the hurricane starts? Getting closer, Jaden noticed this peculiarity. Do you mean that's where the breakthrough lies? Taj pondered. Staying here isn't working. It might be worth trying, Jaden nodded. Good. Let's all attack together when the hurricane starts. Taj agreed and explained the plan to Noemi. Then, the three sped up while the hurricane paused. What are they doing? One Xunyang disciple wondered. Let's follow and see. The students followed suit. Whoosh. The hurricane rose again, and Jaden and company were already near the mud pit, indeed seeing a narrow crack. Attack! Jaden shouted, striking first with a blade swing, the momentum slamming into the crack. Simultaneously, Taj and Noemi launched their attacks. Bang! Almost at the same time, the three strikes landed on the crack, producing a deafening roar. A strange scene unfolded. The mud pit started undulating, like water flowing through mud. And the crack seemed to undulate too, revealing an opening. Go! Jaden's eyes lit up, decisively breaking through. Taj and Noemi followed without hesitation. When the three vanished, the mud pit returned to calm, leaving everyone regretful they hadn't thought to open the exit this way. Now they could only wait until the next hurricane and try again. We'll get as many as possible this time, said a disciple now leading after Iman's death, ranked 93rd on the hidden dragon cornels. The crack closed too fast for everyone to enter at once. The academy students nodded, dividing into groups. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one chance per attempt, so let us go first. A loose cultivator dressed in a large red robe approached the academy students. Behind him, a group of loose cultivators formed an alliance. Scram! The academy students dismissed them rudely, tired of taking slights even from these loose cultivators. The disciples of Xunyang Academy are truly arrogant. We wonder about their prowess. The lead loose cultivator sneered coldly. Earlier they enjoyed watching, but now that it involved their interests, they wouldn't back down easily. No one knew if this strange space might suddenly present dangers, so entering the next place sooner was better. The loose cultivators held this mindset, forming a considerable force together. Amaldonly, the hurricane arose, and academy students fought fiercely with the loose cultivators, vying for the right to proceed. Above was chaos, while below, Jaden and company faced trouble. Foreign races. Jaden saw six figures upon landing, unexpectedly reaching the foreign race's stronghold. Chapter 294, Hiding Place. The 6th 7th Seal aliens showed expressions of surprise when they saw someone coming down. When they recognized the cultivator from the profound mystic, a cold sneer appeared on their faces. Jaden frowned slightly. These aliens seemed surprised by the arrival of their trio. Taj whispered, I just surveyed the area. There's no other way out here. It feels like we've reached a dead end. Jaden nodded. I have that feeling too. Could it be that this isn't a place with treasures, but rather a hiding place for the aliens? Taj was taken aback. You think someone deliberately spread rumors to lead cultivators here? It's not impossible, Jaden replied. How did you get the information in the imperial capital? The news spread among the disciples of the profound mystic academy. The source is unclear, but most people know about it. Just very few people came here. Taj paused and added, as for where the wandering cultivators got the news, I don't know. Jaden sighed. In that case, we might have stumbled into a trap set by someone. Taj frowned. Using others as pawns? Driving a wedge between enemies? Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Jaden shrugged. Having gone through the succession struggle in the capital, he had become more philosophical about such matters. However, he now aimed to take control rather than let others manipulate him. Facing them, the leader of the aliens thought the trio's silence indicated fear and smirked coldly. Tell us who sent you, and perhaps we'll let you die with dignity. Hearing this, Jaden became even more convinced of his suspicions. He said coolly, there are people in the imperial capital who want to kill you. The 6 aliens were startled. One of them couldn't help asking, Virgil, have we been exposed? Shut up. Virgil snapped, clearly more cautious. Who? Speak. Seems there are hidden currents in the imperial capital as well. Jaden thought bitterly. If true, he would need to act wisely to gain the upper hand and avoid falling into another trap. He continued calmly, naturally, it's the mortal enemy of your collaborators. Based on past experiences, Jaden surmised that the aliens didn't dare launch a large-scale attack on Profound Mystic yet, possibly due to some restrictions. These constraints made them find powerful and reputable collaborators to consolidate power and control Profound Mystic through them. For instance, the deceased Hillary was one such collaborator. Indeed, when Jaden spoke, Virgil's expression subtly changed, which Jaden caught perfectly. Humph, the treacherous hearts of the aliens never change. Jaden thought coldly, guessing that the aliens might be working in batches to seek different collaborators. Virgil coldly demanded, speak the name of your collaborator, and I will spare your life. Unbeknownst to Taj, Jaden had learned from past mistakes and grown from them. He replied slowly, no need for that. Then he struck without warning, thunderous and forceful. His fist, like a tidal wave, made the entire space seem to go silent as he unleashed the desolate god fist. Virgil's pupils constricted. Hastily raising his hand to block, he was blasted back. Boom. Crack. Virgil was thrown away, his arm broken and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jaden had killed 7 seal aliens before and knew exactly how to handle them. Damn it. Virgil's companions recovered from their shock. They hadn't expected a cultivator to strike first against them. What incredible audacity. Kill. The 5 remaining aliens charged at Jaden and his team with murderous intent. Qingshu, could you give a heads up next time? Kind of scary, Taj said, though he swiftly blocked the alien attacks, revealing a touch of displeasure. Jaden fended off an alien with another punch and chuckled, chatting before fighting. Only fools do that. Smart ones strike first, catching them off guard. With that, Jaden slashed with his saber, forcing one alien to retreat hurriedly, summoning Grey Chi to defend himself. Shinga, you're quite formidable. Taj gritted his teeth, unleashing his full strength to battle 2 aliens. Amalgam Leah engaged another alien with agility, handling the situation effortlessly. Jaden took on 3 aliens alone, as planned earlier. Each encounter with aliens stirred deep-seated killing intent within him, which intensified as his cultivation improved, enhancing his combat prowess and bringing new insights. For now, this killing intent seemed beneficial, so Jaden didn't delve into it deeply. Meanwhile, the strongest of the aliens, Virgil, reconnected his severed arm and approached with a cold gaze. I remember, your coils report to our clan, the troublemaker Jaden. Virgil raised his staff, conjuring a Grey Chi dragon to attack. Thanks for your recognition. I'll ensure many of your kin join you, Jaden sneered, including you. He was no longer surprised that the aliens knew him. Being identified several times had made him accustomed to it. Kill. With boundless killing intent, Jaden launched his attack on the 3 aliens. This guy is getting stronger and scarier. Taj marveled, barely holding his ground against 2 aliens, while Jaden dominated with sheer presence. Slaughter aura. Jaden roared, blood-red light filling the air as his blade attacked all 3 aliens simultaneously. Darn it. Virgil never expected Jaden to be so formidable, whose methods rendered him almost powerless. The clan's intelligence must be wrong. Coil deserved death. Boom. Blood-red sword light sliced through, dispersing Virgil and his companions' Grey Chi dragons, forcing them to stagger back. One slash forced all 3 of them back. Virgil's face darkened. This Kevin is only in the Moonwheel realm. What is he? Aliens die. Jaden's killing intent sword, seemingly blocking out the sky. The temperature in the space seemed to rise. Breakthrough aura. Desolate god fist. Jaden combined fist and blade, energy cascading like waterfalls, shaking the entire space. Gather all your strength and hold them back. Virgil barked, signaling his 2 companions to join him. Chapter 295, Stone Beast. The trio led by Adam unleashed over a dozen long streams of gray energy to counter Gerhard's assault. Rumble. The intense collision left an incessant reverberation echoing through the space, causing ripples that lasted for what seemed like an eternity. Cough. Adam spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Unbelievable. They were injured despite their combined efforts. His 2 companions fared even worse. One had an arm shattered, and the other's chest bore a gaping bloody hole, teetering on the brink of death. Skylocking heaven a malpressing blade. Gerhard's expression was cold and indifferent as he released another wave of killing intent, ready to strike once more. This time, he aimed to sever the heads of these 3 aliens in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm space began to tremble again, emitting a buzzing sound. As Gerhard's blade descended, Adam was horrified to find that the space around them was sealed off. The terrifying spatial fluctuations transformed into endless beams of light from the blade, cutting towards them with lethal force. Virgil, if we keep hiding, we'll die, his armless companion cried out in panic. Adam gritted his teeth and abruptly produced a stone bead. He shouted, activate. A bizarre scene unfolded. Adam and his companions vanished into thin air, as did the aliens who were battling with Taj and others. Boom. Although Gerhard's attack missed its mark, it still caused the surrounding space to collapse. Had Adam and his team remained within that area, they would have been decapitated instantly. What is happening? Gerhard frowned. Their disappearance was too sudden, too strange for him to react in time. A spatial technique? Gerhard could only think of something similar to a spatial scroll that might enable people to leave under such circumstances. Just as he pondered, a violent tremor hit him, followed by a horrifying suction force that immobilized him. Be cautious, Gerhard shouted, warning Taj and Leona, struggling fiercely to break free from the control. To his horror, no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. The suction force was too powerful. Instantly, a massive fissure opened beneath him. Thud. Gerhard was sucked inside without any resistance, vanishing from sight. Taj and Leona met the same fate, unable to resist in the slightest. Similarly, the Xunyang Academy disciples and numerous freelance cultivators fighting above were also pulled down into the huge chasm. After a brief dizziness, Gerhard landed hard on the ground. Unable to pause, Gerhard bit his tongue sharply to clear his mind and sprang up immediately. What is this? Gerhard discovered, much to his surprise, that he had somehow returned to the small town. He gazed at the cracks in the streets, confirming that everything wasn't just an illusion. Thud. Thud. Taj and Leona also dropped down, crashing onto the ground. Gerhard saw clearly that they had been expelled from the cracks. Were we ejected? Gerhard mused. From the looks of it, they were forcibly sent out of that space. Recalling the stone bead in Adam's hand, he suspected it was responsible. But if so, where were the aliens? Similar thoughts occurred as the Xunyang Academy disciples and freelance cultivators also returned to the small town. Caught off guard, they crashed to the ground, eliciting cries of distress. Thankfully, All were strong cultivators who quickly recovered and started observing their surroundings. Where's the treasure? Where are the opportunities? Upon regaining their senses, the crowd expressed shock and disappointment. It turned out that their lives had nearly been risked for nothing. Rumble. Just as everyone sighed in frustration, the ground suddenly shook violently, nearly toppling them off balance. There's something wrong. Be careful. Gerhard soared into the air, scrutinizing the ground closely, not missing a single detail. If the aliens emerged now, he would strike without hesitation. Others also rose into the sky, watching the scene warily. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling grew louder, cracking the entire town and causing houses to collapse. Next, amidst the crowd's stunned gaze, a colossal stone head erupted from the ground. No, it was a stone-made head. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. Gerhard instinctively gripped his void-shattering blade, sensing that it might be formidable. Click, click, click. The ground cracked further as two enormous stone arms emerged, pushing against the surface. Roar. With a thunderous roar, a massive stone beast, spanning half a city and measuring dozens of yards long, leaped out of the ground. Thud. The stone beast's footfalls created deep indentations, affecting even the upper space with lingering aftereffects. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such an unusual creature. A ferocious beast made entirely of stone? But judging by its aura, it was undoubtedly a high-level spirit beast, equivalent to a near-emperor-level cultivator. Alien presence. Gerhard felt the most sensitive among the cultivators, detecting the origin of the stone beast. Amalra enough, upon closer inspection, he saw Adam and 5 others sitting atop the vast shoulders of the stone beast. Adam held the stone bead, his expression icy. Can he control this stone beast? Gerhard instantly realized, some ideas flashing through his mind. The aliens had hidden within the stone beast, leading these cultivators here. Were they trying to force the aliens out, or did they have another motive? Thinking of the dead in the town, he feared that if this stone beast weren't dealt with, the aliens might use it to harm more cities. Hiding inside the stone beast, exploiting the Yuxian people for cultivation, the aliens truly deserve to die. Gerhard's eyes glinted coldly, burning with murderous intent, wishing he could kill Adam and the others immediately. But he held back for now. The stone beast's power was surely formidable and needed to be approached cautiously. Adam and company might have chosen to reveal the stone beast only under duress to save their lives, otherwise they could have stayed hidden. Do you think we were inside the stone beast earlier? Taj gulped. Most likely. Gerhard suddenly recalled the countless stone pillars, guessing they must be the stone beast's ribs, and those undulating winds now seemed like the stone beast's breathing. Grr. Taj felt a wave of nausea. That poisonous gas probably came from the stone beast's breath, and we entered through its mouth initially? Gerhard's face twitched. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was highly probable. They had entered through the stone beast's mouth into its chest cavity. It farted us out? Taj's face turned green. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Leona glared angrily. Roar. Seeming to respond to Taj's guess, the stone beast opened its massive mouth, exhaling a gust of air. Though invisible, everyone recognized it as the poisonous gas they had encountered earlier. The danger was immediate, and everyone hastily raised their mystic energy barriers. Chapter 296, Pipe Dream? With prior experience, though shocked by the poisonous gas, everyone did not appear overly panicked. It's the non-human tribes. The term Yizu directly translates to different races or alien races, but in fantasy contexts, it is often better rendered as non-human tribes or otherworldly races to fit the narrative style. Here, non-human tribes is used to maintain a natural and fluent read in English while accurately conveying the meaning. Finally, besides Jaden and his companions, other cultivators also noticed the anomaly. Upon hearing this, many people suddenly understood, indignant. Facing the non-human tribes, most Yuxian cultivators were willing to stand up and fight against them. At this moment, including the Yuxian Academy disciples, everyone started discussing countermeasures. Humph, a bunch of Yuxian ants, Adam sneered, holding a stone bead in his hand. Dashi, destroy them. Roar. The stone beast roared deafeningly, its massive body moving with surprising speed. Boom. The stone beast slapped down a palm, as if the entire space collapsed under its force, fierce winds howling through. Everyone scatter. Jaden yelled, his figure turning into light as he dodged the giant paw. Feeling the stone beast's might directly, Jaden realized that this creature's strength was nearly on par with the Grandmaster, and those present were only at the Amalnwheel realm. The gap was too vast for a direct confrontation. Previously gathered together, the cultivators immediately became flustered and quickly scattered, floating around the giant beast in various positions. You can't escape? Adam grinned wickedly. You'll all die. Whoosh whoosh. Amaldenly, the stone beast opened its mouth, and skeletal arms emerged, locking onto the cultivators' auras. Not good. This monstrous thing can use spells. Taj exclaimed. The cultivators looked grim. They had experienced the horror of the skeletal arms close-up before. Now, being targeted by it made their spirits tremble. Just then, as the skeletal arms flew out, a figure charged forward. Divine wave technique. Jaden roared, terrifying sound waves sweeping out, momentarily freezing the skeletal arms mid-air. Immediately after, the cultivators felt the locked aura dissipate, freeing them. Well done. The cultivators rejoiced. This Kevin had saved them with powerful divine techniques. Great opportunity. The cultivators responded promptly, needing no further orders, swiftly attacking the skeletal arms. Ultimately, as long as they avoided the terrifying lock-on of the skeletal arms, dealing with them wasn't difficult. Having faced this method twice, the cultivators now had a way to respond. Bang bang bang. Various attacks pierced the sky, striking the skeletal arms. Being mere objects without the advantage of lock-on, the skeletal arms crumbled into pieces within moments. Damn Jaden. Adam seethed with rage. It was this person again, repeatedly ruining his plans. Thinking this, Adam controlled the stone beast to specifically target Jaden. Roar! Terror-inducing gale force winds were unleashed from the stone beast, directly enveloping Jaden. Meanwhile, two enormous stone arms clenched fists and smashed down. Jaden's pupils contracted. He dared not resist and instantly used the blood break divine technique to enhance his speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. As he dodged, Jaden thought rapidly about how to deal with the stone beast. At that moment, he saw Adam's stone bead glowing stronger, intensifying the stone beast's attacks. Perhaps I can try. His eyes gleamed, then he shouted, "Everyone, please give me a hand. I might be able to repel this stone beast." The others were taken aback, but nodded once they recognized the man who had saved them earlier. Seemingly facing the non-human tribes united them, choosing temporary cooperation. Seeing this, Jaden nodded slightly, taking the lead without hesitation. His target wasn't the stone beast but Adam and others on the beast's shoulder. Humph! Overestimating yourself? Seeing this, Adam smirked coldly, rotating the stone bead and making the stone beast strike down towards Jaden. However, dozens of attacks hit the stone beast, staggering it. The stone arm grazed Jaden without causing harm, giving him an opportunity to increase his speed even more. In a blink, Jaden reached the stone beast's chest level, just 2 breaths away from its shoulder. Pipe dream. Adam saw Jaden's intent and wouldn't let him succeed. Protect. Emboldenedly, Adam intoned a mystic word. A brilliant gray light emanated from the stone beast's body, pushing Jaden back. Jaden plummeted significantly, leaving the cultivators anxious. Everyone, keep attacking. All together. Taj called out, impressing Jaden with his leadership during this critical time. The cultivators didn't hesitate, launching another wave of attacks. Biting his teeth, Jaden tried the blood break divine technique again. Unexpectedly, his figure penetrated the gray barrier surrounding the stone beast, entering its interior. Ecstatic, Jaden realized this gray light was merely another form of protection. Good. Outside, Taj clapped, redoubling his attacks to interfere with the stone beast's movements. This can't be. Inside the gray barrier, Adam and the 5 non-humans were stunned as Jaden easily penetrated the barrier. This was the stone beast's ultimate defense, supposedly unbreakable even by grandmasters. Fostered, Jaden had effortlessly penetrated it, disbelief etching their faces. Adam, prepare to meet your fate. Taking advantage of their shock, Jaden leaped to the stone beast's shoulder height without delay. He attacked with both fists and blades, releasing terrifying energy toward the non-humans. Startled, Adam and others rose to defend themselves. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the stone beast's shoulder, causing the gray barrier to fluctuate. Adam's face turned pale. He hadn't expected things to unfold like this. Once the stone beast activated its barrier, it created a self-contained space protecting them unless destroyed from the outside. But the drawback was obvious. The stone beast couldn't defend internally. Never before had this gone wrong, except for Jaden, who managed to penetrate the barrier and threaten them. Altogether, kill him. Despite his shock, Adam quickly adjusted and issued orders. They outnumbered Jaden 6-1, so victory was certain, settling previous scores. As for the outsiders, they posed little threat, left for the stone beast to handle. Grinning wickedly, Adam raised his staff and urged his companions forward. Emboldenedly, gray mist filled the space, terrifying power surging. Kill. Jaden showed no fear, his killing intent reaching its peak. Chapter 297, still growing stronger. Boom. Jaden was at a disadvantage in his first clash with the 6 aliens, being forced to retreat several steps. Serves him right. Adam secretly gloated. A Lunwheel realm practitioner dared to barge in alone, whose courage emboldened him. To Adam's disappointment, despite this dire situation, he saw no trace of fear in Jaden's eyes. Instead, his calm lake-like eyes radiated brilliant light. Without hesitation, Jaden merged with the true shadow Heavenly Pearl, and 2 avatars appeared beside him. Facing 6 7 seal aliens, he couldn't afford overconfidence even with boosted killing intent. What is this technique? Adam paused, momentarily unable to tell which of the 3 Jaden was real. Die. Using 3 minds as one, the 2 avatars attacked 3 aliens directly, while his original body confronted Adam and the other 2. Quickly destroy his avatars. Only then did Adam differentiate them. The avatars were weaker after they attacked. Slaughter aura. Jaden took the initiative, slicing with the void-shattering blade, sending a terrifying blood-red arc towards Adam and his team. Wasteland fist. Simultaneously, his left fist punched out, spreading an annihilating aura across space. Irresistible. Go. Adam and his 2 companions unleashed gray-bladed daggers that collided with Jaden's attack. Boom boom boom. Deafening sounds erupted from all directions, chaotic energy surging in the small space, causing aftershocks. This time, Jaden's original form fought evenly with Adam's trio, as did the 2 avatars. Damn it, lock him down. Feeling the situation spiraling out of control, Adam called for another joint attack. 3 scepters pointed into the space, and numerous gray chains appeared from nowhere, attempting to immobilize Jaden from different angles. Jaden's gaze sharpened, and he transformed into a shadow, swiftly weaving through space, while slashing with the void-shattering blade. Lock space. The 3 tried to trap him. Impossible. A terrifying spatial wave swept outward from the void-shattering blade, forming a confinement field around Jaden. The gray chains couldn't touch his body. As the containment field expanded, it severed the gray chains, rendering them powerless within moments. Seeing this, a hint of fear flickered in Adam's eyes. Jaden seemed naturally capable of countering their alien powers, leaving them without options. He realized that no matter how many times they clashed, Jaden wasn't affected by the gray mist's mental interference. An ordinary Aaliyah practitioner would have lost their mind under constant gray mist assault, falling to Adam's blade. This Herschel cannot be allowed to live. Adam's eyes revealed fierce determination. He now understood why the clan had singled out this Kevin's information, giving him a status higher than some regeneration practitioners on the Alia continent. Indeed, once Jaden matured, he would become their #1 enemy. Do not hold back. Exhaust all our energy if necessary to slay him. Coil instructed his 2 comrades. On the Alia continent, recharging their gray energy was inconvenient, so they usually didn't use it all. But now they had no choice. At that moment, a cry rang out, making Adam turn abruptly. Jaden's 2 avatars, acting with remarkable coordination, had just slain one of his comrades. Avatars this powerful? Damned! Adam felt growing anxiety. None of the 3 could match the avatars, let alone the already injured 2 remaining. The tide was turning against them, reinforcing Adam's resolve. Attack! Adam roared, with gray mist enveloping him more fiercely than ever before. His 2 comrades also intensified their efforts, determined to end this battle. Jaden remained composed, fully prepared, with his killing intent reaching its peak. He still needed more power. He didn't hesitate, pulling out the vow-clear divine wood from his spirit ring and merging with it instantly. His aura surged further, causing a windstorm around him. Adam's eyes widened. He can still grow stronger? But with no choice, Adam dismissed his thoughts and unleashed all his power. 2 companions joined him, their combined energies forming an immense gray dragon in the air. The gray dragon descended, jaws wide, aiming to devour Jaden's head with devastating force. Instead of retreating, Jaden advanced, unleashing all his killing intent. His void-shattering blade lifted, releasing blinding light from his eyes, a formidable blade beam rapidly forming. Severing aura. Jaden's combat state peaked unprecedentedly, his momentum soaring skyward, clashing with the gray dragon. Boom! Tremendous energy fluctuations nearly shattered the stone beast-created space, the heat evaporating the air. Both sides momentarily halted. Cough, cough. Adam and his comrades spat blood, anxiously glancing at Jaden. Shock spread across Adam's eyes. Their intense clash only caused Jaden minor injuries. Amaldonly, Adam's throat tightened. They could only sustain one last attempt. If they didn't eliminate Jaden soon, they'd perish instead. No point holding back anymore. We must take this gamble. With a steeled heart, Adam decided to go all in, instructing his 2 comrades for one final attempt. Pooh-pooh. At that moment, 2 crisp sounds rang out, changing Adam's expression drastically. The injured 2 comrades were gone. Jaden's willpower returned his avatars to confront Adam's trio. At this point, there should be no doubt, as he still held unplayed cards. Die! Adam's face twisted with ferocity, having no retreat. He and his comrades launched their final, even larger gray dragon. Draw sword and slash heaven technique. Jaden's expression remained unperturbed, his avatars simultaneously slashing. Instantly, 2 dazzling blade beams cleaved through the gray dragon. Boom. Chapter 298, Mystic Tower. When the blade light dispersed the gray gas dragon, its power instantly fell upon Adam and his group. Thud. Adam and his 2 companions died on the spot, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Jaden exhaled a long breath. This battle was tough. If not for his multitude of skills and the hatred towards the alien race, victory wouldn't have been easy. He retracted the 2 avatar forms, retrieved the True Shadow Celestial Pearl and the Fubo Divine Wood, and carefully stored these 2 mystic treasures. Then, his gaze fell on the stone bead that had fallen from midair, seizing it in one motion. Upon closer inspection, the stone bead lost its luster without alien control, becoming dim and dull. Snap! The stone bead exploded in front of him, turning into powder. Jaden was taken aback. It seemed he couldn't control the stone beast. The aliens must have tampered with it to prevent any Yuxian cultivators from succeeding. Roar! At this moment, Jaden heard the stone beast's mournful roar. In the blink of an eye, the gray light around him dissipated, and he returned to the small town. Boom! 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 With the loss of alien control, the stone beast also lost its combat ability, retreating step by step before crashing to the ground and transforming into large rocks, no longer posing any threat. Jaden stroked his chin, sensing another tactic used by the aliens. These stone beasts controlled by stone beads might be encountered again in the future. The cultivators sighed in relief and looked at the Herschel who had saved them with expressions of surprise. Jaden paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd. He still held a mystic ring in his hand, taken from Adam after slaying him. Among the 6 aliens, only Adam wore a mystic ring, which was somewhat abnormal. The imprint on the mystic ring vanished automatically upon Adam's death, allowing Jaden's will to easily enter it. What surprised Jaden was that apart from a square token, there was nothing else inside. A token, yet preserved in a precious mystic ring. There must be something extraordinary about it, Jaden pondered. However, what was peculiar was that the token was completely blank, devoid of patterns or inscriptions. I'll keep it for now. Might come in handy later. After much deliberation, Jaden couldn't figure out its purpose, so he decided to put the token into his own mystic ring first. Some cultivators came over to thank him. Jaden exchanged pleasantries with them, acknowledging their thanks. Without obtaining the treasure, the wandering cultivators chose to leave. The disciples of the Yuxian Academy did not approach, but all gave Jaden a deep look before heading towards the imperial capital. When they return, your name will likely spread throughout the academy. Good show, Taj smiled. But you need to be cautious of the retaliation from the Zhua family. Jaden shrugged, showing indifference. Moreover, he wanted more people to pay attention to him, so he let those academy disciples go freely. He believed that being in the spotlight in the capital could help conceal Patty in the shadows. Jaden said, "Isn't the Yuxian Academy's admission period over?" Taj nodded. "Fosters, next year is the next recruitment period. However, there's another way if you want to join the academy." "Oh." Jaden's eyes lit up. "Climb the Mystic Tower." Taj affirmed. "Mystic Tower?" Jaden showed interest. "Correct. The Yuxian Academy has an ancient black tower, rumored to be the foundation upon which the academy was built." Taj paused, The Mystic Tower has 9 floors. Anyone who can reach the 5th floor will be exceptionally accepted by the Academy. In recent years, countless people have tried to climb the Mystic Tower, but few have succeeded, proving how difficult it is, Taj sighed. You're an Academy disciple and haven't gone up to see? Jaden asked curiously. To climb the Mystic Tower, Academy disciples need sufficient contribution points, and I don't have enough. Taj explained. Only those who didn't participate in the recruitment get one free entry. But the price is brutal. If one doesn't make it past the 5th floor, they are directly eliminated by the Mystic Tower. Jaden was stunned. So dangerous. Taj nodded. It seems the Mystic Tower is particularly unfriendly to outsiders. For Academy disciples entering with contribution points, there's some protection, ensuring no life-threatening danger. I see. Jaden thought deeply. It appeared that the Mystic Tower was a sentient entity with autonomous judgment. Let's head to the capital. Jaden's resolve was firm. He was determined to challenge the Mystic Tower. If successful, he would surely attract a lot of attention, giving him the upper hand. As for life and death, Jaden didn't consider it. Once a blade cultivator makes a decision, there's only moving forward. Seeing Jaden's resolve, Taj knew he couldn't stop him. Besides, he had confidence in Jaden, who always exceeded expectations. That's the Mystic Tower. Countless old monsters in the Academy would be watching closely. Once Jaden succeeds, everyone would vie for him, and Taj would benefit too. Thinking of gaining the patronage of such reeds, he chuckled inwardly, realizing he could then stride confidently within the Academy. I feel like you have ulterior motives, Catherine said suspiciously beside him. How could I? Taj quickly regained his composure and replied seriously, this is my confidence in Brother Qing Shu. Don't tell me you lack faith in him? Catherine curled her lips, gazing at the back figure ahead and murmured, he won't fail. Taj turned pale, thinking darkly, damn, my servant is running away. A day later, Jaden arrived at the imperial capital. The prosperity of the imperial capital was indeed incomparable to the capital of Wangdu, presenting an impressive scene. Most notably, the concentration of heavenly mystic qi here was 5 times that of Shizhou's capital, making cultivation here 5 times faster. Jaden's eyes gleamed. Here, he could grow faster. He always remembered what the Khan told him. Time was running out. Can't miss such a great opportunity. I must enhance my strength as soon as possible. Jaden clenched his fists, listening as Taj introduced him to the surroundings before heading straight to the Yuxian Academy. Located at the heart of the capital, even more central than the Qin Dynasty Palace, it symbolized its importance. Standing at the entrance of the Yuxian Academy, Jaden could see its vast area, roughly 5 times larger than the Xingxin Academy, indicating a greater capacity. The Academy's first impression wasn't grandeur but rather a sense of ancient simplicity and mystery. In Taj's words, it was the taste of history. Jaden agreed. Through the open gates, he could vaguely see some elegant and exquisite pavilions. Behind the towering walls stood a high-reaching black tower. His next target, the Mystic Tower. Chapter 299, Striking the Stone Drum. To climb the mystical tower, you need to pass a simple test, Taj reminded at the right moment. What kind of test? Jaden asked with a smile. After entering the academy, there's a stone drum in the plaza. You just need to sound it to gain eligibility, Taj explained. This was placed here later by the academy as a form of selection, to discourage those who are merely curious and lack real ability. Jaden nodded and then stepped through the gate of Yuxian Academy, only to be greeted by an expansive plaza. The stone drum stood right in the center of the plaza, about 10 feet high, radiating an ancient aura. The plaza of Yuxian Academy did not restrict outsiders from entering, but to access the inner courtyard, one had to possess a student token. At that moment, hundreds of people were watching the stone drum on the plaza, all seemingly eager to try their luck. You can take your time observing first, Taj suggested. Jaden nodded, his eyes filled with interest. Amaldenly, a Kevin couldn't contain himself and approached, striking the stone drum with a powerful punch. Nothing happened. Not even a muffled sound emerged. The Kevin blushed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and retreated. The stone drum either doesn't respond at all or produces an earth-shattering sound. Taj laughed. If you can sound it, it will surely cause a big stir. Hearing this, Jaden's eyes flashed with excitement, growing more anticipatory. Next, Aliv stepped forward, exclaiming softly as she thrust a slender sword with considerable power. Jaden noticed that she utilized a second-layer sword intent. However, like the Kevin, the stone drum remained silent and unmoved. Aliv looked disappointed, realizing she would have to wait for next year's public enrollment if she wanted to enter the academy, which would be relatively easier. It seems to be a test of attack intensity, Jaden muttered. That's correct. The stone drum has its own rules. If your attack power is sufficiently strong within your current realm, you can sound it, Taj replied. Jaden calmed himself and continued watching others attempt it. After half an hour, not a single person out of the hundreds managed to sound the stone drum. Even those skilled enough to grasp third-layer sword intent failed to move the drum, highlighting its difficulty. If just sounding a stone drum was this hard, climbing the mystical tower would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Jaden put aside any underestimation and took it seriously. Looks like at least reaching self-epiphany is required, he thought after careful observation. It's your turn, Taj urged, unable to wait to see Jaden sound the drum. Without hesitation, Jaden stepped forward, quickly reaching the stone drum. Those who were about to leave out of disappointment stopped to watch, thinking it wouldn't hurt to witness one last attempt. Jaden took a deep breath and slowly raised his fist. To ensure success, he decided to reveal just a hint of his boxing prowess. With his peak level strength, using just third-layer boxing intent, he estimated the attack intensity should suffice. Eyes sharp, Jaden struck the stone drum instantaneously. Boom! A deafening sound soared into the sky, echoing across the plaza endlessly. The noise seemed to pierce through space, spreading inward toward the academy. He actually succeeded? The crowd, initially just spectating, gasped in disbelief. Hundreds had failed, yet this Kevin managed to do it. Who is he? Curiosity flared in everyone's minds. Simultaneously, countless figures from the inner courtyard of Xunyang Academy rose into the sky, flying towards the plaza. Hee, the fun begins, Taj said, unsurprised. He knew the disciples practicing could hardly contain their curiosity. Taj hadn't told Jaden that no one had sounded the drum in the past decade. Thus, any successful strike by Jaden would create quite a scene. The bigger the commotion, the more attention it would draw from the old monsters, aligning perfectly with Jaden's intentions. Jaden withdrew his hand, waiting for the arrival of the people. He smiled slightly, feeling his first step had been successful. In a blink, hundreds of young disciples descended upon the plaza, curiously sizing up Jaden. Is this the one who sounded the stone drum? Not bad looking, a girl giggled, covering her mouth. It's him, Jaden. Some of the students from the Absolute Hall appeared rather uncomfortable, surprised that Jaden had come to the academy so soon. He's Jaden? These remarks didn't escape certain ears. They'd heard he killed Fitzroy and Andy outside the academy. Seeing Jaden was only in the Moonwheel realm, many wore dubious expressions, questioning the reliability of the news. Others sneered, indifferent to the truthfulness of the message. No matter what, this orphan was certainly tied to Andy's death, having offended the Zhua family and still daring to show off. His days were likely numbered. Step aside. An Reedly voice boomed, and the crowd parted, forming a path. And Reed approached Jaden and said calmly, "You sounded the stone drum?" "Fosters, it was me," Jaden responded composedly. "This is the outer courtyard Vaughn of the academy, responsible for matters concerning the mystical tower," Taj whispered. The Reed asked, "Do you wish to climb the mystical tower?" "Of course," Jaden answered without hesitation. The Reed glanced deeply at Jaden before saying, "Follow me." Jaden stepped forward, with the onlookers trailing behind. How dare this orphan climb the mystical tower, risking his life? Just a Moonwheel realm practitioner, merely seeking attention. He'll likely be intimidated by the pressure at the base of the tower. Those friendly with Andy must be eager to mock him. Better if he dies inside, sparing us the trouble. Probably won't make it past the first level, huh? Ignoring the whispers around him, Jaden maintained a steady breath, impervious to external influences. What mattered most was emerging from the mystical tower. The Reed glanced back at Jaden, nodding inwardly. Amouch composure meant at least not making a fool of himself, as long as he knew when to quit, ensuring his safety. "We're here," the Reed said in a low tone. Jaden looked up, seeing the towering mystical tower resembling an ancient being, emanating a unique aura. "Go over there." The Reed gestured, signaling Jaden to stand before the tower. Jaden took a deep breath, gazing at the closed tower entrance, then stepped forward decisively. Instantly, a formidable pressure surged from the mystical tower, like a torrential flood. Chapter 300, passing 2 levels in Amok session. Unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure, Jaden stood steadfast, his demeanor calm and composed. The Reed's eyebrows furrowed slightly in surprise before he intoned, "Open the tower." The heavy stone door slowly creaked open with a dull rumble. "Brother Qingshu, if you can pass more levels, do so as there are tremendous rewards," Taj reminded telepathically, suddenly remembering this important detail. Jaden nodded slightly, and then stepped through the stone door without any hesitation. Thud. The stone door slammed shut behind him, plunging Jaden into endless darkness. He did not act rashly. Upon entering, he realized he had lost contact with his Xian ring. All the magical treasures and mystical artifacts inside were rendered unusable. Pondering silently, Jaden concluded that the Xian tower must be overcome solely through personal strength, without external aid. Just as he thought this, a faint voice echoed from the darkness. "Why do you cultivate?" Startled, Jaden could not determine the nature of the voice. It seemed both real and illusory. After some deliberation, he replied, "Cultivation is to safeguard the beliefs in my heart and protect those I wish to." The voice asked, "Does your cultivation serve no purpose for yourself?" Hearing this, Jaden subconsciously recalled his past experiences and answered, "Fosters, to become stronger." Pausing for emphasis, he countered, "Isn't this the most fundamental goal, one that needn't be mentioned? Discussing objectives detached from oneself is nothing but delusion." A brief silence ensued before the voice continued. "What if one day your beliefs collapse and you have no one left to protect? How will you continue cultivating?" Without hesitation, Jaden replied firmly, "There is no such what if." "Go to the next level," the voice responded. As it spoke, a staircase appeared before him. Jaden paused briefly, nodded, and ascended the steps. Outside, many people lingered at the entrance rather than leave after Jaden entered, waiting anxiously for results. Curiosity predominated among them, as few truly cared deeply about the outcome. Emboldenedly, everyone saw the first level of the Xian Tower light up, encircled by a halo of radiant light, like floating light bands. Is this already over? The speed is impressive. Just half an hour to pass the willpower test, proving his resolve is unshakable, a well-informed observer remarked. Not bad, quite a talent, someone added. People murmured in anticipation of further developments. Inside the tower, Jaden reached the second level, where a radiant bronze figure awaited, standing alone amidst the emptiness. Most critically, the moment he set foot on this level, his Xian energy felt sealed away, entirely unusable. It seemed that within the Xian Tower, a mysterious force dictated the rules. Without warning, the bronze figure attacked with formidable force. "It appears this level tests raw physical prowess," Jaden noted, focusing intensely. He took a step forward and punched out with a single fist. Bang! Both Jaden and the bronze figure were pushed back, equally matched. One more time. Eyes gleaming with excitement, Jaden found himself rarely facing such a formidable physical opponent, even if it was just a bronze figure. Even without Xian energy support, his power equaled that of a peak Moonwheel realm cultivator, thanks to his foreseal ancient immortal body. The bronze figure seemed tailor-made for him, its strength matching his own perfectly. Bang bang bang. In just a few breaths, Jaden and the bronze figure clashed over 10 times, still evenly matched. The bronze figure never suffered damage, striking with full power each time. Blood trickled from Jaden's flesh wounds, but he paid it no mind, growing increasingly exhilarated. He discovered that these collisions hinted at potential breakthroughs in his ancient immortal body. According to the ancient immortal indestructible art, advancement required collecting rare materials. Fostered within this Xian tower, such conditions seemed unnecessary. What kind of place is this, defying cultivation laws? Jaden marveled, though ultimately glad. He did not dwell on it, instead using the bronze figure to propel his progress through the second level. Come on. Hooking his finger toward the bronze figure, battle spirits surged within him. The figure, seemingly enraged, let out squeaks as it rushed forth with fiercer attacks. Great. Taking a firm stance, Jaden advanced, undeterred by the escalating power. A strong opponent meant greater chances of breakthrough. Why would he hesitate now? Boom. Even without Xian energy, the intense collision caused spatial tremors. Biting his lip, Jaden's skin split under the strain, blood seeping out. This guy's really tough. Ignoring his injuries, Jaden knew his regenerative abilities would sustain him for a while. Kill. This time, Jaden launched an attack, pure physical force causing waves of space distortion and immense sonic booms. Bang bang bang. Boom, boom, boom. After another half hour, they had fought over 100 rounds with no clear winner. The bronze figure remained unharmed, while Jaden's body was covered in lacerations from the forceful impacts. Fostered closer inspection revealed his eyes brightening progressively, and on his forehead, a new circular seal emerged, gradually solidifying. Finally, after a grueling minute-long exchange, Jaden landed a powerful blow, severing the bronze figure's head. The battle concluded. Simultaneously, 5 circular seals shone brightly on Jaden's forehead, exuding an ancient aura. Phew. Jaden exhaled deeply as his injuries rapidly healed. Feeling the immense surge of power, he estimated that his physical strength alone could now slay Green Amaln realm cultivators. 5 seal ancient immortal body. Indeed formidable. His physical prowess had once again surpassed his cultivation, taking a significant leap forward. Congratulations, you may proceed to the next level. From the ground, the severed head of the bronze figure spoke coldly. Another staircase appeared, opening the entrance to the third level. Jaden waited until his injuries fully recovered before stepping forward. Look, the second level has lit up. This kid has some talent. Humph, only the second level. It gets harder ahead. Soon you'll see his corpse floating out. Friend, I think you're jealous. Looking at your attire, you're from the Absolute Hall. No wonder you say that. I've got nothing against it. I support Jaden, this talented Herschel. Amidst the ongoing chatter outside, Jaden had already arrived at the third level, feeling his divine soul stirred by the surrounding atmosphere. Hashtag chapter 301. The divine soul and speed. This stage tests the divine soul? Jaden mused, beginning to understand the purpose of the Xian Tower assessment. Perhaps each person faced different powers upon entering, but only by breaking through under equal conditions could one possibly advance to the next stage. Jaden speculated as a series of divine soul storms swept toward him in the white space. Early Sea Realm. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it manifested according to his divine soul realm. With a thought, Jaden's divine soul also transformed into a storm, crashing against the white space. Pft, pft. A series of muffled sounds followed as the white space temporarily quieted down. Phew. But only an instant later, countless divine soul swords slashed towards him, still at the early Sea Realm power level. The corners of Jaden's mouth curled up. Fortunately, he had cultivated the divine soul manifestation sacred art, which allowed his divine soul to transform in myriad ways. Instantly, Jaden manipulated the divine soul power, making small divine soul daggers clash with the divine soul swords. Boom, boom, boom. Thanks to precise control, none of the white space's divine soul swords harmed Jaden. 2 forces erupted in a fierce storm from all directions, their intangible clash not inferior to previous physical impacts. Clang. Amaldenly, a huge divine soul hammer appeared in the white space, smashing toward Jaden. Break. A divine soul battle axe was manifested by Jaden, meeting it head-on. Boom. The 2 divine soul forces scattered again, evenly matched. It seems the Xian Tower can only discern my inherent divine soul strength, unaware that I can amplify it. Jaden chuckled. After 3 attacks, the Xian Tower kept releasing divine soul attacks at the early Sea Realm level. Clearly, it aimed to exhaust his divine soul strength and force him into a desperate situation. For ordinary cultivators, this stage might truly be a hurdle because advancing the divine soul realm was notoriously difficult. Jaden had lingered at the early Sea Realm for so long, just barely reaching the threshold for advancement. Even with the Ted Heaven observing technique, it would still take considerable time to achieve that step. This revealed the arduous nature of divine soul cultivation. Currently, Jaden could easily pass this stage by amplifying his divine soul using the divine soul manifestation sacred art, surpassing the early Sea Realm in no time. But he pondered if this opportunity could shorten his divine soul cultivation time and seize the breakthrough moment. However, if he failed, the consequences would be severe. Once the divine soul was exhausted, further amplification would be useless. By then, not only would he fail the stage, but he might be wiped out directly. After a moment's thought, Jaden clenched his teeth and decided to give it a try. In the capital city, he must quickly enhance his various abilities to cope with potential crises. Thus, even being inherently cautious, he felt an urge to gamble now. Time didn't allow him to grow slowly. Do or die. Jaden's gaze became resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. While these divine soul attacks drained his divine soul strength, they also strongly honed it. Each strike made him feel his divine soul growing stronger. Under such conditions, achieving a breakthrough was entirely possible, depending on one's willpower. And his current willpower was unshakable. Hiss! Another divine soul storm blew in, accompanied by blinding weapons, extremely sharp. Jaden did not retreat, retaliating with the same divine soul manifestation sacred art. Boom, boom, boom. The white space reverberated with thunderous roars as divine soul energy exploded within. Jaden blocked yet another wave. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Within 15 minutes, his divine soul strength neared its limit, almost completely depleted. Bite the bullet. Biting his lip, Jaden met the white space's next attack with all his remaining divine soul strength. Boom. Crack. The divine soul energy burst before him. Jaden paid no heed. Something seemed to crack open in his mind. The sound of the bottleneck shattering. Gulping, gulping, gulping. Instantly, Jaden's divine soul surged like waves, the previously consumed divine soul strength recovering at an alarming speed. It was a sign of realm advancement. In the blink of an eye, Jaden's divine soul fully recovered, radiating vigor. Mid-sea realm. Jaden smiled. He gambled and won. Leveraging the white space's training and pressure nearing his limits, he successfully shortened the time required to break through. This stage, too, was cleared. When Jaden crushed the white space's divine soul attack, a staircase appeared, which he immediately ascended. On the fourth layer, countless light blades floated around. These light blades seemed sentient. The moment Jaden stepped in, they uniformly targeted him. Shua, shua, shua. Without warning, numerous light blades attacked him. What startled Jaden was that the mysterious force of the Shin Tower restrained all his offensive methods. That meant he could only rely on his agility to evade the light blades. Each light blade seemed to possess green Amaln realm strength, targeting his current corporeal strength specifically. If hit by multiple blades, he might well end up here. For this stage, speed is key. Jaden instantly realized this, moving as a blur between the light blades. Moments later, he marveled inwardly. The chasing speed of these light blades matched his current maximum speed exactly, perfectly synchronized. Just from this point alone, the Xunyang Tower's mystique was evident. My current speed isn't enough to clear this stage. Given the number of light blades, over time, they would inevitably catch up and collectively slay him. Jaden considered that his current speed relied on the blood flash technique. Can I use blood break divinity? With a thought, Jaden urged his blood chi, turning into a blood-colored blur. It actually works. Jaden smiled faintly. With this technique, this stage presented no difficulty. Breaking the speed limit involved many factors and wasn't easy, but he resolved to pass using blood break divinity. Once the light blades could no longer keep pace with him, another staircase appeared out of nowhere. Jaden stepped onto it, entering the 5th layer. Hiss, he's already on the 5th layer. That means he can exceptionally enter the academy. Ha ha ha, people of the Amalprime Hall, are you worried? Amidst the crowd's chatter, someone sneered. Humph, just lucky. A disciple of the Amalprime Hall retorted, unwilling to concede. He still wants to go higher. This Hampton has big ambitions. I'm getting more and more excited. People's eyes gleamed as they watched the Shin Tower. Unknown to them, several reeds on distant inner courtyard mountains cast profound gazes toward this scene. Chapter 302, 2 more levels. On the 5th floor of the Mystic Tower, all that appeared before Jaden was a black shield. A voice echoed through the space. Break the shield to pass this level. Jaden nodded. Looks like this level tests attack power. From the previous level setups, it seemed that the Mystic Tower could even judge his mastery of the blade's momentum. But there were no blades for him to use here. Jaden called out loudly, "Can I borrow a blade?" The Mystic Tower had its own consciousness, and he believed this request would be granted. Amalra enough. A long saber suddenly materialized from the void, which Jaden caught steadily. The blade was an ordinary one, the poorest kind, a low-grade foster-low-rank mystic weapon. Clearly, the Mystic Tower did not want the challenger to rely on external objects. Jaden smiled. Having a blade was enough. He did not demand perfection. With a bright gleam in his eyes, Jaden raised and swung the blade fluidly. Brilliant saber light struck the shield, rippling continuously, but without harming it in the least. Indeed, he had just unleashed his current strongest attack, yet the shield remained unshaken. To get past this level, I must make a breakthrough in blade momentum, Jaden pondered. According to the Khan, blade momentum also had 3 stages: borrowing momentum, transforming momentum, and creating momentum. But he had only recently grasped borrowing momentum, and breaking through to transforming momentum was still far away. Jaden laughed helplessly. This method wouldn't work. However, he still had another way to force his way through without breaking through in blade momentum. The heaven-cleaving drawn blade technique. Thinking of this, Jaden did not hesitate, channeling all his mystic power and spirit soul into a single point. Shatter. In an instant, terrifying blade light slammed into the shield. Though this blade light was not as spectacular as when the sky-shattering blade was used, it should have been more than enough to break the shield. Crack. The shield shattered with a sound, breaking into several pieces. A staircase appeared, signifying that he had passed the 5th floor of the Mystic Tower. Jaden did not rush to go up, but decided to rest for a day before continuing. The weakness brought by the heaven-cleaving drawn blade technique needed to recover to prepare for the next challenge. Outside, someone exclaimed, "So fast to reach the 5th floor? I heard the attack intensity must far exceed one's cultivation to pass. If he keeps going, Philippe will really become famous in the academy." Hearing these comments, Taj chuckled and thought, "You know nothing about Carlo. Wait until he passes the 9th level." Members of the Amalprime Hall looked grim, and some quietly left, presumably to relay messages. A day later, as people gazed at the light emanating from the 5th floor, someone sneered, "It's been a whole day, and the 6th floor hasn't lit up yet. Didn't he die inside?" "You idiot, your stubborn remarks just show your ignorance," someone retorted. "He cleared 5 levels straight. Doesn't he need to rest? Why don't you say he's afraid and dares not go up?" "Exactly, his luck has run out. A bunch of short-sighted fools," Taj snickered inwardly. Inside the Mystic Tower, Jaden had fully recovered and stepped onto the 6th floor. This level was a gray, misty space where, at the end, sat a shadowy figure. The figure said, "Choose a mystical art and try to master it within a day. Defeat me to pass." As it spoke, dozens of light orbs appeared before Jaden. He sensed them briefly to understand their nature. Jaden's lips curled, testing insight. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed a light orb containing a blade technique mystic art ranked upper grade. This technique was named Crimson Bloodslaying Blade, similar in concept to the Luther's Slaughtering Momentum. Currently, its power surpassed Slaughtering Momentum because the latter was only up to its 7th form. Using insights from Slaughtering Momentum, Jaden believed he could fully master this mystic art within a day. When it came to insight, especially blade techniques, Jaden had incomparable confidence. The shadowy figure began comprehending the Crimson Blood-Slaying Blade, as well, clearly indicating that this level compared who could comprehend deeper. Jaden didn't waste time, sitting cross-legged and focusing entirely on understanding. His innate blade will spun wildly within him, aiding his faster comprehension of the blade technique. Time ticked by, and Jaden was completely immersed in the process. The shadowy figure across from him made no move, and the gray misty space was eerily quiet. After roughly half a day, Jaden's lips curled into a smile as he stood up, saying, "Done." The shadowy figure opened its eyes, revealing surprise, then nodded. "Let's begin." Immediately, the shadow lunged at Jaden, releasing blood-red blade light filled with infinite killing intent, seeming to melt the space. The shadow's comprehension speed was impressive, having understood more than half within half a day. But Jaden remained calm, exclaiming, "Crimson Blood-Slaying Blade." Instantly, a blade light even more terrifying than the shadows emerged, splitting through the air, dissolving the space in blood-red light, evaporating the atmosphere. Boom! The two blade lights collided violently, producing a huge burst of blood-red light illuminating the entire gray space. Crack! A final blood-red blade light slashed down, cleaving the shadow in two. "You have passed." The shadow spoke its last words and dissipated in the gray space. Jaden smiled. Passing this level was easier than expected, and he had earned an upper-grade mystic art for free, worth celebrating. Willpower, physical strength, spirit soul, speed, attack, and insight, all passed. What comes next? Jaden's eyes sparkled. Reaching here was already commendable, but he wasn't satisfied and anticipated the ultimate reward. The first 6 levels comprehensively tested cultivators, while the last 3 would likely enter real combat. With renewed determination, Jaden ascended the stairs to the 7th level. "Haha, this Philippe indeed passed the 6th floor. Whoever said others were lucky can stand out now. I'll laugh you to death," a hearty Kevin laughed. No one responded among the crowd. A Herschel with a sullen face felt his cheeks burn with shame, discreetly merging into the crowd and staying silent. "This Philippe is formidable. He'll surely appear on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst one day," someone sighed. "The old monsters probably can't sit still now. As long as he passes the 7th level, I bet someone will come down the mountain," Taj said confidently. More people gathered, hearing news of a new challenger clearing 6 floors of the Mystic Tower. The crowd showed great interest and stopped to watch. Among them, Aliv in a pale yellow dress overheard the discussion, smiling slightly, murmuring, "So, it's him." ##### Chapter 303, The Ultimate Boundary Battle. On the 7th level, Jaden ascended. Before him stood a shadowy figure, its face indistinct. The shadow wielded a long sword in hand, with its aura reined in but an unmistakable battle intent rising from it. Jaden's eyes narrowed as he sensed something familiar. Ultimate boundary. Indeed, the shadow exuded the same ultimate boundary aura as himself. This trial is a battle at the ultimate boundary. Jaden realized that if one had not comprehended the ultimate boundary, they would likely meet their end here. Well then, let's see whose ultimate boundary is stronger. Battle intent surged through Jaden's body. Since cultivating, he seemed to have never fought someone at the ultimate boundary. The only 2 ultimate boundary practitioners he knew were his master and senior sister. Now, this shadow was clearly at the ultimate boundary of the Moonwheel realm, undoubtedly a formidable opponent. "Kill." Jaden slashed out with a knife glow, using severing momentum, as he charged towards the shadow. The shadow also moved, sword light soaring to the heavens, clashing with the knife glow. Boom. Jaden and the shadow each retreated after the first clash, evenly matched. Sword momentum. Sync grade foundation. Jaden's eyes flashed with insight. This shadow truly condensed according to his strength, with abilities similar to his own. It appeared that to defeat the shadow, he would need to endure a bitter fight. If my ultimate boundary surpasses his, I will certainly win. Jaden understood the purpose of the mysterious tower now. It compared the strength of ultimate boundaries. He absolutely could not lose. If he couldn't even defeat a shadow, how could he uphold his beliefs? Soul Snuff momentum. Massacre momentum. Jaden's battle intent reached its peak as he launched 2 knife momentum attacks, covering the space in waves and bloodlight. The shadow did not yield either, slashing out countless dazzling sword beams to clash with Jaden's offensive. Rumble. Terrifying energy exploded, sending Jaden flying back. Steadying himself, Jaden wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The shadow was stronger than he had imagined, with equally formidable techniques. Looking closer, the shadow had been knocked back by the aftermath, swaying slightly. Jaden keenly observed that the shadow's form was becoming more ethereal, almost like it was dispersing. "That's interesting." Jaden smiled, sensing that this state of the shadow resembled a wounded cultivator. With this, his chances of victory increased significantly. As long as it wasn't invincible, there would be an opportunity. He was unafraid of matching techniques. Red blood carnage knife. Jaden roared, perfectly integrating the newly grasped knife technique with the knife momentum. Blood-colored knife light cut through the air, with terrifying killing intent crashing around. The shadow did not retreat either, unleashing an even more fierce sword beam, sweeping through space in a devastating manner, breaking through the barriers and charging forward. Boom! Energy erupted like a flood, creating waves in the space, with countless beams of light dancing around. Jaden quickly erected a mystic power barrier to defend against the aftershocks from the collision. The shaking lasted for about half a moment before settling down. Opposite him, the shadow grew even more ethereal. Jaden's lips curled up. He was certain he would win this round. His ultimate boundary was second to none. A strong confidence rose from within Jaden, and he raised his knife to deliver the decisive blow. Lock space, a malpress heaven knife. Circular space ripples bound the entire space, countless spatial blades emitting sharp knife lights that twisted towards the shadow. The shadow responded with an upper-grade skill, the sword light astonishing in its might, slicing through space with a whistling sound. Boom! The 7th level space seemed to crack but was repaired by a mysterious force. Finally, under the onslaught of the knife light, the shadow could no longer hold, dissipating into points of light in the space. Jaden took a deep breath as a voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations on passing this level. Do you wish to continue challenging, or leave the tower? Hearing this prompt, Jaden hesitated. It seemed that passing the 7th level meant he had gained true recognition from the mysterious tower, ensuring his safety unless he sought death. But Jaden deliberately chose the latter, uttering 2 words, challenge. Swish, swish. A staircase appeared in the void, opening the passage to the 8th level. After adjusting for a moment and restoring some mystic power, Jaden stepped forward. Hiss, he passed the 7th level. Outside, many people gasped simultaneously. If passing the first 5 levels sparked some interest, reaching the 7th level elicited shock and awe. They all knew that even in the Dark Mystic Academy, few could pass the 7th level. Those who did used to be top-ranking figures on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst, including the current top-ranking individuals on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst, those who managed to pass the Mysterious Tower's 7th level. Doesn't that mean Jaden can be mentioned in the same breath as those top figures? Everyone quickly dismissed this thought. Those individuals were already near transcendent existences despite their young age. Jaden, being at the Moonwheel realm, couldn't yet compare to them. But what about the future? Many found it hard to say. Unless something unexpected happened, Jaden would become a core disciple of the Dark Mystic Academy, receiving focused cultivation support. Thinking of this, envy filled their faces. Whoosh whoosh. 5 streaks of light landed before the mysterious tower, revealing reedly men with white beards and simple robes. Hee, he's finally here, Taj remarked with bright eyes. These 5 were renowned teachers of the academy, with numerous disciples under their tutelage. Few could elicit such fervor from them. Another promising talent. Since he practices knives, no one should compete with me. The difference between sword and knife isn't much. I think he'd suit practicing sword too. Bullshit. Swordsmen lack the majesty of our knife reeds. TCH, barbarian. Seeing their teachers argue so intensely, the disciples were taken aback. Amalch scenes were rare. The last time this happened was previously. The teachers' heated arguments, occasionally leaking powerful auras, kept the disciples at bay. All were mighty transcendents, none of whom were easy opponents. All calm down. Don't make a fool of yourselves in front of the disciples. A dignified reed spoke. The others lowered their voices and turned their attention back to the tower. Why hasn't he come out yet? The dignified reed frowned. He's not an academy disciple. Logically, he has the right to choose to exit after the 7th level, another reed said. You're getting senile. This Herschel naturally went to the 8th level, the blue-robed reed said with a glint in his eyes. Very well, I underestimated him, the dignified reed smiled. Courageous indeed. Perhaps letting him retreat, while knowing his limits is best. As long as he admits defeat in time, his life will be spared. The reeds chuckled, seemingly having foreseen the outcome. Chapter 304, 8th floor. On the 8th floor of the Xuanta, Jaden saw a person, someone who was exactly like him. This man's demeanor and aura were nearly identical to his own. Amaldenly, the man spoke. I am the Elwyn. In this challenge, you can choose to admit defeat midway. Doing so will still grant you a reward, albeit at half the original value. If you do not admit defeat, it will be considered a life or death battle, and I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Jaden rubbed his nose. Even the voice sounded almost indistinguishable from his own. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he was being forced into a battle against himself. Jaden realized that this level involved battling his own self, and the Elwyn must be a simulation created by the Xuanta based on his strength. He had experienced something similar before in the giant statue's forest. Therefore, if he wanted to win against the Elwyn, he would have to achieve a breakthrough within his existing capabilities in a short period of time. Since rewards were guaranteed, he wasn't going to leave anything on the table. This battle would also serve as an excellent opportunity for refinement, and possibly give him a chance to seize the opportunity for advancement. Kill. Jaden wielded his saber and attacked, striking towards the Elwyn. They instantly clashed in combat, with fists and blades colliding in a cacophony of energy that echoed thunderously. Boom, boom, boom. After about 10 rounds of intense fighting, they both recoiled, stabilizing their positions one after the other. What a fight. Jaden wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with renewed vigor. This battle gave him a clearer understanding of his own combat skills, allowing him to address some of the weaknesses he had previously overlooked. Even new insights began to emerge, stimulating his mind. Indeed, the person who understands you best is always yourself. From this perspective, achieving the 2nd level of the saber technique within a short time isn't impossible. Engaging in combat with himself allowed him to clearly feel the strengths and weaknesses of his saber techniques, which undoubtedly accelerated his improvement. Reflecting on this, Jaden's eyes sparkled with determination. With a loud shout, he roared, again. The Elwyn also prepared, slashing forward with a move named Severing Force, cutting through space towards Jaden's vital points. Severing Force. Jaden countered with the same move. The dazzling saber light surged through the air like bamboo breaking through stone. Clang. 2 beams of equal power collided mid-air, shaking the very space around them. Wasteland Divine Fist. Without pausing, Jaden stepped forward and unleashed a punch, its force resembling a flood. The expressionless Elwyn met his attack with another punch, unstoppable waves of force crashing against each other. Bang! Their punches collided, pushing both back once again, neither willing to yield. Feeling a tingling sensation in his arms, Jaden smiled. His physical body was indeed formidable, soul-extinguishing force. Opposite him, the Elwyn slashed again, this time incorporating a soul attack. Jaden focused intensely. This move was not easy to counter and required him to be fully prepared. Mobilizing his soul force, he defended while retaliating with the same soul-extinguishing force. Invisible waves collided in the air, the saber lights gradually fading away. The impact reverberated in his mind, and Jaden felt a brief paralysis due to the mid-realm soul attack. Even the slightest delay could be fatal. Fortunately, the Elwyn also suffered from the soul attack, and they remained evenly matched for a moment. Massacre force. Jaden took the initiative, a terrifying crimson saber light cutting through space, roaring as it approached the Elwyn. The Elwyn intended to face him head-on, releasing a similarly bloody saber light. Rumble. The crimson saber lights vanished upon collision, pushing both fighters back. However, this time, the Elwyn swayed more significantly than Jaden. Jaden's lips curled upward. Just as I thought. Through several rounds of combat, his understanding of the saber forces deepened. During the last slash, he infused some newfound insights. This was the first time he gained an advantage over the Elwyn. Since it wasn't a true version of himself, it lacked any ability to understand or adapt. The scales tipped slightly in his favor. This is not enough. To thoroughly comprehend the saber techniques, I must push myself to the brink. Jaden clenched his teeth. He would engage in even more aggressive combat with the Elwyn. Kill. At this moment, Jaden's fiery combat spirit erupted. Fists and saber strikes exploded forth, unleashing his full power in relentless assault. The Elwyn sensed the threat and fought with all its might. Instantly, both engaged in their strongest moves, colliding without pause. Within the 8th floor space, two figures rapidly weaved through, surrounded by fearsome energy clashes that flickered and faded. Space shattered and repaired repeatedly. Soon, blood sprayed into the air. Obviously Jaden's, since the Elwyn was not a real person. But if an outsider were present, they would notice the Elwyn's aura diminishing visibly. Rumble. They fought endlessly until, in one upheaval, the Elwyn was sent flying, its aura chaotic. Jaden panted heavily, his body covered in blood streaks. Fostered, he ignored it, his eyes filled with excitement. Too bad, just a bit more. Jaden sighed inwardly. He felt the profound growth in his comprehension of saber forces as the battle progressed. He was only one step away from the second realm of transformation, but the intensity of the Elwyn was no longer sufficient to provide the necessary challenge. Thus, he feared achieving a breakthrough in this final bout would be impossible. Well, let's finish this challenge first. Jaden shook his head, then released a powerful slash, far stronger than ever before. Locking space, calming heaven saber. The space surrounding the Elwyn instantly froze, with saber light sweeping through, enveloping it entirely. Despite its resistance, the Elwyn couldn't break free from the spatial restraint. It was defeated. PFFF. The saber light sliced into the Elwyn, shattering it into sparkling lights. Congratulations, you may proceed to the next challenge, the space announced. Jaden smiled. Only one more challenge remained, and his inner anticipation grew. His burning combat spirit intensified rather than waned. He sat cross-legged, ready to greet the final challenge in his most optimal state. Outside the Xuanta, 10 figures descended, one read from the school. Observing the glowing 8th floor, one of them remarked, for centuries, this is the first to pass the 8th floor. Fosters, those who can surpass the first 7 floors possess extraordinary potential. To conquer the 8th floor in such a short time, this Kevin has not only steadfast determination and cultivation, but also intelligence far exceeding his peers, another read marveled. No matter what, we must ensure he stays in the school at all costs. The leading read's eyes gleamed sharply. Hashtag chapter 305. He is strong. Let him be. The 9th layer was occupied by a shadowy figure holding a spear, its features indistinct. I am the Elwyn. You may concede during this challenge. If you concede, you will still receive rewards, but only half of the original amount. If you do not concede, it will be considered a battle to the death, and I will kill you. The words were devoid of any emotion. Jaden exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This Elwyn appeared to have only an upper spirit grade foundation, but from the aura it exuded, it possessed near great power cultivation. In other words, in this battle, he would be fighting with Moon Will realm cultivation against a Dao Bridge realm opponent, a full major realm apart. Jaden couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Mystic Tower seemed to know his strength all too well. He estimated that with his current maximum trump card, he could barely slay a purple Amaln realm cultivator. And this Elwyn clearly had a steady advantage over him, showcasing near great power cultivation. It seems they truly want me to fail here and not pass the 9th layer, Jaden smiled helplessly. Even this superficial judgment showed that he knew little about the Elwyn's means or true combat power, making the situation far more severe than he imagined. In cultivator battles, cultivation level was secondary. Experience, methods, and hidden cards were the keys to victory. Regardless, I must try my best. If I can break through, there's a chance I can win. Jaden's gaze was resolute. Having come this far, retreating was out of the question. Since the Mystic Tower had set up the 9th layer, it must be possible to pass, even if the odds were slim. Jaden took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long knife, and charged forward with burning battle intent. Outside, the reeds were restless. One asked, isn't this Philippe challenging the 9th layer? This is obvious, isn't it? He hasn't come out for so long. He must have reached the 9th layer. Isn't this reckless? I heard he's only at the Moon Wheel realm, while the Mystic Tower's 9th layer has a minimum requirement of Dao Bridge realm cultivation. Do you believe in miracles? The teacher from the academy laughed. The old man believes in nothing. If Philippe underestimates the danger and gets killed, the academy will lose another promising student. The high-ranking officials chuckled but didn't refute. The ninth layer. Indeed, the Elwyn would grow stronger with each battle, and given Philippe's stubbornness as he climbed up, it was unlikely he would concede. Among the students, none were discussing anymore. Their faces were filled with shock. If Jaden came out, he would undoubtedly become a sensation in the obscure Profound Academy, sought after like mad. Unfortunately, he was destined to perish at the ninth layer. Throughout the Mystic Tower's existence, no one had ever heard of anyone passing the ninth layer, be it in the past or present. Some showed regret, while others mocked and sneered. A fallen genius, no matter how brilliant, would eventually be forgotten. Amidst the crowd of young people, only 3 individuals still had faith in Jaden. Taj, Tayo Catherine, and Olive dressed in a bright yellow gown. Inside the Mystic Tower, Jaden was forced back by a single spear strike. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been severely injured. Dao Bridge Realm is indeed terrifying. Jaden's gaze was grave. Cultivators at the Dao Bridge Realm had already mastered the Moon Essence and Amaln Radiance forces to perfection. He, however, was still at the Moon Wheel Realm, lacking Amaln Radiance force in his mystic energy, which put him at a disadvantage. Moreover, Dao Bridge Realm cultivators must possess comprehension of momentum. The Elwyn's spear attack was tyrannical and fierce. Although it was only at the first level, it was close to the second. Therefore, the advantages he gained at the 8th layer vanished before the Elwyn. Kill. Despite these thoughts, Jaden launched an offensive. There was no turning back now. He could only fight. He had a greenish aura within him that could heal non-fatal injuries in a short time, giving him a glimmer of hope. If he could withstand the pressure, there was a possibility of breaking through. A Maldenly, terrifying sword light carrying Jaden's defiant will slashed toward the Elwyn. The Elwyn's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of the spear, a torrent of power unleashed, and layers of spear strikes surged like waves, smashing into the sword light. Rumble. Jaden was sent flying, coughing blood from the corner of his mouth. Again, Jaden stomped his foot, cracking the ground beneath him. His momentum was powerful, showing no fear. As long as he didn't give up, there was always hope. Strengthening oneself was never easy. The Elwyn seemed provoked, its spear attacks becoming increasingly fierce. A silver streak flashed. The spear pierced through Jaden's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Jaden retreated hastily, his eyes flashing with determination. This Elwyn had formidable battle experience. Just as he thought this, the Elwyn lunged again with incredible speed, beyond human perception. Blood-breaking divine technique. Without hesitation, Jaden used the secret art, transforming into a blood shadow and greatly increasing his speed, narrowly avoiding the Elwyn's attack. At this point, Jaden realized that the Elwyn's combat power was also increasing. Despite his continuous strengthening, the Elwyn remained a step ahead, terrifyingly so. The 9th layer was indeed far superior to the previous 8. I must strengthen myself faster than he does. Jaden's eyes shone with resolve, formulating a plan in his mind. Feeling the movement of the greenish aura within him, he ignored his injuries and charged again with his knife. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. In the space, clashes echoed endlessly as various energies fluctuated around them. Snap. At that moment, something inside Jaden shattered. A surge of mystic energy erupted, pushing the Elwyn back. For the first time, the latter fell into a disadvantageous position. Jaden smiled faintly. Inside his dantian, above the Chi-Si, a red sun slowly rose, shining alongside the blood moon. Under immense pressure, he successfully broke through to the Amaln Wheel realm, advancing to a new major realm. Though still at the Crimson Amaln stage, his combat power had significantly increased, gradually turning the tide with the inclusion of Amaln Radiance Force. The Amaln Radiance Force here is terrifying. Only after breaking through to the Amaln Wheel realm did Jaden realize that the 9th layer was an excellent place for cultivation. The thick concentration of Amaln Radiance Force, if harnessed properly under such pressure, might allow him to advance further. With this thought, his confidence grew. Even if the Elwyn became stronger, he was strong. Let him be strong. Jaden would defy the current and press forward. Kill. Jaden swung his knife, the mystic energy now containing both Moon Essence and Amaln Radiance forces, unmatched in power compared to before. The Elwyn's lifeless eyes gleamed, then thrust the spear forward to meet the onslaught. Hashtag chapter 306, the 9 resonances of the Mystic Tower. Rumble. This time, Jaden finally managed to hold his own against the Elwyn. Thanks to his foundation at the lower stage Saint level, every minor advancement in his cultivation brought about a significant leap in power. If he could comprehend the second level of blade momentum here, his chances of defeating the Elwyn would greatly increase. Blade of Amalndering. Without hesitation, Jaden struck again, releasing a dazzling blade light towards the Elwyn. The Elwyn refused to back down. His attack intensity instantly surged, crushing all of Jaden's blade lights. Jaden quickly retreated, evading the residual shockwaves from the Elwyn's attacks. What? Jaden's eyes lit up. He could feel the Elwyn's spear momentum becoming stronger, inching closer to the second level. At this stage, it was already a tier above his own. If I can draw from this, my comprehension will accelerate. Jaden decided to use only blade momentum in his subsequent clashes with the Elwyn. Scarlet Blood Slot Blade. Jaden unleashed a sharp, blood-red blade light. Under the influence of blade momentum, blood spread throughout the entire space. The Elwyn responded by thrusting his long spear, a silver spear light piercing through and colliding with the blood-red blade light. Boom. The spear light and blade light shattered simultaneously, energy spilling out everywhere. Lock space heaven-taming blade. Jaden continued his assault, the tip of his blade glowing as spatial fluctuations turned into blades, charging toward the Elwyn. The Elwyn circled a spear light, like a white silver dragon crashing through the sealed space. Boom. The two energies peaked and exploded, shattering the surrounding space. So that's how it works. Ignoring the injuries from the residual shockwaves, Jaden suddenly immersed himself in profound contemplation. After several battles, his understanding of blade momentum deepened, enhanced further by his natural talent. The clash just now seemed to have sparked an enlightenment in his mind. Transforming momentum means fully utilizing borrowed natural force without wasting even the slightest bit. Jaden carefully felt the difference between borrowing and transforming momentum, cross-referencing them. Just as the Elwyn's next attack was about to hit him, Jaden abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his sudden realization. Break! With a faint smile on his lips, a brilliant blade light flashed forward from his front, effortlessly shattering the Elwyn's offensive. I've succeeded in comprehending the second level of blade momentum. Jaden couldn't help but feel elated. Without this sudden insight, it would have taken more time. On the opposite side, the Elwyn's aura also soared, seemingly becoming stronger. I can't let him grow any more powerful. Jaden smiled helplessly. If the Elwyn continued to grow stronger, this duel might never end. So, he immediately decided to gather all his mystical energy and divine soul for one final strike. Sky-cleaving draw knife technique. Jaden's ultimate trump card possessed godly and ghostly power. As his strength grew, this move became increasingly terrifying. The blinding blade light split the space, striking the Elwyn and splitting him into two halves. The Elwyn ultimately dissolved into a stream of light, vanishing into the space. Jaden exhaled deeply, sitting down on the ground, a wave of weakness washing over him. Thankfully, he heard a voice. Congratulations, you have passed the Mystic Tower test and obtained the ultimate reward, 9 head-top purifications. Jaden was momentarily puzzled. Maldenly, a beam of light appeared from nowhere, enveloping him in warmth. His depleted mystical energy and divine soul began to recover at an astonishing rate. Jaden quickly closed his eyes. Knowing what the reward entailed, he was filled with joy, focusing his mind to accept it in its best form. Outside, exclamations of surprise echoed as they saw the 9th level of the Mystic Tower light up. Cornelka divine miracle. The ancient Mystic Tower glowed brightly from top to bottom, with 9 layers of light merging into a radiant whole. Dong dong dong. A bell tolled 9 times, echoing throughout the entire Yuan Academy. Everyone, including teachers and reeds, were stunned. This Hendrik actually passed. At this moment, the hearts of the teachers and reeds were mixed with joy and sorrow. They rejoiced that the Academy had produced a once-in-a-millennium talent, but mourned that such a talent might be beyond their reach. Right then, 2 figures shot toward the scene like flashes of light, their terrifying pressure making all disciples tremble in fear. These 2 old men couldn't stay put. The reeds shook their heads, watching the spectacle unfold. Move aside. This old man has been in seclusion for centuries waiting for this Hendrik to appear, shouted a white-robed reed, face flushed red. Herbert, how shameless of you. You are not fit to teach him, said a green-robed Danny calmly. Ashton, it seems there's no room for negotiation? Herbert narrowed his eyes. Why talk? Let's fight directly. Whoever wins, gets Hendrik, Ashton laughed mockingly. If you wish to fight, so be it. This old man is itching for a battle. With that, 2 figures, one green and one white, vanished into the air, the thunderous booms indicating they had truly engaged. Feeling the oppressive force in the air, none of the disciples dared to breathe or comment. Those who recognized the 2 reeds wore looks of terror. They were the highest-ranking deputy palace lords, rarely seen by anyone. To think they would fight over a disciple right here. It would surely cause a storm if news got out. Inside the Mystic Tower, Jaden continued his cultivation, unaware of the events outside, seemingly isolated from the world. After a long while, when the 9 head-top purifications ended, Jaden was astonished to find that his cultivation had reached the Qingri realm. Upon checking, he found his foundation solid and rock solid. In other words, the Mystic Tower had boosted him 4 minor levels beyond his original foundation. This was terrifying. If someone else went through these purifications, they might directly enter the Shunxiao realm. No wonder Taj told him to challenge as many levels as possible. The benefits were indeed substantial. This kind of reward, which directly increased cultivation without damaging the foundation, left Jaden astounded. But it really felt amazing. If this happened multiple times, wouldn't he ascend to immortality? Jaden chuckled, calming down. Amount rewards were likely a one-time occurrence, with diminishing returns thereafter. Now, his physical body and cultivation were aligned, and he wasn't sure exactly how much his combat strength had improved. He needed to test it out. Focusing his mind, Jaden sensed a new connection with the Mystic Tower, indescribable yet palpable. Just as he was about to leave, a spatial fluctuation seized him, immobilizing him before vanishing on the spot. Chapter 307, Becoming a Disciple. Outside an elegant thatched cottage, Jaden abruptly appeared. Facing him stood a Danny in dark robes, smiling as he watched. Are you? Jaden felt wary and cautiously inquired. Just moments ago, he sensed a very familiar aura, the same kind radiating from Garth, unique to those at the half-step ascension realm. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying figure gave Jaden a headache. Without doubt, this Danny likely brought him here silently and unnoticed. The Danny chuckled, quite cautious indeed. Sit down, there's no danger here. He reined in some of his exposed aura, realizing he had been too hasty earlier, failing to conceal it completely, thus revealing his true nature to Jaden. Jaden nodded and complied, sitting down. He couldn't escape with his current strength, so he decided to stay composed. Observing his surroundings, all he saw was a thatched cottage, a stone table, a tea set, and a large tree for shade. It seemed nothing else was around. Amidst swirling mist and falling leaves, with the aroma of tea filling the air, it was indeed a serene and peaceful place. Jaden inwardly praised it as such. This mindset is truly rare. No wonder you could get through the 9th layer, the Danny said, smiling slightly as he poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Many thanks, senior. Jaden took the teacup with both hands and sipped gently, then couldn't help but exclaim, what wonderful tea. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about tea, its ability to enhance one's comprehension astonished him. Enlightenment tea has effects when you first drink it, but drinking it too often makes it taste bland, the Danny remarked. Unable to resist, Jaden took a few more sips, understanding the preciousness despite the light-hearted words of the man. Feeling more daring after finishing the tea, Jaden asked, "May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The Danny refilled Jaden's cup and replied, "Forgive my forgetfulness. Age does make one lose track." Dorian, the current head of Tranquil Profundity College, he added with a mild laugh, his tone amiable. Upon hearing this, Jaden quickly rose, bowing. This junior greets Head Chi. He never expected this person to be the head of Tranquil Profundity College. Initially, he thought the man might be a teacher due to his Herschelful appearance. Fostered, cultivators couldn't be judged by their looks, and his suspicion dissipated. Dorian waved a hand. "Sit. No need for formalities." Jaden took a deep breath and relaxed, sitting down again. Dorian smiled. "Let's not waste time. Let me be direct. Are you willing to take me as your master?" Jaden didn't answer immediately, but considered his response earnestly. "I thank Head Chi for your kindness, but to be honest, I already have a master." Dorian didn't get upset. Instead, he showed interest. "Could you tell me who your master is? I'd like to meet the person who can teach such a disciple." Jaden hesitated, knowing his master's name might be taboo in the imperial capital. Mentioning it now could lead to trouble, and he didn't know the specific enmity involved. With Dorian's strength, he likely crossed paths with his master before. Thus, Jaden remained cautious. Dorian seemed to understand the dilemma, narrowing his eyes and laughing. "So difficult to speak. I see the answer already. You're just like Yusef, sharp as a tack." Dorian got straight to the point. Jaden widened his eyes, unsure how to respond. Despite all his considerations, he was seen through instantly. For a moment, he even considered calling out Tai directly. Fortunately, Dorian emitted no dangerous aura, relieving Jaden. Dorian reassured him. "Although Yusef did not join our college, we discussed Tao together during his cultivation. Our relationship is good. No worries." Jaden bowed, thankful for the honesty. Given Dorian's status, he didn't have to explain, making Jaden grateful. Dorian grinned. "Since you're his disciple, I must take you in to avoid being called blind to talent." Stunned, Jaden tried to protest, but Dorian interrupted. "Quickly become a disciple. Who told you one can't have two masters? Unless you think you've surpassed ascension and look down on me, a mere half-step ascension." Jaden hastily explained, "That's not what I mean." He sensed that a slow response might lead to an immediate beating. The headmaster's unpredictable temper and long life made Jaden cautious. "If you're not reluctant, kowtow 3 times and formally become a disciple," Dorian urged, thinking to secure this talented individual quickly, lest others notice and create complications. Jaden pondered, wondering why this urgency. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "May I ask one question before becoming a disciple?" Dorian responded, "Go ahead." Jaden sincerely expressed, "Senior, I often cause trouble and cannot stand certain people or things. Coming to the imperial capital, I have many concerns, so?" Dorian interrupted sharply. "Do you think a dignified headmaster like me would fear trouble?" Jaden clarified, "I apologize. I merely don't want to involve you." Dorian stated calmly, "Tranquil Profundity College is independent. Even the imperial dynasty has no authority. I won't meddle in personal disputes between Herschels, but if anyone dares act foolishly, report my name, guaranteed to scare them off." Relieved, Jaden bowed thrice. "Disciple greets Lawson." Dorian stroked his beard approvingly. "Stand up, my good disciple." "Ha ha ha, finally, I'm not behind a mo anymore." Dorian laughed heartily. Malapprised, Jaden felt they had underplayed their relationship earlier. "Here, this is a gift from your master." Dorian ceased laughing and tossed a jade pendant. "What is it?" "Wear it to enhance cultivation speed and resist a half-step ascension attack." Jaden was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lawson." Indeed, a strong master provides great protection. Ancients did not lie. "Don't announce your new discipleship in the college, yet to avoid envy and trouble," Dorian advised. "Understood," Jaden nodded. Maldenly, a voice rang from the sky. "Chi, you disregard martial virtue, seizing first." Note: Maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original Chinese text. Chapter 308. Let's go now. Outside the tranquil, profound study palace, disciples stared in amazement as the battle in the sky abruptly ceased. Had the two vice palace masters already determined a winner? That couldn't be so quick. The disciples were puzzled, but seeing the Black Tower had also resumed its calm without further disturbances, they remained perplexed. "Everyone can disperse now." After some time, and Reed spoke without elaboration. The disciples could only comply and gradually dispersed. At Dorian's residence, Herbert and Ashton arrived in a burst of fury, their faces filled with indignation. Dorian gestured with his hands and smiled. "This disciple has already taken me as his master. You might as well give up." Herbert glared with narrowed eyes. "I don't care. I've decided to take this disciple. Who says one can't have two masters?" Ashton grinned. "Agreed. One can even have 3 masters." Jaden was taken aback. These two distinguished predecessors acted just like Lawson Chi. Dorian replied with a half-smile. "If he agrees, it's fine by me. However, let me remind you that he already had a master before coming to the study palace, Yusef." Ashton nodded in realization. No wonder. Bailey has excellent judgment. Herbert sighed in resignation. "Fine, consider it forgotten. Lawson Chi, you got the better deal." "Ha ha ha." Dorian laughed heartily. "Actually, you could have him practice under you both. It would still count as a master-disciple relationship, and my presence wouldn't be too conspicuous." "That makes sense." Ashton and Herbert lit up at once, looking at Jaden together. Jaden, ever clever, understood immediately and bowed deeply. Student pays respect to both teachers. Both being half-step Ascension realm experts, these two were indeed strong backers. "Excellent." Ashton and Herbert beamed in satisfaction. Alright, go back for now. For matters of cultivation, I'll let him seek you out. Dorian waved them off. Without lingering, the two immediately took off into the air. Dorian explained with a smile, don't be too surprised. Passing the 9th level of the Black Tower means a future opportunity to preside over the tranquil, profound study palace. They wouldn't miss such a chance to spread teachings and form connections. Jaden was taken aback. He hadn't expected such implications after passing the tower's test. Dorian added, these are all things for the future. At least first cultivate to the peak fragmentation nirvana realm. Jaden nodded, not intending to aim unrealistically high. This is your core disciple identification token. With it, you can freely enter and exit the study palace. Dorian tossed a token to Jaden, continuing, as for your residence, go stay with Ashton. His place is spacious, and he cultivates with blades, so you can consult him often. Thank you, Lawson. Jaden placed the token in his chest, sincerely thanking him. Dorian chuckled. Go on, seek more experiences. What others teach you is ultimately theirs. What you personally gain is truly yours. He added, your progress this time was too rapid, requiring consolidation. So, I won't instruct you for now. Also, I'm generally not in the study palace. I'll find you when I return. Disciple understands. Jaden respectfully took his leave. As he emerged from Dorian's residence, he realized he was atop the highest peak of the inner courtyard. He smiled and soared toward the outer courtyard, estimating Taj and Amalia should still be waiting there. Soon, Jaden arrived at the outer square, finding the two indeed waiting. I kept you waiting, Jaden said. Taj asked curiously, where were you? We didn't see you come out of the tower. Jaden chuckled. Heavenly secrets shouldn't be disclosed. Taj pouted. Amalra, you're feeling smug now. Jaden laughed but remained silent. Amaldenly, a voice called out from behind, Qingshu. Turning around, Jaden was surprised. Zinnia, what are you doing here? Felicity rolled her eyes. I'm a student of the study palace. With all the commotion you made, it's hard not to notice. Jaden smiled awkwardly. So that's how it is. Taj watched the two with a mischievous grin, saying nothing. Jaden intended to chat more with Felicity but then noticed 5 people approaching, seemingly harboring ill intent. The Zwa family, Jordy, ranked 80th on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst, and cousin of Andy, Taj muttered. Jaden nodded silently. Jordy approached, arrogantly stating, you must be Jaden. Jaden replied coolly, get to the point. Amalia couldn't help but giggle. Jordy's face stiffened, followed by a trace of anger. I heard you passed the 9th level of the Black Tower. Let's see if you have the strength. Dare you face me on the arena? Though dueling within the tranquil profound study palace was forbidden, disputes could be settled on the arena or life-death platform. Taj looked at Jordy as if he were a fool, thinking, you know he passed the 9th level and still provoke him. Are you stupid? Jaden responded calmly, if you wish to challenge me, we can directly open the life-death platform. I'll accept whatever comes. He intended to intimidate potential troublemakers and prevent endless troubles. Arrogant. Jordy sneered, thinking his purple Amaln realm cultivation wouldn't be intimidated by a crimson Amaln realm opponent. Unbeknownst to him, Jaden had concealed his aura beyond his perception. Behind Jordy, several companions scoffed. This nobody probably can't wait to die. Indeed, Brother Zwa is on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst. One sword strike will kill him. The life-death platform will soon be stained with blood. Jordy smiled contentedly, announcing loudly, as you wish. Tomorrow, let's meet at the life-death platform. Jaden frowned. No need for such fuss. Let's go now. Jordy mocked. Sounds good. I was going to give you time to prepare to avoid embarrassing yourself. Since you're eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, Jordy stepped toward the inner courtyard, ordering, invite more people to watch. I want to slay him publicly to avenge my cousin. Amalra, Brother Zwa. 2 of Jordy's companions swiftly departed. He's about to disgrace the entire Zwa family. Taj covered his eyes, viewing Jordy's foolishness as extreme. In no time, they arrived at the life-death platform. Jaden and Jordy each inserted their identification tokens into the stone pillars before the platform. The stone pillars emitted a faint glow, initiating a light barrier around the platform, signifying the commencement of their duel to the death. Jordy waited for spectators to gather instead of rushing onto the platform. Jaden stood calmly, confident. He believed the more witnesses, the better. If they were going to make a spectacle, it should be complete. Gradually, over 1,000 people gathered, nearly a third of the study palace's students. The admission standards for the tranquil profound study palace were very high, so students were always limited in number, fewer even than those in major sects. Jordy was pleasantly surprised by the crowd and stepped onto the platform, shouting, Jaden, get up here. Note, the translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. Chapter 309. One punch, one knife. Brother Zwa is so domineering. He lives up to being ranked 80th on the concealed dragon Cornelst. A model for us all. I really want to see Brother Zwa torture this bastard slowly without letting him die too quickly. The audience below burst into a flurry of discussion. Jaden listened with an expressionless face and slowly walked up to the stage. I bet that idiot Jordy won't last more than 3 moves. Taj could sense it. After emerging from the profound tower, Jaden had become even more formidable. He offered an objective evaluation. I think 2 moves, Catherine smiled gently. 1 move. Felicity said coolly. You seem quite confident in him, Taj remarked with surprise. You don't know him. When he looks like this, he's determined to kill. He won't hold back at all, Felicity replied confidently, smiling. Taj marveled internally. He hadn't been particularly close to Felicity before, only hearing her name at the Imperial College. Now, he got to know her through Jaden. On stage, seeing Jaden approach, Jordy scoffed, Jaden, are you ready? I'm about to attack. Bang. Just as everyone was about to mock him, they heard a loud crash from the stage. The stone tiles of the arena began to crack at one point. Then came a scream of agony from Jordy. Only then did the crowd realize what happened. Somehow, Jaden had already arrived next to Jordy, standing there impassively. Jordy lay on the ground with his neck twisted unnaturally, devoid of life. Hiss. Many people sucked in cold breaths. What happened? Jordy, ranked 80 on the concealed dragon cornels, just fell like that? Of course, some experts in the audience had more somber expressions. They discerned what transpired. Jaden moved with lightning speed, turning into a bloody blur, and then with one punch, directly obliterated Jordy. His strike was fierce and swift, leaving no room for error. This was a brutal and efficient fighter. Jordy had been too careless, too talkative, allowing Jaden to take advantage of him. The latter wasn't as simple as he appeared. He definitely held back. Some experts analyzed in their minds, feeling that Jaden's victory seemed somewhat unfair. Despicable. Stealth attacks aren't real skills. Apologize to Jordy. The disciples finally snapped out of their shock, understanding the sequence of events. They came hoping to see the humiliation of someone who had braved the 9th layer of the profound tower, but it turned out like this. Miss Chu knew him best, Tosh sighed in admiration. He hasn't come down yet. Probably planning something, waiting for the show. Felicity smirked. On stage, Jaden stood coldly, not sparing a glance at Jordy. The desolate fist combined with his forceful momentum made killing Jordy far too easy, without needing his knife. Jaden gazed at the audience, his eyes gleaming with icy light. In a chilling voice, he declared, anyone who disagrees, any level below the Divine Bridge realm can challenge me, and I'll spare no mercy. The Divine Bridge realm included 3 stages, Phantom Bridge, True Bridge, and Divine Bridge, each divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Jaden's words naturally referred to anyone below the lower level of the Divine Bridge realm. He wouldn't issue a meaningless challenge. Apart from intimidating others, it was also to test his current strength. Hearing this, the crowd was abuzz. Arrogant bastard. Whoever kills this guy will be rewarded by the Zwa family. Himph, Herschelful arrogance comes with a price. The clamor grew louder, as if they were ready to rush forward and kill Jaden on the spot. TSK. This is about establishing authority, Taj praised. No wonder he made it through the 9th layer. Such bravado fits. He's just avoiding trouble, preventing random riffraff from challenging him, Felicity laughed. He's becoming truly formidable, Catherine mused. Taj's expression froze. Just as he was about to retort, a figure rushed to the stage after placing down an identity token, capturing his attention. It's Grant from the Wong family, ranked 70th on the concealed dragon cornels, rumored to have immortal ascension potential. Go get him, Grant. Slay that arrogant bastard. Don't hold back. Teach him a lesson for us. Several disciples shouted fervently, red-faced. Grant smiled faintly. I won't be as careless as Jordy. Your life belongs to me. Middle-level Phantom Bridge realm, worth a single strike with my blade. Jaden assessed quietly, then turned into a blood-colored blur, charging forward. Himph, thinking speed will save you. Grant thrust his sword forward, creating a circle of sword light. Amaldenly, a slicing sound rang out as a streak of blinding knife light appeared, followed by terrifying pressure. You're a blade cultivator. Grant didn't finish his sentence. The knife light shredded his sword light, pierced through his defenses, and split him in half instantly. Jaden remained unperturbed. With the help of the sky-cleaving saber, his combat power had increased beyond the profound tower's confines. This sudden surge in power gave him more confidence to tackle long-standing issues. As for the present challenges, they didn't faze him in the slightest. Down below, silence descended upon the crowd. 70th ranked Grant, slain in a single stroke. This time, they saw Grant make an attempt to defend himself, but he failed. A Amaln Wheel Realm expert slicing down a near-great sage? Everyone felt their brains struggling to comprehend. Was it too outrageous? All over now. The capital's 6 great families, the Wong and Zwa families, are old allies. Brother Qingshu has offended both, inviting endless trouble, Taj muttered. Do you think he would do this without any backing? Felicity asked, laughing. True. After coming from the inner academy, he must have connected with some powerful reed. Taj nodded in agreement. Back on stage, Jaden spoke again. Any more? His voice wasn't loud but carried immense gravity. This time, no one dared shout. Only whispers circulated about who should step forward. That bastard was indeed fearsome. Without upper-level true bridge strength, challenging him would likely mean certain death. In this moment, they finally realized that someone capable of reaching the 9th layer of the profound tower wasn't an ordinary individual. I will challenge you. A Kevin strode onto the stage, sharp-eyed and handsome. It's Brevin from the Wong family, ranked 50th on the concealed dragon cornels. His spear techniques are unparalleled. This match might be interesting. Sure, let's not be too hasty. Don't forget what happened earlier. I don't believe a mere upper-level true bridge can't handle that bastard. If Brevin loses, I'll slit my throat right here. A bald-headed man roared fiercely. Remember your words, brother. I'm watching you closely, Taj sneered. Humph, we'll see. Once the bald-headed man spoke, he regretted it a bit, but wasn't about to back down now. Everyone's attention shifted back to the stage. Jaden and Brevin faced each other. Finally, a chance to test my true strength. Jaden smiled. An upper-level true bridge realm cultivator was the perfect grindstone. Jaden, give me your life. Brevin, clearly more experienced than the previous two, drew a silver spear immediately, transforming its glow into several silver dragons that enveloped Jaden. Good. Jaden yelled in response, the sky-cleaving saber slicing through the air, releasing waves of blade energy as he charged forward. Chapter 310. Astonishment. The blade's light and the spear's glow met mid-air, instantly colliding with immense energy that sent both combatants flying apart. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Brevin, at the true bridge realm, indeed had a unique aspect to his first-rank spear technique. However, after engaging, he found that Brevin's foundation was only at the intermediate spirit level. As long as Brevin didn't have any special tricks up his sleeve, Jaden believed he could barely match him with his first-rank blade technique. With this understanding, Jaden took the initiative and attacked with both fists and blade. Wasteland God Fist. Severing momentum. In an instant, the fist wind and blade light converged into a surging torrent, compressing space as it surged towards Brevin. 2 divine abilities? Brevin's pupils constricted. A mere Amaln Wheel Realm practitioner possessed such profound mystic power, able to simultaneously wield 2 divine abilities effortlessly. This guy's foundation is probably much stronger than mine. Brevin immediately put away any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He was no ordinary individual. Ranking 51st on the Hidden Dragon Cornlist was testament to his genuine abilities. Breakthrough. Seeing the torrent approach, Brevin roared, stirring up his mystic power. Brilliant spear light formed a radiant green lotus flower and collided head-on. This was one of his ultimate techniques, a mid-rank divine ability, Spear Birth's Green Lotus. Boom. Jaden's torrent and Brevin's Green Lotus exploded and then dissipated. The space on the Cornell 4 Death platform warped, fierce winds howled, and if not for the protective barrier, the aftershocks would likely send many spectators reeling. For a moment, all disciples stared wide-eyed. Brevin had the advantage in cultivation, yet Jaden managed to match him. This Kevin was truly formidable. Both combatants stabilized their positions and rushed back into each other, engaging in a ferocious melee. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of chi flowed like a dragon, roaring through space. The blinding light from the clash showed the intensity of their battle. Bam! A thunderous crash, and the 2 figures separated once more, retreating to opposite sides of the platform. Brevin breathed heavily, clearly fatigued. However, when he glanced at Jaden, he felt somewhat more balanced. Jaden too was breathing hard. Even with his solid foundation, consecutive battles left him strained. His condition was slightly worse than Brevin's. Several cuts adorned his body, dripping blood onto the ground. Fostered, if one looked closely, a faint smile tugged at Jaden's lips. He had a clearer understanding of his true combat strength now. If he exerted his full second-rank blade technique, he could contend against someone at the middle true bridge realm. If he revealed all his trump cards, even a mid-spirit level powerhouse might be threatened by him. Realizing this, Jaden thought there was no need to prolong the fight. He abruptly opened his eyes, sending out beams of intense light that made Brevin involuntarily shudder. Space-locking heaven-slaying blade. Jaden charged forward with his blade, enveloping Brevin in terrifying spatial fluctuations that blocked every possible retreat. A sense of impending doom rose within Brevin, making his hair stand on end. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did Jaden still have stronger moves? Without time to think, Brevin mustered all his strength to break the spatial constraints. Just then, countless spatial blades suddenly slashed through the air, each carrying boundless force, cutting through defenses effortlessly. Second-rank blade technique? Brevin gaped, incredulous. While comprehending a technique at the Amaln Wheel realm was already remarkable, mastering a second rank was incomprehensible. Not even those top-rank geniuses on the Hidden Dragon Cornlist were rumored to possess dual-rank techniques at the Amaln Wheel realm. This is Jaden's true strength? No wonder he passed all 9 floors of the Mystic Tower. Brevin finally realized, he truly wasn't Jaden's match. Relying solely on his cultivation advantage wouldn't suffice. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Brevin couldn't withstand the second-rank blade technique. Crack. Splat. As predicted, the fierce spatial blades shattered Brevin's defenses and broke through his mystic power barrier, slicing into his body. Instantly, all of Brevin's life force was extinguished, and he collapsed. Dead silence fell over the audience. The disciples' expressions reflected nothing but shock. Gulp. An audible swallow echoed through the crowd. The sudden noise snapped everyone back to reality, turning their gazes towards Jaden, filled with deep fear. The man on stage, who virtually bridged a major realm gap to slay Brevin, was indeed frightening. Moreover, he seemed to win effortlessly. Could there be even more hidden strength? Nobody dared to challenge him again. Lives were precious. The Xuanyang and Wang families watched Jaden with a mix of terror and venomous resentment. But this didn't escape Jaden's notice, though he didn't take it personally. In the imperial capital, unless the reeds of these families intervened, the younger generation was welcome to try their luck. It would give him practice. Seeing no one daring to step up, Jaden descended the platform and reclaimed his identity token. Taj glanced at Jaden. Usually chatty, he was speechless, settling for a thumbs up. Even with confidence in Jaden, he hadn't anticipated such a decisive victory. It seemed Jaden could completely dominate him now without effort. How long had it been? Jaden's strength surpassed him immeasurably. Perhaps he really was the son of the heavens. Taj grumbled inwardly. Jaden smiled. You should also go through the Mystic Tower someday. The gains are substantial. Taj's eyes lit up. Makes sense. I'll definitely reach the 9th floor. Noemi chuckled. You'd be lucky to make it past 3 floors. Taj nearly choked. Miss, you're on my side, right? You didn't say that while enjoying my family's hospitality. Hey, what happened to that bald guy who wanted to slit his wrists? Coming back to his senses, Taj looked around but saw no sign of the monk. Heh, just all talk, Taj muttered unhappily. Jaden suddenly turned serious. Dongfang, I forgot to tell you. Best inform your family about Beizhou. I feel the alien races might also target Beizhou. Taj nodded. I've already sent word home. My father will discuss this with the royal family. That's good. Jaden sighed in relief, knowing the Dongfang clan was Beizhou's largest and held significant influence over the royal family. You're being so provocative today. What do you aim to achieve? Felicity blinked knowingly. She was deliberately asking to see how Jaden would respond. What do you think? Jaden replied with a meaningful smile. Boring. Felicity rolled her eyes, ignoring him. At that moment, Noemi said, with your current strength, you should be able to visit that place now. I believe one part of the secret lies there. Hashtag chapter 311. Preparation. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Where? Noemi's memories had merged with Ariella's, and Jaden trusted that the latter would not make groundless statements. Noemi said, south of Zhongzhou, in the Black Bat Catacombs. Black Bat Catacombs? Taj widened his eyes. Rumors say that place is extremely dangerous. Even great adepts cannot guarantee their safety there. Noemi continued, that's right. Bilherm once emerged from there, later becoming one of the Uxuan protectors. Noemi then glanced at Jaden. You decide. With near great adept combat strength, you still have a chance to survive. Jaden immediately pondered it deeply. By now, he was almost certain that the ancient scroll was indeed connected to several Uxuan protectors. Not long ago, old Taiying mentioned that Germain Chu was also an Uxuan protector. So what was his intention by passing the scroll to Gu Alvis? After learning that Dai was also a protector, he suspected the old man intentionally led him to the Colossus Forest, though Jaden only had some guesses as to why. In any case, with the collapse of the Uxuan Heavenly Dao and the appearance of several Uxuan protectors, all related more or less to the ancient scroll, Jaden couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to uncover the secrets hidden within that scroll. Combining his experiences along the way, Jaden vaguely felt this thing might involve a shocking truth. He paused for a moment before saying, tell me the exact location. I'll head there in 3 days. Noemi smiled. No need. I'll take you there. You're going to? Taj could no longer sit still. You're only at the Amalnwheel realm. You can't go. Mind your own business, Noemi snapped. Taj felt frustrated, then exclaimed loudly, fine. I'm going too. No. Jaden and Noemi chorused together. You. Taj felt like crying. He felt superfluous. Noemi added, I don't mind telling you. I have my reasons for going, and you would just be a liability. Jaden patted Taj on the shoulder. Your strength isn't enough now. It wouldn't be safe for you. I'll go wherever I want. What can you do about it? Taj glared. Seeing Taj's expression, Jaden felt a little amused and said, Dongfang, if you really want to go, there's a condition. Noemi turned in surprise, unable to speak. Jaden waved his hand and smiled. Lend me some money, and I'll let you go while ensuring your safety. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, unsure what Jaden was up to. No problem, money. I have plenty of it. We're family. Borrowing sounds too formal. I'll just give it to you. Taj pounded his chest. How much do you need? That's what you said. Jaden smiled and said straightforwardly, 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Note, I replaced Shen stones with spirit stones to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the context. What? Taj gaped, nearly wanting to slap Jaden if they weren't close friends. Are you trying to rip me off? But seeing Jaden's serious face, Taj gritted his teeth. Fine, since I've already said it, 100 billion it is. I'll bring it in 2 days. He didn't have that many Shen stones on hand. 100 billion was no small amount, and he would need to urgently arrange for his family to send them over. Note, for better fluency and accuracy, Shen stones should be consistently translated as a proper term. For example, mystic stones, or spirit stones, depending on the context of the story. Revised sentence. He didn't have that many mystic stones on hand. 100 billion was no small amount, and he would need to urgently arrange for his family to send them over. You've got guts. Jaden laughed heartily. There's no need to give it to me. Just give it to Zinnia when the money arrives. Then, Jaden turned and said, Zinnia, please use these 100 billion high-grade mystic stones to buy as many 9th rank Dao blades as possible. They will serve a significant purpose for me. Now that he had comprehended the second level of blade momentum, it was the perfect time to upgrade his life-bound Dao wheel. After stabilizing his current realm, he could absorb them. Going to the Black Bat Catacombs would certainly be perilous, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Guadalupe smiled. No problem, leave it to me. Additionally, I'll personally sponsor another 100 billion for purchasing divine weapons. Jaden was taken aback and then sincerely thanked her. Thank you very much. Taj blinked, inwardly marveling. Didn't realize Guadalupe was this wealthy. Guadalupe smiled again. My cultivation is low, so I won't add to the trouble. Just come back safely. Jaden sighed inwardly. Okay. Amaldenly, Guadalupe turned serious. By the way, there's something I must tell you. Jessup has emerged from his seclusion. His cultivation should now be at the Shattered Nirvana realm. Be cautious of him. With such prominence in the capital's Fruit Treasure Tower, he commands considerable power. After your recent show in the Uxuan Academy, he will undoubtedly pay attention. I delayed his subordinates earlier while he was in seclusion, but now I can't hold him back anymore. You must always be on guard. Guadalupe warned. Jaden replied, understood, thank you. Guadalupe nodded. I'll take my leave then. Collecting so many 9th rank Dao blades will take some time. With that, Guadalupe turned and left. Jaden said, I'm heading to the back mountain. In 3 days, wait here, and we'll set out together. Taj and Noemi nodded. Jaden flew into the air and headed towards the inner courtyard. In the back mountain of the Academy's inner courtyard, Jaden arrived unimpeded at Vice-Chancellor Ashton's residence. Knowing he would be leaving soon, he at least needed to inform his teacher. Ashton smiled upon seeing Jaden. Is there something regarding cultivation? Jaden shook his head. Teacher, I'm going to the Black Bat Catacombs, so I came to say goodbye. Ashton frowned. That place is extremely dangerous, and each opening lasts only 3 months. Once inside, you can't come out for 3 months. Have you thought this through? Without questioning the reason, Ashton showed concern. Jaden nodded. This time, it seems I must go. When are you leaving? In 3 days. 3 days should be enough. Ashton paused. With your comprehension, mastering my Dao techniques should suffice. Jaden's eyes lit up. Teacher, you're teaching me Dao techniques? Ashton smiled. Originally planned for later, after you digest what you gained from the Mystic Tower. But it seems now is the time. These Dao techniques are called Shadow Concealing Soul Cutting Blade. Used well, they can kill silently. This technique ranks among the upper-level mystical abilities and stems from my Moon Wheel Realm's ultimate state, Ashton explained. Jaden mused, did teacher achieve the Shadow Moon Realm? Ashton did not hide it. Foster's, exactly. Jaden began to understand and grew eager to see what kind of Dao techniques his ultimate state might produce in the future. For these 3 days, stay here for training. I will guide you, aiming to master it as soon as possible, Ashton said. Understood, teacher. Jaden sat cross-legged, ready to listen to Ashton's teachings. Chapter 312, The Black Bat Cavern. 3 days later, Jaden arrived at the square with 2 middle-aged men. These 2 were guards arranged for him by Ashton out of concern for the dangers of the Black Bat Cavern. They were Ashton's personal servants, both at the Shattered Nirvana realm, and they were to follow Jaden's orders entirely this time. Soon after, Taj and Donghua also arrived. Taj tossed over a storage ring and said, a total of 100 9th rank bladed mystic weapons are all inside. Jaden inwardly winced. 9th rank bladed mystic weapons were indeed extravagantly expensive. If he wanted to buy Saint rank mystic weapons in the future, it would probably require a trillion unit fortune. Sighing, Jaden put away the ring and said, let's set off then. Taj asked curiously, who are these 2? Jaden explained, Hansen and Eric. They are half disciples of my teacher. You can call them senior brother. Hansen and Eric greeted everyone with a smile but didn't say much more. Taj was delighted. Sure enough, Jaden had managed to gain protection from an old monster. That made things a lot safer. With a sweeping gesture, Taj summoned a grand wind-riding boat that was ready in advance, and then the 5 of them sailed out of the Imperial City. 1 day later, the group reached the border of Zhongzhou, where the Black Bat Cavern was located. It seems we're not the only ones eyeing the Black Bat Cavern, Taj remarked as they disembarked from the wind-riding boat. Given that the Black Bat Cavern once produced the ethereal guardian messenger, it's not unusual for these cultivators to come here looking for treasures, Donghua smiled lightly. But whether there are any treasures is hard to say. It opens annually for 3 months each time, and only a few people reportedly obtain rare treasures during those visits. TSK, they would risk their lives just for treasure, Taj commented. You, coming from nobility, naturally don't understand how precious cultivation resources are. For these people, a single opportunity might change their destiny, Donghua replied. That makes sense, Jaden agreed heartily. After I return, I'll have my father disperse our wealth and share the hardship with all living beings, Taj declared grandly. Donghua rolled her eyes and ignored him. Jaden laughed and glanced at the hundreds of people standing on the Black Earth, roughly estimating about 300 in number. Most of them were at least middle true bridge realm, showing that without a certain level of strength, no one dared to venture here. Their group of 5 naturally attracted the attention of others. People whispered among themselves, but it was too far to hear clearly. However, from their gazes, it seemed that some of them were laughing at the lower cultivation levels of 3 of them. Combined with Hansen and Eric, they must have been mistaken for wealthy young masters exploring. Everyone stared at each other warily and guardedly. Jaden sensed some peculiar glances fixed on him, but found none when he looked back, leaving him slightly cautious. Amaldenly, the black earth beneath their feet started shaking. Cracks as thick as arms appeared. Here it comes, be careful, Donghua warned. Initially intending to fly up, everyone suddenly realized a terrifying suction force held them in place, rendering them immobile. What a frightening power. Jaden remained composed. This wasn't his first experience with strange forces within such realms, so he wasn't panicked. Nearby, most cultivators also maintained calm expressions, suggesting they were experienced as well. With a roar, the black earth collapsed abruptly, taking everyone down along with it. Jaden stayed alert to any changes in his body, ready to fly up the moment the suction ceased. In the endless darkness, after falling for a brief while, Jaden suddenly activated his mystic energy to halt his descent. Seeing this, Taj and others quickly followed suit and halted midair. Some cultivators did the same, while others fell into the darkness before realizing what was happening. Jaden didn't know what lay below, but caution was better than regret. He was unaware that soon after they fell, the cracked black earth restored itself as if nothing had happened. Mysterious and strange. Inside the passage, Jaden wasn't sure how long it would take to reach the bottom or what dangers might lie ahead. He could only advise, we should stick close together and descend slowly. The other 4 nodded in agreement, forming a defensive formation as they floated downwards. In fact, many others shared the same idea, clustering together as they descended through the dark passage. After descending for around 15 minutes, someone shouted from below, "There's a bloody smell." Jaden was startled. Could it be that the cultivators who kept falling earlier have died? He signaled to his companions, and they all drew their mystic weapons, assuming a defensive stance. Given the Black Bat Cavern's notorious reputation, they had to be extra cautious. When Jaden finally detected the bloodstain, he saw the origin of the bloody smell. Through the darkness, he noticed numerous dead bodies of red-eyed black bats hanging on the rock walls. Each red-eyed black bat was as large as half a human body and possessed mid-stage spirit beast strength, equivalent to the Amaln wheel realm for cultivators. This isn't right. According to legends, the Black Bat Cavern is the nest of red-eyed black bats. They shouldn't allow so many of their kind to die in their territory, Donghua remarked solemnly. Judging from their condition, it seems this occurred recently, Jaden added. Blood still flowed fresh from the bodies of the bats. Are you saying someone arrived before us and killed these red-eyed black bats? Taj asked hesitantly. In theory, yes, but the Black Bat Cavern just opened. The last opening was a year ago, Jaden frowned. If these red-eyed black bats had died a year ago, they should have turned into bones by now. Someone can bypass the time limit of the Black Bat Cavern? Taj exclaimed in surprise. It's one possibility. Another could be that there are unknown forces within this cavern that killed these red-eyed black bats, Jaden said gravely. The Black Bat Cavern has existed for at least 1,000 years. I've never heard of such an occurrence, Donghua murmured. With this situation, we might encounter some unexpected twists, Jaden pondered. Then he instructed, Senior Brothers Xiao and Emil, if we face an insurmountable danger, please prioritize protecting my companions first. I have ways to escape. He outlined the plan briefly. He had self-preservation methods, but Taj and Donghua might be slightly disadvantaged. Hansen and Eric exchanged looks and promptly agreed, all right. They knew Jaden was favored by the Palace Lawson Wu, thus undoubtedly possessing significant skills. His assurance must mean he had some confidence. Taj was moved to tears, sighing that spending 100 billion mystic stones wasn't in vain. Just then, piercing sounds echoed from below. Soon, pairs of crimson eyes emitted bloody light, emerging from the darkness. Chapter 313. The Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerable. Be careful, it's the Crimson-Eyed Black Bats. They've launched an attack. Jaden shouted, instantly raising a mystic power barrier. Taj and his three companions immediately responded and took action. Below, several screams echoed out. It was clear that some cultivators hadn't reacted in time and had been attacked by the Crimson-Eyed Black Bats. Don't let them get close. Otherwise, they will suck your blood dry, donghua warned. Soon, countless Crimson-Eyed Black Bats surged upwards from below, disrupting the formations of several groups of cultivators. Yeah. The Crimson-Eyed Black Bats emitted bizarre sound waves from their mouths, affecting the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators. Once the spiritual consciousness wavered, even the mystic power barriers would be affected and could disintegrate on the spot. Seeing that his companions weren't adept at controlling spiritual consciousness, Jaden acted decisively. He opened his mouth wide and emitted a mystic sound, like a tiger's roar or a dragon's howl. The Divine Wave Incantation. Immediately, wave after wave of sound radiated out from Jaden, enveloping the incoming Crimson-Eyed Black Bats. It's working. Jaden rejoiced. He had only intended to try it out, but he never expected that under the interference of his sound waves, those Crimson-Eyed Black Bats would lose their direction and start colliding randomly. Thus, as long as they were careful and continuously changed positions, they should be able to resolve this crisis. Taj, didn't I give you the Divine Wave Incantation before? Why didn't you use it? Jaden asked. Taj hesitated, saying, I fear my spiritual consciousness realm is insufficient to make it effective. This incantation doesn't consume much spiritual energy. How do you know if you don't try? Jaden was puzzled. Well, alright. Just remember, no laughing, Taj said reluctantly. The Crimson-Eyed Black Bats were indeed too many, so if Jaden were to handle them alone, it would put immense pressure on him. Therefore, he decided to take the plunge. Taj slightly opened his mouth and let out a sound, meow. A cat-like sound emerged from Taj's mouth, instantly disturbing the surrounding Crimson-Eyed Black Bats, which scattered elsewhere. However, this sound, Jaden was stunned. He shrugged his shoulders, trying hard not to laugh. How did this rascal turn the Divine Wave Incantation into this? Even if he scratched his head raw, he couldn't figure it out. Uncle Qiao and Eric also smiled faintly but, being older, didn't react much. Only donghua couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Taj, do it again for me, let me enjoy myself. For a moment, it seemed like the old Ariella had returned. Donghlia's usual poise disappeared, revealing her true self. Taj's face turned red. Seeing that donghua was genuinely amused, he gritted his teeth and tried again. Meow, meow, meow. He called out 3 times. Though it lacked any intimidating power, the effect was excellent. The Crimson-Eyed Bats couldn't get close. In the darkness, Taj's neck was red, but his companions were all cultivators, and there was no hiding from them. Donghua, seemingly having laughed enough, waved her hand. Taj, you did well. Don't do it next time. Taj suddenly stood up straight. As long as you're happy. Donghlia's lips curled upward, but she didn't say anything. Jaden chuckled. It seemed he didn't need to use the incantation himself now. The Crimson-Eyed Bats appeared only in waves, and once avoided, they wouldn't pose a threat anymore. However, for the cultivators without the Divine Wave Incantation, the situation was quite dire. Although they managed to kill the Crimson-Eyed Black Bats, they lost nearly half their numbers at a great cost. Let's go down and see. After another 15 minutes, Jaden focused his gaze. It seemed they could now see the bottom of the cavern. Soon, Jaden and his 4 companions landed on the ground, where several underground caves lay before them. Which way? Taj, suffering from decision fatigue, decided not to choose. Let's go this way. Jaden pointed to one of the dark caves, acting purely on instinct. He led the way into the cave, with Taj and others following closely behind. Behind them, several other cultivators followed. These people were smart. Jaden and his group had passed through the interference of the Crimson-Eyed Black Bats unscathed, proving they had real skills and might offer protection. Jaden paid no mind to these people, focusing on moving forward. The cave seemed endless. Jaden estimated they had walked for about an hour, yet there was no end in sight, with damp rock walls all around. Amaldonly, a sense of danger washed over him. Relying on instinct, Jaden quickly dodged and assumed a defensive stance. Taj and the others, standing nearby, naturally felt it too and stepped aside. 3 shadowy figures, each as tall as a person, rushed out from the darkness, emitting a strong stench. They're the Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerables, a cultivator exclaimed in shock. Everyone's heart sank. The Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerables possessed the strength of initial stage sacred beasts, equivalent to the powerhouses among cultivators. 6 terrifying blood-red eyes stared at the cultivators like lanterns. Then, the 3 Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerables pounced on everyone indiscriminately, their gaping maws opening menacingly. One of them targeted Jaden and his group. The other 2 pounced on other cultivators, fortunately for the latter, who also had their own powerhouses and should be able to handle the situation. Junior brother, step back. Hansen and Eric stepped forward, both wielding war sabers, attacking the Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerable. Jaden also drew his Void Fragment saber, prepared to support them. With his strength, even if caught off guard, he could swiftly slay the Crimson-Eyed Bat Venerable. Taj remained calm, always disliking fights and enjoying the feeling of being protected. Meanwhile, donghua kept looking around nervously, seemingly wary of something. Jaden observed the battle carefully, relieved to see that Hansen and Eric's displayed strength should be enough to suppress this Bat Venerable. Rumble. Inside the dark cave, thunderous explosions resounded, showing the intensity of the battle. Strangely, despite such terrifying fluctuations, the cave did not collapse, remaining unusually stable. It seems this bat cavern is indeed not simple, Jaden mused. The battle lasted for about 15 minutes, during which the three crimson-eyed bat venerables sustained heavy injuries and wouldn't last much longer. Splat! With perfect coordination, Hansen and Eric split the body of the bat venerable with their blades, killing it. At the same time, the other cultivators, at the cost of 3 quasi-powerhouses, successfully slew the bat venerables, resolving the crisis. Now, including Jaden's group, there were 20 cultivators left in the dark cave, all with formidable combat abilities. Just as everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! One cultivator's eyes bulged open, an arm-thick object extending from his mouth, a gruesome sight. Chapter 314, Bloodlust Madness. Jaden saw the object extending from the cultivator's mouth. It was clearly a blood-red vine. At this moment, Noemi shouted, "Be careful, it's the bloodthirsty earth vine. They are companion beasts of the red-eyed bat venerable, and each vine is equivalent to a near-great cultivator." The group was startled upon hearing this, pondering their response. Amaldonly, dozens of vines burst from the ground, lunging towards the cultivators. Jaden and his 4 companions reacted promptly, immediately erecting barriers of mystic energy and hovering slightly in midair. Though the cave wasn't large, being slightly elevated prevented them from touching the ceiling. Cut their roots with sharp tools. This can injure them and make them lose their attacking power. Noemi clearly knew a lot about bloodthirsty earth vines. Other cultivators who realized this quickly followed suit, unleashing various attacks toward the bloodthirsty earth vines. Jaden wielded the void-shattering blade, its fierce blade light slicing through the darkness, precisely severing the root of a vine. Zzzt. The blade struck the vine, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The vine, clearly endowed with considerable intelligence, rallied 3 other vines to attack Jaden after being injured. Jaden's gaze sharpened. These 4 vines were roughly equivalent to the strength of cultivators at the middle stage True Bridge realm. He didn't dare underestimate them. Atian 8th form, Carnage Stance. Jaden unleashed a terrifying blood-red blade light, charging towards the 4 vines. Since breaking through to the 2nd power level, he had finally grasped the 8th form of his Atian technique, making it even more powerful than before. Thus, this one stroke carried Jaden's unparalleled dual saber momentum, cleanly severing the 4 vines at their base. Yah! The vines let out piercing cries as they fell to the ground, clearly lifeless. Jaden turned his head to see Hansen and Eric firmly protecting Taj and Noemi behind them. Jaden nodded slightly, intending to help his companions when suddenly several thick vines emerged from the ground. Noemi exclaimed, "Bloodthirsty Vine King." She quickly added, "Even among low-rank holy beasts, this creature is top tier. Be cautious." Hansen and Eric obviously sensed the bloodthirsty Vine King's power and looked grim. Hansen said, "Junior brother Cornell, come behind us." He was unsure if Jaden could withstand it, so caution was wise, as protecting Jaden was their duty on this journey. Jaden nodded, not taking it lightly. He could have used his trump card to defend, but it wasn't necessary yet. Seeing Jaden come over, Eric shouted, "Great ones, why don't we join forces to slay this beast?" On the other side, a dozen cultivators had finished dealing with the bloodthirsty earth vines and were also shocked by the bloodthirsty Vine King's power. Among them were 3 great ones. If they joined forces with Hansen and Eric, they indeed had a chance to slay the bloodthirsty Vine King. Those 3 great ones did not hesitate, swiftly moving forward and simultaneously unleashing powerful attacks, forming a terrifying offensive that struck down. Jaden did not rest either but launched an attack, using his strength to interfere with the Vine King. In this way, within a quarter of an hour, the bloodthirsty Vine King finally couldn't hold up and was slain on the spot. Everyone showed signs of relief, breathing a sigh of relief. Amaldonly, the corpse of the bloodthirsty Vine King exploded, releasing a strange, pungent, blood-red gas into the air. Instantly, including Jaden, all cultivators in the cave were affected. Zzzt. Upon entering Jaden's body, the blood-red gas was quickly captured and dissolved by greenish-blue energy. As a result, Jaden quickly regained consciousness without being influenced by the gas. However, the other cultivators weren't so fortunate. They froze in place, showing signs of pain, their eyes turning increasingly red. Jaden hadn't expected the blood-red gas to be so potent, overwhelming even the great ones. This black bat abyss truly was fraught with peril. A slight lapse in attention could mean disaster. Jaden decisively acted, clapping his palms together to release strands of greenish-blue energy, successively waking Taj and Noemi. He then used the same method to help Hansen and Eric expel the blood-red gas from their bodies. After rescuing his companions, Jaden wanted to help the other cultivators, but it seemed too late. The dozen cultivators roared in anger, their bodies twisting uncontrollably as if driven mad. "I didn't expect this bloodthirsty Vine King to produce bloodthirsty chi. I thought it would only happen if it reached the middle rank holy beast stage. My mistake," Noemi confessed guiltily. "Don't blame yourself. Without your warning, we might still be entangled by the bloodthirsty Vine King," Taj comforted her. "Once tainted by bloodthirsty chi, one gradually loses rationality and almost certainly has no way out," Noemi remarked, glancing inadvertently at Jaden. Undoubtedly, Jaden used unknown methods to resolve the bloodthirsty chi issue before they went mad. Roar! At that moment, the crazed cultivators seemed to find a vent for their madness, lunging at Jaden and his companions. "These people can't be saved. The bloodthirsty chi has likely seeped deep into their bones. We need to eliminate them quickly, or they will become more deranged and stronger, endangering our lives," Noemi urged. "Fall back." Hansen and Eric stood in front of Jaden and the others. "Senior brother, you handle those 3 great ones. Leave the rest to me," Jaden said solemnly. "All right." Hansen and Eric did not hesitate, immediately engaging the 3 great ones in battle. Their strength was inherently superior to ordinary cultivators, so handling the trio shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Jaden stood firm with his saber raised, the rolling saber momentum instantly sweeping toward the remaining cultivators. Due to the bloodthirsty chi, these cultivators appeared ferocious but moved far less fluidly than usual. One slash from Jaden instantly killed 3 cultivators. Seeing the remaining cultivators rush forward recklessly, Jaden barked, "Stabilize space." The second form of the sky-locking earth amalgamating saber, enhanced by the dual saber momentum, had been mastered by Jaden. It seemed as if the entire space in front collapsed, the terrifying spatial pressure immobilizing the cultivators. Simultaneously, spatial ripples transformed into dazzling light blades, slashing at the cultivators from all directions. Ah, ah, ah. Cries of anguish filled the air as Jaden's single strike nearly decimated half of the quasi-great cultivators. The remaining cultivators, having been relatively strong before going mad, mostly at the middle stage true bridge realm, had already started gaining power during this brief moment. If not for their current state of delirium, Jaden would have struggled to deal with so many at once. Chapter 315. Encirclement and Annihilation. Kill. Facing the remaining 5 or 6 cultivators, Jaden showed no mercy. In the present situation, any lapse in caution could result in him being besieged and killed by these frenzied cultivators. There was no question of rescuing anyone. Just getting close would invite a torrential assault. Space once again compressed under Jaden's control. The cultivators' movements became sluggish, but even so, the spatial lightsabers couldn't immediately kill them, only wound them. The strength of someone at the middle divine bridge realm is indeed formidable, Jaden remarked with a serious expression. Influenced by the bloodlust aura, these people were becoming more difficult to deal with. Brother Qingshu, let me help you. Taja's voice came from behind. Turning around, Jaden saw this guy clad in dark armor that covered his entire body, his aura spiking to the high true bridge realm. Clearly, Taj had used some remarkable treasure. Heh, it's all my backup. Won't last long, Taj said with a proud laugh. How can I lag behind when coming with you? With that, Taj led the charge, his spear spinning out waves of spear energy, embodying his own spear intent. Jaden smiled. With Taj's help, it should be no problem to quickly dispose of these cultivators. He brandished his saber, which glinted brilliantly and fiercely as it joined Taj in the slaughter. In a short time, they reversed the unfavorable situation, killing all the cultivators before the bloodlust aura could fully take effect. Jaden sighed in relief, and turned to see that Hansen and Eric's battle was also nearing its end. Their combat prowess was indeed formidable. The 3 deranged great ability cultivators had been reduced to 1. As Hansen's blade fell, the last great ability cultivator was finally killed. With that, the immediate danger caused by the bloodlust aura was temporarily averted. However, the 5 did not relax their vigilance. They remained extra cautious, fearing further incidents. Fortunately, after a while, nothing unusual happened within the cave. It was eerily quiet. Jaden composed himself and searched the storage rings of the dead cultivators, finding nearly 300 million high-grade mystic stones, a bountiful haul. Let's go ahead and check. Jaden set off deeper into the cave. After about 15 minutes, a thin curtain of light appeared before him. Beyond the curtain, everything was obscured by misty light, too vague to discern clearly. If we get separated after entering, use the Academy token to sense each other. It should work within a certain range, Jaden said solemnly. He had considerable experience dealing with such hidden realms concealed by curtains of light. His intuition told him that they would be sent to different places upon entry. The Yoshuan Academy student tokens had a function to sense companions within a limited distance, though very useful. Go! Jaden stepped through first, and Taj and the others followed without hesitation. A moment of dizziness later, Jaden found himself standing on a grassland, while Taj and the others were nowhere to be seen. Indeed, another small world. Jaden's gaze flickered. This small world was unlike any he had experienced before. It was almost completely devoid of light, ominously dim, and felt like it was always being watched from an abyss. Taking a deep breath, Jaden slowly paced forward. Darkness did not hinder his vision. He observed the surroundings, realizing he was in a grassland surrounded by mountains. Checking the Academy token, there was no response, indicating Taj and the others were far away. This proved that this small world was vast, given the token's 500-kilometer sensing range. Keeping the token inside his clothing for easy access, Jaden sprinted across the grassland, not flying as he was still unsure if there were dangers. After an hour, he left the grassland without encountering any danger. However, just as he stepped off the grassland, he encountered 6 people. These 6 faces were unfamiliar. They likely entered through another tunnel earlier. Jaden didn't want to engage, but was blocked by the 6. They know me. Jaden keenly noticed something was off. Thus, his initial feeling outside the Black Bat Abyss was correct. Among the 6, one was a great ability cultivator, the rest quasi-great abilities. The leading great ability figure said with interest, Jaden, just as I suspected. So, it's Jessup's people, right? Jaden asked coldly. The great ability sneered, quite clever, I'm Aiden. To be honest, we've been following you here and planned to attack outside the abyss. But we hesitated because of the crowd, allowing you to survive until now and costing us several brothers. How shall we settle this? Aiden laughed coldly. An open fight is unwise, but I can probe and gauge their strength. Jaden thought rapidly, making a plan. He sensed that although Aiden was a great ability, he wasn't top tier. Jaden might be able to fight him to the death, but it wasn't worth the risk. If a quasi-great ability escaped, it could mean his demise. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Jaden knew this well. Kill. Having made up his mind, Jaden didn't hesitate. He combined fist and saber strikes, attacking Aiden. Still daring to fight back? Aiden sneered, his sword unleashing terrifying power that instantly dismantled Jaden's offensive. I advise you to surrender to avoid unnecessary suffering, Aiden taunted. To him, Jaden was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Since meeting Jaden in this small world, with Hansen and Eric absent, their mission was practically complete. A mere ant unable to cause much trouble. Aiden even wondered why Jessup called him. Jaden was only at the Reborn realm, not needing his involvement. Thinking this, Aiden decided he wouldn't need to act personally, ordering his 5 subordinates to surround Jaden. Feeling like cornering prey satisfied Aiden. Fostered, what puzzled him was that despite this dire situation, Jaden showed no fear. Doesn't this nobody know that a solar wheel realm cultivator has no chance against a quasi-great ability? Aiden shook his head, thinking Jessup overestimated this Herschel. Maldenly, a dazzling saber light slashed through the darkness, splitting one of his mid-true bridge comrades in half. Blood splattered on Aiden's face, momentarily stunning him. Chapter 316. Consecutive kills. Aiden regained his composure and shouted, "Stay focused. Don't let this worthless nobody sneak attack us." In Aiden's mind, Jaden had seized the opportunity when his subordinates were off guard. Now, with 4 quasi-grandmasters still under his command, they could easily overwhelm Jaden, making for an excellent show. The 4 subordinates also tightened up. They could not tolerate Jaden killing their comrade right before their eyes. Looking at Aiden and others' expressions, Jaden sneered inwardly. Initially, he planned to avoid the sharp edge, but with Aiden's overconfidence, it was beyond reproach now. Divine Soul Art. Soul Extinguishing Force. Jaden continuously unleashed soul attacks toward a Kevin among them, who was the weakest of the 4. Facing the onslaught, the Kevin's pupils constricted as he hurriedly fortified his soul defenses. Fortunately, Jessup had provided each of them with a soul defense mystic artifact before coming here. Otherwise, they might have truly fallen into Jaden's trap. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in their minds as Jaden's soul attack was thwarted by the Saint-grade defensive mystic artifact. However, the bladed light sent the Kevin flying, temporarily incapacitating him. Jessup must have investigated me. Jaden instantly grasped the key point. Given the wealth of Guebao Tower, providing several subordinates with defensive mystic artifacts was no big deal. However, with his mid-sea realm soul and 2 enhancements, he should be able to kill 1 cultivator. Thinking thus, Jaden decisively moved. Transforming his body into a blood shadow to dodge the enemy's attack, he quickly amplified his soul power. An invisible blade shot out directly towards a man's mind. Crack! Under the terrifying soul attack, the Saint-grade defensive mystic artifact cracked. The man was terrified. He couldn't understand how a Maln wheel realm nobody could possess such formidable soul strength. It was against common sense. Before he could figure it out, another soul attack arrived in quick succession. How could the man muster any effective defense? His soul was instantly sliced apart by an invisible blade. Ah! The man clutched his head, revealing signs of agony and confusion. Though severely injured, his soul did not immediately disintegrate due to his quasi-grandmaster status. But Jaden understood the situation well. He wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Seeing the attacks launched by the man's 2 companions aiming to rescue him, Jaden gritted his teeth and used his physical body to withstand the assault, then slashed his blade. Spurt! With a precise cut, Jaden split the struggling cultivator into 2 halves from top to bottom, blood splattering everywhere. After accomplishing this, Jaden retreated without hesitation. He bore wounds from the 2 attacks but, thanks to the 5-seal ancient immortal body, he recovered quickly. On the opposite side, the cultivator who had been knocked away returned, standing alongside his 2 companions, their faces pale. Realizing 2 of their comrades had died in an instant, they finally understood that they had severely underestimated Jaden. To them, although Jaden was in the Amalnwheel realm, his combat power matched theirs, demanding maximum alertness. Thus, the 3 formed a triangular formation, surrounding Jaden. Jaden's gaze hardened. Killing the 2 cultivators took him by surprise. Dealing with the remaining 3 would likely require more effort. Plus, he had to be cautious of Aiden, who might strike any time. Die! A black-clothed man, in lower deity bridge realm, attacked first, endless sword beams pressing down on Jaden. Simultaneously, his 2 companions unleashed powerful attacks. A malpress space. Jaden decisively used spatial techniques. With a slash of his space-crushing blade, he momentarily suppressed the surrounding space, delaying the opponent's attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Jaden swiftly evaded most of the strikes. At this moment, Jaden struck again, whispering, "Hidden soul-cutting blade." Using the darkness of the small world, this strike seemed to vanish into obscurity, intangible and unseen. Darkness became his most potent weapon. Spurt! As the 3 cultivators prepared to attack again, a fearsome energy split open one of their companions' heads. Thud! Amidst the horrified look of the black-clothed man, his companion fell lifelessly. He hadn't seen the blow clearly. If faced with it, he might not die but would surely suffer grave injuries. Now only 2 remained, and he could be next. Aiden still has no plans to act? Turning to see Aiden, who looked serious but showed no intention of helping, the black-clothed man smiled bitterly. Aiden outranked them and possibly aimed to claim all credit. Deciding so, the black-clothed man clenched his teeth, mobilized all his mystical power, and charged at Jaden. He had a duty to Guebao Tower, and fleeing would lead to a worse fate than death. While his thoughts raced, his last companion was slain by Jaden in the dark, his head severed from his body, blood spilling everywhere. Die! Determined to perish fighting, the black-clothed man attacked. Across, Jaden did not underestimate his opponent, whose cultivation was in lower deity bridge realm. Cleaving force. Blazing knife light shone through the darkness, meeting the black-clothed man's assault. Boom! The 2 forces exploded mid-air, sending shockwaves that lifted grass, leaving barren earth. A gust swept around Aiden, yet he remained unperturbed, hands behind his back. Jaden slashed with his space-crushing blade, unleashing spatial fluctuations toward the black-clothed man. A malpressed space. Instantly, space seemed compressed, countless light knives splitting down. Desperately defending, the black-clothed man circled sword beams to resist Jaden's spatial attacks. Unbeknownst to him, Jaden stealthily delivered another slash. Behind him, a dark blade silently descended. The black-clothed man sensed impending doom. Too late. He was completely engrossed in the spatial attack, unaware of the deadly blade behind him. Spurt. The dark energy blade pierced his chest, shattering all signs of life. Clap, clap, clap. Watching his subordinate fall, Aiden actually applauded lightly, saying, "Impressive, but it's all over." ####Chapter 317. Slaying. Jaden did not relax, but continued to watch Aiden's every move with cold eyes. Aiden said indifferently, "I have already seen through all your tricks. In front of me, you can no longer hide anything. The reward promised by Jessup, I alone can suffice," Aiden added arrogantly. Jaden remained expressionless. The opportunity to kill Aiden had arrived now that the 5 subordinates were out of the way. Without hesitation, he took out the Xunyang City and swiftly merged it with himself, producing 2 clones identical to his original body. A hint of surprise flashed across Aiden's eyes. "You still have more tricks up your sleeve?" "Hemph, flashy and worthless." Aiden sneered and swung his sword towards Jaden, intending to cut off his head and return to report. Facing the attack from a powerful opponent, Jaden was extremely cautious. His mind set, the 2 clones scattered while his original form moved forward to meet the challenge. Boom. The blade clashed with the sword beam, and a terrifying force instantly pushed Jaden back, while Aiden remained unaffected. Although Aiden possessed only the first level of sword momentum, his cultivation far surpassed Jaden, making his power naturally greater. Though you possess remarkable talent, in the face of absolute strength, everything is meaningless. Seeing that Jaden couldn't even match him for a single strike, Aiden laughed mockingly. However, at this moment, 2 massive energies rapidly approached from behind him. Spatial ripples transformed into countless light knives smashing towards his head, and a dark blade pierced from the side, aiming directly for his waist. At the moment Jaden was pushed back, the 2 clones simultaneously attacked, one openly and one covertly, targeting Aiden. Aiden turned abruptly, reacting quickly, and swung his sword to block. Boom. The energy dissipated, and though Aiden wasn't injured, he looked somewhat disheveled. Aiden's face was contorted with displeasure. A Maln-Will realm cultivator had actually threatened him, which he could not tolerate. "Die for me." Enraged, Aiden aimed to annihilate Jaden. However, he found that the 3 figures of Jaden were constantly changing positions, making it difficult for him to distinguish them. When he finally concentrated on sensing, he was shocked to find that all 3 figures had the same cultivation. How is this possible? When the clones first appeared, he clearly felt their cultivation was slightly inferior, so he didn't pay much attention. But now, he couldn't tell which was the real one, which was problematic since killing clones wouldn't help if he couldn't locate the original. What Aiden didn't know was that Jaden had recently discovered a method to prevent the original from being identified. After summoning the clones, Jaden immediately activated the Xunyang to suppress his own aura to match the clones, continuously changing positions to achieve a lifelike effect. Kill. At this moment, the 3 figures of Jaden attacked simultaneously, using 3 different styles of knife techniques from 3 different directions, each accompanied by the 2nd-level blade momentum. Glorious knife light, vibrating space, and crimson blades descended upon Aiden. "Himph, mere trifles." Aiden snarled coldly, confident in his overwhelming cultivation, attempting to overpower everything with brute force. With a swing of his sword, a wall of sword beams spread out, instantly blocking the 3 attacks. Boom. However, the 3 attacks, each with 2nd-level blade momentum, proved overwhelmingly powerful. Even with Aiden's superior cultivation, he could barely withstand them. The sword barrier shattered under the assault, revealing Aiden's disheveled form. The contemptuous look vanished from Aiden's face, replaced by intense concentration. Jaden's foundation was far more robust than he had imagined, allowing him to consecutively deploy such formidable techniques even after repeated battles, leaving Aiden utterly stunned. Cloud-piercing killing sword. Aiden no longer held back and used his signature upper-grade technique. The dazzling sword beam, as if descending from the clouds, tore through space, enveloping 2 of Jaden's figures with destructive force. Facing such an onslaught, Jaden's pupils contracted. The full attack of a fragmentation Nirvana realm cultivator was indeed formidable, even for a mid-spirit foundation Aiden. Fortunately, those 2 figures were just clones, and at this moment, Jaden's original self also acted, seizing this opportunity. Mobilizing all his mystic energy and divine soul instantly, the sky-shattering blade emitted a sky-illuminating light, then slashed down. Sky-splitting drawn sword technique. This was Jaden's final trump card, unleashed at this critical moment. Meanwhile, Aiden was secretly smug about slaying the 2 clones. Without their distraction, eliminating the original would be effortless. However, a sudden sense of impending death caused Aiden's body to tremble. Where did such power come from? Aiden thought, turning abruptly, his pupils wide with shock. He saw a heaven-splitting knife light crushing space, slicing straight towards him. No. Aiden let out a thunderous roar, instinctively defending. In the split second before the blade reached him, he slashed out a sword beam. Fostered, it was futile. In his haste, the power of the sword beam was no match for Jaden's all-out strike. Boom. The sword beam dissipated instantly, and the knife light split Aiden's head and torso in half, causing him to collapse to the ground. Until his last breath, Aiden's eyes remained wide open, unable to believe what had transpired. But the outcome was certain. Aiden had met his end. Jaden exhaled weakly. Everything had been calculated, and he successfully killed Aiden. He forced himself to stand, retrieving Aiden's and others' storage rings, adding to his considerable wealth. Just as Jaden was preparing to catch his breath, several beams of light shot over from a distance, carrying terrifying power. 3 great cultivators. Shaken, Jaden took no time to hesitate. He fused with the Fuqing Shenmu, and transformed into a blood-colored shadow, fleeing swiftly. Besides Aiden, did Jessup send others too? Racing through the darkness, Jaden's eyes glinted coldly. The direction from which the 3 great cultivators came was clearly where the battle had just taken place. He was extremely weakened and dared not stay any longer. At the scene, several figures landed. One of them said coldly, a bunch of failures, unable to kill a Maln Wheel Realm cultivator and getting counterkilled, bringing shame to our precious fruit tower. Brother, that brat just fled. We might be able to catch him. You take 2 brothers and chase him carefully. Don't make the same mistake as Aiden. Don't worry, brother. How can Aiden compare to me? I'll handle it. Good go. I have other matters. Foster's brother. Immediately, the 3 figures soared into the air, chasing in the direction Jaden had fled. ##### Chapter 318. The Woman in White. Jaden continued fleeing without pause, unsure if anyone was chasing him, but he was confident that with the speed granted by the blood-breaking divine technique, it would be difficult for them to catch up immediately. What he needed to do was find a hiding place before his blood energy ran out and then recover. After about 15 minutes, Jaden finally discovered an ideal place to hide. In the midst of the mountains stood a cliff shrouded in darkness at its base, so deep that it was bottomless. Without hesitation, Jaden dived into the cliff, but he did not venture deeper. Instead, he carved out a cave in a rocky wall hidden by shrubs halfway down. He used the shrubs to conceal the entrance and sealed it, ensuring no trace was left behind. Then, he sat cross-legged, pulled out a black stone, and began to recover. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before long, 3 beams of light shot towards him from afar. One of the figures remarked, "Why have we been chasing for so long without any sign of that Hendrik? Did we choose the wrong direction?" The leader frowned. "I didn't expect someone with weak cultivation to be this fast. That's a miscalculation on our part. Boss, do you think he might have entered this cliff?" "That's a possibility." The leader paused. "Let's go down and check." As they descended, they failed to notice the cave concealed by shrubs, continuing all the way to the bottom of the cliff. This was intentional on Jaden's part. While he thought the pursuers might come looking due to the presence of the cliff, he had never anticipated he would stop midway. The most dangerous place can also be the safest, as reality played out just as Jaden had predicted. Of course, he was lucky that thick shrubs grew at the waist-level point of the cliff, otherwise, he would have had to find another place. The trio soon reached the bottom of the cliff, but found no sign of Jaden. They frowned. One of them asked, "Did he not come down?" The leader replied, "Check elsewhere. That Hendrik is smart. If we can think of this, he definitely could too. He's not that foolish." Just as the 3 were preparing to leave, a pleading voice came from the darkness. "Help me." The voice was weak, like that of a Liv. They froze. How could there be a Liv crying for help at the bottom of this desolate cliff? However, the voice sounded incredibly soft, giving them an unusual feeling. One of them eyes lit up. "Boss, could she be a beautiful Liv?" "We haven't had any fun since leaving the imperial capital," another chimed in. The leader's lips curled upward. "Since we couldn't catch that Hendrik, let's not waste the trip. Might as well enjoy ourselves before returning." "Hee boss first, just let us share a bit." "Please boss." The 2 subordinates moved aside. The leader smiled. "You 2 are great. I'll report your efforts to the treasure tower upon return." The subordinates beamed with joy, escorting the man forward. Soon, their eyes sparkled as they saw a Liv in white lying prone on the ground. Darkness then enveloped them. 3 days later, Jaden opened his eyes in the cave, his condition fully restored. He originally intended to continue devouring blade-type mystic weapons to enhance his Cornelf-bound blade wheel, but he felt the timing wasn't right and thus abandoned the idea. Jaden estimated that it would take about a month for his recent insights to settle, making that the optimal time to absorb mystic weapons. Exiting the cave, he looked around, finding no enemy in sight. A smile crept onto his face. His strategy seemed correct, as those people hadn't found him. Just as Jaden was about to fly away, a Liv's voice suddenly echoed from the bottom of the cliff. "Help me." The voice was weak but urgent and somewhat tender. Jaden frowned, turning his gaze through the darkness, unable to see what was happening at the bottom clearly. He pondered for a moment, deciding to investigate. If someone truly needed help, it wouldn't be right to ignore them. As a Dao cultivator who wielded a blade, if he witnessed something, he had to act. It was his creed. Though he knew that such a plea appearing in this uninhabited cliff was odd, as long as he remained cautious, using his various trump cards, escaping danger shouldn't be too hard. Thinking this, Jaden slowly descended and soon arrived at the bottom of the cliff. "Chandler, save me." Jaden followed the voice and quickly saw a beautiful Liv in white lying on the ground. Her complexion was pale as paper, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She appeared to have no strength left in her legs. "She's severely injured?" Jaden noticed dark chains bound around her legs. He realized someone must have locked her here to prevent her escape. Jaden did not rush to help her but asked calmly, "Why are you here, young lady?" She didn't seem in immediate danger, but her movements were restricted. He needed to understand the situation first. The Liv named Kylie replied softly, "This lowly girl offended the Bilherm, and has been imprisoned here for 1,000 years. Jaden was stunned. This had ties to the Bilherm? Clearly, this Liv held a significant status and considerable power. Otherwise, how could she survive being imprisoned for a millennium? "Why did the Bilherm imprison you?" Jaden asked. Kylie sobbed, "Only because I mistakenly wandered into his secluded area. He brutalized me and imprisoned me here. I beg you, Chandler, help me. If I can be freed, I will serve you eternally, treating you as my master." Kylie's voice was gentle, tinged with weiqi, evoking sympathy. Note, the word weiqi was not translated. Here is the corrected sentence. Kylie's voice was gentle, tinged with grievance, evoking sympathy. "Serving isn't necessary," Jaden paused. "But before saving you, I need to ask you something." "What?" "If I know, I will tell you candidly, Chandler," Kylie responded gently. Jaden said calmly, "Why does your mouth still bear fresh blood after being trapped here for 1,000 years?" His eyes suddenly shot piercing light, then he retreated hastily, gripping the fragmentation saber. "Didn't expect you to be so cautious. Since that's the case, I'll have to handle it myself." Kylie stood up abruptly, the chains around her feet snapping. At the same time, endless darkness enveloped Jaden, and a strange fragrance instantly rushed into his nostrils. Chapter 319. The Six-Tailed Demon Fox. Inside Jaden's body, a greenish aura flashed and immediately expelled the strange fragrance. He remained completely unaffected. Kylie exclaimed in surprise. You can actually resist my bewitching aura? How strange. Kill. A cold gleam flashed in Jaden's eyes as he swung his sky-fragmenting blade downward, deciding to take the offensive. Based on his perception, Kylie's overall strength should be around the lower divine bridge realm, which shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Still dare to retaliate? Kylie's lips curled into a sneer. With such an unyielding character, your flesh must taste delicious. With a light laugh, Kylie waved her jade-like hand, creating a barrier of light that blocked the blade. The attack was thwarted, but Jaden's expression remained unperturbed. It was merely a simple probe to further confirm the Liv's true power. If his conjectures were correct, this white-robed Liv should be a spirit beast in human form, not a true cultivator. Heavenly 8 saber techniques, breaking stance. Having gauged her abilities, Jaden didn't hold back. He instantly unleashed a second-layer saber technique, its brilliant light cutting through the darkness towards the Liv's head. Kylie's pupils contracted. The Herschel opposite her seemed oddly powerful. Before she could think, several white blades materialized in front of her, clashing with the incoming blade light. Boom! The white blade shattered, and the blade light dissipated. Neither party had gained the upper hand. As Kylie moved, Jaden noticed 3 shriveled corpses lying behind her. Had he not detected the inconsistencies in Kylie's words, he might have fallen for her trick as well. Thinking about this, Jaden's eyes grew colder. Her vicious methods sparked anger within him. Sky-locking Heaven Saber. Hidden Soul Severing Saber. Jaden slashed twice in quick succession. Vast spatial forces surged forward, restraining Kylie while multiple sabers emerged from all directions. At the same time, a dark, shadowy blade silently shot out from behind Kylie. Under the dual pressure, Jaden believed even if Kylie managed to block it, she wouldn't escape unscathed. Facing Jaden's onslaught, Kylie let out a cry, her form suddenly becoming ethereal before transforming into a 6-tailed white fox. Rumble. Jaden's attack struck the white fox. Poof. One of the white tails fell off, but the white fox survived the attack. High-grade spirit beast. Jaden's gaze sharpened. This 6-tailed demon fox could sever its own tail to survive, surprising him. You made me reveal my true form and cut off one of my tails. You shall die. The 6-tailed demon fox spoke in human language, its chains not restricting its movements. Red eyes burned with fury. Amaldonly, a cloud of white mist spewed from the demon fox's mouth, spreading through the darkness and forming a cage that enclosed Jaden. Hee hee hee. Yaya. Odd sounds filled Jaden's ears. Low growls like those of spirit beasts, or the weeping of women. Illusion? Jaden remained calm. Amouch illusions couldn't affect him. Ordinary cultivators might fall prey to this, but with the blood-breaking divine art, even illusory arrays couldn't deceive him, let alone this minor illusion. Break. Jaden intoned, his form turning into a blood-colored shadow as he effortlessly broke through the white mist. At that moment, Jaden saw the demon fox's sharp claws piercing through the mist, nearly slicing his throat had he stayed still. How did you break my illusion? The 6-tailed demon fox's pupils dilated in shock as she saw Jaden emerge. Die. Taking advantage of her shock, Jaden unleashed a dazzling strike with the sky-fragmenting blade, which quickly reached the demon fox's body. Yah! The demon fox screamed in pain, another tail falling off as it narrowly escaped. If it weren't for Bilherm's severe injury to me years ago, how could I allow a mere successor to behave so wickedly here? The demon fox roared in resentment. Undeterred, Jaden severed 2 more of the demon fox's tails, significantly weakening it. Now, just a few more strikes should kill it outright. I'll see how many lives you have. Jaden advanced, slashing 2 more times, the second-layer saber force tearing through space and reaching the demon fox swiftly. Darn it! Facing the attack, the 6-tailed demon fox hastily dodged, its claws meeting the saber light with a sharp glare. Boom! The demon fox was instantly pushed back. Before it could stabilize, another blade light struck. This is your doing. No one will escape unscathed. Choosing to withstand Jaden's attack, the demon fox sacrificed another tail, then suddenly glowed white, striking the ground with a paw. Instantly, the cliff shook violently, cracks appearing beneath their feet. Jaden tried to leap upward, but found himself anchored to the ground. What's below? Jaden quickly erected a spiritual shield. The next moment, he was pulled downward by an intense suction. From the corner of his eye, he saw the demon fox and the chains falling along with him. Was this damn spirit beast choosing to die with him? Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions deafened him as he couldn't control his descent. Fortunately, the protective barrier saved him from being hit by rocks. After about 15 minutes, Jaden landed hard on the ground. Clenching his teeth, he sprang up, only to find himself surrounded by endless darkness. Where are you going? Jaden saw the 6-tailed demon fox that had fallen with him darting into the darkness. He didn't know where they were, so he absolutely couldn't let it escape his sight. Otherwise, he might never find a way out. Lock space. Jaden slashed again, releasing overwhelming spatial energy that spread ripples and sealed the entire area. The 6-tailed demon fox looked horrified as her path was blocked, and the Kevin was already closing in. Damn it, where is he? Isn't he supposed to eternally guard this place? The demon fox cursed angrily. Behind her, Jaden charged forward, the glowing blade following closely. The demon fox dodged hastily, using its claws to fend off most of the attack, but still getting thrown back. However, the spatial lock disappeared at this point, and the demon fox dashed out again. But now, Jaden wouldn't let the demon fox escape, pursuing it closely. Man and beast chased each other through the darkness for a short while until they heard a booming voice. Who dares create chaos here? Chapter 320. Who am I? Hearing this voice, Jaden trembled all over. What terrifying pressure. Though it did not harm him, It was enough to prove that the thing about to appear was absolutely terrifying. Not far away, the six-tailed fox demon trembled, lying prostrate on the ground, unable to move. A tall shadow emerged from the darkness, standing at least twice the height of Jaden. One thread of divine sense? Jaden remained unperturbed and watched the shadow calmly. Wearing the precaution gifted by Dorian, he wasn't afraid of the shadow attacking him. The damage a divine sense could inflict was limited, even if the shadow had truly ascended to divinity in life. After carefully sensing, Jaden estimated that the shadow's cultivation in life was at most half-step ascension. Cornelstoning, the six-tailed fox demon complained, Bilherm, you suppressed me for 1,000 years at the bottom of the cave cliff, making me guard this space. Now someone has intruded. I had no choice but to lead him in. Now, it's time for you to act. Kill him. The six-tailed fox demon barked fiercely. Is it actually the Bilherm? Jaden's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected a thread of the Bilherm's divine sense to still linger in the bottom cave space. Is this one of the guardian envoys of Yuxian? Unfortunately, the Bilherm was only a shadow, so Jaden couldn't clearly see his face. At this moment, the Bilherm turned to Jaden, didn't immediately attack, but stood still as if trying to figure something out. Why haven't you killed him yet? What are you waiting for? He trespassed into your territory, the six-tailed fox demon urged. For some reason, she felt unpredictable events might happen. I ordered you to guard this space, not to command me, the Bilherm coldly said. If you keep being noisy, I'll kill you right now. The six-tailed fox demon trembled and whispered, Fosters, my lord. The Bilherm looked at Jaden again and said, Finn, can I ask you a question? Jaden didn't lower his guard and replied, Please go ahead, senior. The Bilherm said solemnly, What is your relationship with him, her? Jaden frowned. Who? Instantly, many faces flashed through his mind, none of which could be determined. The Bilherm paused and sighed, I see you don't know either. Well, everything seems predestined. Your coming here might also be part of it. Senior, could you explain further? Jaden was confused. The Bilherm definitely knew something, and he felt many things might be related to the person mentioned by the Bilherm. The Bilherm said, I cannot change fate, as it may cause irreparable damage to Yuxian. As a guardian envoy, I cannot do that. So sorry, I cannot tell you. So serious. Jaden's eyes widened. Could I affect the Yuxian sky? Jaden found it hard to believe such a conjecture, feeling it absurd. With his weak power, how could he have such an impact? But Jaden soon connected this to what the Ewing Lawson said, always hinting he had little time left. Could there really be a connection? Neither the Ewing Lawson nor the Bilherm would explain. Seemingly all who knew the truth kept silent. Who am I? This absurd thought suddenly popped up in Jaden's mind, leading him to doubt himself. Wasn't he just the young master of a minor clan in Xunyang City? Shaking his head to rid himself of these unrealistic thoughts, Jaden focused again. The Bilherm continued, There are 2 more threads of divine sense in the Blackbat Cavern. You must find them. Once you do, this space will belong to you. What space? Jaden asked urgently. Without answering, the Bilherm said, Protect him, her. Protect who? Jaden shouted. Ignoring him, the Bilherm looked down at the six-tailed fox demon and coldly said, Your mission is complete. The secret must not be revealed. Rest in peace. No, please, my lord, spare me. The six-tailed fox demon hurriedly begged for mercy, but an invisible hand choked her slender neck. A monster wreaking havoc everywhere. I let you live for 1,000 years. Be satisfied. As the Bilherm's icy voice fell, the remaining tails of the six-tailed fox demon broke off at the root, followed by the complete loss of vitality. Clang. Chain sounds echoed in the dark space before breaking. Its mission seemed completed as well. I'm leaving. Remember my words. Take care of yourself. With that, the Bilherm's shadow gradually dissipated, turning into a dark light. The light circled Jaden's arm and then vanished. Jaden was astonished to find a black bat mark on his arm. This seemed to be a mark of the Bilherm's divine sense, and he still needed to find the other 2. Taking a deep breath, Jaden flew up into the air. The black bat mark on his arm gave him direction, leading him out of the underground space back to the cliff bottom. Adjusting his state, Jaden rested for a moment before flying upwards. In no time, Jaden reached the top of the cliff. Just as he was wondering where to search, the token in his arms gave off a signal. There's a companion nearby. Relieved, Jaden followed the signal. Soon, Jaden reached the source of the signal. It was Noemi. Seeing Jaden, Noemi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Finally found you. Fortunately, I need your help. What? Jaden asked. I need to restore my strength. Rumor has it there's a soul-nourishing pool in the Blackbat Cavern that can repair damaged soul energy. I want to try, but it's likely dangerous and I need your help, Noemi explained frankly. Amalra. Jaden nodded. Why so agreeable? Noemi was taken aback. Jaden smiled. Back in the Dragon Trapland. You deliberately lost to me and told me the scroll's secret. Consider this returning the favor. Noemi's gaze burned. She sighed. I finally found a step to descend from, but you exposed me right away. This old face doesn't know where to put itself. Jaden teased. You've merged completely now. You're not old. Noemi suddenly laughed coquettishly, radiating charm. Speaking so sweetly, do you want me to welcome you? Not hiding it. I actually like you now. Jaden laughed in surprise. I'll consider conveying that to Taj. Noemi's beautiful face froze. Anger filled her. Don't mention him to me. Jaden laughed heartily, then said, talk business. Where's the soul-nourishing pool? Calm once more, Noemi took out an ancient compass. I prepared before coming. Follow me. Chapter 321. A Blade Cultivator. Following the compass in Amal Ching's hand, the 2 quickly arrived at the soul-nurturing pool. Jaden was taken aback. It would be more fitting to call it a soul-nurturing lake. The size of the pool was astonishingly vast, emitting a mysterious black glow under the darkness, adding an eerie aura. Standing by the soul-nurturing pool were about 50 people, all with keen eyes. It seems I'm not the only one coveting this place, Jaden said through a mental message. Quite normal. The soul nurturing pool is one of the few known treasures in the Blackback catacombs. Naturally, those who know will come for opportunities. Amal Ching paused, then continued, but the soul nurturing pool is useless to most unless it spawns a soul jade. Soul jade? Fosters, the soul nurturing pool has miraculous effects on fractured souls, and the soul jade born within can also significantly enhance the divine soul of regular cultivators. I see. But soul jades are rare and hard to come by. Over the years, appearances have been few and far between, always accompanied by brutal battles. Jaden nodded slightly. If a soul jade did appear, he would be tempted too, and might have to fight for it. There were too few natural treasures that could enhance the divine soul. Encountering one was not something to pass up. At that moment, a thin barrier covered the soul nurturing pool, clearly indicating it wasn't time for its opening yet. The group of cultivators murmured among themselves near the pool, with several openly eyeing Jaden's direction. Jaden frowned, following their gazes but confirming he didn't recognize them. Could they be Jessup's men? Jaden wondered, keeping an eye out. Everyone waited for the soul nurturing pool to open. No one wanted to cause trouble and become a target. After about 15 minutes, a ripple of light emerged above the pool, and the barrier vanished. Plop, plop. In an instant, 50-odd people jumped into the pool, afraid of falling behind. Go! Jaden activated his mystic power shield and jumped in as well. In the water, Jaden noticed that Amal Ching didn't use a mystic power shield. Under the water's immersion, her graceful figure was visible, seemingly enjoying herself without minding the curves highlighted by the water. Jaden glanced briefly before turning his attention to the pool's surroundings. He sensed some energy in the water, but didn't feel much since his divine soul wasn't damaged. Not far from him, 5 cultivators hovered, staring intently at Amal Ching. She seemed unaware, eyes closed, clearly in a meditative state. In the dim pool, these cultivators moved closer, eyes gleaming. Beauty can indeed be a source of disaster. Jaden sighed. Since he had agreed to help Amal Ching, he wouldn't let these ill-intentioned people disturb her. Dealing with 5 quasi-powerful beings was manageable. As they approached, Jaden stepped in front of Amal Ching, expression utterly indifferent. Do not meddle where you don't belong, boy, said an Reedley man with white hair and beard. Disrespectful Reed. You should be punished. Jaden replied coolly. Then he threw a punch, sending waves of water crashing towards the 5 cultivators. He seldom spoke much. This battle was inevitable. Arrogant brat. Clearly a group. They sneered seeing Jaden stand against all 5. Today's Amalnwheel realm Herschels were arrogant? Huh? They casually countered Jaden's attack. Boom. The explosion left them unharmed, only intensifying their disdain. Then, a brilliant blade light sliced through the water, momentarily blinding them. FSSHH. A sharp sound echoed, blood blooming in the water. Realizing what happened, they stared in horror. In the blink of an eye, one of their true bridge mid-realm companions was decapitated. Damn it, he's a blade cultivator. The 4 reacted with fear. Pure blade cultivators were rare. For someone of a Amalnwheel realm to kill a true bridge cultivator, this Philippe was undoubtedly formidable. Kill him together. The Reedley man commanded. Just a moment ago they were careless. Now they had to take this seriously. Facing the 4 attackers, Jaden remained calm throughout. Die. His fist combined with blade momentum unleashed massive waves, illuminating the pool and deflecting all attacks. Simultaneously, he zipped through the water, aiming to eliminate each one with minimal loss. In a flash, he reached to Kevin, slicing him in half before the latter could react. The might of the dual-layered blade momentum was overwhelming. Damn it. The Reedley man led his companions back rapidly. In just a few breaths, they lost 2 members. Severe casualties. Retreat. Recognizing the Herschel's strength, he decided quickly. Beauty, though tempting, needed a life to enjoy. Wanna run? Jaden sneered. Letting these malicious individuals leave would invite trouble later. The pool held dangers. Uncertainty must not be left unchecked. Lock space. Stabilize space. He decisively restrained the space around the 3 cultivators, blocking their retreat. Spatial ripples and light blades condensed, attacking the trio instantly. Ah! Excessive cries of agony echoed as the Reedley man and his 2 companions died under relentless light blade attacks. They were merely lower-rank Spirit Foundation despite being lower-rank Divine Bridge cultivators. How could they withstand Jaden's dual-layered blade momentum? In their last moments, they realized the true danger. Indeed, beauty can be deadly. Jaden retracted his blade, expression calm. Thank you. Amal Ching floated over. Malapprised, Jaden asked. Your divine soul has recovered? She shook her head. Not so fast. Just getting used to the outermost layer. Need to go deeper. The deeper you go, the stronger the energy. But for fractured souls, it's dangerous to go too deep too soon. Progress must be gradual, she explained. So, I still need your help. Of course, Jaden waved. But are you sure you don't need a mystic power shield? You're vulnerable like this? Amal Ching pouted lightly. Do you not like this form? Her tone was teasing, lighthearted amidst the serious situation. Chapter 322. The Soul Jade appears. Jaden shook his head with a wry smile. Let's not play that kind of joke next time. Donghua pursed her lips and explained, the barrier of mystic energy can isolate the pool water, but it also restricts the absorption of energy to some extent, making it less effective than direct contact with the water. I understand. Jaden nodded and began to dive downward. However, he dived very slowly because Donghua was absorbing energy as they went down. After about 15 minutes, they were roughly in the middle of the nourishing soul pool. At this moment, several people who had been watching Jaden from the shore approached, clearly having found no soul jade and decided to act now. Be careful. Jaden warned Donghua and then seriously looked at the 5 people approaching them. Among them were 2 great beings, both stronger than the previous Aiden. Behind these 2 great beings were 3 quasi-great beings at the middle stage divine bridge realm, Each of these 5 people was formidable, so Jaden had already drawn his void-shattering saber, ready to guard against any potential attacks. Ron, do you know why I must die? Ron said indifferently, seemingly in no hurry to make a move. One day, I will personally slay Jessup. Until then, whoever he sends will be killed by me. Jaden responded coldly. Knowing this, you still dare to act so arrogantly. Truly, you don't know your place, Ron sneered. Jaden did not respond but instead transmitted telepathically, Leah, your damaged soul hasn't recovered yet. When I engage them in battle, look for an opportunity to leave. These people are all very powerful. You can't handle them alone, Leah replied. Jaden said, no problem. If things go badly, I have ways to escape. All right, be careful, Leah acknowledged. She knew Jaden had many tricks up his sleeve and that she wasn't fit for battle right now, so she followed his instructions. After discussing with Leah, Jaden acted decisively, his fist and saber causing endless dark currents to surge toward the opponents. You still dare to fight back? Ron shouted contemptuously. Attack together. Finish this quickly. Fighting many against one was something Ron relished. Boom. The combined attack from the 5 people immediately sent Jaden flying. Seeing this, Leah bit her lip lightly and quickly withdrew from the scene. Ron's companion saw her trying to flee and wanted to chase after her, but Ron waved them off. Don't bother with that, Liv. Completing our mission is more important. Back in the Imperial capital, what kind of women can't we find? Hearing this, his companions dropped their intentions. In this brief moment, Ron and his group discovered there were now 2 Jaden. They saw 3 identical Jadens rushing toward them. Your tricks aren't bad, but ultimately futile, Ron sneered. He confronted one alone while his companions surrounded the other 2 Jadens. Unbeknownst to Ron, he was facing only a clone of Jaden. Meanwhile, Jaden's true form targeted the 3 middle-stage divine bridge cultivators. Amalpression. Shadow concealment soul-cutting saber. Jaden's true form delivered 2 consecutive strikes, sending terrifying spatial fluctuations through the water like ripples. The 3 divine bridge cultivators suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure from the surrounding water, rendering them nearly immobile. In their field of vision, glowing sabers tore through the pool water, moving at speeds they could hardly track. Second-tier momentum. The 3 cultivators' pupils contracted as they suddenly realized that the opponent's earlier weakness was a ruse. They could sense the mystical energy waves contained in this strike, which were on par with their own strength. Clearly, the opponent's foundation was incomprehensibly solid. Without much thought, the 3 cultivators used their abilities to press against the lightsabers and attempted to break the surrounding pressure. What they didn't expect was a black blade slashing towards them in the dark pool water simultaneously. One cultivator, caught unawares, was cut in half at the waist by the unseen blade. His 2 companions were instantly terrified because they hadn't seen where the attack came from. After killing one opponent, Jaden remained cold, preparing to repeat the tactic. But Ron attacked just then, forcing him back. Jaden sighed inwardly. The clone's strength was ultimately limited, and it was expected they couldn't withstand someone like Ron. You should die. Ron's face turned ashen. 5 people ambushing a Malmwheel realm cultivator, only to lose one of their own, would be laughed at by many. However, Ron was quick-witted. In the moment Jaden killed his companion, he identified the true body, breaking free from the entanglement and charging over. With sharp eyes, Ron wouldn't be fooled again. Jaden gave a helpless laugh. Using clones had its drawbacks. Even if he concealed his aura, his opponents could detect discrepancies upon comparison. Now, he could only instruct his clones to tangle with the remaining 2 divine bridge cultivators while he faced the 2 great beings alone, the pressure increasing exponentially. A malpress. Ron and his great being companion unleashed their full power, the immense force turning into twin torrents pouring down. Wasteland divine fist. Break momentum strike. Facing the assault, Jaden's fist and saber erupted. The punch wind and saber glow charged forward fearlessly. Boom. The water exploded between the 3 of them, the terrifying power creating a vacuum zone, even the air seeming to evaporate. In an instant, the surrounding water rushed to fill the void. Jaden was pushed back far, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After the exchange, he realized that Ron and his companion were indeed long-standing great beings with formidable strength. Thinking rapidly, Jaden considered how to proceed. Die. On the opposite side, Ron coldly commanded his companions to use divine techniques to subdue Jaden. But just then, a dazzling beam of light surged from the bottom of the nourishing soul pool, blocking Ron's path. This is? Ron's eyes widened, murmuring, the soul jade has appeared. It seemed voices of shock could be heard from the bottom of the pool, as if someone had triggered a mechanism, causing the soul jade to emerge. Ron's eyes flickered, then he twisted his body and plunged deeper into the water. He could kill people anytime. As long as Jaden remained in the Blackback catacombs, he had plenty of time. But treasure like the soul jade was rare, and this opportunity needed seizing. This was partly why Ron had come here. The other 4, seeing Ron's actions, also abandoned Jaden and followed suit. Soul jade, huh? Jaden pondered for a moment and decided to secretly follow. A Malchin item was an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. Chapter 323, Destiny? Jaden reached the bottom of the pool, where a large hole had appeared. It generated a powerful suction force. Strangely, the pool water seemed unaffected and wasn't being pulled into the large hole. Within the hole, a 3-foot square soul jade could be vaguely seen rolling towards the bottom, vanishing in an instant. Upon seeing this, all the cultivators quickly abandoned their resistance, allowing the suction to pull them into the hole. Just as Jaden was about to act, Gonlia's voice came from behind him. I won't go in. This pool bottom greatly benefits my remaining soul. Jaden nodded without trying to dissuade her, then swiftly entered the deep, seemingly bottomless hole. In a moment, Jaden found himself in a pitch-black space with no sign of other cultivators. An array? The thought had barely crossed his mind when several sharp blades shot out from the void, each carrying the force of a divine bridge lower realm full power strike. Without time to think, Jaden transformed into a blood shadow, dodging the array attacks quickly. His gaze hardened as he saw that this was indeed a formidable killing array. However, this array likely couldn't subdue him. As long as he used the blood break god technique, he could evade the array's attacks and break free from it using this secret skill. Just as Jaden was about to do so, a burning sensation spread through his arm. He looked down to see the black bat mark, emitting a faint light. Jaden seemed to sense something, turning his eyes toward a certain direction. With a hunch, he turned into a blood shadow and swiftly moved toward that direction. Perhaps because of the effect of the black bat mark, Jaden did not encounter any attacks from the killing array along the way. Soon, he exited the array and arrived at a vast wilderness. In the wilderness stood a solitary straw hut, with a translucent figure sitting on a stone bench in front of it, smiling at Jaden. Bilherm. This time, Jaden could vaguely see the face of the translucent figure, a Danny with a warm smile. The Bilherm's appearance was incongruous with the danger of the black bat cave. Senior, Jaden approached and bowed. You've come, Sid. The translucent Bilherm smiled. Jaden complied and sat on the stone bench opposite the Bilherm. Just as he was about to speak, the Bilherm said, I sensed a familiar aura from you. No wonder my divine consciousness recognized you. Jaden asked anxiously, Senior, who exactly is it? The Bilherm shook his head with a smile. Fate cannot be revealed. Disheartened, Jaden felt exasperated once again by people speaking in half-truths. Either they should have told him nothing at all, or explained clearly. Knowing a little, but unable to make sense of it made him uneasy. You came here seeking this opportunity, didn't you? The Bilherm waved his hand, and the 3-foot square soul jade flew over to land before Jaden. This item will greatly benefit your divine soul. Keep it first. Consider it a gift from me, the Bilherm said. Jaden gave a helpless smile. Compared to the soul jade, he was more interested in those secrets. Putting the soul jade aside, he probed, Senior, does the person you speak of have anything to do with the stone in my chest? It was a previous guess of his. Since Devil Blade resided within, he believed there was a high possibility it was Devil Blade, whose identity had always been a mystery. Unfortunately, Devil Blade would never admit to it, nor even bother speaking, making more riddles than the Bilherm. Across from him, the Bilherm did not hide it, saying with a smile, Indeed. Once you find my other divine consciousness, you can obtain the stone space I guard. Jaden was stunned. He suddenly remembered getting part of the stone from Xunyang treasure vault long ago. There was still another part here. But compared to the stone, Jaden was more concerned with what the Bilherm had just said. The Bilherm's direct confirmation left Jaden puzzled. Could it really be Devil Blade? However, the Bilherm might not know about Devil Blade's existence. According to Jaden's guesses and Devil Blade's usual reactions, the latter might have accidentally wandered into the heavenly stone. The only unresolved question was the 9 chains from the void locking Devil Blade. If the person the Bilherm spoke of was indeed Devil Blade, then the Bilherm would surely try to inform him of how to release Devil Blade instead of remaining calm now. Shaking his head, dismissing these confusing thoughts, Jaden asked, Senior, what is the origin of this stone? If he could understand what the stone truly was, perhaps everything would make sense. The Bilherm suddenly became serious. Your current strength is not enough. Knowing too early might change some destined events, or even bring fatal dangers. In short, what you need to do now is protect it with your life, the Bilherm added. Again with this kind of talk. Jaden recalled that after Xunyang treasure vault, Alec also had a similar tone in the small world. By now, Jaden was 90% sure Alec was also one of the Tranquil Abyss Guardians. Since the Bilherm refused to explain, Jaden changed the topic. Senior, how many parts is this stone divided into? Can others sense that I have it? There are 5 parts, the Bilherm replied. You don't need to worry too much. Only the owners of the stone can sense each other. I knew you were here through this connection. Jaden asked doubtfully, then why haven't I sensed anything since coming to the Black Bat Cave? He remembered in Xunyang treasure vault, he had no such sensation until Alec informed him. The Bilherm smiled. Because the part you obtained is special. Jaden scratched his head, feeling quite confused. Senior, based on what you've said earlier, can I assume that obtaining this stone was also destined? The Bilherm confirmed, Foster's. Jaden's eyes widened. Then why was it me? Do I have anything special about me? The Bilherm shook his head. That, I am unsure. Her thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Jaden felt even more perplexed after asking these questions. Do destiny and fate really exist? Jaden pondered internally. As a cultivator, he had always believed in human effort surpassing heaven. But now, it seemed fate truly played a role. Could even his adoptive parents adopting Celine and her subsequent betrayal be part of this destiny? Without these events, he wouldn't know when he would leave Xunyang City, probably still striving for resources for the Cornell family. I must go. Let's not dwell on those questions. Allow me to observe you a bit longer, the Bilherm sighed. Chapter 324, Fierce Battle Within the Array. Jaden was momentarily stunned. Had Bilherm's divine consciousness reached its time to dissipate? Bilherm did not speak again, but silently gazed at Jaden for a moment before disappearing into space with a light sigh. At the same time, another black bat imprint appeared on Jaden's arm. Jaden took a deep breath, casting aside numerous distracting thoughts, and gazed at the soul jade. The most important thing now was to enhance his strength. Everything else was illusionary. Moreover, within this killing array were Bram's men. Danger lurked nearby. With this new black bat imprint, Jaden could sense the existence of the killing array, and it seemed he could now control it. However, the power of the array was not yet enough to eliminate Ron and his ilk. It could barely contain them. Perfect timing to absorb the soul jade, Jaden resolved and sat cross-legged in front of the thatched hut. Once his strength improved, he would be more confident in slaying Ron and the others. Closing his eyes, Jaden quietly felt the energy emanating from the soul jade. His divine soul flowed within his mind, even as the soul derivation saint technique automatically practiced itself. Time always passed quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Jaden finally absorbed all of the soul jade completely, bringing his divine soul realm to the late sea boundary stage, fully charged and brimming with energy. Even more delightfully, the soul derivation saint technique broke through to its third layer under these circumstances. This skill had been dormant for a long time, progressing slowly until now when it finally crossed the threshold of the second level. A slight smile played on Jaden's lips. With his divine soul now at the late sea boundary stage and a threefold enhancement, he was confident he could pierce a saint-class divine soul defense artifact in one go and injure the opponent's divine soul. Furthermore, at his current divine soul realm, each application of the amplification technique could be used 4 times, once more than before, thus significantly boosting his combat power. Jaden steadied himself and sensed the situation within the killing array. Ron and the others were still trapped inside. It must be admitted that the formation left by Bilherm was indeed unique. Its purpose may not have been to kill, but to prevent invaders from getting close to this area. Thinking of this, Jaden casually withdrew a tier 9 knife-type mystic weapon from his mystic ring, preparing to break through his current cultivation realm. After a month, he had almost digested his gains from the mystic tower and was ready to upgrade his Cornelf-bound wheel. Rustle. A tier 9 knife-type mystic weapon turned to powder, its essence entirely absorbed by Jaden. He repeated this process methodically, devouring one after another. The energy contained within tier 9 knife-type mystic weapons was terrifying, so it took Jaden longer than before to absorb them. Thus, half a month swiftly passed before all the tier 9 knife-type mystic weapons in front of him were finally exhausted. Checking his internal state, Jaden saw that the 7 stars on his Cornelf-bound wheel shone brightly. This time, he had enhanced it by 1 star, bringing obvious effects. His cultivation directly broke through the Amaln wheel realm threshold, entering the lower Recluse's bridge realm. Now, he truly counted as a quasi-great power. Estimating his combat power, Jaden believed he could clash with the first 3 stages of the Fragmented Nirvana realm. Fragmented Nirvana meant shattering one's body to attain Nirvana and ascend to divinity. The Fragmented Nirvana realm, which represented great powers, was divided into 9 stages, the first 3 being Broken Bridge, the middle 3 being Falling Moon, and the last 3 being Buried Amaln. Each advancement of 3 stages resulted in a revolutionary change in strength. Great powers in the Falling Moon stage possessed mastery over the mysteries of heaven and earth, able to instantly annihilate those in the Broken Bridge stage, not to mention quasi-great powers. However, Jaden heard that most great powers never grasp the mysteries of heaven and earth, stagnating in the Broken Bridge stage throughout their lives. For the Fragmented Nirvana realm, Jaden only had vague concepts now. He would gain deeper understanding once he approached that realm. His opponents, Ron and his companion, were great powers in the second stage of Broken Bridge. Therefore, Jaden stood a chance of fighting them. If he faced great powers who mastered the mysteries of heaven and earth, the chances would be slim even if he revealed all his trump cards. Of course, this also related to one's foundation. If someone had the same low-grade Saint-class foundation as him, even a quasi-great power would struggle against Jaden like the shadow on the 8th floor of the Mystic Tower. Fortunately, Ron and his ilk had mid-grade spirit foundations, making Jaden capable of handling them. Having sorted out these thoughts, Jaden abruptly stood up, stepped into the killing array, and instantly gained control of it. It was time to demand an explanation from Ron. Soon, Jaden located Ron through the formation. Due to the array, Ron and his companion were not together, presenting a perfect opportunity to strike. Kill. Jaden slashed, the dazzling blade light cutting through space and heading towards Ron. Inside the array, Ron suddenly realized the danger and instinctively swung his long sword, blocking the attack. Boom. Ron was thrown back, his face filled with anger. It's you. Jaden remained calm. Great powers were not easily defeated in a few moves. He needed to seize opportunities. He manipulated the killing array while launching his own assault. You can control the formation? Ron's pupils constricted as countless blades surged toward him from the surrounding void. Meanwhile, Jaden's blade light split the air, aiming straight for Ron's head. Ron remained composed amidst danger. A sword curtain rapidly formed around him, deflecting the attacks behind him. Crack. Unexpectedly, the sword curtain blocked only the void blades but not Jaden's blade. Damn. Ron reacted quickly, sending out a whistling sword beam that clashed with the blade light. Bang. Ron was thrown back again, disbelief showing on his face. How long had it been since Jaden's strength could rival his, even suppress him slightly? Impossible. Ron roared, refusing to believe it. Jaden's cultivation hadn't changed. Being a great power, how could he be helpless against a Amaln Wheel Realm cultivator? Thus, Ron brandished his long sword, unleashing a fierce offensive, charging at Jaden. Red Blood Carnage Blade. Jaden's gaze sharpened as the blood-colored blade light sliced through the air, meeting Ron's attack head-on. Clang. The collision sent both men flying back, evenly matched. The aftermath radiated outward, causing fluctuations in space. Ron steadied himself, his face pale. He didn't think Jaden could now match him. Though he knew his opponent concealed true strength, what troubled him was that he couldn't gauge the opponent's real cultivation. I must kill him quickly. A cold glint appeared in Ron's eyes. He had an ominous feeling. Die. Ron attacked again, unleashing a terrifying divine sword technique that sliced through space. Chapter 325, Dominant Amalpression. Wasteland God Fist. Severing momentum. Jaden showed no weakness either, launching a fist and a blade simultaneously. The howling fist wind and the piercing blade light intertwined with the extinguishing aura and the overwhelming blade momentum, smashing towards Ron's sword glow. Rumble. A terrifying air surge swept through, flapping their long robes vigorously. Innumerable spatial rifts appeared around them, testifying to the ferocity of this collision. The two were pushed apart by the air currents, steadied their forms, and clashed once again. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, ding, ding. In the space between them, the sound of swords and knives colliding reverberated everywhere, while various powers surged like a flood around them. Ron's expression grew increasingly grim. After more than 10 rounds of combat, Jaden showed no sign of falling into disadvantage. What was worse, that guy could control the array formation from time to time to interfere with him, making it hard for him to guard against. Foul! Ron roared in anger, shattering the killing formation's attack with a single sword strike. He was already showing signs of fatigue at this point, while his opponent's fighting spirit soared. Amidst these fleeting thoughts, Ron suddenly experienced a moment of daze, wondering if he truly couldn't match this Kevin. Soul Derivation's sacred art. At that moment, Jaden seized the opportunity and finally launched his soul attack. His soul power instantly tripled in strength, evolving into a terrifying invisible blade that slashed toward Ron's soul. Jaden knew that once cultivators reached the great ability level, they could mobilize a certain amount of mystic energy to protect their souls. This method was known among the great abilities as mystic soul allepisode. This is why some great abilities, even if their soul realm wasn't high, weren't too afraid of soul attacks. Cultivators below the great ability stage lacked this ability, regardless of their foundation. So Jaden hadn't employed soul methods at the beginning until this very moment of distraction from Ron. Clang! The intangible soul blade shot into Ron's mind in an instant, clashing with the holy grade defensive mystic weapon. Crack! The holy grade mystic weapon only resisted for a moment before shattering. But that single moment allowed Ron to regain consciousness and react. A dark black shield instantly condensed in his mind, blocking Jaden's soul attack. Boom! A dull roar echoed in Ron's mind, momentarily stunning him. Though the mystic soul allepisode had shattered, it ultimately defused this perilous soul attack. Pity! Jaden sighed inwardly. Indeed, great abilities were not easily dealt with, able to even compensate for soul vulnerabilities. Despite having only an initial C-realm soul realm, Ron could resist his triply amplified soul attack with a mystic soul allepisode. This mystic soul allepisode was truly formidable. Since his first attempt failed, Ron would definitely be on guard. Therefore, Jaden now felt compelled to use brutal force to suppress him. Thinking thus, Jaden gave a slight shout and struck again. Locking space, a malpressing Luther. Dark hidden, severing soul blade. Another consecutive 2 strikes. He had now perfected the coordination of his techniques, knowing how to achieve maximum effect. In an instant, it seemed as though space would collapse, pressing down upon Ron. Endless blade lights appeared around Ron, sealing off all possible escape routes, attacking him from all directions. Break! Facing this onslaught, Ron shouted, slashing his long sword vigorously. Countless sword beams surged out, colliding with the blade lights. However, Ron didn't notice a black blade streaking towards him from behind at a horrifying speed. Ron managed to break the spatial prison, but couldn't evade the black blade's attack. With a painful cry, the blade pierced through his chest, leaving a large bloody hole. Despite this deadly wound, Ron did not fall due to the robust vitality of a great ability cultivator. Blood dripped from between Ron's fingers, his face twisted in a mixture of fear and resentment. He had never thought he would be injured by someone at the Amalnwheel realm. Initially dismissing Jaden when they first met, Ron now entertained thoughts of retreat. Seriously wounded, if he did not heal in time, it might damage his foundation or even regress his cultivation. Thinking this, Ron abruptly ascended into the air and fled. Where do you think you're going? Jaden had been closely observing Ron's movements and wouldn't let him escape. With a mental command, the killing formation activated, sending void blades to encircle Ron. Lock space. Simultaneously, Jaden unleashed a blade, using spatial restriction to further limit Ron's movements. Get lost. Ron was both shocked and angry. Forced to stop, he had no choice but to deal with these attacks. Behind him, Jaden had already transformed into a blood shadow, swiftly chasing after him, astonishingly fast. Just as Ron was about to break free from the spatial restraint, Jaden caught up and attacked. Soul Derivation's sacred art. Soul extinguishing momentum. Taking advantage of Ron's injuries, Jaden launched another soul attack, along with his heaven-cleaving knife technique that carried soul means. His goal was simple, to catch Ron off guard, exposing a fatal flaw and then executing the kill. Amalra enough, under multiple simultaneous attacks, Ron's heart and mind faltered, his form freezing for a split second. Severing momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Jaden acted decisively. The dazzling blade light flashed through space, reaching above Ron's head in an instant. No! With Ron's final terrified scream, the blade split him in two from top to bottom. Ron crumpled to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Jaden exhaled deeply, swiftly claiming Ron's storage ring, filled with valuables. Another haul. Satisfied, Jaden smiled and turned his gaze towards another direction within the killing formation. Not far away were Ron's companions who needed to be eliminated as well. He moved rapidly, locating the quasi-great abilities Ron had brought along. For these two bridge spirit realm cultivators, Jaden used soul means to forcefully suppress and kill them without hesitation. Without a mystic soul allepisode, even their holy grade defensive mystic weapons were no match. Collecting the storage rings of the two cultivators, Jaden didn't stop. His final target within the killing formation was the broken bridge second tier great ability. Kill. Jaden summoned two clones, attacking the cultivator from different angles. Seeing Jaden approaching, the cultivator was initially stunned, then terrified as he was injured by a few slashes from Jaden, breaking his defenses. How can this brat become so strong all of a sudden? The cultivator showed obvious shock, defending himself with all his might. Lock space. Heaven slicing technique. Jaden's expression remained cold. The two clones simultaneously executed their knife techniques, and the brilliant blade light rose from the restrained space, instantly slicing open the cultivator's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Thus, Jessup's people were all killed by Jaden. I should search for Bilherm's other divine sense now. Without lingering, Jaden ascended into the air. Chapter 326, Entering the Stone Steel. Bill dead by the black bat mark, Jaden quickly exited this pitch-black space. As he left, the killing formation vanished along with him, and the cultivators trapped inside were successively transported out, returning to the pool's bottom. Jaden walked over to Amal Qingshi's side. She was still closed-eyed, absorbing something. He did not hurry away but stayed beside her for a while. The entrance to the Soul Jade Cavern had already disappeared, and the other cultivators, realizing their wait was in vain, left one by one. Seeing this situation, Jaden also relaxed and left the nourishing soul pool. However, to prevent any unexpected incidents, Jaden used the True Shadow Heavenly Pearl, transforming into a doppelganger that hid in the shadows, protecting Amal Qingshi from being disturbed. Maintaining the doppelganger didn't require much energy from the True Shadow Heavenly Pearl. Jaden wasn't sure how far apart the doppelganger and his true body could be before it would automatically disappear, so he decided to try it. He needed to find Bilherm's last strand of divine consciousness as soon as possible and return later to help Amal Qingshi. Of course, if Taj and others sensed Amal Qingshi here via their academy tokens, that would be best. With this thought, Jaden ascended into the air, heading swiftly in one direction based on the two black bat marks' guidance. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at his destination. The doppelganger's connection was still intact, giving Jaden some relief. He looked forward and saw an open field with only a single stone stele about 2 people tall. In front of the stele stood 6 cultivators. Interesting. A Amaln Wheel Realm cultivator dares to come to the Black Bat Cavern? The leading Danny remarked with interest. He probably stumbled here accidentally, just trying to join the excitement, someone said. Jaden ignored them and closely examined the stele. The stele was smooth and mirrored, emitting a faint glow. At its center was a palm print, which stood out notably. Don't waste your time, Hendrik. We couldn't decipher the stele's secrets, and you definitely can't, a Herschel mocked. Jaden rubbed his chin, sensing again covertly. The black bat mark indeed led him here. Could there be more to it? These cultivators had been standing here, clearly noticing the mystery surrounding the stele. In this desolate place, anyone would have second thoughts upon seeing a solitary stele in the secret realm. Jaden floated in the air, placing his hand on the palm print on the stele. Teske, we tried that useless method long ago, the Herschel scoffed. They had tested the obvious palm print without response and planned to leave until Jaden arrived, delaying them further. Under everyone's gaze, Jaden placed his hand on the palm print initially without reaction. But then, his arm's 2 black bat marks grew hot, signaling progress. Emboldeningly, the stele vibrated violently, glowing intensely, enveloping Jaden entirely. What's happening? Why can he make the stele react with the same action? The middle-aged leader looked incredulous. An expert who couldn't achieve this saw a Amaln Wheel Realm Hendrik succeed. Hendrik has secrets. The leader concluded sharply. Wait for him to come down and surround him. Don't let him escape. Foster's brother, the others responded. Unexpectedly, the light-covered Jaden vanished right before their eyes. They stared dumbfounded at the now bare stele after the light dissipated. Brother, what do we do? The Herschel asked. Wait, he'll emerge eventually. He can't run, the Danny replied grimly. Kill him immediately when he comes out and sees his treasures. Good. The companions' eyes gleamed. They were wandering cultivators, knowing that opportunities must be seized. To them, Hendrik likely uncovered the stele's secrets and might gain fortune, so they couldn't miss this chance. Indeed, as expected, Jaden entered the stele's internal space. Inside, he heard a distant voice. I've waited 1,000 years for you. Jaden was taken aback as a translucent figure gradually appeared. The divine consciousness of Bilherm. Seems the 3 strands of consciousness do not communicate, Jaden thought, given the lack of familiarity each time they met. This made sense. Bilherm fell long ago, and his consciousness was merely lingering will, carrying out unfinished wishes. Jaden bowed respectfully. Vaughn, we meet again. Bilherm smiled. Indeed, my other strands have completed their tasks, and soon, I will too. Thinking deeply, Jaden asked, did you know I would come here 1,000 years ago? Given the lack of connection among the consciousnesses, Jaden hoped to indirectly learn something new, drawing from previous encounters. He learned to ask casually, hoping fragmented information would yield valuable clues. Since Bilherm mentioned waiting for a millennium, Jaden asked accordingly. Amara enough, Bilherm said, if it was destined, naturally I would know. Hearing this, Jaden's pupils narrowed. He had been born less than 20 years ago, yet he was part of a destiny set 1,000 years ago. This seemed too extraordinary. Jaden took a deep breath, feigning depth. Why is it me? You seem to know something, Bilherm scrutinized Jaden. Somewhat, Jaden replied calmly. After a long stare, Bilherm counter-questioned, why can't it be you? Caught off guard, Jaden hadn't expected this reply. This consciousness was clearly more lucid, and possibly knew more. Foster Bilherm's next words appended Jaden's many assumptions. Sighing, Bilherm said, actually, it might not be you, but perhaps it has to be you. What does that mean? Jaden was completely baffled. Hashtag chapter 327. A turning point after 1,000 Fosterars? Bilherm said leisurely, I only remember the senior telling me the result of his divination, which said there would be a turning point in Yuxian after 1,000 years. And after seeing you, I guess this turning point might be connected to you, Bilherm added. Jaden frowned and said, do you still need to guess, senior? Don't you know the details? Bilherm smiled gently and replied, who can fully comprehend fate? Even the senior couldn't completely see through it all. The senior you mentioned, could it be the late Von Garth? Jaden pondered aloud. Oh, you've met him? Bilherm's eyes lit up as he continued, no wonder. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Among us, Senior Ning is the most capable. Unfortunately, he was gravely injured in that battle long ago. It's already quite remarkable that he survived. Jaden fell silent, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Garth ranked first among the protectors of Yuxian. This much could be inferred from Garth's actions in the dragon-confined land, where even the dragon seemed terrified. So when you mentioned he, or she, in the previous divine messages, you were referring to Dai? Jaden carefully analyzed this thought, and it did make sense. He had indeed met Dai, but something still felt off. He suddenly recalled Alec and Garth both mentioning Lawson before. Thus, the person Wilhelm referred to was more likely the Lawson of Yoshwan's guardians. Fostered this person was completely unknown to him. Could it be the Ewing Lawson, or someone else entirely? Or perhaps, he had already met this person but simply hadn't recognized their true identity yet. As these thoughts clarified in his mind, Jaden felt his confusion start to dissipate. After all, if this person was indeed connected to him, one day he would surely uncover their identity. I must leave now. Remember to take care of that stone at all costs. While Jaden was deep in thought, Wilhelm suddenly bid farewell. Senior, how should I protect Yu Xian after 1,000 years? Jaden asked urgently. This was the core issue he needed to understand. Numerous questions led to one undeniable conclusion. He was deeply intertwined with Yu Xian. Protect it, find them, and assist them. Wilhelm left this final message before vanishing. Jaden stood frozen, pondering the words deeply. The first "it" clearly refers to the stone, while the latter part likely means the person. Jaden stroked his chin. Just then, a black bat mark appeared on his arm. The three marks gradually merged into a palm-sized black bat, which flew out from his arm. As the bat flapped its wings, the space around him suddenly changed, and a streak of light shot towards him. The bat snapped up the object, a thumb-sized stone. Then, the bat landed in Jaden's hand and gently placed the stone down. Jaden marveled internally as a cool sensation spread from his chest. With his other hand, he took out the stone he carried. At that moment, the stone in his palm flew towards the one in his hand, emitting a faint glow before fusing seamlessly together. Ah! Seeing this, the black bat emitted a joyful call and transformed into specks of light, disappearing into the void. After a long pause, Jaden sighed, regaining focus. His time was indeed limited. Based on various signs, the alien races would likely invade again after 1,000 years. And this time, the danger would far surpass the last invasion. Yoshwan's heavenly Tao had already collapsed, leading to a severe decline in the overall strength of cultivators, making it even harder to fend off the invaders. Jaden felt an urgent need to find this person. Otherwise, Yu Xian truly faced dire consequences. Moreover, he had to quickly locate the other two scattered stones. Now he had gathered 3 of them. For some reason, protecting Yu Xian felt like a natural mission to him. Perhaps it was fate. Jaden chuckled as the surrounding space began to blur. Soon, he emerged outside, standing where the stone monument had once stood, which had vanished without a trace. 6 cultivators who had been waiting saw the stone monument disappear into thin air, followed by the appearance of a person. It's Philippe, exclaimed the middle-aged leader. Huh? They're still here. Jaden also noticed the 6 cultivators. Quick, surround him. Don't let him escape, the Danny ordered. The 6 cultivators instantly positioned themselves around Jaden, cutting off his escape routes. Philippe, if you surrender the treasures you obtained from the stone monument, and everything else you have, you may spare your life, the leader spoke commandingly. Jaden raised an eyebrow and coldly smiled. Want treasure? You'll have to earn it with your life. With that, Jaden struck suddenly, sending a punch aimed at the Danny. The punch radiated a sense of desolation, unleashing the formidable, desolate wilderness fist. Simultaneously, his divine soul surged, instantly amplifying and transforming into 6 invisible blades, slashing indiscriminately at the 6 cultivators. These wandering cultivators might not have Saint-grade soul-defending mystic weapons, which were extremely expensive. Among them, only the Danny was a great power. The others were just near-great powers. Therefore, Jaden planned a swift attack, aiming to eliminate a few with his soul attack. Facing him, the Danny initially wanted to mock Philippe's resistance, but his expression changed instantly upon feeling the ferocious fist. His pupils dilated in shock. A soul attack? The Danny exclaimed, surprised that this inconspicuous Philippe possessed such a secretive technique. He hurriedly formed a mystic soul allepisode and swung an axe to deflect the fist outside his defenses. Thud. Thud. Although the Danny blocked Jaden's 2 attacks, his companions weren't so fortunate. The invisible blades cut through them like grass, slaying all 5 near-great powers in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his team was reduced to him alone. I'll kill you. The Danny's eyes bulged with either fear or rage. Holding his large axe, he swiftly struck, showcasing his second-stage bridge breaker cultivation level, aiming straight for Jaden's head. Jaden remained unfazed, knowing there was no need for mercy given the hostile intent. Without any comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, the man hadn't even reached the spirit-grade foundation. How could he possibly match Jaden? Amplification of sky. Cutting through. Jaden chose the most direct approach, aiming to kill the Danny swiftly. After emerging from the stone monument, his previously isolated clone sensed disturbances at the nourishing soul pool. He had to get there immediately. Thud. Under Jaden's dual blade momentum, the great power Danny's defenses crumbled instantly, falling to the ground with a resounding thud. Jaden skillfully collected the storage rings from these wandering cultivators, then looked back toward where he came from. His clone had seen Taj and Taiying Qingxi in danger. Chapter 328. Facing 3 great ones alone. Taj, clad in a dark battle armor, fled all the way to the nourishing soul pool. His academy token had detected a teammate nearby, and he thought it would be 2 senior masters. Instead, he encountered Noemi. The reason for his pursuit was that 3 great ones coveted his dark battle armor and wanted to claim it for themselves. Taj had no sense of discretion when it came to valuable items. He was unaware of the desire independent cultivators had for cultivation resources. His family provided him with endless supplies. Thus, after parting ways with Jaden and others, he wandered through various places and eventually entered a secret realm where he used his dark battle armor, drawing attention immediately. Taj was quick-witted and began fleeing as soon as he left the secret realm, but 3 great ones still pursued him relentlessly. The enhancement from the dark battle armor was too obvious, even causing envy among the great ones. Seeing Noemi emerge from the nourishing soul pool, Taj urgently called out, Leah, run quickly. Taj initially intended to pretend they didn't know each other, but Noemi had already greeted him, and the three Great Ones noticed. Noemi frowned. Although she had restored her strength to quasi-Great 1 level thanks to the nourishing soul pool, she was still not a match for three Great Ones. How did you end up provoking them? Noemi asked telepathically. They want to rob me, Taj replied with a bitter smile. Fool. No one to protect you, yet you dare to show off your battle armor? No wonder they are eyeing it greedily, Noemi scolded. Taj blushed in embarrassment, never expecting these three men to act as if they had never seen such treasure before, their eyes filled with ravenous desire. Across from them, the three Great Ones were clearly working together. Cornelution, who seemed to be the leader, remarked with interest, give up the treasure willingly, and you can avoid unnecessary pain. Cornelution wasn't in a hurry to act. He enjoyed watching people beg for mercy before offering up their treasures. His companions, Eben and Luke, felt the same. Cultivation life was too monotonous, so a little excitement was welcome. Besides, the live was extremely enchanting. Just looking at her made them feel restless, perfectly fitting for them to capture her along with the treasure. Noemi naturally sensed the malicious gazes directed at her. Having been raised in a brothel, she was accustomed to seeing men like this who couldn't control their desires. This was why Jaden's rejection of her had indeed made her view him differently. Taj glared at the three and said, "You lecherous dogs, once my brother arrives, I will make sure you die miserably." He had considered continuing to flee but knew they had caught up now, and trying the same tactic again would only provoke them sooner. Better to buy some time. Just then, Noemi had messaged him. Jaden shouldn't be far away since they had entered the nourishing soul pool together. Oh, you're daring enough to threaten us. Cornelution raised an eyebrow. This makes it even more intriguing. Let's wait a bit longer and catch everything at once, both riches and beauty. Eben sneered. With your strength, your brother is likely another weakling. We could crush him with ease. Luke agreed. I bet this guy is just trying to scare us by pretending he has powerful connections. Unfortunately, we've seen worse and won't be intimidated by a mere novice. Cornelution and Eben scoffed. At their level of cultivation, words alone meant nothing. After waiting for a while, Cornelution grew impatient. Why hasn't your brother shown up yet? Has he seen us and decided not to appear? Let's finish him off. He's probably scared by our presence. Eben smiled slightly and said, Abner, take care of it. Luke nodded and moved to attack. Maldenly, a voice echoed. Hearing you were waiting for me? A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jaden's clone. In truth, he had been near the nourishing soul pool all along, hearing their conversation clearly. He chose to reveal himself now, waiting for his main body and another clone to arrive. At this moment, his main body and the other clone reached the scene, facing the three Great Ones. Seeing Jaden arrive, Taj and Noemi relaxed slightly, thinking they could now stand a fighting chance against the trio. Unexpectedly, Jaden messaged them, step back, leave it to me. Taj and Noemi were taken aback. Could this guy really handle three Great Ones at once? Despite their disbelief, knowing Jaden's capabilities, they complied and stepped back. Jaden did this not out of arrogance, but confidence in his abilities. He wanted to gauge his current peak combat power, so he chose to face the three Great Ones alone. Cornelution and company were lower spirit realm cultivators, 1 second stage bridge break and 2 first stage bridge break, perfect sparring partners for him. Opposite, Cornelution, unaware of Jaden's intentions, looked disappointed. We waited so long, hoping for an expert, only to find another Sun will realm cultivator. What a waste of time. Finish him off. He's annoying. Eben waved a hand. Also, seize his clone technique. Luke stepped forward, intending to attack, but Jaden struck first. At that moment, Jaden's main body and clone simultaneously unleashed punches, the desolate aura spreading out with double-layered force, rolling like a tidal wave. The three Great Ones were shocked. The power of those punches exceeded a Sun will realm cultivator. Experienced as they were, they realized Jaden's actual strength far surpassed appearances. Hiding strength? Cornelution, Eben, and Luke exchanged glances, but with the attack upon them, they instinctively countered. Boom! The three shockwaves reverberated, leaving the trio relatively unharmed but stunned by the numbing sensation in their arms. Amount immense power. Cornelution's gaze sharpened. Double-layered force. Underestimated you. Cornelution's face turned cold. You hide your true strength deeply, but you're likely only a quasi-great one, which won't scare anyone. You could have used this surprise attack to your advantage, but now that you've shown your hand, your strategy is useless, Cornelution added. Are you done talking? Jaden responded coldly. Huh. Cornelution raised an eyebrow. Finished talking? Then start the fight directly. No more nonsense. Jaden's face was expressionless. You are the most arrogant person I've ever met. I'll tear you apart limb by limb. Cornelution flared in anger. Big brother, break his legs first to make him beg, Eben said furiously. Indeed, he needs to know his place as an ant, Luke sneered. You three are quite noisy. Jaden's eyes flashed with a piercing light. Unable to tolerate any more talk, the three figures launched simultaneous attacks. Chapter 329, not an ordinary person. Jaden's main body faced Cornelution, who was at the second stage of Broken Bridge Realm. The same Wasteland God Fist was unleashed, but this time, it was more powerful than before. He channeled even more mystic energy into the attack. Confronted with such an onslaught, the three Cornelutions, lacking in physical prowess, had no choice but to retrieve their mystic weapons for defense. All three wielded large axes and brought them down fiercely, colliding with the surging fist. Boom. Three converging energies exploded in mid-air, causing spatial ripples. Jaden was forced back 2 steps, but quickly regained his balance. It seems my physical strength needs improvement. Jaden evaluated silently. His 5 seals' ancient immortal body had been surpassed by his cultivation, making him seem somewhat inadequate against great powers. He planned to ask his teachers Herbert and Ashton about any related treasures they might have, since they hadn't given any gifts yet. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. imagining he could get cultivation materials for free, bringing him comfort. After all, he was very poor. At that moment, Jaden paid no attention to the battlefield around him. It seemed he was completely relaxed. However, from the Cornolution's perspective, this state was seen as an insult. A mere disciple of lower cultivation had no right to act so carefree. Cornolution said coldly, "Philippe, you'll regret it. Kill." Jaden didn't bother to respond, charging toward Cornolution again. This time, he drew out the void-breaking saber. The blade cut through the air like a bolt of lightning. His two clones followed suit, drawing long blades to charge at their opponents. "You're a saber cultivator too?" Cornolution's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his axe to block, mystic energy gushing out to meet the attack. Boom. In an instant, turbulent currents surged up into the sky. This time, Jaden wasn't pushed back. His stance was steady as rock. The enhancement of his inborn saber wheel had significantly improved his saber skills, evident from his consecutive slayings of great powers. Cornolution's expression turned grim. That single strike nearly overwhelmed him. Though caught off guard, the Philippe's mystic energy was strangely formidable, able to rival his own power. Cornolution's thoughts raced. Although a rogue cultivator, he had spent considerable time in the imperial capital and hadn't heard of such a young talent. Could this Herschel be from a hidden force? Realizing this, Cornolution gradually shed his underestimation. At the great power stage, discernment was crucial. Eben and Luke felt similarly, becoming cautious after being taken by surprise. They knew some prodigies couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. After these encounters, Jaden had become enigmatic in their eyes. Fostered, this wouldn't instill fear. Great powers had their pride. Killing such a prodigy would only excite them more. Jaden also noticed the change in their expressions, inwardly nodding. These three had clearly seen much bloodshed and had rich combat experience. What followed would be a true battle. Jaden smiled slightly. Only this way could he better test his strength. Kill. Slashing momentum. Jaden slashed, the saber light descending from the heavens, aiming straight for Cornolution's head. Under the influence of dual saber momentum, terrifying power split the space, arriving in an instant. This strike already possessed the strength of a great power. Shattering space was a hallmark of great powers, yet quasi-great power Jaden achieved it now. Divine technique? Cornolution was already on high alert, raising his axe horizontally to intercept. Axe light surged heavenward, formidable beyond measure. Boom. Energy exploded above Cornolution's head. Relying on his experience, he retreated just in time, untouched by the aftermath. The failed strike didn't discourage Jaden. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Amouch battles were truly engaging. Moreover, great powers weren't easy to kill. Reaching this level required top-tier prowess. Unless one was overconfident, it was a different story. Feel my axe. Cornolution attacked, a green glow emanating from his axe, instantly tearing through space with tremendous power. Excellent. Jaden's eyes lit up, recognizing this as a divine technique. He didn't dare underestimate it, immediately unleashing Crimson Blood Annihilation Saber. With the void-breaking saber, red blade light meeting the strike head-on. Bam! Green and crimson lights collided, space shattering explosively, cracks appearing like twisted black dragons in midair. Both men were forced back but quickly stabilized. Soul-shattering momentum. Slaughter momentum. Jaden darted forward, slashing twice in rapid succession. Invisible waves and a bloody arc of light homed in on Cornolution's vital points. Break through this. Cornolution roared, axe light glowing brilliantly like a star, then splitting downward. Simultaneously, a mystic soul allepisode instinctively appeared in his mind, blocking the intangible soul attack. By now, Cornolution regarded Jaden as an equal, thus reacting swiftly. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded before Cornolution, pushing him several feet back into the air. This Philippe has too many tricks, Cornolution thought solemnly. Through their exchanges, the opponent had used at least 5 divine techniques, even attacking the soul, confirming his suspicions. This Herschel must have a powerful background. Therefore, he must be killed quickly or risk attracting those behind him. Cornolution didn't believe such a prodigy traveled without companions, likely having separated after entering the Black Bat Cave. Since they were enemies now, go all the way. Determined, Cornolution exerted all his strength, intensifying his attacks. His companions shared this resolve, attacking even more fiercely. Not far away, Taj watched Jaden's battle with astonishment. In such a short time, he can match great powers. Taj muttered, "Look at him, then look at yourself." North State's top prodigy is nothing special, Sanglia mocked. Taj's face reddened. Who can compare to him? That Philippe isn't normal. It feels like he has no cultivation bottlenecks. Sanglia pondered, it does make sense. While whispering, Jaden blocked another wave of attacks and moved again. 3 figures simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting reverberating sounds. Spirit wave art. Jaden's spirit undulated, disruptive sound waves racing toward the 3 Cornolutions. Chapter 330. Array proves useless. Under the interference of the sound waves, Cornolution and his companion's spirits were momentarily stunned, causing their movements to lag for an instant. Just then, Jaden drew his blade. It was as if dark energy gathered at the tip of the blade, then slashed forward without a trace of light or trajectory. Shadow Soul Severing Blade. All 3 projections of Jaden attacked simultaneously, their strikes hidden in the darkness aiming for their opponent's vital points. Beware. Cornolution's cultivation depth enabled him to recover first, yelling out the warning. At this moment, it was already too late to swing his large axe. He could only hastily dodge while condensing all his essence power into a shield for defense. Crack. But Cornolution was still one step behind. Although he avoided the critical areas, the hastily formed barrier couldn't withstand the black blade. The barrier shattered before the black blade like paper. The blade pierced through Cornolution's shoulder, creating a gaping hole that immediately turned to minced flesh, spurting blood. Cornolution retreated quickly, fearful of any more sudden attacks. His expression turned fierce. A powerful cultivator, battling a Kevin, getting injured first, the rage in his heart soared. As for his two companions, their conditions were even worse, each with a palm-sized bloody hole in their chests. If not for their powerful status, such injuries would have been fatal. Though they didn't die, their breaths now weakened, signaling a significant drop in fighting strength. Damn it! Cornelution suddenly laughed menacingly. Philippe, you leave me no choice. Making me use this technique, you should be proud enough. With that, Cornelution turned and shouted, no more hesitation. Form the Cornelf and Death Array. Eben and Luke gritted their teeth upon hearing this and instantly broke free from Jaden's clones, forming a triangular formation with Cornelution. Amaldonly, 3 bright lights shot up into the sky, and Cornelution and his companions, burning their foundations, formed a ferocious killing array. This was their ultimate move, which they wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. Fostered, this Kevin proved stronger than they imagined. As the array formed, a thick white mist rose from the darkness, enveloping Jaden's 3 projections instantly. Inside the array, Jaden's vision blurred, and ghostly cries filled his ears, as though danger lurked everywhere. Outside the array, Cornelution let out a long breath, believing this array would kill Philippe within moments. Even with their heavy toll, survival mattered more than anything else. Unexpectedly, a calm voice reached Cornelution's ears. Sorry, the array is useless against me. Cornelution froze, not quite registering what had happened. Blood-breaking divine technique. In the midst of the white fog, a blood shadow darted through the array, effortlessly breaking its encirclement. How can this be? Cornelution's eyes widened. Even a Grand Master proficient in deep truths would take considerable time to break this array, set by 3 people. How did this non-Grandmaster Philippe manage? Cornelution almost doubted his sight, feeling years of cultivation experience crumbling. However, as he hesitated, Jaden materialized as a blood shadow beside him. Severing strike. Jaden's cold voice barely registered in Cornelution's mind before the saber light split his head cleanly in 2, ending his life. Brother! Eben and Luke screamed, desperately trying to resist but trapped by Jaden's other projections. Jaden turned abruptly, advancing on the 2, showing no mercy. Soon, the heavily injured Eben and Luke lost their lives under Jaden's few slashes. After disposing of them, Jaden collected their storage rings, recalled his clones, and retrieved the true shadow celestial pearl from his body. Repeated use had reduced the celestial pearl's power to 1/3 of its original capacity. Fortunately, the abundance of treasures given by Director Ning was sufficient to restore the pearl's power once again. By now, Jaden had returned to Taj and Tao Qingshi's side. Taj gulped and sighed. Qingshu, tell me, are you a monster? A slight smile curled at the corner of Jaden's mouth, but he remained silent. Only he knew how drastically different his strength would be without the Shintower journey. Amal's rapid advancement sometimes felt surreal to him as well. Fostered, he had mastered this power fully and successfully enhanced his Cornelf-bound wheelblade, significantly increasing his combat prowess. Had it been the version of himself who just arrived in the capital, he never would have thought he could match the power of Grand Masters in such a short time. Smiling, Jaden felt this might be part of fate, unpredictable yet inevitable. Thank you for protecting me in the soul-nourishing pool, Tao Qingshi said sincerely. When she saw Jaden emerge from the shadows, she knew her companion had never left and had been protecting her. Despite having a millennium of memories, such unwavering loyalty was rare even for her. Tao Qingshi deeply understood that in the cultivation world, most people were deceitful and selfish. People like Jaden, willing to risk their lives for friends, were few and far between. No problem, it's nothing much. Jaden waved off the compliment. As a pure saber cultivator, he had his principles. Ignoring a friend in distress would weigh heavily on his conscience. On the path of cultivation, Jaden wielded his saber forward, valuing clear intent and resolute determination. Tao Qingshi smiled. My mission is done. Let's find the scroll clues now. Jaden nodded. This was his ultimate goal. The 3 divine senses of the Bilherm did not reveal scroll information, indicating there were unexplored areas in the bat lair. Perhaps, even the Bilherm didn't know his cultivation cave held any connection to the ancient scroll, despite being one of the dark profound guardians. Cornelk the dragon previously, it likely also unknowingly hid clues within its statue inside the black ancient hall. Someone must have intentionally orchestrated this. Jaden pondered, where to? Tao Qingshi focused her gaze, to the end of the lair, the Black Bat Temple. Jaden paused, wondering if that was where the Bilherm attained enlightenment. If so, might there be a statue and a clue there as well? Formulating a guess, Jaden asked, how long will it take to get there? Tao Qingshi replied, with our flying speed, half a day is enough. Jaden nodded, good, let me adjust my state before we depart. After consecutive battles, he needed to restore his essence power and spirit. Naturally, Tao Qingshi and Taj had no objections, taking up protective duties instead. Chapter 331, Gathering. The next day, Jaden and his companions arrived at their destination. A building resembling an ancient castle appeared in Jaden's line of sight, enveloped in endless darkness, adding a sinister atmosphere to the scene. This is the Black Bat Temple, Noemi said. Jaden looked around and saw that there were nearly 100 cultivators gathered outside the massive stone gate of the temple, all clearly here to seek treasures. He guessed that almost all the surviving cultivators from the Black Bat catacombs had come here. At this moment, Jaden overheard someone discussing, did you hear? Not long ago, there was a burst of light shooting up from this temple. It must be due to some significant treasure appearing. So what? Everyone already knows that's why they're here. I heard that there were also sounds of fighting inside, meaning some people have already entered, another person added. How could that be possible? I've been guarding here for half a month, and the stone gate hasn't moved a bit. No one can get in. I don't know the reason either, but many people are speculating that someone got there first, came another voice. Hearing these discussions, Jaden frowned. These cultivators all had strong cultivation levels and should have excellent hearing. If not for deliberate rumors, then there might indeed be some truth to it. Many things may seem baseless, but often have clues leading back to reality. Jaden recalled the dead red-eyed black bats on the rock walls when he first entered the black bat catacombs, proving that someone had indeed acted before him. Who could it be? Jaden felt certain that someone had ignored the restrictions of the black bat catacombs and entered ahead of them. Now, that person was probably inside the temple. For this reason, he became more alert and cautious. If this person was also after the clue to the scroll, there would likely be fierce battles. Just then, two powerful figures, Hansen and Eric, finally arrived. They heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Jaden unharmed. After entering this space, they hadn't detected any signals from the academy tokens, fearing that something might have happened to Jaden since their task was to protect him. They searched tirelessly without success for over a month until they met some cultivators who mentioned coming to the temple, so they decided to try their luck here. To their delight, just before reaching the temple, their tokens started to give signals, indicating an academy student nearby. Hansen and Eric rushed over and were glad to see Jaden, which calmed their nerves. Senior brother Chiao, senior brother Emil, Jaden greeted with a smile. Hansen sighed, thankfully you're fine, or we would be blamed. Taj joked, he's very powerful now. You two might not even be able to match him, no need to worry so much. Hansen and Eric looked at Jaden skeptically. His cultivation level seemed unchanged. Don't listen to him. I still need your help, Jaden responded modestly. Indeed, both Hansen and Eric were third-stage bridge breaker cultivators, ranking among the top tier in the black bat catacombs. With their mid-grade spirit foundations, their combat prowess was extraordinary. Jaden knew well that defeating them in a sparring match would be extremely difficult unless he went all out, giving him only a slim chance of victory. Seeing Jaden did not explain further, Hansen and Eric didn't press the issue. Instead, they stood beside him, gazing forward. This time, they wouldn't let him out of their sight again. The stone gate remained closed, and Jaden used this opportunity to ask Noemi, you mentioned earlier that the scroll is related to the descendants of the Great Chu imperial family. Could you be more specific? Noemi replied, honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I heard a rumor a long time ago that the descendants of the Great Chu imperial family were hiding and guarding something. Jaden nodded. So you've been searching for the scroll to regain your past strength by obtaining that thing? Noemi admitted, Foster's, but unfortunately, you ended up with the scroll. Curious, Jaden asked, I wonder what your strength was 1,000 years ago? Noemi winked, can you guess? Jaden smiled, I think you've recovered about half, right? Noemi suddenly looked somber. Returning to my peak state is impossible now. After merging with me, I'll never reach immortality in this lifetime. At most halfway there. Even the soul nurturing pool can't fully restore you? It's too hard. I need many heavenly treasures. Taj interjected, come to my place. My family has plenty of treasures. Noemi rolled her eyes and continued, Jaden, once you obtain that thing, I hope you can lend it to me. Jaden laughed bitterly, I'm not even sure if I can get it. Noemi smiled, I'm confident. Women's intuition. Jaden shook his head, I suggest you don't be overly optimistic. You said it yourself, it's just a theory. The Great Chu descendants might have other motives, or they might not even exist today after 1,000 years. No one has found them. Noemi sighed, true, but that's one of my few hopes, and I must try. Jaden nodded, all right, if I do find it, I'll let you use it. Noemi sincerely thanked him, thank you. Taj added, brother Qinghu, thank you too. Noemi glared, causing Jaden to chuckle. Amaldenly, Jaden asked, Leah, do you remember anything about the collapse of Heavenly Dao 1,000 years ago? Noemi shook her head. When the alien races invaded, I was in deep seclusion. By the time I emerged, the calamity had just ended. Few who know the details are either dead or severely injured, and many keep it hidden. Oh, Jaden felt a bit disappointed. I suddenly recall someone mentioning betrayal led to the damage of Heavenly Dao, Noemi said. Betrayal? Jaden thought for a moment. Indeed, someone from the Great Chu imperial family betrayed. Are you talking about that? Noemi responded, I don't know the specifics, but I doubt a single betrayal could impact Heavenly Dao that much. That makes sense. Jaden reflected, realizing betrayal might be more complex than it seemed. Power struggles were only part of it. Just as he mused, someone shouted, the stone gate is opening. Chapter 332. It's her. Jaden immediately stopped contemplating and turned his gaze toward the temple. The stone door emitted a heavy sound and slowly opened. A fleeting shimmer of light flashed across it, as if some kind of restriction had disappeared. Jaden was inwardly astonished. The stone door looked like it had never been opened before. He wondered how anyone could have entered. In an instant, the stone door swung open, and numerous cultivators rushed in, scrambling to seize treasures. Let's go in and see. Without hesitation, Jaden took a step forward and walked towards the stone door. Hansen and Eric followed closely beside him, while Taj and Amalia trailed behind. Soon, they too entered the Black Bat Temple. Before they could survey their surroundings, they saw many cultivators standing motionless. Following the gazes of the cultivators, Jaden and his group saw a massive beast lying on the ground, covered in blood, its dying state indicating it had lost all fighting power. Middle stage sacred beast? Hansen exclaimed in shock. Jaden was also surprised. Middle stage sacred beasts were comparable to powerful figures who had mastered profound principles. Their strength was formidable. He couldn't believe such a creature had been gravely injured here. How powerful is that person? Jaden's expression became grim. If the guess was correct, their combined combat strength might not be enough. Junior brother, if we don't have to explore further, let's not go deeper, Hansen said, clearly realizing the severity of the situation. A being capable of severely wounding a middle-stage sacred beast was beyond their capabilities. Jaden shook his head. Since we've come this far, I must take a look. If things become unmanageable, you retreat first. I can handle it. He had confidence in himself. His deepest ace wasn't from him but from the Khan. He believed the Khan wouldn't watch him die, even though the guy often spoke harshly. In that case, we will do our best to protect junior brother. Hansen and Eric exchanged glances, hiding their worries. This junior brother was mysterious. They could only trust him. The numerous cultivators weren't frightened either. More dangerous places meant greater opportunities. Wealth always came with risks. Besides, no one had seen who acted. There was no way they would retreat. Fear didn't define them. With the temple's guardian's sacred beast severely injured, it removed an obstacle for them. An opportune moment indeed. Eyes gleaming, the cultivators ignored the sacred beast and instead looked deeper into the hall. There lay a shattered stone door, pieces scattered everywhere, clearly blasted open by force. Can't let that bastard find the treasure first. Someone shouted. Realizing this, all the cultivators charged toward the passage. Jaden pondered for a moment, then turned around. You two stay here. Don't enter. Something feels off. Amalia and Taj nodded. Their strength was insufficient, so they naturally didn't want to be a burden. Jaden continued, Senior brother Emil, you stay here too. Protect them in case anything unexpected happens. All right. Eric nodded. Senior brother Chiao, please follow me, Jaden said earnestly. If anything becomes too much for you, withdraw and prioritize your life. No need to worry about me. Seeing Jaden emphasize this multiple times, Hansen felt reassured. All right, let's listen to you, junior brother. Jaden nodded slightly, satisfied with the arrangement. Leading Hansen, he walked towards the broken passage. Inside the passage was a grand hall illuminated brightly by several large night pearls. On the ground, scattered among various fragments, were numerous stone pieces. The statue was destroyed? Jaden's eyes narrowed. These stone pieces were undoubtedly remnants of a broken statue. Nearby lay a complete stone head, clearly resembling the Bilherm. The statue being destroyed implied that the clues were also taken. Just as he had guessed, the one who entered earlier was indeed after the scroll's clue. Who is it? Jaden became cautious, scanning the area, but his view was blocked by the crowd of cultivators. Just as he moved to get a better angle, he heard someone shout, Where did this bitch come from? Tell us how you got in here and hand over the treasure. Someone ahead? Jaden's heart skipped a beat as he quickly moved through the crowd, catching sight of a figure facing away from them. It's her. Jaden's heart pounded. The silhouette and red-blooded dress were unmistakably familiar, unforgettable. This person was none other than Blood-Cloaked Patty from the Divine Maiden Peak. Though saying this, Jaden was still unsure of this Liv's true appearance since everyone saw her differently. However, Blood-Cloaked Patty's presence confirmed the existence of the Divine Maiden. His memories in the small world had not been tampered with, so the villagers' memories were erased by her. What was her purpose? Focus on the current situation. Jaden shook his head, realizing that the one who entered Blackbat Cave earlier must be her. He hadn't expected her to have mastered profound principles in the short time since they last met. This would complicate matters. She wants the Chu Imperial family's guarded item inside the scroll? Jaden's expression grew grave. That explained why Blood-Cloaked Patty had specifically named him that day, perhaps sensing the ancient scroll's aura on him. As he thought, Jaden heard the cultivator in front shout again, Hey, bitch, are you mute? Answer me. Jaden frowned. Challenging Blood-Cloaked Patty like this wasn't wise. Despite having third bridge realm cultivation, this cultivator probably underestimated her. Jaden's mind raced, sending a message to the Khan asking for help. Unexpectedly, the Khan agreed promptly, promising to intervene if things went wrong. Jaden felt reassured, now trusting the Khan more than ever. Finally, the figure in the blood-red dress slowly turned around. Jaden paused. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful but appeared even colder, devoid of emotion compared to the real Patty. Quickly regaining his senses, Jaden noticed the other cultivators showed no surprise, indicating they saw an ordinary-looking Liv. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. The Divine Maiden's appearance varied from person to person. Why did he see Patty's face? Jaden couldn't understand. The arrogant cultivator spoke again. Hand over the treasure, or I'll strip you naked. Blood-Cloaked Patty's expression remained cold. She ignored the cultivator and said softly, I've been waiting for you. You finally came. Chapter 333, Dao Companion? The cultivators were stunned. Whom was this Liv speaking to? Jaden's heart chilled. His intuition told him that Blood-Cloaked Patty was referring to him. Damn it, you take my words as the wind. Oh. The boastful cultivator's curses abruptly ceased, as if something had choked him. Amaldenly, twin crimson beams shot from Blood-Cloaked Patty's eyes. The arrogant cultivator's head exploded in a shower of blood, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. All the cultivators were filled with terror and involuntarily took several steps back. A cultivator at the Broken Bridge realm had been killed like this. What kind of deity was this Liv? There are too many people here. Let me clean up a bit before we talk. Blood-Cloaked Patty said to herself, remember, don't run, or those around you will die. With that, Blood-Cloaked Patty flashed into the crowd. Jaden watched as a bloody shadow moved back and forth among the crowd like a long thread. With each flicker, several people fell to the ground, lifeless. Was she going to slaughter all the cultivators here? Horror spread across Jaden's face. He quickly transmitted sound, Senior Brother Chiao, leave now. You and Senior Brother Emil should take Noemi and Taj away from the temple. If you can't leave the Black Bat dungeon for the moment, hide. Hurry. Hansen also looked grave. That Liv was terrifying. She could kill with a wave of her hand. Those were all mighty cultivators. You must take care of yourself, Junior Brother Cornell. Hansen knew this wasn't a time for hesitation. Following Jaden's instructions, he turned and sped off in the direction they came. Jaden remained unmoving. He knew Blood-Cloaked Patty was targeting him alone. His companions should be safe. He was unsure how the situation would evolve, so he wanted Hansen and the others to get as far away as possible. In mere moments, Blood-Cloaked Patty had slaughtered every cultivator in the hall without leaving any survivors. The resistance of these cultivators was laughable to her, easily crushed. Blood-Cloaked Patty ended their lives effortlessly. She has become incredibly powerful. Jaden remembered encountering Blood-Cloaked Patty when she was still recovering. Now she had reached such a terrifying level, and he had a gut feeling that this was not even her peak strength. She could be even more terrifying. At this moment, blood-cloaked Patty stopped moving. Her blood-red robe billowed in the non-existent wind, with wisps of black hair falling over her stunningly beautiful face, adding a chilling edge. Blood-cloaked Patty stepped over the corpses, slowly walking closer. Her steps were slow but felt like each step resonated with Jaden's heartbeat. Jaden took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, "We meet again." Blood-cloaked Patty approached until she was within a foot of Jaden. They were very close. Jaden could even smell her faint fragrance. Even the scent she exudes is exactly the same as Raven. Jaden was shocked beyond belief, momentarily lost in whether she was real or an illusion. Blood-cloaked Patty said, "You really listened. I told you not to run, and yet you stayed put. Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Jaden calmed himself. Knowing the Khan was surely watching, he remained unruffled. He replied, "You are indeed powerful, but more than that, I want to know who you really are." Jaden stared intensely into blood-cloaked Patty's beautiful eyes. A faint smile curled the corners of her mouth as she asked, "Do you really want to know?" Jaden retorted, "What do you think?" Blood-cloaked Patty smiled lightly. "If I tell you I'm your Dao companion, will you believe me?" Struck as if by lightning, Jaden froze. He never expected to hear such a response. The tone suggested genuine intent. This can't be. Jaden's heart pounded. Had these words come from his senior sister, he would find it hard to believe but perhaps understandable. But coming from blood-cloaked Patty made him shudder inwardly. Is there some deeper meaning behind this? Jaden didn't think blood-cloaked Patty's words were simple. Coupled with what he'd learned from the Bilherm, he suspected there might be hidden implications. To his surprise, blood-cloaked Patty continued, "Wouldn't it be better if you became my Dao companion? We make a perfect pair." Hearing this, Jaden felt a chill creep over his scalp, devoid of any joy. Deciding to change tactics, Jaden asked, "Have you met me before?" Blood-cloaked Patty suddenly smiled sweetly. "I'll tell you if you agree to be my Dao companion. How about that?" Despite her mesmerizing beauty, Jaden felt a chill from head to toe. He struggled to stay calm. "You seem eager for this identity." Jaden deduced that blood-cloaked Patty repeatedly mentioned Dao companion, perhaps plotting something. Though startled, he remained calm, analyzing the situation. Blood-cloaked Patty said coolly, "You're quite clever, trying to pry information out of me, but I also hear you don't wish to become my Dao companion." Instantly, a wave of killing intent enveloped Jaden, ready to strike at any moment. Unruffled, Jaden let the killing intent wash over him. "We're strangers, without any foundation for a relationship. What Dao companion talk?" "Very well," blood-cloaked Patty coldly remarked. "Then I'll destroy you first." The killing intent grew intense, slicing through his skin like sharp blades. Now more composed, Jaden reminded himself that his ancient five-seal immortal body was no match for mere killing intent unless blood-cloaked Patty attacked immediately. "I won't indulge in nonsense. Speak plainly. If I'm right, you want something from me, don't you?" Jaden proposed. Blood-cloaked Patty arched an eyebrow. "So what?" Jaden smirked. "Let's make a wager. Malpress your cultivation to my level. If you win, the item is yours, and you can dispose of me as you wish. If I win, you must not trouble me again." Speaking, Jaden withdrew the immortal concealment technique, revealing his true cultivation, an early-stage broken bridge realm, a veritable near paragon. Intuition told him blood-cloaked Patty would accept. Though ice-cold, she exuded an aura of arrogance. She said coolly, "Your scheme is clever, but simply killing you would be too dull." "All right, compared to killing you, crushing your Dao seems fitting. This suits me fine." Blood-cloaked Patty narrowed her eyes. Immediately, they distanced themselves, ready for battle. Blood-cloaked Patty's aura dropped steadily to the lower broken bridge realm. She withdrew a blood-red spear, her expression utterly emotionless. Jaden held the void-shattering saber, poised for combat. "Kill." Jaden launched the attack first, charging toward her with deadly intent. Chapter 334, Evenly Matched. Jaden raised his hand to unleash the second stage blade momentum, its power surging like a torrential flood toward blood-cloaked Patty. Blood-cloaked Patty countered with a thrust of her spear, instantly unleashing blood-colored radiance that surged skyward and collided with the flood. Rumble. The clash was formidable, each side as sharp as a needle against a point. Neither could subdue the other. The terrifying aftereffects sent both flying back. Second stage spear momentum. Jaden steadied himself. Blood-cloaked Patty's understanding of momentum was no weaker than his. Not only that, their previous exchange had revealed that blood-cloaked Patty's foundation also ranked among the lower echelons of the Saint Realm. This meant Jaden was now facing his first truly evenly matched opponent at the same level. It indicated that this battle would be exceptionally challenging and not easily won. Jaden made his assessment. Now it depended on who had the superior skills and experience. Soul Derivation Sacred Art. Jaden launched the soul attack first, intending to intimidate blood-cloaked Patty for his next move. However, as soon as his soul condensed into a blade, blood-cloaked Patty seemed to have anticipated his intentions, and an invisible surge erupted from her forehead. Boom! Two soul forces clashed mid-air, momentarily causing an invisible gale to sweep through the hall. Jaden's expression turned grave. Blood-cloaked Patty's soul force was almost on par with his. Could it be that she has even suppressed her soul to match my level? Jaden felt this was very possible. Blood-cloaked Patty was too enigmatic. It wasn't strange that she could perceive his soul realm. Thus, there was only one way forward, head-on confrontation. Crimson Blood Slaughter Blade. Jaden decisively unleashed a divine ability, releasing Crimson Blade Light which tore through space and slashed straight toward blood-cloaked Patty. Crack! Amaldenly, thunder rumbled, and blood-cloaked Patty's spear was engulfed in crimson lightning that shot out and collided with the blade light. Rumble! The lightning exploded, dispersing the blade light, and the energy crackled in the air. She also uses lightning? Jaden was surprised. He knew his senior sister was adept at this, but he hadn't expected blood-cloaked Patty to be the same, which left him momentarily bewildered by how similar she was to his senior sister in various aspects. Could this live really be just as she appeared? If you get distracted, you'll lose, came blood-cloaked Patty's indifferent voice. Jaden snapped back to reality, realizing he had been distracted during the fight for the first time. By the time he reacted, a crimson lightning net had already formed above his head, containing immense power and descending toward him. Instinctively trying to escape, Jaden found that the space beneath the lightning net had become an invisible barrier, trapping him inside. After experiencing this move firsthand, Jaden understood how sharp his senior sister's tactics were back then. Absolutely cannot let the lightning net touch me. Jaden immediately decided and shouted, "Blood break God technique." Blood chi rose around him, and just as the lightning net descended upon him, Jaden transformed into a blood shadow, piercing through the invisible barrier and evading the danger. A hint of surprise flashed in blood-cloaked Patty's eyes. "Your technique is indeed impressive, but it doesn't seem to be from the abyssal profound heaven." Jaden did not reply, focusing entirely on the fight without allowing any distractions. Blade-breaking momentum. Jaden launched the void-cracking blade, a brilliant blade light slicing down, creating spatial fractures. Facing such an assault, blood-cloaked Patty's gaze intensified, and she intoned, "Break." Her blood spear swept across the air, releasing boundless bloodlight, the spear's aura carrying scarlet lightning roaring towards him, causing space to collapse in its wake. Rumble. Thunder roared as the blade light and spear aura shattered, leading to another stalemate between Jaden and blood-cloaked Patty. Wasteland Divine Fist. Massacre momentum. Jaden didn't stop. This time, he used both fists and blades. The intertwining energies twisted like two dragons toward blood-cloaked Patty. Blood-cloaked Patty was equally relentless, smashing space with a fist and shaking it with a spear, waves of scarlet light confronting the attacks. Rumble. The aftermath lingered, ears ringing with the continuous sounds. Both were evenly matched, and neither gained an advantage for a moment. Kill. Undeterred, Jaden pressed forward, employing multiple techniques, battling fiercely with blood-cloaked Patty. Fighting an equally skilled opponent greatly helped enhance his insights, making Jaden increasingly excited as he fought. A Malchin opportunity was rare. For blood-cloaked Patty to suppress her strength in this duel was a significant benefit to him. Blood-cloaked Patty noticed Jaden's intentions but was not in a hurry, engaging him instead. Though Jaden's strength exceeded her expectations somewhat, she still had more moves to reveal. To destroy Jaden's Dao heart, she needed to gradually wear him down, a part of her strategy. Clank, clank, clank. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Both sides had their thoughts, clashing relentlessly in over a dozen rounds. The hall was nearly destroyed, all intact structures shattered by the shockwaves. Spatial cracks opened and closed repeatedly. The floating lights flickered, sometimes bright and dazzling, other times dim and quiet. If an outsider were present, they would undoubtedly gape in awe, marveling at whether this was truly a battle between near greats. At this moment, Jaden's body dripped with blood, while blood-cloaked Patty's long dress had several slashes exposing her alabaster skin. Fostered, despite this, their breathing remained steady, and their attacks continued with ruthless precision. Stabilize space. Hidden soul-severing blade. Jaden's eyes flashed with sharp light as he seized the opportunity and swiftly delivered 2 strikes. Instantly, the space around blood-cloaked Patty compressed, entrapping her with endless spatial ripples, and countless light blades sliced from all directions, targeting her vital points accurately. Facing the sudden attack, blood-cloaked Patty remained calm, her eyes flashing a red glow. She then chanted softly, "Heavenly thunder, break." In an instant, countless crimson lightning bolts erupted around her, shattering the light blades. Simultaneously, heavenly crimson lightning struck the spatial cage. Crack! Jaden's stabilized space technique was broken within moments, and the hidden dark blade was shattered by the brilliant lightning. Moreover, the celestial-like crimson lightning did not dissipate but aimed directly at Jaden. Facing blood-cloaked Patty's counterattack, Jaden's eyes flashed again, turning into a blood shadow and continuously weaving through the lightning. Chapter 335, The Ultimate Card Battle. Massacre Stance. As Jaden dodged, he didn't forget to slash a bloody arc of blade light. In the range where the blade light passed, crimson lightning dissipated and vanished into nothingness. Jaden secretly exhaled. Although it appeared that he had defused the crisis, he had still slightly fallen behind. Blood Robe Patty only attacked once, while he countered with 3 moves. It was clear that Blood Robe Patty still had several cards up her sleeve, which further solidified his resolve not to use his ultimate technique until absolutely necessary. After this clash, both retreated and adjusted their breaths in unison. Blood Robe Patty suddenly curled her lips into a smile. "I must admit, I underestimated you. You truly deserve to be my Dao companion, but it's a pity you haven't fully matured yet. If I'm not mistaken, you still have some tricks up your sleeve," she continued. "Bring them out now, or you'll regret it." With that said, her aura surged drastically as she lifted some of her own suppression, advancing her cultivation directly to upper-reaching bridge realm. "I've decided to change my plan. I will let you see the gap between us slowly before destroying you." Blood Robe Patty spoke candidly, then abruptly turned cold. "What I cannot have, no one else shall get." Jaden hadn't expected Blood Robe Patty to turn on him so quickly, disregarding her previous promises. "Want to crush my Dao heart? Let's see if you can do it." Jaden rarely spoke such harsh words, but this time it was uncontrollable. A surge of fighting spirit and an indomitable will arose from deep within him. The faith of a blade cultivator would not be trampled upon. The spirit wood of fucking had already merged into his body by this point, boosting his aura and elevating him to the upper-reaching bridge realm as well. "Interesting," Blood Robe Patty smiled faintly. "Come at me again." She launched herself forward, enveloped in waves of crimson lightning, akin to a goddess descending. Jaden showed no fear and slashed through the air with his shattered sky saber, sending wave after wave of blade light toward her. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed fiercely once more, their weapons colliding, shock waves of lightning resounding as thunderous booms filled the surroundings. Despite the intensity, the Black Bat Divine Hall stood firm. Divine Wave Technique. Jaden seized a fleeting opportunity and spat out mystic sounds, generating a series of sound waves that instantly enveloped Blood Robe Patty, aiming to disrupt her spiritual essence. With his extensive combat experience, he recognized the perfect moment to strike while she was preoccupied just a foot away from him. Although Blood Robe Patty's spiritual essence mastery was impressive, disrupting it was unpredictable and hard to counter. True enough, she was caught off guard, her movements slowing for an instant. Jaden seized this tiny window of opportunity, slashing with lethal precision. The dazzling blade light aimed straight for her head without any hesitation. He believed this move would either gravely injure or kill her. However, Jaden still underestimated her strength. As his blade approached, crimson light flashed in her eyes, breaking free from the disruption. Break! Blood Robe Patty thrust her spear forward, the spear glow awakening crimson lightning that met his blade light. Boom! Both were simultaneously repelled after the clash. This time, Blood Robe Patty clearly took a hidden toll and flew a considerable distance before stabilizing herself. Jaden inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. It seemed even more difficult now to harm her. Feel despair. Blood Robe Patty spoke coldly, her aura rising again to middle True Bridge Realm. Jaden immediately felt immense pressure. The holy grade foundation of True Bridge Realm indeed set her apart. His eyes flashed with determination as he realized his cultivation could not advance further. Thus, he fused with the True Shadow Heavenly Pearl and summoned his two clones. Facing 1-on-3, even if his cultivation was inferior, they could still hold their ground. She wanted to crush his Dao heart gradually. She wouldn't get her wish easily. Attack. Jaden's three figures assaulted Blood Robe Patty from different angles, each employing different tactics. Their combined prowess intertwined, forming an even stronger force pressing down on her. You even have the profound heaven fruit treasure. Blood Robe Patty's expression showed a hint of surprise followed by a slight smile. The harder Jaden struggled, the greater the chance of his eventual failure leading to his destruction. Break! Blood Robe Patty's shout reverberated, and terrifying crimson lightning soared skyward, spear glow transforming into a pillar of light that cut through his attacks. Boom! Deafening sounds exploded in midair. Blood Robe Patty swiftly darted away, avoiding the aftermath of the impact. Her crimson long dress billowed with the wind, untouched by harm. Slash strengthening stance. Sky sealing earth binding saber. Shadow cutting soul severing saber. Jaden did not cease his assault. His three figures exerted all their might, this being his utmost effort. If he still couldn't defeat her, he'd have no choice but to resort to his final killing move. Infinite blade momentum sliced through the sky like streaks, space shattering instantly, releasing overwhelming power surging downward. Blood Robe Patty remained calm amidst the chaos, her blood-red spear weaving three scarlet lightning dragons. Accompanied by the dragon's appearance, thunder pierced through space, echoing throughout the entire hall. Rumble. Blade light met lightning dragons, unleashing terrifying power, causing the Black Bat Divine Hall to tremble as if ready to collapse. When the light faded, tranquility gradually returned, revealing their positions. They stood several yards apart, both somewhat disheveled but uninjured. Clearly, Jaden's full power strike was still unable to overcome Blood Robe Patty. At this moment, Blood Robe Patty declared, "This must be your last attempt, then accept destruction." She chanted, "Heavenly punishment descends, destroy." Amaldonly, endless crimson lightning gathered above the hall, forming a sea of lightning pools radiating crimson, blood-like light. Corner lightning flickered, and dragons roared. At the middle True Bridge Realm, Blood Robe Patty executed a near artifact-level attack, a sight that was indeed astonishing. Perhaps this was linked to her having comprehended artifacts but suppressed her cultivation, but regardless, this move could definitely threaten artifact masters. Jaden's true realm was only lower-reaching Bridge Realm. How could he possibly resist? In the next moment, Jaden provided his answer. "Who told you that was my last move?" Amaldonly, all three of Jaden's eyes emitted several feet of piercing light, then simultaneously shouted, "Draw saber, / heaven technique." ##### Chapter 336, Conversation in the Hall. As Jaden's sky-shattering blade fell, three brilliant streaks of blade light intersected midair, intercepting Adeline Patty's attack. Boom, boom, boom. This clash caused the very space to collapse. The entire grand hall trembled violently as fierce winds raged, scattering countless fragments of stone which were then ground into powder by the shockwaves. The crimson lightning that had descended from the heavens was ultimately shredded by the blade light, dissipating into scattered sparks in the air. Clearly, Jaden had gained a slight upper hand in this final clash. He had won. The sky-severing blade technique did not disappoint him. With his current cultivation and the additional power bestowed by the Fuxin Divine Tree, this killing move possessed immense might. However, Adeline Patty did not seem to be injured, for at the last moment, she had abandoned her suppression, revealing her formidable cultivation and shattering the blade light above her head. Nevertheless, this meant she had lost. In a contest between peers, she was inferior to Jaden. At this moment, Adeline Patty slowly descended from the air, her expression indifferent. She didn't retract her blood-red spear, but instead held it slightly forward and slanted, indicating she had no intention of stopping. Jaden remained calm and composed. Despite his extreme weakness, he said calmly, "You have lost. According to our agreement, I can leave now." Adeline Patty's lips curled slightly. "It was just a game. Did you take it seriously?" Jaden wasn't surprised. From Adeline Patty's expression, he had already guessed something, but he still replied, "I don't think this was just a game. You felt the same way at the beginning. It's just that you lost and are unwilling to admit it." These words were direct and left no room for face-saving, easily provoking anger. Amalra enough, a cold gleam flashed in Adeline Patty's eyes, and her figure abruptly lunged forward, enveloping Jaden in a terrifying aura of pressure. Then, her blood-red spear stopped precisely at Jaden's throat. A slight advance, and it would pierce through him. Facing such pressure, Jaden didn't bat an eyelid, remaining serene and composed. Adeline Patty spoke coldly, "Do you think I won't kill you?" Jaden shook his head. "No, I can sense that you really will." Adeline Patty showed a hint of surprise. "Looks like you're prepared to die." "Indeed, a smart man knows that struggling is futile." Jaden smiled. "But I'm not ready to die yet." With these words, Jaden's aura suddenly changed. His eyes grew deep and inscrutable, exuding an aura that was like an abyss, impossible to fathom. Foster's, the demon of the blade, had taken control, Jaden having relinquished bodily control. This time, the demon of the blade did not carry its usual arrogance, but radiated an air of mystery, difficult to grasp. Amount differences startled Jaden as he realized he could not perceive anything outside. No sounds, no sensations. Though clearly within his body, it felt like he was adrift in infinite darkness, seeing nothing, touching nothing. The demon of the blade has blocked my senses. Jaden quickly understood this was the first time the demon of the blade had taken such cautious action. Was there something it didn't want him to hear? What exactly was Adeline Patty's identity? Clearly, the demon of the blade recognized her. Is it wary of me? Or does it not want me to know too much? Jaden pondered. At this point, he could not regain control of his body unless the demon of the blade chose to let him. This decision was risky, given the demon of the blade's strength. It could prevent Jaden from re-emerging or even obliterate his consciousness invisibly. But Jaden trusted the demon of the blade wouldn't do that. It was an instinct. He decided to wait until the matter was resolved before asking the demon of the blade about its intentions. Although it probably wouldn't explain thoroughly, he might guess some secrets. While Jaden contemplated, the demon of the blade spoke calmly to Adeline Patty. "Long time no see." Adeline Patty's pupils constricted, and she rapidly retreated, her voice icy. "It's you." The demon of the blade smiled faintly. "A malaprised? Didn't expect me to be here, huh?" Adeline Patty's tone turned stern. "I didn't believe they could trap you here. What do you intend to gain by being here?" The demon of the blade chuckled. "Go ahead and speculate. I find it quite amusing." Adeline Patty frowned. "Is this also part of their plan?" The demon of the blade shrugged. "Ask them about that. I just come here to pass the time." Adeline Patty retracted her spear and said, "You've broken the original agreement. You promised not to interfere." The demon of the blade feigned puzzlement. "Did I? I don't remember. I've been sleeping inside the stone for 1,000 years. Adeline Patty's voice grew chilly. "Your appearance now leaves no room for doubt. You should know that I couldn't care less about your petty affairs." The demon of the blade laughed, shaking its head. "I'm just interested in this childless one, who might prove useful someday." It narrowed its eyes, adding, "So, you'd better follow the rules and not make any moves on him prematurely. Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood, I won't hesitate to break the balance and remake the world." These words sounded menacing, but conveyed another meaning to Adeline Patty. Her eyes widened in shock, losing her previous cold demeanor. "You care so much. Doesn't that mean he has hidden identities beyond what's on the surface?" The demon of the blade was frank. "Don't be surprised. I didn't know initially, and even now, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see how it goes." Adeline Patty drew a deep breath. Did they predict this too? Who knows? The demon of the blade shrugged, then smiled mysteriously. "Do you think I'm involved in this scheme?" Adeline Patty collected herself and suddenly wore a meaningful smile. "It seems my intuition was right. The childless one truly suits as a partner." The demon of the blade teased. "Let's see if you have what it takes. He has plenty of beauties around him. I'm pretty excited to see who ends up with him." Adeline Patty's lips curved upward. "If he's really as you say, why can't he keep all of them?" The demon of the blade laughed heartily. "Haha, that's quite a bold idea. But from what I observe, he has strong principles. Your good intentions may go unfulfilled." Adeline Patty pouted. "We'll see about that." The demon of the blade waved a hand. "You may leave. You lost the duel. No point arguing. By the way, let me remind you, if you want any connection with this childless one, don't ally with other races for ulterior motives. Doing so will cost you any chance forever," the demon of the blade added. Adeline Patty scoffed. "That might not be necessary now, but who knows the future? Circumstances force actions. If all else fails, I must survive." The demon of the blade closed its eyes. "I've said my piece." Adeline Patty's gaze flickered, but she didn't respond further. As her blood-red skirt fluttered, she ascended into the air and left the Black Bat God Hall. Chapter 337, Return to the Academy. After Blood-clad Patty left, the Ewing returned control of Jaden's body to him. Jaden reclaimed control of his body and sank his consciousness into Xunyang, asking, "Ewing, why did you block my perception?" Unexpectedly, the Ewing didn't respond but instead transmitted snoring sounds. "You old rascal." Jaden cursed as he exited Xunyang. Of course, he didn't believe that the Ewing had fallen asleep. It was clearly a deliberate act to avoid telling him anything. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. This saying couldn't be truer, and Jaden understood this moment fully. Although blood-clad Patty's figure was no longer present, Jaden didn't think the Ewing had killed her. It must have just driven her away. After all, there were no other signs of battle around, and no bloodstains on the ground. Jaden calmed himself, thinking that since no one was going to explain, he would have to explore on his own. Just as he was about to leave, the ancient scroll in the mystic ring suddenly flew out on its own, hovering mid-air. The consecutive battles had nearly made him forget about this. Could it be that blood-clad Patty hadn't taken the clue? Thinking this, Jaden noticed that the stone head lying on the ground emitted 2 beams of light from its eyes, which landed on the scroll. Does this statue have a spirit? Jaden was astonished. He didn't believe that blood-clad Patty hadn't explored the statue. The clue only appeared now, suggesting that the statue only responded when it sensed the ancient scroll. When the light faded, some additional markings appeared on the scroll. Jaden looked closely and saw that next to the existing lines, the outline of a mountain had emerged. The outline was detailed enough to easily discern the complete shape of a mountain. Jaden had no idea where this was. He had no recollection of such a place, perhaps near the imperial capital, but he wasn't familiar enough with it yet. He needed to find an opportunity to ask others. Is it the final destination or a location hiding other clues? Jaden rubbed his chin, thinking it was more likely to be the latter. The ultimate location wouldn't be this simple, or else it wouldn't have been hidden for 1,000 years by the Dechu imperial family. He put the scroll back into the mystic ring and made his way out of the Black Bat Temple. Then, using the Academy token's resonance, he found Hansen and the others hidden in a secluded spot. Seeing Jaden return unharmed, Hansen sighed in relief. Thankfully, Brother Cornell is safe. Jaden smiled. The trouble has been resolved. That Liv is gone. Hansen's eyes widened. Who drove her off? To him, such a powerful person wouldn't retreat voluntarily. Jaden half-truthfully replied, she came for me, and I negotiated with her. She didn't make things difficult after that. Hansen nodded understandingly, though he still had some doubts. But since Jaden didn't elaborate, he didn't press further. Noemi asked, did you get the clue? Jaden answered, by luck, it wasn't taken. Noemi was pleased. Did you discover anything on the scroll? Jaden nodded, Foster's, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Let's discuss in detail once we return to the imperial capital. Noemi agreed, all right. At this moment, the space within the Black Bat dungeon started shaking violently, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. Gale force winds also surged. Not good, this place is probably done for. We need to get to the exit quickly. Noemi's expression changed, realizing that this might have been triggered by Jaden acquiring the clue. Reacting instantly, the group sped toward their original entry point. At the end of the tunnel, a crack had already formed. Without hesitation, they crossed over, emerging into the cave once more. They retraced their steps and, in no time, exited the Black Bat dungeon. A loud explosion sounded as the ground caved in, then filled with soil, indicating that the Black Bat dungeon no longer existed. In total, they had spent only a month and a half in the dungeon, not reaching 3 months before leaving. Hansen and Eric exhaled deeply, feeling like they had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Jaden gazed at where the Black Bat dungeon used to be for a while before saying, let's go, back to the academy. A day later, Jaden and his companions arrived at the Dark Mystic Academy aboard a wind-riding boat. Jaden and Hansen went to Ashton's practice grounds with Eric. Ashton seemed surprised. Back so soon? Did something unexpected happen? Jaden explained the entire situation, withholding only the presence of the Ewing. Otherwise, he told pretty much everything. After all, Hansen had seen blood-clad Patty, making it impossible to hide the encounter. His explanation was consistent with what he previously stated, that he had reached an agreement with blood-clad Patty. As for the terms of the agreement, everyone had their secrets. Jaden believed Teacher Ashton wouldn't pry further. Indeed, Ashton only glanced at Jaden without asking for details, immediately dismissing Hansen. Jaden secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said with a smile, Teacher, I need to inquire about something. Amalra, go ahead, Ashton replied. Do you know of Xunyang wood? Jaden asked. This material was essential for practicing the sixth seal of ancient immortal body cultivation. Having never heard of it before, he could only seek information from the older generation. He had planned this during his stay in the Black Bat dungeon, to ask both teachers for valuable treasures. Ashton furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, saying, I've heard of Xunyang wood, but I don't know where it can be found. Do you urgently need it? Ashton asked further. Foster's, one of the cultivation techniques I'm practicing requires this celestial treasure, Jaden candidly admitted. Ashton pondered for a bit and said, I will keep an eye out for it and spread the word. With the little influence I have, if anyone knows, they should come forward to tell me. Thank you, teacher, Jaden bowed. If you need anything else, say it all now, Ashton teased. Noticing Jaden's hesitant footsteps, still sharp-eyed as ever, teacher, Jaden flattered, smiling. To be honest, I also need 2 more celestial treasures. Well, let's see if I have them, Ashton, not being stingy, directly addressed Jaden's intention. Jaden rejoiced. These 2 are Cornelglong sand and Tongtian grass. Upon hearing this, Ashton glared at him. You really have the audacity to ask. Do you know how expensive these 2 items are? Jaden laughed awkwardly. Of course I do. That's why I'm seeking your help, as my resources can't afford such items. Both Cornelglong sand and Tongtian grass were rare treasures, priceless and hard to come by. Knowing their value, Jaden had thick skin to ask his teachers for them. Chapter 338. What is creating momentum? Ashton said, these 2 things shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll discuss with Herbert later, and get them for you once they're in hand. Jaden was delighted and bowed with clasped hands. Thank you, Lawson. Ashton smiled. All right, let's talk about your cultivation now. Jaden straightened up, ready to listen attentively. Ashton observed, I noticed that your aura seems to have improved from this trip. Despite Jaden's deliberate attempt to conceal his aura, Ashton, with years of cultivation experience, could still detect subtle changes. Jaden admitted openly, I won't hide it from you, Lawson. Indeed, I've made progress. I am now at the lower tier of Xuchao realm. Ashton frowned. You advanced so quickly. Is your foundation solid? Jaden shook his head. No issues there. It might be due to my cultivation method. My foundation is very stable. That's good. Remember not to rush in cultivation to avoid going astray, Ashton warned. I understand, Jaden nodded. Since you are already a quasi-great power, it's time to grasp the threefold blade momentum. Have you any insights into this? Ashton asked further. I have some clues but still have a long way to go before fully comprehending it, Jaden responded honestly. The threefold blade momentum, known as creating momentum, sounded like it involved forming a new type of momentum. While it seemed simple, creation is often the hardest part. Ashton then asked, when you were grasping blade intent, Did you realize self-blade intent? Jaden replied, Fosters, I realized 4 types. A flicker of surprise appeared in Ashton's eyes. Not bad. With this, understanding creating momentum will be relatively easier. Jaden was puzzled. Why is that? Ashton explained, in a sense, creating momentum is a deeper insight into self-blade intent, yet it's not entirely the same. He continued, through self-blade intent, you learn that different forces can harmonize with each other. With creating momentum, you need to comprehend the essence of these harmonized forces. The essence? Fosters. The essence means that despite changes, the core remains unchanged. You must know that natural momentum does not change according to one's will. From borrowing momentum to transforming momentum, though its power transforms drastically, it fundamentally remains within the domain of natural momentum. And to successfully create momentum, this core must remain unchanged. Jaden's brow furrowed. I don't understand. Isn't it about breaking away from the core to create a new momentum? Ashton shook his head with a smile. Who told you creating necessarily means to create? Is there another interpretation? Jaden widened his eyes. Cultivation is never just surface-level understanding. Avoid misconceptions by deeply pondering and repeatedly verifying, Ashton taught patiently. Jaden listened intently, feeling as if a new door was opening for him. Ashton explained, to understand the essence of self-blade intent, look beyond the changes and delve into the fundamental reasons. Have you ever thought about why your 2 previous blade intents could fuse? What is the essence or the core reason behind it? Jaden fell into deep thought, recalling the process of realizing self-blade intent. He hadn't truly considered why they could merge. At the time, he seized an opportunity and used it as a medium to experiment multiple times until they fused. But he hadn't delved into the root of that opportunity. Following Ashton's guidance, he began to see a bit of clarity. Jaden ventured, Lawson, do you mean there's a force guiding the fusion of blade intents? And creating momentum involves finding this force and using the natural momentum to amplify it. Ashton nodded approvingly. You've understood most of it, but there's still a small part you haven't grasped. Please, enlighten me further, Jaden sincerely requested. This small part of understanding needs to return to the character Zhao, Zhao, Ashton chuckled. By Zhao, we don't mean creation, but rather Dengfeng Zhao Ji, Dengfeng Zhao Ji. Correction. This small part of understanding needs to return to the character Zhao, Ashton chuckled. By Zhao, we don't mean creation, but rather reaching the pinnacle. Further explanation. To ensure the text reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning. This small part of understanding needs to focus on the character Zhao, Ashton smiled. When we say Zhao, we don't mean creation, but rather reaching the pinnacle. The term Dengfeng Zhao Ji translates more idiomatically to reaching the pinnacle or achieving perfection, which better conveys the intended meaning in English. Dengfeng Zhao Ji. Exactly. The Dengfeng Zhao Ji means reaching the pinnacle. Ashton's eyes flashed with a glint of insight as he continued. Just finding that force isn't enough. It's merely a thorough understanding of past forces without forming present power. Only when you push that force to its absolute limit can such potential be called Zhao Shi, which is truly pinnacle force. If you wish to comprehend the profound truths of the universe in the future, you must cross this threshold. Pinnacle force? Jaden murmured to himself, feeling some enlightenment, but not yet fully grasping the concept. He suddenly recalled how the Khan had strongly urged him to understand his personal blade intent, emphasizing its future importance. And now, Jaden realized that this importance likely referred to being ahead in comprehending Zhao Shi. But how do I find that force? What exactly is that force? Jaden fell into deep thought. He knew Ashton had said all he could, and the rest depended on his own comprehension. Having others explain it would only hinder true understanding and risk leading him down a dead-end path. Only through his own insight could he turn this knowledge into his own strength. Given his exceptional aptitude, Jaden understood the crux of the matter and didn't press Ashton further for answers. Ashton nodded approvingly before quietly leaving Jaden alone to ponder. Jaden remained in meditation for 3 days. When he finally rose, the confusion in his eyes had lessened, replaced by greater clarity. This did not mean he had fully grasped Zhao Shi, but he was closer. To break through this bottleneck required more than mere contemplation. He needed practical experience, learning through battle. As for when he would fully comprehend it, that depended on fate. Jaden knew that many people spent their entire lives at this stage, and even if they eventually became powerful beings, they never reached the level of an essence Amalprime. Taking a deep breath, Jaden left Ashton's cultivation grounds and headed toward the academy. To his surprise, Taj was waiting for him. Taj pouted and said, "It's not me, but Miss Chu who is looking for you. You were in the back courtyard for 3 days, places we ordinary disciples can't enter." Jaden was taken aback. "Why is Guo looking for me?" Taj shook his head. "You'll have to ask her yourself. She's on the plaza outside." Jaden nodded and indeed found Michaela in a light yellow gown on the plaza. Michaela exhaled with relief and smiled. "Finally, I've waited for you. I'll leave you two to talk. I have things to attend to," Taj said tactfully, excusing himself. Jaden smiled. "If you need any help, just say so. You're direct." Michaela's eyes lit up with delight. "There are 2 matters. Let's take them one at a time." "Fosters, precisely. You must reach the peak." Ashton's eyes sparkled as he continued. "Finding that force alone isn't enough. It's merely a thorough understanding of past forces, not the formation of current ones. Only when you push that force to its limits can such momentum be called creating momentum, or ultimate momentum. If you wish to grasp the secrets of the universe in the future, this step is essential." Ultimate momentum, Jaden murmured, gaining some insight but not fully grasping it yet. He suddenly recalled how Daoma had strongly urged him to comprehend self-blade intent for future use. That use, Jaden now understood, would give him a head start in grasping creating momentum. But how do I find that force? What exactly is it? Jaden pondered. He knew Ashton had shared all he could, and the rest depended on his own enlightenment. Being told directly would lead to misunderstanding and potentially into dead ends. Only through personal realization could it become genuine strength. Given his exceptional insight, Jaden knew the key points and didn't ask Ashton further. Ashton nodded contentedly and left quietly, leaving Jaden alone in contemplation. For 3 days, Jaden remained in deep meditation. After those 3 days, when he finally stood up, his eyes showed less confusion and more clarity. This didn't mean he had fully grasped creating momentum, but he had taken a significant step forward. To truly break through this bottleneck, mere sitting wouldn't suffice. He needed practical experience through battles to gain deeper insight. As for when he would fully understand it, only fate could tell. Jaden knew that many people spent their entire lives stuck at this stage, unable to achieve great power status without mastering this ultimate momentum. Taking a deep breath, Jaden left Ashton's cultivation area and headed to the academy. Unexpectedly, Taj was waiting for him. "Are you looking for me?" Jaden asked. Taj pouted. "It's not me. It's Miss Chu who's been looking for you. You've been secluded in the back courtyard for 3 days, where ordinary disciples can't enter." Jaden was surprised. "Why does Guo want to see me?" Taj shook his head. "Go ask her yourself. She's outside in the square." Jaden nodded and found Michaela dressed in a light yellow gown at the square. Michaela exhaled with relief, smiling. "Finally, I caught you. Let us chat." "I have something to do." Taj left tactfully. Jaden smiled. "What do you need? Just say." "Great." Michaela grinned widely. 2 matters, one at a time. Chapter 339. Attending a gathering. Jaden curiously glanced at Guadalupe. She rarely asked for help, which meant she must have encountered some unsolvable trouble. Guadalupe said, "Let's start with the first matter. It's simple. You accompany me to a gathering." "A gathering?" "Indeed. The Chloe invited us, and almost all of the capital's brilliant young talents will be attending." Upon hearing this, Jaden frowned slightly. Without even knowing who this Chloe was, the nature of this gathering already displeased him. He had no desire to get entangled with those aristocrats in the imperial capital. He preferred his solitary lifestyle. However, since it was Guadalupe making the request, Jaden felt he owed her this favor. He replied, "Fine, I'll go with you." Guadalupe smiled, pursing her lips. "I know your nature. You dislike mingling with nobles. But this time, I have no other choice. The capital is not the royal city. My influence in Guebao Tower is not as strong here. During past power struggles, I offended a few people. So?" Guadalupe winked playfully. "So I want a strong protector in case someone tries to bully me." Jaden couldn't help but laugh, then patted his chest. "No problem. Whoever messes with you, I'll handle them." Guadalupe covered her mouth, giggling. "Then I can rest easy. Of course, I won't let you down. If you help me, you can set your conditions." "As I said, any condition," Guadalupe added with a smile. Jaden waved his hand. "We're life and death friends. Let's not talk in such formalities. Besides, you've helped me so much before, and I remember that." Guadalupe pouted. "Humph, good to know. It seems this Chloe you speak of has quite some clout if she's hosting such a gathering." Jaden suddenly remarked. "Of course, the Chloe is the beloved daughter of the current emperor of Great Qin, highly favored and respected," Guadalupe explained. "The young men from the 6 major families in the capital are honored to gain her favor. I previously met the Chloe, and we had a pleasant conversation. Now that I'm here in the capital, it's hard to turn down this kind of invitation," Guadalupe added. "Understood." Jaden smiled, not showing much interest and didn't press further. Guadalupe looked up at the sky. "It's getting late. Let's head out now. The gathering is today, and if you hadn't come out, I would have gone alone." Jaden shrugged, then left Yuxian Academy with Guadalupe. They soon arrived at their destination, a spacious residence. At the entrance, 2 guards in dark gold armor blocked their way. One guard said, "Please show your invitation." Guadalupe produced a radiant golden invitation and handed it to the guard. After checking it, the guard stepped aside. Guadalupe entered, but Jaden was stopped outside. "He's my friend," Guadalupe frowned. "Apologies, he doesn't have an invitation, so he cannot enter," the guard responded coldly and arrogantly. Jaden remained calm. These 2 guards were both quasi-experts, VIPs outside the capital, yet they were only guarding the door here, demonstrating the Chloe's high status. Guadalupe stepped back out, looking displeased. "I'm acquainted with the Chloe. If you make things difficult for my friend, it won't sit well with her." Expecting the guards to relent, she was surprised when they remained unmoved. One guard calmly replied, "Please don't blame us, Miss Chu. We are just following orders." Guadalupe's gaze hardened. They recognized her yet still acted this way, which was suspicious. At this moment, Jaden transmitted his voice to her. "Zinnia, does the capital have rules against fighting on the streets?" Guadalupe paused. "Don't act rashly. Let me think of a way. Blame me for not anticipating this." Jaden smiled lightly. "Relax, I'm just asking. Tell me what you know." Guadalupe replied, "Fighting on the streets isn't allowed in the capital. However, here in the Chloe's residence, even if there's a conflict, patrolling guards won't intervene because there are many hidden experts here. So you need to be discreet." Jaden nodded. "Got it." Guadalupe sighed, knowing he wouldn't take heed. That was how blade practitioners were, acting purely on instinct. She said, "Wait here. I'll find the Chloe quickly." With that, Guadalupe shot a glare at the guards and walked into the residence. She was invited and wanted to give the Chloe face, avoiding trouble. This issue needed resolving by the Chloe herself. Jaden shrugged, not too concerned, though his interest in the gathering dropped further. It wasn't just about the missing invitation. It was the attitude of the guards, seeming deliberately antagonistic. He could sense the guards' disdainful gazes, well hidden but unmistakable. Was it targeted at Guadalupe or himself? Lost in thought, a harsh voice broke his reverie. "Where did you come from, country bumpkin? No invitation. Get out of the way." Jaden narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it was aimed at him. Turning around without reacting, he saw two elegantly dressed young men walking over, smirking disdainfully. My words unclear? Move aside. Don't soil the Chloe's lawn, the leading handsome Herschel repeated. Jaden's lips curved, but he didn't move or speak. Left brother, he's clearly defying you. The other Herschel sneered. Left family. A flash of coldness crossed Jaden's eyes. Their influence truly knew no bounds. If he was right, they probably hadn't been discreet on the way here and were now being monitored. Thus, checking invitations was a pretext, while targeting him was the real intent. Could the Chloe favor the Left family? Jaden kept an eye on things. For the guards to cooperate, this wasn't simple. He heard Santiago say, Cole, this person has malicious intentions, possibly planning to cause trouble at the Chloe's gathering. I suggest we immediately remove him to avoid spoiling the atmosphere. Santiago gestured for Cole to act. Understanding the hint, Cole stepped down from the platform. No invitation, step aside or else. At that, Jaden moved, not to leave, but to punch Santiago's raised chin directly. Chapter 340, Chloe. Catch the thief, first catch the king. Jaden naturally had to start by punishing the instigator. Bang! Caught off guard, Gillis was sent flying by a punch from Jaden, landing on the ground like a sandbag. Fortunately, his cultivation was impressive, and Jaden didn't use full force. Otherwise, his jaw would have been dislocated for sure. You dare to lay hands on me? Gillis leaped up, pushing away his companions who tried to help him, glaring at Jaden in anger. Jaden shrugged and said, if you keep making noise, I don't mind doing it again. Nowadays, he wasn't afraid of these kinds of disputes among Herschels. With Lawson Chi backing him, there weren't many old-timers in the capital who dared to touch him. That's the importance of having a powerful protector. Gillis was furious, but, as a noble Herschel, he couldn't make a scene publicly like Jaden. If he upset the Chloe, it would be disastrous. Gillis turned his gaze towards Cole, his meaning unmistakable. He couldn't act himself, but Cole could, as it was his duty. By now, many nobles had gathered, watching the spectacle and whispering among themselves. How unfamiliar this guy looks. When did the capital produce such a tough character? Just a reckless Herschel, destined for a rough time. Now it depends on how Cole handles this. If the Chloe blames him, it will be tough for him. Cole's face turned grim hearing their comments. He hadn't expected that this Herschel would actually strike out in front of him, which was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. In a cold voice, Cole said, Jaden, you've gone too far. Best to surrender and avoid further pain. Jaden narrowed his eyes. I don't remember ever meeting you, yet you can call me by my name directly. Who told you? Cole inwardly cursed. In his urgency, he had spoken without thinking. But now things were what they were, and he had no choice but to say stiffly, this is none of your concern. You've disrupted the gathering and tarnished the royal family's reputation. What crime do you deserve? Quite an accusation. Jaden sneered. Strangers until now, yet you conspire with Gillis against me. Have you thought about the consequences? Cole's expression froze. He knew he couldn't waste time arguing with Jaden anymore and must take him down quickly or risk complications. He was nearly a grandmaster, while Jaden was only at the Amalnwheel stage. Subduing him should be easy. Jaden, since you choose punishment over courtesy, don't blame me for being rude. Cole's face darkened as he barked, seize him. To subdue Jaden quickly, he beckoned his colleague Asif to attack together. Seeing two guards grab at him, Jaden showed no fear, unleashing both fists simultaneously. Bang, bang. With two booming sounds, to everyone's surprise, the two guards were knocked back. This Herschel isn't as weak as he looks. Looks like Gillis has met his match. Not boring at all. It's not often we see someone from the Zhu family falter. The crowd buzzed, their voices growing louder. Gillis's face turned green with anger, silently cursing, two useless men. Cole regained his balance, his face darkening. Second-level fist momentum. He's not at the Amalnwheel stage. Jaden's strength alarmed him, even causing him some pressure. Though other experts surrounded the estate, their main duty was to protect the Chloe, so they wouldn't intervene over such trivial matters. Cole could only rely on himself. Jaden, you're too presumptuous. Cole snarled and prepared to strike again, but was stopped short. Stop. A gentle but firm rebuke rang out. Cole startled, quickly reining in his aura and bowing. Your servant greets the Chloe. Jaden also turned his head, freezing momentarily at the sight of the Liv standing beside Felicity. It's her. The Liv had a slender figure, her face veiled by a layer of white silk, creating a mist-like aura around her, obscuring her appearance and cultivation level. She was Brittany from the Nine Heavens realm whom he had encountered. Unbelievable. She's the Chloe of the great Qin imperial family. No wonder she has so many high-level guards. Jaden snapped out of his shock, realizing, so her real name must be Qin Brittany. Since the imperial surname of the great Qin dynasty was Qin, the current emperor was Donovan. Qin Brittany coldly asked, Mark Ignatius, why did you attack? Both guards shuddered upon hearing this. Mark hastily explained, Princess, this Herschel caused a disturbance first, assaulting Gillis from the Zhu family. Your servant had no choice but to act. Gillis stepped forward, saying, Brittany, this Herschel is indeed arrogant. Guards Hao and Xiao acted within their duties. Gillis called her by her name because Qin Brittany disliked maintaining her princess aloofness, allowing many royal heirs to address her directly as Brittany, reducing the distance between them. Qin Brittany's gaze finally fell on Jaden, pausing slightly before returning to normal. When she heard that Felicity's friend had been blocked, assuming the guards were merely enforcing rules, she came out to see what was happening. Cornell did she expect to meet an acquaintance? Actually, she should have guessed that the person Felicity brought here was likely the Kevin from the Nine Heavens realm. Jaden managed to return from the realm abyss. Not bad at all, Qin Brittany reflected. Long time no see, Brother Cornell, Qin Brittany said coolly. Indeed, it has been a long time. Jaden clasped his fists in greeting. Qin Brittany's acknowledgement of their prior acquaintance made resolving the issue easier. At least it proved that the Chloe wasn't unreasonable, and with his side of the story clear, he needn't fear being treated unfairly by Queen Brittany. Mark and Gillis's heart sank when they realized Jaden was acquainted with the Chloe. They couldn't understand how a rural Herschel could establish such a relationship. Even Felicity marveled secretly. When she sought Queen Brittany's help, she hadn't mentioned Jaden's name. Had she known, she wouldn't have had to plead so much. Felicity didn't know that these two knew each other because of her. Unfortunately, Queen Brittany hadn't clarified it earlier. Queen Brittany gently asked, "Brother Cornell, can you explain what happened?" Compared to Gillis and Mark, she intuitively trusted Jaden more. As a pure blade cultivator, Jaden had a straightforward nature and wouldn't twist things. Jaden smiled and recounted the events truthfully, including some of his suspicions, without embellishment. After listening, the pretty face beneath the veil gradually became icy. She coldly asked, "Mark, do you realize your wrongdoing?" Mark thumped to his knees, crying, "Princess, please spare me. I admit my wrongdoings." Mark knew that with the Chloe's means, it wouldn't be hard for her to uncover these facts. Begging might save his life. Gillis stepped forward, saying, "Brittany, it's my fault. Blinded by vengeance, Jaden offended the Zhu family first. Guards Hao and Xiao acted on my behalf. Please be magnanimous." Chapter 341. The Princess's Tactics? Vita, Jaden just arrived in the imperial capital and already disregards the major noble families. We can't let him boost his arrogance. At that moment, another Herschel walked over. This person was Roscoe from the Wang family, who was quite renowned among the various aristocratic heirs in the imperial capital. His words immediately altered the gazes of some other heirs towards Jaden, shifting from amusement to caution. Those who knew the course of events subtly twisted the concept, portraying Jaden as a bully who insulted the aristocratic heirs, making these heirs on the scene even more hostile. Jaden paid no attention to the gossip. What he most wanted to see was how Vilma would handle this situation. After all, with both the Zhou family and Wang family speaking out simultaneously, Vilma was undoubtedly under pressure too. Vilma calmly stated, "Mark, Ignatius, you violated your duties as guards, a transgression punishable by death. However, considering Santiago pleaded for you, I shall spare your lives. Remove your armor and be gone." "Many thanks to Princess for sparing our lives." Mark and Ignatius bowed their heads together. They ran off obediently, relieved that they were spared, but knowing their positions had been lost. Upon hearing Vilma's handling, Santiago's expression eased somewhat. After all, her statement also preserved his face. Vilma then added, "So brother, I hope nothing like this happens again. Do you understand?" Santiago felt ashamed and responded respectfully, "Princess made fun of my actions. Santiago will remember." Roscoe interjected at this point, "Vita, what about the person who took action first? Isn't he disrespecting you completely?" This remark implicitly pointed at the royal family's dignity, and everyone present understood it, directing their gazes at Vilma. Vilma countered, "Cornell brother, how do you think I should proceed?" Jaden smiled slightly, drawing his broken sky saber, and declared solemnly, "No need to trouble Princess. If anyone here challenges me, come forward. No holds barred." He is actually a saber cultivator. Everyone instantly realized upon seeing Jaden's demeanor. Saber cultivators were not easily provoked and had stubborn, irritable temperaments. The corner of Vilma's mouth curved upwards beneath her veil. She then replied, "Then, as Cornell brother wishes, but not now. My gathering has a sparring session planned. You may demonstrate your skills there. How does that sound?" Jaden clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Very well indeed. Truly worthy of being princess. I am impressed." Vilma offered a faint smile and then announced loudly, "I am reasonable." Jaden acted reasonably, and it's only natural for him to act so. "If you have any grievances, you can challenge him during the gathering later, and I won't obstruct." With those words, she turned her head and said, "Cornell brother, please follow me in. No one can stop you now." Jaden nodded, and his impression of Vilma improved significantly. Amalcha Liv did not fit the typical image of imperial nobility. Jaden followed her into the courtyard. After they left, two guards returned to check the invitations of others. Everyone watched Jaden's back, their expressions fluctuating, especially Santiago and Roscoe, who looked the gloomiest. "Wang brother, what should we do?" Santiago whispered. "It's fine. Let him gloat for now. Later, I'll send some capable hands to cripple him. In the circle of aristocratic heirs, I still command some respect," Roscoe replied coldly. "All right, let's do it your way. I'll persuade others to join us against him. By the way, do you think Vita favors him because of the way she spoke up for him?" Roscoe sneered, "Brothers Wa, don't be naive. Vita is too esteemed to take an interest in such a commoner. I suspect they are merely casual acquaintances. Vita probably wants to portray a reasonable image, hence her statements." "You mean, Vita wants us to understand that the royal family acts rationally, thus deliberately favoring Jaden? And in the upcoming sparring session, she expects us to regain face and properly teach him a lesson?" "Exactly. Sixth Princess isn't someone to allow riffraff to wreak havoc on her territory." Santiago suddenly comprehended. "Ah, I get it now. It seems I misunderstood. Indeed, Vita's tactics for managing people have advanced further." Roscoe laughed. "I saw through it earlier. This move of hers, retreating to advance, is brilliant. Once we vent our frustrations on him, she can then step in and speak, enhancing her standing among the heirs further." Santiago agreed wholeheartedly, true to being princess. "I won't disappoint her." Both men began persuading the aristocratic heirs outside, explaining the implications, planning to challenge Jaden later. Meanwhile, Jaden had already passed through the garden and arrived at a square. In the square, rows of chairs were set up, totaling over 50, clearly reserved for welcoming the young elites. About 10 people were already seated there, having entered ahead of time. Qin Mingyao didn't make things difficult for Jaden, saying, "Cornell brother, you and you can sit on the left side of these two seats. Since it's been a while, let's chat for a bit." Jaden and Felicity exchanged glances. Neither being shy, they naturally listened to Vilma and walked to the first and second seats on the left. Felicity quickly sat in the second seat. Thus, Jaden had no choice but to sit in the first. Shrugging, he did so without hesitation. The 10 people who came in earlier noticed everything and curiously observed Jaden. They had heard Vilma's previous remarks and wondered who could receive such favorable treatment from Princess. From their perspective, Vilma purposely stepped out and returned with only one man beside her, indicating that this man must be extraordinary. These people speculated silently. Vilma hadn't shown much interest in conversing with them since their arrival. Fostered, Vilma actively engaged with this man, showing exceptional favoritism. On the other side, Jaden naturally ignored the gazes of others. He glanced at Vilma and said, "Thanks for coming to my aid earlier, Vita. If I knew this was your place, I would have thought twice." Vilma replied, "Oh, so, you mean to say, if it weren't for me, even the status of a princess wouldn't make a difference?" Jaden sipped tea and smiled faintly. "Honestly, among me, royal status doesn't carry as much weight as friendship." Vilma couldn't help but smirk. "No wonder you're a saber cultivator. Your character hasn't changed since the first time I met you." Jaden laughed freely, not confirming nor denying. At that moment, Felicity said, "Vita, I'm genuinely curious. How did you two meet?" Chapter 342. The duel begins. Hearing Guadalupe's inquiry, Vilma finally told her about the Nine Heavens realm. After listening, Guadalupe pouted. "So it's like that." Vilma smiled ambiguously and then said, "Brother Cornell, I'm quite curious how you managed to come out from the realm abyss." Jaden laughed and replied, "To be honest, I also relied on a special cultivation technique to make it out." "Ah, I see," Vilma murmured in realization, but wisely refrained from asking more. She changed the topic. "I heard that the person who caused the Shen Tower to chime 9 times recently is also named Jaden. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Note, Shen Tower should likely be translated as Mystery Tower or Shen Tower for better readability in English, depending on previous context or naming conventions used in the story. Here's a more refined version with the note applied. "Ah, I see," Vilma murmured in realization, but wisely refrained from asking more. She changed the topic. "I heard that the person who caused the Mystery Tower to chime 9 times recently is also named Jaden. It wouldn't be you, would it?" There were many people with the same name, so Vilma was not entirely sure, especially since she wasn't fully aware of Jaden's exact strength. At this moment, Guadalupe said, "Vita, you'll find out soon. This guy can't be judged by normal standards." Vilma glanced curiously at Jaden, clearly intrigued. Guadalupe's words confirmed that the person who triggered the 9 chimes of the tower was indeed Jaden. Since Vilma had long been in the imperial capital, she couldn't help but understand the implications. She knew that after this incident, Jaden's status in the Tranquil Mystic Academy must have significantly increased, rivaling those of the aristocratic young masters. The fact that this news hadn't spread in the imperial capital must mean someone intentionally suppressed it. This showed that someone saw potential in Jaden and didn't want other matters to interfere with his cultivation. Vilma quickly understood the key points. Therefore, she was even more eager to see Jaden's performance in the upcoming duel. Her main purpose for organizing this gathering was to discover 1 or 2 exceptional individuals with whom future collaboration might be possible. Vilma composed herself as several people arrived at the square. She no longer spoke with Jaden, returning to her indifferent demeanor. Meanwhile, those entering the venue noticed Jaden sitting in the first position on the left side and sneered, especially Santiago and Roscoe. The two were delighted. Jaden seemed to be courting death, so they couldn't be blamed. None of them dared to sit so close to Vilma, let alone Jaden, who came from the countryside. As everyone took their seats, servants brought various delicacies and fine wines to the table, and Vilma announced the official start of the banquet. The aristocratic heirs began chatting amiably, some even getting up to toast, engaging in pleasant conversation. This was an excellent opportunity to build relationships, and no one wanted to miss it. However, except for Guadalupe, no one raised a toast to Jaden even after 15 minutes. Of course, Jaden himself wasn't bothered by these formalities. He had no interest in such matters and preferred solitude. So, without anyone disturbing him, he enjoyed a quiet moment. Near the end of the banquet, Vilma toasted Jaden. This act naturally aroused jealousy among others. Vilma sighed inwardly. She had already restrained herself to avoid putting pressure on Jaden due to her status. Fostered, inadvertently, it still caused trouble. With no choice, she stood up and announced the beginning of the duels. "I hope he can handle it," she thought to herself. Then she walked towards the courtyard where a large sparring platform existed. Everyone followed Vilma to stand around the platform in different positions. Vilma announced loudly, "The rules of the duel are simple. Whoever admits defeat or falls off the platform loses. Attacks should stop immediately once the point is made, and no one should harm the other to the point of death." Upon finishing, an Reedley man appeared mid-air on the platform. He said, "By the order of the Chloe, I will be the referee for this session. Any juniors who wish to spar may step up." Santiago, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately rushed onto the platform, pointing his sword at Jaden and shouting coldly, "Get up here." Santiago, who had previously suffered a hidden setback and couldn't save face, seized this opportunity to reclaim his pride and humiliate Jaden. This strategy was prearranged with Roscoe to test Jaden's true strength. Santiago's appearance on the platform stirred excitement among the crowd, clearly showing strong support. Jaden smirked and stepped up. If they sought confrontation, he wouldn't hesitate. Seeing Jaden standing on the platform, Santiago sneered, "This time, I won't be careless. Show me your blade now, or you'll lose your chance." Chatterbox. Jaden remained expressionless and threw a punch directly at Santiago. An overwhelming aura instantly surrounded Santiago. Wasteland God Fist. Enhanced by the second-level fist technique, this punch carried supreme power, causing Santiago's eyes to widen in shock. How can his physical body be so strong? Before Santiago could react, his sword swept horizontally, meeting the punch's wind force. Boom. Shockingly, the first clash sent Santiago staggering back. Jaden remained impassive. Santiago was merely at the lower level of the Divine Bridge realm, far from reaching the upper spiritual level. How could he be a match? In the Black Bat Cave, Jaden had even killed a great sage. Why would he fear pampered aristocrats? Seeing Santiago stagger back, Jaden advanced and threw another powerful punch. Boom. Amidst Santiago's astonished gaze, the fierce fist approached like a flood. Although Santiago reacted quickly and used a divine skill at the last moment, he couldn't block the punch's power. His sword's light shattered midair, and Jaden's punch landed perfectly on his body. A muffled sound was heard, followed by Santiago spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew off the platform. Silence descended upon the crowd. Could Santiago have lost in just 2 punches? Was Jaden truly so formidable? Kneading Vita's eyes gleamed with admiration. She began to understand why Jaden could trigger the 9 chimes of the tower. Observing keenly, she noted that Jaden's display was only at the lower level of the illusory bridge realm. Fostered, he managed to crush Santiago effortlessly, proving his combat prowess. Moreover, Jaden was a saber cultivator and hadn't even drawn his weapon yet. Perhaps he really can? Vilma pondered. At this point, the crowd finally recovered from the shock and erupted in murmurs. Santiago struggled to his feet, holding his chest, looking utterly defeated and frustrated. Roscoe patted Santiago's shoulder in consolation, then signaled someone in the crowd. Immediately, another figure rushed onto the platform, shouting, "Let me try against you." Chapter 343, Drawing the Blade. It's Korg from the Yin family, a powerhouse on the Qianlong Cornels, ranked 36th, someone exclaimed in shock. Jaden has already offended the Zhua and Wang families. Is he also going to worsen relations with the Yin family? I think Jaden wouldn't dare to really attack. After all, Korg represents the Yin family's face. Roscoe could actually call upon Korg. It seems that the Wang family has been getting closer to the Yin family recently. Some people whispered amongst themselves, but the cultivators present heard everything clearly. Roscoe smiled at the corner of his mouth. He wanted Jaden to feel pressured. If Jaden truly defeated Korg, then out of the 6 major aristocratic families in the imperial capital, this guy would have offended 3. In the future, he would have no place in the capital unless he retreated into the Aliyah Academy and never came out. But obviously, Jaden was not the type to remain quiet. Sooner or later, they would catch him outside. Roscoe thought his overt scheme was perfectly executed, and he was eager to see how Jaden would respond. On the martial arts platform, Korg stood holding a long spear, coldly saying, "Are you still not drawing your blade?" Jaden's expression remained indifferent. As an upper stage spirit bridge realm cultivator with superior grade foundation, Korg had the qualification to make him draw his blade, but not now. The desolate god fist. Jaden used the same punch, sending desolate energy toward the front. Amouch skills can't do anything to me. After directly experiencing the power of this punch, Korg instantly felt that Left Green's defeat was justified, but that was all it was. It posed no threat to him. He shook his long spear, and its momentum surged like waves, colliding with the punch. Though Korg hadn't comprehended dual-layered momentum, as a spirit bridge realm cultivator, combining his cultivation with single-layered momentum naturally made his strength extraordinary. Boom. The 2 energies met mid-air, exploding into a terrifying blast. Tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space. After the collision, Korg remained unperturbed, and Jaden looked calm. Neither had any effect on them. "Since you won't draw your blade, I'll force you to." Korg roared coldly, his spear piercing forward through the space. Endless spear light formed an enormous net, swiftly enveloping Jaden with overwhelming power. This was a divine technique. Clearly, Korg did not underestimate Jaden and was treating the battle seriously. Facing this assault, Jaden did not dare to be overly confident. The Voidbreaker blade fell from the mystic ring into his hand, and he slashed it immediately. An overwhelmingly blood-red glow emerged, precisely the divine blade technique, the Crimson Blood Carnage blade. Rumble. The sword light collided with the spear light instantly, their powers clashing. In the blink of an eye, the spear light shattered, being completely consumed by the sword light. Seeing this, Korg's pupils shrank in surprise, hastily blocking the incoming sword light. Ultimately, just before the sword light struck him, he deflected the remaining attack without injury. Jaden's blade is this powerful? Korg felt a threat of threat. He knew his opponent wasn't using full strength, but wasn't he the same? After all, he was an expert on the Qianlong Cornels. How could he easily be defeated by someone with lower cultivation, tarnishing his reputation? Thinking this, a fierce look flashed in Korg's eyes. He turned his spear, launching a powerful offensive. This time, he used one of his bottom-of-the-box moves, a high-tier divine technique. He thought this move would at least threaten Jaden, forcing him to reveal his ultimate skill. Unexpectedly, Jaden's expression remained indifferent. That dark, black long sword sliced out, creating spatial ripples that trapped Korg's attack midair. Korg was alarmed. He could see that Jaden was also using a high-tier divine technique, which was far more refined and powerful than his spear technique. A malpressing space. Slash breaking momentum. Over there, after slashing once, Jaden followed up with another slash. The immense spatial pressure made Korg feel suffocated. Moreover, the light swords attacking from all sides were unpreventable. Reluctantly, he could only meet them head-on. But Korg knew that an even greater power was approaching him. Although he was prepared and put all his effort into defense, the moment he encountered that sword's momentum, he knew he couldn't hold back. Boom. As Korg showed a bitter smile, Jaden's sword light hurled him off the platform, falling below. He lost too. Lying on the ground, Korg's eyes seemed unfocused. Ranked 36th on the Qianlong Cornels, he still wasn't a match for Jaden. Even though he still had some hidden skills, if it were life or death combat, he might not have lost so quickly. But who knew if Jaden didn't have hidden cards as well? From his appearance, it was highly likely he did. If both parties revealed their hidden skills, it wouldn't be just sparring, it could cost lives. Korg did not take the risk. This battle had shown he was inferior. There was nothing to complain about. Korg's defeat also led people to reassess Jaden. The Kevin who continuously offended the Zhua and Wang families seemed not as weak as everyone initially thought. Then, when informed that Jaden triggered 9 chimes in the mystical tower of the Aliyah Academy, the aristocratic disciples were stunned. Everyone had underestimated Jaden, making their previous boasts about challenging him seem ridiculous. Many Herschels who were initially eager to challenge him started backing down. Most of them weren't stronger than Korg and were merely swayed by Roscoe and Santiago. Upon reflection, those favored by Presley wouldn't be ordinary individuals. Challenging him would merely invite humiliation. Roscoe and Santiago's intentions were not good. They must know something about Jaden, but encouraged others to challenge him with ill intent. Realizing this, many people's gazes towards Roscoe and Santiago turned hostile, especially the disciples of the other 3 major aristocratic families, who were already unsympathetic towards each other, became even angrier. "Why don't you go up yourself, Roscoe?" someone shouted. "Fostera, why stay down here playing schemes? If you have the guts, try going up. You're also on the Xunyang City and possess great power. Aren't you afraid?" Everyone urged Roscoe to go up. Roscoe's expression was grim. Seeing the change in everyone's gaze, he knew his plan had failed. Though aristocratic descendants aren't all foolish, the key issue lay with Jaden, whose strength exceeded even his expectations. At this moment, Roscoe felt like being roasted over a fire, hesitant. If he went up and lost, it would thoroughly humiliate the Wang family. Jaden watched Roscoe's expression closely, smirking. To repay him in kind, he called out, "Roscoe, get up here." Chapter 344, Unexpected Discovery. Facing Jaden's provocation, Roscoe knew he could not stand aside any longer. "Jaden, you will pay for your arrogance." Roscoe brandished his sword and soared into the air, landing steadily on the arena. Although he was forced to take action, he was confident in defeating Jaden. He ranked 32nd on the unparalleled Dragon Cornels, and many of the capital's prodigies would give him 3 points of respect. How could he lose to an insignificant Jaden? Earlier, he had simply refrained from showing his full strength to let Jaden make more enemies. Roscoe's gaze carried disdain as he pointed his long sword at Jaden. "You'd better kneel and beg for mercy now, or I might not be able to control my sword, and your life might be in jeopardy." Could a grand expert really not control their own sword? Everyone knew this was a threat. Jaden remained unperturbed and said, "Rest assured, you won't have that chance. Kill." Jaden didn't waste time on words. The sky-cleaving saber sliced straight down, aimed at Roscoe's head. "Hmph, trivial." Roscoe coldly snarled, deflecting the attack with ease by sweeping his sword forward, its power spreading wide. Clang! The clash of sword and saber created a shockwave, but the simple probe posed no real threat to either of them. Jaden smiled faintly. Roscoe was a first-tier grand expert with a mid-grade spirit foundation. A Malchan opponent would serve well for honing his skills. Perhaps through this clash, he could push his saber technique to the next level. He actually still smiles. Roscoe felt deeply displeased. Jaden clearly ignored him, and it felt like an insult under the watchful eyes of so many spectators. Enraged, Roscoe shouted, "Jaden, don't act all nonchalant. Watch this move." He wanted to strip away Jaden's false facade and show everyone that this nobody was merely outwardly strong but inwardly weak. The long sword glowed with a green light as Roscoe thrust forward, sending endless sword beams crashing down on Jaden. Slaughter momentum. Unperturbed, Jaden unleashed a fierce blood-red blade light, sweeping across to shatter the incoming sword beams. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above the arena resounded with booms, spatial cracks appearing like black ribbons flickering in the air. Both fighters' abilities were formidable, leaving the audience awestruck. It was evident to everyone that Roscoe possessed considerable strength, but Jaden was even more terrifying. Though not yet a grand expert, he was holding his own against Roscoe, an astonishing feat. Vilma's eyes gleamed brighter as she watched the scene intently, deep in thought. Guadalupe remained calm, having confidence in Jaden. If he dared challenge Roscoe, he must have been sure of his abilities. Even the Reedley referee watching the duel changed his opinion of Jaden. If easily defeating a near-grand expert was impressive, then matching a grand expert with near-grand expert cultivation without falling short marked him as an elite among elites. The Reed thought that during the next update of the unparalleled Dragon Cornels, this Kevin would undoubtedly rank high, making waves in the capital. While everyone had their thoughts, the two fighters engaged in a fierce battle. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the arena. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, they exchanged over a dozen rounds. Their figures became blurs amidst flashing lights and turbulent energy flows. Roscoe grew increasingly astonished by Jaden's formidable combat prowess, which exceeded his expectations. He finally realized that Jaden's strength lay in his solid foundation, a foundation that now appeared superior to his own. The thought gnawed at Roscoe, a Tung family prodigy whose foundation fell short of a newcomer from the countryside. It would be a laughingstock if others found out. Those watching Noble's children surely noticed too, further tarnishing his image. As a grand expert, he couldn't bear not winning quickly. A ruthless look flashed in Roscoe's eyes. To save face, he needed to defeat or even kill Jaden swiftly. Die. His attacks intensified, aiming directly at Jaden's vital points. Frost Tereser. Jaden remained composed, his sky-cleaving saber stirring space fluctuations that enveloped Roscoe. Under the immense pressure, Roscoe's attacks crumbled instantly, countless light blades surging forth at an incomprehensible speed. Through this battle, Jaden felt his blade technique advancing further, gaining some insight into the third layer of the triple blade momentum. Thus, the power of his Skylock Earth stabilizing blade surged. Seeing the light blades approach, Roscoe stopped holding back. A gray glow surged within him, and his sword seemed to gain infinite power, breaking through the spatial suppression to annihilate the light blades around him. Jaden's onslaught failed to harm Roscoe in the slightest. Alien technique. Despite the thwarted attack, Jaden didn't falter. His aura flared up as his sharp gaze focused on Roscoe. This is indeed an unexpected discovery. A Wang family prodigy uses alien techniques. This implicates the Wang family. Jaden understood that although Roscoe's methods were secretive, he couldn't hide them from him. He had encountered such techniques multiple times before and knew them well. So the aliens have reached the capital, and likely, their ultimate goal is the imperial family, Jaden deduced based on his experiences in West Prefecture. Since you collude with aliens, don't blame me for being ruthless. Initially, he had approached the duel with a mindset of training, improving his blade technique. Though he harbored no particular liking for Roscoe, he hadn't intended to kill him. But now, seeing Roscoe use alien techniques ignited his bloodlust. A burning rage welled up in him. Not just the desire to kill, but specifically targeting aliens and those associated with them. Kill. Jaden's murderous intent surged, and he unleashed his full strength. The power of his blade technique increased exponentially, sweeping away everything before it in a devastating force. Startled, Roscoe had no idea Jaden had uncovered his secret, or why he suddenly attacked more fiercely. Jaden wants to kill me? Feeling a death threat, Roscoe had to muster his hidden inner strength to withstand the terrifying blade attack. Chapter 345, Roscoe's Downfall. A gray glow surged within him as Roscoe's sword unleashed its formidable blade light, clashing head-on with the opposing weapon. Rumble. Instantly, the training platform seemed to erupt in turmoil, a terrifying force radiating outward from the two combatants at its center. The Reedley man on the platform watched the battle intently, ready to intervene at any moment to prevent unnecessary casualties. Fostered, he knew well that in such a contest of strength, life and death could be decided in an instant. Even with his cultivation level, he might not react in time. He wasn't quite sure why these two, who had been sparring just moments ago, now seemed to have simultaneously harbored murderous intentions. All he could do was remain vigilant. It was his duty. Meanwhile, the audience below involuntarily stepped back as they were buffeted by the powerful currents, some weaker cultivators even erecting barriers of mystic power to protect themselves, a testament to the sheer intensity of the clash. Is this their true strength? Those unaware could only gasp in astonishment. What they didn't know was that the combatants on the platform had already fought each other to a frenzy. Even before the energy dissipated, Roscoe had already pierced through the waves of air, his sword lunging towards Jaden. Layer upon layer of sword beams formed a vast, enveloping net that threatened to crush everything in its path. He had tapped into all his hidden power. If he still couldn't slay Jaden, it would truly be inexplicable. Unfortunately for Roscoe, the moment he used exotic methods, he had already lost to Jaden. He had ignited a murderous intent within Jaden, and under this ferocity, few of the exotics survived. Cleaving power. With a low roar, Jaden unleashed his blade, and a brilliant light surged forward with irresistible force, splitting the sword net and shattering the sword beams completely. How can this be? Roscoe's pupils dilated in shock. He had exerted all his hidden power, yet Jaden managed to counter his attack. Just a quasi-overlord, how could he grow stronger with each fight? Roscoe hadn't detected any sign of breakthrough in Jaden. This was the first time he witnessed someone growing stronger without achieving a new realm during battle. With a fierce grit of his teeth, Roscoe refused to believe it. He couldn't subdue Jaden? There must be some secret technique, he thought, one that wouldn't last long. A few more strikes, and he would certainly finish him off. His long sword slashed again, the sword beam cutting through the air directly toward Jaden's head. Space-locking heaven-cleaving blade. Jaden remained calm and unhurried, slicing out with his sky-shattering blade. Above him, space began to form a restricted area. Roscoe's sword beam froze mid-air. Even the air currents seemed to halt. Space-locked. After deeper understanding of the blade's momentum, this move became even sharper and more lethal in Jaden's hands. Break. Jaden's voice echoed, and the space ripples engulfed the sword beam entirely, nullifying Roscoe's assault. A malpress. Jaden didn't pause, leveraging this momentum to strike once more. As the sky-shattering blade descended, the entire space seemed to become a massive mountain pressing down on Roscoe, threatening to crush him into nothingness. Damn! Roscoe's eyes flickered with dread. Sensing the overwhelming force, his entire body erupted with energy. The gray light beneath his skin flared intensely, clearly reaching its peak. Sword beams shot skyward as Roscoe thrust his sword, trying to break free from the suppressed space. Rumble. Again, two supreme forces collided, the space itself collapsing and cracks expanding abruptly. Powerful winds howled past, turning the training platform's blue bricks to dust. Somehow, the platform, made of unknown materials, did not shatter but remained astonishingly intact. The reed atop the platform waved his hand effortlessly, dissipating most of the aftermath to prevent destruction. Almost everyone below activated their mystic barriers to withstand the shockwaves. Their eyes reflected fear. Even a law overlord might have struggled in this battle between Jaden and Roscoe. A sharp thud drew everyone's attention. Roscoe wavered on the platform, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Roscoe's expression twisted in agony. He couldn't understand why using his hidden techniques didn't defeat Jaden, but instead led to his own injury. Where did Jaden get this kind of strength, and how could he keep fighting? Does he have connections to those people too? Roscoe considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. How could someone like Jaden have connections to them when their family had expended great efforts to obtain unparalleled techniques, and possibly even ascend to immortality? If that happened, which power in the imperial capital could rival their Wang family? Even a change of dynasty seemed possible. Thinking of this, Roscoe straightened up, intending to fight Jaden to the death, no matter the cost. Just as he gathered his strength, a cold voice sounded, hidden soul-cutting blade. No one noticed the black blade hidden in the shadowy remnants of air currents, striking Roscoe's neck. Not even the reed noticed it in time. By the time he saw, it was too late. Let alone Roscoe, who could barely react as the black blade tore through his throat. Splatter! Blood sprayed everywhere. Roscoe, the rank 32 prodigy of the Wang family on the coiled dragon cornels, fell dead, his head separating from his body. The reed rushed over, finding Roscoe bereft of any signs of life, sighing helplessly. He looked at Jaden, marveling at the decisiveness of his strike. If there had been any hesitation, he might have noticed and saved Roscoe. This is Ashton's technique, the Reed mused. He had seen this blade before, wielded by an old friend. Thus, the Reed did not question Jaden about the killing but turned to Vilma. Princess, Brother Wu's blade was too swift, and I failed to save Chandler Wong. Please hold me accountable. The crowd below was in uproar, realizing that Roscoe's death would bring intense retribution from the Wong family against Jaden. But seeing Jaden's calm demeanor, unbothered by the situation, they were secretly alarmed. Many aristocratic heirs inwardly warned themselves that Jaden was not to be provoked. His background made him untouchable. Vilma then spoke. Sparring matches have many unpredictable elements. Roscoe's loss is his own fault, not anyone else's. However, Bridger has also failed in his duties. His current position will be revoked as compensation to the Wong family. ####Chapter 346. Reminder. Bridger bowed and said, Princess, your wisdom is unmatched. Vilma waved her hand. Take Roscoe's body away and prepare a generous gift to send along with it to the Wong family. Bridger replied, as you command. After Bridger disappeared with Roscoe's body, Santiago in the crowd finally came to his senses. Recalling Roscoe's gruesome end, he shivered involuntarily. If Jaden had used that kind of power from the beginning, he would have died many times over. Moreover, listening to the Chloe's punishment clearly favored Jaden, suggesting he and Roscoe had misunderstood the situation. Why would the Chloe risk offending the Wong family just to be on good terms with Jaden? Santiago couldn't quite figure it out, but judging by the Chloe's demeanor, she seemed unwilling to provide further explanations. Vilma then said, the gathering ends here. Everyone may disperse. Please do not spread this matter excessively. If anyone asks, simply state the facts. This was clearly a way for the Chloe to help resolve grievances on Jaden's behalf. Anyone present with any sense understood as much but refrained from asking more questions, since the Chloe had already given the order to leave. The crowd murmured softly among themselves before gradually exiting the courtyard. Santiago gave Jaden a cold glance. He also needed to report back to his family about today's events. He believed that it wouldn't take long for word of what happened at the gathering to spread throughout the imperial capital. If his family acted promptly, they could provoke an immediate retaliation from the Wong family, which would mean Jaden wouldn't last long. As for the Chloe's warning, others might refrain from embellishing the story, but he had no intention of following through. Jaden had humiliated him first, and he wished nothing more than to see Jaden utterly destroyed. With this thought in mind, Santiago left the courtyard. Brother Cornell, wait. Seeing Jaden about to leave, Vilma called out, you killed Roscoe on the sparring platform. Don't you plan to deal with the subsequent trouble? Jaden glanced at Vilma and replied, since I was the one who took action, I won't involve the Chloe. Whatever the Wong family does next, I'll handle it. Vilma smiled and said, Brother Cornell, you misunderstood. That was just a jest. A mere Wong family isn't worth my concern. Pausing for a moment, Vilma continued, I'm curious, Brother Cornell doesn't seem like someone who acts impulsively or harbors murderous intent beforehand. Why did you suddenly decide to take Roscoe's life? I can't believe it was merely personal vengeance. Jaden responded, if I tell you, will you believe me? Vilma replied, Brother Cornell, speak your mind. Jaden's tone turned slightly cold. Roscoe used a secret technique from an alien race. Upon hearing this, Vilma's heart raced. If Jaden's words were true, the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Her sharp intelligence quickly discerned the implications. The Wong family was likely involved too. Vilma solemnly said, thank you for informing me, Brother Cornell. I will keep this in mind. She didn't question Jaden's statement. She trusted her judgment, believing that a genuine warrior devoted to the path of the blade would not make such claims lightly. To date, she had never misjudged anyone. Therefore, she knew she must promptly discuss the possibility of collusion between the Wong family and alien races with trustworthy members of the royal family to ensure preparedness. Vilma didn't know that her subsequent actions would bring certain hidden matters to light prematurely due to her excessive trust in her own judgment. Of course, that's another story and we shall leave it aside for now. At this moment, Jaden could roughly guess Vilma's thoughts. Drawing on his experience in Shizhou, he cautiously added, I trust you, Sister Vita, which is why I told you this. But even so, you should be cautious with other members of the royal family. Vilma responded coolly, thank you for your advice, Brother Cornell. I know how to handle it. Jaden knew Vilma sensed his distrust towards the royal family, yet she hid her displeasure. Having said all he intended, Jaden continued, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Vilma replied, then I shall not accompany you further. Perhaps there will be opportunities for us to collaborate again. Jaden smiled, since we are friends, you can always count on me when the time comes. With that, Jaden and Felicity left the courtyard together. Only then did Felicity speak up, you shouldn't have doubted members of the royal family in front of Vita. Jaden replied, I could tell she's different from typical royal family members, so I felt comfortable sharing that with her. Felicity sighed, precisely because she is different. She values familial ties deeply. Despite knowing the treachery within the royal family, she has never been involved in its intrigues. So, I might have offended her with my comment, Jaden shrugged. Not necessarily, Felicity countered. Vita cares for the royal family, but she always distinguishes right from wrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned future collaboration with you. Jaden nodded, choosing not to dwell on Vilma anymore. Instead, he asked, you mentioned two things. I've taken care of the first. What about the second? Felicity walked as she spoke. Do you remember the 3 great realms of Guebao Tower I once told you about? Of course, does this matter relate to the other 2 realms? Fosters, it concerns my authority within Guebao Tower. Tell me more. The current Guebao Tower in the imperial capital is undergoing a transition in leadership. Previously, Jessup was in charge, but now it's nearing time for a change. They will select a new leader by opening the realms and testing the candidates within them. Many capable young disciples of Guebao Tower are vying for this position, eager to excel in the realms and claim the leadership role. Once chosen as the leader, one will gain access to boundless cultivation resources from Guebao Tower, greatly accelerating their strength. Jessup acquired great sage-level power in just a few years, thanks to these resources. Hence, he knows the importance of the leadership position and has been preparing to seek re-election. Felicity sighed, as a newcomer to the imperial capital, I have limited influence and haven't reached a level where I can challenge Jessup directly. So, I'm turning to you for help. Jaden nodded understandingly. Rest assured, I will ensure you win. This is an opportunity to settle old scores with Jessup too. Felicity warned, don't underestimate him. After years of cultivation under Guebao Tower, his foundation is solid, and he's already a great sage, possessing formidable means. Jaden acknowledged, I understand. I will prepare accordingly. Regardless, I will ensure you become the leader of Guebao Tower. Felicity felt warmth in her heart, grateful for her choice and confidence. Jaden then asked, when do we enter the realm? In 7 days. All right, I'll prepare. Good. I'll find you when the time comes. Chapter 347. What a coincidence. Jaden returned to the Tranquil Profundity School when Ashton sent someone to fetch him to the back courtyard. Upon seeing Jaden, Ashton immediately tossed him a storage ring and said, inside this ring are the Cornonglong sand, Tongtian grass, and 100 million top-grade mystic stones. Consider it a welcoming gift from Herbert and me. Jaden was overjoyed, bowing deeply as he thanked, this disciple is grateful to both teachers. Ashton seemed slightly displeased and remarked, Dorian indeed did well for himself, acquiring an outstanding disciple, but then shirking responsibility. His reputation will grow, while we do all the hard work. Jaden smiled, Teacher Wu, you overthink it. To me, there's no significant difference between teacher and master. It's just a matter of titles. These were his heartfelt words. Ashton had treated him kindly, and Jaden always remembered this favor. Ashton's expression softened. Your words are comforting. Indeed, your character is commendable. Ashton paused for a moment and added, you mentioned the immortal wood before. I've inquired about it, and it seems challenging to obtain, but I'll do my best to help you secure it. Jaden felt a pang of anxiety. Without the immortal wood, he couldn't practice the ancient immortal body to the sixth seal, and his physical strength would stagnate. He asked, Teacher, could you provide more details on the immortal wood? Perhaps I can come up with a solution. You won't stand a chance trying to find it on your own. Ashton shook his head. It's rumored that this item only appeared in one of Guebao Tower's secret realms. I'm prepared to humble myself and ask those old fellows at Guebao Tower for a piece. Jaden struggled to respond. What a coincidence. He happened to be planning to participate in Guebao Tower's secret realm, but he wasn't sure if it was the same one Ashton referred to. Since he didn't know the name of the secret realm, it was hard to tell. Ashton continued, those old fellows might not even know about it. The immortal wood only exists in rumors, but regardless, I'll try to persuade them to owe me this favor. Jaden was once again moved. Ashton, who had no familial ties with him, had shown such kindness just because he passed the 9th floor of the Mystic Tower. Teacher's grace was like a mountain. Jaden said, Teacher, I plan to enter Guebao Tower's secret realm soon. Perhaps I can find the immortal wood there, so you won't need to trouble yourself. Ashton hesitated for a moment, then laughed. Looks like you have some good connections. This news eases my mind. After thinking for a while, Ashton added, but I heard Guebao Tower has 3 major secret realms. How do you know the immortal wood is in the one you're heading to? Jaden shook his head and replied honestly, I truly don't know. It's a matter of luck. Ashton stroked his chin. Here's what we'll do. You go ahead and explore the secret realm, and I'll ask those old fellows for information. 2 things can happen simultaneously without causing any delay. Jaden frowned. Wouldn't that be troublesome? What if they make things difficult for you? Ashton waved his hand. No worries. I'm not really asking for it, just gathering information. We'll see how it goes after you return from the secret realm. With Ashton having said that, Jaden nodded, ceasing to worry further. Guebao Tower's secret realm is incredibly perilous and fiercely competitive. Be extra cautious, Ashton warned. I understand. I will proceed with caution, Jaden assured. At this point, Ashton took out a palm-sized silver knife and said, this knife is a magic treasure I crafted, capable of delivering a strike equivalent to a half-step transcendence level. Keep it for emergencies. Jaden accepted it respectfully, knowing this was a remarkable treasure worth its weight in life itself. Along with the jade pendant Dorian gave him, he now had 2 powerful protective treasures. Dying might actually be quite difficult. Taking a deep breath, Jaden bowed in gratitude. Ashton didn't say anything more, leaving the cultivation site to attend to matters. Jaden decided to remain here and cultivate. The mystical energy here was dense, and the space seemed to harbor traces of sword essence, likely from Ashton's regular cultivation activities. Here, his progress would be significantly accelerated. 7 days passed quickly, and Guadalupe arrived as promised to meet him. Jaden met Guadalupe at the school square, where she was accompanied by a man. The man had sharp brows and piercing eyes, with concealed aura. Despite appearing ordinary, Jaden, equipped with the immortal concealment technique, instantly assessed the man's strength. A middle-grade spirit foundation, 3rd stage broken bridge, an undeniably formidable powerhouse. Guadalupe explained, for this secret realm expedition, we must form groups of 3. I recruited him for assistance. She introduced him, this is Slade, my childhood friend, who once participated in Guebao Tower selection. Jaden nodded, pleased to meet you, Brother Chin. Slade barely glanced at Jaden before turning away, not bothering to greet him. Jaden didn't take offense. After all, this was Guadalupe's friend, and he possessed sufficient grace. However, Slade's slight disappointment upon looking at him was noticeable. It seems he doubts my strength. Jaden smiled inwardly. Maintaining his state at Purple Amaln realm, other skepticism was understandable. Still, he was confident he wouldn't be weaker than Slade if they came to blows. But there was no need to explain. Only Guadalupe needed to know. Seeing Slade's attitude, Guadalupe frowned slightly. She had already briefed him on Jaden's information and strength, yet he still behaved this way, which made her concerned. Replacing him was out of the question now, as the secret realm opening was imminent. In Guebao Tower, Slade was one of the few trustworthy peers she knew, and he was quite strong. Being not from Guebao Tower's direct lineage, Slade couldn't participate in the final competition within the secret realm. Guadalupe brought him along out of childhood affection, offering him a chance. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on him. Guadalupe sighed inwardly, then said, "Let's depart." The trio left the tranquil profundity school and headed to Guebao Tower. This was Jaden's first visit to the imperial capital's Guebao Tower, which was indeed much grander than the king's capital, towering at 18 stories. Following Guadalupe into the main hall of Guebao Tower, they found many young men and women gathered, whispering excitedly. Due to the upcoming secret realm opening, today, Guebao Tower was almost exclusively filled with their own people, lacking outside cultivators. Jaden surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the first floor resembled the king's capital version, but was at least twice as spacious and considerably wider. At this moment, Jaden keenly sensed someone's gaze upon him. The person didn't bother hiding it, and happened to be descending from upstairs. Looking up, Jaden saw a tall, handsome Kevin with graceful bearing and clad in green robes coldly staring at him. Jessup. Jaden instantly recognized him. Chapter 348. Spirit River Mystic Sea. Jessup was still the spokesperson of Guebao Tower, a position that commanded high respect and influence. When everyone saw Jessup looking at Jaden, they also turned their gazes in his direction. For a moment, Jaden became the focal point in the grand hall of Guebao Tower. Slade frowned. He intensely disliked this feeling of being the center of attention, as it easily made one a target, even though all eyes were not on him. Being part of a team meant he would inevitably be affected. Guadalupe whispered, "Don't worry. Under so many watchful eyes, he won't make a move." Jaden shrugged, indicating that he wasn't bothered. This wasn't his first time experiencing such a situation. He had long grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Jessup remained silent, his gaze quickly returning to calmness. He didn't spare another glance at Jaden as he passed by, but the fleeting murderous intent did not escape Jaden's notice. It seems this trip won't be peaceful, Jaden thought coldly to himself. He had prepared mentally before coming, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Ignoring the murmurs around him, he waited. After a while, an Reedley man with white beard appeared before them and declared solemnly, "The selection will take place within the first secret realm, Spirit River Mystic Sea." The crowd erupted in chatter, those who were aware of the realm showing surprise on their faces. Guadalupe explained softly, "The first secret realm is the most perilous among the three. It's rumored to be a small world, with indigenous inhabitants. Not only that, there's hardly any land inside, just a few islands. Guebao Tower hasn't opened this secret realm for a century. I initially thought it would be the second secret realm," Guadalupe added. Jaden felt a bit surprised. It seemed there was more to this than met the eye. The old man continued, "The selection period is 2 months. After 2 months, whichever team can obtain the final Sea Spirit Pearl in Spirit River Mystic Sea will be elected as the next spokesperson of Guebao Tower." "Did everyone hear that clearly?" the old man shouted. "Heard clearly," the Guebao Tower disciples responded in unison. The old man nodded and said, "Now, each team should come forward to receive a wave-breaking boat." "It seems the rumors about Spirit River Mystic Sea's rules are true. No flight allowed," Guadalupe muttered after hearing about the wave-breaking boat. Hearing this, Jaden grew even more intrigued about the first secret realm, wondering if the immortal wood might be inside. Soon, all teams received their wave-breaking boats. Without further ado, the old man commanded, "Everyone, step back." In the shocked gazes of everyone present, a water ball suddenly appeared in front of the old man. He then solemnly threw it down, causing it to explode upon hitting the ground. Amazingly, no water splashed out or wet the floor. Instead, a beam of light shot up. With the appearance of the light column, Jaden could almost hear the sound of surging waves. "So this is the legacy of Guebao Tower," Jaden marveled inwardly. In a blink, the light column dissipated, leaving behind a several zhang-wide gateway standing in the middle of the hall. "Enter the secret realm," the old man intoned deeply. Jessup took the lead, leading his 2 companions into the gateway. Other Guebao Tower disciples followed suit, entering one after another. "We should go too," Guadalupe said, then led Jaden and Slade through the gateway. Inside Spirit River Mystic Sea, the trio plummeted swiftly. Unlike previous secret realms, they did not separate randomly upon entry. Upon arrival, they immediately felt immense pressure, a rule of this mini-world forbidding flight. Guadalupe quickly unfurled the wave-breaking boat and tossed it downward, where it transformed into a small boat about 6 meters long. The 3 landed steadily on it, with Slade at the front, Guadalupe in the middle, and Jaden at the stern. Looking out, Jaden saw a vast expanse of blue ocean stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Ahead, numerous wave-breaking boats floated on the sea surface, clearly having entered before them. "Zinnia, do you know where to find the Sea Spirit Pearl?" Jaden asked. Guadalupe shook her head. "The location of the Sea Spirit Pearl is random. No one in Guebao Tower knows exactly where it is." Jaden nodded. With the same starting point, it came down to luck. But even if someone luckily obtained the Sea Spirit Pearl, they might not necessarily win in the end. There was only one Sea Spirit Pearl, which would surely cause fierce competition. They needed to be ready for battle at any time. As Jaden pondered, a wave-breaking boat abruptly turned its prow towards them. As it approached, Jaden identified the figure at the helm and murmured, "Jessup." This guy wouldn't let up for a moment. Well, Jaden decided to gauge his strength. If possible, he'd eliminate Jessup directly. To Jaden, Jessup posed the greatest threat, and it was essential to resolve this quickly. Otherwise, he feared the worst. As Jessup neared, Slade said coldly, "What a hassle, running into Jessup right from the start." "Zinnia, why don't we just give up on him?" Slade suggested, turning his head. Guadalupe knew exactly who Slade was referring to. Her face darkened as she replied firmly, "Slade, I hope you don't think like this again. Otherwise, I'd rather do without your help." Her words hit Slade hard. He hadn't expected Guadalupe to value Jaden so much. Why? Slade wondered inwardly. That guy was only at the Amalnwheel stage. What did he have to rely on? He himself was at the great ability stage. Yet Guadalupe didn't try to win him over, but was willing to drive him away for Jaden. This fueled his jealousy. After all, he had grown up with Guadalupe and couldn't believe he mattered less than an outsider. Why? A flash of coldness crossed Slade's eyes, but he hid it well. He said, Zinnia, if we run into trouble, I'll protect you alone. Others must fend for themselves. Guadalupe frowned, about to respond when Jaden interrupted. Zinnia, listen to him. I can handle it myself. From Jaden's perspective, he was here to assist Guadalupe. As long as she was safe, other matters weren't important. Seeing Jaden speak thus, Slade's expression softened slightly as he muttered, Humph, good decision. At this moment, Jessup's wave-breaking boat was close enough to collide with theirs at any second. Jaden frowned. With no flight in Spirit River Mystic Sea, any battle would occur underwater. But he believed danger lurked beneath the apparently tranquil waters. Just then, Jessup's cold voice rang out, Jaden, commit suicide. Chapter 349. Disparity? At the moment when the two Stormbreaker boats were about to collide, Jessup slightly altered his course and then stopped about 10 feet away. Slade also spurred his mystic power, halting his boat in place. Jaden couldn't help but sneer upon hearing Jessup's voice. This guy was as arrogant as his brother. They truly were of the same ilk. Seeing Jaden's lack of response, Jessup continued indifferently, if you don't commit suicide, they too will be sacrificed for you. Conversely, I'll spare them. Jessup had originally been contemplating how to kill Jaden in the Imperial capital, never expecting that Cornell would actually come to him. What a golden opportunity. Now, Gu felt completely confident in dealing with Jaden and his companions. He was the strongest here, and anyone who dared defy him would meet their end. The Seaborn Pearl was something he intended to claim, and if there were any troublesome fellows, he wouldn't mind erasing them along the way. Jaden, without a doubt, was the most obstinate one. Jessup, your attempts at sowing discord are futile. We're not falling for it. Felicity could hear what Jessup was trying to do. Clearly, he was playing tricks on them, and she wasn't going to fall for it. Unexpectedly, Slade interjected, Gwrr, you came to seize the Seaborn Pearl. If we antagonize Jessup now, it would be unwise. Perhaps we should consider handing Jaden over to gain a slight chance. Upon hearing this, Jessup couldn't help but smirk. Everything was under his control. Furious, Felicity snapped, shut up. Even if I die, I won't betray my companion. Slade, this is your final warning. If you say such things again, don't follow me. Do as you please, Felicity said coldly. Slade's expression fluctuated, hesitating several times before finally holding his tongue. Clap, clap, clap. Standing at the bow, Jessup applauded mockingly. Felicity, I underestimated you. No wonder you, a Mullenwheel realm cultivator, dared to compete with me. But mere courage isn't enough. Without strength, you can only meet your end here. Jessup mocked. Just as Felicity was about to explode, Jaden held her back and said calmly, Jessup, talking is all you can do? Why don't you try some real moves? Hearing this, one of Jessup's companions first looked astonished before sneering, Brother Gu, I've never seen such arrogance. Another added, you've given him too much respect, Brother Gu, making him think he stands a chance against you. Even Slade muttered, he's going to get us killed. Doesn't he know his limits? With his paltry strength, how can he dare challenge Jessup? What bad luck. Furious and frosty-faced, Felicity wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate her companion. She already had her sword drawn, ready to act. But Jaden held her back and smiled reassuringly. Since I'm here to help, rest assured, I won't let you into danger. Trust me, everything will be fine. Then Jaden stepped past Felicity, looking at Slade coldly. Stay out of my way if you aren't fighting. Good dogs don't block the path. You. Slade turned livid. How dared Jaden speak to him like this? Didn't he realize who the strongest in the group was? Despite this thought, Slade backed off, allowing Jaden to step onto the bow. Thus, Jaden and Jessup faced each other directly. Interesting, Jessup chuckled coldly. Since you insist on being unreasonable, let me show you the disparity. With that, an intangible force began clashing between them, instantly stirring up numerous waves. Without fear, Jaden leaped from the bow and threw a punch straight at Jessup's face. Trivial skills. Jessup laughed disdainfully, waving his sleeve to release a burst of power that collided with Jaden's fist. Boom. A simple clash produced water columns several dozen feet high. The seemingly plain impact contained a power that left everyone in awe. Jessup stood firmly on the bow, not retreating an inch. In contrast, Jaden was pushed back and used the force to land back on his own Stormbreaker boat. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Although it was just a simple probe, he had gauged Jessup's strength. High-grade Spirit Foundation, 3rd stage bridge-cutting realm, possibly having grasped 2nd-level momentum. For Jaden, such an opponent was quite challenging. His advantages wouldn't be so apparent. Of course, this didn't mean he couldn't fight with all his cards revealed. It was hard to predict the outcome. However, now wasn't the time to reveal his trump cards. Jessup surely had his own backing, and he certainly had plenty of good tools. Seeing Jaden refrain from attacking again, Jessup straightened his wrinkled clothes and remarked, Is this the level of strength you boast about? Jaden ignored him, his eyes gleaming as he considered how to engage Jessup without putting Felicity at risk. After all, Jessup had 2 comrades, and Felicity was no match for them right now. Amaldenly, amidst the calm sea, massive waves erupted. What's happening? Jessup frowned. He had been about to resolve things with Jaden but hadn't expected this. Jaden noticed that several Stormbreaker boats ahead bobbed like aimless driftwood, likely to capsize at any moment. Screams from the Fruit Treasure Tower disciples echoed far and wide. Brother Gu, it seems our battle has disturbed some holy beast, a man behind Jessup commented solemnly. Damn it, ruining my fun. That beast must be killed. Jessup cursed. As if hearing him, the giant waves rose even higher, reaching hundreds of feet. Aoyuyuyu. Right then, a deafening roar shook the space around them. Though it seemed harmless, everyone had to shield themselves with mystic barriers to withstand it. I heard there are high-rank holy beasts in the Cornonquin Mystic Sea. Whether true or not, we must be careful. Felicity reminded Jaden via telepathy. Jaden's pupils constricted. High-rank holy beasts were akin to immortal Ascension Realm cultivators. Wouldn't a single move by such a beast reduce them to dust? He hoped the rumors were false. Otherwise, the danger of this journey would skyrocket. While pondering, Jaden suddenly spotted a huge shadow rising from the sea, stretching dozens of yards. What is that? Others naturally noticed it as well, their expressions serious, alert, and wary. Hashtag chapter 350, the deep sea whale dragon. As the dark shadow continued to rise, its size grew larger and larger. Jaden's party's wave breaker boat began to toss about. At this moment, Slade said, Zinnia, come to me. I will protect you. Guadalupe responded indifferently, thank you, but it's unnecessary. After speaking, Guadalupe moved closer to Jaden, clearly indicating that she trusted him more at this moment. Slade's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes flashing with envy and anger. Roar. A beastly roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Immediately after, their wavebreaker boat was thrown into the air by a massive wave. Everyone was stunned, looking down to see an enormous creature surfacing from the sea, with dozens of water jets shooting skyward. What kind of sacred beast is this? Even though they were all well-traveled and knowledgeable, no one recognized this sacred beast. Hundreds of feet long, with a glossy black back and faint white patterns on its belly, two long whiskers like pillars stretching toward the heavens, incredibly thick. Most terrifying of all were the giant circular holes on the creature's back from which the water jets emerged, each containing immense power as if anything that touched them would be crushed. It's a mid-rank sacred beast, not yet reaching high-rank level. Jaden felt the aura of the creature and made his judgment. Fortunately, it only had the strength equivalent to half-step transcendent immortal. Otherwise, they would have no means to resist. Many present had secret trump cards for survival, making escape from a mid-rank sacred beast not particularly difficult. But these trump cards were best kept and used unless necessary. Everyone waited to see how the creature would react. Humans, your noise has disturbed my sleep. At this moment, the creature spoke in human language, its tone filled with displeasure. The wavebreaker boat settled beside the giant creature, and no one dared to act rashly. Facing such a powerful sacred beast, even the arrogant Jessup subdued his temper, bowing deeply. May I ask the honorable name of the predecessor? The sacred beast replied, I am Whale Dragon. Whale Dragon? Upon hearing this, everyone felt their breathing quicken. The legendary deep-sea whale dragon actually existed. They had only heard stories about it before. It was rumored that the deep-sea whale dragon possessed dragon blood, with a long lifespan and the potential to eventually ascend to a true dragon. Of course, this wasn't what excited the crowd most. After all, the whale dragon, despite being rare, was still not a true dragon. What mattered was that the appearance of the whale dragon signified news of the sea spirit pearl. Disciples of the treasure fruit tower had heard their reed say, when the whale dragon appears, the sea spirit pearl emerges. They hadn't expected that as soon as they arrived at Cornonquin Immortal Sea, there would already be a clue about the sea spirit pearl. After listening to Guadalupe's description, Jaden cautiously transmitted a message. Things might not be as simple as they seem. This sudden appearance of the whale dragon could indicate some hidden motive. Since seeing the dragon in the dragon trapping land, Jaden had become wary of sacred beasts in these mystic realms. These ancient creatures had depths beyond normal comprehension. Guadalupe nodded slightly, trusting Jaden's judgment and staying vigilant. However, Jessup didn't share this concern. Excited, he clasped his fists and said, Predecessor, we are disciples of the treasure fruit tower, seeking the sea spirit pearl. We hope you can tell us its location. The whale dragon pondered, Treasure fruit tower? I remember 100 years ago when you sent people here. You weren't seeking the sea spirit pearl. It seems your ambitions have grown. Everyone felt a shock. The whale dragon seemed displeased. Jessup quickly replied, these decisions were made by the reeds of the treasure fruit tower. We hope for your leniency. The whale dragon's voice deepened. You mean to suggest that I should fear your reeds? Jessup felt the pressure increase, a vast force enveloping him and immobilizing even his two companions. But Jessup remained fearless, saying, Predecessor, you misunderstand my intent. The Cornonquin Immortal Sea and the treasure fruit tower have always been friendly. We merely came for training and did not intend to offend. Jessup thought to himself, this old monster pretends not to care. Being suppressed by our predecessors here, he still dares to show attitude. If I didn't want to reveal my trump card too early, I would make him regret provoking me. He probably can only operate within this sea area. I remember Lawson saying there are restrictions around the whale dragon, Jessup calculated in his mind. The whale dragon then said, it's not impossible for you to obtain information about the sea spirit pearl, but you must help me with something first. Jessup replied, Predecessor, please specify. The whale dragon said, go to the seabed. There are 4 stone tablets. You need to move them according to my requirements. Upon hearing this, Jessup's expressions turned cold. Without hesitation, he retorted, Predecessor, do you think I'm easy to deceive? Or do you think we don't know about your restrictions? Seeing its plan exposed, the whale dragon dropped the pretense and growled, since you won't help, don't blame me for being ruthless. Maldenly, the previously calm sea erupted into a frenzy of waves again. The whale dragon started stirring the water, causing ripples even in space. Retreat quickly. Jessup and his party naturally wouldn't wait to be destroyed. Knowing that offending the whale dragon would result in an attack, they planned to escape once outside its restriction zone, leaving the sacred beast powerless against them. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that shortly after steering the wavebreaker boat a short distance, they found themselves unable to move. Jessup was startled. Even as a genuine great power, he couldn't believe the mid-rank sacred beast possessed such abilities. Boy, in the deep sea, I am invincible. You cannot escape. The whale dragon let out a mocking laugh, opening its gigantic mouth like a gate to an abyss. The terrifying suction instantly pulled over the surrounding treasure fruit tower disciples along with seawater. Naturally, Jessup was among them, struggling to mobilize his spiritual power, but still unable to break free from the constriction and suction. Meanwhile, Jaden had been cautious ever since the conversation between Jessup and the whale dragon began. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jaden didn't hesitate. He firmly wrapped his arm around Guadalupe's waist, activating a protective spiritual barrier and diving into the sea. Staying on the wavebreaker boat would be no different from waiting to die. Jaden, release Xunyang, Slade finally reacted, but by the time he tried to chase them, the whale dragon had already unleashed its power, immobilizing him. Damn! Slade's expression changed from anger to terror as he and the wavebreaker boat were drawn inexorably towards the whale dragon's mouth. In the seawater, Jaden, although having managed to escape for a brief distance, was still affected by the whale dragon's formidable restraining power. In an instant, he and Guadalupe were frozen in place. Jaden sensed a familiar force in this restraining power. Chapter 351. Landing on the island. Although the strength of the whale dragon was much deeper, that familiar feeling indeed resembled a power he had once comprehended. The fleeting thought in Jaden's mind disappeared instantly. He didn't have time to grasp this inspiration as the suction force from behind immediately followed. Jaden gritted his teeth and employed the blood break god technique, hoping it might help him escape the restraint. Unfortunately, this restraint wasn't a barrier or an array. The blood break god technique had no effect. In a critical moment, the jade pendant in Jaden's embrace sensed his mystic energy fluctuations and suddenly emitted a light. Jaden was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the jade pendant gifted by Dorian to function at such a crucial moment. In an instant, Jaden felt all pressure vanish from his body and the constraint disappeared. Let's go. At this point, Jaden once again used the blood break god technique, carrying Felicity and turning into a streak of blood-red light as they charged out. They actually escaped. That little guy must be carrying something valuable. The whale dragon's enormous eyes gazed in the direction Jaden fled, revealing a contemplative look. However, it had no time to care. If they wanted to escape, let them. It wouldn't make much difference. As long as it caught these people, it had plenty of ways to make the youngsters submit. The whale dragon emitted a long cry before closing its massive mouth. Jessup, Slade, and others, along with the seawater, were swallowed into the whale dragon's belly. After completing this action, the whale dragon sank into the ocean floor, disappearing, and the sea surface gradually returned to calm. Rushing through the seawater, Jaden breathed a sigh of relief. There was no more commotion behind him, confirming that the threat from the whale dragon was temporarily lifted. Jaden immediately ceased using the blood break god technique and released Felicity. Then, Jaden took out the jade pendant from his chest, seeing it was unharmed and feeling relieved. Upon sensing briefly, he found that the pendant's power hadn't been consumed much. It seemed the previous reaction was triggered by the deep-sea whale dragon. Putting away the jade pendant, Jaden said, "Gwr, are you alright?" Felicity's rosy complexion gradually faded as she replied, "I'm fine. Rather, you saved me again." Jaden laughed and waved his hand. "We don't need to talk about this between us." Jaden continued, "I wonder if that whale dragon truly knows anything about the sea spirit pearl?" Felicity sighed, "Even if it does know, we can't rely on it. That would be too dangerous." "You're right," Jaden nodded. "Earlier, you mentioned there are indigenous people in the Spirit Spring Immortal Sea. I wonder where they are. Perhaps we could ask them. Finding inhabited places in the vast ocean is extremely difficult. We can only rely on luck," Felicity said. The two conversed while rapidly moving through the seawater. After about half an hour, some reefs appeared within their sight. Exchanging glances, both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Where there were reefs, there might also be an island. Just as they were pondering, they suddenly heard a cry for help ahead. "Help! Help!" The voice was young, like that of a child. Jaden immediately sped up and dashed forward. He had already noticed the gathering of fish ahead. Initially, he thought it was a normal phenomenon but didn't expect the fish to be attacking humans. Amidst the swarm of fish, there was a 12 to 13-year-old girl in coarse short skirts struggling fiercely. In her hands, she held a fish spear, driving the fish away with all her might. The girl was holding a 5 to 6-year-old child, who was desperately swimming and screaming, clearly terrified. The girl likely possessed blue Amaln realm strength, while the surrounding fish, though weaker than her, outnumbered her significantly. It was evident that the girl couldn't hold off the attack any longer. Her mystic energy barrier was about to collapse. At this moment, Jaden rushed over, causing surging currents with his fists, forcing the fish to retreat. Felicity stepped forward, shielding the girl and child behind her, then slashed with her sword, creating a sword glow that drove the fish away. Boom, boom, boom. Jaden didn't stop. After several powerful punches, the fish dispersed upon realizing too many had died. In the blink of an eye, the two successfully saved the girl. Felicity turned around and smiled. "Corneltal sister, there's no danger now?" The girl didn't respond but instead looked warily at Jaden and Felicity. Subsequently, the girl carried the child silently upward, seemingly afraid of them. Jaden shrugged. "Looks like the natives here aren't very friendly to outsiders." Felicity asked, "Should we check above?" Jaden nodded. "Since we've encountered them, we should definitely visit and inquire about information." The appearance of the girl confirmed there was definitely an island nearby with inhabitants. Thus, they surfaced, indeed finding a small island in front of them. They quickly swam to the island's edge and went ashore. Within moments, the girl and child had vanished, having quickly slipped away, apparently fearing them greatly. Jaden surveyed his surroundings. The island was lush with trees, brimming with life, and a muddy path led straight to the center of the island. Just as he was about to step forward, a shout stopped him. "Outsiders, halt!" 5 burly men, bare-chested and dark-skinned, emerged from the woods, holding handmade spears aimed at Jaden and Felicity. Jaden inwardly nodded. It seemed the indigenous people on the island had high cultivation levels. Among these 5 men, one was even a quasi-great power, surprising him. Jaden transmitted sound. Be cautious. We still don't know if they are friends or foes. Let's observe without provoking conflict. Felicity slightly nodded and moved closer to Jaden. Jaden loudly declared, we mean no harm. We came to inquire about information. The lead man shouted, you are not welcome here. Leave immediately, or else we won't be polite. Jaden frowned. With this attitude, negotiation would be difficult. Reluctantly, he released his aura, showcasing his quasi-great power cultivation level. In the world of cultivation, strength determines speaking power. Jaden understood this well. Amara enough, the lead man's expression softened slightly upon feeling Jaden's formidable aura. His cautious gaze watched as he asked, what information do you seek? Jaden smiled, withdrawing his aura, and replied, do any of you know the whereabouts of the sea spirit pearl? You outsiders clearly have ill intentions, daring to covet our clan's treasure. The leading man erupted with anger and bellowed, brothers, attack together, kill these outsiders. Kill. Behind the leading man, his 4 companions roared in unison. Chapter 352, The Sea Stone Tribe. Just as the 5 burly men were about to launch their attack, an Reedley voice rang out, stop. Upon hearing this voice, Jaden immediately reined in his aura. An old man with deeply wrinkled brows and a hunched back approached, leaning on a cane. He seemed to have no cultivation but was nevertheless sprightly. Moreover, those around him were all skilled individuals, some even powerful experts. The young girl whom Jaden had rescued was now supporting the reed. As the reed approached, the 5 burly men immediately stepped aside and bowed, shouting in unison, Nox. The Nox ignored them and walked straight towards Jaden and Guadalupe, saying, strangers, thank you for saving my Sea Stone Tribe's Ivy. Ivy? Jaden and Guadalupe exchanged glances, surprised that the girl they had casually saved held such a high status among the natives. Collecting himself, Jaden clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Nox, my companion, and I had no malicious intent. The earlier conflict was unintentional. The Nox coughed lightly. I know. Therese has told me everything. Your intentions are not bad. One of the burly men who had been ready to attack interjected urgently. Nox, they? The Nox shot him a stern look, silencing him mid-sentence. Then, the Nox continued, I also heard what you said earlier. The matter concerning the sea spirit pearl is complicated, so please come with me. Jaden nodded. All right. Thus, Jaden followed the Nox deeper into the island. Along the way, many of the natives watched them warily, clearly distrustful. Jaden inwardly sighed, knowing that without accidentally rescuing the girl, obtaining useful information from the Sea Stone Tribe would have been nearly impossible. Soon, Jaden and Guadalupe arrived at the center of the island, where rows of simple grass huts stood. A bonfire was set up in the middle, surrounded by the huts. Jaden counted roughly 100 residents, all of whom seemed to possess cultivation. Among them were 10 great beings, and even a few profound law beings. If a real confrontation had occurred earlier, it could have been disastrous. These people are quite formidable, Jaden mused internally. The seemingly simple Sea Stone Tribe gave off an inscrutable impression. The Nox wobbled to a seat by the bonfire, with the girl beside him and others standing behind him. Please make yourselves comfortable, the Nox said. We don't have many formalities in the Sea Stone Tribe, though our people generally aren't fond of outsiders. Seeing the Nox's openness, Jaden relaxed and sat down on the ground, saying, You're too kind, Nox. We should be the ones apologizing for disturbing you. Please do not hold it against us. The Nox picked up some dry wood from the ground and threw it into the bonfire, then remarked leisurely, Meeting strangers can lead to unexpected kindness. Your actions in aiding the Ivy prove that your intentions aren't harmful. Since you saved the Ivy, I can tell you about the Sea Spirit Pearl. After all, it's not a secret here in the Cornonquin Mystic Sea. To understand the Sea Spirit Pearl, we need to start with the 3 sea tribes. Jaden and Guadalupe instinctively sat up straighter, listening intently. While adding more wood to the fire, the Nox explained, Actually, the Cornonquin Mystic Sea did not originally belong to your fruit treasure pavilion. It was our ancestors' small world. Before our ancestors perished, they relocated our people to the Cornonquin Mystic Sea. For centuries, we lived here in peace. Then one day, outsiders came. Initially, we welcomed them warmly and learned of their origins. But as the saying goes, different tribes, different hearts. As expected, they coveted the treasures left by our ancestors. Our tribe fought to the death against them, but their strength was overwhelming, leading to massive casualties. Our ancestral guardian divine beast was also captured by them. This is why our people are wary of outsiders. Generations of ancestral warnings have ingrained this caution. Jaden and Guadalupe both saw shock in each other's eyes just from the reed's description, imagining the brutal scenes from long ago. Continuing, the Nox said, Ultimately, after paying a heavy price, we managed to repel the outsiders. But our ancestors knew these outsiders wouldn't give up easily. Besides coveting our ancestral treasures, their ultimate goal was to obtain the Sea Spirit Pearl, the ancestral relic protecting our tribe. Despite sending people multiple times under different pretexts, they still haven't found the Sea Spirit Pearl. Honestly, we too have been searching for the Sea Spirit Pearl but have yet to locate it. How can this be? Jaden asked, puzzled. The Sea Spirit Pearl, though left by our ancestors, was never revealed to us regarding its location. Only one phrase was left behind. As long as the Sea Spirit Pearl remains, the Cornonquin Mystic Sea will not collapse. Our ancestors speculated that hiding the Sea Spirit Pearl was meant to ensure our tribe's safety and prosperity. If it fell into the wrong hands, the Cornonquin Mystic Sea would cease to exist, and our people would perish. But our ancestors didn't foresee that the small world would be forcibly opened shortly after their death, allowing outsiders to enter and causing tribal divisions and casualties. The Nox sighed, tears welling in his eyes. Without interrupting, Jaden waited for the Nox to continue. After the outsider attacks, our tribe split over differing views. Some advocated for revealing the sea spirit pearl to leave the Cornelquin mystic sea and restore our ancestors' glory. Others believed it should remain hidden to protect and sustain the tribe. As conflicts deepened, the tribe ultimately divided into 3 factions: the Sea Stone tribe, the Sea Reef tribe, and the Seawood tribe. We are the remaining members of the Sea Stone tribe. After the Nox finished, Jaden took a deep breath and asked, Nox, what secrets does the sea spirit pearl hold? The Nox was candid. Though our ancestors left a message saying the sea spirit pearl is a protective treasure, most believe it to be the key to the Ascension realm, as our ancestors entered the Ascension realm before their demise. I suspect this is why the Fruit Treasure Pavilion persists in searching repeatedly. Jaden's eyes widened at the mention of the Ascension realm key. If true, it would be an irresistible lure for any cultivator. No wonder some wanted the sea spirit pearl revealed. The Nox sighed, no one knows the truth, for no one has ever seen the sea spirit pearl. Jaden asked, puzzled, didn't your ancestors leave any clues? The Nox replied truthfully, they did, and we've identified the destination mentioned in the clues. If so, why haven't you found the sea spirit pearl? Jaden asked, bewildered. Chapter 353, The Token. The clan leader sighed deeply and said, although we managed to open the passage to the undersea palace based on the token left by our ancestors, we have never been able to open the palace's gate. Even after the tribe split, the 3 of us tried many times together but failed to open that door, thus naturally unable to obtain the sea spirit pearl. Jaden frowned slightly. If this were the case, wouldn't they return empty-handed as well? Therefore, the task given by the reeds of Fruit Treasure Tower was likely impossible to complete. Fruit, what will happen if no one retrieves the sea spirit pearl in 2 months? Jaden whispered. It would mean we failed, and Adolf will continue to be the spokesperson for Fruit Treasure Tower, Felicity replied. This isn't good news, Jaden chuckled helplessly, but regardless, we must first go to the undersea palace and at least try. That's right. If we give up now, we truly have no chance at all. Felicity nodded in agreement. Jaden felt the same way and then asked, Clan leader, could you tell us how to reach the undersea palace? We want to give it a try. The clan leader turned to look at Jaden and said, to go to the undersea palace, one must gather 3 tokens, each kept by one of the 3 sea tribes. So, we'll have to visit the Coral tribe and the Seawood tribe, Jaden rubbed his chin. The other 2 tribes aren't as friendly as our Stone Sea tribe. You'll need to find your own way, the clan leader paused. I'll have someone bring you the Stone Sea tribe's token later. Perhaps seeing the token, they won't be too difficult. Jaden stood up and bowed. Thank you very much. He added, I'm just curious, why do you trust us so much? The clan leader also rose with the aid of his cane, supported by a young girl. Maybe it's my intuition. I feel you might succeed this time. The clan leader smiled gently. Actually, I have a little selfish motive. I hope you take 3 of our people along to seek their fortune. Jaden cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your faith. If we manage to open the palace, I promise not to fail your expectations. I am relieved. The clan leader nodded, and then instructed his people to fetch the token. Jaden took this opportunity to ask another question. Clan leader, does Cornelquin Mystic Sea have the immortal tree? The clan leader was stunned. How did you know about the immortal tree? Jaden was delighted, realizing the immortal tree was indeed here. He explained frankly, I practiced a cultivation technique that mentions the immortal tree. It would be helpful for my future cultivation. I see. The clan leader explained. The immortal tree grows from an ancient spirit tree left by our ancestors. It used to be material for mystical artifacts, but now belongs to the Seawood tribe. However, over the past century, its yield has been declining. I estimate the spirit tree won't last long. Try your luck. You might find 1 or 2 pieces. Thank you for telling me. While they talked, a clansman handed the clan leader a black palm-sized jade ball. The clan leader said, this is the Stone Sea tribe's token, ink jade. Keep it safe. Jaden accepted it solemnly and stored it in his mystic ring. The clan leader then called out, Virgil 1 Mickey, come here. 2 dark-skinned, muscular men approached, one being the man who previously clashed with Jaden. You 2 and Therese, follow this young master to the undersea palace. On the journey, obey and assist him without resistance, the clan leader said sternly. His authority was high, and all 3 nodded seriously. Foster's clan leader. Virgil when patted Jaden's shoulder, misunderstandings before, please forgive me. Since the clan leader trusts you, we are comrades in arms from now on. Jaden extended his hand, smiling, let's meet formally. I'm Jaden, and this is my friend, Felicity. Virgil 1 smiled back, shaking Jaden's hand. Seeing this, the clan leader nodded approvingly. Virgil 1, Mickey, your main task is to protect the ivy without causing trouble for the young master. Both replied firmly, we vow to protect the ivy. Turning to Jaden, the clan leader said, I've arranged a boat for you. They will take you to the nearest coral tribe. Hope everything goes smoothly and you obtain the token. Jaden bowed. Thank you, clan leader. Soon, under the clan leader's guidance, Jaden and his companions boarded a wooden boat. The seemingly simple boat gleamed faintly, suggesting it was no ordinary craft. Go, children. The clan leader waved them off. Young girl Therese wiped her tears, hugging the Reedley clan leader. Take care, clan leader. As Therese boarded the boat, the 5 set sail from Stone Sea Island into the ocean. On the boat, everyone conversed joyfully. Therese remarked, we believe in the clan leader's judgment. He says you can get the sea spirit pearl. Felicity asked curiously, why? Mickey, the only great adept among them, laughed. Because the clan leader has never been wrong in predicting events. Though he lacks cultivation, he has led our tribe through many crises, earning everyone's trust. Jaden and Felicity were stunned. Could the clan leader really predict the future? With this doubt, they drifted at sea for a day until they reached Coral Island, home to the Coral tribe. Since Mickey was the highest in cultivation, he took the lead. As soon as the boat docked, he jumped off and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Jaden and the others disembarked, and Therese requested, Brother Cornell, can I talk to the Coral tribe first? Jaden nodded. Avoiding conflict is best. We want to make friends with them. During the journey, Jaden learned that despite Teresa's low Amon Wheel Realm cultivation, she possessed unique abilities, which earned her the title of Ivy. She didn't specify her exact powers, promising to show them later. Therese smiled. Thank you, Brother Cornell. I believe the Coral Tribe will sense your goodwill. Amaldenly, a group of about 20 people emerged from within the island. A leading Herschel shouted, I can't believe the Stone Sea Tribe colludes with outsiders. What's your real intent? Hashtag chapter 354, obstruction. Mickey stood at the front, speaking calmly. Tom, you've misunderstood. These two have no ill intentions, and they have been identified by our tribe's chief as those who can open the underwater palace. Bullshit. Tom shouted angrily. If we of the Serif tribe cannot open the palace, why would two outsiders possess such ability? You Stone Clan must be colluding with them to seize Serif Island. Mickey frowned. Tom, you've overstepped. Tom sneered. Himph, what upset that I exposed your scheme? At this moment, Therese stepped forward. Tom, if you don't trust Mickey, do you not even trust me? Unmoved, Tom replied, though you are a Ivy, you were nominated by the Stone Clan. The other two tribes never acknowledged it. Therese sighed. Tom, I don't want to argue with you anymore. I wish to see Uncle Taya. The Uncle Taya, Therese mentioned, was naturally none other than the current Serif tribe chief, Fritz. Tom pointed his spear forward. You can see the chief if the outsiders fight me. If I lose, I'll let you all into the island. However, you probably won't get that chance, Tom added confidently. Mickey, displeased, said, despite being a great adept and the foremost among the young generation of the Serif tribe, how could you lack such magnanimity? Show some skill, and I'll fight you. In Mickey's view, although Jaden had been recognized by the chief, his cultivation was not high enough to match Tom. Tom laughed derisively. I heard these outsiders are quite arrogant. Why are these two playing the cowardly turtle? Before Mickey could argue further, Jaden interrupted. Brother Mickey, leave this to me. You. Mickey hesitated, but seeing Jaden's confident smile, he finally held back his words. Mickey thought, since this person has been recognized by the chief, there must be something special about him. At worst, he could intervene later if necessary. Quite brave indeed. Seeing Jaden step forward willingly, Tom said, but with your current strength, you won't win against me. Jaden smiled without saying anything. Without concealing his aura, Jaden easily identified Tom as being at the first stage of Broken Bridge with a mid-level spirit foundation. For someone his age to have such strength, he certainly had reasons to be proud. This was undoubtedly related to their ancestors. People in this small world generally had good cultivation levels. Please. Jaden gestured calmly. Humph, putting on airs, wait till you show your true colors. Tom slightly assumed a battle stance, cold light flashing in his eyes. His companions retreated to a distance, clearing out the space for the two to fight. Kill. Tom struck first, driving his spear with formidable force. Spear shadows enveloped the sky, aiming to take the upper hand. But Jaden was prepared. Stepping firmly, the ground cracked beneath him. He then unleashed a punch, shattering the air toward Tom's assault. Boom. The two forces clashed mid-air, stirring up fierce winds that bent the trees on the island in every direction. In the first clash, the two were nearly evenly matched. Mickey's eyes lit up. This Jaden indeed had some skills. I didn't expect you to comprehend second-level momentum. Underestimating you was a mistake. Tom's gaze sharpened. But that's all you got. The gap between our cultivation levels is too great. Clearly, Tom hadn't exerted full strength, intending to intimidate his opponent from the start but failed. Jaden smiled faintly, took out the void-shattering saber, and launched an attack. Crimson Blood Slaughter Blade. A terrifying blood-colored saber light instantly cut through the space, smashing down across time and space. Tom's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated his opponent was a saber cultivator whose saber techniques far exceeded boxing skills. Reacting instinctively, Tom swung his spear horizontally, vast spiritual energy forming a beam that carried immense power, striking back. Boom. After the turmoil, the blade light eventually dissipated, and Tom defended successfully. However, Tom wasn't pleased because he was pushed half a step backward, placing him at a disadvantage. Why can this person, clearly not a great adept, contend with me? Tom couldn't understand. Are we truly inferior to these outsiders? Tom felt aggrieved, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes as he decided to use his mystic arts to defeat the opponent. It was his only mystic art, his ace in the hole, now used prematurely. Kill. Tom thrust his spear forward, and suddenly the sound of waves emerged. Teresa currents surged, layer upon layer carrying immense power like the sea assaulting Jaden. A mal pressed the sky. Sever the momentum. Facing this assault, Jaden remained unflustered, slashing continuously twice. Space ripples suppressed the air currents, delaying the opponent's assault. Simultaneously, countless light blades repelled the hidden attacks within the currents. A brilliant saber light slashed through space, carrying incomparable momentum toward Tom's vital points. Tom's pupils dilated. He hadn't expected the opponent to effortlessly counter his mystic art and form a powerful counterattack. Believing victory was assured once he unleashed his mystic art, Tom's mind had relaxed slightly. When the second assault came, he could only react instinctively, unable to withstand the lightning-fast blade. His hastily erected defense shattered instantly. Clang! Tom's spear flew out of his hands. A dark, ominous long saber pressed against his throat. Tom trembled involuntarily. Lowering his head, he saw the tip of the blade gleaming with cold light. One more inch and it would sever his throat, yet it stopped steadily. Clearly, Jaden's control over his strength was exceptionally precise. I lose. Tom gritted his teeth, deflating, and conceded dejectedly. Yielded graciously. Jaden retracted his saber and bowed. Winning against Tom was expected, so he felt no significant emotion. With his increasingly powerful saber momentum and steady strength growth, a first-stage Broken Bridge great adept without an upper-level spirit foundation would find it hard to compete. Mickey walked over with a laugh. You're impressive. Looks like the chief's judgment was correct. You are indeed unique. Jaden smiled nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying. Mickey thought, even with my second stage broken bridge cultivation, I might not be his match. This guy seems to haven't exerted his full strength. At this moment, a robust voice echoed, stinking descendant, I told you many times, there are always people stronger outside your knowledge, but you just wouldn't believe it. Now, you've tasted the consequences, right? The ancestral teachings passed down by our predecessors say never to underestimate outsiders. Have you forgotten? Chapter 355, The Test. Roman, I know I was wrong. Tom looked guilty as he turned to face the path leading into the island. There, a Danny with equally dark skin and a stern demeanor approached slowly, accompanied by several people. Greetings, clan leader. The people Tom had brought earlier all bowed slightly and called out in unison. A master of profound power. Jaden sharply sensed a pressure emanating from the Danny. Teresi walked over and called, Uncle Taya. Fritz nodded with a smile. Corneltal girl, it's been a while. You've grown so tall. Teresi replied, Uncle Taya. You were so busy. How could you remember me? Fritz patted Teresi on the head. You know your clan leader's temper. It's not easy for Uncle Taya to see you. It was clear that Fritz still doted on Teresi despite belonging to different clans. Jaden marveled silently but said nothing. Fritz looked at Jaden and remarked calmly, So, you're the one that old man chose? Jaden was sure that this Sea Reef clan leader had arrived much earlier and had been observing until after he defeated Tom before revealing himself. He bowed respectfully and greeted, This is Jaden. Nice to meet you, clan leader. Quite courteous. Fritz nodded and asked, Show me the token from the Sea Stone clan. Upon hearing this, Jaden took out the ink jade, which emitted a faint black glow. Fritz did not reach for the ink jade but said, Seems what the old man said was true. You have indeed won his approval. To be honest, I trust the old man's judgment as well. Fritz paused and continued. But to obtain our clan's token, just the old man's word isn't enough. You need to pass our test. Jaden responded, Senior, speak freely. I accept the test. Fritz raised an eyebrow. You agreed without even asking what the test is. Don't regret it later. Jaden smiled faintly. To be honest, I'm determined to get the token. Whatever the test may be, I won't hesitate, and I believe I can handle it. Good courage. A hint of appreciation flashed across Fritz's eyes. Follow me then. With that, Fritz led the clan members towards the island interior, followed by Tom. Guadalupe transmitted telepathically, Qingshu. If things become too difficult, we don't necessarily need that sea spirit pearl. Jaden reassured her. Don't worry, I have a plan. Plus, I'm curious about what kind of test would make the Sea Reef clan leader so confident. Having already passed challenges like those in the Shin Tower, Jaden believed he could manage this one as long as he remained cautious. Seeing Jaden's determination, Guadalupe didn't urge him further. Together, they walked towards the island's interior. Soon, Jaden saw houses similar to those in the Sea Stone clan but noted that there were more of them here. Clearly, the Sea Reef clan had a larger population. Moreover, Jaden noticed a huge bronze bell hanging in the territory, approximately 10 feet tall, ancient and mysterious. He waited thoughtfully as the Sea Reef clan members came out, curious and wary. Then Fritz announced, Stranger, stand under that bronze bell. That is the test. Jaden thought, just as I expected. Silently, he stepped under the bell, which hung about a person's height above the ground. Jaden didn't need to bend down to position himself in the center. Looking up, though it was dark inside, he could clearly see intricate, ancient patterns covering the inner surface. While observing, Fritz's voice rang out, This bronze bell is a relic left by our ancestors. Soon, I will ring the bell. If you can endure 3 rings, you pass the test, and we will present the clan token. Some unaware Sea Reef clan members murmured among themselves. This outsider dares covet our clan's token? Truly audacious. The clan leader is generous, giving him a chance to undergo the bell test. You don't understand. This is the clan leader's strategy. Even Tom couldn't last past the 2nd ring. How can this outsider do it? Tom is our generation's top talent. Hearing these whispers, Tom's face fell, realizing they were unaware of his recent defeat. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and focused intently on Jaden, eager to see if this outsider who beat him had the strength to withstand the bell. Fritz then called loudly, Finn, are you ready? Relaxed, Jaden smiled and replied, Senior, proceed. Emboldenedly, Fritz's eyes shone brilliantly as he snapped his finger, sending a powerful force into the bell. Bong! Instantly, a deafening sound reverberated in Jaden's ears, shaking his soul. Watching from afar, Tosha frowned. Though she saw the bell shake, she heard no sound. But seeing Jaden close his eyes, she realized the test had begun. She soon understood. The sound only resonated inside the bell, unaffected outside. Jaden controlled his spirit to avoid being affected by the bell's sound. If my spirit realm wasn't advanced, I doubt I could endure this. Though not yet a great power and unable to form a mystic soul allepisode, he had to tough it out. Fortunately, he withstood the 1st ring. The bell stopped swinging, and Fritz nodded approvingly before snapping his finger again. Bong! The sound exploded in Jaden's ears, and an invisible force surged into his mind. Still targeting the soul? Despite the stronger impact, Jaden maintained composure. His advanced soul cultivation allowed him to counteract the force proactively. After a moment of mental struggle, the force invading his mind was completely neutralized by his soul power. He actually endured the 2nd ring. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why the outsider shouldn't have been able to form a mystic soul allepisode. Calmly continue. Jaden urged, unperturbed. Chapter 356. Continue to comprehend. The crowd of Sea Reef tribe members displayed expressions of astonishment. The outsider had easily matched Tom's record and seemed to do it effortlessly. Can he endure the 3rd chime? Many Sea Reef tribe members felt a mixture of anticipation and unwillingness for the outsider to succeed. After all, if he could endure it, wouldn't that mean they were inferior to him? Boom. With the third bell chime ringing, everyone held their breath, staring intently at Jaden. Even Chief Fritz's eyes sparkled with keen interest. Jaden stood beneath the bronze bell, his mind swirling once again as the divine soul was stirred. Still a divine soul impact? Jaden initially thought this time the bell would be different, but it still targeted the divine soul. This time, however, it was even stronger, almost overwhelming. Not daring to be overconfident, Jaden immediately used the soul-derived sacred art to amplify his divine soul, instantly enhancing its realm. Feeling that his divine soul resisted the bell's impact, Jaden secretly sighed in relief. No wonder this was a relic left by an Ascension Realm powerhouse. If he wasn't well-versed in the divine soul path, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such an intangible attack. He really resisted? Even after the bell stopped, the Sea Reef tribe members hadn't fully processed what happened. How did he do it? Tom couldn't believe his eyes. Even he couldn't endure what the outsider had just faced. Chief Fritz clapped, smiling. No wonder the old man favored you. Indeed, you are quite capable. You've passed. According to our agreement, you may take the Sea Reef tribe's token. Thank you, Senior. However, Jaden didn't come down. Instead, he asked, Senior, may I continue the challenge? Jaden sensed that this bronze bell wasn't ordinary and might benefit his strength. Fritz was taken aback. Was the outsider so confident? I must advise against it, said Fritz. Starting from the fourth chime, only those who have mastered profound truths can withstand it without exception. Despite Fritz's certainty, Jaden felt more curious than deterred. Senior, rest assured, I know my limits, and I will bear all consequences myself. He believed that even if he couldn't resist the sound, it wouldn't be life-threatening. The worst would be severe injuries. But with his constitution, recovery would only take time. If he feared injury and didn't try, there would be no progress in cultivation. Fritz nodded slightly, admiration flickering in his eyes. Only those with unwavering willpower can advance far in cultivation. His son Tom clearly lacked the determination of this outsider. Very well, as you wish. Prepare yourself, Tom said loudly. Thank you. Jaden saluted. Seeing Jaden ready to continue, the Sea Reef tribe members showed newfound respect. Even though he was an outsider, his courage deserved recognition. Tom's initial resentment had turned into anticipation. Mickey and Virgil 1, along with Therese E., watched intently, not wanting to miss any reaction from Jaden. Could he succeed where only profound truth masters could? Guadalupe clenched her fists, seemingly nervous. At that moment, everyone gazed at the Kevin under the bell with rapt attention. Boom! Fritz flicked his finger, striking the bell with force. Jaden felt his eardrums vibrate, nearly fainting. Biting his tongue hard, he struggled to remain conscious. Fortunately, his enhanced divine soul allowed him to withstand the sound wave. However, this time, the bell targeted not only the divine soul but also exerted immense pressure. Amaldonly, ancient patterns within the bell glowed. An overwhelming pressure like a mountain bore down on Jaden, making him groan. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. So this is the power of profound truth? Jaden perceived that the force forming the pressure was terrifying, even more powerful than what he'd felt from Fritz. Thus, the bell's profound truth power surpassed that of even a master like Fritz, being purer or stronger. This is a great opportunity. Despite his body feeling like it was being torn apart, Jaden gritted his teeth and persevered. Understanding the universe's profound truths was essential for his future. It was just a matter of time. And according to Lawson Ashton, comprehending triple-layered energy could aid in grasping the profound truths. Thus, deeply experiencing the profound force might elevate his understanding of energy to new heights. This close encounter was both a test and a trial Jaden wouldn't miss. Reliant on his formidable physique, Jaden endured the impact. Regrettably, the bell chimed too briefly. Just as he gained some insight, the sound ceased. Senior, one more time. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jaden's gaze was intense and resolute. Very well. This time, Fritz didn't hesitate. Amazement in his eyes gave way to deep admiration. Everyone unconsciously worried about the next chime, fearing it might shatter Jaden instantly. Time didn't allow for contemplation. The bell chimed again. Boom. Unlike before, the divine soul impact was weaker while the pressure became more ferocious, like a 1,000-foot waterfall crashing onto him. Cough. Jaden coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly bent double by the force, finally straightening with sheer willpower. Blood seeped through his skin, but his immortal physique quickly mended the wounds. The green chi inside began to circulate, soothing the raging blood flow. This is that kind of power? At this moment, Jaden forgot his physical pain, entirely immersed in comprehension. With remarkable insight, he caught glimpses of the profound truth's operational paths within the bell. Though these paths were complex, Jaden found similarities to what he had previously learned. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes. His vision wasn't dark, but filled with various lines resembling the bell's patterns. The combined force of two blade intentions, is this it? Jaden recalled his conversation with Ashton, clarity growing sharper. But just then, the bell ceased, like something gradually slipping away. Senior, one more strike, please. Without opening his eyes, Jaden spoke firmly. Hashtag chapter 357, acquiring the token again. Hiss. Everyone present, seeing Jaden with 2 trails of fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, still insisting on continuing, couldn't help but draw in their breath sharply. Was he really not afraid of death? What was he thinking? Clearly, they believed Jaden could no longer hold on and was already at the end of his rope. If he insisted on pushing further, the next bell might crush him into minced meat. Roman, look. Tom hesitated, wanting to dissuade him yet secretly hoping for a miracle. Fritz waved his hand to stop him and said solemnly, if he can withstand the next strike of the bell, you will accompany him to the Haimu tribe to help him secure the final token. Without hesitation, Tom replied, Fosters. Fritz nodded approvingly. That is the best Kevin our Haijiao tribe has. To recognize one's shortcomings and learn from those better than oneself. After helping him acquire the token, you should also go to the underwater palace and seek your own opportunity. I am increasingly convinced by that old man's judgment. The ancestors' opportunities should include a share for our Haijiao tribe. Fritz said seriously. I will follow Roman's instructions. Tom's gaze became resolute. Guadalupe very much wanted to speak up, urging Jaden not to push himself any further, but she knew his stubborn nature and realized that no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Though this guy usually acted cautiously, once he set his mind on something, no one could sway him. Annabelle wore a deeply worried expression. She could not bear to see her savior be crushed, even turning her head slightly, unable to watch directly. Clang! The swaying bronze bell tightened everyone's heartstrings and drew their eyes back to it. Everyone knew the bell had rung again, though none of them could hear it. As for Jaden, amidst the turmoil, he suddenly shouted, "Come well." Pressure waves surged like towering mountains, crashing down on him, but they did not shake his resolve by a single step. The patterns inside the bell grew brighter, and the path before Jaden's tightly shut eyes became clearer. At this moment, Jaden spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. It was obvious that even someone with his physique was reaching his breaking point under continuous pressure. For a while, everyone's hearts clenched tighter. Jaden naturally could not see the expressions of those around him, or know that his skin had cracked open with seams. He paid no heed now, as an extraordinary understanding filled his mind. Splat! Another mouthful of blood gushed out, and the pressure slammed against his chest like a heavy hammer. Jaden staggered slightly, almost losing his balance. Blood flowed like water from the cracks in his skin, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. Everyone's breathing quickened because the bell continued to swing, signaling that the bell sound would continue for a bit longer. Would he really endure this? This question hung over everyone's hearts like a boulder. But at that moment, they noticed that the Kevin standing under the bell who hadn't fallen had a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Am I hallucinating? That guy is smiling. What's going on? Doesn't he realize he's about to die? Idiots, don't you see he's not shaking anymore? People murmured quietly among themselves, while clan leader Fritz's eyes suddenly gleamed with sharpness. He murmured, "What an outsider! Truly impressive." Guadalupe sighed in relief. She understood Jaden. This expression indicated that things were under control. Indeed, just as Guadalupe thought, Jaden under the bell finally comprehended the crucial force. So that's it. Jaden had an epiphany. The problem that had plagued his cultivation for so long finally found its resolution under the bell's profound meaning, allowing him to fully grasp and understand it. Once he familiarized himself with this force and gradually maximized it, he could step into the threshold of the third stage of potential power. Jaden believed that day wouldn't be far off. Everything was falling into place. Cough. In a moment of relaxed concentration, Jaden coughed up blood and nearly fell over. Fortunately, the bell sound stopped at this moment, plus he had grasped that critical force, thus resisting the final blow without collapsing. Jaden opened his eyes, and for a brief moment, intricate patterns flashed in them. Phew. Heaving a long sigh, Jaden stepped down from the platform. He didn't plan to continue. The subsequent bell sounds would only become more terrifying, and his current strength could no longer withstand it. He had reached his limit. Clan leader Fritz approached, laughing aloud. Good job, Kevin. Congratulations. He had already seen through it. This Kevin had seized the opportunity to break through his bottleneck and had most likely succeeded. Jaden bowed with a smile. Thank you, clan leader. Hiss. Only then did he feel the intense pain spreading throughout his body, cold sweat pouring out, clenching his teeth. Rest and recuperate properly. I will take care of your friends and the Heisher people, Fritz said. Many thanks. Jaden endured the pain, bowing slightly. Fritz waved his hand and instructed the tribesmen to arrange accommodation. Tom looked at Jaden, his eyes flickering, but ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. Other members of the Haijiao tribe watched the Kevin with reverence, glancing at him deeply. Jaden himself revealed a wry smile. With injuries like these, recovery would probably take a couple of days. He didn't rest and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to treat his wounds. He controlled the greenish-blue energy flowing through his body, aiding faster recovery. Guadalupe and Annabelle stayed outside with Jaden, rather than heading to the place arranged by Fritz. Clan leader Fritz simply ordered a bonfire lit, sitting beside it, acting as a guardian. Time flew by. When Jaden opened his eyes again after 3 days, he was completely recovered. Thanks to the ancient immortal body's regenerative abilities, his previously cracked skin had healed without a scar. Just as Jaden rose to speak, Fritz pulled out a deep red reef stone and said, "This is our clan's token, Shuahai Tayo. Keep it safe." Jaden accepted it with both hands. To gain the trust of the clan leader, I feel greatly honored. Fritz waved his hand. You earned it yourself. You've won the recognition of all our tribe members. Fritz continued, young friend, I have an impolite request. Can you grant me this favor? Speak freely, senior, Jaden replied. As the saying goes, acquaintances are often born out of conflicts. My son, Tom, has repented, and I want him to accompany you to the underwater palace. Fritz paused and called out, rebellious son, come here. Tom walked nervously over, looking at Jaden. Jaden smiled. With brother Tom's assistance, our team's strength will rise even higher. Fritz laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. Tom breathed a sigh of relief, bowing gratefully. Fritz sobered up and said seriously, the Haimu tribe is the strongest among the 3 tribes. They have the deepest foundations but the worst tempers. I will have Tom bring my letter, but you must be mentally prepared. They aren't easy to deal with. Jaden nodded. I shall remember that. #### end of chapter. Chapter 358. Speak properly. The next day, Jaden and his party arrived at Haimu Island. At a glance, Haimu Island appeared to be larger than both Heisher Island and Hyrule Island combined. This time, Tom took on the role of guide, being very proactive. The group walked into the island's interior. Jaden thought they wouldn't encounter obstacles as they had in previous visits, but unexpectedly, they were still stopped. It was evident that the Sea Trio clans placed great importance on defending their island, immediately noticing any unusual activity. 3 Herschels blocked their path, with about 10 near experts standing guard behind them, appearing vigilant. Tom greeted them with a smile. Brothers, it's been a long time. Aries' gaze swept past Tom and landed directly on Jaden and Guadalupe. He said unhappily, Tom, what do you mean by bringing outsiders here? Tom glanced back at Jaden, reassuring him to leave this to him. Jaden nodded slightly, remaining silent. Tom replied, these 2 are the ones chosen by the old chief of the Heir clan. They can open the underwater palace, and my father agrees too. Really? Ari raised an eyebrow. Ancestral palace left behind requires outsiders to open it? Don't you think it's absurd? Tom controlled his temper. Xunyang brother, initially, I shared your thoughts, but now I've changed my mind. They are truly extraordinary. Ari sneered, forgive my poor eyesight. I don't see anything special about them. 2 Amon will realm cultivators, nothing I can't easily crush. Tom already knew Jaden could deliberately suppress his aura. Xunyang brother, appearances can be deceiving. Brother Cornell withstood 6 strikes of our clan's bronze bell. Is that so? That's somewhat interesting. Ari sounded surprised but then turned sarcastic. But who knows if you Hyrule clan haven't colluded with these outsiders? You. Tom's usually patient demeanor wavered under such unwarranted accusations. Mickey also spoke up. Don't we have enough support from both our clans for the Haimu clan to trust us? Ari snorted. To be blunt, I don't consider either of your clans important. Both Tom and Mickey's expressions darkened. It was clear the Haimu clan had become more arrogant over time. Jaden stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. I intended not to provoke conflict with the Haimu clan, but it seems unavoidable. Hearing this, Ari raised an eyebrow. Outsider, you have quite the temper. Jaden calmly responded. It's clear you doubt my strength. Let's stop the talk. Choose your arena. If you lose, take us to meet your clan chief. Ari laughed disdainfully. On Haimu clan territory, no one dares speak like this, much less an outsider. Brother Cornell, let me try again, shall we? Seeing Jaden ready to react, Tom quickly interceded through telepathy. He carried a mission from his father and wanted to resolve matters amicably, showcasing his abilities while improving Jaden's perception of him to gain opportunities within the underwater palace. Jaden looked at Tom, nodding, stepping aside. Tom then pulled out the letter given by Fritz. Brother Xuanyang, you may not believe me, but here's a letter from my father. Please pass it to your chief. Ari took the letter without opening it, merely playing with it in his hands and not moving. Tom frowned. Ari, what do you mean? Why aren't you sending someone to deliver the letter? Ari smirked. I already said, you've conspired with outsiders. It doesn't matter whether I read this or not. Saying this, he dropped the letter on the ground, his eyes filled with mockery. Ari, Tom shouted in anger, do you really think I'm that easygoing? Tom felt he had done everything with courtesy, yet the other party clearly acted deliberately, obstructing continuously. Ari scoffed, coldly saying, if you want to fight, I'm always available. Ari openly surrounded Jaden and company with the Haimu clan members. Realizing no agreement would come, Jaden decided to use force. Members of the Sea Trio clans naturally harbored hostility towards outsiders, making peaceful negotiation nearly impossible. With experience from previous encounters, Jaden attacked decisively, thrusting his hands directly at Ari. Powerful pressure surged down, extinguishing fist winds striking toward Ari's face. Himph, mere trifles. Despite his arrogant appearance, Ari remained cautious, rapidly blocking the incoming attack with both fists. How could he, a grand expert, fear an outsider? Bang! Jaden and Ari clashed evenly, but Jaden had planned a follow-up move. After a simple probe, he swiftly retreated. Amaldonly, there was a tearing sound, and a void-splitting saber appeared, slashing out. Ari's expression changed. He sensed the surrounding space was sealed off, with numerous blades targeting his vital points. Damn, underestimated him. He's a saber practitioner. Ari reacted, sweeping his spear to create a flood of spear shadows, disintegrating the light blades. Burst forth. With another cold shout, Ari's spear shone brightly, breaking free from the spatial confinement. Ari wanted to mock, but suddenly felt an overwhelming danger. His hair stood on end. A mouldering strike. A cold voice entered his ears. Ari instinctively held his spear aloft to defend against the incoming attack. However, Jaden's calculated move was not easily countered. Blinding saber light instantly broke through the spear defense, striking Ari's force barrier. Bang crack. Despite Ari being a grand expert, his force barrier couldn't withstand the blow and shattered explosively. What power is this? Ari's eyes widened as death loomed over him. A dark-colored saber halted at his throat, inches away from decapitation. Jaden gazed at him indifferently. Can we speak properly now? Brother. 2 Herschels behind Ari yelled. They had stayed some distance away, thinking Ari would easily win. Unexpectedly, things took this turn. The outsider moved too fast, subduing Ari in the blink of an eye. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Don't come closer, Ari commanded. He felt the icy killing intent from the saber pressing against his neck. His instincts told him this outsider would kill him on Haimu Island. Ari gritted his teeth. Friend, let's talk reasonably. Jaden smiled. Wouldn't this be better? Order everyone to step back and have someone deliver the letter. Under normal circumstances, Ari would likely have no chance to survive, but escalating tensions wasn't ideal now. If bloodshed occurred, obtaining the token would become even more challenging. His main goal was still the token. Personal gains were secondary. Ari hesitated before waving his hand. Step back. Yuanhu, pick up the letter and send it to father. The Haimu clan members backed away. Dominic hesitated. Brother, Shut up, did you hear me? Ari barked. Fosters, I'll go right away. Without further argument, Dominic picked up the letter and sped towards the island's interior. Watching Dominic's retreating figure, Tom sighed and said, Yuan Long. I've told you not to underestimate Brother Cornell. You didn't listen, so why did it have to come to this? The fear gradually subsided from Aries' heart as he retorted, for our Haimu clan to cooperate with outsiders is nothing but a dream. Once my father arrives, none of you will escape, Ari added fiercely. Obstinate and unyielding, Tom's face grew cold. If Brother Cornell and I encounter any trouble here, the Haimu clan will face the wrath of the Haishur and Hairue clans. Ha ha ha, do you think we're afraid? Ari laughed sinisterly. Let me tell you, the Cornelquin Immortal Sea only needs our Haimu clan. SSS. Ari suddenly cried out in pain, his laughter abruptly stopping, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. He lowered his head slightly to see the sharp tip of the blade already cutting through his skin, blood seeping out. One more word, and I guarantee your head will roll. Jaden said coldly. You should be thankful that if I hadn't allied with the Haishur and Hairue clans, you wouldn't even be alive now. Aries' expression turned grim, his arrogance completely dissipating. The gaze of this outsider chilled him to the bone. Ari swallowed hard, suppressing the sarcastic words he had been about to say. Seeing this, Tom shook his head. Brother Cornell, when the Haimu clan chief arrives, let Therese and me handle it. Jaden frowned slightly. Will that work? Tom chuckled bitterly. We have to try. After all, our three clans share the same roots. I believe the Haimu clan chief is a reasonable person. Therese also added, Big Brother Cornell, please trust us one more time. We can persuade the Haimu clan. Jaden nodded. All right. Tom and Therese's faces lit up. Jaden's agreement indicated that there was still room for negotiation. Although they were unsure how many cards Jaden held, based on his demonstrated strength and talent, if he were to unleash his full power, it would undoubtedly bring disaster to the Haimu clan. Their ancestors once said that no weakling could dare venture into the Cornelquin Immortal Sea, warning never to underestimate these outsiders. Just as they thought this, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, accompanied by a cold voice. Outsider, release my son. Hashtag chapter 359, conditions. As the pressure descended, everyone present except Jaden, Tom, and Annabelle felt their breaths hitch. Grand Axiom Lawson. Jaden remained calm. It was clear that the Haimu clan chief had arrived. After experiencing the purification by the bronze bell sound, he was now capable of calmly dealing with this kind of pressure. An invisible force enveloped his body, deflecting the Grand Axiom pressure away from him. The blade in his hand stayed firmly in place against Aries' neck, not moving an inch. Outrageous! A loud shout echoed through the forest path as a figure appeared at its end. In the blink of an eye, the figure was right before them. Without even a word, the man stretched out his hand to grab Ari from Jaden. Would Jaden let him succeed? Not on his watch. He transformed into a blood shadow, swiftly pulling back with Ari, easily evading the man's grasp. Huh. The man paused, recognizing the current Haimu clan chief, Brandan. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in finer linen than the others, with narrow eyes exuding natural authority. Definitely someone not to be trifled with. Jaden calmly said, Senior, if you attack again, I cannot guarantee this blade will stay steady. If he gets hurt accidentally, don't blame me. Brandan narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Jaden countered. What do you think? Brandan fell silent for a moment, then spoke. I read Fritz's letter. You want our clan symbol, which is not impossible, but there are conditions. Jaden maintained his composure. Please go on. Brandan declared, since you're favored by two clans, your strength must be considerable. If you can defeat my three sons on the arena, the Haimu clan symbol will be yours. Dad, Ari called out anxiously. The clan symbol was vital to the Haimu clan, and staking it would surely invite criticism from other clan members. You shut up. If you want to save face for the Haimu clan, fight properly on the arena, Brandan commanded. Fosters, Roman, your son won't disappoint. Friend, what do you think of my proposal? Brandan looked at Jaden. Before Jaden could respond, Tom hastily interrupted. Brother Cornell, do not agree. The three brothers, Ari, are all highly skilled cultivators and stand out among the younger generation of the Haimu clan. They grew up together and have perfect coordination. They can even challenge a Grand Axiom Lawson. Brandan glared. Tom, did your father not teach you to let adults speak without interruption? Ari sneered. Jaden, I bet you wouldn't dare accept. You only succeeded because you ambushed me when I wasn't paying attention. If we fought again, I'd crush you. Tom interjected again. Brother Cornell, don't fall for his provocation. Too much talking. Brandan waved his hand, sending Tom flying. Jaden remained indifferent. Senior, using your size to bully a smaller opponent isn't befitting a true strongman. Mind your own business. Internal disputes within our three clans don't need outsiders interfering. Brandan coldly added, we don't have time to waste. Do you accept the arena match or not? My patience has limits. Even if it costs me a son, I'll tear you limb from limb. Jaden smirked. I might accept the match, but I also have conditions. Go on. Brandan crossed his arms. Simple. If I win the three young masters on the arena, you must not only give me the clan symbol, but also, Immortal Tree, Jaden said calmly. You have some nerve. Brandan unleashed a terrifying aura. The Immortal Tree is one of our most rare treasures, second only in value to the clan symbol. How can it be given to an outsider? Facing Brandan's overwhelming presence, Jaden remained unfazed. Do you lack confidence in your sons? Brandan retorted. And if you lose? Jaden smiled. If I lose, my life is yours. Your life isn't as valuable as the Immortal Tree, Brandan remarked coolly. What about your son's life? Jaden challenged. If you harm him, you and your companions will pay the price. Do you threaten me now? It seems you really don't care for your incompetent son, Jaden chuckled. Ari, you've lost your usefulness. Ari snarled. Sacrificing myself for the Haimu clan is an honor. As for you, my father will ensure your death is agonizing. Oh, really? Jaden asked with interest. Let's see if killing you leads to my death. Amaldonly, a palm-sized silver knife appeared in Jaden's hand, the very weapon Ashton had given him for protection. Although he hadn't wanted to reveal this card so early, the situation demanded it to intimidate Brandan. Even with his newfound power, facing a Grand Axiom Lawson still held risks. Thus, Jaden hoped to deter Brandan with the silver knife. He wouldn't use it to kill unless absolutely necessary. If Brandan died, he couldn't secure the immortal tree, wasting a crucial asset. Within the Haimu clan, there were certainly other Grand Axiom Lawsons who wouldn't tolerate open confrontation. Upon seeing the silver knife, Brandan's pupils dilated in shock. He felt a profound threat emanating from the knife, a harbinger of death. Instinct told him that one strike from the silver knife would be unstoppable. Taking a deep breath, Brandan conceded. Release Yuanlong, and I'll accept your conditions. Jaden smiled faintly. Senior, you truly uphold righteousness. While speaking, he kept the silver knife visible and didn't release Ari. Please prepare the arena and gather your clan members. I wish for the match to be conducted openly. Brandan glanced at the knife once more. Fine, as you wish. He turned and ordered, Yuan Hu, Yuan Bao, quickly prepare the arena and summon all clan members. Foster's Roman, two robust young men responded in unison. Friend, please follow me to the island. Brandan gestured. After you, senior. Jaden said calmly. Brandan gave Jaden a long look before leading the clan members deeper into the island. Let's enter too, Jaden remarked, dragging Ari along. Felicity and the others followed closely, their faces worried. On the way, Ari sneered. Jaden, you've got real guts to threaten my father. On the arena today, I'll kill you to restore my father's dignity. Jaden smiled but said nothing. He had already sensed that the three brothers were all Middle Spirit Foundation cultivators, with strengths ranking from 3rd stage Broken Bridge down to 1st stage. Even with their perfect coordination, Jaden was confident in handling them since he had grasped the essence of the Force, though he hadn't fully harnessed it yet. Jaden estimated that if he revealed all his cards, even fighting a Grand Axiom Lawson with his lower Broken Bridge realm strength was not impossible. Thus, he dismissed Ari's provocations completely. Seeing Jaden's silence, Ari laughed derisively. Afraid now? Kneeling and begging won't stop me from killing you. Tom couldn't take it anymore. Shut up, Ari. When you lose, don't come crying for help. Ari, unperturbed by the blade at his throat, boasted, You, who conspire with outsiders, aren't fit to talk to me. After I kill him, I'll kill you next to preserve the dignity of the 3 clans. Tom laughed wryly. Ari's mentality was no better than his previous self, and he was too lazy to explain further. Soon, Jaden and his group arrived inside the island. It had to be admitted that the Haimu clan was highly efficient. A 10-jong-wide stone-built arena had already been constructed in the center of the island. Around the arena stood numerous Haimu clan members, whispering among themselves. Jaden had to acknowledge that the overall strength of the Haimu clan was indeed superior to the other 2 clans, with a significantly larger population. A glance revealed many powerful individuals. Behind Brandan stood several white-haired reeds, who were clearly Grand Axiom Lawsons. Seeing the Grand Axiom Lawsons eyeing him warily, Jaden remained composed and walked onto the platform. On the stage, Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao were already waiting. Release my brother quickly. Dominic shouted. Jaden smiled slightly and declared loudly, Fellow cultivators of the Haimu clan, I had no intention to offend anyone. However, due to the repeated provocations from the 3 brothers Ari, as well as the verbal threats from your clan chief, I had no choice but to take this lower strategy. I believe you all know the reason for this match. If I win, I ask that the chief keep his word so as not to lose face before the other clan members, or tarnish the honor of the Haimu clan. His words were straightforward, without any ambiguity, aiming to put pressure on Brandan and prevent him from going back on his word publicly. Tom added at this moment, I represent the Haishan clan and can vouch for this. Annabelle also said, the Haishur clan will also serve as a witness. The Haimu clan members were stunned, having previously been unaware of the underlying issues. They all looked toward their chief. Brandan's expression darkened, and he rebuked, Stranger, stop rambling. Your conditions have been discussed with the reeds, and we agree to your terms. But when you fight them, you are not allowed to use that silver knife, Brandan added. Jaden smiled faintly. Chief, rest assured, dealing with them doesn't require such means. With that, Jaden finally released Ari and kicked him to the side. Kill him. Upon being freed, Ari immediately attacked, rallying the other 2 brothers to charge at Jaden. Chapter 360, Enlightenment within the array. Ari and his 2 brothers positioned themselves in a triangular formation, attacking from different directions. They swung their long spears, stirring up space as they surged forward. Facing this assault, Jaden, who was well prepared, remained calm. He unleashed both fists and blade, with the dual momentum flowing out like a torrential flood. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce boxing wind intertwined with the brilliant glint of the blade, completely neutralizing Ari and his brother's attack. The crowd below was astounded. Under a 3-man assault, the outsider did not seem at a disadvantage. Indeed, he had some skill. Amaldonly, Jaden turned from defense to offense. His figure transformed into light, slicing through the air with his void-breaking blade directly at Virgil Yuanbao, the weakest of the 3, who was at the 1st rank of Broken Bridge realm. You dare. Ari and Dominic were perfectly synchronized, evidently perceiving Jaden's intention. They swiftly moved to obstruct him. But Jaden, having anticipated this scenario, suddenly transformed his figure into a blood shadow, instantly increasing his speed to perfectly evade Ari and Dominic's attacks. At the same time, his blade slashed out. Lock space. Break momentum. 2 successive strikes. The first strike confined the space around Virgil Yuanbao, while the second aimed directly for his head. Virgil Yuanbao's pupils dilated. Though he was already in a defensive stance, feeling the terrifying force of the blade compelled him to throw another spear in a desperate attempt to counter. Boom. Power exploded before Virgil Yuanbao, stirring up immense currents that sent him flying. However, Virgil Yuanbao ultimately stabilized himself at the edge of the platform, not falling off. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast a venomous glance at Jaden. Pity. Jaden sighed lightly. His surprise attack did not yield the best results. This method likely wouldn't work again. Ari and his brothers would be wary. Third brother, are you alright? Ari and Dominic abandoned their attack on Jaden, rushing to Virgil Yuanbao's side to check his condition. Virgil Yuanbao coughed slightly, replying, I'm fine, still able to fight. Ari nodded, then looked at Jaden with a ruthless expression. Second brother, third brother, we can't treat this person like an ordinary individual. To avoid repeating what just happened, let's form an array and slay him within it, said Ari. All right. Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao agreed resolutely. Speaking, the three simultaneously rushed out, taking positions at 3 points. Form the array. Ari shouted, thrusting his spear forward, causing a misty cloud gas to appear on the platform. Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao performed similar actions, and the mist instantly enveloped Jaden, who stood at the center. Interesting. Jaden's lips curled upwards, surprised that the trio had practiced a combined array technique. Unfortunately, the array held no power over him. He could easily break it. But he didn't rush. Instead, he went along with their plan, staying within the array as if trapped. Instantly, endless ocean waves roared in his ears, and Jaden felt countless waves surging towards him. These waves carried tremendous force, each churn making it feel like an attack from a powerful entity. Jaden moved swiftly, weaving through the array effortlessly without any harm from the sea waves. Outside the array, cloud gas still rose, blurring the view of Jaden to Ari and his brothers. No matter. Their array, derived from the tide of the ocean, was extremely potent. Even an origin law expert wouldn't claim easy escape. They continuously changed positions, maintaining the array's operation as boundless spiritual energy surged through their spears, intertwining at the array's core. Jaden, my two brothers, and I have been practicing this array since we started cultivation. It's your honor to die by our hands, sneered Ari. He then commanded, second brother, third brother, intensify the attack and eliminate him in one stroke. All right, they replied in unison. Instantly, the cloud gas on stage violently churned, accompanied by howling sounds. Below the platform, Brandan's face improved considerably, though the coldness in his eyes intensified. Previously, seeing his third son attacked by Jaden, he almost stormed onto the stage to kill him. Thankfully, he resisted. Otherwise, with so many witnesses, his actions would change the nature of the event and even impact his position as clan leader. Now, seeing Jaden seemingly trapped, Brandan couldn't help but applaud inwardly, hoping the arrogant outsider would die there. To think he wanted the clan's artifact and the immortal tree. What a delusion. Brandan snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Felicity and others clenched their fists, watching the stage intently. They all saw that the Ari brothers' array was impressive and wondered if Jaden could handle it. Meanwhile, Jaden, inside the array, remained unaware of everyone else's thoughts. He moved through the killing array as if taking a leisurely walk. Occasionally, when attacks came, he transformed into a blood shadow, easily evading them. He didn't hurry to break the array because he sensed a trace of origin law within it and was deeply immersed in its nuances. Though Ari and his brothers weren't origin law experts, their array possessed origin law subtleties most closely resembling the power he sought to comprehend. Jaden wanted to enhance his comprehension to the utmost, so he wouldn't miss this opportunity for enlightenment. Is this the power of water? Jaden muttered within the array, correlating it with his own knowledge. Until now, he hadn't truly used this enlightened power in battle. After breaking the array, he would launch a strong offensive to defeat Ari and his brothers. Beneath the bronze bell, he had comprehended the power of destruction. This realization led him to understand that the fusion of his previous saber intent relied on destructive force. Though the power of water lay before him, he lacked corresponding saber techniques to fully grasp it. Watching the swirling clouds distort space like rolling waves, Jaden had an epiphany. In the domain of water power, a spatial field is formed, thereby creating the array. He mused, having mastered spatial saber techniques, I should explore spatial power as well. The space created by water power isn't pure and can't effectively restrain. If based on spatial power, even with secret techniques, I couldn't achieve such ease. Jaden slowly gestured with his void-breaking blade, sensing a fleeting moment of clarity. The swirling clouds and the patterns of the bronze bell in his mind made everything gradually clear. Maldenly, a flash of lightning crossed his mind, as if breaking through chaos. Jaden smiled faintly, so that's it. Hashtag chapter 361. An easy victory. Is this the power of space? Jaden casually slashed with his fragmenting void saber, and ripples of spatial waves spread out, confining the incoming tide to a standstill. He didn't even need to use the lock space a malpress heaven saber to achieve such power. If paired with saber techniques, Jaden believed that the power would be even more terrifying. Currently, through his understanding and enlightenment of what he had learned before, he had already grasped both destructive power and spatial power. Once he perfected these two forces, he could master the third level of saber momentum. Then, relying on his ultimate killing move, he could even slay an origin great empowered. It's time to end this. Jaden smiled faintly. If he didn't appear soon, Ari would become even more presumptuous. Outside the formation, sure enough, Ari was sneering continuously, saying, second brother Abner, put in more effort. I estimate Jaden is just a corpse now. Ideally, there shouldn't be any trace left of him. The eldest brother speaks truly, Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao echoed. Just as the three were preparing to continue channeling their mystical powers, a blood-colored figure suddenly rushed out from the misty cloud and revealed its form. Jaden? How is this possible? Ari's eyes widened. This outsider was standing before him unscathed, exceeding all expectations. Impossible, my array formation is flawless. He should be dead by now. Ari fell into self-doubt instantly, disbelief written all over his face. Similarly, Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss. However, Jaden did not give them time to react. His saber had already been wielded, carving brilliant trajectories in the air. Lock space, a malpress heaven saber. Carnage momentum. These moves directly integrated spatial power and destructive power, forming an even stronger saber momentum than before. Terrifying beams of light struck down like torrents, the space restriction sealing off any escape route. At the same time, a vast blood-red arc of saber light slashed towards the three. Break it! Ari was the first to react, stirring up tremendous force with his spear to block the attack. But what stunned him was that his offensive crumbled like paper before Jaden's saber light. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive loud explosions rang out, and everyone saw 3 figures crashing heavily outside the platform, like stones. The 3 brothers twitched uncontrollably, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their faces ashen white. Jaden hadn't taken their lives, but controlled the force precisely. With his current combat strength, killing the 3 would have been too easy, but he couldn't do that. Tearing apart relations with Brandan would make obtaining the other token impossible, let alone the immortal wood. Moreover, anyone he brought along might lose their lives, which Jaden did not wish to see. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with exclamations and discussions ringing non-stop. Tom and Yanis smiled in relief, while Felicity curled her red lips, her eyes gleaming. On stage, Jaden looked at Brandan calmly. Clan leader, according to the agreement, those 2 items should be given to me. Brandan waved his hand, ordering people to carry the 3 brothers away. You severely wounded my son, and you still want me to honor the agreement? Brandan's expression was very ugly. If it weren't for the agreement, they would already be dead. Jaden replied indifferently. So, am I supposed to thank you? That's unnecessary. Just keep your promise. What if I renege? With so many clansmen watching, would you risk losing face completely? At this point, do you think I care about that? Sharpness shone in Brandan's eyes. If I kill you, my clansmen will be delighted because we haven't seen an outsider with such extraordinary talent in a long time. Really? Are you sure you can kill me? Jaden showed no fear, a silver saber already in his hand. He played with it slightly and smiled. Vaughn, you may not necessarily be able to kill me, but I assure you that if you dare to make a move, you will die first. Additionally, add your 3 sons to that equation. I have confidence that I can still take their lives, even under the protection of your people. Jaden added. Outsider, are you trying to court disaster? Brandan stared intently at Jaden. Don't forget that this is the domain of the Haimu clan. Your people will pay the price for your impulsiveness. Vaughn, you can gamble on whether your life and your 3 sons' lives are more important than theirs, Jaden countered. Hearing their conversation, the clansmen held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt the standoff and cause unpredictable outcomes. After a long pause, Brandan said coldly, fetch the clan token and the immortal wood. The Haimu clanspeople marveled. The always domineering clan leader had conceded to an outsider. Jaden bowed respectfully. Clan leader, your wisdom is commendable. Humph, don't be smug. If you cannot open the underwater palace, the token must be returned to our clan. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't leave the Cornonquin immortal sea alive. Brandan stated. Of course, the tokens of the 3 clans will never be kept by me. I will return them one day, Jaden replied solemnly. At this moment, a clansman fetched the 2 items, revealing 2 wooden rods, one deep blue and the other pure white. Brandan explained. The blue one is our clan's token, named Waving a Large Wood. The other one is the immortal wood you requested. Saying this, Brandan waved his hand, and the 2 items floated towards Jaden, who caught them steadily. Thank you, Vaughn. I won't disturb you further. Jaden stowed away the 2 items and walked off the platform. Hold it. Brandan called out. Do you have something else, Vaughn? Jaden frowned. The passage to the underwater palace only opens at fixed times. There's a month until then, Brandan paused. During this period, you can rest here in our clan. After my worthless sons recover, they will accompany you. Jaden hesitated, realizing that Brandan also wanted the young generation to seize opportunities. Jaden smiled. I appreciate your intention. If it really has to wait that long, during this period, I will stay at Heir Island. When Ari recovers, they can come find me, and I'll bring them along. Brandan stiffened, unable to say anything more, and swept away. Jaden's eyes sparkled. Let's go back to Heir Island. He wouldn't possibly stay on Haimu Island. It was too dangerous, and he might easily get targeted by Brandan and fall into crisis. Time flew by for 2 days. Jaden sailed across the sea again, returning to Heir Island. Knowing he had to wait another month, he decided to practice here to solidify the power he had comprehended. At this moment, the Heir clan leader approached. Finn, follow me for a moment. Chapter 362, Heavenly Secrets. The leader of the Heir tribe led Jaden to a distant thatched hut, then dismissed everyone else. Make yourself at home. The tribal leader sat on the ground. Though he looked somewhat aged, his movements were not at all strenuous. May I ask for your name, venerable sir? Jaden also sat opposite the tribal leader and asked. A faint smile spread across the wrinkled face of the tribal leader. I am John. Jaden rose, respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, and bowed. John laughed. No need to be so formal. I've always been very casual. Jaden nodded and sat down again, asking, Why have you summoned me, senior? John replied, You've obtained the 3 tokens, proving that I did not misjudge you. There are some things I need to warn you about, so you can be mentally prepared. Jaden straightened up, ready to listen attentively. John said slowly, You must have seen that deep-sea whale dragon by now. Jaden nodded. Indeed, I encountered it on my way here and nearly got swallowed by it. You escaping from its clutches does show some skill, John remarked. I mentioned before, it was originally the sacred beast under our ancestors' command. After the ancestor passed away, it has been guarding Cornonquin Immortal Sea. During the first invasion by outsiders, it fought desperately as well. Unfortunately, it was bound by our ancestors' restrictions, unable to leave that sea region. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat and lost so many of our people. Upon hearing this, Jaden questioned with doubt, Senior, if what you say is true, shouldn't you hate outsiders very much? Why do you trust me so? He had personally experienced the hostile intentions of the Haishan and Haimu tribes, an animosity that couldn't be concealed. John smiled, I do hate outsiders, but you may not be one of them. Jaden's breathing paused, and his eyes widened. Senior, what do you mean? John answered, please forgive my limited abilities. I can only see roughly certain things, not the entire picture. Hence, I can't provide a clear explanation. Jaden asked, what did you see? John lifted his eyelids slightly, looking deeply into Jaden's eyes. I saw you opening the underwater palace. The rest is vague. I believe our ancestor left treasures behind, not wishing for outsiders to obtain them. So, I speculate that you might not be an outsider. Jaden suddenly realized and then asked curiously, Senior, can you really glimpse the future? John countered, before answering, tell me, what do you think heavenly secrets, Tianji, are? Jaden paused, pondered, and replied, heavenly secrets are a trajectory, yet they're inscrutable and ever-changing, like a person's fate, seemingly aligned but constantly shifting direction. John laughed, since you understand so thoroughly, why would you still ask if I can see the future? He paused, there are countless possibilities in the future. I've only sensed a tiny fraction, but perhaps it's not the future at all. Jaden understood somewhat. Regardless of how mysterious heavenly secrets or how fate changes, it is ultimately people who decide the future. Isn't that right, Senior? John smiled approvingly. Compared to the intangible future, I value your character more. And indeed, the outcome hasn't disappointed me. John shifted topics. However, my ability is limited. True powerful beings who can foresee heavenly secrets can perceive numerous possibilities and guide events consciously to achieve their desired results. Jaden frowned. Doesn't that mean we easily become pawns for these powerful beings? John murmured. The cosmos is indifferent, treating all living things as pawns. Who can guarantee they aren't part of the game? Those you believe to control others might just be larger pawns themselves. Jaden stood dumbfounded for a moment, then clasped his fists and thanked, thank you for enlightening me. I've learned much. John waved dismissively. I've merely lived longer, thought deeper, and thus understand more clearly. Then, John looked at Jaden again. If anyone can become a disruptor in this world, it would definitely be a Taoist sword cultivator. Jaden was taken aback. Why do you say that, Senior? A truly pure Taoist sword cultivator possesses unwavering determination and unshakable belief. A Malcha person remains undeterred by external influences and never gives up in dire situations. The Y read of a sword follows where the heart directs, and the blade points there. Either break through or perish, no other choice. John emphasized solemnly. Jaden took a deep breath, momentarily speechless. Perhaps we've digressed too far. Let's get back to business, John smiled. My purpose for calling you here is simple. Be wary of the deep-sea whale dragon. Jaden frowned. From your tone, it seems it has ulterior motives? John nodded. Exactly. It carries dragon blood. How could it be content serving beneath someone else? Otherwise, our ancestor wouldn't have placed the restriction. Can it break free? Not yet, but if you truly open the underwater palace and take the sea spirit pearl, the restriction will disappear. Then, it might soar into the sky and even turn against the 3 sea tribes. Jaden asked, how should we deal with that? John shook his head. There's no alternative. We can only confront it head-on. John smiled helplessly and added, our ancestor nurtured its resentment over centuries. If it doesn't release it, transforming into a dragon remains impossible for it. Jaden clasped his fists. If you permit me, I wish to stand with the Haisher tribe. John waved off. Your kindness is appreciated, but you have your own mission and shouldn't waste time here. My warning aims to inform you that the whale dragon and the 3 sea tribes are fated enemies. Once you obtain the sea spirit pearl, return immediately without concerning yourself further with the Cornonquin immortal sea, to avoid being implicated. Senior, Jaden intended to express his stance but was interrupted by John. Don't overthink it. Although the 3 sea tribes are in decline, they aren't defenseless against such a beast. Rest assured. Having said that, without waiting for Jaden's response, John stood up and shuffled out of the room. Sitting there, Jaden's thoughts churned, unable to settle. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was almost time for the passage to open. Jaden and his companions boarded the boat prepared by the Haisher tribe, setting off early toward their destination. Besides the previous few, Ari and his 2 brothers were also on board, having arrived at Haisher Island 2 days prior. The trio didn't speak much with Jaden but showed more respect in their demeanor. For days later, within the stipulated time, Jaden and his group sailed over a vast area of deep sea. Without hesitation, Jaden took out the 3 tokens, performed the hand gestures taught by Chief John, and shouted, Open! Chapter 363, Underwater Palace. As Jaden finished speaking, the 3 tokens, the black jade stone, blood sea reef, and wave-taming wood, rose from his hands into the air, forming a triangular configuration. Immediately, the 3 tokens began to whirl rapidly around a central point, creating an illusion of a vortex in mid-air. Moments later, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the center of the tokens. The beam struck the sea surface and sliced through the water as if it were a blade, dividing the ocean into 2 halves. The split water flowed down like endless waterfalls into the deep abyss below. Jaden looked into the depths and saw an imposing palace faintly revealed amidst the darkness, grand and mysteriously awe-inspiring. Let's go. Jaden retrieved the 3 tokens and leaped off the boat, leading the way by diving headfirst. The others followed closely behind, their figures tracing paths through the air. Soon, Jaden landed steadily before the palace gates, with the rest arriving shortly after him. Meanwhile, the water that had parted gradually converged, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Jaden marveled at how the palace seemed to exist within its own space, preventing seawater from seeping in. Calming himself, he observed that the palace was colossal, its body presenting a celestial blue color that harmonized perfectly with the surrounding waters. Before him stood an enormous bronze door, several dozen feet tall, radiating authority and an intimidating presence. So this is the residence of a transcendent realm cultivator? Jaden mused aloud, searching for a way to open the bronze door. Virgil 1 and Mickey approached the bronze door and pushed hard, but the door remained unmoved. Tom and Therese also attempted, with the same result, it would not budge. Given their cultivation and strength, their combined effort should have been formidable, yet the door did not react at all, which was quite peculiar. Jaden frowned, pondering if there was some hidden mechanism or special method required to open the door. Beside him, Ari sneered, "Don't waste your time. Our 3 tribes have tried countless times, and no one has ever managed to open it. Why don't we let the one you all pinned your hopes on give it a try? Who knows, maybe he can really open it." Ari continued sarcastically, "After all this effort to gather the 3 tokens, it would be a real shame if we couldn't open the door." The young Liv Therese retorted irritably, "Ari, will you please shut up? Our chief's judgment won't be wrong. Just watch and see." "Fine, I promise not to blink. Let's wait for the show," Ari mocked, widening his eyes dramatically. Jaden turned coldly to look at him. Ari shivered slightly, shrinking back without further comment. "I'll give it a try too." Guadalupe stepped forward, placing her fair hands on the bronze door and pushing hard. She then retreated, dejected. "Looks like I'm not destined either." Jaden stared intently at the bronze door. Everyone else had already tried. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed his hand on the door. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The door did not move. Disappointment flashed across Tom's face, and they all stood motionless. "Ha ha ha, chosen one my ass. He couldn't even push open the door like the rest of us," Ari laughed derisively, his eyes filled with ridicule. Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao smirked in agreement, their noses emitting mocking snorts. "Move aside and stop embarrassing yourself. Give back our clan's token immediately. I don't want to waste any more time here," Ari sneered again. Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao moved closer, intending to pull Jaden back. Mickey blocked their path. "What are you rushing for? Cornell might have another way." Dominic sneered. "There's no mechanism on this bronze door. We've tried countless times over centuries. Why are you still delusional?" Virgil Yuanbao chimed in. "Our second brother is right. This person is just a complete fraud. Hasn't our old chief lost his mind, dragging all of you along with him?" Mickey growled angrily. "Virgil Yuanbao, you are being outrageous. How dare you insult our chief? I won't forgive you." Virgil 1 joined in, ready to confront Virgil Yuanbao. "Well, if you want to fight, we're happy to oblige," Ari said arrogantly, smirking. "Why do you follow if you don't believe in Brother Cornell? Just go back if you wish," Therese fumed. Ari scoffed. "Do you think we wanted to? It was forced upon us by our father, but I'm quite satisfied with this outcome. Good for a laugh. I advise you to not meddle. Our clan's token must not fall into the hands of a fraud. Return it now," Ari coldly commanded. "You dare. No one will interfere with Brother Cornell." Therese stood firm, blocking Ari's path. "Your naivety, holy maiden, will only harm the Coral Stone tribe. I'm trying to help you, so get out of the way." Ari retorted rudely, his arrogance blatant. Therese refused to yield. Although her cultivation was not high, her determined gaze conveyed her resolve. "If you're all delusional, don't blame me for being merciless." Ari, looking at Therese and the others, drew his spear, ready for a confrontation. Amidst this tension, Guadalupe remained by the bronze door, her eyes fixed on Jaden's back. She knew Jaden well. If it were impossible, he wouldn't just stand there doing nothing. Besides, if he hadn't discovered something, he would have long dealt with Ari and his brothers. Amalra enough, unnoticed by the others, Jaden's lips curled into a subtle smile. Earlier, when his hand first touched the bronze door, a mysterious sensation emerged, indicating he could easily push it open. The feeling was strange, unexplained, yet clear and distinct. Jaden yearned to grasp this sensation, to understand what it was, a guidance or mere coincidence. He recalled the vision of the old chief, wondering if he had indeed become the key possibility. What exactly do I possess? This was a question Jaden asked himself deeply, feeling no exceptional qualities within him, nor sensing any treasure linked to the bronze door. Fostered the moment his hands touched it, that inexplicable feeling arose. Unable to fully comprehend it, Jaden decided to focus and act. Gathering his strength, he pushed the door firmly, uttering a soft command, "Open." Chapter 364, Blame Me Not. Rumble. The massive bronze door emitted a heavy sound, slowly opening as Jaden exerted force with his arm. The crowd that had been in heated argument all showed looks of shock. Guadalupe smiled faintly. "I knew he could do it." The faces of the 3 brothers Ari immediately darkened, their eyes filled with disbelief. "He actually opened the palace," Ari muttered to himself, feeling completely disoriented. "Clan leader, you truly did not choose wrongly," Therese said joyfully. Others also displayed excited expressions, staring intently at the bronze door. On the other side, it seemed Jaden didn't put much effort. Within the blink of an eye, the bronze door opened, revealing a passable pathway. Jaden let out a long sigh of relief, ultimately not letting down the old clan leader's expectations. He succeeded. Turning around, Jaden grinned. "Everyone, enter the hall." Amal pressing their excitement, Guadalupe and the others walked towards Jaden. The 3 brothers Ari approached stiffly without saying a word. Subsequently, Jaden led everyone into the palace. Inside, an extremely spacious and empty hall appeared before them. Dozens of deep blue stone pillars reached up to the dome, each engraved with various sea creature patterns. The hall was brightly lit, completely unshrouded by the darkness of the deep sea, and no one knew where the source of light came from. After examining the surroundings carefully, Jaden's gaze landed on the center of the hall. There, on a platform, lay a huge dragon turtle, approximately 4 to 5 zhang long. The dragon turtle seemed to be sleeping soundly, showing no reaction to the arrival of the people. Behind the central platform were about 10 white doors, with the middle one being the tallest. As Jaden pondered over the layout, he heard Ari say, "Jaden, your task is completed. You can leave now. This opportunity left by our ancestors belongs only to the sea tribes." Therese retorted unhappily, "Ari, are you all so ungrateful in the High Clan? Don't forget who brought you here." Ari sneered, "Without our clan's artifact, he wouldn't even find this place. Speaking of gratitude, he should thank us." To Ari, he genuinely felt that Jaden, as an outsider, did not deserve the legacy left by their ancestors. If there was a good excuse, he would have expelled the other two tribes' people as well, believing only the elite High Clan deserved the ancestral opportunity. Ignoring Ari, Jaden focused on the dragon turtle on the platform. "Jaden, did you hear what I said? Get out." Ari barked. "You've gone too far, Ari." Therese yelled angrily. "Get lost. Why are you interrupting when I'm speaking?" With a sweeping motion, Ari used a formidable aura to fling Therese, who was only at the solar wheel realm, away. "Jaden, you..." Ari was about to speak again. Amaldonly, a blade of light pressed down, cutting off Ari's words. The blade glowed brilliantly, moving at an incredible speed, directly crossing the distance and about to land on his head. Ari's pupils constricted, and he could only rely on his instincts to block with his spear. Boom! A loud explosion followed, hurling Ari back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Jaden's icy voice rang out. He had already caught Therese mid-air and set her down on the ground. "If you kill me, you won't leave Cornelquin Immortal Sea alive. My father will never let you go." Ari's face twisted ferociously. Deep down, he knew he was no match for Jaden but refused to concede, using his father as leverage to intimidate him. He dared to act so arrogantly because of his father's power. With his father backing him, no one dared touch him in Cornelquin Immortal Sea. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Jaden merely gave a cold laugh. "You've provoked me repeatedly. You think I'm kind-hearted? After I kill you, if your father dares to come after me, I'll kill him too." Jaden was indeed angry. Ari's arrogance aside, he actually attacked Therese, whose strength was far below his, a grave offense. This acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Jaden's fury. He darted forward with blinding speed, his knife slicing towards Ari, the destructive force surging through the blade, seemingly tearing apart space. "Brother!" Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao called out anxiously, both coming to aid and blocking Jaden's attack. Thunderclap. Space exploded as Jaden's single strike hurled Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao away. In shock and fear, they realized just how terrifying Jaden's true strength was. Before, on the stage, he hadn't shown his full potential. Now, faced with his lethal intent, their skin crawled in terror. These two grandmasters weren't even a match for a quasi-grandmaster. It was hard to believe, but it was the truth. "Die." Jaden's expression remained indifferent. Once decided, he held nothing back. Ari was doomed to die today. "No, I'm wrong. Please don't kill me." Seeing he couldn't resist the fearsome blade, Ari screamed in panic, begging for mercy. However, Jaden's blade didn't stop. It ruthlessly cut down. Pierce. The blade of light plunged into Ari's body, splitting him into two halves, extinguishing his life force. Until the very end, Ari's eyes reflected disbelief that Jaden actually dared to kill him. Brother. Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao climbed to their feet, looking at the split corpse in front of them, shouting in sorrow. "Cornell clan, I'll kill you." Virgil Yuanbao's eyes turned red. Growing up together, the brothers shared a deep bond. He had to avenge his brother. Dominic felt the same. Putting their lives on the line, they charged at Jaden with spears. "You seek death, so don't blame me." Jaden narrowed his eyes. Initially, he hadn't intended to eliminate them entirely, not wanting to worsen relations further. But now, it was a matter of life and death. "Kill." Without hesitation, Jaden slashed forward with his blade. The three clashed in the hall, echoing thunderously. On the platform, the resting dragon turtle moved slightly, unnoticed by anyone, their attention focused on the battle. Within moments, the fight concluded. In just a few rounds, Dominic and Virgil Yuanbao fell under Jaden's blade. Even in array formation, the three brothers weren't a match for Jaden. There was no suspense. It ended in Jaden's absolute victory. Jaden's face remained impassive. He did not start it, and thus, their deaths could not be blamed on him. Just as Jaden was about to sheath his blade, a low voice echoed. "Who dares make such a ruckus and disturb the old tortoise's slumber?" Chapter 365, Defeat Me. Jaden abruptly turned his head and saw the giant dragon tortoise on the platform raise its head slightly, its enormous eyes gazing at them. Others, still recovering from the previous battle, felt their breathing hasten, and their hearts involuntarily tightened. This dragon tortoise, who had lived for countless years, though seemingly lacking in cultivation, evoked a fear that rivaled that of a half-step ascended immortal practitioner. Mystery always implies uncertainty. No one would dare assume the dragon tortoise was ordinary, sleeping soundly in the grand hall of the underwater palace. Jaden took a deep breath and clasped his hands respectfully. "Vaughn." The dragon tortoise raised its eyes to look at Jaden, then yawned lazily. "It was you who opened the door." Jaden was startled. The statement left no room for doubt. It was purely affirmative. When he entered, the dragon tortoise hadn't awakened, but could immediately recognize that he had pushed open the palace gate. There must be methods beyond his understanding involved. Jaden replied frankly, "Indeed, Vaughn. It was me who managed to do so." The dragon tortoise spoke solemnly. "That's not luck. Besides you, no one in this world can open this door." Jaden's pupils widened with shock. What did that mean? Was this underwater palace specifically established for him? Others also revealed expressions of astonishment, as if they had heard some shocking secret, too stunned to utter a word, privately speculating. Could it be that the ancestors of the 3 sea tribes predicted long ago that I would participate in the Guebao Tower's mystic realm and come to this spirit river sea? Jaden felt his breathing become rapid. Even he found this thought too inconceivable and audacious. If this were true, then his meeting with Guadalupe and all the subsequent events must follow a set path, with any deviation leading to a different outcome. Amaldenly recalling his conversation with the Reed clan leader, Jaden remembered those powerful individuals who could foresee heavenly decrees and guide the future. Could the ancestors of the 3 sea tribes be such people? Or was it predestined that, regardless of whether he met Guadalupe or not, he would come here to seek the sea spirit pearl? For a moment, various possibilities bounced through his mind, making Jaden feel a bit numb and even fearful. Could he have long been a pawn in someone else's hands? If so, how could he break free from this situation? With the knife in his hand? Jaden shook his head internally. There were still many things unclear. He shouldn't jump to conclusions. He asked, Vaughn, from your tone, it seems you anticipated my arrival? The dragon tortoise shook its head. I cannot say more. Go ask the Lawson yourself. Jaden paused, realizing that the ascended immortal Vaughn must have left some consciousness within the palace. How should I proceed? Jaden asked. Go to the highest door and pass the test. Only then can you speak with the Lawson, the dragon tortoise said. Thank you, Vaughn. Jaden bowed deeply and then turned around, saying, You may choose to wait for me here. You don't need to worry about them. Those who can accompany you will surely have great opportunities bestowed upon them by the Lawson, the dragon tortoise remarked. Jaden hesitated for a moment before nodding and proceeding towards the door. Soon, he pushed open the tall white stone door and stepped inside. Inside, a tournament platform appeared before his eyes, with a Kevin seated cross-legged on it. The Kevin's figure was somewhat translucent, not entirely corporeal. Feeling someone's presence, the Kevin opened his eyes, revealing piercing glints. The Kevin smiled enigmatically. You've finally come. Jaden asked doubtfully, Were you waiting for me? Of course, the Kevin replied nonchalantly. Jaden inquired curiously, Who are you? I am him and his Herschel. Him. Trace. Jaden's pupils narrowed. From the name alone, he knew this Kevin was none other than the master of the Spirit River Sea. The young Trace didn't mince words. Come up, defeat me, and you'll meet my final consciousness and obtain the Sea Spirit Pearl. Jaden nodded, stepped onto the platform, and drew his sky-shattering saber, readying himself. An ascended immortal's younger self, his strength could not be underestimated. You're a bit weak in cultivation. At your age, I was already a formidable power, the young Trace stated matter-of-factly, without derision. Jaden chuckled bitterly. He thought his cultivation speed was fast enough. After all, he was only at the observation wheel realm before leaving Xunyang City. Fostered, in the eyes of the successfully ascended Trace, it was still slow. In the Abyssal Mysteries, your realm isn't low compared to your peers, but your vision should not be limited to just the Abyssal Mysteries, Trace continued. After a pause, he added, With your destiny, you should aim for the 9 heavens. Many outstanding figures there far surpass the young generation in the Abyssal Mysteries. In the future, you'll undoubtedly clash with them, so you must work even harder. Jaden quickly seized on the key phrase. May I ask, Vaughn, what destiny do I possess? Trace smiled. Defeat me, and perhaps you'll find out. All right. Jaden's fighting spirit surged as his sky-shattering saber hummed loudly. Battling the Herschelful Trace, an individual who displayed the potential for ascension, was bound to benefit him immensely. If I fight you with the power of a great ability, you wouldn't stand a chance now, so I'll hold back, Trace remarked. You don't need to hide. Reveal your true cultivation level. Jaden immediately dispelled the immortal concealment technique and revealed his lower bridge realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Trace suddenly praised, nodding repeatedly. A lower grade Saint Foundation, not bad. I didn't have such a strong foundation back then. No wonder you're a bit slower. Jaden was surprised. This was the first time someone had recognized the depth of his foundation. Indeed, only an ascended immortal was capable of such insight. Since that's the case, I'll fight you at the upper grade bridge realm. After all, the younger me only had a high-level spiritual foundation, so it might seem like I'm at a disadvantage, Trace laughed lightly. Vaughn, if you can't defeat me later, please fight me at the great ability realm. Jaden's fighting spirit burned. You're very confident. Trace raised an eyebrow. To be able to fight Vaughn is an honor, Jaden replied with a smile. Good, with this spirit, the Abyssal Mysteries has hope. Trace laughed heartily and conjured a long spear, thrusting it towards Jaden. Jaden met him head-on with his sky-shattering saber. Their encounter was sudden, but perfectly timed. Clang! Boom! A powerful surge of energy exploded on the platform, momentarily ending in a stalemate as they both reeled back. Again! Trace roared and attacked once more. It was clear this strong individual had been a lover of battles in life. Jaden was undaunted, his fighting spirit surging. Wielding his saber, he slashed down forcefully. Chapter 366. Unyielding even in death. Rumble. Two forces clashed mid-air, causing the entire arena to tremble. Endless spatial cracks appeared around them. The young Trace emerged from the chaotic air currents and laughed heartily. Jaden, truly worthy of a sage-level foundation. Even with my true bridge realm strength, I can't handle you easily. Jaden also revealed himself and said with a smile, Senior, I'm about to get serious. Trace, at his age, clearly possessed remarkable talent, having grasped dual-layer potency, but he seemed not to have reached triple-layer potency yet, nor did his attacks contain such power. Thus, Jaden intended to unleash his full potential to test himself. Trace raised an eyebrow. You're quite good at hiding. Come on then, I'll take your move. Senior, be cautious. Jaden's eyes suddenly flashed with intense light, as if they could pierce through space. A far greater force than before gathered on the space-shattering saber, its terrifying energy resonating with heaven and earth. Destructive power? Trace's sharp gaze identified the technique immediately, revealing a serious expression on his ethereal face. Slash through the tide. Jaden slashed out with the Heaven Saber technique, using destructive power, creating an awe-inspiring impact. A blade beam over 100 feet long tore through space and struck downward. Trace didn't dare to slack off. Simultaneously with Jaden's attack, he thrust out a torrent of potent energy from his spear. His powers surged like waves, equally formidable and destructive, capable of crushing everything in its path. Rumble. Rumble. As the two attacks collided, deafening roars echoed endlessly, making it seem as though space would collapse. Above their heads, a massive tear appeared where space had been cleaved. Fortunately, these spatial cracks caused by battle were different from intentionally opened ones. The former was a result of energy collisions, while the latter could reach the Nine Heavens domain, but both would be quickly repaired by the power of the universe. In this moment, despite the lingering aftermath, space rapidly restored calm. Trace looked at Jaden seriously. Indeed, being chosen by creation, your comprehension is extraordinary, far surpassing mine at the same stage. He continued, no wonder you were so confident earlier, challenging me with my current strength. Jaden smiled. Senior, you flatter me. If not for this journey through the Cornonquin Immortal Sea, I might not have understood so quickly. Ultimately, it's due to you. Trace shook his head. Even without coming here, you would have grasped it eventually, just in a different way. Jaden paused, sensing deeper meaning in Trace's words, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The fight was crucial. Senior, shall we continue? Of course. That's not my strongest true bridge realm power. Jaden's eyes lit up. Come on, Senior, teach me. They separated again, and the battle had evolved from a competitive duel into a friendly exchange, almost a discourse. Despite Trace's ethereal form, his spirit remained strong, matching Jaden's. Deep ocean wave annihilate. Trace roared, unleashing a tremendous wave of power that swept across the arena. For a moment, the entire arena exploded, sending up towering clouds of dust. But neither paid attention. Trace's spear swept out, generating tidal waves as if the deep sea was roaring, seemingly able to crush anything in its path. Jaden's focus sharpened. Feeling the assault, he acted decisively. Aerial restraint. Slaughter tide. Jaden executed 2 consecutive slashes, blending spatial and destructive powers, unstoppable. Now, he was increasingly adept with these forces, aiming for ultimate mastery. With his attack, Trace's tidal wave was suppressed halfway by spatial force. Simultaneously, beams of light cut through from various directions, slicing through the waves. Blood-red arc-like beams, empowered by destructive power, formed a decisive attack, cleaving the tide toward his opponent. Rumble. Under Jaden's dual assault, Trace's strongest attack was completely neutralized, disintegrating into specks of light scattered across space. Jaden! Trace shouted. His attack was destroyed, but Jaden still had momentum, reaching him instantly. Thus, Trace had no choice but to unseal his cultivation to defend against the imminent strike. Bang! Unsealing his cultivation, Trace easily dispelled the threat. Trace smiled. This match you win. He conceded wholeheartedly. Even with his Sage Tier foundation, he couldn't outperform Jaden. This Kevin did not disappoint him, deserving his long wait. Jaden bowed respectfully. I still have one slash. I wish to fight your full power. Trace was taken aback. You still have a trump card? Jaden smiled silently, indicating his intent clearly. Good. Show me your full strength. Trace laughed loudly. Senior, be prepared. Immediately, Jaden mobilized his mystic energy and divine soul power, his aura surging dramatically. What kind of saber technique is this? Even with Trace's experience, he hadn't seen a technique enhancing power to such a terrifying degree, shock evident in his eyes. Draw saber to split the sky. When his aura peaked, Jaden fiercely slashed down, 100-foot-long blade beam tearing through space, illuminating the sky. Break. Trace held nothing back, focusing all his power on his spear, sending out a brilliant streak to meet the blade beam. Rumble. The colliding air currents instantly formed several dragon-like streams, soaring upward, fierce winds sweeping through. Jaden was hurled back several yards before steadying himself, while opposite him, Trace became even more ethereal. I am delighted. You won. Yushin has hope. Trace suddenly laughed aloud. Who says I, a Herschel of Yushin, am inferior to the eightfold heavens? I disagree first, dead or alive. His voice faded away as Trace dispersed into the cosmos, turning into twinkling starlight. Jaden took a deep breath, bowing deeply to the void. Though he won, he wasn't joyful. There was even a hint of sadness. After a long pause, Jaden straightened up, stepping forward. There, a radiant door was gradually opening, guiding him onward. Chapter 367. Lawson of Mystic Abyss. Jaden didn't hesitate and stepped through the light gate. Inside, there was an expanse of nothingness, just a blank, white void. A faint figure stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upwards at something unseen. Sensing Jaden's arrival, the figure slowly turned around and smiled. We meet again. Jaden slightly bowed, clasping his fists in greeting. Greetings, senior. Before him stood the middle-aged Trace, identical to the person on the arena before, yet his demeanor was distinctly different, bearing more signs of weathered experience. The current Trace was truly the one who had left this underwater palace behind. While the spiritual senses here were not connected to the outside world, Jaden knew that everything was arranged by Trace. Trace said, to defeat my younger self with your present strength proves your excellence and readiness for great responsibilities. Jaden voiced out his confusion. Senior, are you the guardian of Mystic Abyss? Apart from being the guardian of Mystic Abyss, Jaden couldn't think of any other identity that would link Trace to him. Unexpectedly, Trace shook his head. I am not the guardian of Mystic Abyss. I am not qualified enough. Jaden's mouth opened wide. With Trace's pre-death prowess reaching the immortal realm, he still wasn't fit to be the guardian of Mystic Abyss. What terrifying power must the former guardians have possessed? Fostered, Jaden clearly remembered that Dean Garth had merely half-stepped into immortality, and that dragon hadn't even reached half-step. Something's not right. They've been injured. Jaden recalled that the Dean indeed had suffered serious injuries. Calming himself, Jaden asked, Senior Virgil, since you're not the guardian, why did you anticipate my arrival? Trace half smiled. It seems you already know quite a bit. It makes sense. Given the time past, you should be aware now, Trace added pensively. What do you mean? Jaden asked, suppressing his eagerness. Trace sighed deeply. Although I didn't become the guardian of Mystic Abyss, I do have my own mission. What is it? To pass the Sea Spirit Pearl to you. Jaden's eyes widened. Everything unfolded as predicted, just as he expected. Trace continued. With my ability to foresee the future, I was assigned by my master to plan after that great battle. I spent 200 years meticulously calculating, finally finding a way to guide you here, thus leaving behind the Spirit Sea of Cornonquin, when I was about to exhaust all my strength. Jaden felt a chill run through his scalp and his throat went dry. No wonder the old clan leader could predict he'd open the underwater palace. It seemed their ancestors had similar abilities, albeit far more potent, influencing events centuries ahead. Trace remarked, you arriving here comforts me, proving that my direction was correct, fulfilling my mission. He continued, so don't be surprised. Today, I will tell you what needs to be said, also part of my duty. Jaden took a deep breath, calming himself. Finally, some mysteries could be unraveled. He asked, Senior, born only 20 years ago, I'm just a young lord from an obscure family in Xunyang City. How could I deserve such calculations? You do, because you're half the Lawson of Mystic Abyss. Trace declared solemnly. Boom. Jaden felt like his scalp was splitting. The calm he had regained vanished instantly, his breathing rapid, unable to think clearly. What did he hear? Trace claimed he was half owner of Mystic Abyss. If this were when he first embarked on cultivation, Jaden would have dismissed it as fantasy. Now, having experienced much, he began to doubt, even vaguely believing Trace might be telling the truth, as many things seemed intertwined with him. No wonder he felt intense killing intent against the alien races, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. It was because of this identity. Jaden took another deep breath. Senior, can you explain further? Trace nodded. Certainly, but first, I need to know some significant events from your birth till now. It matters for my judgment. Jaden nodded and began recounting key points, including Celine's betrayal, apprenticing under Yusef, and even the secrets of Cain and Alvis Zhongtian. This was the first time he shared these things with anyone. He desperately wanted to unravel these mysteries, feeling close to the truth. Unexpectedly, Trace frowned upon hearing this, muttering to himself, so he chose you too. Who? Trace smiled enigmatically, shouting, Cain Sr., won't you come out and chat? A voice resonated in the space. Get lost. I have no time for your petty issues. Trace sighed. What a pity, unable to witness Senior's greatness. You're dead. Stop being silly and focus on your task. Don't waste time. I'm tired. Cain's voice came again. Trace laughed bitterly. You're right. But, Senior, could you clarify why? You talk too much. Maldenly, a terrifying aura burst forth from Jaden, making Trace seem almost ethereal, ready to vanish. Sorry, my presumption. Forgive me, Senior. Trace hurriedly bowed. The pressure disappeared, and Trace exhaled, unable to regain composure for a while. But compared to him, Jaden was even more stunned. He noticed Trace's deep respect for Cain. A Malcha formidable figure showing caution indicated how fearsome Cain truly was. Cain chose me? Jaden wondered. From their conversation, Trace didn't predict Cain's presence within Alvis Zhongtian, nor did he know his intentions. So why did Cain help me? More questions arose. Jaden felt closer to the truth, yet somehow further away. Damn, that guy won't say a thing. Infuriating. Jaden was thoroughly annoyed. Opposite him, Trace recovered, saying, ignore him. His plans don't conflict with ours. Now I understand why the Master chose to give you that. The Master might lose perspective once involved, but Cain Sr. shouldn't be wrong. Trace looked relieved. Jaden marveled internally. The Master Trace referred to must be exceptionally powerful, yet incomparable to Cain. Jaden asked, Senior, what exactly are you referring to? Trace paused, then gravely stated, you bear half the fate of Mystic Abyss on your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Jaden froze, standing dumbstruck, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 368. Why me? Jaden had never imagined he would hear such an answer. Fate, something intangible and elusive, was something that could neither be seen nor touched. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, Jaden had indeed heard of the concept of fate. People with high fate always seemed to encounter good fortune wherever they went, while those with low fate could trip over their own feet. To his knowledge, only those cultivators who had attained profound realms and deeply comprehended the universe could faintly perceive the existence of fate, limited to others or themselves. But as for the fate of Yuxian Heaven, it was something he had never heard of before. Heaven also has a fate? Jaden was not just puzzled but profoundly stunned, especially because this revelation somehow related to him. He took a deep breath and asked, Vaughn, what does the fate of Yuxian mean? Trace said gravely, the fate of Yuxian Heaven represents the destiny of billions of living beings within it. As long as its fate exists, so do the living beings. If the fate vanishes, all life will perish. Jaden felt his heart pounding wildly. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Trace added, back then, when the Master saw Yuxian Heaven about to be conquered by an alien race, he decided to divide its fate into two parts, one of which now resides within you. This means that if your fate is taken or disappears, half of Yuxian Heaven's population will gradually fade away, like wilting flowers until they finally wither. Hearing these words, Jaden's expression turned extremely solemn. He had never thought that one day his actions would be tied to the fate of billions of lives. Vaughn, why did you choose me? Jaden couldn't fathom this in his heart. In his mind, he was merely a common cultivator with slightly better talent than others. His lifelong aspiration was to diligently cultivate and become a pure and upright Tao practitioner, drawing his blade for justice, supporting friends, without any grand ambitions. He simply wanted to live freely and act according to his heart's guidance. However, this revelation made him realize that his life no longer belonged solely to himself, imposing immense pressure on him. Actually, back in the Shanha map, during his first encounter with the aliens, the surging killing intent within his chest had hinted at something unusual. But he never expected that this peculiarity was due to him bearing half of Yuxian Heaven's fate. Jaden stared blankly at Trace, seeking a definitive answer as to why he was special enough to bear this responsibility. But Trace shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know why the Master chose you, or why that half of fate eventually rested upon you after 1,000 years. I am only responsible for fulfilling my mission, to wait for the person who bears the fate and tell them what needs to be told. My task ends there. Jaden asked, so, if the fate hadn't chosen me, someone else would have come here instead, correct? Trace smiled, indeed. However, there's no if in this matter. Perhaps from the beginning, it was destined to be you. Not getting the answer he wanted, disappointment flashed in Jaden's eyes. The mystery surrounding him remained unsolved. Trace didn't seem to be lying. He genuinely didn't know. Jaden asked again, so, Vaughn, your prediction of my coming here was based on predicting that the fate would manifest at this time, right? Trace nodded. Exactly. That's why I asked about your experiences earlier. But I didn't expect your early life to be so tumultuous. Logically, since you bear the fate of Yuxian, things shouldn't have gone that way. Trace furrowed his brows. Jaden naturally knew what Trace was referring to, the betrayal that changed the course of his life. He tentatively asked, Vaughn, could this be part of the Master's plan? Trace replied, it's possible, but unlikely. Since the fate chose you, it should assist you to grow rapidly and empower you at the right moment, not hinder you. So, based on your experiences, I deduce that there must be experts among the aliens trying to disrupt your growth or interfere with the fate, Trace concluded. Jaden's pupils dilated as he once again felt the chilling realization of being a pawn. However, the aliens can't easily interfere. You're still here, and you're better than I expected. That's enough. Trace paused and said earnestly, the fate of Yuxian shall not be interfered with by outsiders. Hearing this, Jaden asked a question he had long harbored. Vaughn, did Selenui, who stripped my cultivation, survive? Trace answered, I'm not entirely sure, but judging from your experiences, her appearance was certainly a turning point. I suspect that's when the aliens discovered you and started targeting you. If she's connected to the aliens, she might still be alive. Be cautious, Trace warned. I understand, Jaden nodded. Ever since seeing the Cloud Sky sect reduced to ruins, he suspected that matters weren't so simple. After he killed Selenui, her body was taken away by the sect members. If they were allied with the aliens, resurrection wouldn't be too difficult. But these were merely speculations, even Trace wasn't certain. So there was no conclusive evidence yet. Seeing Jaden lost in thought, Trace smiled. You needn't worry too much about what hasn't happened. With the fate you bear, you'll turn danger into safety, just like when you met Dao Lawson Dao. Jaden nodded and asked, Vaughn, can you tell me what this stone in my possession is? Trace shook his head. No, I can only tell you that the time isn't right. Protecting this stone is crucial to protecting all of Yuxian Heaven. Same old answer. Jaden laughed helplessly. He had heard similar responses many times before, without ever getting an answer. Sighing, Jaden asked another question. Can you tell me who your master is, capable of planning for 1,000 years? Trace shook his head again. I can't say. It's not the right time. Jaden wasn't surprised. He had expected such a response. Asking was merely out of a faint hope. Now, Jaden realized that the she mentioned by Bilherm wasn't Dao Lawson Dao, but the master referred to by Trace. This master was also the one mentioned by Garth and others. Perhaps this person was close by, or perhaps they were waiting for the right moment to finalize everything. Thinking about this, Jaden asked another question. Vaughn, since I carry half the fate, where's the other half? Hashtag chapter 369. Obtaining the Sea Spirit Pearl. Trace smiled helplessly. Honestly, I wish I could answer that question as much as you do, but even until my death, I couldn't figure it out. Weren't you skilled at divination? Did you never deduce the answer? My abilities compared to Lawson's are like a grain of sand to the moon's brilliance. How could I ever predict what Lawson had planned? Your Lawson, did he sacrifice himself in that great battle? Foster's and no. Lawson won't truly be sacrificed, but Lawson has indeed vanished. Jaden's eyes flickered, realizing that pressing further would only confuse him more. He decided not to dwell on these complex mysteries and prepared to ask practical questions instead. After all, Trace's form was starting to fade, indicating his time was running out. Jaden asked, Senior, how should I utilize this half of the destiny? Trace replied, Destiny cannot be used directly. It can only help you turn misfortune into fortune. What you need to do is quickly improve your strength so that when the heavens change, you have the power to protect him. Jaden's expression grew solemn. Senior, is the change of the heavens approaching? Trace sighed, your arrival here means the change is about to begin. A millennium of waiting, a millennium of planning. It will all come to a conclusion. Jaden's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that the alien races are preparing for a large-scale invasion? Not exactly, Trace said. The defenses Lawson set up initially should still hold for a while, but not for much longer. Jaden realized the gravity of the situation. If the alien races invaded en masse, the entire Yuxian would suffer immense casualties. Trace continued, my time is short. It's time to give you what Lawson left behind. The Sea Spirit Pearl? Jaden asked. Indeed. Do you know why Cornelquin Immortal Sea has the word immortal in its name? Trace smiled mysteriously. Does the Sea Spirit Pearl really help cultivators reach the transcendent realm? Jaden was surprised. Not entirely, Trace explained. The Sea Spirit Pearl was just a lure I put out. It's not different from ordinary treasures, but the true secret lies within it. I see. Jaden nodded. What's inside the sea spirit pearl? Trace waved his hand, and a translucent blue stone bead about half the size of a palm floated before him. This is... Jaden's eyes widened. Inside the sea spirit pearl, a wisp of white gas drifted. You might have guessed it, this is immortal chi. Trace paused. This is something Lawson specifically left for you. You can extract it from the sea spirit pearl and refine it. Jaden felt his breathing quicken. Before him was the immortal chi every cultivator dreamed of. Trace added, a millennium from now, Yuxian will no longer produce immortal chi. Without it, no one can reach the transcendent realm or establish an immortal grade foundation. With your current cultivation level, you can't fully utilize this wisp of immortal chi, but you can use it to strengthen your foundation, striving to advance to the immortal grade foundation sooner. Trace handed the sea spirit pearl to Jaden with a smile. Take it. Only you can extract the immortal chi. Jaden took a deep breath and reached out to grasp the sea spirit pearl. Instantly, it glowed brilliantly, its azure light enveloping the entire space. The wisp of immortal chi seemed to dance and, in Jaden's astonishment, it surged out of the sea spirit pearl through his palm and into his body. Amaldonly, Jaden felt his blood boiling as if a raging energy was surging within him. Without delay, Jaden sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began circulating his essence energy, attempting to guide the immortal chi to his dantian. Seeing Jaden start cultivating, Trace smiled contentedly and whispered, Lawson, my mission is complete. I hope everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Jaden was completely engrossed in guiding the immortal chi. Strangely, as Jaden's consciousness focused, the turbulent immortal chi instantly calmed down. Subsequently, the immortal chi followed Jaden's meridians and settled into his dantian. For a moment, Jaden's chi surged like a rising tide, layer by layer. The wisp of immortal chi, influenced by Jaden's heavenly destiny soul blade technique, transformed into a small white blade and landed in the hands of the blade spirit within him. Amaldonly, Jaden's blade spirit opened its eyes, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that instantly quelled the turbulent chi. In the blink of an eye, the chi returned to calmness, and the spinning birthblade wheel above it resumed its normal speed. At this moment, Jaden noticed that his once profound chi had become even deeper. This meant that his foundation, enriched by the immortal chi, had advanced to the mid-stage holy grade realm, and his cultivation had crossed the threshold of the void bridge stage, reaching the lower reaches of the true bridge stage. The divine bridge connecting the blood moon and the red amaln within his dantian no longer existed in a vague form but had become real. This meant his combat power had significantly increased. Time passed unknown, and when Jaden finally opened his eyes again, Trace had already disappeared. Jaden stood there for a moment, then bowed deeply towards the empty air, murmuring, Senior, rest assured, your descendant will not let you down. His gaze became exceptionally determined. Even though he knew he was merely a pawn, burdened with the fate of Yuxian, he wouldn't back down. Moreover, holding the long saber, he might just find a way to break the deadlock. Until the end, no one could be certain who was the pawn and who the true mastermind. Besides, if the other half of Yoshuan's destiny had already been taken by the alien races, he would face an even tougher situation. Therefore, after learning about the influence of his destiny, Jaden did not slack off but resolved to work harder to improve his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he seize control of his own fate. With a firm resolve, Jaden turned around and walked back to the portal of light, stepping through it. As he stepped through, the light portal also vanished, as if it had never existed. Upon seeing the shattered platform again, Jaden smiled slightly, coming with anxiety, leaving without hesitation. How wonderful! Back in the grand hall, Jaden saw joy on Felicity and others' faces, suggesting they had benefited greatly. Felicity's cultivation had also reached the void bridge stage, surpassing the Amaln wheel stage. Did you get the sea spirit pearl? Felicity asked hopefully. Of course. Jaden held out his palm, revealing the azure sea spirit pearl, except the immortal chi inside was gone. That's great. Felicity rejoiced. Just as Jaden was about to hand over the sea spirit pearl to Felicity, the entire grand hall shook as if struck by a powerful impact. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Amaldonly, he remembered, the restrictions on the deep sea whale dragon had been lifted. Chapter 370, 6 seals completed. The deep sea whale dragon was at the semi-immortal stage, and with Jaden's current cultivation, he had no way to contend with it, unless he used his trump card, but Jaden wasn't certain if it would be enough for a decisive strike. If he failed, the consequences would be even more dangerous. Clearly, now was not the time to reveal his ultimate move. At this moment, the floating dragon turtle said, You needn't worry. My master foresaw this day and set up a restriction here that prevents the whale dragon from entering the palace. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. As long as the whale dragon couldn't enter, they were temporarily safe. Jaden gave the sea spirit pearl to Felicity and then asked, Vaughn Dragon Turtle, do you have any way to deal with the deep sea whale dragon? The dragon turtle shook its head. This place is protected by the master. To handle the deep sea whale dragon, we must rely on the master's descendants. Jaden nodded, not pressing further. Though the dragon turtle lived long, it had no cultivation, so it naturally couldn't help much. Tom said, My father and the others should know that the deep sea whale dragon has broken free. They are likely organizing reinforcements and will arrive soon. Jaden remained silent. He knew the situation wasn't optimistic because there were no semi-immortal cultivators among the 3 sea tribes. How could they stand against the whale dragon? Felicity wore a worried expression. She had the sea spirit pearl, but returning to Guebao Tower was a significant problem. At this point, Jaden sat cross-legged and took out 3 items, Cornonglong sand, heavenly herb, and immortal wood. In his haste to reach the underwater palace, he hadn't yet absorbed these heavenly materials. With a major battle looming, he needed to quickly form the 6th seal of the ancient immortal body. The more combat power he had, the better his chances of victory. Seeing Jaden start cultivating, everyone else understood and stood around him to protect him. Jaden didn't delay. He activated the indestructible ancient immortal art and began absorbing rapidly. Soon, as the three heavenly materials turned into powder, a brand new circular seal appeared on Jaden's forehead, marking the official entry into the 6th level of his ancient immortal body. A fierce aura radiated from Jaden, startling Felicity and the others, who stepped back in shock. In their eyes, Jaden now seemed like a humanoid ferocious beast, brimming with overwhelming strength. Jaden opened his eyes, emitting a dozen-foot-long streak of light that reached the palace ceiling. For half an hour, Jaden's aura gradually subsided, restoring calmness. Feeling the newfound power coursing through his body, Jaden smiled. The 6 seals of the ancient immortal body significantly enhanced his physical prowess, bringing him to the lower realm of divine bridge. If he combined this with mystic power, he could even face off against great powers with just his fists. His physical strength now surpassed his cultivation, which left him quite satisfied. Just then, the bronze door of the palace opened, and a group walked in, none other than Jessup and over 10 members of the Guebao Tower. Jaden furrowed his brows. Apparently, while the underwater palace prevented the whale dragon from entering, it couldn't stop human cultivators. Once the master's divine sense dissipated, the bronze doors couldn't withstand the whale dragon's assault. And the whale dragon grew smart, choosing to collaborate with human cultivators. You must be cautious, the dragon turtle warned in time. Jaden looked at Jessup and the others. Most were skilled experts from the recent trip to Cornwall Immortal Sea, including Slade. Jessup led the way, a mocking smile on his face. Jaden, you never expected it. What the mantis stalks, the oriole catches. The sea spirit pearl will ultimately belong to me. Felicity said coldly, Slade, what do you mean? Slade replied calmly, fortunately, Von Whale Dragon spared my life. Naturally, I have to repay it by working for it. Without hiding any longer, Slade revealed his true intentions. Also, I've always detested Jaden. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Disappointment filled Felicity's eyes. Her childhood friend chose betrayal. Jaden knew a battle was inevitable and made a swift decision. Tom, Mickey, come with me. Everyone else, fall back. Amalra. Tom and Mickey nodded immediately. Both being powerful cultivators, they had the capability to fight. Felicity and the others retreated several steps as instructed, creating some distance. You still think you can resist? Truly delusional. Jessup sneered at Jaden's readiness. Jaden didn't waste words and summoned 2 avatars, using the True Shadow Celestial Pearl. Their numbers were small, so a quick resolution required using avatars to draw out the opponents. Once he dealt with Jessup and the main force, handling the rest wouldn't be too late. Jessup saw Jaden's skills and was slightly taken aback, but didn't take it seriously. Attack. Destroy them. Swiftly, the group, including Slade, closed in. Kill. Jaden charged forward, heading straight for Jessup. There was no need to hide anymore. Leaving the avatars to assist Tom and the others was sufficient. Seeing Jaden attack, Jessup smiled indifferently, drawing his sword to clash with the broadsword. Clang. Their first clash was evenly matched, the force pushing both of them back. But this was unacceptable to Jessup. As a third-stage great power of Broken Bridge, tying with Jaden was humiliating. Therefore, once he steadied himself, he unleashed a fierce assault, the sword piercing through space and slicing towards Jaden. Wasteland Divine Fist. Jaden showed no fear. The desolate wind of his fist, accompanied by the second form momentum, surged forward. Boom. This time, Jaden held firm while Jessup took half a step back. Jaden focused his gaze. Jessup had indeed mastered the second form momentum. If Jaden hadn't made breakthroughs in Cornwall Immortal Sea, he might not be a match. But now, he grasped both destruction force and spatial force, with his physique and foundation reaching middle sage level. Dealing with Jessup shouldn't be too difficult. Jaden intended to force Jessup to use his trump card sooner. There must be many things Jessup relied on. Thinking of this, Jaden decided to probe with spatial force. Space-locking heaven-cutting saber. Jaden coordinated with his saber technique, and the spatial force instantly formed wave after wave of spatial ripples, enveloping Jessup. Jessup's pupils contracted. Why did Jaden's attack resemble a profound truth so closely? This fellow was merely a quasi-great power. How could he wield such means? Perplexed, Jessup didn't dare take it lightly. Instantly, the second form momentum of the sword created a protective shield around him, deflecting the spatial ripples outward. Just as Jessup thought he'd blocked the attack, the spatial ripples transformed into sharp beams of lightsabers. As the lightsabers passed through, space was torn apart. Moreover, Jessup felt an entire section of space collapsing upon him like a mountain pressing down. Chapter 371, Battle in the Palace. Crack. In an instant, Jessup's sword barrier shattered, and his face turned incredibly grim. In no time, he found himself at a disadvantage in the clash with Jaden. Damn it! Jessup cursed. However, he was still formidable. Seeing his offensive falter, his long sword suddenly burst into radiant light as he poured all his strength into it, unleashing waves of sword energy to counter the spatial suppression. Boom! Huge amounts of energy collided mid-air, stirring up fierce gales that swept across the area. Jessup was hurled away, smashing heavily into a stone pillar. The Fruit Treasure Tower disciples who were watching were all shocked. They had given up the battlefield, expecting to see Jessup's overwhelming victory. Unexpectedly, Jessup was thrown back in moments, leaving them puzzled. Jaden is actually this strong? Slade's face showed terror. He was currently battling one of Jaden's clones and couldn't even subdue it, and now Jessup was also being suppressed. This forced him to reassess Jaden's strength. Not only him, the other Fruit Treasure Tower disciples felt similarly. Their initial ease had disappeared, but they still believed in Jessup, who had a record of single-handedly defeating grandmasters of the essence profound art. They thought Jessup's setback was just due to carelessness. Seemingly sensing his comrades' feelings, Jessup abruptly leaped up from the ground, saying coldly, Jaden, you've succeeded in angering me. Jessup's sword unfurled into a golden dragon, slashing fiercely toward Jaden. Jaden remained calm. Such an attack posed no threat to him. Sky-splitting saber carved a path through the air, its brilliant saber light slicing down, colliding with the golden dragon. Boom crack. Energy surged in space like an exploding boiler, rolling waves of heat, pushing everyone back. Jessup's face turned livid. That had been his strongest mystical technique, yet it hadn't threatened Jaden at all. It seemed he had truly underestimated Jaden's strength. Had he known earlier, he should have used every ounce of his power to crush Jaden before he could grow stronger. Jessup made a decisive move, pulling out a small wooden figure from his mystic ring. Seeing what Jessup held, Jaden's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this the fucking divine wood? Jaden, forcing me to use the mystic heaven fruit treasure. You should be proud. Jessup grinned sinisterly as the fucking divine wood fused into his body, causing his aura to soar. Powerful energy waves surged from Jessup's body, his released aura surpassing that of Essence Profound Art Grandmasters, even approaching the Fell Moon third stage realm. Of course, this didn't mean Jessup was truly a Grandmaster. He hadn't yet comprehended the Essence Profound Art, but his mystic energy intensity had reached that level. Looking at Jessup, who was now radiating overwhelming momentum, Jaden remained composed. He had become deeply interested in the fucking divine wood in Jessup's hand. Until now, he didn't know there were two identical fucking divine woods among mystic heaven fruit treasures. Seeing Jaden's lack of action, Jessup sneered, now it's too late for fear. Die. Confidently, his sword blade revealed its full might, once again unfurling a golden dragon with bared fangs and claws. This time, its power was indeed much greater, space collapsing around it as the golden dragon roared. Jaden's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his strongest saber technique without holding back. Shattering momentum slash. Brilliant saber light wrapped in terrifying destructive force sliced through space like breaking through decay, striking directly at the golden dragon's head. Boom boom. To Jessup's astonishment, his golden dragon was split apart by Jaden's saber light, losing its momentum. Energy waves rippled out, the aftereffects lasting over a dozen breaths. Fortunately, the saber light's power was also exhausted, leaving Jessup unharmed. This did not satisfy Jessup. Rather, it filled him with intense fury. His combat power had reached such heights, yet he still couldn't subdue Jaden, a fact he found utterly unacceptable. Seeing Jaden's unperturbed expression, Jessup felt greatly humiliated. Frustrating. It seems I must use that move, even if it affects my future cultivation. A ferocious look flashed in Jessup's eyes. If he didn't kill Jaden now, his Dao heart would be obstructed, making future progress even harder. Thinking this, Jessup pulled another item from his mystic ring. It was a fruit shimmering with golden light. Without hesitation, he shoved the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Second trump card. Jaden's gaze sharpened. He didn't rush to act. Without absolute confidence in slaying Jessup, he needed to continue probing his opponent's strengths. Jessup now emitted an aura that felt mysteriously potent, a power that was close to the Essence Profound Art. Wait, not quite the Essence Profound Art. Jaden could clearly sense that this power wasn't the Essence Profound Art. It differed from what he had comprehended, seemingly somewhere between the two. In other words, by consuming the fruit, Jessup had acquired power nearly matching the Essence Profound Art. As expected of the spokesperson of the Imperial Capital's Fruit Treasure Tower, Jessup indeed had many hidden cards. Jaden was glad he had probed earlier. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard. Now, he prepared to combine his fists and saber to counter Jessup's techniques. Jaden, forcing me to use such measures means your death is certain. Jessup's aura surged overwhelmingly. With a sinister grin, countless sword beams unfurled from his sword, crashing towards Jaden. Each sword beam contained boundless power, making the entire underwater palace tremble. The Fruit Treasure Tower disciples gleamed with excitement. Finally, Jessup was showing his true prowess. Don't worry, trust in him, Tosha said firmly to Annabelle and others. Meanwhile, Jaden, facing such a fierce assault, moved swiftly, launching both fist and saber attacks simultaneously. Wasteland Divine Fist. Lock Space World-Conquering Saber. The fist carried destruction, while the saber wielded spatial power. Both forces intertwined in the air, forming two dazzling streaks, slashing horizontally. Space fractured inch by inch, Jaden's explosive attack met the surging sword beams head-on. Boom boom. Instantly, the two forces collided, explosions echoing continuously. Terror-inducing energy enveloped both figures, infinite light flashing around, obscuring their positions. The Fruit Treasure Tower disciples froze, awaiting the final outcome. But Jaden's two clones wouldn't let them wait. Seizing the opportunity, they joined Tom and Mickey, rapidly converging on the fray. Chapter 372, Triple Blade Momentum. The group of Guebao Tower disciples were stunned when they saw Jaden still able to split his attention and fight them while being in the middle of battle, forcing them to fend off. Slade's face turned ashen. He had initially thought he could easily suppress Jaden, but never imagined that he couldn't even handle one of his clones, a humiliating situation indeed. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Jaden's true form and Jessup finally came to a resolution. Jaden was blasted back by an overwhelming current, smashing into a stone pillar. This marked the first time since fighting Jessup that Jaden found himself at a disadvantage. As the aftereffects subsided, Jessup emerged from the radiant light like a victor, a proud smile on his face. Jaden, you have no chance now. Killing you, I will make all your comrades pay with their lives, he declared, hoping to see fear or pleas for mercy in Jaden's eyes. To his dismay, however, Jaden stood up again, unafraid and even smiling slightly. Just putting on a brave front, Jessup sneered. Unbeknownst to him, Jaden was internally overjoyed. During their clash, Jaden had finally comprehended the power of destruction in space, reaching their pinnacle. Honestly, Jaden owed gratitude to Jessup for wielding such power, allowing him to comprehend nearly transcendent strength within a short time. Normally, it would take him about a month to grasp it fully. However, the opportunity of battle and Jessup's assistance enabled him to shorten this period, advancing his blade momentum to the third layer. With the breakthrough in blade momentum, His celestial saber technique reached the 9th form, cleave, annihilate, slaughter, ascending to a new level. This was why Jaden smiled. It was time to test the triple-layered blade momentum against none other than Jessup. Jessup, oblivious to the meaning behind Jaden's smile, said menacingly, "Jaden, today, you will repay me for killing my brother." With that, Jessup unleashed his sword, its energy forming a colossal vortex hurtling towards Jaden. If struck, even his ancient immortal body would be reduced to dust. But Jaden wouldn't let Jessup get his wish. He saw through the devastating power of this attack. Celestial Saber 9th form. Cleave the momentum. Jaden remained composed, striking swiftly with his sky-splitting blade. The brilliant blade light transformed into a dazzling streak that could cleave the heavens themselves. Wherever the blade light passed, the air evaporated, signaling the annihilation of everything around. This was ultimate destructive force, capable of annihilating all. Triple-layered blade momentum, irresistible and unyielding. Crack. The moment the blade light touched the vortex of sword energy, it shattered completely, the radiance dissipating like retreating soldiers in disarray. Seeing this, Jessup's pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't this the kind of power he hadn't been able to comprehend? Why could Jaden understand the triple-layered blade momentum? Jessup roared inwardly, unable to comprehend how Jaden had undergone such a rapid transformation and boosted his strength so drastically in the blink of an eye. No, this is impossible. In a frenzy, Jessup swung his sword again, countless sword beams surging out, trying to mask his panic with an onslaught of power. Skylocking heaven, a malpressing blade. Simultaneously, Jaden unleashed another strike. A terrifying spatial force surged down, like heaven collapsing, suppressing everything beneath it. Rumble. The surrounding space cracked under Jaden's blade momentum. Within moments, Jessup's attacks crumbled like paper. The spatial ripples grew sharper, slicing through the void, with blinding sabers emerging from infinite space, targeting Jessup's vital points. No! Jessup let out a deafening roar. He felt the threat of death, something he'd never experienced in battles with Jaden. These attacks, which sent shivers down his spine, crushed his confidence. Desperate, Jessup could think of no way to withstand the onslaught of lightsabers. Terrified, he relied on instinct, gathering his mystic energy barrier and unleashing the maximum potential of his sword. Crack! Within seconds, Jessup's sword broke, like the last vestige of hope crumbling. His expression turned bleak, filled with rage, frustration, and confusion. At this moment, the lightsaber tore through his mystic energy barrier and instantly pierced his body. Thud! Blood splattered as Jessup hit the ground, lifeless. Everyone present froze at Jessup's death, especially the Guebao Tower disciples, who were shocked beyond belief. Their prestigious spokesman and top prodigy was dead. Prior to this, no one believed Jessup would lose. They thought Jaden could only stall. However, the outcome was vastly different. Jessup not only lost but lost completely. Jaden emerged victorious with hardly any injuries. Was the backup Guadalupe brought so terrifying? All Guebao Tower disciples were expressions of extreme unease and fear, realizing none of them could stand against Jaden. Standing opposite him and Guadalupe meant certain death. Thinking this, Slade regained his composure and shouted, "If you want to live, join me in killing Jaden. Otherwise, we'll die here." Hearing this, all Guebao Tower disciples, eyes bloodshot, charged at Jaden's true form. They knew Slade was right. Only a desperate battle could offer a slim chance. It boiled down to who could survive, either the executioner or the victim. In the face of absolute strength, mere determination was futile. Together with 2 clones, Jaden moved like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly cutting down 3 disciples in an instant, showing no mercy. Had they not joined Jessup in the ambush, they might have lived. But things were as they were. If you wanted to kill, you must be prepared to die. Jaden understood this, as did all cultivators. Thud. Thud. Jaden's blade, empowered by triple-layered blade momentum, left no match. Some disciples even used life-saving cards, but still fell in 2 strikes. Zinnia, for our childhood friendship, save me. Slade screamed in terror. Note: in translating names, Jaden should be Jaden, and Jessup should be Jessup. Chapter 373, Choice. Witnessing Jaden's ruthless efficiency in dealing with most of the disciples from the Fruit Treasure Tower, Slade was gripped by an overwhelming fear. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he grabbed one of the disciples and hurled him toward Jaden while pleading for help. Upon hearing Slade's cries, Guadalupe's expression turned cold, and she hissed, "A man who brings ruin upon himself has no right to live, especially someone as treacherous as you." "No, Zinnia, I'm wrong. Please beg him. Beg him. I'll serve you like cattle if you let me live." Slade rambled incoherently, endlessly begging for mercy. "Jaden, spare me, and I'll give you countless treasures of heaven and earth." Pooch! A single stroke silenced Slade forever, his eyes wide open as he crumpled to the ground. Jaden did not even glance at Slade. If the latter hadn't betrayed him at the last moment, he wouldn't have been killed, and they might have even become allies. But now that Slade had made his choice, he must bear the consequences. Often, people face choices. Right choices lead to broad avenues, wrong ones plunge into bottomless abysses. If Jaden had lost to Jessup, it would mean Guadalupe's choice also failed, and death would await her. Therefore, Guadalupe felt both relieved and glad that her unwavering belief in Jaden had proven correct once more. However, there was a tinge of regret because Jaden was growing stronger, outpacing her cultivation speed. If not for the opportunity she gained in the underwater palace, she would have already fallen far behind. Guadalupe clenched her fists. After obtaining the Sea Spirit Pearl, she would become the new spokesperson of the Imperial City Fruit Treasure Tower, receiving strong support which she must seize fully. While Guadalupe pondered, Jaden had already finished dealing with all enemies and collected countless high-quality mystic stones. He smiled narrowly. The wealth on these disciples meant he could buy more mystic-grade weapons again. After a deep breath, realizing this battle had taken a toll on him, he needed time to recover. Outside, the danger of the deep-sea whale dragon still loomed large. Be careful, I need some time to recuperate, Jaden told his companions before beginning to absorb the mystic stones. Half a day passed, and the deep-sea whale dragon outside grew impatient when it saw Jessup and company hadn't emerged yet, continuously slamming against the hull. At this moment, Jaden opened his eyes, having completed his recovery. As he looked outside, he saw the massive pupil of the whale dragon filled with coldness and malice. Monster, how dare you covet our ancestors' legacy? Come and die. A roar came from outside. Tom's face lit up. My father is here. Jaden nodded slightly. Of course, he recognized Fritz's voice, but compared to Tom's optimism, Jaden was more worried. Seeing the arrival of Sea Clan members, the deep-sea whale dragon ceased attacking the hall. Outside, sounds of combat and roars echoed. Maldenly, a figure dashed into the hall. It was Brandan. Scanning the room, he noticed everyone present except for his 3 sons. A bad premonition struck him, and looking at the bodies strewn on the floor, he found his sons already dead. Brandan roared in anguish and turned to question Jaden and the others. Tell me what happened. Speak, or I will kill you all. Jaden stepped forward and said coolly, I killed them. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Tom and others hadn't expected Jaden to admit it. They thought he would claim that Dominic and the others had died fighting Jessup, sparing Brandan's resentment. But Jaden had anticipated that Brandan wouldn't let them go either way due to his ruthless nature. Indeed, Brandan glared fiercely and said, Hand over the sea spirit pearl, and I will grant you a proper death. Enraged, Tom retorted, Uncle Virgil, those 3 brought their fate upon themselves. Not only are you venting your anger on us, but you also want the sea spirit pearl. How ridiculous. Brandan swept a cold gaze across them and sneered, all present shall pay for my son's death. Since you won't cooperate, die. With that, Brandan reached for Tom. Jaden flashed forward, slicing his blade to intercept. Stand back, Jaden told Tom. Tom glared hatefully at Brandan, wishing he had the strength to confront him personally. You're quite skilled, but in front of me, you're just an ant, Brandan sneered, looking at Jaden as if he were already dead. At this moment, Therese angrily shouted, Right now, all our clan members are battling the whale dragon outside, and you attack us for the sea spirit pearl? Do you disgrace our ancestors? Brandan remained expressionless. Once I obtain the sea spirit pearl and reach the ascendant immortal realm, I will unify the Cornonquin mystic sea. Who dares oppose me? With that, Brandan brandished a long spear gleaming ominously and lunged at Jaden. Jaden was the cornerstone of the group. Once he was dealt with, obtaining the sea spirit pearl would be easy. Red blood execution blade. Faced with Brandan's attack, Jaden sliced his blade, the blood-red light clashing with the spear. Boom. The mere collision unleashed terrifying energy, shaking the space around them. Jaden was forced back several feet before regaining his balance. Indeed, a Lawson of the Tao of Truth was formidable. Although he had grasped 3 levels of blade momentum, it wasn't enough to match true Tao power. This didn't mean he lacked a counterattack. His newfound strength had given him the ability to challenge a Lawson of the Tao of Truth. A flicker of surprise flashed in Brandan's eyes, quickly replaced by coldness. You indeed possess talent, but what you wield isn't the Tao of Truth. Brandan smirked. Beneath the Tao, all are ants. Following his words, Brandan swept his spear, releasing a wave of power that crushed space, everything in its path crumbling. Is this the power of the Tao of Truth? Jaden felt the terror firsthand. That kind of celestial power was beyond ordinary cultivators. But Jaden keenly sensed that Brandan's water Tao of Truth was incomplete, merely a fragment. Logically, Brandan should have comprehended the Tao thoroughly after so many years. Why was it incomplete? He couldn't fathom why or understand how he perceived it. He didn't have time to ponder these thoughts. Holding his blade in front, he surged with destructive force, letting loose a slash. Chapter 374. The silver knife reveals its might. Boom. Jaden's blade light collided with Brandan's torrent, making the space around them churn violently. Jaden was hurled away and crashed into the ground. Cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jaden got up, his expression grim. Even though Brandan's profundity technique was incomplete, it wasn't something Jaden could handle easily. Without using his ultimate trump card, Jaden could only hold off an old master of profundity techniques like Brandan for a moment. On the opposite side, Brandan was also quite surprised. His attack hadn't crushed Jaden as he expected. However, Brandan was confident that within 3 moves, he would certainly be able to slay Jaden. Initially, he had been wary of the silver knife in Jaden's hand, but seeing as Jaden did not use it, he felt relieved. Firstly, Brandan thought Jaden was arrogant, wanting to rely on his own strength to confront him, which suited his plans perfectly. Secondly, he believed that the silver knife probably only looked powerful on the surface and wasn't truly threatening. Otherwise, why hadn't Jaden used it? Previously on Haimu Island, Brandan still had some reservations. But now that all 3 of his sons were dead, he wanted nothing more than to kill Jaden to vent his anger. Unfortunately, Brandan only guessed half of it right. Jaden indeed wanted to rely on his own strength to deal with Brandan, but the reason he didn't use the silver knife wasn't out of pride. It was because he intended to save it for the deep-sea whale dragon. At this moment, Jaden could only take a gamble and prepare to use the heaven-splitting sword draw technique. The heaven-splitting sword draw technique enhanced with destructive power should be able to slay a proficient profundity user, but he wasn't entirely sure if it could kill Brandan. But at this point, it seemed he had no other choice. Jaden took a deep breath and slowly lifted his void-shattering blade, ready to go all in. Brandan raised an eyebrow and then swept his spear, releasing terrifying profundity force that enveloped Jaden. Slash. Without hesitation, Jaden gathered his full mystic energy and soul power, intertwining them instantly. A brilliant blade light cascaded down from above. Rumble. With irresistible force, the blade light cleaved through Brandan's attack and instantly reached his head. Brandan's pupils widened in shock. He couldn't believe that a quasi-profound user could unleash such an attack. A sense of impending death immediately enveloped him, but Brandan, being an experienced profundity user, reacted swiftly. He struck out with a palm, unleashing rolling profundity forces toward the blade light. Boom! The blade light dissipated, and the profundity forces scattered. Brandan was hurled backward, spewing blood in the air. Jaden sighed. The gap in cultivation was too great. The heaven-splitting sword draw technique couldn't directly kill Brandan. It could only wound him severely. Feeling extremely weak, Jaden gave a bitter laugh. He had done his best. Worm, how dare you hurt me? Brandan soared up, a deep gash visible on his chest, continuously dripping blood. Enraged, he stirred the spatial fabric with his spear, and water profundity unleashed waves of pressure. This oppressive sensation made Jaden feel almost suffocated. There's no other way. Jaden smiled helplessly as the silver knife landed in his hand. To protect himself, he had no choice but to use this once-only opportunity. Go! Jaden threw the knife upward, and it tore through the air, colliding with the wave of pressure. Amaldonly, silver light erupted like thunder roaring, instantly shattering the wave. A terrifying silver blade light sliced through space and descended upon Brandan. No! Brandan screamed in terror. Only now did he realize he had made a grave mistake. The silver knife did possess the power to slay him. Unfortunately, it was too late. In his terrified gaze, the silver blade light split him into two halves, blood splattering everywhere. So this is the power of the semi-immortal realm? Jaden exhaled, recalling the silver knife, which lost its luster and became an ordinary-looking small knife. This was one of his strongest trump cards, and using it on Brandan was somewhat regrettable. But given the circumstances, he could only take things step by step. Dealing with the deep-sea whale dragon would require another approach. Jaden sat cross-legged and began rapidly absorbing mystic stones to restore his weakened state. Tom and others did not disturb him, still marveling at Jaden's victory over Brandan. Although Jaden had relied on external force, his ability to battle Brandan for several rounds was enough to earn their admiration. Time passed quickly, and soon another day went by. Jaden's condition returned to its peak. He asked, "Is there any news outside?" Tom replied, "It seems under control for now." Puzzled, Jaden asked, "But the Sea Trinity does not have any semi-immortals. How can they suppress the deep-sea whale dragon?" Annabelle explained, "Our ancestors left behind formations specifically to subdue the whale dragons. Each generation has someone selected to learn these formations, maintaining them until today." Ah, I see. Jaden understood. It turned out he had worried unnecessarily. Trace had thought things through thoroughly. Since they had a way to subdue the whale dragon, these people should be safe. Just then, an unreadly figure entered the hall. It was the patriarch of the Sea Stone clan, John. Annabelle stepped forward to assist, and Jaden bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Reed." John glanced at Brandan's corpse and sighed. He had talent but was impatient and overly stubborn. His fate is what he deserved. A malaprise, Jaden asked, "Did you foresee this, Reed?" John didn't answer directly. Timing and destiny. Many things don't need to be seen to be felt. Jaden nodded and didn't press further. John said, "Since you've obtained the Sea Spirit Pearl, please return the symbols of the Sea Trinity." Of course, I was going to give them back anyway. Jaden took out the 3 symbols and respectfully handed them to John. John didn't reach out but instead told Tom, "Your clan has developed best according to our ancestors' wishes among the 3. From now on, let the Sea Reef clan keep these symbols. Inform Fritz later that this is my order." Vaughn, this? Tom was greatly shocked. Although relations between the Sea Trinity weren't always smooth, most respected the Adalberto, John. Now, he didn't know what to do. Annabelle advised, "Tom, accept it. The Reed must have his reasons." John smiled approvingly. "No wonder you are our tribe's saintess, so intelligent and quick-witted." Tom gritted his teeth and accepted the symbols from John. John said, "Now, both of you, with the Sea Spirit Pearl revealed, following our ancestors' will, the Cornalquin Immortal Sea will soon close, never to open again. I'll escort you both out." Jaden and Guadalupe exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 375, The Whale Dragon's Escape. Guadalupe was puzzled. The method to open the Cornalquin Immortal Sea was now in the hands of Guebao Tower, yet the Adalberto was so certain this place would close down. Could there be a deeper meaning behind this? Jaden, on the other hand, thought that this must have been foreseen by Senior Trace. The future of Yuxian continent was bound to face great calamities, and this move was surely to protect future generations. Under the lead of John, Jaden and Guadalupe followed him out of the underwater palace. At first glance, they saw a gigantic whale dragon trapped within a brilliant array. The people operating the array were none other than Fritz and 6 other great sages. The deep-sea whale dragon roared in defiance, stirring the seawater, venting its anger. Amaldonly, the whale dragon's enormous head turned towards Jaden, its abyssal eyes fixed on him. An overwhelming sense of danger surged from Jaden's heart. Despite the whale dragon being confined, he felt a threat of death. "You finally came out. I've been waiting for you." The deep-sea whale dragon emitted a low voice. Instantly, countless water columns burst forth from its massive body, pounding against the array with immense force. "Does Trace really think I will willingly guard your kind for 1,000 years? What a joke. Today is the day I transform into a true dragon." The deep-sea whale dragon roared. "Not good. This array can no longer contain it. We have miscalculated," Fritz exclaimed, then increased his effort, working with the 6 great sages to maintain the array. This whale dragon deliberately allowed itself to be trapped, waiting for me to come out and then try to seize the Sea Spirit Pearl? Jaden instantly considered this possibility. The deep-sea whale dragon couldn't enter the underwater palace, using this method to let everyone drop their guard, only to lure him out. "Zinnia, circumstances have changed. Take the Sea Spirit Pearl and run immediately." Jaden made a split-second decision, sending a mental message to Guadalupe. He knew the whale dragon wanted the immortal energy inside the sea spirit pearl, but he had already absorbed it. Even if the whale dragon obtained it, it would be useless. But the sea spirit pearl was very useful to Guadalupe, and the whale dragon didn't know it wasn't on him. As long as the whale dragon targeted him, he could ensure others weren't involved. Guadalupe also recognized the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, she said, "Take care of yourself." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and sped away from the sea floor. Just then, there was a crack in the seawater, and the array shattered. Fritz and the others spewed out large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale like paper, their eyes full of terror. The deep-sea whale dragon had broken free from the ancestral array. Amidst everyone's shock, the massive deep-sea whale dragon's body emitted a luminous glow and transformed into a Danny with a proud demeanor, looking down at everyone below. A powerful aura emanated from the whale dragon, causing the seawater to churn. This was the exclusive presence of a semi-ascended immortal. The whale dragon's eyes, tinged with mockery, focused on Jaden. Jaden felt an intense pressure all over, as if he could be crushed by the whale dragon at any moment. Now, no one present could match the deep-sea whale dragon, not even an ultimate sage, who would be like ants before the whale dragon. This was why the whale dragon acted so recklessly. Jaden still had a jade pendant which could block one strike from the whale dragon, giving him time to escape. However, his fate afterward remained uncertain. At this moment, the Reedley clan leader John spoke. "You clever beast, hiding for centuries, actually understanding our ancestors' array. You do have some ability." The whale dragon, now a Danny, sneered. "Though Trace had flawless calculations, how could I be easily confined? Now in the Cornonquin Immortal Sea, who can contend with me? Even a semi-ascended immortal won't stop me from killing you all and taking the sea spirit pearl. Then I'll leave this wretched place and roam the 9 heavens." John's aged face smiled. "Beast, since you acknowledge our ancestors' foresight, did he not foresee your escape?" The whale dragon scorned. "Stop scaring me with him. After years of contemplation, this is what I've aimed for. If Trace could foresee this, how could he die?" John shook his head, sighing. "Our ancestors' greatness is beyond your comprehension. Spit. A decrepit old man with no cultivation. How dare you lecture me? I'll kill you first to celebrate my freedom," the whale dragon boasted. "All things have their destiny. Those who plot evil shall meet a bad end." John calmly said, "Maiden, it's your turn to act." Foster's, clan leader. To Jaden's astonishment, the previously unassuming girl named Annabelle stepped forward. A holy light suddenly arose around her, as if a goddess descended. Following Annabelle's pointed direction, the holy light approached the deep-sea whale dragon dramatically. "This is bloodline suppression?" The deep-sea whale dragon showed fear, clearly feeling its power being stripped away, instilling fear in its heart. "That cursed Trace, after hundreds of years, still won't let go of me." The whale dragon roared, struggling fiercely, trying to escape the sacred light's bind. "Our ancestors chosen, one cannot be coveted by a beast like you." John's cold face suddenly appeared. "Fritz, after I'm gone, make sure to unite the 3 sea tribes and never leave the Cornonquin Immortal Sea forever." John issued a tragic roar, then transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the deep-sea whale dragon. "Senior." Jaden understood something and choked back tears. John's hunched figure suddenly radiated immense power, evaporating the surrounding seawater instantly. "You reached the stage of half-step ascension? Impossible." The deep-sea whale dragon roared incredulously, its bloodline power suppressed by the holy light, unable to unleash full strength, unable to withstand the half-step ascension attack. "I lived for centuries just to vanquish you," John icily declared. "Crazy man, you're crazy. Your transcendence means you won't survive either." The whale dragon raged. "Everything I am comes from our ancestor. Completing his final task is my lifelong wish." John solemnly said, "Beast, prepare to die." "No. You crazy fool, don't even think about hurting me." The whale dragon roared in terror and desperation, raising its palm to strike John's frail body. "I sacrifice myself to protect the prosperity of the sea clans." John howled to the sky, merging with the spear in his hand, this strike making the entire seabed shake. Unparalleled power assaulted forward. "Farewell, clan leader." Annabelle cried. "Farewell, old clan leader. Farewell, old clan leader." In an instant, all members of the 3 sea tribes shed tears, watching the brilliance where it all ended. Chapter 376, Curtain Falls. The streak of light formed by John collided resolutely with the deep-sea whale dragon. Boom! Dazzling light erupted beneath the sea, lasting a full quarter of an hour. When the light finally faded, both John and the whale dragon had vanished, and the deep sea once again returned to its tranquil state. The people of the 3 sea tribes were slow to recover from their grief. Though they had been separated, they still held deep respect for their eldest and most revered Reed. And now, all they could do was mourn. Jaden sighed. He hadn't expected such an ending. Had he known, he would never have used that silver knife. But perhaps this was fate. Even if Brandan's attack hadn't occurred, some other event would have led to the same outcome. The old Reed was destined to perish alongside the deep-sea whale dragon. Trace's elaborate planning would not be swayed by personal will. This series of events unfolded perfectly, demonstrating just how formidable those skilled in divination truly were. Terese's final burst of power and John's sacrifice were clear evidence of this perfect timing. Without Terese's holy light suppressing the whale dragon, John's ultimate ascension wouldn't have made a difference. It was as if everything had happened at exactly the right moment. Though the ending was regrettable, it might very well be the best outcome in Trace's eyes. Who says chess pieces can't jump off the board? Jaden recalled scenes from the Cornonquin Immortal Sea, clenching his fist. He was certain that he was already a pawn in this grand chess game, though he didn't yet know who had set it up. Trace himself was also a pawn, but by ensuring his descendants were spared from the great calamity, he had, to some extent, managed to escape the confines of the game and plan anew. Therefore, Jaden believed that one day, he too could break out of the chessboard with his blade. Perhaps, the struggle between the Aliyah Heaven and the alien races is also part of the mastermind's plan. This was Jaden's bold conjecture. He couldn't understand why he had obtained half of Aliyah Heaven's fate. Perhaps someone wanted to use him to stir up the winds of Aliyah. And this person might not even be human. Jaden took a deep breath, pushing aside his scattered thoughts, and looked at the people of the 3 sea tribes. They had started to emerge from their grief. Fritz approached, speaking gravely. The old reed left a message before he passed. Cornelquin Immortal Sea is about to close, and he asked me to escort you out. Jaden nodded. Thank you for your trouble. However, my companion just escaped. I need to find her first. Fritz replied, I've already sent people to look for her. I believe she'll be found soon. It wasn't long before the sea people located Felicity. At this point, Jaden and company had returned to Coral Reef Island, preparing to leave the small world. Upon understanding the entire situation, Felicity was filled with emotion, remaining silent for a while. Then, Fritz activated the teleportation array, and amidst farewells, Jaden and Felicity found themselves back in the main hall of the Imperial Globeola. Thus, the journey to the Cornelquin Immortal Sea came to an end. From then on, no one would likely disturb the sea tribes again. In the main hall of the Imperial Globeola, several respected reeds awaited them. One reed frowned upon seeing Jaden and Felicity. Zinnia, it isn't time yet. Why did you come out? Felicity calmly replied, Vaughn. After obtaining the Sea Spirit Pearl, the Cornelquin Immortal Sea closed automatically. We had no choice but to leave. She and Jaden had prepared their explanation carefully to avoid any slip-ups. The reed asked, what about the others? Felicity responded, after we entered, we encountered a deep-sea whale dragon. It possessed formidable abilities, and all the disciples perished except for me, who barely escaped. The reed rebuked her. That's impossible. The elites of the Imperial Globeola wouldn't all be lost in a secret realm. You must be lying. Felicity maintained her composure. If the Vaughn doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can say. She added calmly, however, I must clarify that I have obtained the Sea Spirit Pearl. According to the rules of the Imperial Globeola, I will become the new leader. Does the Vaughn really think questioning me is wise? You. The reed was taken aback. At last, my disciple's words cannot be questioned by an old fool like you. Aliv's voice interrupted, and Jaden saw a graceful Claudia descending from upstairs, adorned in luxurious attire. Lawson, you've emerged from seclusion. Felicity approached, affectionately hugging the Liv's arm, looking elated. The Liv pinched Felicity's nose lovingly. If I didn't come out, these old fellows might eat you alive. Rachel, even if you're worried about your disciple, you don't need to slander us in front of others. The reed, Hong Lao, said disapprovingly. Hong Lao, my intentions have always been clear. You needn't hide anything from us. Here, take the Sea Spirit Pearl. Our lineage doesn't need it, Fiona coldly stated. Ethan's face brightened. Is this true? Fiona raised an eyebrow. Do I need to repeat myself? Ethan nodded. I admire your broad-mindedness. Regarding Felicity becoming the leader, our lineage has no objections. Jaden silently sighed. Felicity had told him before that the Imperial Globeola was far from united, controlled by the heaven, earth, and human lineages. Each time a new leader was chosen, fierce competition ensued. Even if someone passed the test, if the other two lineages deliberately obstructed, it would create many difficulties, leading previous winners to offer various benefits to gain support. Unexpectedly, this time, Felicity's master generously gave away the Sea Spirit Pearl, clearly intent on securing the leadership position. Good girl, give them the Sea Spirit Pearl. Fiona patted Felicity's head. Felicity nodded, retrieving the blue gem and handing it to Ethan. Ethan's aged hands trembled as he accepted the Sea Spirit Pearl, his eyes glowing with fervor. This pearl represented hope for transcendence. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that this hope was now lost. Hold on. A shout interrupted. Gainer, the leader of the Heavenly Cornelniege, stepped forward, surrounded by a few others, his tone icy. I suspect foul play during this secret realm expedition. Ethan, having received the Sea Spirit Pearl, quickly defended the human Cornelniege. Gainer, are you afraid of losing? Gainer sneered. Idiot, haven't you noticed that the Cornelquin Immortal Sea can't be opened anymore? Leaders from all three lineages were startled, using various methods to confirm. Indeed, they could no longer sense the Cornelquin Immortal Sea. Gainer coldly declared, my disciple Jessup died mysteriously in the secret realm. We must uncover the truth, so I decide to perform soul searching. Hashtag chapter 377. Background. Jaden was startled. He clearly felt Gainer's gaze fall on him after he finished speaking. Does this old man recognize me? Jaden quickly assessed the situation but maintained his composure, waiting for what would happen next. Now back in the Imperial capital, there was nothing to fear. If this old man dared to act against him, it would only invite trouble. Of course, Jaden knew he was no match for Gainer, who was undoubtedly a half-step Ascension Realm expert. Guadalupe hurriedly said, Lawson, he is my friend. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to retrieve the Sea Spirit Pearl this time. Fiona patted Guadalupe's arm, signaling her not to worry, and then said, Old man Juan, making things difficult for a junior like this is unacceptable. Gainer was straightforward. Let me make this clear today. Anyone who tries to stop me from performing a soul search on this boy will be considered an enemy of the Tion Pulse, with no end to the conflict. Upon hearing this, Ethan of the D-Pulse opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Fiona frowned. Without the Hall Lawson of Guebao Tower present, the Tion Pulse had the strongest overall strength. Offending them might lead to complications. Weighing her options, Fiona hesitated about how to intervene. Guadalupe saw her master's dilemma and immediately stepped in front of Jaden, saying, Von Ruan, as the spokesperson of Guebao Tower, I have the authority to order you to cease your actions. Gainer sneered, you haven't yet completed the formal handover ceremony, so you're not qualified to command me. It's best you step aside unless you want me to be merciless. Sighing, Fiona said, Old man Reborn, are you considering the consequences of speaking to my disciple this way? The D-Pulse has already acknowledged Xunyang. Gainer coldly remarked, I believe that the closing of the Cornelquin Immortal Sea must be related to this boy. Matters concerning Guebao Tower's secret realm, the D-Pulse will understand the implications. Furthermore, if I insist on doing this, it's an understatement to say that you two pulses may not be able to stop me. Seeing Gainer's stubbornness, Ethan said, Corneltal sister Yueyun, breaking ties with the Tion Pulse over an outsider isn't worth it. Sighing again, Fiona finally decided and forcibly pulled Guadalupe back with forceful means. Despite her vigorous struggle, Guadalupe was helpless against Fiona, a half-step Ascension Realm expert. Lawson, you'll regret this. Guadalupe sobbed. It's not worth it, Zinnia, don't cry. Jaden gave a faint smile, trying to comfort Guadalupe. He understood all too well the cruelty of the cultivation world. Most people choose to avoid danger when faced with interests. People like Guadalupe, who value friendship and righteousness, were rare indeed. A Malcha friend deserved to be cherished. Jaden was not flustered. His mystic power was already connected to the jade pendant in his embrace. If Gainer made a move, it would activate unexpectedly, catching Gainer off guard. There was no way he would submit. Seeing that both the D-Pulse and Rin Pulse were convinced by him, Gainer couldn't help but smile smugly on his aged face. Jaden, your involvement in my disciple's death cannot be ignored. You should join him in death. With that, Gainer extended a large hand towards Jaden. It seemed like a simple gesture, but the power contained within was terrifying. Jaden felt as if the sky was pressing down on him. He was facing the strength of a half-step Ascension Realm expert. Just as Gainer was about to grab Jaden, a brilliant light shot out of Jaden's eyes. Immediately, a more potent aura than Gainer's erupted from Jaden. Boom! Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Gainer was thrown back and crashed into the ground, coughing up blood. True to Lawson's reputation, Jaden silently sighed, but unfortunately, the jade pendant had shattered. If it had been an offensive rather than defensive artifact, he estimated that it could have eliminated Gainer outright. But with the current outcome, Jaden was satisfied. Seriously injuring Gainer was enough. He now gripped the broken sky saber. If Gainer wanted further confrontation, Jaden wasn't averse to battling a half-step Ascension Realm expert. Though he knew he couldn't win, giving in would mean being at their mercy. With the help of two juniors, Gainer struggled to his feet. His face twisted with rage. What relation do you have with Dorian? Obviously, Gainer, being an expert, had recognized the identity of the jade pendant's owner based on its power. Jaden calmly replied, he is my esteemed teacher. Gainer's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated that Jaden had such a formidable protector. Even Gainer held Dorian in high regard. That surge of power took him by surprise, leading to severe injuries. Gritting his teeth, Gainer snarled, so what if it's Dorian? This is Guebao Tower. No one can protect you here. Just as Gainer was about to strike again, Fiona shouted, Old man Reborn, are you willing to endanger Guebao Tower for personal gain? Do you not know who Dorian is? Ethan also urged, as the saying goes, even if you don't look upon the monk's face, look upon Buddha's. As Dorian's disciple, it would be bad for us if anything happened to him here. I don't care. Any issues will be borne by the Tion Pulse alone, having nothing to do with you, Gainer growled angrily, evidently set on his decision. Amaldenly, Guadalupe remembered something and said, Gainer, he's Yusef's only disciple. Dare you touch him? Gainer froze, disbelief evident in his eyes. He didn't take another step for a long time. Clearly, Yusef's name carried even more weight than Dorian's. Mo Madman, the sole Ascension Realm cultivator, whose fearsome reputation haunted many in the imperial capital, despite his declining power. A madman who can't protect himself won't save his disciple. Fierceness flashed in Gainer's eyes. Jessup was his life's work, and he needed justice. If you dare to make a move, our D-Pulse will sever all ties with the Tion Pulse. Ethan said coldly. And so will the Ren Pulse, Fiona added coolly. Clearly, they realized Jaden's powerful background and had made their decisions. Entangling themselves with a madman and the Lawson of Yuxian Academy was unwise and would only bring disaster. Ha ha ha, very well, very well. Gainer laughed maniacally. From this day forward, I, Gainer, withdraw from the Tion Pulse. But this boy must die today. Now desperate, Gainer abandoned the pretense of a soul search and revealed his true intentions. Everyone backed away, unwilling to get involved with Gainer any longer. Jaden, prepare to die. Gainer roared, bringing his wounded body to bear down on Jaden with a blow that, despite his injuries, would still be enough to crush the insignificant insect before him. Chapter 378, Seeking Justice. Facing Gainer's assault, Jaden braced himself to respond, but suddenly a powerful force emerged from his side, overwhelming Gainer and hurling him away. Everyone in the Guebao Tower turned their gaze towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. A Danny dressed in white robes, resembling a scholar, walked in slowly. Dorian. Ethan's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. It seemed Jaden was far more important than they had imagined. Lawson. Jaden bowed slightly, secretly relieved. With Dorian here, things should be resolved peacefully. He had been preparing to risk everything in a desperate fight to the death. Dorian nodded and looked at the people of Guebao Tower, his voice slightly cold. It seems that after my long absence, some have forgotten even my name. Knowing he is my disciple, you still bullied him. A clear case of bullying the weak with strength. Truly, your Guebao Tower lives up to its reputation, Dorian said, his gaze piercing as it swept over them. Ethan dared not meet his eyes. Although she was also at the semi-mortal realm, facing Dorian made her feel somewhat intimidated. Fiona explained, Mr. Chi, there was indeed a misunderstanding. After learning Jaden's identity, we severed ties with Tianmai's Gainer. This incident was not intentional on our part. Dorian raised an eyebrow. Knowing he is my disciple, why did you not intervene and allow him to be bullied? Fiona hesitated, unsure how to respond. Ultimately, it was for profit that she had stood by. You need not explain further. Hurting my disciple cannot be excused no matter the reason. Dorian laughed coldly and continued. If Guebao Tower holds me and my Mystic Profundity Academy in such low regard, perhaps it's time to show you our true power. Mr. Qi, this? Fiona grew anxious. The Mystic Profundity Academy was older than even the Qin imperial family, commanding respect from even the royal household, let alone Guebao Tower. Many of their own disciples studied at the academy. Even without its hidden experts, a call from Dorian would bring all former students to aid him. The power of such an organization could send shivers down anyone's spine. If the Mystic Profundity Academy chose to interfere in political struggles, no force on Earth continent could match them, not even the royal family. Few knew the true depth of the academy's history and strength, which was why Fiona feared provoking Dorian's anger. It could mean utter ruin for Guebao Tower. Dorian, this is my personal grudge, unrelated to Guebao Tower, Gaynor spat, climbing to his feet and wiping blood from his mouth. I regret not killing this child before you appeared, but I do not regret my actions. You do have some courage, which explains your semi-immortal status. Dorian spoke indifferently. Now, pay the price for what you've done. He extended his hand, summoning a terrifying force that seemed like an invisible giant hand, lifting Gaynor into the air. Despite both being at the semi-immortal realm, Gaynor showed no ability to resist. Jaden felt a deep sense of awe. He had meditated on the essence powers and could clearly feel the essence power emanating from Dorian. This power was far superior to anything he had sensed before. Jaden realized that essence powers could vary greatly in strength. The path of cultivation truly knows no end, Jaden sighed inwardly. Gaynor met his demise instantly under Dorian's pressure, his life force completely extinguished. Dorian withdrew his power, leaving Gaynor to fall like a heap of mud. No one in Guebao Tower dared to breathe heavily. Just as Dorian prepared to press further, a voice echoed, Brother Qi, the man is dead, and your anger should be quelled now. The crowd of Guebao Tower breathed a sigh of relief and surprise lighting up their faces. Ethan called out loudly, Welcome back, Lord of the Tower. All of Guebao Tower chorused, Welcome back, Lord of the Tower. Jaden's eyes focused on a figure emerging from the void. The man wore splendid brocade robes, tall and slender, looking like a merchant but exuding the aura of a high-ranking cultivator. He is the Lord of Guebao Tower? Jaden's intuition told him that this seemingly peaceful Danny was extremely dangerous. Rocky, it's been many years since you last appeared, Dorian said calmly. You've attacked almost at my doorstep. If I didn't come out, wouldn't Guebao Tower be destroyed by you? Rocky smiled. Brother Qi, your anger has been vented. Can we end this matter here? Dorian replied. What if I don't agree? Rocky laughed. I believe Brother Qi is a reasonable person. It's not worth damaging relations between our two parties over such a trivial matter. Trivial? Dorian frowned. If I hadn't felt the response from the Jade Pendant today while in the capital, my disciple might have died in Guebao Tower. And you call this trivial? Forgive me for saying this, but your entire Guebao Tower isn't worth as much as my disciple. If anything happens to him, I will slaughter everyone here in retribution, Dorian said coldly. Rocky frowned. For a Kevin, Brother Qi is overly agitated, threatening enmity with all of Guebao Tower. It sounds like a very profitable deal to me. In Rocky's view, everything could be resolved through profit. They had already lost a clan leader, giving face to Dorian. Dorian waved his hand. Talking with someone like you gets us nowhere. How about this? Let's fight. If you win, I'll leave with my disciple. If I win, Guebao Tower must compensate my disciple. Rocky was displeased. Brother Qi, must we go this far? Dorian narrowed his eyes. This isn't about making a scene. It's about seeking justice so that nobody dares to bully my disciple again. Rocky's expression darkened. Fine then. Let me see how much better you've become after all these years. Enough talk. Pleasure is mine. Both men erupted with immense power and vanished from sight. Everyone watched in shock, none knowing where they had gone. Jaden, having comprehended spatial power, detected spatial fluctuations. They went to the ninth heaven realm? Jaden was uncertain. Chapter 379, Requesting Materials. About 15 minutes later, the two figures reappeared. Dorian looked relaxed, while Rocky had an ashen face. Rocky said, Speak then. What conditions do you demand? Wouldn't it have been better if you had cooperated from the start? Dorian smiled. What would my disciple want? Jaden was taken aback. It seemed that his master Dorian had won the battle. Otherwise, Rocky wouldn't have conceded so easily. Indeed, might makes right. Dorian turned around and said, Good apprentice, boldly state what you desire. The free cultivation resources of Huangdu's Fruit Treasure Pavilion aren't something everyone can obtain easily. After some thought, Jaden directly said, I need 3 types of celestial treasures, hidden dragon blood, red phoenix feather, and starfire. Indeed, these were the 3 materials required for the 7th level of the ancient immortal indestructible technique. Jaden had never even heard of them, let alone gathered them afterward. But he believed that with the capability of Huangdu's Fruit Treasure Pavilion, they should be able to procure these materials. After listening to this, Rocky's face darkened immediately. He glared at Jaden and said, You dare to ask for the sky indeed. Do you know how precious these 3 things are? Jaden was unafraid, staring straight at Rocky and replying honestly, I'm sorry, but I didn't know. But I do know that these are what I am entitled to. Ha ha ha, not bad. Worthy of being my disciple. You deserve every bit of it. Dorian was quite pleased. Enough talk. Hand them over already. You, Rocky, won't miss a few resources. Rocky's face twitched. He did have plenty of resources, but it depended on what kind of cultivation resources they were. The human and material efforts required to obtain these 3 items would definitely cause him great pain. This time, he really lost big. Rocky grudgingly replied, The Fruit Treasure Pavilion doesn't have what you ask for now. I will need to dispatch people to search for them. Give me 1 year. Dorian frowned. Are you afraid of losing, Rocky? Using excuses? Rocky angrily retorted. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Dorian, I still have some dignity. So many people watched the battle just now. Would I cheat? That is true. If you cheated, I guarantee the Fruit Treasure Pavilion wouldn't last long in the Yuxian continent. Dorian nodded. Fine, give you 6 months, no more. Humph. Rocky did not object but said, this place does not welcome you too. Farewell, don't let us walk you out. Farewell. Dorian shrugged and led Jaden out of the Fruit Treasure Pavilion. Watching Dorian's disappearing back, Rocky's expression eased somewhat. He waved his hand dismissing everyone, only keeping Felicity behind. Rocky smiled and said, many years haven't passed, yet the little girl has grown up. Felicity stuck her tongue out. Uncle, you were really miserable just now. Rocky's expression stiffened. He sighed. Why bring that up, child? It's ominous. Felicity rolled her eyes. Who asked them to bully my friend? Deserves it, Uncle you. Rocky looked at Felicity and said, you'd better stay away from that man. Dorian values such a person. He will surely be trouble. Felicity shook her head. That's none of your business. I'll do as I wish. Ridiculous. Rocky showed a slight anger. At least here, I am your guardian and have the authority to limit you. Felicity threw at her head, shaking Rocky's arm, and coaxed him. All right, Uncle you. I got it. I'll be mindful. Don't worry. Correction. Felicity Thoa should be Guadalupe, consistent character name. Guadalupe shrunk her head, shaking Rocky's arm, and coaxed him. All right, Uncle you. I got it. I'll be mindful. Don't worry. For a more natural flow in English. Guadalupe ducked her head, shaking Rocky's arm, and pleaded, okay, Uncle you, I understand. I'll be careful. Don't worry. Rocky affectionately stroked Felicity's hair, saying, when you asked me to leave you alone to grow independently, I did. Now, it's time you listen to my advice. Felicity's eyes sparkled. I've always listened to you. Rocky laughed. True, but you're a bit mischievous. Rocky continued, ultimately, this isn't the best place for your cultivation. With your awakened physique, you should return. Otherwise, you'll lag behind others. Felicity shook her head. I don't see it that way. Cultivation can happen anywhere. It depends on the individual. I used to slack off, but this time, without your help, I became the spokesperson for the Fruit Treasure Pavilion. I will strive hard. One day, I will trample those pampered nobles underfoot. Felicity declared firmly. Rocky smiled approvingly. It seems letting you experience life on your own was the right move. You've truly grown. Felicity beamed. I also learned from others. Everything relies on personal effort. Compared to others, I'm already doing well. The person you're talking about is Jaden, right? Yeah, Uncle you, you're too direct. No wonder you got beaten. That man is indeed talented and resilient, but he's not ordinary. I suspect he hides many secrets, Rocky said. I know, but isn't it better not to be ordinary? What do you think, Uncle you? Felicity smiled. Do as you like. Rocky sighed, then resumed seriously. Big changes are coming to Yuxian. Your brother has sent word for you to return immediately. Not going. Felicity refused decisively. They threw me here in Yuxian. No way they can make me go back. You don't have a choice. A Malch upheaval isn't something you can handle. Be careless, and you might die in Yuxian. Rocky laughed bitterly. Your father and brother couldn't control it either. You know, in such struggles, how many hands work against each other in the dark? They protected you by quietly and forcefully sending you to Yuxian. Felicity pouted. I don't care. I'm not going back. You've played and caused trouble enough in Yuxian. It's time to settle down. Besides, your physique requires returning to awaken fully. Yuxian lacks the necessary conditions. Rocky persuaded. 1 month from now, your father will send someone to fetch you. Prepare yourself. Felicity suddenly choked. What do they treat me as? Toss me out when they please and call me back whenever they like. I refuse to comply. With that, she pulled away from Rocky's arm and ran upstairs. Rocky sighed. Girl, I'll try to buy you another half year. But what your father intends cannot be stopped. Felicity froze, then disappeared around the corner without looking back. Rocky rubbed his brow and muttered. Looks like I also need to prepare in advance to ensure nothing happens to her within this half year. Chapter 380. Departure to South Prefecture. In the Mystic Profundity Academy, Jaden was practicing in Ashton's cultivation arena. After Dorian brought him back, he resumed being an absentee overseer and vanished without a trace. Jaden did not mind. What he was currently worried about was that if any unexpected changes occurred in the Mystic Profundity within half a year and the materials from Guebao Tower had yet to arrive, he would be unable to cultivate to the 7 Seal Ancient Immortal Body, and his strength would simply not be enough. According to the Immortality Unceasing Amaltra, achieving the 7 Seal Ancient Immortal Body would bring about a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing Jaden's physical power. Unfortunately, he could only wait for another 6 months. Jaden sighed but would not sit idly by. If his physical body couldn't be improved, he would focus on his cultivation level. He had already asked Taj for help to use the high-grade mystic stones obtained from the Spirit Spring Immortal Sea to purchase 9th-tier blade mystic weapons. After comprehending the 3 layers of blade momentum, his life-bound knife will could take a small step forward again, and the 9th-tier blade mystic weapon could be absorbed once more. Jaden estimated that after this, the next upgrade for his life-bound knife will might require holy-tier mystic weapons. At this moment, Taj came to the cultivation arena. Having received Ashton's permission earlier, Taj could now enter and leave this arena freely, something that made him proud as he strutted around the academy with confidence. Jaden took the storage ring from Taj's hand and asked, How is it going? Have you heard anything about my senior sister? Apart from asking Taj to gather mystic weapons, Jaden also entrusted him to inquire about Patty's whereabouts. After all, the latter had a much wider network in the Imperial capital than Jaden himself. Jaden had been in the Imperial capital for some time, but had not seen any sign of Patty, which made him slightly concerned. Taj shook his head. No, I asked many people, and none of them said they had seen Miss Mo in the Imperial capital. A hint of worry flashed across Jaden's eyes. Did you contact anyone in the royal family? Taj replied, I asked through connections. There have been no significant activities in the royal city recently. My friend even specifically asked a prince who frequently enters the royal city, and that prince also said he hasn't seen Patty. Jaden was momentarily at a loss, unsure where his senior sister might have gone. Given Patty's appearance, if she had appeared in the imperial capital, someone would have remembered her. Of course, another possibility was that Patty had used very powerful disguise techniques, escaping the detection of most cultivators, even great powers. Seeing Jaden's concern, Taj comforted him. Actually, you can think of it from another angle. Sometimes no news is good news. Jaden had previously revealed some details about Patty's background to Taj, leaving the latter greatly shocked and committed to helping fully. Hearing this, Jaden agreed that it might not be a bad thing if Patty had impulsively confronted the great Qin imperial family. Jaden took a deep breath and asked, Is there any news from Catherine? Taj answered, She sent word through someone. The mountains depicted on that scroll are not near the imperial capital, but in South Prefecture, thousands of miles away. She still needs to confirm the exact location and has already left ahead. Jaden's eyes lit up. Finding the mountains could further unravel the secrets of the scroll. Time was of the essence. He needed to decode the scroll's secrets and gather the other two stones. He felt an increasing sense of urgency, sensing that something unfavorable might happen soon without him being fully prepared. This time frame could be a couple of years or half a year, or even just a few months. In short, time was running out. For cultivators, this period was merely the blink of an eye. Therefore, Jaden said, Dongfang, we shouldn't delay. Let's set off immediately. Taj nodded. All right. Taj's strength had also significantly improved since leaving the Mystic Tower. He had reached the quasi-great power realm, making him capable of self-protection. Hence, Jaden decided to bring him along. The two left the cultivation arena, and Taj took out a wind-riding boat. As the boat soared into the sky, they departed from the imperial capital, heading towards South Prefecture. Have you identified him clearly? Is it definitely Philippe? Head of the family, there's no mistake. I've had people watching him closely in the academy these past days. Good. Bring the reeds. Since he dared to leave the imperial capital, he should not expect to return. Fosters. On board the wind-riding boat, Jaden began absorbing the 9th-tier blade mystic weapon. South Prefecture was 10,000 miles away, and with the speed of the wind-riding boat, it would likely take at least 2 to 3 days to reach. In the rest area of the wind-riding boat, Jaden sat with his eyes closed, the Fate Soul Blade Amaltra circulating within him. Threads of the blade spirit were absorbed by his rotating life-bound knife wheel, with rays of light converging around the 7 shining starlight points. After about a day, Jaden's life-bound knife wheel had gained half a starlight point. How difficult it really is. Jaden exhaled deeply. At this rate, it would be hard to predict when he could reach the 9-star life-bound knife wheel. What he needed most now was to enhance his strength in various ways. Unfortunately, his comprehension lagged behind, meaning even if he had holy tier mystic weapons on hand, he wouldn't be able to improve his life-bound knife wheel further. This absorption, however, had advanced his cultivation to the lower-ranked divine bridge realm, elevating him 3 minor realms at once. Cultivation became increasingly challenging as one progressed, so Jaden was already quite satisfied with this speed. Jaden stood up, exited the rest area, and saw Taj standing at the bow, saying, You can go practice now. Let me take over. Taj shook his head. It's all right. Unlike you, my cultivation isn't like drinking water. I must proceed step by step. Jaden said nothing, remembering how he too would have found his own rapid cultivation speed surprising in the past. Since leaving Xunyang City, only a couple of years had passed, yet he had risen from the Chi Wheel realm to the Divine Bridge realm, spanning several major realms. Most cultivators could never achieve such progress in their entire lives. But now Jaden understood. Since he bore the destiny of the mystic profundity and was part of a grand scheme, this phenomenon was understandable. Someone wanted to wield him as a tool, so he might as well go along with it temporarily before seeking a way out. Jaden took a deep breath and asked, Has Catherine sent any updates? Taj replied, Not yet, but she told me she will likely settle in Red Bamboo City in South Prefecture. We're 1 day's journey away from Red Bamboo City, Taj added. Good, then let's head to Red Bamboo City to find her. Jaden nodded. Hashtag chapter 381, Scarlet Bamboo City. The next day, Jaden and Taj arrived at Scarlet Bamboo City as agreed. Scarlet Bamboo City, as its name suggests, is famous for its abundance of scarlet bamboo. This type of bamboo serves as an excellent auxiliary material in both weapon forging and alchemy, leading to a constant shortage in supply. Within Scarlet Bamboo City lies an enormous grove of scarlet bamboo that falls directly under the jurisdiction of the royal family of Nanzhou. According to legend, the grove was originally called Green Bamboo Grove, but turned entirely scarlet overnight, as if it had been stained with blood. The exact time when this change occurred remains unknown. Because of this, through generations, the value of scarlet bamboo has become widely recognized, making it extremely precious. As Jaden walked along the streets of Scarlet Bamboo City, he could tell from the attire of the passersby that the residents here were generally well off. Taj remarked, This place feels even more opulent than our capital city in Beizhou. Jaden smiled. Rare things are always more valuable. Taj added, I've heard that the annual yield of scarlet bamboo is strictly controlled by the royal family of Nanzhou. Many princes take pride in having served a term here. Any noble who has served in Scarlet Bamboo City usually receives important positions upon returning to the capital. Hence, it's known as the promotion haven of Nanzhou, attracting many young heirs. Taj continued. Jaden nodded. He had also heard similar things before. Let's go check on where Leah stayed. See if she's there, suggested Taj. Agreed, replied Jaden. They soon arrived at an inn. Seeing their travel-worn appearance, the innkeeper's eyes lit up. Are you gentlemen not from around here? Are you visiting the Scarlet Bamboo Grove? Taj coolly replied, Owner, don't ask what shouldn't be asked. As the eldest son of the Eastern family, Taj exuded authority, though it often went unnoticed when he was with Jaden. Hearing his words, the innkeeper gulped, realizing the Herschel before him was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly apologized. Forgive my indiscretion, sir. Would you like accommodation? Taj nodded and tossed a bag of high-quality spirit stones, saying, 2 deluxe rooms, and we need information on a person. The innkeeper beamed as he pocketed the stones. Ask away, sir. I'll answer all I know. Taj described Leah's appearance. Have you seen a live like this? Foster's, yes, confirmed the innkeeper. Taj's spirits lifted. Where is she? She stayed at this inn 2 days ago but left and hasn't returned, the innkeeper explained. Taj frowned. This was not good news. By all accounts, Leah should have been waiting for them here. Jaden pondered and asked, have there been any unusual events in Scarlet Bamboo City lately? The innkeeper leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. You've asked the right person. 3 days ago, something truly strange happened, but few know about it. Jaden remained calm. Tell us about it. The innkeeper hesitated, looking troubled. Taj rolled his eyes and tossed another bag of spirit stones. Speak up. If you keep delaying, I'll tear down your sign. The innkeeper laughed nervously. You, sir, look destined for greatness. Taj waved his hand. Enough flattery. Get to the point. The innkeeper whispered, 3 days ago, all the guards stationed at the Scarlet Bamboo Grove mysteriously died overnight. Whether it's true or not, I can't say. Taj's eyes widened. You mean those royal soldiers dispatched to guard the grove all died? The innkeeper panicked. Please, keep your voice down. Discussing royal matters could get us beheaded. I apologize for the oversight. Please continue, said Taj. You're correct, sir. It was indeed the royal soldiers guarding the grove. Now, they've sent capable investigators to find out what happened, explained the innkeeper. Do you have any other information? Asked Taj. There's something even more eerie. Since the soldiers' deaths, strange sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls have been heard from the grove. There are even rumors of ghosts devouring people. Upon hearing this, Jaden furrowed his brow. As a cultivator, he did not believe in these superstitions. So-called ghosts were likely just mischievous spirit beasts or strange tactics employed by some cultivators. Normal people, once dead, typically became nothing but dust. Only highly cultivated practitioners retain their spiritual consciousness after death for a short period. How did you come across such confidential information? Asked Taj. My relative works as a patrolman in Scarlet Bamboo City and told me firsthand, replied the innkeeper. Of course, I can't vouch for its accuracy. You gentlemen can consider it a mere rumor. Jaden asked. Did you also inform the lady we asked about earlier of this news? The innkeeper nodded. Indeed, I did. Jaden and Taj exchanged glances, understanding that Leah had likely ventured into the grove due to the recent occurrences. All right, prepare us a fine meal, said Taj. Right away, the innkeeper responded, feeling relieved. He then cautioned, if you gentlemen plan to visit the Scarlet Bamboo Grove, I advise against it. Why? Asked Taj, raising an eyebrow. The royal family and the city lord have sealed off the area. Unauthorized persons are strictly forbidden entry, with severe penalties for disobedience, warned the innkeeper. Thank you for the warning. We're just asking. No intention of interfering, Taj reassured him. That's wise, the innkeeper muttered as he hurried to arrange the meal. Sitting at a wooden table, Taj transmitted a message to Jaden. What do you think? Since Miss Leah has gone, we definitely should follow. However, we need to be cautious. I suspect there's something fishy going on inside, Jaden replied. Taj nodded. I agree. She must have entered before the lockdown. Bypassing the royal blockade will be challenging, given the number of experts there now. True. Let's avoid unnecessary conflict. It wastes time, and we're uncertain of their strength, said Jaden. We'll play it by ear. We should gather more information over the next few days. With our cultivation levels, getting detailed intel shouldn't be too difficult. Sounds good. Just worry about Leah. She's already inside and may have encountered danger, expressed Taj's concern. She's sharper than you think. Remember, she has Ariella's memories, Jaden chuckled. Chapter 382. Who was crying? The next day, after a brief rest, Jaden and Taj emerged from the inn and headed straight for the Red Bamboo Grove area. The two were quite discreet this time, both suppressing their auras to avoid drawing attention. They quickly arrived at the perimeter of the Red Bamboo Grove and saw, from a distance, a group of soldiers clad in green armor blocking the way with an air of authority. Behind the armored soldiers, several young men in elaborate brocade robes paced back and forth, their faces grim. Jaden raised his gaze and suddenly noticed that between two towering mountains lay an endless expanse of red bamboo groves. These two mountains, Jaden realized, the contours matched those depicted in the ancient scroll. No wonder Catherine was so eager to investigate. It seems the destination really is here. Without showing any signs of emotion, he exchanged glances with Taj, and they began to walk forward. But just as they tried to approach the Red Bamboo Grove, two soldiers blocked their path. What do you think you're doing? Civilians are not allowed near this area, one of the soldiers barked. Taj, dressed as a merchant, pulled out 2 pouches of black stones and smiled. Gentlemen, my ancestors have been in trade for generations. I've heard the Red Bamboo Grove is rich in red bamboo, so I've come here to inspect it. The soldiers took the stones without expression. One of them scolded, the Red Bamboo Grove is no longer open to the public. Go back where you came from and don't cause trouble, or we won't be held responsible for what happens. Taj's face fell. Was this paying without results? Damn it, these soldiers are more unscrupulous than I am, he muttered under his breath, but still put on a smiling face. Very well, I won't disturb you further, gentlemen. As he turned to leave, realizing that this method wouldn't get them into the Red Bamboo Grove, Jaden did not move. Taj was taken aback and turned to look at him, only to see Jaden frowning in deep thought. Maldenly, in Jaden's ears came a voice pleading for help. Save me, please save me. I can't hold on much longer, please save me. Sniff, save me. The voice carried a note of sobbing, urgent and sorrowful. Jaden confirmed several times that he indeed heard these cries. The voice sounded like a Liv's, but he was certain it wasn't Noemi. Who could it be? Lost in thought, Jaden didn't respond until Taj called out, Brother, are you okay? Jaden snapped back to reality and whispered, Didn't you hear someone crying? Taj froze. If it weren't for knowing Jaden, he would have slapped him and accused him of being insane. But since Jaden said this, there must be something to it. Taj frowned. I didn't hear anything. Did you discover something unusual? Let's talk as we walk. Jaden turned around and, as they walked, told Taj about hearing Aliv crying. Taj was shocked. As a cultivator, he knew such phenomena were possible, but it was baffling why only Jaden could hear it. Clearly, the two soldiers who had stopped them earlier showed no sign of having heard anything. Taj asked, Could it be Catherine? Jaden shook his head. No, the voice is hoarse, like she hasn't spoken for a long time. Continuing their discussion, they returned to the inn. Jaden decided to scout the area alone that night to confirm what he had heard. With his ability to conceal his aura and his agility, he should be able to avoid detection by the guards if he was careful. Night soon fell, and Jaden changed into night attire. After informing Taj, he headed toward the red bamboo grove. Under the cover of darkness, the red bamboo grove seemed cloaked in a blood-red hue, the bamboo poles looking particularly eerie. Jaden couldn't be sure if it always looked like this, but now it certainly felt different. The perimeter still had patrolling soldiers, but far fewer than during the day. Seizing the opportunity, he moved like a shadow to the edge of the grove. Just as he was about to step inside, he abruptly stopped. There's an array. He could clearly sense energy fluctuations in front of him, forming an invisible barrier. Had he not noticed, he might have triggered it and attracted pursuers. This dark night likely harbored many hidden experts. Choosing not to take risks, Jaden observed from the outside, hoping to find clues. Soon, he again heard the crying, Please, no, help. You devils, you won't succeed. This time, being closer, Jaden could hear it clearly. It was definitely Aliv's voice, and she seemed to be in grave danger. Jaden frowned, contemplating his next move. Everything was too strange, making it hard to determine if it was friend or foe. Cultivators often face deceptions masquerading as normal situations, as he had almost fallen for the six-tailed fox demon's trap in the Blackback catacombs. Remaining cautious, Jaden hadn't acted rashly. Maldenly, a voice shouted from within the red bamboo grove, Who's there? The voice was old and distant, yet unmistakable. Jaden confirmed he hadn't triggered the array but was detected nonetheless. Whoever it was had keen perception, a true expert. Deciding quickly, Jaden turned into a blood shadow and sped away. Upon returning to the inn, he breathed a sigh of relief, confirming no one followed. The array in the red bamboo grove must have been set up by someone. Jaden mused, rubbing his chin. If only I can hear the cries, then it must be directed at me. But why would she trust me, a stranger? After pondering for a while, he still found no answer. At that moment, Taj rushed out, shouting, Ching Shu, the innkeeper is dead. Jaden's eyes widened. He and Taj hurried downstairs and found the inn's lobby littered with corpses. Among them were the innkeeper and other ordinary guests staying at the inn, none of whom were cultivators. Go. Quickly. Jaden grabbed Taj and darted out of the inn, sensing an impending threat. Perhaps the person from the red bamboo grove had tracked them down and slaughtered everyone here. It was just a hunch without proof. As they fled the inn, it suddenly collapsed behind them with a thunderous crash. Chapter 383, Taking Action. Jaden abruptly turned his head, only to see in the darkness, blood-red tendrils twisting like monstrous creatures, piercing through the collapsed inn and swaying in the air. Ha ha ha, none of you can escape. I will devour you all. Aliv's voice echoed across the night sky, filled with allure and wild abandon. Jaden's pupils dilated in shock. This voice? He was absolutely certain he hadn't heard wrong. This Liv's voice was precisely the same one who had begged for help those previous times. What's going on? Jaden grew increasingly confused. If the Liv had called for help, why would she be killing people in Xunyang City? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jaden didn't stop moving. He carried Taj away from the scene at an incredibly fast speed. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them came the sounds of more collapses. Jaden turned back to see countless civilian houses collapsing, with cries of anguish emanating from within. Ah, ah, ah. In the darkness, anguish screams spread out into the night. Clearly, many people had perished under the blood vines. This won't do. If this continues, even more people will die. Jaden suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the blood vines undulating in the darkness. Dongfang, wait for me outside the city. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Taj's reply, Jaden retrieved his void-shattering saber and rushed toward the blood vines. He had fled earlier because he wanted to avoid unknown risks, but now he returned, unwilling to let the blood vines continue their rampage. Xunyang City was home to millions of ordinary people. If the blood vines were allowed to wreak havoc unchecked, the entire city would become a hell on earth. As a saber cultivator, Jaden could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. He must intervene when faced with injustice. Swoosh! A streak of saber light cut through the darkness, directly slashing towards the blood vines. Jaden did not hesitate to strike. The blood vines also sensed the impending attack, twisting to form a barrier in midair to fend off the saber light. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Jaden's saber light failed to break through the blood vines' defense. Although this wasn't his full power, the fact that the blood vines could withstand the razor-sharp saber light indicated they were extraordinarily formidable. Ah, no one can hinder my path. The Liv's voice rang out again, seemingly lost in madness, with the blood vines writhing even faster. Hiss hiss. The blood vines sliced through the night, transforming into tentacles that tore through space, grabbing towards Jaden. Massacre stance. Jaden's eyes narrowed. A crimson crescent of saber light slashed out, reinforced by destructive energy. The triple-layered blade momentum carried terrifying power as it met the blood vines. PFFF. With Jaden's mighty slash, many of the blood vines finally broke and fell to the ground. Ah! The Liv shrieked in pain as the blood vines went berserk. However, Jaden's attention wasn't on the scream but on the fallen blood vines. To his astonishment, the blood vines that had fallen instantly vanished, as if merging into the ground, leaving no trace. At this point, he was fairly certain that the blood vines emitting the voices were some kind of spirit beast, possibly even a divine beast. Beasts of this caliber being able to speak human language was not surprising. Jaden stood there with his saber raised, eyeing the writhing blood vines warily. Who are you? By asking this, he hoped to resolve his confusion. He wanted to know why the blood vines had asked him for help. Unexpectedly, the blood vines responded with a mumbled voice. Who am I? Do I have a name? Upon hearing this response, Jaden furrowed his brows. It appeared the blood vines were either disoriented or in a state of madness. Bastard beast, cease your arrogance. At this moment, a shout echoed nearby, and several figures rushed down from the night sky. Shortly after, armored soldiers approached swiftly, their armor clinking together. The blood vines seemed startled, disappearing into the ground in an instant. Several figures landed on the street, led by a Danny with an elegant demeanor. Behind him were the same finely dressed young men Jaden had seen wandering around the Chiju forest earlier. Israel of Chiju City. Jaden guessed who the Danny was. Before arriving, Jaden and Taj had inquired about the city lord Cornelius, who was said to possess great profound ability cultivation. Cornelius noticed Jaden after seeing the blood vines retreat. At this moment, only Jaden stood alone on the street holding a saber. It was impossible for Cornelius not to notice him. Cornelius walked over, smiling. Young hero, you bravely came to our aid just now, driving away the vile creature and protecting Chiju City. I am deeply grateful. Jaden remained calm, bowing politely. It was nothing. I simply acted upon what I encountered. No need for such gratitude, Israel. Cornelius nodded. Truly deserving of the title young hero. Your courage and poise are truly admirable. If you're not opposed, would you join us at the Israel residence for a discussion? Jaden shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Israel. However, I'm accustomed to a relaxed lifestyle and prefer not to mingle in large gatherings. Besides, I have a friend waiting for me, so I won't impose further. Jaden sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the finely dressed young men behind Cornelius, which made him uneasy. Interacting with these people at the Israel residence was not his intention. Seeing Jaden's refusal, a hint of displeasure flashed in Cornelius's eyes, but he still said, if so, I won't detain you. However, due to unrest in the city today, please don't wander around unnecessarily. If you have no other business, it would be wise not to linger here long. Thank you for your advice, Jaden replied. Cornelius gave a slight nod and departed with his group. Meanwhile, the soldiers quickly cleaned up the debris caused by the blood vines, demonstrating their well-trained efficiency. Jaden observed the scene carefully. Despite the destruction, he saw no bodies among the rubble. Logically, besides the innkeeper and others, many should have died under the blood vines. But seeing no corpses at all struck him as eerie. Could it be true, as the blood vine had raved, that she devoured these people? Jaden's thoughts raced, and soon he left Chiju City. Moments later, he found Taj hiding in the shadows. How was it? Did you find anything? Taj asked. Jaden took a deep breath and shared his suspicion. I suspect the blood vines were controlled, perhaps even refined by someone. Taj was taken aback, immediately catching on. You mean, when you heard the pleas for help, the blood vines were being controlled? Jaden nodded. That is one hypothesis. To clear up the mystery, we first need to understand what exactly the blood vines are. Chapter 384, Dominance. Jaden and Taj thought for a moment. Both of them said they had never seen or heard of the blood vine. Taj said, do you think the red bamboo and the crimson bamboo grove might be related to that blood vine? Jaden pondered and replied, we can't rule it out. Remember the rumor about the crimson bamboo grove? If the entire grove turned red because of the blood vine, it would indicate just how extraordinary the blood vine is. Taj nodded and asked, so what do we do now? Jaden was also thinking about this issue. They needed to explore the crimson bamboo grove as soon as possible and uncover its hidden secrets. But given the current situation, it seemed there was no better way than to force their way in. Just as Jaden was about to speak, he noticed a group of soldiers coming out from the gate of Crimson Bamboo City, posting something on the wall. After finishing, the soldiers returned to the city. Jaden said, let's go see. Maybe there's an opportunity. The two of them went to the bottom of Crimson Bamboo City and saw a prominent notice posted at the city gate with 4 large characters. Recruiting heroes. Jaden's eyes lit up. The notice was straightforward, roughly saying that the Israel's residence was recruiting 20 heroes of near great power to exterminate demons in the Crimson Bamboo Grove. Upon successful demon extermination, the Israel's residence would offer substantial rewards. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for them. Taj frowned and said, the Israel's residence should have many experts. Why are they recruiting independent cultivators? Is there a problem with this? Jaden also thought about this point. He replied, let's join first and see what happens. Once we enter the Crimson Bamboo Grove, we can act accordingly. After finding Miss Leah, we might know the whole story. Taj nodded. Fine, let's do it. The two immediately went to the Israel's residence. Malsurprisingly, quite a few people were already queuing up for registration. Israel Hobie was leading a group of people, standing high up in the Israel's residence, his hands clasped behind his back. Taj whispered, Ching Shu, did you see the person behind Hobie? Jaden nodded slightly. Judging by the attire, they must be from the Wang family. Taj sneered. They really do follow everywhere, don't they? I think this isn't a coincidence. Jaden remained silent, only glancing briefly before withdrawing his gaze. If the Wang family indeed targeted him, it would add some variables to this journey. He would need to be cautious. At this moment, the leader of the Wang family, Herschel, who happened to glance through the crowd, saw Jaden. His expression darkened as he whispered something into Hobie's ear. Hobie nodded slightly, his face changing slightly. Soon, Jaden and Taj completed their registration. To their surprise, over 50 near-great cultivators signed up to participate in the demon extermination. Even more surprisingly, all the near-greats, including them, were selected. Hobie explained, more people mean greater strength, but Jaden and Taj didn't believe it, suspecting some ulterior motives. All registrants were invited into the Israel's residence, where Hobie hosted a grand feast. At the banquet, Jaden and Taj ate and drank without engaging in conversation. Other independent cultivators warmly conversed with Hobie, making Jaden and Taj seem somewhat out of place. Thankfully, they didn't care, and neither did Hobie. After a few words of pleasantries, Hobie got to the point. The second and third princes will lead this demon extermination, with my support. I hope everyone cooperates fully to quickly resolve the disaster in the Crimson Bamboo Grove. The independent cultivators were astonished. They didn't expect the scale to involve the princes of Southern Prefecture. Two young men smiled and waved at everyone. Taj whispered, the Royce Farron and Gilbert Apollo. I've only heard of their names before. Now I've finally met them in person. Really? Jaden asked curiously. Does that imply anything special? Taj explained, the Crown Prince of Southern Prefecture is weak and incapable. This Royce Farron is the frontrunner for the throne, renowned even in Northern Prefecture. As for Apollo, he is Farron's fraternal twin brother, and they have a close relationship. Essentially, most of the Southern Prefecture royal family believes these two brothers will dominate the future. Jaden nodded, remembering the information. He could tell Farron and Apollo were also near greats, but he couldn't gauge their exact combat strength. Jaden didn't have a high opinion of royal families and didn't want much interaction with these two princes. As long as they didn't provoke him, everything would be fine. While Jaden was contemplating, the other independent cultivators had greeted the two princes, essentially asking for their favor. Only Jaden and Taj remained seated, merely glancing at the princes and then ignoring them. This behavior was considered extremely disrespectful by the independent cultivators. One of them couldn't bear it any longer and rebuked, hey, you two, why are you so arrogant in front of his highnesses? You haven't even paid your respects. Farron took a sip of wine, smiling silently, his eyes on Jaden and Taj. Taj suddenly spoke loudly. Brother, I advise you not to meddle. If you wish to curry favor with the prince, say it outright. You don't need to belittle others. Besides, in my eyes, whether royalty or commoners, none are superior. Your mindset being flawed doesn't mean ours must be too. Jaden glanced at Taj in surprise. He hadn't expected such a response. But upon reflection, it wasn't strange. Since meeting Taj, the latter seemed humble, almost like he didn't carry the identity of the Eastern family's heir. After all, in Northern Prefecture, there was only one major family, the Eastern family, an entity even the Northern Prefecture royal family had to consider seriously. Seeing Taj's response, the cultivator became furious. Blasphemy! Who do you think you are to criticize the royal family? Prince, I suggest expelling this man. We cannot associate with such riffraff. Who do I think I am? Taj raised an eyebrow. If we're comparing status, you aren't even worth a dog's attention. You. The cultivator was enraged. Brat, daring to insult the royal family. Prince, please allow me to execute this man. Idiot. Taj cursed and then declared forcefully, since you lack discernment, let me introduce myself. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. I am of the Eastern family, named Hong, son of the greatest warrior in Northern Prefecture, Fui's. Taj's words caused a stir. The two princes' expressions changed, and Hobie suddenly gulped down his wine. Chapter 385, Conflict. Taj said with satisfaction, telepathically to Jaden, Qing Shu, what do you think of my speech? Jaden smiled. He could roughly guess Taj's intentions. After all, the first time they met, the latter was someone who refused to admit his identity, no matter what. Jaden replied, by revealing your identity this way, aren't you afraid that you'll be targeted later? Fear what? Don't I still have you? If anyone dares to target me, won't you come for them with a knife? Taj asked indifferently. Just now, I thought of something. Since these people value identity so much, I might as well reveal mine for future convenience. Leah has been inside for 2 days already. I'm a bit worried and need to find her as soon as possible, Taj added. So, you're doing this for a live? Jaden teased. Taj asked himself aloud. Tell me, between women and brothers, which is more important? Of course, it's women. Jaden laughed helplessly, saying, as you wish. Anyway, whoever dares to come at you, I'll come for them with a knife. Powerful. Reliable. Taj beamed with joy. On the other side, the wandering cultivator who had previously challenged Taj gaped in shock. Though he was a cultivator from South Province, he had heard of the renowned experts on Yuxian continent, one of whom was Fui's. Legend had it that Fui's had the title of Second King of North Province, showing how famous he was. The wandering cultivator blushed instantly upon recalling this and couldn't speak a word. Taj sneered, brother, weren't you going to kill me? Come on then, your prince stands here unarmed. Come on, if you're a true brother, come cut me down. Taj shouted loudly. The wandering cultivator felt embarrassed and finally bowed, saying, sorry, it was my mistake not recognizing Prince Dongfang's esteemed face. Ugh, boring. Taj rolled his eyes. Hobie coughed lightly and said, I didn't expect Prince Dongfang to grace Red Bamboo City. My earlier lack of recognition, I hope you can forgive me. Come, take a seat and add another place. Hobie called out. No need. Taj waved. Your prince prefers a low profile and doesn't like making a scene. Chief, arrange for us to enter Red Bamboo Forest as soon as possible. I've been eager to explore its mysteries. Having spoken, Taj returned to his original seat and continued drinking, never once greeting the two princes. Of course, no one found him rude now. With the surname Dongfang alone, he was enough to sit on equal footing with princes. Hobie didn't persist further, continuing to chat with others. The two princes' expressions also returned to normal, but their gazes towards Taj carried an extra note of vigilance for some reason. But the two hid it well, and no one noticed this anomaly. Everyone thought the banquet would continue harmoniously, but unexpectedly, one of the Wang family Herschels behind Hobie stood up and said clearly, Prince Dongfang is naturally a distinguished guest, but his companions may not be. Hobie's expression froze. He had just barely smoothed over the conflict. Why was someone stirring trouble again? But the Wang family was not someone he could provoke. That was a major family from the imperial capital. He, as merely a city chief, couldn't manage them. In fact, Hobie was quite frustrated. It was one thing for the Red Bamboo Forest under his jurisdiction to have issues, but now two princes were involved, even the imperial capital's Wang family. This far exceeded his expectations. Initially, Hobie wanted to keep the Red Bamboo Forest incident low-key, but it seemed it would only escalate further. So while he appeared calm, he was actually extremely anxious inside. Now the Wang family clearly intended to target that Herschel. Previously, the Wang family members had mentioned a grudge against the Herschel, asking for assistance. At first, he had planned to assist, but after Taj revealed his identity, he only wanted to drink as much as possible. Most frustrating for Hobie was that originally he did not want to recruit Taj and that Herschel to avoid meeting Wang family members. But the two princes insisted more was better, who knew what their plan was. This time, he could not resolve the conflict and could only inwardly complain while drinking furiously. The wandering cultivators had no idea about Hobie's thoughts, only feeling that he lived up to his reputation as a chief. Even in such a tense situation, he drank freely, truly a hero. Taj, seeing the Wang family stirring trouble, first transmitted to Jaden, Qingshu, I haven't seen these Wang family members in the imperial capital before. Be cautious, their background is unclear. Then Taj stood up again and cursed, Wang family, are you blind? He's clearly my brother. Jaden remained calm, his mind racing. These Wang family members definitely didn't recognize Taj before, otherwise, Hobie would have known about his identity earlier. Thus, the Wang family members present must be hidden forces of the Wang family. Jaden remembered that Roscoe once possessed alien martial techniques. Who knew if the Wang family members before him did too? If these people had ties to aliens, their goal wasn't just targeting him but possibly the Red Bamboo Forest. Could it be that the abnormality in the Red Bamboo Forest is caused by aliens? A cold light flashed in Jaden's eyes as he considered this possibility. High up, the Kevin of the Wang family said coldly, Taj, putting on airs in front of me is useless. The face of the Dongfang family doesn't impress the Wang family. The life of this person, our Wang family wants. You, Taj, cannot protect him, understand? Understand you, mother. Taj cursed and sarcastically added, I noticed that every generation of the Wang family is dumber than the last. First, Grant, then Roscoe, probably next is you. The Wang family Herschel responded indifferently, Cornell, so many years. It's the first time someone talks to me like this. Do you know that if I wished, I'd have a spot in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon rankings? Ha 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 ha, your arrogance will be your downfall. Taj laughed loudly. What's the Hidden Dragon rankings? How long has it been updated? My brother may not have other skills, but he kills those on the Hidden Dragon rankings without batting an eye, Taj added. Jaden rubbed his nose. Despite Taj's bragging, it somehow sounded convincing. Arn sneered, in that case, I'm really curious. I'll take his life today. Hearing this, Hobie grimaced and nearly dropped his wine glass. Just fight already, just don't wreck my city hall. Hobie took a sip, finding the wine unusually sobering. He secretly worried for Taj. The Herschel was too reckless and likely unaware of how many men the Wang family brought. Those accompanying Arn were most terrifying, just not seated at the banquet. Seeing both sides poised for a fight, a soldier suddenly rushed into the banquet, urgently saying, Chief, Red Bamboo Forest is in trouble. Chapter 386, Man-Made Disaster. Hobie abruptly stood up and bellowed, Do not panic. Speak in detail. The soldier calmed his frantic breathing and said, A thick blood mist appeared in the Red Bamboo Forest, and all the guards who entered have vanished without a trace. There's more. The soldier hesitated. What else? Speak quickly. Hobie glared with urgency. Also, there were sounds of maniacal laughter and crying. I really couldn't tell if it was crying or laughing. Sweat poured down the soldier's face, showing profound fear. Jaden frowned, sensing that the situation was worsening. This time, even the soldiers had heard inexplicable sounds. Hobie surveyed everyone present, then declared seriously, Ladies and gentlemen, our priority is to resolve the problem in the Red Bamboo Forest. All other matters must be set aside. Your Highnesses, what do you think? Hobie turned to ask for the prince's opinions. Naturally. Farron nodded. Good. Hobie breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, All brave warriors, please follow me into the Red Bamboo Forest to slay the demons. Various cultivators responded eagerly and followed Hobie out of the hall. As the two princes passed by Jaden, they gave him meaningful smiles but did not say more. Arn, the Wang family Herschel, snorted coldly, Jaden, consider yourself lucky this time. I will let you off for now. Arn exited the hall, and four figures swiftly joined him, heading toward the Red Bamboo Forest. Jaden watched the Wang family members' backs with a flickering gaze, sensing that the Wang family had indeed made significant preparations this time. Two of those following Arn were at the near transcendent stage. If both were to attack him simultaneously, things would indeed be troublesome. Jaden pondered for a moment and said, Dongfang, once inside the Red Bamboo Forest, if anyone conflicts with me, go find Lady Catherine on your own. I will handle the situation. Taj nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Jaden's expression turned grave. Be cautious. I feel this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Taj replied, No worries, don't fret about me. I've recently obtained quite a few magical treasures from my family. Self-preservation shouldn't be an issue. Hearing this, Jaden felt slightly relieved and walked out of the hall with Taj, catching up with Hobie and the others. Soon, they arrived outside the Red Bamboo Forest. Jaden glanced over and saw that the Red Bamboo Forest was no longer visible through the dense blood mist, unlike how he had first seen it. The thick blood mist seemed capable of swallowing everything, including light. Everyone, retreat 100 steps. Hobie commanded. The soldiers guarding the area, upon hearing the city lord's order, immediately withdrew with obvious relief. Let us proceed together, Hobie said before activating his mystic power barrier and leading the way into the Red Bamboo Forest. In an instant, Hobie's figure disappeared into the mist, leaving the others visibly wary but undeterred. They too ventured into the forest. To Jaden's surprise, the two near transcendence experts from the Wang family were blocked by the blood mist until they suppressed their cultivation to the nirvana-shattering stage. Only then were they allowed entry. Could this blood mist be some kind of spatial anomaly or small world? Jaden thought deeply as he stepped into the blood mist. Returning to the periphery of the red bamboo forest, Jaden confirmed that the array he had previously sensed was no longer there. The surroundings were now enveloped in blood mist, severely limiting visibility. Thankfully, he could still see vague silhouettes. Taj was right beside him, but the figures ahead, like Hobie, were barely discernible. Jaden stayed alert. Since they hadn't been separated immediately upon entering, this blood mist was different from the secret realms he'd experienced. Caution was essential. But after taking just a few steps, he heard another plea for help. Save me. Jaden's pupils dilated. Dongfang, did you hear that? Taj shook his head and then exclaimed, you're hearing strange cries for help again? Fosters, Jaden confirmed, as the Liv's voice echoed again in his ears. Hurry, it's too late if you wait any longer. Ah, it hurts. Her anguished scream sent chills down Jaden's spine. How do I save you? Jaden muttered, unsure if the Liv could hear him. He was certain it was the bloodvine, identical to the voice he had heard before. But after waiting for a response, none came. Jaden's frown deepened, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. Amaldenly, shadowy figures, graceful yet demonic, surged towards them. Watch out, Jaden shouted, darting away to avoid the attack. It's the bloodvines, Taj exclaimed. Jaden recognized the attackers, long serpentine tendrils identical to those he had encountered earlier. Each attack from the bloodvines carried the force of a near expert, enough to tear open even Jaden's ancient immortal body if struck. If you're asking for help, why attack me? Jaden pondered rapidly while evading. If the bloodvines weren't deliberately attacking, it might be as he initially suspected, controlled externally. The cries for help suggested a remaining threat of consciousness. Ah! Another cry rang out from ahead. A loose cultivator fell victim. Jaden's eyes narrowed as more figures fell in quick succession. Together, cut down the bloodvines. Hobie called out, rallying the group for a counterattack. Jaden severed one vine with his sword. Can you hold them off, Dongfang? Taj deflected a vine with his spear. No problem, don't worry about me. I'm well prepared this time. Even an essence great can't touch me. Good. Jaden wasted no time. He intended to rush forward and investigate, perhaps uncovering the reason behind the bloodvine's madness. Under Hobie's leadership, the cultivators formed a coordinated defense, less chaotic than before. Just as Jaden prepared to move forward, Hobie cried out, what are you doing? Ah! More terrified cries echoed from ahead. Jaden's heart skipped a beat as he stared into the mist, seeing flashes of mystic weapons amidst the twisting bloodvines. Damn it, this is all your plot. It was Hobie's alarmed voice, revealing that even he, a great essence expert, was profoundly unsettled by what he witnessed. Blood mist filled the air, concealing the view and emitting a strong, foul odor. This is a man-made disaster. Jaden's eyes turned cold, and he transformed into a blur of light, dashing forward. Chapter 387, Commoner? Jaden arrived at the battlefield where Hobie was fighting. The scene before him instantly fueled his anger. On the ground lay a dozen corpses of wandering cultivators, while Hobie was already injured, his hand trembling as he gripped his long sword, showing signs of exhaustion. The ones responsible for this carnage were none other than the two princes and members of the Wang family from Southern State. Even more alarmingly, standing behind them were 5 middle-aged men with diamond-shaped marks on their foreheads, proof of alien involvement. Amar enough, aliens were involved. And at that moment, the bloodvines stopped attacking, further confirming that someone was controlling them. Jaden, I was planning to kill these fools and then come for you. But here you are, delivering yourself right into my hands, Arn sneered. Jaden ignored Arnie's words and helped Hobie up. Israel, why are the aliens here in Chiju Forest? Hobie gritted his teeth. I don't know. Only now do I understand that everything was orchestrated by them. A cold light flashed in Jaden's eyes. Since the aliens had revealed themselves, it was evident they were determined to leave no witnesses alive. At this point, Prince Farron said, you should end your own lives to save me the trouble. The bloodvines need blood, and you cultivators are the best nourishment. The wandering cultivators were outraged, expressions of anger spreading across their faces. They had come with righteous intentions, only to find themselves ensnared in a complete conspiracy orchestrated by someone who had colluded with the aliens to take their lives. Are you of the royal family? How can you work with the aliens to harm the cultivators of Southern State? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? A cultivator shouted angrily. After I've killed all of you, who will know about this? Farron shrugged, disdainfully adding, moreover, as long as we succeed, why should we care about such criticisms? In 1,000 years, who is right or wrong will be decided by us. History is always written by the victors. Farron seemed to revel in this moment, openly expressing his thoughts. So, the royal family is so despicable, the cultivator cursed. Farron paid no heed. You wouldn't understand. I won't blame you. After you die, you'll realize how honored you were. Jaden sighed. Another prince obsessed with power. At least Yusef earlier had some principles. He was shrewd in calculations but wouldn't conspire with aliens. Farron, however, was no different from Hillary. Across from them, seeing Jaden sigh, Farron asked, Jaden, are you feeling pity for them? I know your background very well. I admire you greatly and wonder what you think of my words. Jaden raised an eyebrow and replied, in this world, there are always people who believe that as long as it benefits the greater good, sacrificing countless individuals doesn't matter. They fancy themselves noble, but they're only driven by insatiable ambition and desire. Do they not realize that without countless individuals, there would be no greater good? Jaden said seriously, furthermore, you, who claim to represent the greater good, betray your people and collude with aliens at critical moments. Amalch actions deserve punishment. To tell the truth, you disappoint me. I had considered sparing your life to serve me, but it seems unnecessary now. Farron shook his head. Jaden, despite your exceptional talent, you're still just a commoner. Jaden smiled faintly. Royce, have you heard a saying? Farron raised an eyebrow. A commoner's rage can spill blood for 5 paces. If all commoners are enraged, then white robes will stretch for 1,000 miles. Jaden declared resolutely. Farron scoffed. Rural hicks, unworthy to strategize with. Royce, there's no need to lament his lack of talent. Why waste time talking to this short-sighted man? Just kill him, Arn interjected. You're right. Kill him. There's nothing worth keeping. Farron waved his hand, as if pronouncing Jaden's death sentence. Gentlemen, dare you join me in killing these self-righteous, power-playing traitors who collude with aliens? As long as I live, I will shed my last drop of blood. Jaden declared fearlessly. Why not? How can we allow ourselves to be butchered like cattle? Our kind. We will never reconcile with the aliens. The wandering cultivators were enraged and echoed his call. Hobie said, Taoist friend Xing Shu, I once had grievances with you. Please forgive me. It is an honor to fight alongside you today. Jaden smiled contentedly. With these people around, Yu Xian might yet be saved. Facing Jaden's wrath, Farron remained unfazed and turned to his companions. Leave 2 here. The rest of you finish the main task. Understood. 3 aliens nodded and disappeared into the blood mist. Kill. Jaden didn't want to waste any more words. He leaped forward, leading the charge toward Farron. Jaden, let me play with you. Arn blocked Farron's path, confronting Jaden head-on. Get out of the way. Jaden roared, clashing swords with Arn and simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The fierce attack sent Arn flying into a Chiju bamboo. Arn rose to his feet, his face pale with fury. Being knocked back by Jaden was a humiliating disgrace for a 3rd-rank Great Bridge expert. Jaden paid no attention to Arnie's reaction. His true opponents were the 2 Reedley members of the Wong family blocking his path. Both were half-step immortals, though suppressed by the blood mist, they were still formidable enemies. At least 3rd-rank Amaln Burial Realm, the peak among greats. Jaden dared not be careless and prepared himself fully. Behind him, Hobie and the wandering cultivators were inspired by Jaden's courage, ready to strike at the 2 princes Farron and Qin Yujuan. However, Farron calmly waved his hand, and 2 aliens rushed forward, disrupting Hobie's plan. Chaos ensued as Hobie and his group became entangled in a brutal battle. On the other side, Arn charged again. Step aside, Jaden's life is mine. I will definitely kill this son. The 2 reeds frowned but moved aside. Arn said coldly, I was careless before. This time, I will cut you down. Fool, I don't even bother looking at you, Jaden retorted. Fine, since you seek death, I'll use your head to consecrate my blade. Chapter 388, Watch me slash him. Jaden wasted no time. With one stroke, he unleashed a dazzling blade of light, deploying 3 layers of blade momentum in full force. The immense power tore through space, pressing down relentlessly. Lawson, be careful. The 2 reeds cried out in alarm, immediately attempting to intervene. Arnie's pupils dilated in shock. How could he have imagined that Jaden, who was merely at the quasi-grand power stage, could deliver such a devastating slash? The blade momentum was extraordinarily swift. By the time Arn realized the danger, he knew it was already too late to block. Boom. The blade of light struck Arn, sending him flying and crashing harshly into the ground. Jaden frowned. His blow had failed to end Arnie's life, which was somewhat disappointing. Jaden, I will not let you off. Arn, infuriated, sprang up from the ground. He now wore an unknown set of armor, but cracks were visible on its surface. More enraged than terrified, Arn felt deeply humiliated. Jaden's single slash had forced him to use his survival technique, something utterly disgraceful for him. Regardless, he must kill Jaden to salvage his lost dignity. Thinking this, Arn decided to reveal his true strength. A grayish glow started emanating from his body. You too, step aside. Watch me slash him. Arn wielded his long sword, releasing a sharp gray sword beam that enveloped Jaden with a deathly aura. Lawson. The 2 reeds tried to stop Arn, but he was already past them, leaving them no choice but to shake their heads in resignation. Jaden deflected Arnie's attack with one stroke, quickly retreating to temporarily avoid the offensive peak. He wasn't afraid. He was waiting for his murderous intent to gather within his chest. The Wong family has indeed formed some sort of alliance with the alien races. Jaden's eyes glowed sharply, realizing that both Roscoe and Arn, elite members of the Wong family, had learned alien techniques. Although they stood on the land of Yu Xian, they were no different from the aliens themselves. Being aliens, they deserved extermination. At this moment, a wave of murderous intent surged in Jaden's chest, fueled by his innate hostility towards aliens. Jaden, this sword will claim your life. Seeing Jaden retreat without reacting, Arn presumed he had been intimidated and couldn't help but smile smugly. Behold my sword. Arn thrust his long sword into the air, unleashing an overwhelming gray sword beam that sealed off all Jaden's escape routes instantly. Confident that the alien cultivation technique would give him an unstoppable edge, Arn believed his sword would crush his opponent. Break the momentum. Faced with Arnie's attack, Jaden calmly retaliated, releasing a terrifying blade of light carrying infinite murderous intent, grounded in 3 layers of blade momentum, slicing down forcefully. Kaboom! The shattered sky blade tore through Arnie's offensive, almost simultaneously shattering the sword beams. The blade of light did not stop, aiming directly for Arnie's head. Lawson! The 2 reeds shouted in horror, dashing towards Arn, but it was too late. It can't be, absolutely impossible. Terror filled Arnie's eyes. He couldn't fathom why, even using alien techniques, he still couldn't defeat Jaden. Unfortunately, Arn would never understand as the blade sliced through his head, splitting him into 2 halves without even a scream. Arnie's blood splattered the 2 reeds' faces, still scalding hot. Their faces turned ashen. Despite their presence, Lawson Wong had been slain. The two reeds were bitterly regretful. Even though Lawson Wong didn't heed their advice, if they had used force, this outcome might have been avoided. They had underestimated Jaden's strength, just like Lawson Wong. Now filled with murderous intent, the reeds knew they would face severe repercussions from the clan if they didn't act, likely losing their cultivation or being executed outright. Both were outsiders, their status low despite the Wong family nurturing their current prowess. If they failed to avenge Lawson Wong today, their lives would be at risk. Thus, the two reeds quickly surrounded Jaden, closing in from left and right. Jaden remained undaunted. After killing Arn, he had anticipated this scenario. The moment the reeds moved, Jaden attacked, the crimson arc of his blade ripping through space, carrying destructive power. True to their level as peak grandmasters, the two reeds easily countered with a sword and a spear, effortlessly breaking Jaden's attack. Jaden's expression turned grim as the sword and spear beams followed swiftly. Lock space. Jaden slashed, unleashing spatial force to contain the attack. However, their power surpassed his capabilities. The sword and spear beams, infused with terrifying grand truth forces, shattered his technique and continued advancing. In the critical moment, there was no time for another defense. Jaden transformed into a blood shadow, employing the blood break divine technique to reach his ultimate speed, avoiding lethal strikes. Thunderclap. The sword and spear beams struck where Jaden once stood, pulverizing the surrounding space with terrifying force. Though narrowly evading, Jaden was still shaken by the aftermath, flying backward. Fortunately, he wasn't critically injured, only grunting as he steadied himself. Peak grandmasters are indeed formidable, especially with semi-transcendental insights. With my current strength, it's difficult to defeat them, even with my final ace. Jaden assessed the situation swiftly, pondering strategies. He wouldn't concede easily. As long as he hadn't reached a dead end, there was always hope. Sadly, the two reeds didn't use alien techniques, depriving him of additional strength from his inherent hatred. But now, he could only confront them head-on. With a flash of resolve, Jaden took out two Vashching sacred woods and swiftly integrated them. One of these came from Jessup's spirit ring after slaying him. Jaden had refined and tested it, confirming that the two Vashching sacred woods could be combined. As he absorbed the sacred woods, Jaden's aura soared dramatically, radiating skyward like a rainbow. Now at peak quasi-grandmaster, nearing the threshold of grandmaster, the heavenly treasure fruit couldn't bridge the gap between stages, preventing him from reaching grandmaster. Undeterred, Jaden knew he could still kill grandmasters even at the lower realm deity bridge stage, and at peak quasi-grandmaster, he might stand a chance against peak grandmasters. Only battle would tell if he could succeed. Kill. Jaden charged the two reeds, combining fists and blades, unleashing waves of energy like a flood. Chapter 389. The situation is not optimistic. Faced with Jaden's attack, the two reeds were startled. In their eyes, this Herschel seemed like he had taken a miraculous elixir and suddenly became more formidable. Due to Jaden's rapid and covert assimilation of the Xunyang fruit treasure, the two reeds were unaware of the cause. This was exactly what Jaden intended. The less his enemies understood his capabilities, the greater the hope for a comeback. Boom. After a loud crash, Jaden's assault was deflected by the two reeds. However, this time, he wasn't thrown back by the aftermath. He merely retreated a couple of steps. Old Chin, something's not right with this kid. Don't underestimate him, Reed Benicio warned. I know, there's no need for further probing. We should go all out and quickly eliminate him, Reed Sean nodded in agreement. The two men instantly became vigilant. As seasoned veterans, they did not underestimate their opponent. Jaden's gaze hardened. He realized these old men were indeed tough opponents, far more troublesome than someone like Arn. Instead of recklessly attacking again, Jaden chose to wait for the right moment. However, what troubled Jaden deeply was the situation on the other battlefield. There, only Hobie was an essence Amalprime among the allies, while half of the remaining wanderers were merely quasi-essence Amalprimes. Faced with two 8th Seal alien warriors, they were already retreating step by step, with many casualties. Clearly, those two 8th Seal aliens were top-tier existences among the alien races, possessing the strength of essence Amalprimes. No wonder Farron was so confident, clearly having a thorough understanding of the aliens' prowess. We must find a way to support them. Otherwise, Hobie and his group won't hold out much longer. Jaden had a strong intuition that if everyone under Hobie perished, it would lead to severe consequences. After all, Farron had mentioned using these cultivators' blood to dedicate to the Bloodvine. If not stopped in time, Farron's plan would succeed. Are you still distracted, boy? Prepare to die. Just as Jaden was contemplating, experienced Reeds Benicio and Sean attacked together. Jaden responded quickly. Though he glanced at the nearby battlefield, he remained wary of the two Reeds, not allowing himself to be distracted. Seeing the two Reeds launch their attacks, Jaden combined his fist and blade force, directly meeting the opponent's essence power. Boom. Jaden was hurled backward, but quickly stabilized himself. His body now bore cuts from the Reeds' attack, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, due to the 6 Seal ancient immortal body, his injuries rapidly healed, posing no serious threat. With a grave expression, Jaden acknowledged the difficulty even after utilizing the Fuping Shenmu. When the two Reeds exerted full force in unison, it proved challenging to handle despite the Xunyang fruit treasure. A deep breath later, Jaden quickly reacted, once again employing the Xunyang fruit treasure, using the True Shadow Heavenly Pearl as a medium to create two clones. These clones, like Jaden's main body, were enhanced by the Fuping Shenmu, making them even stronger. Thus, Jaden and his two clones charged toward the two Reeds. Cutting momentum. Soul-extinguishing momentum. Massacre momentum. The three Jadens executed 3 different Luther techniques with unmatched power, fiercely splitting down. Moreover, each of the 3 attacks also included corresponding fist strikes. The Desolate God Fist, reinforced by the threefold fist momentum, carried terrifying desolate intentions, crashing down simultaneously. Space tore apart. Endless sword light enveloped everything, while countless fist shadows broke through the blood mist, overshadowing the sky, sending chills down everyone's spines. The two reeds' pupils constricted. For the first time, they felt an inner tremor. This boy indeed posed a genuine threat. Benicio and Sean dared not be careless, thrusting their long swords and spears forward. Essence power transformed into a raging torrent of fire, seemingly capable of burning anything, countering the incoming attacks. Boom. This clash echoed continuously. At the center of impact, space shattered completely, with glowing flames lingering endlessly. The powerful aftermath not only sent Jaden and his clones flying, but also propelled the two reeds away. Finally, using his trump cards, Jaden successfully challenged the two peak essence amalprimes. However, this confrontation left Jaden worse off. His main body coughed up blood, suffering the most significant injury yet. The fire essence power of the two reeds even came with invasive properties, searing his internal organs as if on fire. Meanwhile, Jaden's two clones had significantly faded, clearly bearing the brunt of varying levels of damage. Jaden clenched his teeth, suppressing the surging energy in his body. Building a thread of greenish-blue chi, it swiftly circulated throughout his body, immediately alleviating the scorching sensation. Then, the six-seal ancient immortal body exhibited its formidable healing capability, rapidly repairing his internal injuries. Jaden exhaled heavily. Amalg's essence power from the two reeds was truly formidable and hard to predict. Thankfully, he had numerous methods, leaving him without major issues for now. The two reeds were astonished by how easily Jaden countered their signature moves. This boy is indeed sinister. Despite his Herschel, he can resist our essence power. No wonder the Wong family sees him as a thorn in their side. Benicio said sternly, speaking telepathically. I have a different opinion. He might be feigning ease. Our fire essence erosion isn't easy to neutralize. Even a half-step transcendent wouldn't dare be so relaxed, Sean remarked. That makes sense. Let's try again and show him the power of the Flame Twin heroes, ensuring he doesn't misjudge us, Benicio agreed. In truth, the aftermath had almost caught them off guard, but fortunately, their deep cultivation helped them withstand it. Now, their fluctuating energies gradually stabilized. Jaden, unaware of the reeds' plans, was also strategizing, coming up with a makeshift solution. It was simple. Use the enhanced clones to restrain the reeds while he, the main body, refrained from easily intervening. Instead, he aimed to seize an opportunity to slay one of them. Sacrificing a clone to kill an opponent would be worth it. As Jaden prepared to act, he heard a scream and turned sharply. He saw an essence amalprime wanderer being impaled through the heart by an alien warrior, falling dead in a brutal manner. No good. Anxiety surged within Jaden. Within moments, only 6 people remained on Hobie's side, barely holding on while the rest perished. Meanwhile, he hadn't resolved the issue with the two reeds, drastically worsening the situation. Brothers, I'm here. At that moment, Taj's voice rang out as 2 figures zipped past Jaden, rushing straight toward the 2 aliens. Hashtag chapter 390, all or nothing. Taj darted forward so quickly that he nearly collided with Hobie, looking somewhat flustered. At this moment, Taj was clad in dark armor, exuding a martial and vigorous demeanor. Not only that, his body was radiating with an aura of treasure light, seemingly larger than before, indicating he had activated some secret technique or mystical artifact. By Taj's side was Xunyang City, who had been missing for a few days. Jaden smiled faintly, now understanding why Taj hadn't caught up earlier. He must have gone to find Xunyang City. The guy did have some skills. However, what surprised Jaden was that Xunyang City's cultivation had reached the great sage level of profound arts, suggesting her recovery speed after returning from the soul-nourishing pool was astonishing. Seeing the two join the battle, Jaden secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With them, at least Hobie and the others wouldn't be defeated too quickly. At this moment, Xunyang City suddenly transmitted a message. Qingshu, I've discovered that there is a sacred beast beneath the red bamboo forest called Alana. She guards something left behind by the great Chu Germain, which I suspect is the clue to the ancient scroll. And those alien races clearly want this clue as well. They are using death chi to destroy Alana's vitality, trying to control her. Currently, Alana can no longer control her own body. She has been taken over by the aliens. She retains only a bit of consciousness. This blood mist is emitted by her using a magical artifact, aiming to restrict enemy power. She is helping you, but she won't hold on much longer. You need to find a way to save her. Although Xunyang City conveyed the information quickly, Jaden understood every word clearly. His face showed a realization, unraveling previous confusions. If not for Xunyang City, Jaden would have had no idea. He even once thought the bloodvines were created by the aliens. Did she tell you how I can save her? Jaden asked urgently. Do you remember how you helped me dispel the black chi? Using that method should also be able to drive out the death chi eroding her, Xunyang City replied. I understand. Jaden nodded. But to save Alana now, he first needed to defeat these 2 obstructive reeds. Moreover, there were Farron and Qin Yuquan, as well as 2 other Wong family reeds standing behind them. Most troublesome were the 4 aliens. With them around, Jaden couldn't focus on the rescue. With many enemies, picking them off one by one seemed too difficult, but it appeared there was no better plan at the moment. Jaden steadied himself, took a deep breath, and summoned his clone to attack the 2 reeds without further delay. To end the battle swiftly, Jaden decided to take a risky move and use the Divine Wave technique together with his clone. As soon as the Divine Wave technique was cast, sound waves rolled like tides toward the 2 reeds. The terrifying spiritual fluctuations startled both Tayo Shi and Sean, who were about to act. They hurriedly fortified their spirits, condensing mystic soul allepisodes to resist the spiritual assault. However, the 2 reeds had misjudged the direction. The impact of Jaden's Divine Wave technique on their spirits was negligible, mainly serving as a distraction. As they condensed their mystic soul allepisodes, the sound waves found an opening, plunging them into temporary confusion. It worked. Jaden rejoiced, knowing how rare such an opportunity was. He didn't waste it, immediately guiding his clones to attack Von Tayo Shi simultaneously. It was too difficult to kill two people at once. It was better to focus all efforts on eliminating one first. Moreover, given the reed's strength, they could recover from the mental disturbance within moments. Without hesitation, Jaden burned his clones, activating the sky-cleaving sword technique simultaneously. Two radiant sword beams intertwined in midair, forming a massive luminous blade that shattered space and struck downward. At this moment, the two reeds regained consciousness. Seeing the glowing blade above him, Tayoshi was horrified and instinctively tried to block it. Meanwhile, Sean lunged at Jaden's original form, hoping to disrupt his actions. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. Jaden's body was smashed away by Sean's spear, splattering blood into the air. But Tayoshi was also cut down by the glowing blade, his body split in two, lifeless. Jaden, I will tear you apart. Sean roared angrily. Tayoshi, his longtime fellow cultivator, died right before his eyes, and he couldn't save him. Opposite him, Jaden clutched his chest, where a horrific spear wound bled profusely. Earlier, Sean's full-force strike, with no clones to block, instantly injured him. Now, Sean charged again, driven by anger, wielding even more lethal techniques. Endless spear auras surged towards Jaden's vital points. Void-shattering slash. Jaden clenched his teeth and unleashed the destructive spatial force with his broken void blade, one of his trump cards. When Lawson Youssef taught him the space-locking heavenly blade, he said it required mastering the third level of blade momentum to execute the void-shattering slash perfectly. Only recently did Jaden fully comprehend this move, needing to fuse destructive and spatial forces to achieve perfection. Cornered, Jaden had to reveal this trump card prematurely. A terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted, carrying immense power that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Instantly, most of Sean's spear auras were shattered, leaving only a few near Jaden. Shatter! Jaden exploded with a powerful aura, instantly breaking the remaining spear auras, barely avoiding the crisis. So this is your last trump card? Useless. Under my profound art, you will burn to death like an ant. Sean's expression was cold, his anger manifesting as overwhelming profound art flames spouting from his spear, engulfing the space. In Sean's view, he and Tayoshi had been overly cautious, repeatedly probing due to suspicion of Jaden's unorthodox methods. Unbeknownst to them, this gave Jaden an advantage, resulting in Tayoshi's tragic death. Having learned from Tayoshi's experience and witnessing Jaden's recent move, Sean decided not to hold back any longer, exhausting all his powers. Amaldenly, the flames of profound art surged fiercely like a tidal wave, the fiery spear targeting Jaden's chest, evaporating the air and shattering the space it passed through. I have no choice. Feeling Sean's relentless assault, Jaden chuckled bitterly. The space-locking heavenly blade alone wouldn't stop this attack, not even the fusion of two forces in the void-shattering slash. Winning ultimately would require taking a risk. Sean had seen through his tricks and wouldn't fall for them easily. To break through this move, Jaden needed to use the sky-cleaving sword technique with his true self. Chapter 391. Giving up? By doing this, Jaden would inevitably fall into a weakened state. Even with the support of the fucking sacred wood, he would only be barely holding on. The critical point was that although this strike could break the attack, it also meant losing the last opportunity to slay Sean. But Jaden had no choice but to gamble now. He hoped that the draw the sword and slash heaven technique would not only dismantle the attack but also kill Sean. This was the best outcome he could think of. Jaden had never retreated in the face of despair, and this time was no different. Knowing full well that such a desperate move would plunge him into deadly danger, he still wielded the sky-fragmenting blade without hesitation. Instantly, as the flames of the fire essence attacked, their scorching heat rushing towards him, all the remaining mystical power and divine soul inside Jaden converged instantly, bursting out in a terrifying force as if burning brightly. Slash for me! Jaden roared, his sky-fragmenting blade cutting down, its 100-jong-long blade light descending like a celestial slash, tearing through thick blood mists, and cleaving onto the spear beam enveloped in blazing flames. Boom! As the blade landed, all the fiery explosions were dispelled, even the fire essence shattered. Space collapsed inch by inch under the collision of the two energies, taking much time to heal itself. Sean's pupils dilated in shock. He didn't expect that after battling till now, Jaden, who was merely a near-great power, could still deliver such a ferocious strike. His assault was instantly dismantled, and Jaden's blade light kept coming towards him without losing any momentum. In an instant, Sean showed the strength expected of a semi-transcendent, raising his long spear to meet countless spear beams that formed an impenetrable curtain in midair. At the same time, Sean instinctively formed a mystical energy barrier to resist the blade light. This blade light was truly terrifying, unmatched by anything Sean had ever seen. So, he dared not be careless and defended with all his might. If it were before, Sean would have never believed a quasi-great power could possess such swordsmanship, but now he had no choice but to believe. This Kevin was more than just unconventional. He could be described as a monster. As the thoughts raced in Sean's mind, the blade light collided with his spear beams. In a breath's time, amidst Sean's shocked gaze, his spear beams scattered completely, the blade light striking down on his fully condensed mystical energy barrier. Boom! A deafening sound resonated around, and after a momentary stalemate between Sean's energy barrier and the blade light, it finally shattered. And Sean himself, because of the broken energy barrier, was thrown back by the aftermath. Seeing this scene, Jaden sighed deeply. He knew it was very unfortunate that Sean did not die under the draw the sword and slash heaven technique. Ultimately, the cultivation gap was too vast. Even his final killing move could not claim the life of a peak great power with profound essence. Actually, Jaden had already anticipated this. When he killed Lori earlier, it took the combined efforts of two clones, and some trickery to barely accomplish it. While his true self is stronger than the clones, one strike cannot compare to two, thus significantly reducing its power. Given that his fun son had already dissipated and Sean was now on guard, it was naturally much harder to kill him. Note: Funsun is a term that needs context for proper translation. In this case, it seems to refer to a duplicate or clone of the protagonist used in battle, so it's translated as duplicates or clones. Here I've chosen duplicates, as it reads more naturally in English. Revised. Given that his duplicates had already dissipated and Sean was now on guard, it was naturally much harder to kill him. Moreover, the Dalgong had already expended a significant amount of power breaking through the fire essence, and finally, Sean also reacted, thus leading to this outcome. Note, Dalgong is directly translated as knife light or blade light in English, but without context of previous sentences, it might be better to refer it as the blade light, or give it an explanatory translation. In a full paragraph translation, we would ensure consistency with how this term has been handled previously. Revised for fluency and context. Furthermore, the blade light had already consumed much of its power in breaking the fire essence, and ultimately, Sean responded as well, leading to this result. At this moment, Jaden felt an intense wave of weakness that made him sway. Had it not been for the support of the Fuhua Divine Wood within him, he would have likely collapsed on the ground long ago. While the mystic energy can be replenished by the Xunyang Divine Wood, the emptiness of his divine soul is what troubles him the most, as it will directly affect the judgment and precision of his blade strikes. This is also why he now increasingly hesitates to use the heaven-cleaving drawn blade technique. The higher his cultivation, the stronger the opponents he faces, and the greater the likelihood that they can withstand this strike. And once he falls into a weakened state, he will have almost no ability to fight back, giving his opponent the chance to take advantage of his vulnerability and finish him off. Just then, Sean had already gotten up from the ground, his aged face contorting into a twisted expression. Sean wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. I have to admit, you truly defy normal expectations, but you can only injure this old man. Now that your aura is weakened, I'd like to see how you deal with the situation. I told you, I will tear you into pieces, slice your flesh off bit by bit to honor my brothers. Sean said coldly. Jaden coldly watched Sean without saying a word. Given the context, this sentence can be elaborated for better fluency and detail in English. Jaden glared at Sean with icy indifference, remaining silent. This version retains the original meaning while providing a more vivid depiction in English. He did not resign himself to fate. He was not the type to easily give in, and the more desperate the situation, the calmer he became. Now, he had played almost all his trump cards, and the only thing that could save him was the mysterious strand of immortal energy within him. Note, I have maintained the terminology consistency by keeping immortal energy to align with the term shanxi from the original text, assuming immortal energy, or shanxi, refers to a specific concept in the story's context. But Trace had said that he could not utilize this strand of immortal chi, and could only temporarily use it to enhance his foundation. However, with his recent significant increase in cultivation, Jaden hopes that he can now meet the conditions to harness this immortal chi, using it to fight back and save himself. Jaden paid no attention to Sean, who was approaching him step by step with a grimace. Instead, he immersed his mind into his dantian, focusing on communicating with the immortal energy. The enemy's intention to torment him actually gave him the time he needed to make an attempt, and when Sean saw Jaden standing still with his doll, motionless, he assumed that Jaden had given up resistance. Correction for fluency and accuracy. When Sean saw Jaden standing firm with his sword, completely still, he assumed that Jaden had abandoned any attempt to struggle. This situation was more than satisfying to Sean, bringing him a twisted sense of relief. If he could torment this Kevin to death, he could avoid punishment from the Wong family. Meanwhile, the Wong family members assigned to protect the prince were watching. They would witness his torture of Jaden and report it back to the family head. With this thought, Sean sneered viciously once more. His long spear began to emit a chilling aura. He planned to use this spear to pierce several large holes into Jaden's body to vent his pent-up hatred. Not far away, Kanlia and Taj also sensed the danger Jaden was in. They had both witnessed his weakened state after using his sword techniques, so they were fully aware of his current condition. Tao Qingxi urged anxiously, go help him quickly. Note, for the purpose of maintaining narrative flow and readability in English, I've translated Jian Qingthu as Tao Qingxi. If you prefer to keep the original Chinese name or have a established English version for this character's name, please let me know. Hobie also sensed the urgency of the situation and shouted, I'll hold them off. Taj nodded. If Jaden were to fall, they would all face the same fate of being slaughtered. Taking advantage of the sudden attack by Noemi and Hobie, Taj swiftly darted away, successfully breaking free from the battlefield. He aimed to rush to Jaden's aid and intercept Sean. However, a figure blocked his path. It was Qin Yuanquan, who had remained inactive and virtually silent until now. Get out of the way. This is the edited translation for the specific line you provided. If you need the entire passage translated and edited, please let me know. Eastern Balance erupted in fury, his battle armor glowing with a brilliant light, his momentum like a rainbow. Revised for fluency and consistency. Eastern Balance flew into a rage, his battle armor radiating an intense, blinding light, his presence overwhelmingly formidable. He swept out with his long spear, aiming to shake off Qin Yu wide and continue on his way. Revised for fluency and accuracy. He swung his long spear horizontally, attempting to force James out of the way so he could continue moving forward. But Qin Yuquan had come with the intention of delay, and was not about to let Taj have his way. Although Qin Yuanquan did not possess the power of a great adept of essence, he was indeed a true great adept. He could manage to hold off Taj for a while. Eastern Balance was both anxious and furious. Although he had artificially boosted his power using magical artifacts, his techniques were not particularly sharp, and he couldn't defeat Qin Yu with in just 1 or 2 moves. In his line of sight, Sean had already reached Jaden's side, maliciously grinning as he raised his long spear. Note, there is a slight repetition issue at the start of the passage which I corrected for smoother flow. Chapter 392, Rescue. At this moment, Jaden was in a desperate state of mind. He tried to communicate with the immortal chi within his body but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not muster even a fraction of it. This meant that his last resort had failed. Before him, Sean sneered coldly, "I said I would torture you to death, starting with your dantian." With that, Sean's spear lunged viciously toward Jaden's abdomen. In this critical moment, seeing no hope in communicating with the immortal Qi, Jaden used the little strength he had regained to slash at the spear with his sword. But in his weakened state, how could he be a match for Sean? The immense power from the spear immediately sent him flying. Although Jaden managed to avoid being stabbed in the abdomen, this effort drained his last bit of strength. He slumped under the red bamboo, his breathing labored and his face pale. Sean, having missed his strike, did not get angry but instead grinned nastily. "Excellent. The more you struggle, the more pleasurable it is for me to kill you. Your dead brothers would be happy as well." Sean took a step towards Jaden. Seeing this, Jaden gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, using his sky-rending saber. He would rather die on his feet than admit defeat easily. His mind raced as he thought of ways to counteract the situation, refusing to give up until the very end. Amaldonly, an idea flashed across his mind, a risky plan that might just work. He wasn't sure if it would succeed, but it was the last method he could think of. Without hesitation, while Sean was approaching, Jaden summoned the greenish-blue Qi within his body towards his palm. In the blink of an eye, the greenish-blue Qi reached his hand, and he grabbed the red bamboo behind him. This was his goal, to use the greenish-blue Qi to revive the red bamboo vine. Jaden hoped to restore its vitality to fight against Sean. After all, based on what he learned from Noemi, the red bamboo vine was on his side. Jaden had initially planned to assist the red bamboo vine after defeating Sean and others, so he could focus entirely without interference. However, now was a life or death moment, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to take a gamble. If it didn't work, Sean's next attack would spell doom for him. Fortunately, as soon as Jaden's hand gripped the red bamboo, the greenish-blue Qi suddenly burst with vibrant energy, and a strange feeling surged through him. Amaldonly, he saw a vision of a liv in a red dress standing in a muddy pit, her hair disheveled, surrounded by grayish Qi. Her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were emitting gray mist, clearly being eroded. Worst of all, no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the pit. Only her head remained above the mud. Is she the red bamboo vine? Jaden realized the severity of the situation. If he delayed any longer, it might be too late to save her. The liv in the red dress seemed to sense Jaden and opened her eyes, whispering, "Save me." Without delay, Jaden channeled the greenish-blue Qi into the red bamboo. As he did, waves of greenish-blue light flooded into the scene, driving away the gray mist surrounding the liv. The gray mist retreated, and she regained some strength, struggling violently to expose her shoulders. "Lawson, I will help you," the liv rasped, continuing to free herself from the mud. Jaden came back to his senses just as Sean's spear struck again, aiming for his dantian. The sharp tip of the spear brought the threat of death closer. Sean grinned wickedly, thinking he was about to succeed. Amaldonly, 3 blood vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around his spear. Sean was taken aback. He remembered the second prince saying they had control over the blood vines, so why were they attacking him? While Sean was stunned, the blood vines lashed out like arms, flinging him away. Watching this unfold, Jaden breathed a sigh of relief. His idea had worked, the immediate crisis was averted. With the help of the red bamboo vine, he could hold off Sean for a while. Jaden continued to channel the greenish-blue Qi to help the red bamboo vine escape, while also taking out a spirit stone to quickly recover his spiritual energy. He needed time. If he could stall a bit, between the support of the vast clear divine tree and the spirit stone, he would soon regain his fighting strength. From the depths of the red bamboo forest, one of the foreigners who had left earlier returned, shouting, "Quick, stop that man. Don't let him touch the red bamboo." Clearly, the foreigners, who had been trying to control the red bamboo vine, had noticed Jaden's efforts and wanted to stop him. Prince Farron's expression turned cold. They couldn't let Jaden ruin their carefully laid plans. "This man must die." Farron signaled to Enreed from the Wong family, instructing him to lend a hand. Von Burton understood immediately. An adept of the great profundity, he swiftly moved towards Jaden. Sean broke free from the blood vines and rushed toward Jaden as well. In an instant, the situation turned dire again, even more perilous than before. Faced with 3 figures charging at him, Jaden did not panic. He calmly continued channeling the greenish-blue Qi. He sensed that the red bamboo vine was halfway out of the mud and would soon be fully freed, regaining its full strength. "The master can engage them. I'll try to buy you time," the red bamboo vine reassured him. "All right, if I find an opportunity, I'll come back to help you." After discussing this with the red bamboo vine, Jaden reluctantly released the bamboo. The 3 attackers were already upon him, and if he didn't act, he would be in grave danger. Having regained a bit of strength, he immediately activated the blood break divine technique, transforming into a blood shadow and narrowly evading another wave of attacks. "Get lost," Sean roared. Before him, over a dozen blood vines rose once more. Using the profundity of fire, he burned them to ashes in an instant and pursued Jaden. Chapter 393, Protecting the Lawson. The blood vines also impeded Burton and the aliens, forcing them to slow down to deal with the attacks from the vines. Damn it! Sean had just destroyed over a dozen blood vines, but more emerged before him, blocking his path. Though these blood vines weren't particularly strong, their numbers were overwhelming, enough to delay anyone for a significant amount of time. In this brief pause, Jaden seized another red bamboo and summoned all his greenish light energy. Before his eyes once again appeared the scene of the crimson vine immortal bamboo trapped in its predicament. At this moment, the liv transformed from the crimson vine immortal bamboo was nearly free from the quagmire thanks to the aid of the greenish light. Only her calves remained stuck. "Be careful, young master," the crimson vine immortal bamboo shouted anxiously. A sudden sense of danger surged into Jaden's heart. He turned into a bloody shadow, his body flickering as he tried to dodge the unexpected attack. However, he was still too slow. A palm struck his back, sending him flying. Cough. Jaden spat out a mouthful of blood and shakily got up from the ground. The one who attacked was another alien who had left earlier. This alien took advantage of Jaden's urgency to save the Crimson Vine immortal bamboo, striking from behind when Jaden least expected it. Now, Jaden's already weakened body suffered another heavy blow. The little strength he had recovered was almost entirely depleted. If not for his six-seal ancient immortal body, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand at all. Meanwhile, an alien frowned and said, "Chi, why did you come over here?" Foster Chi replied, "Chong, I've tried many times, but couldn't refine the Crimson Vine immortal bamboo anymore. That greenish light is too strange. I've never seen anything like it before. We must kill this childless wanderer to have any chance." Foster Ching nodded. "All right, let's work together to finish him off quickly." Foster Chi turned around. "You too. Block his retreat from the other two directions. This childless wanderer seems very slippery. We can't let him escape again." "Got it." Burton and Sean nodded and followed Foster Chi's instructions. It was clear that among the four, Foster Chi held the highest status. Upon Foster Chi's order, four figures attacked Jaden from different directions. Two aliens swirled two long gray energy dragons, claws extended, heading straight for Jaden's head. Burton and Sean each employed their unique abilities, unleashing torrents of profound force that seemed to engulf Jaden. Even Jaden at full strength could hardly resist such an assault, let alone in his severely injured state. Jaden faced certain peril. He had nowhere to run. All escape routes were blocked. And the Crimson Vine immortal bamboo hadn't fully escaped yet. Only half of her calves were out, needing a little more time. Elsewhere, Taj and Tying Leah were still preoccupied and unable to provide help. Countless blood vines sprouted from the ground, attempting to shield Jaden from the attacks but were obliterated instantly. It seemed like an inescapable deadlock, and Jaden's fate seemed sealed. Just as the four attacks were about to reach Jaden, everyone thought he would perish. A brilliant light burst through the attacks. Then, the light blazed intensely, dissipating all four attacks in an instant. Under this light, Jaden remained unharmed, even smiling faintly. Dalton and the others were greatly alarmed, unable to comprehend what happened, rapidly retreating. In their view, Jaden was enveloped in white light. Even his hair seemed to turn white. Jaden now exuded an enigmatic aura, leaving people bewildered. What is this? Dalton's eyes filled with shock, considering a possibility but immediately negating it. Chi, is it that thing? Paxton asked, uncertain. Impossible. The dark mystic continent can no longer have such a thing. Dalton vehemently shook his head. Compared to the shock on Dalton and Paxton's faces, Burton and Sean displayed intense heat in their eyes. As masters who comprehended profound truths, they understood what they needed to advance further in cultivation. The light now surrounding Jaden represented the immortal energy all cultivators dreamt of obtaining. Indeed, it was the immortal energy that saved Jaden's life. Throughout this ordeal, Jaden never ceased communicating with the immortal energy. Even as the four attacks neared, he didn't give up. Although the immortal energy initially didn't respond, causing him nearly to lose hope, unexpectedly, at the moment death loomed, the immortal energy sensed his communication and spontaneously protected him. That moment filled Jaden with immense joy. The success after relentless effort thrilled him beyond words. He had felt the attacks slice through his skin, fearing he would indeed die in the red bamboo grove. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Under the protection of the immortal energy, he withstood the lethal attacks. Jaden took a deep breath, his eyes blazing hot. He sensed the mystical power within him recovering at an unprecedented speed, far exceeding any previous recovery rate. Not good. This childless wanderer is regaining his strength. Dalton and the others were horrified. Behind Jaden, a massive mystical energy vortex appeared, pouring vast cosmic energy into him. Don't hesitate. Continue attacking and kill him. Dalton bellowed angrily, sensing impending trouble while Jaden remained cloaked in the immortal light. Uncertain how long this state would last, he had no choice but to strike first. Dalton knew how divine immortal energy was, impossible for a quasi-great being like Jaden to control casually. Even if this childless wanderer somehow obtained the immortal energy through sheer luck, Dalton believed the current protective glow was temporary. They still had a chance and must disrupt the childless wanderer's mind at all costs. As Dalton anticipated, Jaden soon discovered the immortal energy gradually disconnecting from him. Jaden realized that while the immortal energy protected him in a life or death moment, it was beyond his continuous control. With swift thoughts, Jaden decided to act while he could still connect with the immortal energy. At that moment, the Crimson Vine immortal bamboo finally freed herself from the mud with the aid of the greenish light, appearing before everyone as a live in a red skirt, elegant and enchanting. Bam! Maldenly, an ethereal sound resonated within him. He smiled faintly, feeling a surging power. His mystical power was fully restored. Expelling a breath of stale air, Jaden's eyes flashed with determination. Seeing Dalton and the others charge towards him, Jaden lifted the sky-splitting saber he had laid aside for a long time. A brilliant white light gleamed on its blade. Chapter 394, Slaying the Great Enemy. Shatter the momentum. Jaden wasted no time. The fragment sky saber slashed, emitting a dazzling white blade of light. The terrifying power directly pressed down upon Sean. Beside him, the revived Yesenia also moved. She summoned countless blood vines, successfully blocking the path of the other three opponents. This had been planned through telepathic communication between Jaden and her. They were ready to take them down one by one. Facing such a fierce assault, Sean felt a chill run down his spine and did not dare to be careless. He unleashed the profound principle of fire, and the scorching aura from his long spear clashed with the blade of light. However, Sean's current techniques, in front of the white blade of light, seemed as fragile as paper, swiftly dissolving. In an instant, the flames were completely dispelled, and the spear's glow shattered. Sean's pupils dilated in shock. He never expected that under the enhancement of immortal energy, Jaden's attack had become so powerful. After all, it had been far too long since the continent of Yuxian had seen the presence of immortal energy. As a result, many people had forgotten its existence and underestimated its potency. It was important to understand that half-step immortal realm was merely approaching the true immortal realm, but not quite reaching it. To enter the true immortal realm, one needed to absorb immortal energy. A single strand of immortal energy was enough to elevate a half-step immortal realm practitioner to the true immortal realm, making them the pinnacle of power in today's Yuxian continent, much like Yusef did years ago. Since Yusef, no one on the Yuxian continent had achieved immortality, even though many cultivators like Sean had reached the half-step immortal realm. That final step was a chasm they could not cross. Thus, it was evident how precious immortal energy was. At this moment, when Sean sensed the imminent threat of death from the white blade of light, he realized it was already too late. His spear was cleaved into two halves by the blade of light, leaving him without any defense. Jaden raised his saber and in the blink of an eye, split Sean into two, crushing his vitality. Jaden did not stop. He could feel his connection to the immortal energy growing weaker, so he had to use this time to kill more opponents. Without hesitation, Jaden abruptly turned around and rushed towards two alien beings. Facing the aliens, Jaden's murderous intent surged immediately. The white light on the tip of his blade seemed to respond to this intent, growing stronger. Kill. Jaden's fragment sky saber aimed at Foster Chi and Foster Cheng's vital points. In a flash, two beams of blade light cut out. Foster Chi and Foster Cheng, just finishing dealing with the entangled blood vines, suddenly felt a cold shiver run up their spines. Death was upon them. They turned around but had no time to think. Their staves unleashed fierce gray dragon-like gases that collided with the white blade light. Rumble. The shockwave echoed throughout the entire scarlet bamboo forest. The two gray gas dragons were severed at the waist by the blade light, and Foster Chi and Foster Cheng were blasted away, blood splattering in the air. Countless blood vines seized the opportunity, trapping the two aliens tightly, leaving only their heads exposed. Jaden took a step forward and advanced with his saber. Foster Chi and Foster Cheng were terrified. They never imagined that within moments, the situation would turn drastically against them. They were now the prey instead of the hunters. Feeling Jaden's overwhelming killing intent, the two aliens trembled uncontrollably. They couldn't understand why this Yoxic cultivator exuded an aura that frightened them so much. It was not about strength but seemed like racial suppression. Before Foster Chi and Foster Cheng could figure it out, Jaden's saber struck again. This time, it was a terrifying arc of bloody red blade light, with white brilliance swirling within. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the two aliens unleashed their full strength, breaking free from the blood vine's bindings. Subsequently, Foster Chi and Foster Cheng joined forces, quickly forming a massive gray gas net in front of them, attempting to resist the blade light. In an instant, the blade light clashed with the gray gas net. Shriek. The net was instantly sliced apart, and the blade light pierced through their bodies as they watched in horror. Two consecutive muffled sounds later, Foster Chi and Foster Cheng were severed at the waist. The terrifying killing intent crushed their vitality, and they fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen alien corpses, Jaden's burning killing intent did not subside, for there were still two aliens unaccounted for nearby. Until these aliens were exterminated, his killing intent wouldn't cease. Unfortunately, after slaying the two aliens, his connection to the immortal energy was severed, and he could no longer call upon it. No matter how hard he tried, the immortal energy in his body remained dormant. Jaden took a deep breath and did not feel disappointed. The fact that the immortal energy had automatically protected him in life and death moments was already very satisfying. Thanks to the assistance of immortal energy, he had not only slain 3 formidable enemies, but also restored his previous strength. Now, with the most troublesome 2 half-step immortal realm practitioners dealt with, his peak combat prowess, coupled with the added might of killing intent, made him fearless against any opponent. Moreover, he now had the aid of the Yesenia, who was equivalent to a profound principal expert. They would certainly resolve these troubles together. Thinking of this, Jaden turned his gaze toward the old man from the Wang family. This person had earlier joined the fray to kill him, and it was time to settle accounts. Burton saw Jaden's cold stare and involuntarily swallowed hard, even thinking about fleeing despite being a profound principal expert. Die! Jaden did not want to waste words. His saber slashed, creating a blinding beam of light over 100 feet long that ruthlessly descended. Seeing this, Burton had no choice but to swing his sword, using all his strength to defend. A beam of sword light met the attack. Boom! The blade light dissipated, and Burton was blasted away, colliding with a bamboo tree. Burton was not discouraged but instead stood stunned, his face filled with shock. Then, he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I blocked his saber. I'm alive. Having witnessed his 3 companions fall at Jaden's hands, fear had taken root in Burton's heart, rendering him unwilling to fight. Unexpectedly, his instinctive defense had saved him from that fatal blow, causing immense joy. Ha ha ha, I get it. His immortal energy is ineffective now, Burton rejoiced, his face twisted in ferocity. Philippe, without the immortal energy, what do you have left to challenge me? Idiot, without the immortal energy, I can still slay you effortlessly. Jaden replied coldly before shouting, attack! Following Jaden's command, while Burton basked in triumph, the Yesenia enveloped him with endless blood vines, trapping him instantly. At that moment, Jaden also attacked. Die! The fragment sky saber slashed, its crimson-eyed light slicing through space, reaching Burton in an instant. Burton trembled in fear, trying to break free from the blood vines. However, his strength was evenly matched with the Yesenia, making it impossible to escape easily. Chapter 395. I shall kill him. Burton struggled fiercely, his mystic power surging, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended upon his head. Thud. In the end, under Jaden's precise blade, Burton's head was severed, and he met his demise. After successfully killing Burton, Jaden steadied himself and immediately turned around. Not far away, his companions were still waiting for him to come to their aid. He called out to the Alana, and together they charged forward. The latter cooperated with him perfectly. It was indeed a divine beast left behind by the great Chu Germain, possessing extraordinary wisdom. With such assistance, Jaden naturally wouldn't waste too much energy. His targets were still the two 8-seal aliens, who were formidable enemies. Ha ha ha, my brother has returned. You're all in for it now. Over there, Taj, engaged in battle, saw Jaden charging over and burst into laughter, shaking Ian back with one thrust of his spear. Ian's heart sank as he felt waves of murderous intent from behind. He quickly retreated and rejoined Deshawn, staring gravely at Jaden. Are you all right? Jaden patted Taj on the shoulder, noticing the uneven breathing of the latter. Clearly, he had expended a lot of energy. Taj, who normally disliked fighting, had put in considerable effort this time, working very hard. Taj flicked his long hair and chuckled. Not bad. Wherever my spear points, not a single blade of grass can grow. Seeing Taj's proud expression, Jaden's lips twitched. He said, how about you go deal with those two princes first? Taj thumped his chest. No problem. With my father's magical treasure, I'm pretty powerful now. Leave it to me. Jaden smiled, saying nothing more but looked toward Deshawn and others. The remaining two aliens did not continue their assault on Gavin and the others. They joined Deshawn, guarding him closely as they watched Jaden warily, prepared for the worst. At that moment, Noemi arrived with the heavily wounded Gavin and the few remaining independent cultivators. Looking at these people, a cold glint of killing intent flashed in Jaden's eyes. If it weren't for Deshawn's collusion with the aliens, why would these people have perished here? Now, apart from Gavin, among the many independent cultivators who had originally come, only 3 remained, a severe loss. This made Jaden worry deeply. If the aliens invaded Yuxian on a large scale in the future, how many cultivators could stand against them? It would surely result in widespread carnage. The current Yuxian was far from what it was 1,000 years ago. More tragically, despite being on the brink of survival, Yuxian continued to produce collaborators of the aliens. What was most alarming was that these people were often renowned figures in Yuxian, controlling the majority of cultivation resources. Jaden suddenly understood that, in the end, those who could resist the aliens till the very end might be cultivators like Gavin. Flickers of starfire amidst the darkness. They would fight the aliens without fear, willing to lay down their lives. Their bravery was commendable. Although some of them had challenged him, acted selfishly, or arrogantly, when faced with greater issues, they stood resolutely against the aliens to the death. Reflecting on this, he realized that his survival was closely tied to the sacrifices of these independent cultivators. Jaden took a deep breath. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed deeply towards the scattered corpses nearby. As he lifted his head, Jaden's gaze became as hard as iron. He knew he bore half the fate of Yuxian. To reduce future sacrifices, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Great power comes with great responsibility. Emboldenedly enlightened, Jaden decided not to care about being used as a pawn anymore. Whenever the aliens appeared, his blade would be ready to drive them out of Yuxian, allowing no one to invade. Emboldenedly, the knife in Jaden's hand seemed to sense his resolve, humming faintly as if responding to him. Do you also want to kill all the aliens? Jaden picked up the sky-breaking blade, calmly caressing its blade, then smiled and pointed at the two aliens indifferently. Non-humans shall die by my hand. For a moment, it felt as if Jaden's combat aura grew even stronger, taking another step into uncharted territory. Behind Jaden, everyone was influenced by his emotions and prepared themselves fully. Taj reigned in his laughter. Gavin rose again, blood-stained independent cultivators glaring fiercely. The charming Noemi gazed deeply, as if lost in thought. Tears filled the Alana's eyes as it silently thought, Your Majesty, the person you waited for has come. Facing Jaden's overwhelming killing intent, the two aliens involuntarily took a step back, their hearts trembling. At that moment, Deshawn waved a hand, stepping forward while letting the others retreat. He calmly said, Jaden, your courage is admirable, but don't you realize you have no chance of winning right now? Without the support of Immortal Chi, how can you contend with Night Sea and Night River? Deshawn added. Hearing this, Jaden kept his gaze on Deshawn, not lowering his blade but speaking indifferently. Is this what you came to say? Then, are you finished? Deshawn's eyebrows raised, his voice cold. Your attitude has always disappointed this prince. However, if you hand over the Immortal Chi, I can ensure, including you, all those behind you will live. Jaden's lips curled into a smile. Deshawn, as a prince, you should lead South Prefecture's cultivators to resist the aliens. Foster you collude with them and plot against your own kind. Your treachery deserves punishment, and your crimes call for execution. Jaden said coldly, I let you speak to see if you feel any guilt. Now, prepare to die. With that, Jaden moved as a shadow, raising his sky-breaking blade to slash at Deshawn. Prince, be careful. The two aliens and the remaining reeds of the Wong family reacted quickly, shielding Deshawn and blocking Jaden's sudden strike. Deshawn's eyes flickered, his lips curling in cold malice. Jaden, you truly do not know when you're beaten. So be it, you shall die. Emboldenedly, Deshawn's aura surged, gray light flowing around him, instantly reaching the level of an ultimate powerhouse. He really practiced alien cultivation techniques. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Deshawn wasn't just a collaborator, he was half alien. These people sought immortality through collaboration with aliens and deserved death. Killing intent burned in Jaden's chest like a raging fire as he faced the two aliens and the Wong family reed alone. Together, let us slay this damned prince. Taj shouted, rallying the others to charge at Deshawn and Ian. In an instant, battles broke out again in the red bamboo forest. This battle would undoubtedly result in the complete annihilation of one side. Chapter 396, Cooperation. Farron and Burnell, due to their cultivation of foreign races techniques, had strength far exceeding their usual levels. Fortunately, Taj possessed various magical treasures, and with the cooperation of Noemi, Amin, and others, they managed to hold their ground for the moment. Jaden, who was also in battle, felt a slight relief upon seeing this scene. He secretly conveyed orders to the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo, instructing it to use its blood vines to control the battlefield, ready to rescue or restrict opponents at any time. This allowed Jaden to focus more fully on the fight. In front of him, the Wong family Reed no longer concealed his power. The gray light of a foreign race flowed over his body, greatly increasing his strength. However, this suited Jaden's intentions well. The pressure from the two foreigners and Jared fueled his murderous intent to an unprecedented peak. Even Jaden himself didn't know how powerful he could become under this surge of murderous intent. But one thing was certain, his blood was boiling. The three opponents opposite him were visibly startled by Jaden's rising aura, feeling that each attack seemed stronger than the last. Massacre momentum. Jaden darted forward, unleashing a crimson arc of sword light, which slashed fiercely toward his opponents. Foster High and his companions responded calmly, conjuring two long dragons of gray mist and a gray sword beam to collide with the crimson sword light. Boom. The immense power released from the collision transformed into a torrential airflow, instantly sending Jaden flying. However, he wasn't seriously injured and quickly regained his composure. His combat strength continued to grow, so falling into a temporary disadvantage didn't matter much. As long as he seized the right opportunity, his chances of victory remained high, and this opportunity would come from the cooperation of the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo. Just after Foster High and his companions clashed with Jaden, countless blood vines rose from beneath their feet, forming a cage that trapped them all. At the same time, Jaden struck again, mercilessly slashing out the shadow-concealing soul-cleaving blade. The black blade, though seemingly lacking in power, carried destructive force and silently appeared from the other end of the blood vine cage. As soon as the prisoners broke free, the black blade would unexpectedly strike, inflicting critical damage or even a direct kill. He hadn't had the chance to use such a hidden move before, but now, with the blood vine's assistance, the opportunity presented itself. His target was Jared, the relatively weaker opponent. Snap! In just a blink, Foster High and his companions shattered the blood vine cage and escaped. Just then, the black blade descended perfectly timed. Watch out! Foster High shouted in warning, sensing the danger, but it was too late. Thud. With a dull sound, the black blade pierced through Jared's chest, exiting from his back. Jared was critically injured but didn't immediately die, only his vitality draining away. Damn it! Foster High's face turned ashen. In a moment of carelessness, they had been outmaneuvered. This detestable Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo. If not for the final secret, Foster High would have killed her long ago to avoid being hindered now. Taking advantage of Jared's injury, Jaden didn't miss this opportunity. He darted forward, releasing terrifying spatial and destructive forces that intertwined in midair. Void annihilation. Jaden's cold eyes emitted boundless murderous intent as the void-shattering blade cut down, causing the space around it to turn silent. Sharp spatial blades emerged from the void, their edges shimmering with brilliant light, descending like a flood. Break through it. Foster High shouted, commanding Foster He to counterattack. Their staffs immediately radiated gray mist, transforming into countless spears that met the light swords head-on. Jared, facing the oppressive spatial pressure, spat out a mouthful of blood but still raised his sword to defend. But the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo wouldn't let him succeed. Blood vines surged from the ground once more, like spectral snakes, instantly binding him. No! Jared screamed in terror, using his remaining spiritual energy and gray mist to try to break free. In a breath, although he shattered the blood vines, the spatial blades had already reached his head. Thud. Dozens of spatial blades sliced through Jared's body, extinguishing his life force. Boom. As Jared died, the attacks of Foster High and Foster He collided fiercely with Jaden's assault. Gray mist spears and spatial blades clashed wildly in midair. In the end, neither side could gain the upper hand. Only the aftershocks rippled outward. But Jaden's goal was achieved. He had easily killed an opponent, easing the pressure significantly. Jaden couldn't help but give the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo a thumbs up. He marveled at this divine beast's intelligence, which required no prompting to achieve such perfect coordination. No wonder the great Chu Germain trusted her with important missions despite her mere grand perfection level strength. However, Jaden guessed that the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo probably couldn't leave this place. Otherwise, with her wisdom, she wouldn't have been controlled by the foreigners. These matters he would clarify after killing these people, so he didn't dwell on them for now. Opposite him, Foster High and Foster He's faces were dark as night. Jaden's cooperation with the Crimson Vine Immortal Bamboo was indeed troublesome, and any mistake could lead to disaster. Initially confident they could kill him, they lost that certainty after those clashes. Without the support of Immortal Chi, his combat strength was still formidable, truly unbelievable. Adding to their frustration, Farron and Burnell were held back by several scattered cultivators. How did the Reeds choose such trash and expect us to obey them? Foster High couldn't help but curse inwardly. Despite his frustration, Foster High knew grumbling was futile and could only toughen up, as both sides were locked in a fight to the death. Foster thinking about their control over the Southern State royal family, Foster High felt slightly relieved. Even if they died here, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Sensing his inevitable fate, Foster High spoke gravely. Are you prepared to sacrifice for the clan? Foster He gave a bitter laugh. Honestly, I never planned to return when I came to Yuxian. Very well, let's fight to the last moment, sacrificing ourselves to kill this Herschel for the greater good of our clan, Foster High said. As I wish, Foster He replied. Kill. Yuxian must be destroyed. In an instant, Foster High and Foster He's mindset completely changed. Embracing the determination to die, they charged towards Jaden with full intensity. Hashtag chapter 397. Resolve and will. Want to destroy the mystic abyss? Step over my body first. Feeling the resolve of the two alien beings, Jaden refused to back down. He raised his blade and charged forward. When it came to determination, who was afraid of whom? The two aliens were undoubtedly the greatest threats at present. Killing them would resolve all crises. Jaden, burdened with the fate of the mystic abyss, would not retreat. His killing intent burned like a blazing fire within his chest. In the face of the aliens' suicidal attack, that rising killing intent seemed to declare, the vast mystic abyss has no fear of aliens. Rumble. The entire crimson bamboo forest resounded with the most intense clash yet, as the surrounding bamboo was completely destroyed. The crimson vine immortal bamboo closely watched the battlefield, ready to provide support at any moment. In an instant, Jaden had clashed with the two aliens for over 10 rounds. With fists and blades alike, his killing intent was fierce. Each strike seemed to be made with a desperate resolve and courage, never faltering. This was not just a battle of strength, but also a collision of wills. Jaden paid no heed to the injuries on his body. The gray energy from the aliens couldn't harm him. As for the shock to his flesh, as long as it didn't affect vital organs, a bit of pain was nothing. On the other side, Foster High and Foster he fared no better, both suffering significant injuries. If the previous battles were just probes, this was now a fight for survival. At this moment, whoever had the firmer will and more skillful means stood a chance to win. As the battle progressed, Jaden's burning killing intent spread throughout his body and even radiated outward. Under such empowerment, his destructive power reached unprecedented heights. Jaden felt that this power, while not an ultimate truth, was no less potent than one and perhaps even stronger. Perhaps due to his insufficient cultivation, he couldn't control this power freely but could only barely remember its sensation. Regardless, winning this battle was all that mattered. Annihilation Void. Severing Momentum Slash. Wasteland Divine Fist. Capitalizing on the peak of this sensation, Jaden unleashed 3 moves simultaneously with unmatched speed. For a moment, terrifying force surged towards the two aliens like a cataclysmic storm. Blades of light merged with fist beams, weaving destruction and desolation, shattering space as unimaginable power poured forth. Faced with this onslaught, Foster High and Foster He's pupils dilated, but they showed no fear, countering fiercely. They crossed their scepters, pouring all their gray energy into creating an unparalleled gray dragon. Roaring defiantly, the gray dragon emitted a piercing light before charging headlong into the assault. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions were endless, the center of the clash glowing brightly, revealing the intensity of the confrontation. Half of the crimson bamboo forest became scorched earth, the bamboo reduced to powder in the air. The 3 combatants were shaken violently. Jaden was blasted far away, coughing up blood, his face pale. Foster High and Foster He's scepters shattered, and their bodies landed at a distance, looking no better, if not worse, than Jaden. Seeing this, Farron's eyes flashed with reluctance. He pushed off Taj and others, ignoring James's plight and turned to flee. Farron was extremely decisive, choosing to preserve his life upon seeing the unfavorable situation. His confidence in annihilating Jaden and the others crumbled after the aliens were defeated. He now thought, as royalty, as long as he wasn't killed here, he still had a chance for a comeback. Once his cursed father stepped down, South Prefecture would belong to him. However, escaping the crimson bamboo forest wasn't easy for Farron. He seemed to have forgotten whose domain it was. Amaldenly, countless blood-colored vines, like tentacles, blocked his path, forcing him to stop mid-air. Where do you think you're going? Taj shouted, dashing forward and catching up to Farron. Get out of my way or die. Farron's face twisted, swallowing a pill, causing his aura to surge again, fully restoring his expended mystical energy, even surpassing it. Taj remained unfazed, confident in his own trump cards. His armor gleamed brightly, and with the aid of Leona, he once again engaged Farron. Meanwhile, Jaden suppressed the turmoil in his chi and rushed to the two aliens. Now, Foster High and Foster He lacked their previous vigor, their gray energy exhausted. The crimson vine immortal bamboo held them firmly in place. They ceased resistance, coldly watching Jaden. It's over. Without hesitation, Jaden used his void fragment blade to decapitate the two aliens in a swift, bright flash. Thus, all 4 aliens in the crimson bamboo forest were slain by Jaden, but his killing intent hadn't subsided. He turned his gaze to Farron and James. These 2 princes, practicing alien techniques, must pay with their lives to prevent further loss of South Prefecture cultivators. With a flash, Jaden was beside James. Having just slain the aliens, Jaden's aura was formidable, his overwhelming killing intent causing James to shiver. Spare me. Before James could beg for mercy, Jaden cut his neck, blood spurting out, ending his life instantly. Jaden's expression remained impassive. He held his long knife and walked toward Farron. Compared to James, Farron was clearly stronger, even rivaling the aliens. Jaden sensed that Farron's alien technique was highly advanced, far surpassing Aloysius, hence his formidable strength. Jaden, let me go, or you'll face the wrath of the South Prefecture royal family, Farron snarled, deflecting Taj. Really? Jaden coldly smiled. I'm curious how deep your cooperation with the aliens is. Farron smirked. A full alliance, so if you don't want to offend the South Prefecture court, it's not too late to back down. Getting the answer he sought, Jaden's gaze grew colder. His killing intent enveloped Farron like a torrent. You're not ashamed but proud of this treasonous act. You truly deserve death. Jaden stated indifferently, then added coldly, everyone, follow me. Let's execute this prince. Chapter 398, Begging for Mercy. Jaden believed that if everyone could join forces to deal with Farron, there was no need for just one person to act alone. With only Farron remaining and several fighters on their side, the feeling of surrounding and beating a traitor would surely be gratifying. Qingshu, this idea of yours is simply brilliant. Taj gave him a thumbs up and then clenched his fists as he walked toward Farron. The others did the same. Even those who once showed great respect to Farron, like Hobie, revealed some excitement. Kicking a prince might only happen once in a lifetime. Why should they tolerate someone who abandoned his own people to become a dog for another race? As practitioners of Yuxian, it was their duty not to indulge such behavior. As Jaden and the others closed in, Farron's eyes finally showed panic. His steps faltered as he backed away, trying to escape. However, he was horrified to discover that a wall made of countless blood vines had already blocked his path. Farron turned and shouted sternly, "Hobie, are you crazy? Do you believe I won't strip you of your position as city lord and reduce you to a cripple? To be such a city lord is a lifelong disgrace to me," Hobie coldly replied. Farron felt infuriated. He never thought that his prestigious status would mean nothing to these southern state cultivators. But Farron refused to give up, shouting loudly, "I am the prince of the southern state. How dare you lay a hand on me? Don't spout nonsense. The person I kill today is precisely a prince. Shut up." Taj cursed impatiently before thrusting his spear at Farron. Following Taj's attack, the others joined in, employing various means to besiege Farron from different directions. Lock space. Jaden slashed with his blade, releasing terrifying spatial power, further compressing Farron's movement range. Various attacks came rapidly, and Farron fought desperately, his body emitting a gray light as his protective armor activated in a critical moment. Crack! Fostered under the relentless onslaught, Farron's armor shattered instantly, sending him flying and slamming into the blood vines. Seizing the opportunity, Taj lunged forward and stomped Farron to the ground. Farron spat out a mouthful of blood, the gray light fading away, indicating severe injuries. Feeling the threat of death, he finally begged, "Jaden, spare me. I can make you the king of the southern state." Jaden glanced at him indifferently and then closed his eyes. Colluding with foreigners and still expecting to live? Dream on. Taj couldn't wait any longer. He lifted his spear and angrily stabbed down. "No!" Amidst Farron's terrified screams, the spear pierced through his throat, pinning him to the ground, leaving him lifeless. Thus, all troubles at the Red Bamboo Forest were resolved. Jaden turned and asked, "Lord Fong, now that everything here is settled, what are your plans next?" By now, Hobie could tell that the Kevin before him was here for the Red Bamboo Forest. Moreover, seeing how Taj looked to Jaden for leadership confirmed that this Herschel was special. However, Hobie wisely refrained from asking more and said, "This Fong can no longer serve as the Lord of Red Bamboo City. With two princes missing for so long, the royal court of the southern state will surely send investigators, which means my fate is sealed. Luckily, I have no family or dependents. Once my injuries heal, I will travel far and wide." Hobie smiled and turned to ask, "Might the three of you join me?" The three remaining itinerant cultivators smiled faintly. One of them responded, "We were originally wanderers. Now, traveling with Brother Fong would indeed be a pleasure." "Wonderful, wonderful." Hobie nodded with a smile. Seeing their broad-mindedness, Jaden felt happy. These cultivators who stood up against the foreigners deserved respect. Jaden laughed. "If you four get tired of wandering, feel free to visit Yuxian Academy. You may even stay there." Hobie and the other three were taken aback. Entering Yuxian Academy wasn't easy. This Kevin's words suggested he held a high position within the academy. Hobie clasped his hands together in thanks. "Thank you, Lawson Cornell. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit. For now, I bid farewell." The other three also bowed in gratitude and took their leave. Jaden slightly bowed as a gesture of farewell, watching them go. After a while, Jaden turned back and said, "Senior Immortal Zhu, you can now tell me the secret of the Red Bamboo Forest." The live transformed from Alana smirked and said, "There's no need for such formality. Call me Corneltal Zhu, as His Majesty always did." Jaden smiled. "Regardless, you are in Reed, and calling you by name isn't appropriate. I will still call you Senior." The live in front of him was a sacred beast with at least 1,000 years of life. Jaden didn't dare address her casually. "You're making me sound old." Alana pouted but didn't insist, continuing, "The Red Bamboo Forest itself doesn't hold secrets. The green bamboos changed because, after I settled here, they absorbed some of my bloodline." Noemi asked, "Corneltal Zhu, didn't you say the great Chu Germain left a secret here?" With her millennium-old soul, Noemi's way of addressing Alana was appropriate. Her tone also indicated that they had previously interacted and knew each other well. Alana explained, "Indeed, His Majesty left a secret, but it isn't here, and I don't know where it is either." Jaden frowned. Alana seemed to be hinting at something. She wouldn't lie to Noemi before, yet now she claimed ignorance, which was puzzling. Jaden asked, "Senior Immortal Zhu, by your implication, the Red Bamboo Forest is connected to the great Chu Germain. Must we come here to find the secret the Germain left behind?" Alana nodded approvingly. "Correct. Precisely speaking, you must first find me before I can tell you where His Majesty left the secret. I waited 1,000 years here to await His Majesty's destined one," Alana added. "I swore before His Majesty that I would not leave this forest until the destined one arrived." Jaden understood. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. He asked, "Senior, how do we go to that place?" Alana answered, "His Majesty once said that the true destined one only needs to call out His Majesty's name 3 times in their heart, and they will naturally be transported there." Jaden realized something and asked in surprise, "Is there a hidden teleportation array beneath the Red Bamboo Forest?" Alana nodded. "Indeed. I guard this array. Those foreigners wanted to control me to learn its activation method. Unfortunately, no matter how much they try, even knowing the method won't allow them to activate it. Even I can't activate it," Alana smiled. Chapter 399. Conversation. After listening to Alessio's account, Jaden took a deep breath. If his conjectures were accurate, the great Chu Germain had predicted the future and set up this scenario, even leaving behind the ancient scroll. Alternatively, it was possible that the great Chu Germain had someone else predict the future or followed his master's instructions to plan everything. After all, Jaden now knew that the great Chu Germain was also one of the Yushin Guardians. Jaden suddenly asked curiously, "Senior, how did you determine that I am the destined one?" Alessio laughed and said, "At first, I wasn't very certain either. Even when Catherine found me and told me you had the Emperor's scroll, I still wasn't entirely sure. Only when you came to the red bamboo forest that night, and I sensed the strong life force from you, did I confirm it. Because the Emperor once said that 1,000 years later, I would face a great calamity, and only someone with an exceptionally powerful life force could save me, the destined one." Hearing this, Jaden was slightly astonished. Alessio could actually sense the green energy around him. However, what frightened Jaden more was that the great Chu Germain's predictions included him obtaining the green energy, which seemed quite unfathomable. After all, the acquisition of the green energy was almost by chance due to the whim of the Ewing Lawson. No, although they made many predictions, the matter of the green energy seems too coincidental because even the Ewing Lawson couldn't be sure he could get it. Jaden frowned slightly, then realized that even without the green energy, cultivating the ancient immortal body, he would still have a thick aura of vitality. He asked aloud, "Senior Xianju, if I had saved you with immortal chi at that time, could it have restored your consciousness?" Alessio, on the contrary, was surprised. "Didn't you use immortal chi to dispel the gray chi of the alien race? Only the overpowering nature of immortal chi can forcibly counter the methods of the aliens." "Oh, I remember now. You indeed didn't use immortal chi, but another method." Jaden smiled, understanding that his assumptions were correct. Obtaining the eternal ancient immortal technique and acquiring immortal chi were connected in a way. In other words, Alec, Trace, and the great Chu Germain, to some extent, followed someone's instructions to provide him with these items. The green energy he obtained through coincidence might not have been part of their plans. This indicated that the green energy perhaps held clues to the essential secrets of his body, explaining why he was chosen to carry half of Yoshin's fate. In his perception, the green energy seemed even more mysterious and valuable than immortal chi, as even the Ewing Lawson considered it highly important. Jaden wanted to clarify matters because even forming hypotheses would be better than being completely bewildered. Fortunately, he now had a possibility that he could refine over time using clues. Since the Ewing Lawson refused to speak, he had to rely on himself. Knowing his own secrets sooner would help him transcend the game and control his destiny. Naturally, it would be a long journey, but Jaden was unafraid and resolved to break through with his blade. With that thought, Jaden took a deep breath and said, "Senior Xianju, tell me the great Chu Germain's name so I can call him." Alessio replied, "The Emperor's surname is Xiang, and his given name is Lungyu." Remington. Jaden silently repeated the name 3 times in his mind, and then something strange happened. A complex array pattern appeared beneath his feet, followed by a radiant light enveloping him instantly. Under the amazed gaze of Taj and Tying Lia, Jaden vanished into thin air, disappearing from the red bamboo forest. Indeed, he is the one the Emperor awaited. Alessio's face revealed a gratified smile. Confused, Jaden found himself in a white, misty space. Before him stood a statue. The lifelike sculpture depicted a Danny wearing golden armor, with a stern expression and an air of dignity. Instantly, memories of the vision Gu Alvis showed him flashed in Jaden's mind, revealing the exact likeness of the armored figure standing in midair, identical to the statue. Straightening his demeanor, Jaden bowed slightly and said, "This humble one greets Senior." As if sensing Jaden's presence, the statue's eyes emitted 2 beams of light, followed by a resounding voice echoing through the space. "You have finally come." Amid Jaden's astonishment, a shadow began to materialize before the statue. Upon recognizing the figure's face, Jaden felt differently. The residual spirit left by the great Chu Germain lacked the imposing aura of golden armor and instead exuded the refined elegance of a middle-aged scholar holding a folding fan, appearing charming. "Senior." Jaden greeted, bowing slightly. Remington smiled gently, suddenly praising, "Very well, very well. Why do you say that, Senior?" "The indomitable perseverance. It was worth waiting for." Remington responded, partly addressing Jaden and partly talking to himself. He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you're a sword cultivator, aren't you?" Jaden answered, "Fosters, this junior indeed practices the Tao of the blade." Jaden understood that Remington was just a residual consciousness left behind 1,000 years ago. Thus, speaking to the past emperor while he participated in setting up this situation but couldn't fully predict his development. "Come closer. Let me see you more clearly," Remington commanded. Jaden complied, knowing that Remington had fought valiantly to protect Yushin. He admired such predecessors deeply. Remington gazed for a long time, seeming to perceive much, then sighed, "If we were in the same time, I would drink heartily with you and become sworn brothers." Jaden smiled, "It's never too late, Senior, isn't it?" Feeling the emotional surge within Remington, perhaps stirred by seeing someone 1,000 years later, Jaden sensed his sentiments. "Ha ha, you were right. It's never too late." Remington laughed heartily. "Do you have any wine?" Jaden chuckled, taking out a jar of fine wine from his mystic ring and placing it in his palm. He originally acquired it from the Drunken Wind Tower. Though not fond of alcohol, he always carried it for friends, which unexpectedly came in handy now. Not rushing to ask questions, Jaden savored the rare opportunity to converse across a millennium. "All right, let us share a cup separated by 1,000 years." Remington extended his hand, causing the wine jar to float. Opening the seal, the wine's fragrance filled the entire space. ##### Chapter 400, Immortal Secrets. "This is clearly a fine wine, but it's a pity I can't taste it." Remington's eyes revealed a hint of regret. He currently lacked a physical body and could only symbolically tip the wine jar to his mouth, allowing the liquor to spill onto the ground. "You drink for me." Remington suddenly laughed, tossing the wine jar to Jaden. Jaden caught the wine jar and solemnly said, "Vaughn, please." He then tilted his head back and took 2 big gulps of the potent liquor, feeling its aroma fill his mouth and its warmth travel down his throat into his belly. Although he wasn't much of a drinker, at this moment he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and couldn't help taking a few more sips. "Fine wine." Jaden laughed heartily, then put down the wine jar and said, "Being able to drink freely with Vaughn is truly an honor and a pleasure beyond words." Remington smiled approvingly. "No wonder the Lawson chose you. Xunyang has a chance to be saved." Jaden took a deep breath to steady himself before delving into the main topic. "Vaughn, what exactly happened back then?" Remington sighed. "A great battle took place, costing many lives. Xuan nearly perished." Jaden's heart raced, sensing that he was close to the truth. Many mysteries that had puzzled him might now be unraveled. Jermaine Remington had deliberately left his divine consciousness here to await his arrival, indicating how crucial this moment was in their predicted sequence of events. Even Trace had divulged much, and Remington would undoubtedly reveal even more. Amalra enough, as Jaden had anticipated, Remington continued, "The root of everything lies in greed." Jaden remained silent, knowing Remington would continue. "I never imagined that my own brother, in pursuit of supreme immortality, would collude with an alien race and destroy the foundation of the Great Chu dynasty," Remington said. "Immortality again?" Jaden's gaze sharpened. Remington's brother must have been the ancestor of the Western Prefecture royal family, and he had heard the term immortality many times before. What kind of temptation could drive so many peak individuals to betray both past and present? But after some thought, Jaden realized it made sense. Any cultivator obsessed with cultivation would naturally yearn for immortality. Fostered longing did not equate to betrayal. It ultimately depended on the person. Remington continued, "If only he had waited, he could have become an immortal within Xuan as well. Unfortunately, he grew impatient." Alas, Jaden couldn't help but ask, "Vaughn, what is immortality?" He knew that Remington's definition of immortality definitely did not refer to reaching the celestial realm. At least from Jaden's understanding, several of Xuan's guardians were once celestial realm cultivators. Even his master, Yusef, had reached that level. Though powerful, the celestial realm alone would not cause such significant calamity for Xuan, especially when the heavenly Tao still intact allowed Xuan to generate immortal qi. Remington explained, "One who possesses an immortal essence is considered an immortal." He added, "While Xuan can generate immortal qi, it lacks the conditions necessary to cultivate an immortal essence. Hence, those who reach the pinnacle always yearned for true immortality, another realm, leading them to succumb to temptation and ally with the alien races. Ironically, they believed achieving immortality would grant eternal life, matching the heavens." Remington sighed. They didn't realize that immortality isn't so mysterious. It's just another stage in the endless journey of cultivation. Furthermore, what they pursued was merely pseudo-immortality. True immortals don't even possess eternal life, let alone these false ones. Hearing this, Jaden took a deep breath. Remington's words contained a wealth of information, which he needed to sort through carefully. As the Germain of Great Chu and a guardian of Xuan, Remington must know far more than others, making his insights invaluable. Jaden composed himself and asked, "Vaughn, what conditions are required to become a true immortal?" Remington replied, "Condensing the immortal essence and forging an immortal body." It dawned on Jaden that pseudo-immortals likely only possess the immortal essence without the immortal body. Knowing this step was far beyond his current reach, he decided not to delve deeper for now. He'd explore it further when he approached that level. Given Remington's limited time, Jaden focused on the most critical questions. He asked, "Vaughn, do the aliens really have the means to grant immortality?" This was a crucial issue because too many families had chosen to collaborate with the aliens in pursuit of this hope. Remington firmly replied, "No." Jaden's pupils constricted. A definitive answer surprised him. If it were a lie by the aliens, why hadn't any of these families uncovered it? After all, the leaders of these families weren't fools. "I know what you're thinking," Remington smiled and explained. "Although the aliens cannot help cultivators achieve immortality, they can endow them with power equivalent to immortals. You must have encountered numerous aliens by now and noticed their cultivation path differs from ours." "That's correct. They do possess some very unique methods," Jaden nodded. "That's why my brother collaborated with them. Gaining these methods allowed them to transcend our cultivator framework, seeking a different path to achieve so-called immortality. But this immortality is not what we speak of," Remington clarified. Jaden understood. There were essentially two different cultivation paths leading to different realms, manifesting differently yet offering similar levels of power. No wonder he could never discern the true realm of the aliens, having to judge them based on imprints and strength. They operated on entirely different systems. He asked further, "Vaughn, which path is stronger, theirs or ours?" Remington replied, "Strength does not lie in the path, but in the one who walks it." "If the aliens already have their own path, why invade Xuan?" Remington repeated, "Because of greed." "What do they seek in Xuan?" "To obtain the stone in your possession." Jaden felt a sudden weight pressing down on his chest as if the stone in his embrace weighed 1,000 caddies, almost suffocating him. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What will happen if they get the stone?" Remington replied gravely, "They can control Xuan and decide the fate of countless lives." Chapter 401, Split in Two. Jaden's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the stone in his possession could have such an unfathomable power. No wonder the reeds he had encountered before told him to protect this stone at all costs. If it were to fall into the hands of the alien races, Xunyang would turn into a living hell. Jaden had seen firsthand how those aliens practiced their martial arts. Life was nothing but dust before them. "Senior, what exactly is this stone?" Jaden asked, eager to uncover the secret. Unexpectedly, Remington only smiled faintly. "This is something I cannot answer. Let's talk about something else." Disappointment flashed across Jaden's face, and for a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. It felt like a cruel joke, leading him on and then refusing to speak. These old folks really knew how to tease. Seeming to see through Jaden's thoughts, Remington teased, "Don't be so impatient. This is by the Lord's special instruction. The Lord will tell you himself when the time comes. I cannot overstep my bounds." "All right," Jaden sighed and asked a bold question next. "Senior, Is your lord still around? That was quite a daring question. If it displeased Remington, he might have been kicked out. But Remington didn't get angry. Instead, he gave a mysterious smile and spoke cryptically. Whether he is here or not, he remains where he is. Confused, Jaden couldn't understand the meaning. Remington continued, you carry half of Yoshuan's fate. When the time comes, you'll know the ultimate answer. Scratching his head, Jaden decided to change the subject. Senior, as far as I know, your brother's betrayal wasn't the real reason for Yoshuan's calamity. What was the true cause? Remington sighed, indeed. Even if the Great Chu dynasty fell, it wouldn't affect Yuxian directly. The real issue is that Yuxian itself went wrong. Jaden's pupils dilated. What do you mean, senior? Remington replied calmly, I can only tell you now that among our Yuxian guardians, some developed ulterior motives, leading to a chain reaction. This reaction directly caused turmoil in Yuxian, giving the aliens an opportunity. Not just aliens, but also those from beyond the heavens. They sensed the changes in Yuxian and wanted to seize their chance. Curious, Jaden asked, what kind of changes occurred in Yuxian? One became two, stemming from human evil. Remington said, what does that mean? Is it referring to splitting the fate? Jaden asked uncertainly. No, separating the fate is the final means and the purpose of the Lord's involvement. Remington explained. Then what's split in two? Can't say. Jaden nearly lost his temper at the three words. His face flushed red, but he restrained himself. Remington chuckled, almost enjoying Jaden's frustration. Are you choked up? Didn't you learn colorful language from the Ewing Lawson? Why don't you let me hear some? Fuck. Jaden angrily shouted without hesitation. Ha ha ha, well done, just as expected. Remington laughed heartily. Don't misunderstand. I didn't teach him that. Don't besmirch my character. The Ewing Lawson suddenly interjected. Cornelk, you have any character, Remington retorted, clearly familiar with the Ewing Lawson. The Ewing Lawson remained silent, seemingly agreeing. Amaldomly, Jaden realized something important. Remington actually knew about the Ewing Lawson, which Trace had only learned from hearing his story. Moreover, both Remington and Trace seemed to respect the Ewing Lawson greatly, calling him senior. Curiously, Jaden asked, Senior, what's the Ewing Lawson's background? Remington laughed. Go ask him yourself. I want to keep talking without being erased. Jaden deflated, realizing he wouldn't get the answer now. How did you know the Ewing Lawson was in the stone? Instead of answering directly, Remington joked, because he was one of those who originally tried to take the stone, though he made a mistake later. A mistake? You don't need to worry about that. Since he's with you, he'll explain eventually. As for how I knew, it was pure guesswork. Do you believe me? Remington grinned smugly. This can be guessed? Why not? Remington gave a mysterious smile. When the Lord personally gets involved, things aren't as simple as they seem. The Ewing Lawson came and went, disappearing for no reason. It's hard not to suspect. Among you few, you are the smartest. No wonder she chose you for such an important task. There's a reason for everything, the Ewing Lawson added slowly. Thank you for the praise, Senior. Are you comfortable inside? Remington teased. Thanks to the Lord, I've slept for 1,000 years and woke up to a changed world, the Ewing Lawson replied irritably. Ha ha ha, that's great. Proving hope for Yuxian, Remington laughed, then said, I'm looking forward to this future more and more, though I won't get to see it. Take care. You've done your part. Finish what needs to be done. Time is short, the Ewing Lawson urged. I understand, Senior, Remington acknowledged with a respectful gesture. Their conversation left Jaden baffled, even more confused than before. He could sense the hidden meanings in their words, but couldn't figure them out, which frustrated him. Moreover, asking about these secrets now would be futile, frustrating him further. Remington then got serious. Let me tell you something important. The Qin clan, the current royal family of the Great Qin Empire, comes from beyond the heavens. Essentially, they are puppets cultivated by extraterrestrial forces within Yuxian. Therefore, when the aliens invade again, it will be similar to 1,000 years ago, involving extraterrestrial forces. Be cautious, Remington warned. Jaden nodded. He already knew some of this from Tying Honggu's hints, but not in such detail. Jaden asked, since the Qin clan originates from beyond the heavens, why isn't there a transcendent stationed here? Or has no one become a transcendent in the 1,000 years? Jaden believed that transcendence must exist in other realms, possibly more than here. After all, the Ewing Lawson mentioned that Yuxian heaven was only one of the lower realms, with middle and upper realms above. Remington replied, because Yuxian has its own rules. Extraterrestrial transcendence cannot survive here. As long as you hold the stone, no outsider dares enter. They'd be wiped out instantly by Yuxian heaven. Now, with no more immortal essence, how can the Qin clan members become transcendents? Jaden murmured. Then why can my master become a transcendent? No, he only gained immortal essence and entered the Ascension realm. Did you say someone reached the Ascension realm after 1,000 years? Remington exclaimed, surprised by Jaden's remark. Chapter 402. The Door. It seems that the future they have deduced is indeed not entirely on one trajectory, Jaden mused, recalling Trace's earlier statement that only the general direction could be predicted. Now, he felt more certain about this view. If the conflict between Yuxian and the alien races was also part of a grand scheme, and if he was merely a pawn in this game, it was possible to change certain trajectories and influence the broader direction, provided he understood the nature of the game and possessed sufficient strength. Presently, Jaden's perspective had vastly expanded. From the fragments of clues at his disposal, his thoughts were no longer limited to merely saving Yuxian. He believed that only by preparing early, being cautious, boldly hypothesizing, and carefully verifying, could he avoid being deeply entangled in this chessboard of events. Taking a deep breath, Jaden temporarily put these thoughts aside and answered Remington's query. Vaughn, my master Yusef did indeed reach the realm of ascension, but later suffered severe injuries, causing him to fall in cultivation. This can't be. The last trace of immortal aura in Yuxian was left for you by his excellency. Where would he get the immortal aura from? Remington questioned in confusion. Jaden shrugged and said, I don't know either. Lawson never told me. Remington frowned slightly. This is strange. External immortal aura cannot enter either, otherwise, the current Great Qin royal family would already be unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Jaden was somewhat startled. It seemed there must have been something very secretive that Lawson hadn't told him. Rest assured, Vaughn. Lawson wouldn't harm me, and I will ask him clearly later, Jaden reassured. Remington nodded. You can investigate this yourself? Perhaps His Excellency anticipated this, but I simply didn't know. Jaden thought inwardly that the admiration expressed by these reads unmistakably conveyed that their leader or master was an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, they couldn't reveal any more at present. Jaden asked, Vaughn, when you mentioned earlier that Yuxian has its own rules, does that mean the other 8 heavens also have their own? Fosters, the 9 heavens are independent yet unified. Each heaven has its own laws and does not allow external immortals to enter easily as it might disturb the balance. Alas, if not for the anomaly in Yuxian back then, how could those people from beyond the sky have ever come in, let alone the aliens, Remington sighed. So, immortals participated in the battle back then? Jaden was astonished. Without immortal involvement, His Excellency wouldn't have been forced into the situation to save Yuxian, Remington replied quietly. Forced? Jaden asked with puzzlement, having previously assumed that the extraordinary individual acted willingly. In short, without that anomaly, His Excellency wouldn't have feared the alien races or external forces. Without that battle, there would have been no need for him to plan for the future, Remington explained. Jaden realized that it indeed seemed like a forced move. Therefore, I hope that one day, you can lead Yuxian to utterly annihilate those external forces that once coveted Yuxian heaven, Remington said, tinged with some regret. Vaughn, can I really do it? Jaden asked, not lacking confidence but acknowledging his current weakness and the apparent lack of time. To be honest, I don't know if you can, but I believe in His Excellency, so I trust you. You certainly can. Remington affirmed sincerely. Jaden clenched his fist, expressing his resolve through his steadfast gaze, without any grandiose promises. As a member of Yuxian, he was determined to strive for this cause. The rise and fall of the world. Each commoner bears responsibility. Jaden calmed himself and sighed. Vaughn, do you know that many families in Yuxian have now colluded with the alien races? The situation isn't optimistic. Remington smiled helplessly. This was inevitable and predictable. Today's Yuxian is no longer sufficient to block alien infiltration. The aliens cannot break through our defenses from outside, so they seek to erode us from within. Actually, this pain is something Yuxian must endure. Only by exposing those with treacherous hearts can we unify Yuxian in the future. Initially, His Excellency and we trusted our people too much, which led to subsequent unfavorable outcomes. Jaden pondered over these words, finding wisdom in them. The saying adversity reveals true friendship holds true even for entire realms. He then asked, Vaughn, do you know where the other half of Yoshuan's destiny lies? Remington shook his head. That's a plot set by His Excellency. Even I don't know, but rest assured, Yoshuan's fate will never fall into the hands of the aliens. Relieved, Jaden exhaled. Since Remington was so certain, he felt reassured. Then, Jaden asked his final question, Vaughn, what does the ancient scroll indicate? Remington's eyes gleamed. It's Yoshuan's hope for a comeback. Jaden felt his breathing quicken. Was it truly that significant? He asked eagerly, can you explain further? Remington shook his head. I can only give you this message. When the great door opens, the dawn shall reappear. What does that mean? Jaden asked instinctively, though he knew he wouldn't get an answer but still wanted clarity today. Remington smiled. His Excellency asked me to relay this to you. When you find my descendants, you will understand what it is. Jaden nodded resignedly, but heard Remington stress. I'm not sure if the master will appear when you unlock the secret of the scroll, but you must protect that object as you would the stone on your body. Jaden solemnly replied, Vaughn, please rest assured. Concerning Yoshuan's hopes, it is my duty. Remington smiled contentedly. Very well. How I wish I could live 1,000 years and fight again for Yuxian. Maldenly feeling sentimental, Remington's figure began to fade, dissolving imperceptibly into nothingness. Startled, Jaden watched as Remington vanished just like that. This departure meant Yuxian might have no more traces of him. A remarkable figure. Jaden regretfully realized that he forgot to ask about the details of the battle. There was too much to learn, leading to momentary oversight. Still, imagining the intense battle sufficed. In the future, he might learn more from other guardians. Jaden bowed deeply before approaching the statue. As expected, when he neared it again, Remington's statue crumbled, emitting a beam of light. At the same moment, the scroll inside Jaden's spirit ring floated out on its own. The light shone upon the scroll, lingering for a long while before dissipating. Recalling the scroll, Jaden examined it closely. It revealed a new route, and at the end of the route, there was an ancient door drawn. Chapter 403, None of My Business. The door was a very ordinary arched one, but Jaden was certain he had never seen such a door before. Even the patterns clearly visible on it left no impression on him at all. After some thought, Jaden speculated that perhaps this door would only appear when the right time came. Stowing away the scroll, Jaden felt a sudden sensation and with a mental command, exited this space. When he reappeared, he was already back in the red bamboo grove. In the grove, Taj and the others were still waiting. To them, Jaden hadn't been gone for long. Noemi hurriedly asked, how did it go? Did you get any clues? This matter pertained to her recovery, so she was especially concerned about uncovering the secrets of the scroll. Jaden smiled and said, I got it, but the final location seems difficult to find. The Germain of Dachu mentioned we should wait for the right opportunity. Noemi heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was hope, finding it wouldn't be impossible. She replied, show me later. Maybe I can help. Jaden nodded and then, while Taj watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, skillfully confiscated the rings from the two princes and several members of their entourage. He acquired many mystic stones, a significant sum of wealth. Unfortunately, the foreign race didn't carry storage rings, making killing them futile. Afterwards, Jaden suggested, we shouldn't stay here too long. Let's return to the academy as soon as possible. Taj and Noemi agreed without objection. Turning, Jaden addressed the immortal bamboo. Senior Xianzhu, what are your plans? Immortal bamboo laughed. The Germain's task is completed. I'm free now. I've already discussed it with Leah. I will stay by her side from now on. Jaden was slightly taken aback, but thought it was a fine choice. With over a millennium of experiences, Noemi would likely have endless topics to discuss with immortal bamboo. Subsequently, much to the surprise of Jaden and Taj, immortal bamboo transformed into a vine bracelet that adorned Noemi's wrist. It looked quite distinctive. Jaden smiled, satisfied that everything had concluded perfectly. Taj brought out the wind-riding boat, and the three stepped aboard, lifting off into the air. On the boat, Jaden said to Taj, Dongfang, could you ask your people to send a message to the royal family of the Western State? For matters of intelligence and communication, the first family of Beizhou behind Taj far surpassed Jaden himself. Taj thumped his chest. Of course, no problem. Tell me, what message do you wish to send? Jaden thought for a moment and decided writing a letter would be better. He entered the cabin and pinned down his thoughts. Sealing the letter, he handed it to Taj, who stowed it in his mystic ring without looking. Standing at the bow, Jaden gazed into the distance, lost in thought. He believed Yusef would take action after seeing the letter. Although they weren't on the same path, Yusef's ambition was vast. If South Zhou could be resolved, it would be ideal. According to the late Farron, South Zhou was now entirely under the control of the alien race. If this wasn't stopped promptly, more innocent lives would be lost. Jaden sighed. His personal power wasn't yet sufficient to easily dictate the outcome. Facing the potential upheavals ahead, he could only react accordingly. However, bearing the destiny of Yuxian, he needed to plan 5 steps ahead to avoid falling into a passive position. Pressure made a person grow quickly. Compared to when he first emerged, Jaden was much more mature now. In his deep thoughts, Jaden realized another critical point. The current Daqin royal family couldn't possibly be unaware of the alien infiltration in Yuxian. Given Daqin's 1,000-year rule over Yuxian, there must be some response. However, from his experience in the capital, the royal family seemed oddly indifferent. Although Daqin was an external force, through interactions with Chloe Vilma, Jaden deduced that she was strongly opposed to the aliens. This indicated that someone within the Daqin royal family viewed themselves as part of Yuxian. Finding such a person who might eventually gain control would undoubtedly be beneficial to the countless cultivators of Yuxian. Seems like I need more opportunities to interact with the royal family, he mused. If the royal family could play a role during the impending changes, Jaden wouldn't mind setting aside his reservations and maneuver among its members. Moreover, given his senior sister's connection, future dealings and conflicts with the royal family were inevitable. Considering this, Jaden decided to take the initiative and prepare early. 3 days later, Jaden and his party returned to Yuxian Academy. Entering the gates, they found the square bustling with people. Jaden exchanged a look with Taj, who inquired around and learned that someone was challenging the Mystic Tower. Challenging the tower differed from practicing within it. Only those not affiliated with the academy had the right to challenge it, aiming to enter the academy. Initially uninterested, Jaden heard that 7 people entered the Mystic Tower simultaneously. This intrigued him, prompting him to head towards the tower. Many students noticed Jaden and glanced at him. Having achieved 9 strikes on the Mystic Tower, Jaden had become a famous figure in the academy. Fostered, his frequent absence and lack of activity in student areas made him somewhat mysterious. Many speculated that Jaden had been secretly taken under in Reed's wing, hence his absence from normal academic life. Amouched speculations led to awe-filled looks from fellow students. But there were also those who disliked Cornell Qingshi, notably the disciples of Juding Hall. Upon finally catching up with Jaden, they intercepted him, revealing provocative expressions. Frowning, Jaden wanted to ignore them and coldly commanded, "Move." The leader lifted his brows and began, "Jaden, you may not know who I am. I don't care. Get lost," snapped Jaden impatiently, unaccustomed to indulging the superiority complexes of these privileged individuals. "Don't you hear? A good dog doesn't block the way," added Taj when the man showed no intention of moving. Chapter 404, Gathering. You. The leading man's face reddened with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. "Jaden, do you dare to challenge me on the Cornelf and Death platform?" The man glared fiercely. Jaden's eyes turned cold. "Are you from the Zhou family or the Wang family?" The leading man's heart skipped a beat, showing a brief flash of panic as if caught red-handed. But he steeled himself and said, "I am who I say I am. This is Marvin, ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst. How about it? Dare you fight me?" Marvin stared intently at Jaden. Jaden remained indifferent, walking past Marvin without even a word, completely ignoring him. He had already intimidated those people last time. The Zhou family dared to send someone again either out of arrogance or ulterior motives. Jaden no longer had the interest to deal with such trivial matters. His sights were set on the celestial forces planning to invade. People who only show strength within their own group would eventually be trampled underfoot by others. As expected, the Zhou family has a poor memory. After losing one Geordie on the Cornelf and Death platform last time, they still dare to send you here to court death. Taj sneered as he passed by Marvin. "Cornelston up, Zhou. Heed my advice. Know your limits or you'll regret it." The onlookers, disappointed that no fight would happen, then shifted their attention back to Marvin, who was not the type to take insults lying down and would surely seek retribution for this humiliation. "Zhou brother, you're in the top 20 on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst. Jaden's impoliteness cannot be tolerated. Fostera, Mr. Cornell thinks winning against Geordie can make him an equal to you. It's ridiculous." "That's right. We must teach that fellow a lesson." Those around Marvin chimed in, voices brimming with indignation. Marvin's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Jaden to refuse the challenge. After all, Geordie had succeeded last time. This time, he had not just come to stand up for the Peak Hall, but also carried a family mission. The Reeds of the Zhua family were forbidden from confronting Jaden, so the family head issued a strict order to eliminate Jaden through other means to restore the Zhua family's lost dignity. Of course, there were deeper reasons. Marvin had heard from his Reeds that someone in the family wanted to probe Jaden's true capabilities. Marvin watched Jaden's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Wait for me. I'll find a way to kill you. Meanwhile, Jaden approached the Mystic Tower. 5 levels were now glowing above it, drawing astonished gasps from those below. It meant someone could enter the Mystic Academy as an exception. Jaden smiled faintly, intuitively feeling that the 7 challengers of the Mystic Tower would likely be familiar faces. Soon, the 6th level also lit up. A short while later, the 7th layer followed suit. Qingshu, who is this guy? He's quite formidable. Taj looked at Jaden, recognizing from his expression that he knew the person. After all, Taj had only managed to reach the 6th level during his own attempt. Jaden smiled. If my guess is correct, it should be senior brother. Your senior brother? Taj was slightly taken aback. He hadn't investigated Jaden's background in West Prefecture and was thus unaware. To him, as long as a friend was sincere, background didn't matter. Jaden explained briefly, though he would need to confirm with whoever emerged from the Mystic Tower. However, it didn't take long. After the 7th level lit up, a figure walked out of the tower. Recognizing Desi, Jaden felt relieved. He hadn't expected Desi to have come over from the Madman Academy after only a few months. The other few individuals were likely as he had guessed. Desi saw Jaden and hurried over. I heard you entered the academy, but couldn't find you. We thought making some noise might get your attention, so we all came to challenge the Mystic Tower. Jaden was touched. In the journey, he had endured many betrayals, but this brotherly bond was something he deeply cherished. He gave Desi a hearty embrace. Desi teased, months apart, and you've become sentimental. If your senior sister saw this, she'd insist I sleep alone tonight. Jaden's mouth twitched. Senior brother, look behind you. Turning around, Desi found Alea standing there with a cold expression. Alvisfering slightly, he hastily explained, Alea, I was just joking with junior brother. Please don't take it seriously. Get lost. Alea barked. Smiling mischievously, Desi obediently stood aside. Alea approached Jaden, smirking. How about it? Haven't seen you for a while, not even thinking of hugging your senior sister. Jaden laughed and hugged her. That's better. I've watched you grow up, Alea smirked. Jaden felt embarrassed but dared not argue. Desi rubbed his nose, pretending nonchalance. Taj blinked, silently acknowledging these people. Jaden changed the subject. Senior brother Raven, did Dion also come? Desi nodded. Of course, we are family, naturally coming together. West Prefecture affairs are mostly settled, and it's time to venture forth together. Alea added, and Scarlet, as well as the 3 swordsmen who follow you. Jaden smiled, confirming his suspicions. Desi continued, Wujio and Scarlet passing the 5th level should be no problem, but those 3 started later, so it might be a bit tight. Senior brother Amal, are you looking down on us 3? Well, at least we followed brother Cornell, wouldn't want to embarrass him. Vaughn brothers speak truly. Jaden turned and saw the 3 swordsmen beside Fulton and Scarlet, clearly much more ragged but still smiling, having evidently passed the 5th level. Jaden patted their shoulders. Well done. He could see the 3 swordsmen had significantly strengthened their foundations and improved their cultivation, partly due to the Mystic Tower challenge, but mainly from hard work prior to this. Grateful, the 3 swordsmen relaxed visibly upon Jaden's praise. They had worked diligently, but without the resolve to follow Jaden initially, they wouldn't have achieved this. Qingshu, you're wrong here. I made it to the 6th level. Where's your praise for me? Fulton grumbled. Is reaching the 6th level impressive? Jaden shot him a sidelong glance. I cleared all 9 levels. Chapter 405, The Hidden Dragon Cornelst. Jeffrey's mouth dropped open, disbelief clearly written on his face. Scarlet blinked her eyes and said, well, Corneltel Fatty has embarrassed himself again. Jeffrey glared fiercely at Jaden and then turned his head to ask, wife, which side are you on? Scarlet stifled a laugh behind her hand, definitely not on your side. Jeffrey was left speechless, while the crowd smiled wryly, as if they had suddenly returned to the days at the Insane Academy. The surrounding people observed Jaden and company chatting, all showing looks of curiosity. These individuals actually knew Jaden and each had remarkable talents. Just what backgrounds did they have? But no one approached to inquire. At this moment, some teachers and Reeds from the academy were already making their way over. Obviously, with the 7th level lit up, they had the thought of recruiting disciples. Jaden looked at these people, pondered for a bit, and then took out an academy token to send a private message to teachers Ashton and Herbert. Their cultivation arenas were adjacent. If he could enroll Desi and others under them, future exchanges would be very convenient. However, it was uncertain whether the 2 teachers would agree. Jaden couldn't be sure either. Ashton and Herbert were vice presidents, naturally setting very high standards. In Jaden's opinion, logically speaking, only Desi and Alea would likely get this opportunity. Still, Jaden intended to give it a try. He messaged his senior brothers, telling them not to rush in choosing teachers. Thus, Desi et al. Expressed that they would consider when faced with recruitment attempts by several academy teachers. Taking advantage of this interval, Taj easily mingled with Desi and the group. He had an easygoing personality. Plus, having fought alongside Jeffrey earlier in the trapped Dragonland, with Jeffrey's assistance, they quickly became familiar. Watching this scene, Jaden smiled warmly, knowing this added a few more acquaintances within the academy. At this moment, a plan was forming in his mind. Maybe it could work. Soon enough, Ashton and Herbert appeared together, causing a commotion among the academy students who dared not even breathe loudly. The last time these 2 emerged was when Jaden passed the 9 levels. Were they here now to snatch more talented individuals? However, this time around, the duo didn't engage in conflict but instead smiled and walked to the Mystic Tower. Various teachers and Reed stepped back, leaving space for Ashton and Herbert. They were sharp, noting Jaden's prior actions. Clearly, Ashton and Herbert's appearance was related to this student. Though they didn't know which master Jaden eventually joined, nor was there much detail provided above, signs were already evident. Only Jaden, who cleared 9 levels, could possess such influence to summon 2 vice presidents. On the side, Jaden wasn't overly friendly with the 2 teachers, merely following normal student etiquette. This was pre-planned to avoid drawing attention. Even so, speculation would still arise, but as long as the deeper connection remained unknown, it was fine. Ashton and Herbert also remained calm, seemingly having agreed beforehand, and cast a glance towards Desi and the group. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the academy students, the duo began selecting individuals directly, without any courtesy. Various teachers and Reed smiled bitterly, realizing it wasn't going to be their turn again. Taj widened his eyes, scolding himself for missing out on using this connection with Jaden to join under a vice president. No way, I can't let this slip through. I'll definitely talk things over with Qingshu later, Taj decided. The academy students were filled with envy and jealousy. Just as everyone assumed all 7 would join under the vice presidents, Ashton said, "You 2 who cleared 7 levels may enter my and Herbert's tutelage. The rest, according to the previous grouping, will join teacher Pedro and Artie respectively." Everyone was taken aback. So that's what the selection meant. It seemed not everyone had such favorable opportunities, balancing their expectations. Nevertheless, being chosen personally by the 2 vice presidents was an immense honor. Taj's expression fell, knowing the connection route wouldn't work for him. He only made it to the 6th level. Jaden remained calm. Ashton had already messaged him privately, stating only those who cleared the 7th level of the Mystic Tower could qualify for the inner courtyard, per academy regulations. They could make exceptions, but that wouldn't be fair and wouldn't favor academy development. Jaden understood, and then asked Ashton and Herbert to help select teachers. Agreeing happily, the duo proceeded as seen earlier. At this moment, Reed's Pedro and Artie were overjoyed. The other 5 were indeed excellent potentials. Given a little nurturing, they would shine in the future. The 2 Reeds proudly led their new disciples, unable to hide their joy. Thus, Desi and Alea joined under Ashton and Herbert respectively. Jeffrey and Scarlett stood behind Pedro, while the 3 swordsmen went to Artie. After this arrangement, the insane academy crew finally found a place to cultivate in the capital, providing some relief for Jaden. As they prepared to leave and reminisce, a beam of golden light suddenly flew in from afar, landing above the academy square and floating there. This is... Jaden looked upwards, slightly surprised. It's the hidden dragon Cornelst. It must be the new hidden dragon Cornelst, a student exclaimed. Right? This golden beam appears in all major forces in the capital, but I wonder if any newcomers will debut this time. How exciting, I wonder if I can make it. Hey, wake up, don't dream in the daytime. The academy students buzzed with discussion, obviously not their first time seeing such a scene but still displaying excitement. Desi and company were also curious. They had heard of this list when they came to the capital. Naturally, they didn't believe they'd make it, just wanting to see if Jaden's name would appear. He'd been in the capital for some time, and probably had some fame. Ashton and Herbert exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. Lao Tayan, isn't this announcement a bit early? Ashton transmitted. Indeed, but those from the mysterious chamber have complex intentions. Who knows what they're planning? Herbert responded. Do you think it's because of him? Possible. Recently, many rumors have revolved around him. I believe the mysterious chamber is growing impatient and will take action. While whispering speculations, the golden light dispersed. In the air, names started appearing one by one accompanied by a deep voice. Hidden Dragon Cornelst, number 100, Wang Family, Wang Ping. 99th, Pei Family, Pei Shan. Jaden became interested. This naming format was unique, creating anticipation and excitement. Chapter 406, Vergils in the Rankings. 80th place, Yushan Academy, Taj. Upon hearing Taj's name, Jaden was slightly taken aback. This guy seemed to have climbed 10 places. Taj chuckled. I finally made some progress, brother. Fulton teased. It's the first time I've seen someone be so proud of being ranked 80th. Taj's smile froze and he was left speechless. Next, the hidden dragon Cornelst continued announcing names. Most who made it onto the list were mostly the descendants of the capital's major families and students from Yushan Academy. Jaden smiled faintly. Just as he had guessed when he first arrived at the capital, this hidden dragon Cornelst wasn't a fair ranking. It seemed to serve a specific purpose, more like a show of power and influence. As such, his anticipation diminished somewhat. But thinking that this list was released by the mysterious Mysteries Pavilion, he still patiently kept watching. 25th place, Swa Family Marvin. The rankings soon reached the front. Upon hearing Marvin's name, many people looked over with interest. Marvin has dropped in rank. Did someone surpass him in such a short time? Has another genius emerged from another family? People chattered amongst themselves while Marvin's face turned pale with anger. He had just been pleased with himself for making it into the top 20 of the hidden dragon Cornelst, but now found himself out of the top 20, feeling somewhat disgraced. Humph, I want to see which 4 people managed to rank above me, Marvin muttered to himself, dissatisfied. Immediately after, the hidden dragon Cornelst announced the 24th place, Yushan Academy, Scarlet. Everyone was stunned for a moment, momentarily unable to react. Scarlet only just joined the academy, how could she be ranked so high? That's unreasonable. There must be something fishy going on. People sighed, looking at Scarlet with strange eyes. Even Scarlet felt bewildered, staring blankly at the hidden dragon Cornelst. Hee, my wife is just amazing, making a name for herself right after joining the capital. Fulton was quite happy, causing Scarlet to pinch him hard on the waist. However, his smile quickly stiffened because the 23rd place belonged to none other than him. What's going on? Fulton's eyes widened. When did I become so awesome? How come I didn't know about it? Even though he was new, he knew what this list meant. He hadn't expected to make the list either. This made Fulton suspect if the person who compiled this list had issues. Jaden didn't comment but frowned slightly, choosing to continue watching. The crowd's surprise grew louder. 2 newcomers managing to make the list made many feel unbalanced. Damn, what's Mysteries Pavilion doing? Marvin was the most discontented. Despite his formidable strength, Fulton and Scarlet, both only quasi-great beings, were ranked ahead of him. What gave? Even if the hidden dragon Cornels considered potential, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. These two might have pulled strings to get on the list. Very possible. Oh, the hidden dragon Cornels has also become a secular thing. Some people showed disappointment and resentment in their eyes and expressions. Compared to the confused academy students, Ashton and Herbert noticed something unusual. That old man is probably putting pressure on them, Ashton whispered. Forcing growth isn't good, Herbert worried. We'll find out by watching further. If our guess is correct, it might be that the old man saw something, Ashton deduced. Herbert nodded, looking at the list with an unusually serious expression for the first time. 22nd place, Xunyang Academy, Alea. Upon hearing this name, there was an uproar again, but everyone seemed numb by now and didn't know how to respond. Indeed, what could they say? There definitely was something fishy. What does this list mean? Jaden rubbed his chin. He always thought carefully and didn't believe that the renowned Mysteries Pavilion would make such a low-level mistake. There had to be a reason behind this. These three unexpected names were all related to him and came from the Western Province just like he did. Are they trying to convey a message to me? Jaden pondered, finding this hypothesis a bit too far-fetched and self-aggrandizing. But given that Mysteries Pavilion excelled in divination, perhaps they had already discovered the hidden destiny of Xunyang City bearing upon him? That wasn't a good thing. Jaden couldn't help but be wary. A Malcha secret was best kept among as few people as possible. Every additional person aware added to his danger. While Jaden was contemplating, the announcement continued. 21st place, Xunyang Academy, Desi. The Academy students were already past the point of coherent thought, even giving up on trying to understand. These four who breached the Mystic Tower were continuously listed without any apparent basis. With this ranking, it was foreseeable that the capital would be in great turmoil for a long time due to this list. Marvin's fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. He decided to challenge these four as soon as the announcement ended, reclaiming his lost honor. Some nonsense. I will thoroughly defeat them to prove Mysteries Pavilion wrong, Marvin cursed under his breath. Ashton and Herbert exchanged glances, understanding each other. Woo. Do you think the old man will place Hendrik in which position? Herbert was almost certain that Mystixie had started plotting. If he wants to apply pressure, it should be maximum. Otherwise, it's pointless, Ashton said clearly. Herbert nodded, agreeing with this idea. The announcements continued as the Reedley voice called out the ranking. 20th place, Qin Imperial Family Vilma. It's Presley. Finally, it makes sense. But wait, 6 months ago, Presley was 19th. Could someone be ahead of her now? People wore puzzled expressions. They couldn't think of any new geniuses in the capital capable of overtaking Presley's ranking. 19th place, Xia Family Xia Cornel. 18th place, Gao Family Jonathan. 10th place, Xunyang Academy, Gung Gong. The next few names remained largely unchanged compared to the original list, but astute observers noticed everyone moved down one place. This meant that this newcomer directly entered the top 10. Excitement returned to people's eyes. They wanted to see if this top 10 genius deserved their spot. A few people glanced at Jaden, but quickly shifted their gazes, thinking it unlikely. After all, despite Jaden creating 9 resounding echoes in the Mystic Tower, he was still just a quasi-great being. And those in the top 10 were all essence great beings, shining brilliantly among peers across the entire Yuxian continent. Chapter 407, Top of the Cornels. Taj blinked and whispered, Qing Shu, could it be that you're directly at the top of the list? Jaden teased, you can foresee the future. Perhaps you should be dragged out and executed. Taj angrily said, if that's true, I will lodge a serious protest with the Xuanji Pavilion. Really? Why? Jaden asked, quite interested. Why should the 4 people related to you rank in the 20s while I am at 80? Are our relationships not close enough? Taj said resentfully, sighing. Ultimately, I have made a mistake in trusting you. Jaden bitterly smiled. Let's see further down. It's possible I might not even make the list. Don't fool anyone. With your potential and strength, and judging by this trend, you'll definitely be at the top, Taj stated confidently. He appeared carefree, but he was quick-witted and immediately grasped the critical point. Jaden remained silent, acknowledging inwardly that even he had sensed something unusual. How much more would someone as shrewd as Taj notice? 9th place, Zhua Family Joab. The announcement continued. 8th place, Wang Family Gay. 5th place, Pei Family Elon. 4th place, Great Qin Imperial Family Bear. 3rd place, Xunyang Academy, Christopher. 2nd place, Great Qin Imperial Family, Cornelcoln. The scene became chaotic again as the crowd gasped. Prince Cornelcoln has actually fallen from the top spot and is now 2nd. Unbelievable. Who could have overtaken him? Can't the old man just hurry up? Regardless of who it is, I'm not convinced. The first talent of Yuxian belongs only to His Royal Highness. Right? His Royal Highness is the strongest. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Taj jumped up, mocking. A bunch of yes-men. Cornelcoln isn't here. What are you praising? People glared at him, glaring fiercely at Taj. Taj wore an indifferent expression and continued, in my opinion, the first talent absolutely has the capability. Cornelcoln can't compare. The crowd scoffed, looking at Taj as if he were a fool. Now, the audience seriously doubted the authenticity of the list. To them, squeezing out Cornelcoln's name was utterly absurd. Ignoring the crowd's looks, Taj instead messaged Jaden, brother, seeing how much I've defended you, ask the old man at Xuanji Pavilion to bump up my ranking a bit. I don't ask for much, just top 20. Jaden chuckled, teasing, Dongfang, do you know why you rank behind Zaire compared to him? Where? Taj paused, wondering if there was any rationale. Jaden laughed, it's all about the aura, haha. Taj seethed, glaring fiercely at Jaden. As the eldest son of the Dongfang family, losing was unacceptable except for his dignity. Just as Taj wanted to retort, the Reedley voice above rang out again, making him pay full attention. Everyone held their breath, listening carefully. The top of the Qianlong Cornelst, Xunyang Academy, Jaden, Bobby announced. Wow. How could it be? Did I hear wrong? Many people fell into self-doubt, thinking either Xuanyang Pavilion had gone mad, or they themselves had gone crazy. A near grand Amalprime actually topped the coveted Qianlong Cornelst, which many dreamed of reaching. This was almost laughable. Apart from a few acquaintances of Jaden, everyone expressed strong doubt, even outrage. This won't do. I need to go to Xuanyang Pavilion for an explanation. That's right. What does Jaden have to show for it? Foster's, he's only been in the imperial capital for so long. This top position lacks merit. People voiced their opinions loudly, their gazes on Jaden filled more with ridicule than respect. Jaden touched his nose. He didn't mind their looks and instead pondered deeper issues. Once the list was published, he truly became famous in the imperial capital. Predictably, endless troubles would follow, the kind he couldn't escape. If these troubles piled up, they would certainly affect his cultivation. He needed a solution, one that could solve everything permanently. Lao Wu, do you think this Kevin can handle the pressure? Don't let him break under it, Tien he worried. From my observations over this period, this Herschel has immense resilience and a steadfast Dao heart. There will be no problem, Ashton said with a smile. Do you also believe that passing our mystic tower easily is a simple task? True, I almost forgot that point. Our mystic tower wouldn't recognize ordinary people, Tien he sighed in relief, smiling too. Meanwhile, deep within the Great Qin Palace, several handsome young men sipped tea. One remarked, interesting. The top 10 of the Qianlong Cornelst haven't changed in years, right Wu Yu? The Herschel carrying a large sword on his back responded indifferently, I have no interest in this list, don't ask me. The Herschel wearing a dragon-patterned robe and a jade crown smiled silently, continuing to sip his tea. His companion said, Your Highness, shall I push him off? The robed Herschel did not answer but suddenly asked, Wu Yu, have you met him before? Sheng Wu Yu coldly replied, Besides you, I don't take others seriously. Cornel Kong smiled, shaking his head. With such a personality, winning against me will be hard. Elon commented, There will be a good show in the imperial capital. What do you think Bobby's intentions are? Cornel Kong smiled. Those skilled in deduction often add some mystery. We'll just watch. The Wang family and Zhou family will surely be the first to lose patience. Logical. Elon nodded. 9 chimes from the Mystic Tower show some potential, but it remains to be seen about their strength. Let's wait and see. Cornel Kong took a sip of tea, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. At the Xunyang Academy, the golden glow had faded, and the list vanished. Fostered discussions continued. Among those most dissatisfied was Marvin. He approached Jaden and proclaimed, I, Marvin, challenge Jaden, the top of the Qianlong Cornelst. Marvin had changed his mind. Defeating Jaden would be far more glorious than challenging Desi and others. He wanted to trample Jaden ruthlessly and declare his unworthiness of the top spot. Good. No wonder he's from the Zhou family. Jaden, get off the top spot. People chimed in support, acting as if they were the ones making the challenge. People tend to see only what they want to see. If it doesn't match their wishes, they mock endlessly. If it does, it's taken for granted. Jaden looked calmly at Marvin, then smiled slightly and declared, In 3 days, I will set up a life and death arena at the Xunyang Academy to welcome all challenges from the Qianlong Cornelst. Jaden's gaze turned cold, adding, The loser dies. Chapter 408. Anticipation. Faxon sneered coldly upon hearing Jaden's words. This development played directly into his hands. Jaden, if you seek your own death, don't blame me, haha. Faxon was inwardly thrilled. The lost face of the left family would certainly be restored through him. He said with a smirk, Good, very good. I await your challenge on the arena. Seemingly fearing that Jaden might change his mind, Faxon added particularly, Jaden, with so many witnesses here, it will be too late for you to back out now. Jaden glanced at Faxon indifferently and said, Make sure to cherish these 3 days. With that, Jaden left the square directly. Watching Jaden's retreating figure, a mocking look appeared in Faxon's eyes. He couldn't wait for the day of the challenge to arrive. The crowd of students also became excited, not just because of the spectacle but also because some listed people were eager to try their hand at challenging as well. After all, stepping on the top-ranked person would bring great glory. Junior brother, do you need senior brother to support you? Desi and others caught up. They all knew Jaden's character. He wouldn't make impulsive decisions lightly and must have thought things through. Since he had made up his mind, no one could persuade him given his obstinate nature. Although Desi and the others who had just arrived in the imperial capital did not fully understand the situation, they couldn't help but worry a bit. Jaden smiled, Senior brother, rest assured, I have my plans. Indeed, he had already decided to push himself to achieve greater progress. Although Jaden wasn't quite sure why the Xiantea Pavilion placed him at the top so openly, it undeniably brought immense pressure. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall, a fact Jaden was well aware of. However, he felt no fear. Now was the time to accelerate his growth through means, preparing for the upcoming changes. And pressure was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Cornell 4 death battles often unleashed greater potential, and his cultivation and Daoist strength needed to advance further. Desi and others stopped trying to dissuade him. Tosh suggested taking them around the school. Everyone agreed, leaving Jaden alone. Jaden smiled. Everyone knew he needed time to prepare, so they didn't disturb him. Taking a deep breath, Jaden went to the back courtyard of Joey Academy's training ground. Joey had already returned and asked Jaden indifferently, "How confident are you?" Jaden replied frankly, "We'll only know after the fight. We can't underestimate the Imperial Capital's elite." Joey nodded, "Right, just don't underestimate your opponent. Adjust your state well." Jaden bowed respectfully and went to his residence in Joey's training ground. Standing there, Joey's eyes gleamed as he muttered, "Brat, many eyes are watching you. You can't afford to lose." In the palace courtyard, several people sipping tea were momentarily stunned upon receiving a report from an underling. Soon after, their expressions returned to normal. Cornelcone smiled slightly, Jaden certainly has guts to set up a life-or-death match. Elon teased, a little too hasty. His eagerness to prove himself might lead to his downfall. If I were him, I wouldn't pay attention to those voices. Just a list, nothing worth worrying about, Elon added. Cornelcoln shook his head. That's why you're not him. Elon paused. Your Highness, what do you think? Cornelcoln twirled his teacup, after reviewing his background. I believe he's not an impulsive person. Perhaps he has other plans. Elon shrugged, instantly losing interest, and turned to Sheng Wuyu. Brother Wuyu, why not humble him? He's even overshadowed your fame at the Aliyah Academy. Sheng Wuyu's expression remained unchanged. My target is not him. Then, he looked at Cornelcoln with fiery determination. Let's have a match. Cornelcoln smiled faintly and stretched lazily. Tired. Another day. Disappointment flashed in Sheng Wuyu's eyes. He took a cup of tea and gulped it down, looking rather gloomy. You're obsessed with cultivation. No wonder you're stronger than me, Elon chuckled. Cornelcoln picked up his teacup, pondered for a moment, and then said to someone behind him, You're seventh. Go test him. If he's lacking, just kill him. Cornelcoln drained his cup, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Foster's, Your Highness, I'll prepare. The Kevin behind bowed and left. Seeing the Kevin's serious expression, Elon laughed and shook his head. Sending Dale to test Jaden seems like giving the brat too much importance. Dale was trained by you with great effort. Cornelcoln taunted. If not him, should it be you? Elon raised his hands. I don't want to bully anyone. After all, it's old Xian Taia's favorite student. Some face needs to be saved. Cornelcoln smiled. Adding Wang family's and Zhou family's representatives, along with Dale, should be enough to gauge his true abilities. Hope he doesn't disappoint me. Elon was surprised. Your Highness seems very eager. Cornelcoln replied leisurely. Not just me. Many people in this palace are looking forward to it. Elon wisely chose not to pry further, understanding that knowing too much about royal affairs was unwise. 3 days passed quickly. At the central square of Aliyah Academy, a massive life-or-death arena was already set up, far larger than usual. It was clear that Aliyah Academy valued this battle highly. Some teachers received direct orders from the upper echelons to ensure everything went smoothly, no interference allowed, and violators would be executed. Teachers were taken aback. Such significant arrangements hadn't been seen in Aliyah Academy for years. Perceptive individuals smelled something unusual. The stakes of a student's life-or-death duel involved high-ranking officials, which was clearly not simple. For a while, teachers in the academy were on high alert, maintaining order. Many students came early to the square, taking their positions. Not only academy students but outsiders were also allowed to watch, making the square overcrowded. Among them were friends of Jaden, including Desi, who stood closer to the front. Quite a grand setup for Qingyu, Taj muttered. He noticed 2 rows of floating seats on either side of the life-or-death arena, indicating the presence of important figures. This was unprecedented in past student duels. Looking at the life-or-death arena again, he saw a white-haired reed standing there, the famous half-step immortal realm reed of Aliyah Academy, Ancient Xingping. Jaden hadn't appeared yet, but Von Ancient Xingping, as the judge, had already arrived, demonstrating the gravity of the situation. Chapter 409. Come on. But usually, life and death duels don't require referees, Taj thought, guessing that the academy might be concerned about someone disrupting the duel or using unfair means, so they had Fitz overseeing it. Hiss, the people from Guebao Tower have arrived. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, saying, It's the head of Guebao Tower. It's been many years since he was seen. Only to see Rocky, wearing a brocade robe and bringing Guadalupe, land on the floating seats with a composed demeanor. He said, Dorian, the guests are all here, and you, the host, still haven't shown up. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? You're the one who talks too much. Dorian's voice rang out. Following that, 3 figures appeared out of thin air, sitting in the middle of a row of seats. Next to Dorian were the 2 deputy palace masters, Ashton and Herbert. What's going on? An academy disciple gulped, exclaiming in surprise, even the palace Lawson has been alerted. Is this life and death duel really that good to watch? Many people were also puzzled, but something even more astonishing was yet to come. Immediately after, the heads of the capital's 6 major families appeared out of nowhere with some clan members, landing on seats at a higher level. Pei, Yin, Wang, Xiao, Zhua, Hong, all 6 major families are present. What's going on? Is heaven about to change? Someone cried out in shock. Especially the Yin, Xiao, and Hong families. They had always been low-key and rarely came forward under normal circumstances. They didn't even allow their descendants to rank on the hidden dragon cornels, which showed their style. Clearly, such a grand gathering had not been seen in the capital for many years. The last time such a scene occurred was 20 years ago, on the day the mysterious Abyss realm opened. People couldn't help but feel parched, and their minds struggled to process everything. A Herschel-to-Herschel duel actually drew so many important figures as spectators, which was truly unbelievable. Haha, it seems my old self made quite a good move. A hoarse laugh echoed through the air. Alastair, with his sage-like appearance and ruddy complexion, floated down gracefully and sat beside Ashton. You old coot, you've caused me trouble with my students, Ashton complained. Not at all, not at all. I just went with the flow. Alastair stroked his beard, looking very satisfied. Ashton remained silent, knowing it was no use talking to such an old man who liked to keep things mysterious. Dorian gazed calmly at the people from the 6 major families across from him and said loudly, This is the Mystic Abyss Academy. I hope everyone abides by the rules. Once on the life and death stage, live or die as it may. His words carried a warning tone, but the 6 family heads remained silent, clearly agreeing. A gleam of light appeared in Alastair's eyes as he stroked his white beard again. Below, the onlookers didn't dare to breathe loudly, fearing that the slightest displeasure of these bigwigs could be fatal. Well, the imperial family didn't come. Otherwise. Just as someone was thinking this, there was a shimmer in the void, and 2 Reedley men appeared, accompanied by a man and a liv. Heaven! Prince Bear and Princess Vilma actually came too. The crowd exclaimed. The imperial family's status was naturally incomparable, and it was unexpected that they would observe this battle. Bear and Vilma descended from mid-air, followed by two vigorous old men who were obviously guards. Palace Lawson Shi, I was just curious, so I came to disturb. I hope you don't mind, Bear said with a gentle smile. Dorian waved his hand. Sit wherever you like. No need to be formal. Bear bowed slightly, sitting down next to Vilma while the two reeds stood behind them in mid-air. It seems I underestimated Brother Qing Shu's influence, Taj sighed, then cursed. Damn, even if my father came to the capital, he wouldn't be able to gather so many important figures. Jeffrey asked curiously, is your father very powerful? Taj rolled his eyes. One of the top 5 existences on the continent. Would you say he's not powerful? Jeffrey merely, Ed, showing no particular surprise. Taj was speechless and didn't bother explaining further. Desi, watching the two bickering, felt anxious and worried. Junior brother, hold on. High up, Rocky transmitted a message to Guadalupe. Girly, you see, I told you that Hendrik is a big problem. Stay away from him. Guadalupe squinted her eyes and smiled. I think it's pretty good. It shows he's very capable and highly regarded by many. Rocky glared and then laughed bitterly, unsure of what to say. For a moment, many people were exchanging thoughts secretly, each harboring their own intentions. Seeing that Jaden hadn't appeared yet, the academy disciples frowned. Where is Jaden? Someone shouted, and soon others joined in, chanting Jaden's name louder and louder. He's here. Finally, amidst the chants, Jaden, dressed in black, walked toward the square. He actually walked over? Everyone turned around and saw Jaden slowly approaching from behind. Jaden, feeling countless eyes on him, was taken aback. So many people? Looking up, he saw Dorian smiling at him and Alastair, whom he'd met before, stroking his beard. Apart from them, there were many unfamiliar faces all looking at him intently. Jaden was confused, not knowing what was happening. He had spent the past 3 days in seclusion and only finished his cultivation just now, unaware of the situation outside. Touching his nose, Jaden was greatly surprised by such a grand occasion. In his mind, it was just a life and death duel, nothing special. When teacher Ashton first informed him that the duel would be held at the Central Plaza, he was already astonished. Now, it seemed far more complicated. Could it be that they sensed something? Jaden became cautious, but he immediately thought it was unlikely. The matters concerning the mystical abyss's destiny were part of Remington's millennium-long plan. How easy could it be for others to discover? Jaden didn't know how much influence Alastair had in the capital. Whenever she and Taya Pavilion did something unusual, it always attracted the attention of major forces. This time, the hidden dragon Cornelst behaved unusually, and the major forces smelled something fishy. They wanted to investigate personally, hence this large gathering. Extraordinary events always have sinister implications. The leaders of various forces were astute and did not want to fall behind. Taking a deep breath, Jaden remained calm. With a determined mindset, he walked confidently toward the life and death platform. People cleared a path for him, and Jaden looked serene, greeting Desi and others with a smile as he passed by. Good, very composed. Alastair praised. Others temporarily withdrew their gaze from Jaden, but clearly showed more interest. Standing on the life and death platform, Jaden declared loudly, come on. Chapter 410, next one. Jaden appeared calm on the surface, but he was internally very serious. He knew that because of the richer heavenly earth aura in the imperial capital compared to other places, Herschel's growing up here advanced much faster in cultivation than those from the other 4 provinces. He himself had deeply felt this point. Since coming to the imperial capital, his realm had rapidly climbed. Moreover, these young men in the imperial capital consistently enjoyed excellent cultivation resources, making their strength rival even that of many reeds. Not to mention the Herschels at the forefront of the hidden dragon Cornelst. These were the true elite among elites. Jaden must be prepared for any challenge they presented. In this battle, if he couldn't break through his own limitations, death would be certain. So, he dared not underestimate his opponents. 3 days of meditation had given him a clear direction. Now only combat could test it. Who dares to accept my challenge? On the platform, Von Igor didn't waste time and spoke aloud. According to the rules conveyed to him, as long as someone stepped onto the platform, Jaden would respond. It was rumored that this rule was proposed by Jaden himself. It wasn't clear if it was arrogance or confidence. Of course, under such a rule, there were no time limits. Jaden could choose to continue fighting, or rest on the platform before continuing. Everything was based on his own volition. He held the initiative. Soon, amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, a Herschel flew onto the platform. Current 51st place on the hidden dragon Cornelst, Humbert. I heard that both his sword skills and agility are top-notch, even creating his unique, Kurin-style sword technique. I also heard that he's quite popular in the imperial capital, especially among women. Some began speculating about the outcome of the fight. Humbert landed on the platform with a cold expression, which elicited cheers from some women in the crowd. Humbert flicked his long hair, smiled slightly, pointed his sword at Jaden, and said, I'll resolve this with one strike. Faced with the provocation, Jaden remained indifferent. Humbert was only a bridge-breaking first-stage adept, nothing to worry about. You go first. I'll give you a move, Humbert said with a confident smile. To Humbert, a near adept like Jaden was easily crushable. He was basking in being the first to challenge Jaden. Once he claimed the top spot, he wouldn't accept any more challenges until the next list update, solidifying his reputation even further. As Humbert was thinking this, Jaden had already moved. Cornelk thunder. A streak of light flashed across, and Jaden crossed the entire platform to stand right in front of Humbert. What are you doing? Humbert was startled, finding his opponent's indifferent eyes suddenly close. Ouch! A pained cry followed as Humbert received a fierce punch to his abdomen, flying backward in shock. Before he could react, still airborne, Jaden closed in again. Bam! A dull thud resounded as Humbert was caught off guard and his skull shattered from a terrifying punch, crashing unrecognizably to the ground. A Malkin. He died just like that? Looks like Humbert is all show and no substance. The audience gasped, unable to believe that the battle was over in just one exchange. Attacking from behind isn't skillful. Indeed, we demand justice for our fallen Humbert. The Malporters of Humbert were displeased, voicing accusations. Jaden ignored their reactions and said indifferently, "Next one." Igor waved his sleeve, sweeping Humbert's body away, expressionless. Many of the originally eager cultivators reconsidered after witnessing the battle. Unlike those mindless women, they discerned the nuances of the fight. Though Jaden struck first, 2 punches resolving Humbert indicated that he wasn't an easy opponent, not as simple as he seemed. Those who were initially weaker than Humbert immediately lost the urge to challenge. Those roughly Humbert's level, around the 50th rank on the hidden dragon cornelst, chose to observe. "I'll come." Another Herschel stepped onto the platform, the 35th ranked Griffin on the hidden dragon cornelst. Cheers erupted, and Griffin waved back. "Be careful," someone warned. Indeed, while greeting the crowd, Jaden had already lunged at Griffin. Griffin felt a chill. This man didn't play fair. But he wasn't Humbert. Already wary, he quickly raised a Shenli barrier and deflected with his sword. / edited version. However, he wasn't like Humbert. Already on high alert, he swiftly erected a mystic force barrier and parried with his sword. However, Jaden's fierce fist struck, sending Griffin and his sword flying. Damn! Griffin felt a surge of internal energy turbulence, amazed by Jaden's strength. Jaden wasn't a mere near adept. This power was formidable even for a bridge-breaking 3rd stage adept, let alone himself at 2nd stage. Twisting midair, Griffin wanted to avoid Humbert's fate of helplessness. Just as he turned, another punch came. Griffin clenched his teeth, swinging his sword with all his might. Bang! A powerful punch sent Griffin crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Jaden showed no mercy, flashing forward to deliver another blow, shattering Griffin's skull in a brutal scene. Cornelf and death depended on fate once on this stage. Grudges shouldn't hold anyone accountable. Since these people sought to kill him, they should expect to be killed. Jaden wouldn't hesitate due to weakness. It would be foolish. Moreover, he aimed to build momentum. If successful, it would greatly benefit him. Therefore, Jaden suppressed them forcefully without hesitation. As for striking preemptively, Jaden found it meaningless to debate before a life-and-death battle. Arguing was for fools. Next one. Jaden glanced not at Griffin's corpse, speaking coldly. This kid is too arrogant. Who will cut him down? Next time he'll definitely die, I tell you. Taj couldn't stand their provocative attitude and muttered, "Damn it, you bunch of cowards cheering from below. Have the guts to step up yourself. Shut up if you can't." Angry glares shot at Taj, but the noise subsided, seemingly hit home. Another challenger stepped forward, ranked 30th on the hidden dragon cornelst, a bridge-breaking 3rd stage adept. But just as everyone was about to cheer, the battle ended. That Herschel didn't last longer than Griffin, falling to an instant death. Everyone was taken aback. This was too easy. They stared at Jaden, standing tall on the platform, feeling an overwhelming fear. His figure, isolated yet menacing, exuded an invincible aura. Next one. Chapter 411, Dominant Slashing. Finally, no one dared to step onto the stage rashly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jaden had consecutively killed 3 opponents, showcasing his formidable strength. No one dared to speak loudly either. They whispered among themselves, seemingly intimidated by Jaden's imposing aura. Below the platform, Marvin watched as no one dared to come forward and cursed under his breath. A bunch of useless wretches, not even able to probe half of his capabilities. Although Marvin wanted to use Jaden to elevate himself, he was also shrewd and did not rush to take action first. His plan was to let others test Jaden's true mettle. Unfortunately, his scheme backfired. Not only did those people fail, but they also bolstered Jaden's morale. Marvin knew it was now his turn to act. He decided to personally take out Jaden. "Jaden, surrender your life." With a loud shout, Marvin leaped from the crowd onto the platform. Finally, the genius of the Zwa family is making his move. That guy Jaden is finished. Hush, keep it down. My gut tells me not to be too optimistic. Fear? Marvin isn't a pushover. Some faces rekindled with excitement, as if they were about to win. Holding a long spear, Marvin pointed it at Jaden coldly and said, "Jaden, you do not deserve this top spot." Ridiculous. Jaden flashed a chilling gaze, stomped his foot, and instantly blurred into motion, charging forward with deadly intent. Wasteland God Fist. This time, Jaden put forth his full strength, far exceeding what he used against the previous 3 opponents. This punch was infused with destructive power, and its momentum surged like a flood, extinguishing all space in its path. Marvin, being a master of profound principles, would have ranked 20th on the hidden dragon cornelst had Desi and others not appeared. Thus, he couldn't be underestimated. Boom. The force of Jaden's punch collided with the spear light emitted by Marvin, immediately generating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire platform. Once the shockwave dissipated, Jaden was pushed back 3 steps, while Marvin merely staggered slightly. With just this level of skill, I'll definitely take this top spot, Marvin smirked, raising his spear which released boundless spear light, heating the air around the platform as if a wave of flame was rushing towards the opponent. Jaden narrowed his eyes. Marvin indeed possessed considerable prowess, wielding the essence of fire to devastating effect. Fostered, that was all Jaden needed to fear. Having engaged numerous masters of profound principles over the past few days, Jaden had observed that everyone's understanding of their principles was incomplete, varying in degrees of imperfection. This could be related to the fractured heavenly Tao, sparing no one. Back in the Insane Academy, when Cash elucidated for everyone, he mentioned that as cultivation advanced, cultivators would increasingly feel the impact of the shattered heavenly Tao. Jaden hadn't yet grasped any profound principles, but he seemed to possess a unique ability to sense the incompleteness in others' understandings. However, the destruction and spatial powers he currently understood felt complete without any defects. He wondered if this completeness would persist when he reached the profound principle stage. Jaden surmised that this might be due to the influence of the numinous energy. This gave him the confidence to stand against genuine masters of profound principles, even though he had only comprehended 3 layers of power. As for Marvin, his mastery of the fire essence was undoubtedly incomplete as well. Thus, Jaden felt no fear. With a clang, the shattered sky saber materialized in his hand, and he slashed downwards. The dazzling blade light clashed with the scorching spear light, causing a sudden brilliance on the platform. Roar! The air churned, and space trembled, demonstrating the ferocity of the collision. This time, Marvin was forced back several steps before stabilizing. Jaden stood firmly, saber in hand, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Saber cultivator. Marvin gritted his teeth. Knowing better, he recognized the pure aura in Jaden's saber technique. A true saber cultivator could unleash power beyond the saber itself, a common belief in the cultivation world. If Marvin specialized in spears, he could do the same. Unfortunately, he did not. To him, the spear was just a handy weapon or treasure without special attributes. Despite this, Marvin remained undeterred. He had many tricks up his sleeve and was no longer as dismissive as before. Flaming Dragon Ascension. Marvin roared, sweeping his spear to release waves of flames that coalesced into a fiery dragon lunging at the opponent. This technique, augmented by the essence of fire, was a superior mystic art with immense power. Crimson Blood Slaughter Blade. Jaden swung his saber, unleashing terrifying blood-red light imbued with destructive force that clashed head-on with the fiery dragon. Boom! After the thunderous clash, both the fiery dragon and the blood-red blade light dissipated, showing that both combatants were equally matched. Marvin calmly stated, "You indeed have some skills, managing to contend with me despite not being a grandmaster. Impressive. But the one standing atop this platform will definitely be me." Oh! Jaden arched an eyebrow. He didn't see it that way. Soul Derivation Sacred Art. Jaden launched another assault, this time targeting the divine soul. An intangible, fearsome force transformed into a sharp blade piercing straight into Marvin's mind. Soul attack? Marvin's face darkened as he instantly formed a mystic soul shield to counter the attack. Boom! Though the mystic soul shield held, the soul force still caused a reverberation in Marvin's mind, nearly dazing him. Thankfully, it passed without disaster. However, just then, Marvin heard a cold voice. Divine Wave Technique. His barely recovered soul felt another heavy blow, disorienting him with the terrifying sound waves. Shriek. On the platform, blinding light enveloped the space as Jaden unleashed his triple-layered saber power, slashing fiercely towards Marvin's head. The sudden threat of death instantly pulled Marvin out of his confusion. He didn't have enough time to react adequately, resorting to instinctively forming a mystic barrier and raising his spear to block. Crack. Gasp. A dull thud followed by a sharp crack. First, Marvin's mystic barrier shattered, then his body was split in two. This single strike ended Marvin's life before he could fully comprehend it, severing his vital energies. Blood splattered on the platform. Jaden stood before Marvin's corpse, saber in hand, expression indifferent. His gaze swept the audience with lightning speed. Next. Everyone was horrified. Even Marvin, the famed genius of the Zwa family, died by his blade within 10 moves. Moreover, Jaden's breathing was perfectly steady, indicating he still had more power left. Could this Kevin truly possess the strength worthy of the top spot? Fear spread among the crowd, silencing their discussions. "I'll challenge you." Another figure stepped forward, exuding intense fighting spirit. It was the genius of the Gao family, Jonathan, ranked 18th on the Hidden Dragon Cornlist. Chapter 412, Battle with Joab. Although the Gao family was not one of the 6 major clans in the imperial capital, their heritage was still formidable, and within the family, there were many prodigies. Jonathan was among the most outstanding. Jaden observed Jonathan, whose eyes gleamed with fervor, clearly indicating he was a warmonger. Although the two had no previous conflicts, since they were on the life or death stage, only one could survive. Therefore, both wasted no words and quickly engaged in battle. But after just 10 or so rounds, Jonathan was slain under Jaden's blade, his eyes revealing intense unwillingness as he died. The audience below dared not breathe loudly. On the stage, Fitz remained expressionless as he swept the corpse off the platform. He then asked, "Do you need a break?" After all, Jaden had already fought several consecutive battles, and must have been somewhat exhausted. Holding his blade, Jaden calmly replied, "Next." He did not need rest. He wanted to maintain momentum until he reached his limits and find an opportunity for breakthrough. At present, his cultivation was at the lower tier of the Divine Bridge realm, just a step away from the middle tier. To accelerate his growth, he needed to continuously challenge himself. Moreover, after undergoing the continuous baptism of immortal energy, he felt that his foundation showed signs of advancing. Once his foundation reached the superior level of the sage rank, his combat power would increase significantly. Seeing Jaden's determination to continue fighting, Fitz didn't persuade him further and stepped aside. However, no one immediately came forward to challenge him, seemingly intimidated by Jaden's performance. Some hesitated while others waited. In the sky, Bear sat on a chair and smiled, asking his sister, "Vilma, what do you think of Jaden?" Vilma replied coolly, "Indeed, he has some strength and talent." Bear said, "Oh, don't you think he is a bit arrogant?" Vilma responded calmly, "I don't think so. It's clear that he hasn't exerted full effort yet, probably planning something." Bear's eyes flickered, but he said nothing more, turning his gaze back to the life or death stage. Soon, a Kevin with a long sword and a cold expression walked onto the stage. Seeing this figure, many people whispered in surprise, was it finally going to get serious? Earlier, when Jaden powerfully killed his opponents, everyone felt he was overly arrogant and hoped someone would teach him a lesson. Now, that moment had arrived. The 9th-ranked figure on the hidden dragon cornelst, Joab of the Zhua family. A true battle among the top 10 would certainly be spectacular. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Jaden faced Joab, who was at the 3rd stage of the Falling Moon realm, a great power in the domain of profound meanings, 2 minor stages higher than Marvin and Jonathan. Though only 2 minor stages apart, the difference was immense. In terms of profound meaning comprehension and actual combat power, Joab was undoubtedly a tough opponent. Jaden prepared for the serious confrontation and did not dare to be careless. Opposite him, Joab revealed unmasked killing intent. With his long sword extended, he charged towards Jaden. Scarlet Blood Slaughter Blade. Without wasting words, Jaden unleashed his divine ability, sending out a bloody blade light straight into Joab's attack. Boom. After the violent collision, Jaden flew back several feet before barely stabilizing. On the opposite side, Joab stood unperturbed, his face covered in frost, a smirk of ridicule on his lips. From the first clash, the gap between them was evident. Many in the audience felt vindicated, almost cheering aloud, but recalling Jaden's earlier prowess, they stifled their cheers, fearing another misjudgment. Jaden's gaze sharpened. The top 10 prodigy on the hidden dragon cornelst indeed had impressive strength. Jaden's fighting spirit surged, combining fist and blade techniques to launch a proactive attack. Wasteland God Fist. Slash through momentum. Fists and blades intertwined, forming a fierce assault. The destructive force transformed into a torrent engulfing Joab. Joab's eyes also revealed seriousness. His long sword abruptly slashed out, countless sword beams tearing through a path like a deluge descending from the sky, colliding with Jaden's offensive. Rumble. The shockwaves echoed incessantly. The might of the fist dissipated, the blade light gradually vanished, and the sword beams slowly dispersed. At the center of the collision, waves spread outward, forcing both Jaden and Joab back. The swirling energy swept over the platform, but fortunately, the defensive barrier around the life or death stage prevented any disturbance to the audience. However, these waves caused the barrier to vibrate slightly, showing that the collision was far from simple. Many spectators saw that Joab still held a slight advantage, not retreating much. On the contrary, Jaden was at a disadvantage after 2 successive clashes. They all speculated that Jaden had reached his limit and would likely fall on the life or death stage, the top spot belonging to Joab. Fostered, they noticed Jaden wasn't giving up, continuing his relentless attacks on Joab. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The stage instantly resounded with intense noises, their battle entering a feverish phase. Matters of life and death meant neither would hold back. 2 figures darted across the life or death stage, sometimes with dazzling blade light, other times with glaring sword beams, spatial ripples splitting and merging repeatedly. In just a short half hour, dozens of exchanges between sword and blade occurred, seeming to reach no conclusion. Finally, following a deafening boom, the 2 separated briefly after their collision. Everyone focused closely. Joab's breath was uneven, his hair disheveled, his clothes torn, and blood seeping from his chest. Joab injured? Some murmured in disbelief. When they looked at Jaden, they weren't as surprised. It turned out Jaden was more severely wounded, even spitting out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone, his face becoming noticeably pale. Jaden was about to lose. Anyone witnessing this scenario would draw the same conclusion. Soon, Jaden wouldn't be able to hold on, being slain under Joab's sword. High above, the Zhua family head relaxed, a smile finally appearing on his face. Joab hadn't disgraced the family name. Earlier, Marvin's easy defeat had embarrassed him. Now, their top prodigy had retained the family's honor. This boy had provoked the Zhua family. He must die. The Zhua family head sneered inwardly, waiting for the final outcome. Trust him. Desi whispered to his companions. But no words were needed. The others' eyes were filled with affirmation, clearly confident in Jaden. Not only them, Guadalupe sitting beside Rocky, was equally confident, though her hands clenched unconsciously. Vilma, it seems that even with his full efforts, Jaden is no match for Joab. The show might end here, Bear laughed. So it seems. We'll see, Vilma replied indifferently. For some reason, she believed Jaden would win, perhaps Oliv's intuition. On the stage, the slightly dispirited Jaden straightened up once more. No one noticed the glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 413, Be More Relentless. Annihilate Void. Slash and Shatter. Jaden once again channeled his profound energy with an overwhelmingly fierce momentum, charging towards Joab. Instantly, spatial power intertwined with destructive force, forming wave-like ripples that materialized into radiant knives. These not only suppressed the space around Joab, but also slashed toward every vital point of his opponent with razor-sharp precision. Meanwhile, the destructive power merged with dazzling blade light, slicing directly at Joab's head. After these 2 slashes, Jaden felt a sense of emptiness in his profound energy reservoir. Even with his foundation, continuously engaging with Joab's triple-layered blade momentum was straining him. However, this was precisely what he wanted. He had put everything on the line just now to reach this feeling. As the saying goes, without breaking down one cannot build up. Only by constantly pushing to the brink can one break through limitations. Sadly, after releasing those 2 slashes, he felt that he hadn't broken through yet. It was still a little off. Facing Jaden's fierce attack, Joab didn't dare be careless either. With all his might, he swung his sword. 2 supreme divine techniques were instantly cast by Joab, causing countless sharp sword lights to radiate through the sky. Golden, blinding light shone brightly, the essence of metal. At this moment, Joab exerted all he knew about the essence of metal, utilizing it to its full potential. His comprehension of essences far surpassed Marvin. He had confidence in breaking Jaden's assault. In mere moments, their attacks clashed together. Joab's essence of metal penetrated the spatial lock instantly, shattering all surrounding light blades. A massive sword beam met Jaden's radiant blade light. Rumble. Space violently trembled, air vaporized instantly, and the thunderous sound made everyone have to use their profound energy to withstand it. The protective barrier on the life or death platform swayed as if about to break. Fortunately, under such a powerful clash, the barrier remained intact, preventing any aftereffects from affecting the audience below. This collision lasted a good 15 minutes before finally calming down. As the air cleared and the glow faded, the figures of both combatants were revealed. Joab groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping his mouth, he looked at his opponent and laughed, a laugh filled with triumph and mockery. He had won. Jaden's body swayed slightly, covered in wounds, barely standing with the support of his long sword. He seemed to be at the end of his strength. It's still not enough, just a little more. Jaden muttered inwardly. His profound energy was nearly depleted, but he had caught that breakthrough feeling. He just needed that final explosive push. He stood up straight, holding his void-cleaving saber firmly pointed forward. Everyone seemed stunned by Jaden's tenacity, their breaths catching momentarily. It's over, Bear said. Not yet, Vilma countered. Bear smiled silently, stretching lazily, seemingly unconcerned. Xian Tayatsi, sitting beside him, stroked his beard, a flash of sharpness in his old eyes. Dorian remained extremely calm, trusting his disciple fully. Opposite them, the patriarch of the Zhua family wore a victorious smile, a curve already playing at the corner of his lips. Everyone who knew the two contestants seemed to have their own thoughts at this moment. On the platform, seeing Jaden still wanting to fight, Joab sneered. Why bother to be so stubborn when you're backed into a corner? Why not wait for death peacefully? Since that's how it is, let me sever you and your defiance along with you. Joab laughed loudly and lunged at Jaden, brandishing his sword and unleashing a sharp sword beam. Despite his significant expenditure of energy, compared to Jaden, he still had the strength to swing his sword, unlike Jaden who struggled to even stand. He believed this sword would decide the outcome. Jaden's fighting spirit surged. The lethal and cold sword beam rushed towards him. That killing intent could pierce through his skull in a blink, ending his life on the stage. Intense danger made Jaden feel death's shadow hovering over him, threatening to extinguish his life. Since stepping onto the life or death platform, he never planned to use sky-splitting blade technique. Making this decision was about forcing himself to grow. Before the great calamity arrived, his time was truly limited. He had to be ruthless with himself. Therefore, in this moment, Jaden was utterly resolute. Faced with imminent death, he mobilized his remaining profound energy, focusing it on the void-cleaving saber, and delivered a mighty slash. 8-9 styles, slash and shatter. This was his innate blade technique, born from Heaven's Mandate soul blade art, just like his innate wheel. In times of peril, he instinctively used the technique he knew best and strongest. It carried the defiant brilliance of his soul, flowing forth like a torrent. He can still retaliate. Seeing Jaden raise his saber, Joab's pupils constricted. Then, an ear-splitting roar rang out as his sword beam collided with Jaden's blade light. Boom! A powerful surge blasted Joab backward, spraying blood mid-air. He was almost at his limit and already significantly injured. Unprepared for the sudden collision, he was struck by the backlash. Opposite him, Jaden floated aimlessly like a piece of driftwood, tossed into the air, tumbling before crashing to the ground. On the Cornell 4 death platform, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood but, amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, staggered to his feet. Moreover, people noticed a faint smile hanging on Jaden's lips. At this critical juncture, he was still smiling. Everyone could tell Jaden was smiling confidently, a smile of satisfaction. Did he have a counter-strategy? People were puzzled, turning to look at Joab. He regained his balance, his blood-stained mouth revealing piercing cold eyes. Clearly, Joab still had the strength to wield his sword, leaving Jaden, who was practically exhausted, in a dire situation. At this point, most thought Jaden wouldn't survive another sword strike from Joab. Blocking the previous attack was likely his last act, leaving no room for further opportunity. Joab, too, believed his next move would kill Jaden and secure the top position. Just a quasi-great power. Why should he challenge me? I deserve this victory. Swoosh. The sword pierced through space as Joab called upon his last reserve of profound energy, delivering a final blow that lit up the stage. Just as everyone thought Jaden was resigned to death, Jaden moved. Gripping the void-cleaving saber firmly, he slashed out a dazzling arc of light, meeting the incoming sword head-on. ####Chapter 414. Immediate attack. At the moment Jaden drew his blade, everyone saw a massive vortex of primordial energy form behind him. This guy actually broke through during the battle? Those with keen eyes knew this was a result of a cultivator breaking through to a higher realm, where the profound foundation caused the primordial energy of heaven and earth to gather around. Boom! While everyone was still marveling at Jaden's solid foundation, the two energy forces on the stage clashed, creating a huge sphere of light from the collision of the blade's glow and sword's radiance. The dazzling ball exploded in mid-air, blindingly bright. A figure flew backward. It was Diego, who had been dominating the fight up until now. Having already expended much of his energy, he lacked the strength to withstand the aftermath of his final attack. In contrast, Jaden stood firm, unaffected by the chaotic energy currents swirling around him. The breakthrough did not fully restore Jaden's condition, but the influx of primordial energy like tidal waves replenished his combat power once more. He finally reached the intermediate rank of Divine Bridge, after nearly reaching his limits twice. Jaden took a deep breath, feeling as if he had survived a near-death experience. His gamble paid off. Humans could indeed burst with immense potential when cornered. This potential could shatter barriers. Of course, it might also fail, leading to Jaden's demise. But the path of cultivation was always perilous. Without decisiveness and courage, it was hard to go far. Jaden understood this deeply, which is why he took such actions. He glanced at Diego, who was just getting up from the ground, with a cold stare. It was time to end this battle. Although Diego indirectly helped him break through, in a life-and-death struggle, you either kill or be killed. So, Jaden needed to strike while the iron was hot and eliminate all threats. Jaden's figure darted forward like a streak of light, closing the distance between them in an instant. Diego was terrified. He no longer had the strength to even draw his sword. Facing imminent death, his fear made him instinctively want to beg for mercy, but before he could speak, a flash of cold light cut through his throat, silencing him abruptly. Thud. Diego's head fell to the ground, severed by Jaden's blade, severing his vitality. His body collapsed heavily. SSSSS. The audience gasped in shock as they witnessed Diego's gruesome death. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Jaden had turned defeat into victory, truly unbelievable. Desi and others let out a silent sigh of relief. They knew Jaden wouldn't give up easily. This Kevin always managed to surprise people with unexpected results. From her elevated position, Bear hesitated, rubbing her nose. I really underestimated him. He managed to turn things around in such dire straits, though it certainly had a bit of luck. Vilma smiled. On the path of cultivation, who isn't gambling? Betting on becoming an immortal, betting on eternal life. In my opinion, Vilma continued, her gaze sharp, Jaden seems to be taking a gamble, but in reality, he has already precisely judged the strength of both sides. He must have shown signs of breaking through earlier, using Diego to accelerate the process. Everything was within his calculations. Bear responded with interest. It seems you understand him quite well. Perhaps I should meet this talented Herschel one day. Vilma smiled. You will have the chance. Beside them, Hugo listened to their conversation, stroking his beard contentedly. A hint of approval flickered in his eyes, though it wasn't clear whether it was for Vilma or Jaden. On the stage, Fitz cleared away Diego's corpse. Seeing that Jaden didn't immediately issue another challenge, he didn't urge him. The battle indeed consumed a lot of energy, so it was normal for Jaden to need some time to adjust. After 6 intense battles, logically, Jaden had every right to refuse any further challenges, and no one would criticize him. But Fitz, seeing the Kevin meditating on the stage, knew he still had the will to fight, so he remained silent. Jaden didn't care about the spectators' attention. Calmly, he adjusted on the platform, needing to recover to his peak state to face the next challenger. Due to the earlier vortex of primordial energy, his recovery was quick. In just an hour, Jaden opened his eyes again, his gaze sharp and focused, clearly ready for action. He stood up and declared loudly, "Let's go." Many were ignited by Jaden's fighting spirit, excitement evident on their faces. Undoubtedly, the upcoming battles would only become more exciting. No genius inferior to Diego would appear. Thus, these fights not only provided entertainment but also allowed many observers to compare and refine their own skills. Those with talent often gained insights from other people's battles. For example, Desi and others found Jaden's strength exceeded theirs, offering valuable reference points. So besides cheering for Jaden, they were also scrutinizing themselves for improvement. Just as they were pondering, a tall figure leaped onto the stage. This man carried a long silver spear, exuding remarkable charm and vigor, but his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. The 8th-ranked person on the covert dragon Cornelst, from the Wong family, Gay. Gay couldn't resist making his move. Heard Jaden killed his brother Roscoe. No wonder the killing intent is so intense. Same arena, same conditions. Wonder if Gay can avenge his brother. Some informed cultivators below whispered, growing increasingly excited about the impending battle. Jaden stared at Gay, his expression stern. Though Gay, like Diego, was a great power of the 3rd stage of the Falling Moon realm, his foundation was stronger, a high-grade spirit-grade foundation, not to be underestimated. Though Jaden had a middle-grade saint-grade foundation, which was higher than Gay, his cultivation level lagged behind. Therefore, under these circumstances, Jaden could not guarantee the outcome of this battle. Only by fighting would he know. His plan was to seek opportunities and breakthroughs in the battle. Kill. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they charged at each other, dispensing with unnecessary words and plunging directly into the fight. Clang. The first clash of the long saber and spear sent a powerful wave of energy surging across the stage, stirring up a fierce wind. They quickly separated and distanced themselves, then swiftly closed back in for another intense bout of fighting. Clearly, both were experienced fighters. Seemingly probing, each move was potentially full force, keeping the opponent on edge and demanding utmost concentration. Deception and truth intertwined, making every move unpredictable. From Gay's perspective, although he had observed Jaden's previous battles and had a rough idea of his techniques, Jaden's recent breakthrough introduced unknown variables. Hence, he approached cautiously. Similarly, Jaden had yet to grasp Gay's true abilities after just engaging, so he did not dare act rashly. He could see that Gay was more patient than the previous challengers. A skilled hunter knows how to seize the right moment, never missing his prey. A Malchan opponent was the most terrifying. Chapter 415, Battle King Strategy. Half an hour had passed, and Jaden and Gay had already clashed in several rounds of probing and all-out attacks. Each of them had their own strategies, taking turns to gain the upper hand. On the platform, the crowd only saw 2 figures colliding repeatedly, generating fierce gusts of wind with each clash. Clang. After another collision, they were thrown apart, quickly retreating before stabilizing at opposite ends of the platform. A smirk appeared on Gay's lips. After multiple clashes, he seemed to have a clearer understanding of how to slay Jaden. Now, a confident smile finally graced his face. Jaden was indeed strong, stronger than he imagined. At least before the battle, Gay wouldn't have believed that a near-great being could exert such power. Thankfully, he hadn't underestimated his opponent from the start, but approached the fight cautiously. Now, with his thoughts gradually becoming clear, Gay decided to abandon any feints and deliver true strength. He swore to kill Jaden today, to avenge his deceased brother and restore the honor of the Wong family. Across from him, Jaden's expression remained eerily calm, his dark black sky fragment blade firmly held, showing no signs of disturbance. The 2 warriors stared at each other, temporarily holding back their next moves. Despite the seemingly peaceful stage, the air was thick with lethal intent. Any observer could tell that the true battle was about to begin, with both prodigies ready to go all out. The victor would soon be determined. Above, the patriarchs of the Wang and Zhou families leaned forward slightly, revealing their concern. Everyone's attention was focused intently on the platform, not a single person distracted. SSSHHHHH. Gay made the first move, launching a wave of gun energy even before he reached Jaden. The temperature on the platform soared instantly as flames enveloped the space, a crimson glow filling every corner, evaporating the air. Massacre force. Jaden moved too, dashing forward with the sky fragment blade, slicing through the air in a blood-red arc, tearing through the spatial fabric with destructive force as it met Gay's attack head-on. In mid-air, the red light and blood glow merged indistinguishably. The red light was sharp, while the blood glow was icy and severe. Their collision produced a 100-meter-high surge of energy. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated across the platform. Blinding, terrifying light flooded the scene, so intense it was impossible to discern which energy it belonged to. Only surging energy waves rotated at the center point, then collapsed, shattering the space around them. The searing heat began to dissipate, and the blood glow gradually dimmed. Both fighters were injured in this clash. Jaden's blade finally broke through Gay's defenses, leaving a deep, frightening cut across his chest, flesh torn open and blood dripping onto the blue bricks. Meanwhile, Gay's spear left a gaping hole in Jaden's right chest, a gory wound from which blood spurted out like a fountain. Clearly, Gay had the upper hand, suffering minor injuries for a heavy blow to Jaden. However, Gay couldn't feel triumphant, as Jaden's wound was healing at an astonishing rate, the bleeding diminishing almost immediately. Amazing recovery ability. Gay's eyes narrowed. He had previously relied on physical endurance without fear of exchanging blows, but now he realized Jaden's physique was far superior to his own, perhaps surpassing him by more than just a margin. With this realization, Gay understood that trading blows might not work and must follow his original plan. Jaden's expression remained serene. Gay's full application of the fire essence was indeed extraordinary. If not for his ancient immortal body, his skin and flesh would likely be burnt away. He had his strengths, and I have mine. Facing such a well-matched opponent, Jaden saw an opportunity to seek his next breakthrough. With this thought, Jaden's fighting spirit soared, and he took the initiative. Wasteland Divine Fist. Slashing force. This time, Jaden combined fists and blade, launching both simultaneously, elevating his attack. A torrent of destructive force swept across the platform, engulfing Gay. Gay's pupils contracted. Jaden's display destruction was nearly at the level of an essence, possibly even stronger than a regular essence great being. Fostered, Gay clearly felt that despite not being an essence, Jaden exceeded the power of one. This boy truly possesses terrifying talent. Gay acknowledged that he could never achieve such feats at Jaden's level. Jaden was also younger, and once he reached the essence great being realm, he might possess unimaginable combat prowess. No, he won't get that chance. He will surely die under my spear. Gay swiftly dismissed such thoughts. There is no what if in this world. The present moment offers the best opportunity. When Jaden issued the life or death challenge despite his inadequate cultivation, proclaiming he would accept all challenges from the latent dragon Cornelst, it was exceedingly arrogant. Though Herschelful arrogance can be forgiven, overconfidence often leads to a hard fall, possibly irreparable. He, Gay, was the one who would make Jaden fall hard from the top. Before he grows any further, everything must be extinguished. As Gay wished, as the Wang family desired, Gay was not overconfident. He trusted his abilities. Kill. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Gay decisively struck, releasing overwhelming power from his long spear, fully utilizing the fire essence. Intense heat rolled forth, burning everything in its path. An impeccable mastery of his renowned high-grade divine skill. With his skill against skill, Gay was confident that his cultivation level would suppress Jaden's twin attacks. Indeed, when the fiery spear energy met the annihilation force, there was a violent explosion, followed by rolling heat waves. Then, the spear energy crushed both the fist shadow and the blade light, with leftover energy rushing toward Jaden. Across from him, Jaden's calm gaze finally shifted. The fully committed Gay was indeed much stronger than Diego. Moving from the 8th position on the latent dragon, Cornelst up to 7th certainly raised the bar. However, Jaden was prepared and not unduly worried. As the spear energy shattered his assault, he responded instantly, wielding his sky fragment blade without hesitation, meeting the spear head-on, fearless and unwavering. The brilliant blade light collided with the spear energy boldly. Chapter 416. Another breakthrough. Boom. Gay's spear aura had weakened, ultimately blocked by Jaden's blade light. But everyone could see that in this clash, Jaden was clearly at a disadvantage. Gay only used one move, whereas Jaden had to use 3. This time, there shouldn't be any surprises. Jaden should lose, Bear said with a smile. You seem to have quite an issue with him, Vilma pouted. Bear shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. His battle with Diego was a stroke of immense luck. There won't be another miracle. His cultivation is inadequate, and it's a significant weakness. Vilma retorted. Who says there can't be 2 miracles? Do you think it's realistic? Bear laughed derisively. Vilma remained silent. She indeed didn't believe it this time, but still hoped more than Bear did. On the stage, Gay stood with his spear and calmly said, Jaden, you've fought well to hold out against me so far. If not for our different positions, I wouldn't bear to kill a genius like you. Then, his tone turned cold. But I must avenge my brother. You must die. If you want a dignified end, commit suicide. Jaden raised an eyebrow. So Gay wanted to use words to undermine his will to fight? Unfortunately, his resolve was unshakable. No mere words could sway him. Kill. Without further ado, Jaden unleashed his full power as his inner mana surged. Lock space. Scarlet Blood Slayer Blade. Jaden's 2 strikes confined the space around Gay, and a straight line of blood-red blade light aimed directly at Gay's head. Humph, stubborn fool. If that's the case, I'll destroy you utterly. Gay's face darkened as he raised his spear, infused with the essence of fire. The blazing flame instantly shattered the trapped space, colliding the red spear aura with the blood-red blade light. Rumble. The blade light shattered, the spear aura vanished, and a powerful wave of energy spread from the collision point, stirring up fierce winds. Jaden, after striking, quickly retreated but was still hit by the residual shockwave, coughing up blood. Fostered he paid it no mind, steadying himself. Amalch injuries were insignificant to him. With his robust ancient immortal body, he naturally leveraged this advantage. Every bit of this edge increased his chances of victory. Moreover, the fluctuations in his mana during intense battles hinted at potential breakthroughs, which gave him some confidence. Opposite him, Gay frowned. He sensed Jaden's strength had grown slightly stronger than before. Initially, he thought his attack would both break through the defense and threaten his opponent, but instead, it resulted in a stalemate, which irked him. However, Gay didn't worry too much. Given his own exhaustion, it was normal for his control over strength to waver. Thinking this, Gay lunged forward as a streak of light, attacking Jaden. This strike was one of his other deadly techniques. Jaden would either die or be severely injured. Shoo! Before reaching, his spear already tore through the space with scorching heat, suffocating all who witnessed it. A terrifying spear aura descended, shining brightly, as if piercing through the sky, extremely horrifying. Facing such a formidable attack, Jaden remained grave, fully unleashing his mana. The void-splitting blade shone brilliantly before slashing out. The blade light stretched for dozens of yards, meeting Gay's attack head-on. Boom! The descending force pierced through space, smashing the stage into a large crater, showcasing the ferocity of the collision. Jaden couldn't escape the explosion's center, getting hurled away by the turbulent air, landing heavily nearby. Similarly, Gay wasn't spared. The explosive energy exceeded his expectations, catching him off guard as he fell from the sky, almost landing awkwardly. But Gay, being stronger, steadied himself after a slight stagger. His expression was grim. His powerful strike failed to achieve the desired effect. Jaden, despite spitting out more blood, remained undeterred, capable of continuing the battle. Truly resilient. Gay cursed inwardly. At this point, he had no choice but to use his ultimate skill to finish Jaden. Originally, he didn't intend to because of the immense toll, but now it seemed necessary. Jaden's wounds healed rapidly before Gay. If he didn't decisively defeat him, the fight might drag on indefinitely. Making up his mind, Gay thrust his spear forth. Amaldenly, the sky above the arena turned crimson as a massive phantom spear broke through the air, swiftly stabbing down. Facing the colossal spear, Jaden showed no fear. His inner chi roiled, releasing strong battle intent. In life-threatening moments, he didn't retreat, but embraced the indomitable will. As his mana surged, his blade buzzed before he shouted, "Slash!" Blade light burst forth, forming a path upward, blocking the phantom spear. Time seemed to freeze as spear and blade met, locked in midair. Jaden spat blood, clearly under immense pressure. The spear felt like a mountain, threatening to crush him. Amel rendering now would mean instant annihilation by this overwhelming power. But Jaden stood firm, his back unwavering, holding the void-splitting blade aloft. As long as the blade light held, he hadn't lost. The battle had escalated to a direct confrontation, and everyone's hearts raced. Would Gay crush Jaden, or would Jaden rise against the tide and defeat Gay? Crack! Crack! Soon, two muted sounds echoed. Some were puzzled. Was one from the nearly shattered blade light? Where did the other come from? Just as they wondered, the previously cracked blade light erupted into a blinding glow, radiantly blossoming in midair. Chapter 417. I said it. What's going on? Impossible. Jaden is turning the tide again? What terrifying talent does he possess? Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the rekindled gleam of the blade, their breathing growing more rapid. Even the experienced figures watching from above could not help but turn their attention. The smile that had graced the head of the Wong family's face froze in place, motionless. I told you, miracles do happen, Vilma smiled wryly. Bear also gaped, observing Jaden's sudden surge in momentum, a clear sign of a breakthrough. And this time, it wasn't in cultivation level but in foundation. Based on Bear's knowledge, no one had ever been known to enhance their foundation during battle. While he understood that foundations could be ranked, solidifying them was traditionally a gradual process, like a stream slowly turning into a mighty river. Even someone with an abundance of cultivation resources, such as Bear, had only managed to achieve a lower Saint grade foundation by now. And yet, Jaden, who already possessed a middle Saint grade foundation, was still improving, and abruptly so, leaving Bear astonished. Initially, when Jaden displayed his middle Saint grade foundation, Bear hadn't paid much attention since his cultivation level was too low. If not for his foundation, he would have been killed long ago. But seeing Jaden break through under such pressure, Bear couldn't help but regard him differently. One coincidence might be luck, but two were suspicious. Corneltal sister, once this matter is over, we must meet this Philippe, Bear said solemnly. Vilma blinked and replied, the battle isn't over yet. Whether he wins is still uncertain. Besides, even if he beats Roscoe, there are still formidable opponents ahead who might kill him. Bear's eyes flashed as he said gravely, he won't die. Vilma curled her lips and fell silent. Down below, the suddenly intensified glow of the blade shattered the spear shadow in Gay's wide-eyed gaze. Boom! A powerful burst of energy reverberated outward. The undiminished blade light collided with the arena's defensive barrier, causing it to shake violently. Gay suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether from overexertion or the after effects of the attack, his face now resembled paper, and the confidence in his eyes had vanished. Why? Inside, Gay raged. He couldn't fathom how Jaden could break through, especially in foundation. What Gay didn't know was that all this was due to the immortal chi within Jaden's body. When he first obtained it, Jaden remembered Trace's words. Immortal chi couldn't be used directly but could refine one's foundation. Thus, Jaden constantly refined his foundation using immortal chi, like sharpening a blade, never stopping. Under the influence of immortal chi, Jaden could feel his foundation improving visibly, something that used to take a month before. It was this constant refinement that gave Jaden the confidence to ascend in the midst of extreme combat. With the pressure on his chi increasing, the refining speed accelerated significantly, leading to the present situation. Though unexpected, it couldn't have been more perfect. Jaden took a deep breath, feeling the strength surging within him. His eyes gleamed with determination. It was time to counterattack. Kill. Despite Gay still being dazed, Jaden attacked immediately, not caring whether the other man was prepared. Cornelk a streak of light, Jaden appeared before Gay in an instant. The sky-shattering blade, imbued with destructive power, cleaved down towards Gay's head. Clang. Facing death, Gay instinctively raised his spear to block the blow. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted from Gay's head, sending him flying to the edge of the platform, nearly falling off. Cough cough. Gay got up, spitting out blood. The situation had taken a sharp turn. Gay was now clearly at a disadvantage, astounding everyone watching below. No, I won't lose. Awakened by the onslaught, Gay suddenly grinned eerily, a mixture of malevolence and satisfaction. Gay has gone mad? No way. The 8th on the hidden dragon list, driven insane? Quite pitiful. People felt a sudden sympathy for Gay. Had Jaden not broken through, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Unnoticed by anyone, when Gay revealed this expression, the base's eyelids twitched, and a flash of panic crossed his eyes. On stage, Jaden clearly sensed that Gay's aura was different. Jaden, you must die, I said it. Gay roared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that made the platform tremble. His confidence was unmatched. He would not allow himself to be suppressed. He, Gay, could only suppress others, never be suppressed. At this moment, Gay finally unleashed his forbidden technique without reservation. Gay has secret arts? Too frightening. Jaden is in danger again. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, excited by the dramatic turns of the battle. Staring at Gay, Jaden's face turned icy cold, his eyes burning with killing intent. Others might not know, but he did. What people called secret arts were merely foreign techniques. Gay, the prodigy of the Wong family, had indeed cultivated foreign methods. Jaden had always been vigilant, so this wasn't unexpected. Only Jaden's perception noted the faint gray light emanating from Gay's surface, unnoticed by others. Facing these foreign techniques, Jaden's killing intent burned uncontrollably. Colluding with foreigners deserves death. Jaden's expression was indifferent, his killing intent surging like a torrent, towering high. What's happening? Jaden is getting stronger again? How many hidden cards do these two have left? Onlookers gaped in confusion. Die. With the foreign techniques activated, Gay seemed to have lost much of his reason. His eyes flashed with an eerie gray light, and without noticing Jaden's change, he charged forward with his spear. Jaden showed no fear. His long blade flipped deftly as he met the charge head-on. Boom. The spear's light and the blade's glow clashed mid-air, shaking the platform with explosive force. Their clash surpassed anything seen before. Die. Jaden deflected Gay's spear thrust and immediately slashed with the sky-shattering blade. Empowered by killing intent, the dozens of feet-long blade light tore through space, ruthlessly cleaving downward. Chapter 418, Grimace. Rumble. Two powerful energies collided fiercely, the intertwining light and shadow unleashing a tempest that rent the air with a buzzing sound. Jaden and Gay were each thrown back to the edges of the platform. After their bout, both appeared evenly matched once more. Everyone was astonished. Up until this point, both combatants seemed capable of enhancing their power, indicating they had hidden much of their true strength. No one knew how long this battle would continue, and speculation spread among the crowd. What they didn't know was that at this moment, the killing intent burning in Jaden's heart was rising steadily. Only Jaden himself understood that when this foreign-ignited rage reached its peak, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to slay Gay. Traitors who colluded with foreigners could not be forgiven. This killing intent was his most formidable weapon against them. For Jaden, it was clear. But across from him, Gay's expression was increasingly grim. He had already employed the foreign martial arts techniques, yet he still couldn't subdue Jaden, which left him struggling to accept the situation. After all, with his current combat prowess, even high-tier grandmasters, those beyond the Amaln-down realm, would hesitate to challenge him. And here was Jaden, merely a near grandmaster, not even at the level of an essence grandmaster, matching him blow for blow. Without realizing it, Gay's mindset had drastically changed. From initial confidence, to subsequent shock, and now to frustration. It was evident in his facial expressions. To Gay, maintaining parity with Jaden after such intense fighting was a disgrace. Therefore, Jaden must die, and by his hand, no matter the cost. At this thought, Gay sneered viciously. The gray aura around his body grew more distinct, as if he was willing to go all out. Seeing this, Jaden's gaze sharpened, and a thought flashed through his mind. He might be able to take advantage of this situation. At that moment, Gay charged forward with his spear, exuding a power far greater than before. The overwhelming spear glow formed a cage-like barrier, enveloping the area above with searing heat that threatened to incinerate anyone within. Jaden's eyes flickered with killing intent, causing his blade's radiance to intensify. Void Slayer. With a roar, an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged from Jaden's body, enhanced by the power of destruction. This slash had been pushed to its limits. Instantly, a wave of blade light, moving too fast for the eye to follow, relentlessly struck the spear-formed prison. Rumble. The resounding crashes continued unabated. The terrifying energy shocks in midair were relentless. The residual after-effects would tear even a grandmaster to pieces if they were caught off guard. The defense shield on the life-or-death stage shook violently, threatening to shatter, but it held firm, protecting the spectators below. Crack! With a final explosion, the spear glow and blade light vanished simultaneously, turning into points of starlight. Only the lingering scorching heat in the air revealed the intensity of the clash. Once again, it seemed like a draw. This outcome twisted Gay's face even further, the demonic gray glow in his pupils becoming more intense. Gay, use whatever tricks you have. I'll take them all, Jaden said suddenly, unusually verbose and brimming with confidence. I can't be hearing this right. Jaden is taunting Gay. This guy is getting more confident the longer the fight goes on. Humph, don't let your confidence get the better of you, or you'll fall flat on your face. Exactly. What's there to be proud of? His opponent is Gay. Whispers spread among the crowd, opinions varied widely, but most did not hold high hopes for Jaden, considering Gay's reputation and his recent display of formidable hidden skills. Though Jaden heard these murmurs clearly, he paid them no mind. He had his own agenda, believing Gay couldn't withstand such provocation. Indeed, Gay's eyes blazed with increased gray light as he snarled, Jaden, you're asking for death. Then, beyond just the flowing gray light, thin wisps of gray smoke began to emerge from Gay's body. It was still minimal, concealed by the light, but Jaden believed that with time, Gay would inevitably expose himself. If Gay exposed his foreign martial techniques in public, the Wong family would suffer greatly, possibly being eradicated root and branch. Thus, Jaden's objective would be achieved. By exploiting Gay's loss of control, he could successfully eliminate one of the foreigners' collaborators in the imperial capital, a great boon for Yuxian. The fewer aides the foreigners had, the less threat they posed in the future. Opportunities like this were rare and must be seized. Now, for Jaden, the outcome of the fight mattered less. What mattered was agitating Gay further. With Gay increasing the use of foreign martial techniques, Jaden's internal killing intent burned even fiercer. From above, the patriarch of the Wong family felt an ominous premonition, his expression darkening. He attempted to send a message to Gay through the protective barrier, hoping to snap him out of it. However, his transmission went unheard. Damn! The patriarch cursed inwardly but couldn't act openly. So many people watched. If he disregarded propriety and intervened, the cost would outweigh the benefits. For now, he could only hope Gay would come to his senses. Kill. On the life or death stage, without waiting for Gay to make a move, Jaden launched his attack first. With waves of killing intent, his void-slaying saber tore through space, releasing destructive power in a blinding flash as it cleaved downward. Burst! Gay roared in fury, his spear glowing with endless gray spear lights wrapped in fire essence. It charged forward irresistibly. Rumble! The fierce impact sent Jaden flying back while Gay stood his ground. Clearly, Gay had regained the upper hand. I told you, you're looking for death. Seeing the effectiveness of his enhanced technique, Gay smirked and rushed forward, spear in hand. A faint smile flashed across Jaden's eyes, an unnoticeable triumph. Feigning weakness indeed bore unexpected results. Of course, driving Gay to madness was only the first step. Next, Jaden needed to suppress Gay thoroughly, pushing him to act without regard for consequences. At this thought, the dam of Jaden's killing intent broke free in torrents. Instantly, a blade of light hundreds of feet long cut through the sky, slicing directly toward Gay's head. Gay's eyes widened in shock. His spear lights shattered completely. In the critical moment, instead of retreating, Gay advanced, thrusting his spear again. A massive gray spear light emerged, meeting the blade light head-on. Chapter 419, finally exposed. Boom. Despite Gay's timely reaction, he was still sent flying by the terrifying blade light. This slash was delivered by Jaden with boundless killing intent, carrying a strong purpose. Naturally, Gay's alien technique could not block it. Puff! Gay spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, his body shaking violently, clearly suffering significant impact. Cough! With his head lowered, Gay coughed up more blood. Then, propping himself up with his long spear, he struggled to stand. Gay's face was now grotesquely distorted, his eyes blazing with fury that seemed capable of burning through space. The gray light in his pupils shot several feet outward. In contrast, Jaden remained calm, standing at ease on the platform without any haste to act. Gay, didn't you want to kill me? Show me your true strength, Jaden said with a slight smile, taunting him once again. Jaden believed that with Gay in this state, these words would ignite the rage within him. Amalra enough, Gay suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his hair disheveled and the blood at the corner of his mouth making him appear deranged. Jaden, it's you who has forced me to this. I will turn you into ashes. As he spoke, Gay lifted his head abruptly, and the gray light from his eyes spread out, gradually enveloping the entire platform. At the same time, gray mist flowed rapidly over his skin, suddenly bursting forth into the sky. In an instant, Gay was encased in gray mist, with a massive gray mist dragon twisting and writhing menacingly behind him. Hiss! What kind of technique is Gay using? The crowd could no longer contain themselves. They gasped in astonishment, no longer whispering but shouting out loud. It's an alien race technique. Heaven! So Gay is collaborating with aliens, learning such underhanded methods. How despicable. No wonder he's so powerful, all for naught. To align with the alien race, truly beneath us. As one of the top geniuses of the Wong family, I think the Wong family is definitely involved. Amaldenly, everyone turned against Gay, pointing fingers at him and the Wong family. High above, the patriarch of the Wong family looked livid, wanting to argue but unable to find words, merely moving his lips slightly. The other 5 patriarchs each wore different expressions but did not comment. Facing them, Bobby maintained a calm expression, while Dorian and others showed indifference. At this moment, Bear stood up and announced loudly, Gay has conspired with the alien race. This prince will represent the royal family to thoroughly investigate this matter and not show any leniency. Upon hearing this, the base's gaze darkened instantly, appearing much older. Investigate? Must investigate thoroughly. Royal might. Well done, great Sheen. The crowd cheered, revealing their indignant looks. The match is won by Jaden. Bring Gay away. Before Bear finished speaking, Gay, as if he couldn't hear the crowd's words, only saw Jaden before him as his opponent. At the peak of his gray mist surge, his spear struck decisively. A terrifying gray mist dragon, accompanied by fiery principles, lunged toward Jaden, the air evaporating instantly in its path, space shattering, its might overwhelming. Dare you? Igor waved his hand to stop it. After all, the outcome was certain. He had to protect Jaden. But what Igor didn't know was that Jaden had been anticipating this moment. So when Gay moved, Jaden also acted simultaneously. Gay's alien techniques pushed Jaden's inner killing intent to its peak, like a raging fire burning fiercely, needing release. Instinctively, Jaden slashed with the void-shattering blade, the dazzling blade light falling from the sky, cutting through everything and striking forcefully. Boom! The intense tremor shattered the blue bricks on the platform, the formidable defensive barrier finally breaking apart. Igor was startled. The collision between these two young men could break through the defense set by a quasi-ascended immortal, indeed formidable. But there was no time for contemplation. Igor retracted his blocking hand, choosing instead to control the reverberations, preventing the energy waves from reaching the audience below, part of his duty. Below, the crowd's hearts raced, nearly summoning mana barriers to fend off the aftershocks. Just as they were horrified, they seemed to hear a muffled sound. Then they looked up sharply. They saw that the ferocious gray mist dragon had already dispersed some time ago. At the center of this dispersion, a terrifying bloodline extended from Gay's brow to his chest. Drip drip, blood followed the bloodline, dripping onto the platform, crimson and stark. Crack! Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gay split into two halves, his lifeless body crashing to the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. Gay is dead. Until the last moment, no one could believe their eyes. Gay, whose power increased continuously by practicing alien techniques, had actually been slain by Jaden. Jaden was truly terrifying. Huff. The battle ended abruptly, leaving everyone speechless, only able to breathe deeply. Top ranker. Top ranker. Top ranker Jaden. Amaldenly, someone shouted from the crowd below, and soon countless voices joined in. People strained their voices, red-faced, venting their emotions. Not only were they awed by Jaden's combat record, but because he had publicly executed an alien collaborator, showing great bravery. Faced with aliens, most Alia cultivators were united in enmity. Thus, Jaden's action brought joy to everyone, causing them to cheer. On the platform, Jaden smiled slightly, listening to the shouts, feeling some emotion stir within. Ultimately, these Alia cultivators would become eternal stars resisting the alien invasion, just like him. With these people fighting alongside him, why fear the aliens? A sense of righteousness surged within Jaden, urging him to eradicate all aliens and restore peace to Alia. After a long pause, Jaden took a deep breath, calming his mind. The cheers below diminished, but the crowd's gazes grew even more fervent and reverent. Igor was clearing Gay's body and repairing the life and death arena when Bear's voice came through. Slightly dissatisfied, Jaden, why didn't you leave him alive? Jaden looked at Bear, replying calmly, not that I wouldn't, but at that point in the battle, I couldn't hold back my force. Killing him felt right. Chapter 420, Battle of the Blade Practitioners. Bear stood on higher ground, looking down at Jaden. As a member of the royal family, his previous words were absolute and brooked no disobedience. If it weren't for his intention to recruit Jaden, he would have had him apprehended already. Nevertheless, Bear needed to maintain his authority. Jaden's excessive calmness was slightly displeasing. Thus, Bear coldly said, Gay's actions involve foreign races. You acted rashly by killing him, overstepping your authority. You are also guilty. Am I guilty? Jaden smiled faintly and retorted. To find a pretext for condemnation is never difficult. Bear's face turned ashen, ready to exert more pressure. However, Alastair interrupted. Your Highness, this duel has yet to end. Do not spoil everyone's enjoyment. Alastair's words seemed disrespectful to Bear, but after a brief moment of contemplation, Bear ceased pressuring Jaden and instead looked at the head of the Wong family. Go arrest Shaw. Bear commanded directly. With Gay collaborating with foreigners, the Wong family naturally required an investigation. But Bear executing these actions in public was unexpected. By doing so, the Wong family was likely to be removed from the imperial capital. And Reed behind Bear appeared beside Shaw and said indifferently, please. Shaw did not resist, leaving the Yushin Academy listlessly under the old man's escort. Seeing the matter resolved, Bear glanced at Jaden once more before quietly sitting down. The crowd held their breaths, fearing they might offend the royal family. Only when Fitz asked Jaden did the crowd return their attention to the life or death platform. Continue? Fitz asked. Continue. Jaden nodded. He must push through this while still in the prime state. Amouch breakthroughs could only be felt during combat. After several intense battles, his enlightenment became deeper, needing just a catalyst. Jaden sat calmly on the platform, regulating his breath as he awaited the next challenger. He actually wants to accept another challenge. No wonder this Kevin can overshadow all prodigies. His bravery alone surpasses ordinary people. A role model for our generation. More and more people began to admire Jaden, believing that after today, his reputation would spread throughout every corner of the imperial capital. Soon, as Jaden opened his eyes again, a figure slowly ascended onto the life or death platform. Seeing this person, Bear frowned. Why is he here too? Clearly, Bear didn't wish for this person to appear on the stage. 7th place on the covert dragon Cornelst, Dale. Has he lost patience as well? Another spectacular battle. The crowd watched eagerly. Jaden and Dale exchanged glances. Without any further words, they began fighting. To Jaden's surprise, Dale was also a blade practitioner. Though Dale's cultivation wasn't as high as Gay's or Diego's, he was only at the first stage of the Falling Moon realm, His blade skills were impeccable. His combat strength was terrifying. No wonder he ranked above Gay. However, while surprised, Jaden felt more delight. Fighting Dale would verify his learning and hasten his enlightenment. Dale had long observed Jaden's abilities below the stage, hence his burgeoning fighting spirit. Both being blade practitioners, he wanted to compete with Jaden. In an instant, countless beams of light crisscrossed the platform, unclear whether they belonged to Jaden or Dale. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of clashes echoed incessantly. Within a short time, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Jaden gradually grew familiar with Dale's techniques, responding more effortlessly. Dale's blade style differed greatly from his. It was more intricate and often unforeseeable. Had it been a common cultivator fighting Dale, a minor mistake would lead to critical injuries, then death. Fortunately, Jaden's proficiency in blade skills was also notable, thus Dale couldn't take advantage. Moreover, Jaden detected some clues. From Jaden's observation, Dale mastered 3 layers of blade momentum, then directly advanced into the essence realm without pursuing the extreme of blade momentum. Unlike Dale, Jaden aimed to grasp the strongest blade momentum, the invincible blade momentum, through continuous combat before delving into the essence realm. Hence, Jaden knew he needed to comprehend the invincible blade momentum to win Dale, akin to comprehending his self-blade intent previously. Your blade isn't my match yet. Dale swung his blade apart from Jaden, speaking calmly. Not yet. One should never hastily draw conclusions until the final moment. Jaden replied confidently. This confidence wasn't blind. He had support. He practiced the Cornelf-bound knife wheel, enhancing the power of his blade techniques over other methods and suppressing the opponent's blade skills to a degree. Jaden believed Dale sensed this. But there must be unknown trump cards since Dale dared say such things. Amalra enough. After probing, Dale finally unleashed his full essence technique, the essence of darkness. The platform dimmed as if shrouded in darkness. Seeing this, Jaden didn't dare to underestimate. He had practiced the Dark Shadow Soul Severing Blade, knowing the oddity of such techniques, especially combined with the essence of darkness. However, having trained with Ashton, Jaden understood the essence of darkness fairly well, hence not fearful. At this moment, Dale didn't seem to make much movement, but Jaden perceived countless cold winds approaching from the dim surroundings. They weren't winds but sounds of blades slicing through space. Slaughter form. Jaden slashed out a bloody arc of light, unleashing destructive force towards the source of the cold wind. A loud roar echoed. Under the dimness, infinite rays burst, scattering the bloody knife light and vanishing the invisible blade wind. Dale's eyes flashed with surprise. Jaden's calm response was beyond his expectations. Not many could see through his blade skills enhanced by the essence of darkness. Dale realized Jaden must have an understanding of the essence of darkness. Dale smiled lightly. Jaden was indeed a good opponent, but victory would ultimately belong to him. Kill. Dale growled lowly, flipping his long knife, unleashing the essence of darkness again. The blade flashed, disappearing into darkness, its destination unknown. Chapter 421. Unyielding. Break. Jaden's eyes gleamed sharply, as if he could pierce through the darkness and see everything clearly. A brilliant blade of light slashed out, tearing through the darkness with sheer force. Waves of destructive power surged forward in an overwhelmingly dominant manner. Rumble. Jaden's blade of light successfully intercepted Dale's dark blade not far from his side. Upon collision, a terrifying shockwave rippled outward, spreading its aftereffects and shattering space into fragments. Taking advantage of the expanding aftereffects, Jaden secretly delivered another slash. Shadow Soul Cleaving Blade. Jaden knew that using such a move in front of Dale might be like teaching a master, but he was eager to try it out. Amalra enough. Dale instantly sensed Jaden's intention and sneered coldly, trivial skills. Amaldenly, Dale slightly sidestepped, and with a swift stroke of his long blade, there was a sharp clang. A concealed dagger that had approached under the cover of darkness shattered instantly, posing no threat. Seeing his attack thwarted, Jaden seemed to gain some insight. He felt enlightened and once again unleashed the Shadow Soul Cleaving Blade. The same move, no matter how many times you try, it won't work. Dale smiled indifferently and effortlessly blocked Jaden's blade strike again. However, Dale then noticed that Jaden was relentless, employing the same technique for a third time. Stubborn fool. Just as Dale prepared to counter it the same way, he was surprised to find that the black blade which should have come from behind him reappeared at his side, concealed once more within the darkness. Boom. Ultimately, Dale relied on his formidable strength to fend off this unexpected change. The black blade collided with his long knife, exploding near his waist and nearly shattering his mystical barrier. Although he deflected the attack, Dale's expression turned serious. Was Jaden growing stronger even during their fight? Having witnessed Jaden's previous 2 breakthroughs, Dale did not believe that the latter would have such opportunities again. After all, enlightenment and breakthroughs in cultivation were often rare and unpredictable. For Jaden to experience combat insights twice was already quite remarkable. How could it happen a third time? But the truth stood before him. Jaden's blade technique had clearly begun to embody the rudiments of the secrets of darkness, much stronger than before. Therefore, Dale now appeared exceptionally solemn, realizing he couldn't continue battling Jaden. He must resolve the fight quickly. I must admit, his comprehension is higher than mine. Dale thought to himself. Initially, Dale also hoped for mutual growth, expecting Jaden's prowess in blade work to bring him some insights. But it was clear now that Jaden's comprehension far exceeded his own. If Dale failed to grasp anything new while Jaden progressed faster, understanding even stronger techniques, he would be the one to lose. With this realization, a cold glint flashed in Dale's eyes. His long blade struck forth suddenly, releasing terrifying power as the secrets of darkness loomed over Jaden like dark clouds pressuring the city. In the space, there seemed to be no visible blade, yet it surpassed countless blade strikes. Facing such an assault, Jaden quickly suppressed his joy of comprehending the darkness power and fiercely wielded his sky-shattering blade. Void destruction. This time, when it was hard to track Dale's blade trajectory, Jaden indeed used the space-locking heaven-sealing blade. As destruction and spatial power intertwined, overwhelming energy swept out. Countless blades of light sealed off the surrounding space, effectively protecting Jaden's vital points. Amaldonly, in the dim space, myriad black daggers rained down from the sky, thick and heavy like a torrential downpour. Go! Jaden refused to yield, lifting his sky-shattering blade and guiding the blades of light to precisely meet the black daggers. Rumble, rumble, endless explosions erupted above Jaden's head, ruthlessly crushing the space around him as fierce winds ravaged the platform. For a moment, in midair, only shattered blades of light and vanishing black daggers were visible. The clash between these two forces lasted for nearly half a quarter of an hour before gradually settling down. Though the offensive power had weakened, the resulting shockwaves sent Jaden flying several yards away. In contrast, Dale merely stepped back a few paces and regained his footing. After all, the center of impact was right beside Jaden, so the shock he experienced was much more intense than Dale's. At the edge of the platform, Jaden stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed intensely ahead. His body bore dozens of scratches that cut through his skin, blood seeping out. Having just recovered from his battle with Gay, his body was now inflicted with new injuries. But Jaden was undeterred. With eyes filled with determination, he looked at Dale and said, again. To Jaden, forging an invincible blade aura required fearlessness and moving against the tide. Only then could a breakthrough opportunity arise. Fortunately, his blade soul had long ascended to the invincible realm, providing a solid foundation for the invincible blade aura. This was the source of Jaden's confidence. His foundation in blade work was unmatched by ordinary people. He advanced step by step, reaching this point through deep comprehension. At such a critical juncture, retreating was out of the question. Across from him, Dale saw Jaden's confident demeanor and couldn't help but frown. He was actually dissatisfied with the damage caused by his recent attack. According to his calculations, after unleashing his ultimate technique, Jaden should be severely wounded, if not dead. He shouldn't be able to stand so easily. However, Dale didn't dwell on it. Being a straightforward blade cultivator, he decided to attack again without hesitation. This time, he would use his trump card to swiftly end the battle and kill Jaden. Die! Dale spoke coldly, slicing his long blade through the air. Instantly, the secrets of darkness surged out, displaying his profound understanding. From Jaden's perspective, the entire platform plunged into darkness deeper than before. Meanwhile, endless slashing sounds echoed in Jaden's ears, seeming intangible and untraceable. Jaden was greatly alarmed, realizing he could no longer perceive Dale's hidden blade moves. Clearly, this was Dale's hidden, lethal technique. Focusing intently, Jaden did not panic but increased his mystic energy output, forming a thick mystic energy barrier around him. Simultaneously, Jaden combined fist and blade, using destructive power as the base, creating a tightly woven offensive. Fierce attacks surged outward. Unable to track them, he simply ignored them, knowing that one of his strikes would eventually collide with Dale's blade. Overthinking would only miss the best moment to strike. Indeed, as soon as Jaden's offensive formed, a massive black blade descended from the sky, aiming straight for his head. Chapter 422, Invincible Saber Momentum. Break through for me. Facing the overwhelming might of the black, colossal blade, Jaden roared as profound energy surged forth. The momentum of his punch clashed head-on with the saber's force. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded above Jaden's head. The attacks from both Jaden and Dale deadlocked in midair. Neither the fist shadows nor the light of the black, colossal blade could overpower the other. Seeing this, Dale's expression turned cold. Immediately, his entire body erupted with profound energy, causing the long saber to swirl with currents. The black blade was forcefully pressed down a few inches. Jaden instantly felt the pressure intensify. The chill above him made it feel as though his blood was about to freeze. But he did not panic. Instead, his fighting spirit soared, vowing to determine the victor between him and Dale. Amaldonly, Jaden mobilized all his profound energy. Amidst the swirling sea of chi within him, the energy gushed out. This was his limit. If he couldn't break or withstand the attack, catastrophe awaited. I will never lose. On the brink of exhaustion, Jaden's unwavering will emerged. His posture remained upright, and the hand holding the void-shattering saber did not waver as he continued to resist Dale's strength. Die now! Seeing that Jaden had pushed back the black blade, Dale's eyes gleamed intensely as profound energy poured out to its maximum. The black, colossal blade was once again pressed forward, even becoming more formidable, inching ever closer to Jaden's head. At this moment, Dale's dark profundity had been fully concentrated on the blade, illuminating the surroundings. Those watching from below were left breathless at the scene unfolding before them. In just a brief moment, the battle had escalated into this intense standoff. It was clear to everyone that the outcome of this deadlock would decide the winner. Between Jaden and Dale, whoever couldn't withstand the other's attack would fall. The sudden clarity of the situation made everyone's hearts race, their eyes glued to the life or death stage, fearing they might miss any detail. On the stage, although Jaden felt the pressure multiply again, he still refused to give up, continuously releasing profound energy. As his profound energy rapidly depleted, suddenly his saber soul opened its eyes, revealing a fiery gaze. In an instant, the saber soul, now at the invincible realm, manifested, floating in the air behind Jaden. What is that? Saber soul. It's a saber soul. It's the pure saber cultivator's saber soul. Heaven, how does it seem like Jaden is going to win again? The crowd gasped repeatedly, some even covering their mouths in disbelief. At this moment, Jaden could no longer hear the surrounding noise. His entire perception was focused on the saber soul. For a long time, his saber soul hadn't manifested on its own. Faced with this dire situation, it unexpectedly triggered the bloodline of the saber soul, bringing a pleasant surprise. Instinctively, Jaden sensed that the opportunity for breakthrough was approaching. Though the Saber Soul had no offensive power, it perfectly synchronized with Jaden's state of mind, pushing his fighting spirit to its peak. Since there is no fear, there can only be invincibility. Amaldonly, Jaden's eyes flashed with intensity, and the strong fighting spirit around him solidified into tangible currents, surging upward. Amaldonly, the originally fading saber light blazed brightly, unleashing an incomparable momentum. Crack! The black colossal blade was cracked by this sudden surge, seemingly on the verge of collapse. If the black colossal blade shattered, Dale would undoubtedly be defeated. Dale's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't understand how a mere saber soul could provide such a significant boost to Jaden. He was also a saber cultivator and possessed a saber soul, knowing well its effects. Whether the saber soul remained hidden or manifest, it could only enhance the understanding of the cultivated saber technique and slightly influence one's mental state. Indeed, in certain states, the saber soul could let a saber cultivator exhibit beyond normal strength. But that state was rare and hard to achieve, and the enhancement level far from what Jaden displayed now. Damn it! Dale grew more confused and cursed inwardly. Seeing the gradually crumbling black blade, Dale clenched his teeth, deciding to try everything. He also manifested his saber soul. An ethereal figure appeared behind him, identical in appearance. Right, Dale is also a saber cultivator and has a saber soul. This should be interesting. What's happening? Dale's saber soul clearly doesn't match Jaden's. What's wrong? As the crowd murmured, they furrowed their brows. At this moment, Dale's manifested saber soul obviously lacked the momentum compared to Jaden's. It was like comparing a child to an adult, a huge disparity. What the crowd didn't know was that Jaden's manifestation was spontaneous, while Dale's was intentional, a significant difference. The state Dale had considered before was precisely when the saber soul manifested spontaneously. Furthermore, although Dale was a saber cultivator, his saber soul remained at the initial stage. In contrast, Jaden's had undergone 2 transformations, making it unmatched by ordinary saber cultivators. Thus, when Dale's saber soul appeared, it did not bolster his momentum and served no real effect, only appearing intimidating. Boom crack! At this moment, Dale's dark colossal blade, infused with all his dark profundities, crumbled into specks of light, vanishing into space. Thus, the deadlock, lasting nearly half a quarter of an hour, was resolved by Jaden's sudden surge of momentum. The crowd suddenly noticed that Jaden, previously under pressure, now radiated an overwhelming aura, as if his entire demeanor had changed. That Kevin seemed transformed into a saber. This saber pointed straight toward the sky, its edge forever aiming at the enemy. Witnessing Jaden's transformation, Dale, also a saber cultivator, immediately understood. Jaden had broken through his attack not just because of the saber soul, but due to new insights and completing those insights to achieve a breakthrough. This breakthrough directly elevated Jaden's saber momentum to a higher realm. Dale recalled once pursuing this realm but stalled, and had to abandon it to comprehend profundities. One could say every cultivator had the potential to reach that ideal realm, yet almost none could because it was too difficult. Beyond triple momentum, it wasn't profundity but a separately existing invincible momentum. There were rumors that cultivators who comprehended invincible momentum were the best candidates for mastering the 9 profundities. Dale wasn't sure if the rumor was true, but after personally experiencing it, he deeply felt that his current proficiency in profundities was progressing very slowly, with the 9 profundities feeling increasingly distant. Perhaps, Jaden could really reach that realm. His talent far surpassed his own. Thinking of this, Dale's face showed a desolate expression, a deep sense of helplessness rising in his heart. If given the chance, he would dedicate himself to practice and diligently cultivate the saber, striving to narrow the gap with Jaden, even if he couldn't match him entirely. But now, Dale knew he had no chance. With Jaden grasping the invincible saber momentum, victory eluded him. Chapter 423, A Worthy Opponent. Dale has been defeated. Foster's, his fighting spirit is lost. He no longer has the strength to resist. Even if he still had the will, before Jaden's breakthrough, he could still match Dale. Now that he has broken through, Dale has no chance at all. Pity. He was actually a qualified blade practitioner. Many experts in the crowd sighed regretfully but said nothing more. The life and death platform was unforgiving. One must accept their defeat. Amaldonly, a dazzling blade light flashed on the platform, its unstoppable momentum instantly rushing towards Dale as if it could shatter him at any moment. Dale did not strike back. He closed his eyes and silently prepared for death. However, the pain Dale awaited never came. Dale smiled bitterly. Is his blade so fast that I can't even feel the pain? Abruptly, Dale opened his eyes to see a pitch black, straight long blade stopped at his throat. Jaden, didn't kill me? Dale's expression changed from shock to confusion. He remained motionless and asked, why? Dale did not think Jaden was indecisive. On the contrary, Jaden was very decisive in taking lives, as seen when he killed Diego and Gay without holding back. But why did Jaden spare him? Jaden calmly said, you were a worthy opponent. As fellow blade practitioners, I could sense your final state of mind. So I do not wish to kill you. Go and contemplate this deeply. Perhaps we can fight again one day. Hearing this, Dale stared intently at Jaden, trying to discern something from his face. But Jaden looked completely unperturbed, without a hint of hesitation. Dale took a deep breath and said, I came here to kill you, but you won't kill me? Jaden replied, as a blade practitioner, you don't beat around the bush. When you wielded your blade, I knew you were different from those who came before you. Although you intended to kill me, your killing intent was minimal. You are here to engage in battle with me, which is why you fought me using various techniques. I can tell that you also want to improve your blade skills, so you have fought with me until now. Jaden added, of course, if you hadn't reached an epiphany in your last moment, I would have killed you. If a blade practitioner loses their own blade, there's no point in living. I would have granted you a quick death. Dale suddenly laughed and said, Jaden, you deserve to be at the top. Jaden waved his hand and said, It's just a hollow honor. My goal has been achieved. You may go down. After this battle, your blade will soon experience a breakthrough. Don't miss this golden opportunity. Dale gave Jaden a deep look before nodding slightly and gracefully descending from the platform. Did I see correctly? Dale bowed to Jaden as a student to a master. Didn't you see Jaden not only spared his life, but also gave him some pointers? Truly heroes respect each other. I've never seen someone on the life and death platform spare their opponent. Jaden really deserves the top position. Many people couldn't help but praise him, giving Jaden a thumbs up. In the world of cultivation, making decisive decisions was easy, but controlling oneself and withholding the blade was extremely difficult. It wasn't a matter of strength, but of mental fortitude. To choose to let someone live when one could control their fate was a profound act of magnanimity. Top 1. Top 1. The crowd was profoundly moved by Jaden's actions and called out once more. Above, Dorian smiled and nodded slightly. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire the mystic tower. They chose rightly. The future of the obscure Xian school does not need a heartless killer but a true powerhouse capable of gauging situations and exercising restraint. A strong person understands what they truly need and can lead the school to new heights. Note: I've maintained the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term, obscure Xian school, is kept as it seems to be a proper name. If you have a preferred translation for this name, please let me know. Now, Dorian became increasingly excited about Jaden's future. Once this Kevin matures, he will surely shoulder the responsibilities of the Xian school. Beside Dorian, Hugo stroked his beard with a smile, looking at the Kevin on the platform, his thoughts shifting, unsure of what he was pondering. From Jade Treasure Tower, Rocky whispered, "Girl, this Kevin will be extraordinary." Felicity covered her mouth and laughed. "Uncle you, haven't you always disliked him? Why are you praising him?" Rocky rolled his eyes. "I'm not foolish. I praise where it's due. A talent like him would be rare even among the upper echelons. No wonder you're fond of him." Felicity blushed and said, "Uncle you, what are you talking about? We're just friends." Rocky chuckled but didn't press further. "Then you should stay away from him. The more he shines, the closer he gets to the vortex of Xian. Whether he survives it is uncertain." Felicity turned serious. "I believe he can." Rocky sighed and stopped persuading her. Eventually, someone would come for Felicity, separating them into distant realms, naturally causing many things to fade away. Rocky, being experienced, understood the terrifying nature of distance. Once Felicity met other elite talents, she might not value Jaden as much anymore. Thus, although Rocky verbally advised, he was not worried at heart. At that moment, Jaden didn't know what everyone thought of him. He asked Igor, Senior Ancient, "Can I end the battle now?" Not because he didn't want to continue accepting challenges or feared death, but because he needed to consolidate today's insights. Several consecutive breakthroughs demanded immediate consolidation to form the strongest combat power, or it could affect his foundation. As for the criticism he might face for voluntarily stepping down, Jaden didn't care. His goal had been perfectly achieved. Who wanted that top spot anyway? He had no interest. Igor replied, "The life and death platform was your proposal. The decision is yours. Once you step down, the match ends automatically." In reality, Igor had received a message from Dorian earlier, asking him to stop Jaden from continuing. Clearly, he was protecting this Kevin. Igor, as a senior in the school, knew how important this Kevin was. Now that Jaden proposed to end the match, it saved Igor from saying anything extra. Jaden nodded and, amidst shocked gazes, descended from the platform. "Is that it? Aren't you waiting for other challengers? Doesn't Jaden fear the increasing difficulty?" As people lamented, they speculated and discussed various possibilities. Amaldenly, Hugo stood up, suppressing the discussions with his formidable presence. He loudly announced, "Everyone, I have an announcement to make." Chapter 424. You must come. Everyone's eyes, which had been filled with regret, were instantly drawn to Hugo. Who was Hugo? He was an enigmatic and powerful figure, one whom even the Germain of Qin sought advice from. A person was rarely seen by ordinary people. Now, he appeared before them and was about to make an announcement. Without doubt, it would be a huge event that would shake the imperial capital. The crowd held their breath, eagerly waiting for more. Even Jaden, who had intended to leave for cultivation, stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the old man on high, whose hair and beard were both white, revealing a curious expression. For some inexplicable reason, Jaden felt that Hugo had glanced at him, even with a hint of a smile in his eyes. But when he focused, he found no signs of this on Hugo's face. "This old man is indeed mysterious," Jaden muttered to himself. Hugo's voice, tinged with age, echoed, "1 month from now, the Hugo Pavilion will open the Tianji Cave Heaven. Any mystic cultivator under 40 years old may participate." His words caused ripples among the audience, as if a massive rock had been dropped into a lake. Tianji Cave Heaven. Everyone knew what it was. Legends said it contained countless celestial treasures, and even complete principles available for enlightenment. This was undoubtedly a grand temptation for those capable of grasping these principles. Not everyone could enter Tianji Cave Heaven at any time. It was not a fixed occurrence and entirely depended on the will of the Hugo Pavilion. Moreover, past entries were restricted. Nobles and aristocratic children would fight tooth and nail over a single slot. Once, only the prodigies on the coiled dragon Cornelst were permitted entry, which partly explained why the list was so valued. This time, however, there were no quotas, only an age limit. This excited many insightful individuals. Ignoring the heated discussions below, Hugo didn't offer further explanation and drifted away gracefully. At this moment, Jaden heard a voice in his ear, "Qing Shu, you must come. It's important." Jaden's gaze flickered. Clearly, Hugo had left this message specifically for him while departing. From Hugo's tone, it seemed like he was afraid Jaden wouldn't come, emphasizing it particularly. "This old man has a bit of charm," Jaden mused, rubbing his nose. It seemed Hugo could read his mind. He hadn't initially planned to go. He wanted to spend time studying the ancient scrolls door. He was eager to find the ultimate location before the alien invasion began. As for the talk about complete principles in Tianji Cave Heaven, Jaden wasn't too interested. His intuition told him that whether or not he went there to enlighten himself with complete principles, when he eventually comprehended them, they would be complete. This feeling was hard to define. After several battles on the Cornelf and Death stage, he had gained a vague understanding. He suspected it might be related to the Xunyang City, but didn't dwell too much on it. However, since Hugo had invited him so earnestly, Jaden thought for a moment and decided to visit Tianji Cave Heaven. Perhaps the old man did have something specific in mind. First, though, consolidating his insights was paramount. Though Hugo had left, the square remained buzzing with discussion about Tianji Cave Heaven. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the previous top spot contest, which suited Jaden perfectly. With Hugo successfully diverting attention, few noticed Jaden's departure. Unbeknownst to Jaden, those who cared about him were all watching from higher vantage points, Bear being one of them. Vita, I will hold a banquet at my residence in a few days. Invite Jaden to attend, Bear transmitted quietly. Vilma pouted slightly. I'll try. She didn't outright refuse because she detected a note of certainty in her emperor brother's voice. Among the palace members, she and Bear were close. Knowing his ambitions well, she agreed to help recruit Jaden. Fostered, it couldn't be too direct. As a saber cultivator, Jaden was stubborn and unlikely to accept easily. Vilma blinked and had an idea. Gradually, the discussions faded. By the time people came back to their senses, those up high had already vanished, even their seats disappearing. The vast and empty Cornelf and Death stage only showed traces of fierce combat through broken green bricks. People sighed, then dispersed hurriedly, clearly returning to prepare for participation in Tianji Cave Heaven. In a courtyard within the palace, Dale walked in, dejected. Your Highness, this subordinate has failed. Cornelcoln, expressionless, sipped his tea. I see. Come closer. Dale hesitated but ultimately remained silent, standing behind Cornelcoln. Elon chuckled. Jaden didn't kill Dale, quite impressive. He was ruthless with Diego and Gay. Cornelcoln remarked, quite dogmatic. His sabers are double-edged. Used properly, they are sharp. Mishandled, they can harm the user. Behind him, Dale's eyes flickered at this evaluation. Elon asked curiously, does His Highness intend to recruit him? Cornelcoln smiled faintly. Not in a hurry. Someone else will be more urgent. Let him stir things up. I shall watch for now. Twirling his teacup, Cornelcoln seemed to be plotting. Amaldenly, the quiet Christopher spoke. Dale, how about him? All four understood he referred to Jaden. Dale answered seriously. Very strong, very talented. My saber skills are inferior. Christopher's eyes sparkled with interest. Knowing Dale's character and strength, there were very few young cultivators who could earn such praise from him. Wuya, do you have another rival? Elon teased. Christopher pondered. After he kills you, I will consider fighting him. Elon froze. Wuya, is this how you treat friends? Christopher replied coolly. I have no friends, only rivals. Cornelcoln laughed heartily. Haha, amusing. Fuming inwardly, Elon wished to slap Christopher hard. He knew better than to act. If he moved, he'd lose his hand. Christopher's sword knew no mercy. Despite ranking 5th on the Coiled Dragon Cornelst, Elon was acutely aware of the enormous gap between himself and the top 3. Long ago, he had abandoned any thoughts of challenging them. As for Jaden atop the list, Elon viewed him more as a joke than a formidable opponent. Even after Jaden defeated Dale, Elon felt it was mostly due to luck. On the Cornelf and Death stage, Elon believed Jaden had some skill but also a significant element of fortune in winning the battles. Confronting Elon and his companions, Jaden would have been crushed effortlessly. Thus, Elon had little interest in Jaden. His focus shifted to Tianji Cave Heaven. He asked, Your Highness, will you join us this time? If Cornelcoln participated, Elon was confident none would dare challenge him directly. Kneading his temples, Cornelcoln responded, Let me think. I've got a lot on my plate recently. Chapter 425, The Madman's Hall. 7 days later, when Jaden emerged from his seclusion, he had completely solidified his previous insights, and his strength had improved even further. At this moment, Jaden sought out Ashton to discuss a plan he had harbored for quite some time. Teacher, I wish to establish an organization within the academy, he said. The reason he consulted Ashton was because any student organization at the Yushin Academy required the endorsement of at least one teacher, essentially giving their seal of approval. Of course, another condition for founding such an organization was that the founder must be listed on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Jaden had known these two conditions beforehand, but never had the opportunity to act on it. Now seemed like the perfect time. All the brothers from the Madman's College had arrived, providing a chance for them to gather once again for cultivation. An additional significant benefit of a student organization within the Yushin Academy was the ability to establish an independent courtyard where members could cultivate. Even better, the academy would inscribe acceleration formations to enhance cultivation, which were usually only available to read ranks, adding depth to the academy's resources. This is why many students were keen on joining student organizations. Of course, Jaden's intentions went beyond just gathering for cultivation. He aimed to quickly raise the reputation of the Madman's Hall throughout the capital so that perhaps Sister Patty might hear about him through another channel, making it easier for her to find him. Ashton did not seem surprised by Jaden's idea. It was as if he had expected it. Ashton responded, I have no objection to you forming an organization, but I cannot publicly endorse it. That would draw too much attention. He paused before continuing, however, I can stay behind the scenes. Pedro and Artie can be your public figures. They are both half disciples of mine, trustworthy. Moreover, they are also teachers to some of your friends. If you encounter unsolvable issues, you can still come to me. I will help you resolve them. Jaden clasped his hands in deep gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Ashton waved his hand dismissively. Don't spend too much time on the student organization. Focus on your own cultivation. Try to elevate your realm to the nirvana-shattering stage, and if possible, strive to comprehend the essence of Tao sooner. Jaden nodded. Disciple understands. Ashton nodded approvingly and then called out loudly, "You too. Come here." His voice resonated throughout the cultivation grounds and spread outward. Soon, two figures appeared, one tall and slim, the other with ordinary features, but both exuding sharpness in their eyes. They were none other than Pedro and Artie, whom Jaden had met briefly in front of the Mystic Tower. They bowed slightly and spoke in unison. "Greetings, Palace Lawson." Ashton calmly explained Jaden's plan to them. Pedro and Artie showed slight surprise as they looked at the Kevin who had recently gained prominence. "We will follow Palace Lawson's arrangements," they said respectfully. Clearly, they recognized Jaden standing in Ashton's eyes, or else a simple message would have sufficed. Seeing their agreement, Jaden wisely thanked them. "Thank you, both teachers." Pedro and Artie exchanged glances and smiled. Helping a disciple like Jaden was an honor, and they might even gain the Academy's favor because of it. They followed Jaden out of Ashton's cultivation grounds. Jaden gathered Desi and others, explaining his intentions. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Naturally, this included Taj, Noemi, and the three swordsmen, all of whom were friends of Jaden. Although Felicity was also an Academy disciple, she did not cultivate within the Academy, so Jaden reserved a spot for her whenever she wanted to join. The registration process at the Academy's administration office went smoothly, and they officially registered the name of their organization, Madmen's Hall. This name naturally derived from the Madmen's College, and Desi and the others had no objections, even finding it delightful. Taj was especially excited and blurted out, "What a great name! It sounds much better than Pinnacle Hall. It has a regal aura to it." Jaden and the others immediately darkened in expression. Noemi scolded, "If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet." Taj shrank back, suddenly silent, looking somewhat aggrieved, unsure where he had gone wrong. Ignoring him, everyone proceeded to the assigned courtyard together. The Madmen's Hall was situated on a mountainside, carved out by special means into a spacious area. The courtyard already had a signboard hanging above, bearing the name, Madmen's Hall. Several reeds were busy inscribing formation patterns inside. Seeing this, Pedro and Artie couldn't help but marvel. Typically, the reeds took their time with inscriptions, but today they were unusually prompt, a rare occurrence indeed. Jaden naturally didn't know the specifics. After the reeds finished inscribing the formations, he bowed gratefully. "Many thanks, Vaughns." The reeds smiled warmly, gave friendly nods, and departed the courtyard. Standing in the courtyard, Jaden let out a long breath, feeling one matter off his chest. Now, the brothers could once again share and discuss cultivation methods, evoking nostalgia compared to his solitary life in the capital. Desi and the others curiously inspected the elegant and well-maintained courtyard, noticing how close it was to the rear mountain where the reeds cultivated. Taj's eyes gleamed. Finally, he had found protection. Observing other student organizations, he knew they didn't enjoy such privileges. He couldn't help but remark, "It's true that a big tree provides shade." Due to this statement, during the room allocation, everyone unanimously agreed that Taj should take the smallest room, conveniently placed next to a large tree, perpetually shaded. Taj lamented, feeling terribly treated. Everyone laughed but ignored him, focusing on the benefits of the formation patterns as they began their cultivation. Pedro and Artie also decided to stay in the courtyard, ostensibly to provide better guidance, though technically they could leave. Jaden didn't object either, knowing that having two peak essence Lawsons would make the Madmen's Hall safer. Just as everyone was immersed in cultivation, an untimely voice interrupted from outside the gate. "Everyone from the Madmen's Hall, get out here." ####Chapter 426, Ascending the Golden Peak. Jaden opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing across them. On the very first day of founding the Madmen's Hall, someone had come to pick a fight. Jaden stepped out of his room, followed by Desi and others. Exchanging glances, Taj snorted. "There's no need to guess. It must be those bastards from the Absolute Peak Hall, jealous of us and here to cause trouble." Jaden nodded. Having already established the Madmen's Hall, he had prepared himself for challenges. He just hadn't expected their eagerness. The Tranquil Profound Academy always encouraged competition among students to enhance their strength. Especially between student organizations, the rivalry was fierce. The higher-ranked organizations received richer cultivation resources. This kind of struggle typically did not warrant teacher intervention, essentially tacitly approved. So Pedro and Artie remained inside and did not appear. Jaden and the others came to the courtyard gate, opened the door, and immediately saw a group of uniformly dressed Herschels, both male and female, around 30 in total, all looking fiercely determined. In terms of numbers, the Madmen's Hall was clearly at a disadvantage compared to the Absolute Peak Hall, but cultivators' confidence wasn't measured by numbers, but by individual strength. Thus, Jaden and the others remained composed and unafraid. Taj even cursed directly, "Uriel, are you mentally ill? Why are you yelling around here for nothing?" Clearly, Taj recognized the leading Herschel among the group. Jaden's gaze narrowed. "Hey." It seemed this one was from the Pei family. Uriel said coldly, "Taj, you don't have a say here. You're not qualified." Taj raised an eyebrow. His friends could tease him because they were friends, and he wouldn't mind. But others couldn't. After all, he was still the Chandler of the Dongfang family, and dignity mattered when he went out. Therefore, Taj refused to back down and sneered, "Uriel, someone who can't even make it onto the hidden dragon cornels dares to shout here? Afraid your life isn't long enough?" Uriel was unfazed. "I simply chose not to be on that list. One person from our Pei family is enough. Do you really think I'm like you, a waste of flesh who disgraces the family name?" "Oh, really?" Taj chuckled coldly. "How about we step onto the Cornelf death platform and see whose prowess is greater?" "Himph, brute courage." Uriel rejected outright, saying, "I didn't come here to argue with you. Instead, I'm here on behalf of the Absolute Peak Hall to challenge your Madmen's Hall. Will you accept?" Taj stayed calm and whispered, "Qing Shu, this visit seems less than friendly." Jaden replied, "Let's see what he wants. Don't worry, we can certainly meet any challenge." Taj thought it over. His brother was top of the hidden dragon cornels, with powerful backing. They had nothing to fear in the academy. With renewed confidence, Taj said, Uriel, get to the point. Uriel's face turned cold but continued, any newly established student organization must accept challenges from at least 3 other groups to gain recognition from academy students. This challenge is called Ascending the Golden Peak. After speaking, Uriel couldn't resist adding sarcastically, if you're afraid, tear down the Madman's Hall signboard. Without the general approval, you won't be welcome anywhere in the academy. Taj's eyes flickered slightly. He knew about ascending the Golden Peak, which was almost as challenging as the Mystic Tower. More importantly, it was a team event, requiring more than one person. However, in his years at the academy, he had never heard that failing to ascend the Golden Peak would lead to rejection. It seemed Uriel was pressuring them intentionally. Taj looked at Jaden, who said, we, the Madman's Hall, don't need anyone's recognition. If you dislike us, avoid us. We won't care either way. Uriel frowned, surprised that Jaden was so stubborn. Before he could speak further, Jaden changed tone and said, however, we will accept this challenge. When do we start? Jaden's decision was simple. Taj had briefed him about ascending the Golden Peak, and it was reputedly on par with the Mystic Tower, a rare cultivation ground worth exploring. Seeing Jaden agree, Uriel's face lit up. Excellent, you do have some of the top list holders' demeanor. Noon tomorrow at the foot of the Golden Peak. 6 halls will be waiting for you. Uriel had expected Jaden to show fear upon learning 6 halls would participate, but Jaden remained expressionless and retorted, are you done? Get lost if you are. You wait and see, Uriel sputtered angrily, pointing at Jaden. With that, Uriel swept away, taking the Absolute Peak Hall members with him. After Uriel and his crew left, Taj asked, Qingshu, do you know why the Absolute Peak Hall is called Absolute Peak? Jaden shook his head nonchalantly. He indeed didn't know. Taj explained, the Absolute Peak Hall has a long history, dating back hundreds of years. The founder was the only person to ever reach the top of the Golden Peak, hence the name. Jaden understood, though it didn't faze him too much. Taj continued, you may not fully grasp the implications yet. Because the founder ascended the Golden Peak, they are very familiar with the challenges and have preserved those experiences. Hence, most of the records of the Golden Peak belong to the Absolute Peak Hall. And we know next to nothing about ascending the Golden Peak, which is a natural disadvantage. We must approach this carefully. Then, Taj detailed the process of ascending the Golden Peak for everyone. Hearing this, Desi and others wore solemn expressions, realizing the seriousness since it required 7 participants simultaneously. Since the Madman's Hall had just been founded, losing this challenge was unacceptable. A loss would damage their reputation and invite hostility or even more troubles, making peaceful cultivation impossible. This was a crucial battle for the Madman's Hall within the tranquil, profound academy. Teachers couldn't intervene, and they could only rely on themselves. Noticing the worried atmosphere, Jaden smiled. Don't worry too much. We've faced many challenges before. You'll support me, and I'll take charge of the combat. Desi hesitated, knowing Jaden would bear immense pressure, but his junior's overall strength already surpassed him. According to the rules of ascending the Golden Peak, Jaden was best suited for offense. Desi patted Jaden on the shoulder and then turned to adjust his state, unwilling to lag behind. Alea and others also returned to their quarters without further words, focusing on contributing their utmost. Jaden summoned Taj and Noemi to teach them the 9 turns blood slaughter formation, which had once shone brightly in the Western Zhou Kingdom Palace. It might come in handy. After reviewing the technique, Taj beamed. I heard the Absolute Peak Hall has an equally formidable array. I was worried, but now we've covered our weakness. You don't need too much pressure. Think positively. Regardless of the outcome of ascending the Golden Peak, we'll all gain something valuable, Taj added reassuringly. Noemi rolled her eyes at him. You'd better focus on yourself. Learn the technique quickly, or you'll be the biggest liability. Speechless, Taj walked dejectedly into his room. Noemi left as well, visibly serious. Jaden chuckled, finding their bickering amusing. It cleared away some of his own worries. Note: in this translation, character names are converted to pinyin equivalents as English names. Hashtag chapter 427, 7 warriors engage. The next day at noon, Jaden arrived at the designated place for climbing Golden Peak as scheduled. Following him were Desi, Alea, Fulton, Scarlet, Taj, and Tying Leah. The 3 swordsmen, who were slightly weaker in strength, did not join the battle but came along to cheer them on. This was the first time the Insane Hall had mobilized all its members. As their leader, Jaden naturally attracted many gazes. He was already quite famous not only within the academy but also in the imperial capital. However, Jaden paid no attention to this, instead walking through the crowd straight to the foot of a mountain. 6 students from the challenging halls were already waiting there, each with an unfriendly expression, even mocking ones. Behind them gathered a large crowd of spectators, most of whom enjoyed watching the commotion. Jaden noticed that 4 reeds from the stewardship office were also present at the base of the mountain. There's no need to look. They are here as observers I invited to ensure fairness during this climb, Uriel said smugly, as if victory was certain. Jaden ignored him, saying indifferently, don't waste time. Let's begin. Since you're eager to die, I'll oblige you. Uriel sneered and signaled the reeds to activate the path up Golden Peak. The 4 reeds inserted their respective tokens into stone pillars at the mountain's base. Instantly, a dazzling light shone down from the peak, stretching endlessly into the sky. It was the first time for Jaden and his companions to climb Golden Peak, so they couldn't help but inspect it curiously. The light pouring down resembled a radiant waterfall, cascading from the sky. Various colors shimmered within the light, looking splendid. Moreover, these lights flowed like water, pouring down from the luminous cascade. Though this scene looked beautiful, Jaden instinctively felt wary. There must be hidden dangers within the light. To reach the summit, one had to ascend against the flow of the light. Of course, this was just one challenge among many. They also had to be wary of interference or attacks by others. Once on the path to Golden Peak, Academy rules no longer applied, and combat was permitted. Only after emerging victorious from these numerous trials would a team be worthy of the greatest reward atop Golden Peak. A bunch of bumpkins. Uriel could not help but mock as he observed the curious expressions on Jaden's team. In his eyes, Jaden's top rank was undeserved, merely due to luck surviving on the Cornell 4-Death platform, thus garnering fame. If his brother Elon hadn't already made it onto the Hidden Dragon Cornels, preventing others from joining, Uriel was sure he could have defeated Jaden in battle. If Jaden was already beneath him, those accompanying him were even less regarded by Uriel. Hearing that they were all from West Prefecture, a place seen by imperial capital nobles as barbaric and uncivilized, he considered them unworthy. Even Taj, who initially caught Uriel's eye, was dismissed because of his association with Jaden's group, labeled as another bumpkin. Amount short-sighted aristocrats, as Taj had long become laughingstocks among many elite talents in the capital, so Uriel deemed it unnecessary to remind him. Let him rue the decision later. Uriel was still contemplating this when Taj cursed. You really do stink worse than a dog's mouth. Believe me, I'll flatten you soon enough. I'm waiting. Uriel smiled disdainfully, focusing on Jaden while ignoring the rest. He intended to humiliate Jaden before everyone, proving that a person relying on luck couldn't stand firm. Taj wanted to curse again but was stopped by Desi. Why waste words on scum like him? Just stab him full of holes with your spear later. Jaden smiled. Lawson brother makes sense. Fine talk means nothing compared to swift action. Taj laughed heartily. No wonder he got along so well with this group. They spoke frankly, making everyone feel at ease. A bunch of overconfident fools. I will slaughter all of you. Seeing Jaden's team openly discussing strategies, Uriel sneered, brandishing his longsword. Damn, this guy is even more irritating than I am, muttered Gerald, one of the three swordsmen. Abner, you're pretty irritable yourself? Stuart responded sarcastically. Oh, Gerald gulped, realizing he had blurted out something wrong. Sigh, my family's misfortune. Excuse us for the inconvenience, Stuart sighed, causing Jaden and his companions to chuckle. At that moment, 7 large glowing wheels floated down from the light and landed in front of each team. This was a unique aspect of climbing Golden Peak. Each team had to stand on a glowing wheel, with 7 people positioned strategically, each assigned specific roles. The glowing wheel sensed the human energy wheel of each individual and formed a glowing thread connecting all 7. The average strength of the 7 members determined the overall strength of the glowing wheel, which was crucial for reaching the summit. While strength wasn't the sole factor, the harmony and teamwork of the 7, along with their ultimate skills, also mattered. If the glowing wheel shattered during the ascent, all 7 members would lose their qualification and end the challenge. Before coming, Jaden's team had already studied the rules, so they calmly stepped onto the glowing wheel. Upon contact, a peculiar sensation arose, allowing them to communicate thoughts instantly, an incredibly fast method of sharing ideas. On the glowing wheel, Jaden stood in the offensive position, Desi and Alea focused on defense, Taj and Tying Leon's speed, while Fulton and Scarlet, being relatively weaker, served as observers and support. Each had a clear role, obviously discussed beforehand. 7 glowing threads connected them, linking their mystical powers. At that moment, the other 6 members realized just how profound Jaden's foundation was. It seemed boundless. They instantly understood why he could slay Essence Grandmasters even as a near-powerful. Amouch's depth was almost superhuman. Prepared, the team ascended as the glowing wheel slowly lifted them. Not far away, Elon's peak hall moved effortlessly, appearing calm. When they reached the same height, Elon made a throat-slitting gesture toward Jaden, his eyes filled with provocation. Chapter 428. Not optimistic. Jaden completely ignored Uriel's actions. To him, the latter was no different from a buffoon, and he wasn't even bothered to respond. His entire focus was on the light wheel. As his communication with it deepened, the entire light will seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadowy light. The shadows appeared ethereal yet substantial, quickly transforming into a massive light blade that enveloped Jaden and his companions. Jaden mused as he observed the other teams similarly morphing their light wheels into various weapons. Nodding slightly, Jaden roughly figured out how to fight. The sensation transmitted from the light wheel indicated that a mere thought could allow him to manipulate the transformed light blade for attack and defense. At this moment, as everyone ascended to a certain height, the stream of light on the light waterfall became more intense, akin to rushing water. Be careful, the test is here. Defend with all your might. Jaden's gaze sharpened as he warned his few partners. Immediately, he stirred up his mystic power, manipulating the light blade in the direction of the impact, hoping it might reduce the force of the onslaught. Indeed, as Jaden had anticipated, the pressure diminished significantly. According to Taj, the light waterfall's impacts occurred 9 times in total, each one stronger than the last, but every team would receive some improvement after each wave until they reached the Golden Peak. While adapting to the pressure, Jaden attempted to control the light wheel to increase their climbing speed. Not far ahead, the other 6 college teams had distanced themselves from them, clearly having mastered some skills. It looks like Jaden will lose this time. Ascending the Golden Peak isn't about individuals, but the whole team. That's true. Despite his personal strength, their light wheel's intensity is inferior to the other 6 colleges. They might not survive a few impacts. At this slow pace, others will reach the peak while he is still halfway up. Some students watching from below voiced their opinions. The 3 musketeers naturally couldn't stand it. Stuart angrily retorted, "What do you know? My brother Cornell is unbeatable anywhere." Brady chimed in, "That's right. How can a group of short-sighted people understand Brother Cornell's strategy?" Gerald added, "Brother 1 and 2 are absolutely right." Those discussing turned to see only 3 supporters of Jaden and couldn't help but sneer. However, they didn't argue, as the 3 musketeers were seen as not worth their time. The 3 musketeers pouted silently, chanting in unison, "Brother Cornell, unbeatable. Brother Cornell, unbeatable. Brother Cornell." Gripping their fists tightly, the trio looked excited, as if they were participating in the challenge themselves. In midair, Jaden was oblivious to the 3 musketeers' activities. With his extraordinary comprehension, he began mastering some techniques, thus increasing their speed slightly. The light waterfall's impact lasted for over 15 minutes without ceasing. Looking up, the peak seemed unreachable, as if it were infinitely distant. Jaden took a deep breath, not feeling anxious but choosing to proceed steadily, sensing and climbing at a consistent speed. Just then, a team beside Uriel suddenly stopped mid-air, their gazes shifting towards Jaden. Uriel also turned his head, revealing a mocking smile, and then led his team to continue ascending. Jaden grew wary. That team's light wheel strength was equivalent to a great adept, whereas their side averaged only lower divine bridge realm. The disparity was significant. Jaden was unsure how many tactics he could use, or if he could defeat enemies above his level as usual, so caution was advisable. He chose to maintain distance and adopt a defensive stance. Taj remarked, "These are White Crane College members. They've always been friendly with Amalprime Peak College. They seem to have paused specifically to target us. We're not blind. We can see that. Can you provide some useful intel?" Desi said, "They excel in speed but lack offensive power. We'll be fine as long as our defense holds," Taj replied promptly. Jaden nodded, considering the situation. Jaden and his team are in danger. White Crane College can't resist making a move. Why did that nobody hog all the limelight? This time, let's make him fall flat on his face. With Jaden's strength, he might save his life, but continuing upward will be tough. Many spectators evaluated the situation, believing it to be an objective assessment. 3 musketeers shouted, "Brother Cornell, take them down." High in the sky, 7 members of White Crane College manipulated their light wheels, transformed into white cranes, and attacked Jaden's team with incredible speed. Jaden's eyes gleamed sharply, mentally commanding, "Defend." Desi and Alea understood immediately, emitting radiant light and releasing mystic power without hesitation. The others also contributed via the link, aiding their efforts. Instantly, the light blade of the Madman Hall pivoted perfectly, blocking the cranes. Bang! A thunderous boom echoed through the air. Both gigantic light formations trembled. The light blade was pushed back several feet and even fell slightly. After a slight wobble, Jaden stabilized the light blade. "Haha, truly weak. We thought they'd be better. Top ranked, huh? Impressive indeed. Prince Pei must be making a mountain out of a molehill." The White Crane members scoffed, preparing for a second assault. Their speed left the Madman Hall no choice but to brace for impact, rendering evasion impossible. This time, they aimed to knock Jaden down and embarrass him. Down! A shimmering white crane dove straight at the light blade, faster than the previous attack. Jaden remained unfazed, adopting a defensive posture once more to meet the attack. Boom! Another explosion resounded, the light blade violently shaking. Though it didn't shatter, it retreated about 10 feet, nearing their starting point. Luckily for them, they managed to block it. "No worries, next time they'll tumble down." The White Crane members sneered, as if pronouncing Jaden's doom. Jaden's gaze flickered. During the collision, he realized these light will clashes allowed for the application of mystic skills, or even supernatural abilities. White Crane College just used a movement mystic skill, hence the rapid speed. Thus, Jaden speculated such clashes mimicked combat among cultivators, merely changing the form of expression and method of mystic power usage. During individual battles, one called upon mystic power from the Chi Si, while in light wheel battles, it was average mystical power. Of course, coordination among light wheel members was crucial. Any disruption in power flow or conflicting techniques would backfire. However, Jaden believed the Madman Hall wouldn't lag behind any of the other 6 teams in terms of coordination. With this thought, Jaden decided to switch to an offensive stance to gauge their potential. Chapter 429, Familiarity. Previously uncertain of the approach, Jaden had been cautious. Now was the time to counterattack. He was unafraid to face any disciple of the academy. Kill. With a thought, the lightsaber abruptly burst into dazzling brilliance, cutting upwards with irresistible force. Desi and the others adjusted without needing instructions, finding the optimal transmission speed to provide Jaden with spiritual energy support. Undoubtedly, this was a form of trust. They believed Jaden could succeed. And indeed, Jaden did not let them down. The lightsaber he controlled swiftly closed the distance and struck the White Crane. Boom! Before the White Crane Hall members could react, they were attacked. They had prepared for another assault, but Jaden's sudden frenzy forced them to change tactics to defend. As they barely managed to assume a defensive stance, the lightsaber reached them. The 7 members of White Crane Hall were pushed back in disarray, taking some time to regain their footing. Seeing this, Jaden smiled faintly. With just a brief probe, he knew how to strike. He believed that as the battle progressed, his control over the light wheel would improve. Now, he only needed to prevent being washed off by the light waterfall, leaving the rest of his focus on overcoming the opponents. Damn it! Their light wheel's intensity is clearly weaker than ours, yet why is their attack so powerful? It was our negligence. It won't happen again. The faces of the White Crane Hall members darkened as they glared at Jaden. Jaden gazed coldly at them before uttering a deep command, "Cut!" Instantly, a terrifying power radiated from the lightsaber, stirring up a violent wind and dispersing the impact of the light waterfall. This was Jaden's invincible saber stance, unmatched in power. No longer needing to hold back, Jaden's saber technique was fully revealed. In the shocked gazes of White Crane Hall, the massive lightsaber sliced through space and descended vertically. Despite their agility, they couldn't react in time. The lightsaber crashed down. Boom. Crack. A tremendous shock wave spread out from the collision between the lightsaber and the White Crane, breaking apart within a breath's time, turning into scattered starlight. PFFF. 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 With the shattering of the White Crane Hall's light wheel, the 7 members spat blood and fell like broken kites. In an instant, White Crane Hall was defeated, and Madman Hall turned the tide to victory. The crowd below showed astonishment. Jaden, whom many had doubted, had actually won. Many didn't even realize what happened. White Crane Hall showed a slight disadvantage before succumbing instantly. Was Jaden's team equally terrifying? As people marveled, the three swordsmen cheered loudly, "Hooray! Brother Cornell, awesome! Don't be smug. You only beat the insignificant White Crane Hall. What's there to brag about? Fostera, wait until Jaden faces our Pinnacle Hall. We'll make them regret. The ultimate victory will belong to Pinnacle Hall. Pinnacle Hall. Pinnacle Hall." Compared to the overwhelming voices, the three swordsmen's cheers were negligible, but they paid no heed, sneering instead, mocking the commoners who couldn't appreciate Jaden's prowess. As the cries died down, White Crane Hall members were carried away after falling from the sky. The crowd's attention returned to the light waterfall, where the lightsaber gradually withdrew its aura, resisting the impact. Jaden didn't rush forward. He replayed the attack in his mind. Though he had easily beaten the opponent, he knew his full strength hadn't been unleashed. Otherwise, with the invincible saber stance, he could have slain those 7 directly, not just severely injure them. Using the light wheel to attack had its differences from using his own body. I need more practice and better teamwork. After thinking, Jaden came to this conclusion. He then communicated with Desi and the others, sharing the feeling of receiving spiritual energy. Desi and the others pondered deeply, gaining new insights and likely improving their coordination. Without delaying too long, the 7 of Madman Hall continued upward with the lightsaber. After about 15 minutes, the first wave ended. Amalgamly, streaks of light entered the lightsaber. At the same time, Jaden felt his sea of chi fill up, his spiritual energy increasing. Jaden's eyes brightened. After the wave, such gains were impressive, explaining why it rivaled the Mystic Tower. If this happened a few more times, he might reach the peak of the Divine Bridge realm in a short period. Of course, due to his foundation, he required more benefits compared to others. However, this made him increasingly anticipate the gains atop Golden Peak. Turning, Jaden saw his companions looking refreshed and spirited. The weaker cultivators, Jeffrey and Scarlet, showed signs of breakthrough. Jaden smiled. The stronger his companions, the happier he was. "Charge!" Jaden shouted, manipulating the lightsaber to cut through the waterfall, speeding up rapidly. Due to improved control, Jaden quickly caught up to Uriel. Uriel noticed, turning to look down, eyes cold. Those White Crane Hall members are really trash. Uriel cursed silently. He had planned to take advantage of Jaden's unfamiliarity with the light waterfall to eliminate him. That way, not only could Jaden not reach Golden Peak, he wouldn't even pass the first round, let alone enter the top 3 and gain recognition from Academy disciples. Unexpectedly, White Crane Hall was defeated during his short climb. Currently, Jaden was still several dozen feet away, but he was catching up quickly. Estimating the time and based on Pinnacle Hall's experience, the second wave was imminent. His goal was not only to defeat Jaden, but also to reach Golden Peak, becoming the second person in Pinnacle Hall's history to do so. Therefore, Uriel did not intend to tangle with Jaden here. It wasn't worth his time. Uriel spoke to the leader of the Flame Hall beside him, Tang Corneal. "I leave them to you." Tang Corneal smiled. "Chandler Pei, are you sure you want me to intervene?" Uriel frowned. "Don't waste words. You'll benefit once this is done." Tang Corneal shrugged. "All right, Chandler Pei. We'll clear these nuisances for you." Uriel said, "I hope you mean it. Don't be like White Crane Hall." Tang Corneal scoffed. "Those trash can't compare to us. They're just filler." Uriel nodded and shot upward. Tang Corneal's smile faded, stopping with his team, looking at Jaden, eyebrows raised. "Top ranker, let's play." Chapter 430. Who's finished? Facing the provocation from Tang Corneal of Flame Hall, Taj could barely suppress his anger and shouted, "I advise you all, if you don't want to die, then scram far away." "Oh, is that so? I'd like to see how you intend to kill me." Tang Corneal was unconcerned, sneering with a derisive smile. The others from Flame Hall chuckled. Their radiant wheels were clearly stronger than those on the opposite side. Where did the opponents get such confidence? "Brothers, I've never heard such outrageous demands. What do you think?" Taj laughed bitterly in rage. "Anyway, my hot temper can't stand it," Desi snarled. "If it were a one-on-one fight, this old lady would tear his mouth apart." Alea clenched her fists until they blazed. Other members of Madman's Hall also showed their indignation. Did they really think they were soft targets who could be pushed around? Jaden, sensing the emotions of his companions, said coldly, "No need for words, let's just fight." Immediately, Madman's Hall and Flame Hall took up their stances. Flame Radiance wheels and huge Blade Radiance wheels gradually approached each other. Below, a Kevin mocked, Madman's Hall actually dared to provoke Flame Hall. How foolish. Someone nearby added, "Exactly. They really believe winning against White Crane Hall gives them carte blanche, without realizing that Flame Hall is among the top 10 student organizations in the Academy." Many people agreed with these two, nodding in approval and whispering, "Madman's Hall is truly finished this time." The three swordsmen saw from the attire of the two speakers that they belonged to Amalprime Hall, and clearly harbored no good intentions. Stuart cursed directly, "Could your eyes be any more blind? It's obvious Flame Hall started trouble for no reason. Fostera, if anyone can twist facts better, it's only Amalprime Hall that comes second." Brady added, "Big brother and second brother speak the truth." Gerald nodded. The Kevin frowned. "Where did you country bumpkins come from? Get lost, or else get out of my sight." Stuart made a face. "I'll stay right here. Come bite me if you dare." After all, as Academy disciples, these people wouldn't dare act openly. "You trash, have the guts to go to the Cornell 4-death platform." The Herschel swore. "My father doesn't go there, what can you do about it?" Stuart sneered. The Herschel's expression turned cold as he clenched his fists, intending to provoke further, but suddenly heard a roar above him. High up in the sky, Flame Hall and Madman's Hall had already begun battling. "Humph, wait till Flame Hall finishes Jaden. I'll see how arrogant you are then. Then I'll peel the skin off these three to assuage my anger," the Herschel muttered. As he lifted his head to watch the battle, his jaw dropped in shock. Flame Hall was being suppressed by Madman's Hall, constantly falling from the light waterfall, seeming unable to withstand the assault much longer. "What's happening?" Many people, including the Herschel, were stunned. Was Flame Hall going to lose so quickly? It was known that Flame Hall's light wheels were significantly brighter. What they didn't know was that as Jaden became more proficient with light wheel manipulation and the seamless cooperation of Desi and others, Madman's Hall's transformed giant blades now wielded power far exceeding their strength. Flame Hall is finished. Everyone gasped in shock. Above them, a massive blade smashed fiercely into a fiery red flame. The flames trembled violently, seemingly about to dissipate. Thud. Tang Corneal, the leader of Flame Hall, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. He couldn't believe he had been brought to this point, pressured by Jaden. Manipulating the flame-filled light wheel, using the essence of fire to confront Jaden, he found he couldn't even break through the latter's blade momentum. Confident at first, Tang Corneal was now desperately trying to evade, operating his flame light wheel to avoid attacks. Jaden's overwhelming blade momentum was terrifying. Tang Corneal realized after experiencing it firsthand how ignorant he had been. It was beyond his capabilities to resist. Cursed Uriel, not knowing Jaden's true abilities, causing this mess. Tang Corneal inwardly cursed Uriel. Opposite him, Jaden stood expressionless on his light wheel, bracing against the wind. The next strike would end this battle and crush Flame Hall. Kill. Jaden showed no mercy. The enormous blade, carrying destructive force with invincible momentum, slashed through space, hacking down fiercely. Tang Corneal looked despairingly. This blow meant Flame Hall's defeat, possibly costing him his life. Emboldenedly, torrents of terrifying light poured down from the light waterfall, infinite in power. The second wave of impact arrived. Boom. The descending giant blade, struck by the flow of light, veered off course, barely missing Flame Hall. Though it caused a tremendous boom, it didn't harm Flame Hall at all. Moreover, caught off guard by the second wave, Jaden and his group initially didn't react and were knocked off by the light. This lack of experience led to their mistake. Had Jaden known the timing of the second wave, he wouldn't have made this error. In contrast, despite not expecting the impact, Tang Corneal and his group seemed prepared. Their flame light wheels withstood the onslaught. Ha, saved. Tang Corneal laughed triumphantly. You country bumpkins, challenging without understanding the light waterfall. Go to hell. Seeing Jaden's giant blade trembling uncontrollably like rootless flotsam under the light waterfall, Tang Corneal felt inexplicable satisfaction. He knew how strong the second wave was. Even their own light wheels required careful handling, let alone Jaden and his group. However, something unbelievable happened. Jaden's controlled giant blade not only didn't dissipate but stopped swaying and stabilized mid-air. How is this possible? How did he do it? Tang Corneal gaped. Unknown to Tang Corneal, Jaden achieved this through precise knife manipulation learned over time. Even though Jaden was manipulating a light wheel, its form remained a blade. With the advantage of fated knife wheel, controlling the light blade precisely wasn't difficult. After getting used to it, he managed it earlier. The sudden arrival of the light waterfall took him by surprise, momentarily throwing him off. But Jaden remained calm throughout, swiftly reclaiming control of the light blade and countering the second wave. Others in Madman's Hall breathed a sigh of relief. They too thought they were finished, relying on instinct to channel as much mystical energy to Jaden as possible. Indeed, Jaden did not disappoint them, successfully resolving the problem. Steadying himself, Jaden's gaze locked onto Tang Corneal with an icy glare. He needed to deal with Tang Corneal first before focusing on the second wave. Up above, Tang Corneal shivered under Jaden's stare. Then, under his fearful gaze, Jaden manipulated the giant blade, fighting upstream toward him. Chapter 431. Comrades Breakthrough. Run fast. Tang Corneal felt a strong sense of impending danger and quickly maneuvered the flame light wheel to flee. He noticed that Jaden had ignored the photon waterfall's assault and was forcefully ascending to attack him. Is this guy crazy? While fleeing, Tang Corneal widened his eyes. The giant saber light will continuously slash through the photon waterfall, resisting the luminous stream and rapidly closing in at an alarming speed. Damn it, full defense. Tang Corneal shouted as the saber's speed was so swift that it seemed to cross space, appearing before them in an instant. Space technique. Tang Corneal was shaken. Despite Jaden not having comprehended the profundity, he could utilize spatial power to such a degree, something completely unforeseen by Tang Corneal. Now there was no time to react or evade. He could only brace himself for the attack. Unstoppable slash. Jaden, wielding the giant saber, arrived in front of the flame hall and struck without hesitation, unleashing the irresistible saber momentum. The giant saber suddenly erupted into dazzling brilliance, brighter than the sun, its boundless power shattering space. Boom crack. In a flash, the saber ruthlessly struck the flame light wheel, dispersing it and extinguishing the wheel. No. Tang Corneal screamed in terror. Even on the brink of death, he held onto a sliver of hope, believing he could withstand the saber's strike. But he had underestimated its power. With the force of destruction bolstering the unstoppable saber momentum, how could he resist? Amidst infinite regret, Tang Corneal was pulverized into fragments, not leaving a trace behind. The saber spared none, with only one live standing last among Flame Hall's 7 members surviving but falling into a deep coma and plummeting downward. Apart from this live, the fates of the other 5 were like Tang Corneal. They perished on the spot. After dealing with the foes, Jaden calmly withdrew his gaze. His principle had always been live and let live. Since Tang Corneal chose his own path to death, it wasn't his fault. Now he could finally focus on combating the photon waterfall's impact. During his ascent, the light wheel had already been unstable and required prompt adjustment. Jaden sat cross-legged on the light wheel while Desi and others immediately understood and concentrated on adjusting their mystic energy, cooperating effectively. Down below, unengaged disciples of Flame Hall caught the unconscious live. Looking grim, the Flame Hall disciples cast hateful glances upward before departing. When Flame Hall left, the other spectators remained in shock. The 3 musketeers couldn't hide their smiles. No wonder my brother Cornell can always turn the tide. Though their voices were low, many heard them. This time, however, no one questioned the three musketeers. Instead, some expressed concern. Even Flame Hall has fallen. Could Madman Hall eliminate Peak Hall too? Bullshit. Our Peak Hall ranks first in the academy. It won't be defeated unless Madman Hall is dreaming, said the Peak Hall Herschel angrily. No one objected. After all, Peak Hall had never lost in the Golden Peak Challenge. Philippe, listen to me. Don't speak too soon, or you'll embarrass yourself, Stuart mocked. Do you want a beating? Warn you, Peak Hall's honor doesn't tolerate defilement by yokels like you. Scram! The Herschel raged. Stuart dismissed it, saying, let's see. Once Brother Cornell displays his prowess, Peak Hall will fall from grace. So Big Brother really is more educated, Brady praised. You're right, Von Brother is awesome, Gerald admired. You guys. Seeing their provoking demeanor, the Herschel felt helpless but refrained from attacking publicly. Regrettably, Peak Hall sent few observers due to the expected victory, and those present, including him, were mostly silent. If more allies were here, they'd have drowned these yokels in spit. With no choice, the Herschel resumed watching, muttering curses under his breath against Madman Hall. Unfortunately, verbal curses offered mere mental relief, providing no real effect. Meanwhile, the second wave of photon impact appeared to be nearing its end. As the luminous stream decreased, within 15 minutes, the photon waterfall restored tranquility after the final surge. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jaden and others managed to endure the second impact despite initial stumbles. This time they handled it better, gaining more experience. Believing the repeated experiences would make future impacts easier and yield more benefits, Jaden and others were confident. Immediately, both Jeffrey and Scarlet achieved breakthroughs, reaching the lower tier bridge realm. Their light wheel's strength improved significantly. Jaden smiled. This was just the second round. By enduring all 9 rounds, everyone, including him, would achieve considerable breakthroughs, making climbing the Golden Peak feasible. Follow them. With renewed vigor, Jaden steered the light wheel upward. Due to battling Flame Hall, they lagged behind Uriel's team. Higher up meant earlier photon waterfall impacts, as evidenced by Uriel's group, who seemed to be experiencing the 5th wave. Not only would they reach the Golden Peak, but also surpass Uriel. Eyes gleaming, Jaden watched Peak Hall endure the impacts and accelerated. Soon, Jaden brought the lightsaber into the 3rd wave zone. Ahead lay another team with a light wheel transformed into a tree, the Greenwood Hall. Leave. Don't disturb us. Greenwood Hall's leader ordered. Engaging the impact, they couldn't afford distractions from Jaden's arrival, intensifying the impact. Jaden, unaware or indifferent, refused to retreat. They had come, so why back off, especially given the hostility? Seeing Madman Hall persist, the Greenwood leader narrowed his eyes, thinking Jaden's group intended mischief, igniting his fury. You're courting death. Hashtag chapter 432, avoidance. I haven't heard that the Greenwood Hall is particularly close to the Apex Hall. Taj was puzzled, wondering if his intelligence was inaccurate. Do they need a reason to attack? Desi said coldly. Beware, everyone. Jaden did not hesitate. He immediately prepared to engage in battle by setting up formations. Before them, Greenwood Hall rapidly closed the distance until only a few yards separated the two sides. The lead Herschel glared and said coldly, this is your last chance. Get out of our way. Facing such a threat, Taj couldn't help but retort, Emmett, did you eat garbage or something? Your mouth stinks. Emmett's eyes flashed with undisguised malice as he stared at Taj before turning his head and addressing Jaden. Jaden, your presence here will delay our progress to the Golden Peak. The Cornell Cascade will reset. Emmett believed he had given Crazy Hall enough respect. Knowing Jaden's reputation, he patiently explained because he acknowledged the other party's strength. Emmett expected Jaden to be sensible and retreat to the lower level. Given their light wheel's intensity, Crazy Hall would stand no chance, and Emmett was quite confident about it. However, what disappointed Emmett was that the light blade controlled by Jaden remained motionless. Jaden, do you truly believe you're the top rank now? Not putting anyone in your eyes. Emmett's expression turned icy. Jaden did not reply, but his actions spoke volumes. The light blade under Crazy Hall's control emitted a dazzling glow, clearly preparing for battle. Retreat was not an option. In this confrontation, any retreat would give others leverage over them. Only through battle could they know victory. To retreat without fighting was not Crazy Hall's style. Truly inviting trouble, kill them all. Emmett's patience was exhausted, anger surging within him. He rallied his companions and manipulated the massive tree light wheel toward Jaden and company. Boom. The light wheels of Greenwood Hall and Crazy Hall clashed instantaneously, the distance between them covered in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the light cascade shimmered with energy, chaotic winds sweeping through the area. Humph. Overestimating yourselves. Emmett smirked disdainfully as his light wheel remained steady, unaffected by the clash. Initially, he had been concerned about Jaden's fearsome reputation, fearing difficulty. Now it seemed that Jaden's reputation was superficial, and Crazy Hall was just a ragtag group easily vanquished. Emmett watched as Jaden's light blade was forced back several yards, a clear proof of their inferiority. Unbeknownst to Emmett, while Jaden chose to fight, he had his own calculations and hadn't revealed his true capabilities. He believed he could defeat Emmett's Greenwood Hall, but it would require some time. After experiencing the first 2 waves of the light cascade, Jaden had discerned certain patterns. Sensing that the 3rd wave was imminent, he had to be cautious. Crazy Hall lacked experience on the Golden Peak and might be caught off guard by the sudden surge. Therefore, as Crazy Hall's operator, Jaden considered the bigger picture and didn't worry about temporary setbacks. Once he understood the strength of the 3rd wave, eliminating Greenwood Hall wouldn't be too late. However, outsiders couldn't understand Jaden's actions and perceived Crazy Hall as weaker than Greenwood Hall. Emmett mocked further, Jaden, it's too late to regret. I'll kill you myself. You won't even have a chance to retreat. Emmett grinned malevolently. Killing the top-ranking Hidden Dragon Cornell's member during the Golden Peak ascent would indeed be satisfying. With this thought, Emmett controlled the light wheel to spawn dozens of vines that lashed out toward Jaden. Faced with the attack, Jaden remained calm. He had calculated that these methods wouldn't pose much threat to him, merely placing him at a temporary disadvantage. The light blade moved like a ghost in the space, incredibly fast, slicing through vines and evading attacks without suffering any damage. This was due to Jaden's mastery over spatial power, which grew more refined with each deeper understanding. Desi and others did not question why Jaden was dodging. Instead, they unreservedly channeled their Xian force to maintain the internal operation of the light blade. Through repeated battles, the Crazy Hall members became increasingly coordinated, acting seamlessly without verbal communication. Thus, the massive light blade moved freely amidst the vine assault. Is the top-ranked only capable of fleeing? Emmett sneered. Indeed, rumors are true. You only won the Death Arena challenge by luck. Otherwise, how could you be so helpless today? In that case, once I kill you, your top-ranked position will be mine. Emmett laughed wildly, summoning even more vines infused with the essence of wood, tightening the stranglehold. Jaden remained composed, still unprepared to strike. Spatial power spread from the light blade, coupled with his proficient use of destructive power, ensuring no vines could get near. To outsiders, this looked like cowardice. Even Greenwood Hall can't handle them. How can they contend with me? Uriel, battling against another wave, glanced down and quickly dismissed the scene. While Greenwood Hall's actions surprised Uriel, they aligned perfectly with his wishes. He hoped Greenwood Hall would eliminate Jaden to prevent hindrances on his path to the Golden Peak. Apart from Uriel, discussions erupted below. Greenwood Hall is amazing, chasing after Crazy Hall. Finally, someone took care of Crazy Hall. It feels great. I bet Jaden will perish this time, never to be heard from again in the Imperial capital. Seeing Jaden suppressed, many felt indescribable satisfaction, relishing the irony of bullying the strong, despite being unable to achieve it themselves. Hearing these comments, the three musketeers didn't bother arguing. They simply rolled their eyes, inwardly cursing the fool's ignorance. To the three musketeers, Brother Cornell was either overwhelmingly dominant or biding his time. Unless genuinely outmatched, he would never hesitate to abandon and would not linger needlessly. Having thoroughly understood Jaden's character long ago, they were certain he was planning. Once completed, Greenwood Hall's doom was sealed. And this moment wouldn't take long, for Brother Cornell wasn't one to remain passive indefinitely. Just as the three musketeers pondered this, the third wave of the light cascade surged from above. Chapter 433. No longer escaping? Anticipating the impact, Jaden immediately controlled his lightsaber to withstand the pressure. It turned out that his preemptive actions were entirely justified. The third round of impacts was even more intense than the sum of the previous two. If he had reacted hastily, he and his companions would likely have suffered significant injuries. A negative example was Qingmu Hall. Despite having experience, they focused solely on attacking Frenzy Hall and thus did not allocate much effort into defense. When the impact reset, they felt a dramatic increase in pressure. The giant tree formed by their light will collapsed instantly, nearly breaking apart. If it had broken, the entire Qingmu Hall would have lost their eligibility to challenge. Pooh! Emmett spat out a mouthful of blood, while other members of Qingmu Hall appeared pale as death, clearly uncomfortable. They struggled significantly just to stabilize the light wheel and hover in the light waterfall. At this moment, the cold light in Emmett's eyes intensified. If Jaden hadn't joined them, they would have already ascended without enduring another round of impact. Everyone, Jaden made us unable to focus on our defense. After the impact passes, follow me to take his life. Seeing his teammates' unpleasant expressions, Emmett comforted them by shifting the blame naturally onto Jaden. His teammates nodded, clearly agreeing with Emmett's assessment, casting furious glances at Jaden. The corner of Emmett's mouth curled up. His purpose was achieved. Juding Hall had long shared all the experiences from the first 5 rounds of impacts to persuade them to join. Therefore, Emmett was not worried about being overwhelmed by the light waterfall's impact. He knew the pattern well, the intensity varied, and as long as they carefully avoided it according to past experience, there wouldn't be major issues. Facing Jaden, the members of Qingmu Hall didn't bother hiding their murderous intent, but Jaden ignored them, staring straight back. Watching the continuously moving tree-shaped light wheel, Jaden fell into deep thought. During the first 2 rounds of impact, he had summarized some rules, knowing that the strength alternated. Otherwise, defeating Flame Hall wouldn't have been so effortless. Now, combining his insights with Emmett's evasion techniques, Jaden's understanding of how to resist the impact became increasingly clear. Each round of impact shared similarities, but differed in intensity. By mastering the common points and adapting to the strength, making corresponding adjustments for each round, one could quickly grasp the methods and patterns to dodge. Thus, it would conserve energy to the greatest extent and maximize gains. As Jaden's gaze brightened, the lightsaber under his control became more fluid and soon adapted to the changes in the third round of impact. The members of Frenzy Hall also felt the pressure diminish, and Desi couldn't help but marvel at how his junior brother had become a capable genius, no longer needing their protection. Desi wasn't disheartened. Instead, he was genuinely happy, like watching his own younger brother grow up. Below, observing the lightsaber dodging continuously, many people sighed, thinking Jaden's luck couldn't be any better. Clearly winning against Qingmu Hall, he was saved by the light waterfall's impact. However, they still believed Jaden would lose. Luck doesn't equal strength. Once the impact passed, the predetermined outcome would happen, and Frenzy Hall would only survive for a brief moment. But what left everyone speechless was that before the impact ended, Jaden actually maneuvered his lightsaber closer to Emmett's team. What is he doing? Is he crazy to provoke Emmett at such a critical moment? Truly foolish. Does he think luck will always favor him? Some who disliked Jaden from the start mocked him harshly. The boss is finally going to make his move. Open your eyes wide and watch. The 3 swordsmen shivered with excitement, eager to witness Jaden's prowess again. High above, seeing Jaden approaching, Emmett raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're not running away anymore? At this point, his breathing was stable. Even if Jaden attacked, he didn't see him as a threat. He doubted Jaden would dare to attack, thinking it was merely a bluff, considering the previous humiliation. Jaden didn't respond, ignoring Emmett's provocations, stopping only when he reached the range for attack. You really think you're invincible? These scare tactics don't work on me. Emmett scoffed, emboldened by earlier events. Jaden was all bark and no bite. With a distant look, Jaden paid no heed to Emmett's taunts. As soon as the light waterfall's impact weakened, he acted. The time had come. It was time to strike. Without hesitation, the massive lightsaber erupted with unmatched might, far exceeding its usual strength. In that instant, destructive force poured out of the lightsaber, overwhelming like a torrential flood, leaving space fractured wherever it went. Invincible blade momentum. Slash. Jaden's calm eyes suddenly radiated piercing brilliance, piercing through space, causing Emmett's spirit to tremble. Before Emmett could react, the dazzling blade struck down with the weight of heaven and earth. Rumble. The massive lightsaber crushed the tree crown and pressed down fiercely. Crack. Under Emmett's terrified gaze, the tree-shaped light wheel he controlled split in two, snapping cleanly. Even the tree that the light waterfall's impact couldn't break was shattered by Jaden in one move. Impossible. Emmett was both shocked and terrified. Relying on instinct, he mustered his spiritual power to defend with his last effort. However, it was too late. With the trunk broken, the light wheel beneath their feet crumbled, and the members of Qingmu Hall couldn't channel their spiritual power together anymore. This put them at even more of a disadvantage against Frenzy Hall. Moreover, Jaden's massive lightsaber continued its unrelenting assault, as if destroying the tree-shaped light wheel was a trivial task. I can't die. Seeing the massive lightsaber descending, Emmett's eyes widened in desperation. His only thought now was to escape. But would Jaden let him? As the lightsaber cleaved down, space around Qingmu Hall was sealed off, forming an invisible barrier, blocking their way. Boom. In a breath, the massive lightsaber came down upon the heads of all Qingmu Hall members like a mountain collapsing. Emmett screamed in anguish, a mix of defiance and terror. Ultimately, his voice was silenced as the lightsaber crushed him into bloody fragments. None of the Qingmu Hall members survived, all perishing under the single blow. When the storm subsided, many spectators were still in shock. The formidable Qingmu Hall had been wiped out by a single slash. Translation notes. Character names are romanized according to pinyin. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured the tone, style, and narrative flow remained consistent with the original text. Adjusted sentence structure where necessary for natural English readability. Chapter 434. Taking on two at once. The faint lingering scent of blood in the wind told everyone they hadn't misseen. It was true that the Greenwood Hall had been dispatched with one stroke. Hiss. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only was Jaden formidable, but his teammates were just as powerful. Did you see that? This is my brother Cornell's strength. Those who looked down on him can now step forward, Stewart said to the crowd. Brady and Gerald also looked sharply focused. The three swordsmen's faces glowed with an indescribable light. Many felt their faces heat up, avoiding eye contact with the three swordsmen. Of course, there were still dissenting voices. Humph, what's there to gloat about? Wait until Jaden reaches the Golden Peak before celebrating. I think the Madman Hall won't even survive the 5th round. Pure embarrassment. The three swordsmen sneered at these stubborn students, too lazy to argue. Reality would soon silence these critics. Above them, the 3rd round assault had just ended, leaving the Madman Hall unscathed. After gaining benefits, though the members didn't break through, the overall strength increased notably. Jaden took a brief rest, then manipulated the lightsaber, ascending along the waterfall of light. Of the 7 teams, only 4 remained. Above the Madman Hall, the Amalprime Hall had ascended the highest, followed by the Thick Earth Hall and the Golden Sword Hall. Soon, the 4th wave hit the Madman Hall. The remaining 3 halls were not at this height, so the Madman Hall could focus on handling the waterfall impact. Jaden summarized the experience while maneuvering the lightsaber, navigating skillfully between the strong and weak impacts. Roughly 15 minutes later, the 4th round concluded, and the Madman Hall gained more benefits. At this moment, Desi and Alea both broke through, reaching the higher echelons of the Divine Bridge realm, only one step away from the breaking Nirvana realm. Taj's cultivation also broke through to the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm, significantly boosting his strength. The intensity of the Madman Hall's glowing wheel increased again, roughly equivalent to the higher echelons of the Divine Bridge realm. Jaden smiled. Thus, his combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, due to his profound foundation, he might only break through to the next small realm after the 5th round. Jaden looked upward. The Thick Earth Hall and the Golden Sword Hall were enduring the 5th wave. According to Zwasin, if they rushed up rashly now, it would reset the waterfall impact. A Malchin action could invite hostility from the Thick Earth Hall and the Golden Sword Hall, leading to a potential encirclement attack. However, looking further up, the Amalprime Hall was almost past the 6th wave, reaping significant rewards. If they didn't catch up, the gap would widen, making future confrontation even harder. Jaden pondered, then asked his companions, "What do you think? Should we ascend?" Though he was the lead challenger, he still needed their agreement. An encirclement attack could injure all of them. Desi grinned. "Junior brother, act freely. Don't worry about us. We can hold our ground." Taj added, "Right? Why delay any longer? I can't wait to catch up with Uriel and give him a good lesson." Others remained silent, but their determined gazes spoke volumes. Jaden nodded, no longer hesitating, and operated the giant lightsaber, tearing through the waterfall and charging upwards. Seeing the Madman Hall advancing, Kian and Iolo, leaders of the Thick Earth Hall and the Golden Sword Hall, opened their eyes, coldness like knives glaring from within. "Jaden, you are truly bold. Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Kian of the Thick Earth Hall coldly stated. "I advise you to back off now. Don't force me to act," Iolo of the Golden Sword Hall directly threatened. Clearly, Jaden's arrival displeased them. They were critical moments in resisting the fifth wave. Interruptions were unwelcome. Looking at the attitudes of these two halls, Jaden raised an eyebrow. Originally, he wanted to say a few kind words, but now it seemed unnecessary. The waterfall treated all challengers fairly. It wasn't reasonable to forbid others simply because they wished to pass. Ignoring Kian and Iolo's lethal stares, Jaden positioned the lightsaber nearby, preparing for the waterfall impact. Jaden, you're courting death. Kian's face turned cold. On personal prowess, you have some skills, but now it's about the whole team. You bear the blame for not listening to us, Iolo expressed his stance. It appeared they had tacitly decided to cooperate, intending to swiftly drive the Madman Hall down to prevent a reset. Jaden remained calm, knowing this was all expected. He readied himself for battle. Who gave the Madman Hall the courage to challenge two at once? Someone below exclaimed. As expected of the Madman Hall, truly a group of lunatics. They'll either die or end up seriously injured, someone predicted. True to being top-ranked, treating others like non-entities, another person sarcastically remarked. The three swordsmen clenched their fists, whispering, "Go get them, Brother Cornell." As discussions buzzed below, the battle above commenced. The mountain-like light wheel of the thick earth hall and the giant sword-like light wheel of the golden sword hall simultaneously pressed toward Jaden's large saber-shaped light wheel. Facing such an onslaught, Jaden didn't take it lightly. He changed position instantly using spatial force, dodging skillfully. Himph, running is useless. Taste my sword. Iolo shouted, the giant sword bursting into dazzling light, unleashing terrifying golden essence, forming an unstoppable attack. See how you handle this. Kian unleashed a fierce assault, earth essence less sharp than golden essence but overwhelming in weight, giving a suffocating sensation. Both attacks came together, crushing space itself and roaring toward Jaden, impossible to avoid. Jaden didn't intend to dodge. To win, he must confront head-on. Massacre stance. Jaden's divine light shone brightly. The giant saber sliced through the air, releasing a massive blood-red arc, wielding invincible saber momentum and destructive power. This slash carried a probing intent. Jaden wanted to gauge whether it could block the attacks for the next plan. Boom. The three attacks collided, triggering violent tremors, the aftermath spreading like ripples. While the blood-red blade destroyed the earth essence, it was also dispersed, with most of the golden essence striking the giant saber. Desi and Alea, defending full force, both spat out mouthfuls of blood, clearly under immense pressure. Seen your brother, Raven? Jaden exclaimed in alarm. Hashtag chapter 435, major enhancement. Don't worry about us, just focus on attacking, Desi said firmly, outright rejecting Jaden's offer of mystic power support. We'll help with defense. Adolfo and Scarlet quickly changed their positions to assist Desi and Alea in defending. The four worked together with remarkable coordination. Taj and Gonlia maximized their speed, enhancing Jaden's spatial power to rapidly increase the distance from their opponents. Jaden took a deep breath, quickly making a decision. Currently, it was indeed tough for Insane Hall to fight two enemies simultaneously. They must hold out until the fifth round of impact reset. Once the fifth round of impact passed, he would gain an advantage. After elevating his realm, he could then counterattack effectively. With this thought in mind, Jaden swiftly moved, maneuvering the massive blade continuously. You still refuse to repent? Then take another sword strike. Iolo sneered, slashing with his giant sword again. The golden profundity turned into countless sword beams, enveloping from all sides, determined to cut off all of Jaden's escape routes. Fall back. Kian joined in, conjuring a towering mountain that pressed down from the sky. Jaden felt as if the entire space had dimmed, the pressure being very real and intense. However, he remained calm, continuing to coordinate perfectly with Taj and Gonlia, using spatial power to its utmost to evade many of the sword beams. Simultaneously, he wielded the colossal blade, executing the third form of Lock Space Heavenly Blade, Void Extermination. Instantly, an endless stream of light blades surged forth in the intertwining of spatial and destructive forces, not only clashing with the sword beams, but also resisting the oppressive weight of the mountain. Boom. Rumble. For a moment, the echoes of explosions reverberated, even shaking the light waterfall at the point of impact. Insane Hall's light wheel was sent flying by the force of the attack, almost collapsing. Fortunately, the seven fully cooperated, compensating for each other's defenses, barely maintaining their stance. This time, because of their perfect teamwork, none of them were injured. Though they had expended quite a bit of mystic power, they still had the strength for one more battle. On the opposite side, due to Jaden's full exertion, Ho2 Hall and Tianjian Hall were affected, retreating after being shaken. Their defensive companions looked pale, clearly bearing considerable pressure. Iolo's face turned sullen. Despite attacking together with Kian, not only did they fail to breach Jaden's defense, they themselves were impacted. He had to admit that individually, he was no match for Jaden. But now was the best opportunity to kill him. The latter was held back by his team, while their overall strength exceeded Insane Hall significantly. Iolo believed that with 2 or 3 more attacks, Jaden would inevitably be defeated. Iolo and Kian exchanged glances, both seeing fiery resolve in each other's eyes. Being able to slay the top-ranked hidden dragon, no matter the method, was worth bragging about. However, just as they were about to join forces, the light waterfall trembled, resetting the fifth round of impact and unleashing it once more. Damn! Iolo and Kian's faces changed. They had to abandon their offensive thoughts temporarily to withstand the impact with their light wheels. They had previous experience with the fifth round of impact, knowing the immense pressure involved, so they defended with all their might without any carelessness. We'll deal with them afterward. Iolo transmitted. Agreed. After the fifth round, it will be Jaden's demise. Kian nodded. The two planned to attack simultaneously once the fifth round passed, catching Insane Hall off guard. Meanwhile, Jaden exhaled quietly. He too awaited the outcome after the fifth round of impact. At this moment, facing the fierce fifth round, Jaden felt that the benefits he would receive should suffice for a breakthrough. Thinking this, he operated his light wheel, using past experience to resist the impact methodically. Amaldonly, the originally intense battle scene became quiet, like the calm before a storm. Below, some supporters of Jaden commented, "This is Insane Hall's last chance. If they can improve after gaining benefits, they might turn the tide." Foster's, "Jaden should surprise us," someone agreed. Others disagreed, saying, "Insane Hall will gain benefits, but don't forget that Hotu Hall and Tianjian Hall will also improve. They were already stronger than Insane Hall, and will only get even stronger, possibly overwhelming them." That makes sense. Overall, Insane Hall is still weaker. From the previous clashes, it was clear how much effort they had to put in to respond. Others nodded in agreement. What they didn't notice was that during the first 4 rounds, 2 members of Insane Hall, Jaden and Donghua, had never broken through before. One had profound foundations like a bottomless abyss, while the other's cultivation surpassed the rest by a significant margin. Once both broke through, their improvements would be enormous, greatly increasing the intensity of Insane Hall's light wheel. This was the result Jaden most desired, as only such a move could turn danger into safety. Time ticked away. Under everyone's hopeful gazes, the 5th round gradually weakened. Finally, after 15 minutes, the 5th round stopped. Crack. Snap. Consecutive muffled sounds came from Insane Hall, signaling breakthroughs. Jaden smiled, his cultivation successfully reaching the upper deity bridge realm, greatly enhancing his combat power. Donghua also broke through. Originally at 2nd tier Falling Moon Profound Power, she advanced to 3rd tier. Malaprisingly, Adolfo and Scarlet, who had broken through in the 2nd round, achieved another breakthrough, both reaching middle deity bridge realm. Thus, the strength of Insane Hall's light wheel crossed the deity bridge realm, possessing power comparable to a great master. Feeling the increased strength of the light wheel, Jaden felt immensely confident. His abilities would now exceed their previous strength. Across from them, several members of Iolo and Kian's teams also broke through, enhancing the strength of their light wheels, but not as significantly as Insane Hall. The gazes of the 3 groups met in midair, instantly sparking intense confrontation. "Jaden, die." Iolo roared, his gaze fiery. "This time you won't be so lucky." Kian smirked. Both attacked simultaneously, controlling their light wheels to charge at Jaden. Facing their ferocious assault, Jaden remained unperturbed. The gigantic light blade burst with invincible momentum, dazzling light shimmering on its surface as he calmly charged forward. Chapter 436, Victory. Rumble. 3 attacks collided fiercely, causing the space to tremble violently, and immense power surged outward. In this clash, the Earth Hall and Golden Sword Hall were directly forced back. Their combined assault was completely countered by Jaden, and even the aftershocks affected them. In contrast, Jaden appeared calm and unbothered, clearly having strength in reserve. Iolo's eyes widened in disbelief at this outcome. Kian also wore an incredulous expression. Despite both sides improving, how could Jaden's side suddenly surpass theirs? It must be a trick. The Earth Hall and Golden Sword Hall, working together, can't lose to the Madman Hall? The crowd below expressed shock as well. While the collision had been clear to see, it still felt surreal. Someone commented, "It must be due to Iolo and Kian's negligence that gave Jaden a chance." Many nodded in agreement, evidently favoring this explanation. They still found it hard to believe that Jaden could turn things around so quickly and gain the upper hand. Only the other 6 members of the Madman Hall understood how they turned adversity into safety. Apart from their own improvements, the most crucial factor was Jaden's breakthrough. Through the light wheel, they could clearly feel the profound depth of Jaden's foundation, which became terrifyingly strong after his realm breakthrough, a level far beyond what ordinary cultivators could match. Even Desi, who had always been confident in his own foundation, felt inferior in comparison. Desi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This junior brother of his was far stronger than he had been at the same age. Of course, Jaden himself had the clearest understanding of the improvement. Because he knew his foundation very well, he had confidence that breaking through would turn the tide in his favor. At this moment, Jaden paid no attention to Iolo and Kian's stunned expressions. He manipulated the massive light blade and charged forward once again. Lock space. Severing momentum. Jaden held nothing back. The giant blade glowed brilliantly as he unleashed 2 cuts. Terrifying spatial power and destructive energy surged out, creating an invincible blade path that tore through space toward the 2 opposing light wheels. Be careful. Iolo's pupils contracted as he felt the ferocity of Jaden's attack. Reacting swiftly, the light wheel under him wavered, releasing a blinding sword beam to meet the incoming attack. Kian used the essence of Earth to create 4 dark shields around him to withstand the assault. Rumble. Instantly, countless light blades compressed forward, shattering the sword beam almost immediately. Only Kian, skilled in defense, was barely holding on. But the attack hadn't ended. Amidst the countless light blades, a single blade flashed with overwhelming force, striking Iolo's light wheel with devastating impact. This was Jaden's planned move, landing precisely where intended. Boom! With a tremendous roar, amidst Iolo's frightened gaze, the light wheel beneath him violently shook, nearly disintegrating. Though he narrowly escaped, Iolo was clearly injured, his face turning pale. Not just him, several members of the Golden Sword Hall spat blood, barely standing. Iolo felt trembling all over. Now he realized Jaden's improvement far exceeded his imagination. If not for the Earth Hall support, Jaden could have crushed his team even before breaking through. But now, Iolo knew it was too late to understand this. Since they had provoked Jaden, they had to push forward regardless. Looking at Kian, whose condition was only slightly better, both men saw the resolve in each other's eyes. With no retreat possible, even though they knew their combined efforts might not turn the tide, they could not allow Ned to dominate them. One wrong move, and they would lose their lives. Therefore, despite the inevitable defeat, they had to go all out to fight for their survival. With no way out, even working together offers little hope, but we cannot let Ned suppress us. A single misstep, and we'll lose our lives. So, despite the certain defeat, we must do everything we can to survive, they resolved. Go all out. Kill. Iolo and Qian attacked simultaneously, knowing this clash might decide their fate. Their 腹下的光轮耀眼绽放，一柄巨剑，一座大山，全力朝着李清舒压了过去。Note: the last part seems to be partially in Chinese, so I'll complete the translation. Their foot wheels shone brilliantly, with a massive sword and a colossal mountain pressing down on Ned with all their might. Go all out. Kill. Iolo and Qian attacked simultaneously, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. Their respective light wheels blazed brightly as a giant sword and a mountain pressed down on Jaden with full force. Facing their desperate final blow, Jaden seemed to have anticipated it. The moment they moved, he responded instantly. All Madman Hall members also sensed it, channeling their spiritual energy rapidly through the light will connection toward Jaden. Amaldonly, Jaden seemed enveloped in divine light, his aura grand and overwhelming, a sign of unleashing full power. As he acted, the massive light blade shone dazzlingly, exuding terrifying might as destructive and spatial forces intertwined. Annihilate space. Jaden roared, and the giant blade struck forcefully, accompanied by spatial fluctuations. Destructive light blades emerged from the void, colliding with the opponent's attacks. Rumble. Rumble. An unending roar filled the air as the space around the collision point was shattered, winds howling wildly. Ultimately, the giant sword and the mountain crumbled under the pressure of the giant blade. Along with them, their light wheels disintegrated. Spit. Spit. Numerous dull thuds rang out, blood spattered through the air. Moments later, figures tumbled down like broken kites. In mere moments, the Earth Hall and Golden Sword Hall were defeated, all members significantly injured. Though their full attack saved their lives, the collapse of the light wheels disqualified them from further challenging the Golden Summit. Bang! Bang! Iolo and Qian hit the ground, spitting blood, unable to regain breath and passing out. Thankfully, their formidable cultivation prevented fatal injuries despite the fall. Beside them lay their teammates, all unconscious, showing the ferocity of the battle. Spectators remained in shock, no one moving to assist the injured. The Earth Hall and Golden Sword Hall are defeated? Someone muttered, finding the result incomprehensible. Even the enforcer reads below, who hadn't spoken, showed surprise, not expecting this outcome. They had been invited by the Pinnacle Hall to open the Golden Summit route, expecting the Pinnacle Hall to win again. Now, the result seemed destined to change. Given the Madman Hall's current momentum, they might break the Pinnacle Hall's dominance over the Golden Summit. Indeed, Jaden lives up to everyone's expectations. His potential is remarkable. The enforcers thought, their gaze growing more expectant. Chapter 437. Insults. I knew it. I knew it. Brother Cornell won't let us down. Amazing. Stuart clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with excitement and his eyes blazing. The other two members of the Three Musketeers felt the same way, trembling with excitement. This feeling of turning defeat into victory was incredibly satisfying. Despite many people not having faith in them, the Three Musketeers steadfastly supported Jaden, never wavering. This outcome only strengthened their resolve to follow Jaden's path, becoming even more convinced that he would reach the Golden Peak. Brother Cornell, please teach Juding Hall a severe lesson for being so arrogant before, Stuart muttered fiercely. Fostra, thinking about how they looked at us initially makes me furious. It's time to settle this, Brady nodded. Vaughn brothers are right, Gerald agreed wholeheartedly. At this moment, the Three Musketeers no longer cared what others thought. They lifted their heads, gazing at the Madman Hall, which was currently resting, their eyes filled with determination and a hint of anticipation. They eagerly awaited the day they could truly fight alongside Jaden. They believed this day was not far off. Under Jaden's influence, their strength had significantly improved and was not far behind him. Compared to the unwavering belief of the Three Musketeers, there were still a few who harbored doubts. Some people watched as members of Ho-Tu Hall and Tian Hall were carried away, their expressions unmoved. Instead, they cursed, these two teams of useless trash can't even handle Madman Hall. Looks like only Juding Hall can do it. Upon hearing this, some of the onlookers glared, but seeing the speaker's attire, they could only swallow their anger. Though Juding Hall sent only a few people, they were not to be trifled with. These onlookers lacked Jaden's confidence and feared retaliation from Juding Hall. However, they secretly cheered for Madman Hall, hoping they would take down Juding Hall, an outcome that would be greatly satisfying. Thinking about this, someone couldn't help but mutter lowly, Madman Hall has already proven their strength by getting this far. Juding Hall may not necessarily win against them. That's right. Juding Hall's lead is just due to past experience. Once Madman Hall adapts, they'll catch up, another voice chimed in softly. 9 rounds of attacks, each stronger than the last. Even with experience, Juding Hall might not reach the peak and could be overtaken by Madman Hall halfway through, another added in agreement. Hearing these words, Juding Hall members were naturally displeased, retorting, shut your mouths, or when we reach the top, we'll deal with each of you one by one. The crowd was taken aback and angry, clenching their fists, wishing they had the strength to challenge Juding Hall. After this exchange, more people began to support Madman Hall, speaking up for them. They hoped Madman Hall could achieve what they couldn't and make Juding Hall taste defeat. Juding Hall members paid no heed to the crowd's reactions and continued mocking, a bunch of useless fools. Watch this. The higher Madman Hall climbs, the harder they'll fall. The final victory will belong to Juding Hall. No one spoke after this, and the base of the mountain fell silent once again. But everyone knew this silence was different. Many held back, eager to see brilliance from those above. Above, Jaden and his team finished their rest and resumed their ascent. Soon, Jaden manipulated the giant knife light wheel, entering the 6th round of impact. Above him, Juding Hall was enduring the 7th round of impact, leading him by 1 round. Undeniably, Juding Hall's experienced climbers moved faster. However, Jaden was not discouraged. They would soon catch up. First, get through the 6th round, then I'll deal with Uriel. Jaden's eyes flashed with determination. His goal was ultimately the Golden Peak. and he needed to ensure stability and gain every advantage from each round. As for Uriel, he was just an opponent to be handled along the way. Just as Jaden prepared to focus, Uriel opened his eyes during his light cascade attack, looking down. Uriel, from his higher vantage point, sneered, "Jaden, watching you try so hard to catch up to me is quite touching." Jaden ignored him and readied himself for the incoming attack. But Uriel's voice echoed again, "Save your efforts. No matter how hard you try, you can never catch up to me. Only Juding Hall belongs on the Golden Peak. If you know what's good for you, turn back now and save yourself from embarrassment. Remember my words, or else?" Jaden suddenly raised his head. "Damn, can't you shut up?" Jaden, known for his calm demeanor, had finally lost his temper, showing how much Uriel's repeated provocations irked him. Taj paused, then clapped his hands. "Nicely said. Uriel, you've made my brother say such things. I don't know whether to feel happy or sad for you." Uriel's face darkened instantly. "Jaden, you'll regret this. I'll make you feel true despair." With that, Uriel turned away, reining in his murderous intent to focus on the light cascade. "Qingshu, ignore that arrogant fool. He's no different from the others who provoked you earlier. We'll take care of him and the rest soon," Taj advised. Jaden nodded, feeling slightly relieved after venting his frustration. It seemed the old demon swordsman had a point. Some people just need to be scolded until they shut up. Perhaps Jaden should learn to curse more often to avoid being annoyed all the time. In some distant space, the demon swordsman sneezed, grumbling, "Brat, can't you learn something better?" Soon, the 6th round of light cascades arrived, a relentless stream of energy crashing down. Jaden was ready, the giant knife light wheel firmly holding its position against the first wave of attack. The stream hit the blade with ear-piercing sounds, threatening to tear apart Jaden's defenses. But Jaden and his companions stood united, ensuring the light stream didn't affect the blade. Their growing experience and strength made them more capable of handling such challenges calmly. "Jaden, don't expect me to stick around. You'll never catch up." Moments later, Uriel completed the 7th round and ascended to the 8th position. Chapter 438. Take him down. Jaden ignored Uriel's taunts and focused on handling the 6th wave of the assault. He knew that the more critical this moment was, the less he should allow his opponent to influence his judgment. Thanks to this mindset, Jaden quickly adapted to the intensity changes in the 6th wave, using his accumulated experience. Moreover, with the overall strength increase of the Madman Hall, they responded even more smoothly. Soon, after about a quarter of an hour, the 6th wave ended. After collecting the benefits, Jaden did not pause, but immediately rushed into the 7th wave area. Above, Uriel was frowning as he resisted the 8th wave of the assault. Clearly, the 8th wave was extremely intense and had a longer duration. Uriel no longer had the leisure to pay attention to what was happening below. Jaden glanced upwards, then prepared for the 7th wave. Boom! Amaldinly, a massive torrent of light formed like a raging river, smashing fiercely against the Madman Hall's light wheel, signaling the start of the 7th wave. Jaden's eyes sharpened as he mobilized all his strength to resist. This wave was far stronger than the 6th, with a giant blade of light inside swaying violently, resembling branches trembling in the wind, seemingly ready to snap at any moment. Facing this onslaught, the other members of the Madman Hall also tensed up, letting Jaden direct and allocate their power. Although they were aware of the alternating strengths of the waves, Jaden noticed that higher up, the frequency of these changes increased. By the 7th wave, the transition happened within breaths, making it impossible to completely avoid. They could only rely on the intensity of their light wheels to endure. Fortunately, they had passed through the first 6 waves and received 6 rounds of benefits, significantly enhancing their light wheels. If they had just entered the light torrent, Jaden doubted they could withstand this 7th wave. Taking a deep breath, Jaden stopped trying to fully evade the impact, instead focusing all his efforts on controlling the light wheel to resist the ferocious flow of light. As he gradually adapted, the giant blade he controlled finally stabilized, hanging steadily in midair. Time slowly passed, and when Jaden felt the light torrent weakening, he opened his eyes. Everyone, prepare to advance into the 8th wave. Jaden made his decision. He saw Uriel seemingly about to complete the 8th wave. If he allowed Uriel to enter the 9th wave and gain its benefits, confronting him would become much harder. Fortunately, the higher the waves went, the longer the duration of each light torrent, giving Jaden a chance to catch up. At this moment, Jaden estimated that by the time he finished the 7th wave, Uriel still needed some time. He must seize this opportunity to catch Uriel off guard. Ideally, resetting the 8th wave would put the Madman Hall and the Absolute Peak Hall back at the same starting point, increasing the Madman Hall's chances of victory. The other members of the Madman Hall had no objections to Jaden's suggestion. They had long wanted to teach the Absolute Peak Hall a lesson, harboring resentment and anger. Just as Jaden and the others were ready, the 7th wave ended. Without taking the time to enjoy the tremendous benefits, Jaden manipulated the light wheel, swiftly ascending upwards. "Look, Jaden is catching up to Uriel," someone below exclaimed. Just as expected, Jaden doesn't disappoint. "That's right, take down the Absolute Peak Hall. Take down the Absolute Peak Hall." Many people cheered loudly as if they themselves were climbing the light torrent. Originally mocking Jaden, the disciples of the Absolute Peak Hall now wore grim expressions. Someone coldly snorted, "What does it matter if he catches up? Crushing the Madman Hall for the Absolute Peak Hall is as easy as crushing an ant. Just wait and see." Ignoring them, the crowd continued to cheer for the Madman Hall. Above, Jaden managed to enter the 8th wave just before it ended, disrupting the ongoing assault. With the entry of Jaden and the others, the 8th wave abruptly stopped, clearly having been interrupted. Uriel suddenly opened his eyes, murderous intent surging out as he hissed, "Jaden!" If words could kill, Uriel would have dismembered Jaden countless times over. Being forcibly interrupted meant he had to restart the wave to obtain the final benefits. Uriel knew Jaden had done this deliberately. The latter's light wheel was growing stronger, indicating he was still absorbing benefits. Uriel regretted not waiting for Jaden at the 7th wave, and striking while he wasn't ready. Blinded by eagerness to reach the golden Amamet, he hadn't wasted time on unnecessary matters. Once he reached the summit, eliminating Jaden, the top-ranked, would be easy. However, plans had changed. Jaden had unexpectedly caught up. Uriel was furious and sternly declared, "Since you seek death so eagerly, I'll grant your wish." "Talking too much, you've been a thorn in my side for long enough," Taj called out. "Qing Shu, take him down." Jaden remained silent, responding with action. Just as the Madman Hall fully absorbed their benefits, Jaden wielded the massive light blade, slashing ruthlessly at Uriel and his group. Seeking death. Uriel's eyes flashed coldly as the Absolute Peak Hall's giant spear-like light wheel charged forward with formidable might. "They're fighting! They're fighting!" The crowd below cried out, their eyes fixed on the spectacle. "Kill! Destroy the Absolute Peak Hall!" Many people yelled until they were red-faced. "Don't celebrate prematurely, Jaden's end is near." The Absolute Peak Hall disciples sneered. "The Absolute Peak Hall knows nothing of Brother Cornell's strength." The three swordsmen rolled their eyes, not bothering to argue. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed from above, interrupting the crowd's cheers. Upon closer inspection, despite the Madman Hall's weaker light wheel, they matched the Absolute Peak Hall in this clash. "Haha, there's hope. Great job, Madman Hall. Jaden, awesome. Fight, fight, fight." Witnessing this scene, the crowd grew even more excited. Those who had previously mocked Jaden mostly joined in supporting the Madman Hall. They preferred seeing the always dominating Absolute Peak Hall being subdued. The cheers around them left the Absolute Peak Hall disciples uneasy, mouths agape, then closing angrily. They knew anything they said would be drowned out by the crowd's roar. In their hearts, they cursed Jaden, hoping he met a gruesome end under Uriel's hands. Of course, the battling parties above paid no heed to what was happening below. Their focus was on resolving the conflict before the 8th wave reset. Chapter 439. Is that all? Kill. Jaden wielded the colossal blade, tearing through space with an unstoppable momentum. The brilliant blade light slashed forward at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to catch, heading straight for Uriel. Faced with Jaden's renewed attack, Uriel's fury intensified. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spear, determined to reclaim some of his lost dignity. After their previous clashes left them evenly matched, Uriel's mood had plummeted to its lowest point. How could someone like Jaden, who reached the top merely by luck, be compared to him? Even his Reed brother had never achieved such glory. What right did this bumpkin from Shizhou have? Uriel originally planned to thoroughly humiliate Jaden via the Golden Peak Road, but Jaden's untimely interruption thwarted his plans. Now, the idea that Jaden dared to challenge the Apex Hall was nothing short of a dream. A person without a family legacy, what kind of heavenly pride are you? Uriel spat out with disdain and a murderous glint in his eyes. Scram. Roaring loudly, Uriel attacked with overwhelming force, as if a surging flood were rolling forth, enveloping Jaden with unstoppable power. Boom. In an instant, the colossal blade and the colossal spear clashed again. The immense shockwave tore apart the surrounding space, while violent air currents whipped up into a hurricane, ravaging through the light cascades. Confronted by these aftershocks, Jaden decisively retreated to absorb the impact. But this action led Uriel to believe that the Madman's Hall had been forced back by his assault, giving him a smug sense of satisfaction. Clearly, if he put forth his full strength, Jaden's Madman's Hall was no match for him. After all, the team members Uriel brought along all possessed the cultivation level beyond great ability, with 2 of them having grasped profound truths just like himself. On the other hand, Jaden's side seemed weaker. Only one person had the prowess of a great ability cultivator who had grasped profound truths. Everyone else, including Jaden, didn't even reach that level. How could a team of bumpkins possibly stand against them? Bumpkins, overestimating yourselves. Uriel couldn't help but sneer, trying to alleviate his inner agitation. Across from him, Jaden ignored Uriel's expression. Though arrogant, Uriel indeed possessed considerable strength. Through their 2 clashes, Jaden gauged their respective capabilities. If not for Jaden leading the offensive, the Madman's Hall might truly be no match for the Apex Hall. Jaden knew well that in terms of overall strength, their light wheel fell short of the Apex Hall. However, thanks to his profound foundation and mastery of the invincible blade technique, he managed to cope relatively smoothly. Fostered, this couldn't last long. Once the Apex Hall breached their defenses, regardless of how fierce Jaden's strikes were, they would ultimately fail. Therefore, Jaden needed to strategize carefully. Either he needed to kill Uriel and his group before the 8th wave arrived, or hold out until the 8th wave, during which the Madman's Hall could break through once more. Jaden decided on both strategies simultaneously. The best defense is a strong offense. He needed to forcefully disrupt the Apex Hall, so they wouldn't notice the Madman's Hall's weaknesses. By exploiting Uriel's overconfidence, he aimed to confuse his mind further. As the leader of the light wheel, Jaden had to think this deeply to protect his teammates. No one must leave, not a single one. With rapid thoughts, Jaden manipulated the colossal blade through the unsettled storm and launched another attack. Invincible slash. A dazzling blade light descended from the sky. Jaden attacked with all his might, the invincible blade technique carrying destructive power slicing through a passage dozens of yards long directly above the Apex Hall. Courting death. The moment Jaden struck, Uriel responded. He confidently maneuvered the colossal spear toward the oncoming blade light. The blinding spear glow mirrored his current state, ferocious and formidable. Golden radiance flashed on the spear tip, emitting a razor-sharp brilliance. Rumble. Blade and spear clashed fiercely, releasing explosive energy that warped the space around them. Uriel swung his giant hand, making the spear shimmer brightly, steadfastly ignoring the aftershock, remaining rooted in place. Meanwhile, Jaden's colossal blade was once again pushed back far away, stopping only at the edge of the light waterfall. Is that all? Uriel felt incredibly satisfied. Through 2 all-out attacks, he had seen Jaden's true colors. A Malcha champion was easily killed. Jaden let out a deep breath, relieved he stopped in time. Falling outside the 8th wave's range would have been troublesome. Next time, I won't release my energy so completely. His gaze flickered. If it were a one-on-one battle, Jaden wouldn't have retreated at all. But considering his teammates' limits, he chose the most stable way to dissipate energy, minimizing pressure on them. After all, since they were weaker, he had to use this method to evade. However, this behavior appeared less favorable to observers. The crowd immediately buzzed with chatter. Initially, they thought the first clash between the Madman's Hall and the Apex Hall was evenly matched, but now, seeing the results, disappointment spread among many faces. What level is this for a champion? Someone grumbled. How is Jaden doing? Where did the courage he showed on the Cornelf death platform go? Afraid of Uriel? You got my support for nothing, complained another spectator. People like you who switch sides don't deserve to speak here. Jaden doesn't need your support, snapped a nearby observer. Foster's, only allowing others to win but not to lose is unreasonable. As long as Jaden gives his best effort, that's enough, added someone else. The 3 swordsmen heard these comments and felt startled. It seemed Cornell Brother gained quite a few supporters during the Golden Peak climb. No way. Cornell Brothers' #1 supporter should be us. We can't stay low-key anymore. Exchanging looks, the 3 swordsmen cheered loudly to encourage Jaden. Their shouts stirred many others to join in, their voices rising in waves, quickly drowning out any doubts. You can shout all you want. That won't change Jaden's fate. The Apex Hall disciples laughed derisively. In their view, the situation was clear. Jaden was destined to lose. Seemingly sensing the commotion below, Uriel smiled faintly, waving down to them. From afar, he couldn't hear their words, assuming they were cheering for him. After all, defeating the champion was certainly commendable. His smile faded as he turned and saw Jaden advancing once more despite being pushed back, sparking a lethal intent within him. Stubborn fool. This spear strike will kill you. Chapter 440. Oversight. Uriel's murderous intent surged, and under his control, the massive spear unleashed thousands of spear beams. Endless spear beams intertwined like a vast net, accompanied by the sharpness of the golden profundity, glowing brilliantly as they poured down. Facing the attack, Jaden showed no fear. His eyes shone with divine light, and wielding the great sword effortlessly, he slashed down forcefully. Void annihilation. Jaden intoned in mystic tones. The invincible blade was imbued with forces of destruction and space, cleaving countless light blades. Under his precise control, these radiant light blades converged into a giant blade, aimed to tear apart the web-like spear beams. At this moment, he pushed himself to his limits. He knew that with the enhancement of the optimal Hall's light wheel, Uriel's killing power had reached unprecedented heights, which was also the source of Uriel's confidence. Therefore, he had to give it everything to ensure his companions did not suffer heavy injuries. Boom! In an instant, the giant blade met the spear beams, bursting into blinding light. All members of the Optimal Hall and Madman Hall squinted their eyes shut. Soon after, the 2 attacks seemed to reach their limits, and the light orb exploded suddenly. In an instant, energy surged like a flood, and the aftermath rushed over like waves. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Though his giant blade blocked the attack, it shattered first, causing some spear beams to still advance toward them. Oh no! Jaden underestimated the strength Uriel gained from the light wheel. Since it wasn't Uriel's own power, despite Jaden's careful considerations, there were inevitable oversights. Moreover, Uriel clearly unleashed a powerful killing move this time. Jaden's mind raced. He instantly communicated with his companions, adopting a defensive stance and rapidly retreating to dissipate the force. This time they faced not only the aftermath, but also the remaining attack from Uriel. Any misstep would cause the light wheel to disintegrate, leading them to be washed down the mountain peak, losing their challenge eligibility. Crack! Energy impact and spear beam attacks struck the giant sword light wheel almost simultaneously. Spurt! Desi and Alea, who were responsible for the defense, spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale as paper. The giant sword shook violently, and the light wheel sizzled, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. However, the Madman Hall members remained unperturbed. After 7 rounds of coordination, their teamwork far surpassed what it used to be. On the light wheel, the ties shimmered, their mystical powers converged without reservation or pause, forming the final line of defense. This was both a means of resistance and a display of will. Finally, under the combined effort of the 7, the light wheel did not disintegrate but hovered steadily in midair. Jaden let out a long breath, relieved that disaster was narrowly averted. He blamed himself deeply for nearly jeopardizing his companions due to his mistake. Younger brother, a small injury is nothing serious. Don't worry about it. Desi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fostra, I can still fight, Alea said fiercely. Jaden felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. He knew this was his companion's absolute trust in him. Determined not to betray this trust, he resolved silently that such incidents must never happen again. Recovering his composure, Jaden looked at Uriel. This time, Uriel could not avoid the aftermath either, being forced back significantly. However, the Optimal Hall managed to withstand the backlash thanks to the strength of the light wheel. Fostered, Uriel's face did not look good. His confident move had been mostly thwarted by Jaden and failed to crush him entirely. Lord Pei, this Jaden is indeed tenacious. Even such an attack couldn't subdue him, a Kevin behind Uriel remarked. Humph, just making a last stand. Next time, I'll surely annihilate him, Uriel sneered. The Kevin nodded with a smile, convinced that Jaden was at his last leg and wouldn't hold on much longer. Continuous clashes had already taken a toll on their own mystical powers, let alone the Madman Hall who were even weaker than them. Victory was now in sight, merely a matter of time. Just as Uriel prepared to channel more mystical power and strike again, the waterfall-like stream of light became active once more, the hissing sound filling the air. Uriel's expression turned grim. The 8th round of impact was coming. This meant that the attack on Jaden had to be paused again, allowing him more time to survive. Uriel understood the intensity of the 8th round well, knowing from past experiences that it could not be taken lightly. Most of the methods used in the previous 3 rounds relied heavily on brute force, leaving no room for shortcuts. In this situation, rash actions would mean certain death. Reluctantly, Uriel instructed his companions to set up defenses against the light waterfall impact. They sure have luck on their side, the Kevin commented again. Shut up. Focus on defending, Uriel snapped, in a foul mood. The Kevin shrugged and fell silent. Meanwhile, the Madman Hall, about 10 zhang away from the optimal hall, readied their defensive stances. Jaden's eyes burned with determination. As he wished, they managed to delay until the impact arrived. As long as they held out, their counterattack would commence. After the 7th round, none of the Madman Hall members broke through. Once they benefited from the 8th round, explosive growth was assured. Their light will strength would improve, and Jaden estimated his cultivation would reach the peak of the Divine Bridge realm, boosting his combat power further. Even if the optimal hall gained benefits too, Jaden believed the gap between them would shrink significantly since high-level experts required more gains to ascend realms compared to those at the Divine Bridge level. By closing the light wheel strength gap, Jaden was confident that with the Madman Hall's ultimate trump card, they could defeat the optimal hall. He had been holding onto this card for a long time, and it was time to reveal it. But all would depend on the outcome after the 8th round of impact. As the light waterfall descended upon the giant sword light wheel, the 7 members of the Madman Hall immediately felt immense pressure. Jaden dared not be careless. Their overall state was less than ideal, so extreme caution was necessary. With a mental command, his companions adjusted their mystical powers to coordinate defensively. After several adjustments, the Madman Hall finally stabilized, weathering the initial impact of the 8th wave, entering a sustained resistance phase. Thus, in midair, both the Madman Hall and the Optimal Hall closed their eyes to deal with the light waterfall. About half an hour later, the light waterfall weakened, and both parties opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Sparks flying indicated that the final clash was imminent. Hashtag chapter 441. The final ace. The hearts of everyone below leaped to their throats, the murmurs dying down as the air seemed to freeze, an intangible pressure spreading from above. Finally, the 8th wave of light cascade ended. Almost simultaneously, both the Madman Hall and the Absolute Peak Hall activated their movements, each controlling their respective light wheels and charging towards the other. Clearly, both sides aimed for the same goal, to gain benefits while launching attacks, seizing the initiative. A thunderous boom erupted as massive blades and spears clashed, stirring up violent gusts that made the space around them tremble violently. Both parties' light wheels were forced back. The Madman Hall retreated about 6 feet, while the Absolute Peak Hall only moved back 3 feet. The Absolute Peak Hall still held the advantage. Pooh. At this moment, 2 consecutive mun thuds resounded. On the side of the Madman Hall, Desi and Alea broke through due to the benefits they gained, advancing into the broken Nirvana realm, becoming great masters. As they broke through, the light wheel of the Madman Hall emitted a dazzling radiance, its strength increasing by another level. Editing for fluency and consistency. At this moment, 2 consecutive thuds resounded. On the side of the Madman Hall, Desi and Alea advanced into the broken Nirvana realm, becoming great masters due to the benefits they gained. With their breakthrough, the light wheel of the Madman Hall emitted a dazzling radiance, its strength increasing by another level. Damn it. Uriel cursed inwardly. They needed more benefits to break through. Kill. Jaden didn't hesitate. He controlled the massive blade, slashing out terrifying blade light. The invincible momentum enveloped destructive power, pressing toward Uriel. Get lost. Uriel roared, thrusting his massive spear with blinding spear beams. Golden brilliance flashed as the essence of gold forcefully met the attack head-on. This was the most direct confrontation. Neither would yield. Another loud boom echoed. The blade light crushed the spear beams, forcing the Absolute Peak Hall's massive spear far back. Meanwhile, the Madman Hall's light wheel only retreated a few feet, unharmed. Uriel's face turned pale with fury. They were actually at a disadvantage. Chandler Pay, their foundation is stronger than ours. Now that they've broken through, they'll be hard to deal with. Someone from the Absolute Peak Hall fretted. Shut up, do I need your input? Uriel bellowed angrily. At this critical moment, someone on his side faltered. How could this not infuriate him? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Uriel couldn't help but curse again. The rest of the Absolute Peak Hall glanced at each other, intimidated by Uriel's family background, and dared not speak further. Now, they could only go all out. Fortunately, some of them were about to break through as well. Over there, Jaden manipulated the massive blade once again. Brilliant blade light carved a path forward, releasing terrifying might straight toward the Absolute Peak Hall. With a defiant surge, Uriel maneuvered his giant spear to meet the attack head-on. Boom. They collided again, immense force pushing back Uriel and his group once more. Jaden remained in control. Just as Uriel raged uncontrollably, 3 great masters behind him broke through to a minor realm, reaching 1 step away from becoming Essence Great Lawsons. Uriel rejoiced. This boosted the strength of their light wheel, its radiance becoming even more brilliant. Ha ha ha, Jaden, your end is near. However, his laughter stopped abruptly, because at this point, the benefits from the 8th round had been absorbed completely. On the Madman Hall side, 3 people also transmitted signs of breakthrough. Indeed, after absorbing all the benefits, Taj, Jeffrey, and Scarlet simultaneously advanced to the High God Bridge realm. Their breakthroughs caused the light wheel beneath the Madman Hall to burst with radiant energy, rivaling that of the Absolute Peak Hall. What's so impressive about 3 God Bridge realms? We will still crush you, Uriel dismissed, confident that their greater mastery would compensate for any disparity. What Uriel didn't know was that Jaden could have broken through as well, but he chose not to, instead suppressing his cultivation at the peak of the God Bridge realm. The reason? Jaden harbored ambitions, hoping to reach the pinnacle of this major realm under the right circumstances. Of course, Jaden did not think he would achieve this here. He hadn't felt the right timing yet. His current realm still had room for consolidation, but that was fine. Even without reaching the pinnacle, the benefits he gained significantly increased his power and combat effectiveness. With the benefits now exhausted, Jaden felt the time was right to unveil his final ace. Gentlemen, activate the blood carnage formation. Jaden was decisive, transmitting the order immediately. The others of the Madman Hall understood and unleashed torrents of blood chi from their bodies, as if overwhelming savagery was erupting. The 9-turn blood carnage formation had been used effectively once before by Jaden and his companions in the Western Prefecture Palace. From the moment he taught the techniques to Taj and Noemi, he had been waiting for this moment. If a problem proved difficult, the 9-turn blood carnage formation would be their ultimate backup. Now, with 3 great masters having broken through in the Absolute Peak Hall, though it presented a challenge, the boost from the blood carnage formation should be enough to destroy the Absolute Peak Hall. Jaden wouldn't miscalculate this time. He was very confident. Though limited by numbers, the 7-person blood carnage formation could not trap their opponents in formation, but it greatly enhanced their overall strength. Thus, Jaden achieved his objective. Instantly, with the birth of 7 crimson threads, the Madman Hall's overall momentum surged dramatically, akin to invincibility. Seeing this, Uriel furrowed his brow, unsure of the cause. Trying to trick me? Do you think I'm afraid? Uriel sneered, utterly confident in the Absolute Peak Hall. Die. Without hesitation, he released waves of murderous intent. The massive spear he controlled shone brighter than ever, endless spear beams pouring out, attacking the Madman Hall from all directions. Massacre momentum. Jaden's eyes glinted. He was ready. The massive blade cut through with terrifying bloody blade light, a beautiful crimson arc shooting skyward. Instantly, wherever the crimson arc passed, the spear beams disintegrated. Those struck or not struck alike were dispersed by the power of the blade light. This can't be possible. Where did he get such immense power? Uriel's pupils contracted in disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend, the remaining power of the bloody blade light slammed into the light wheel of the Absolute Peak Hall. Boom! The massive spear of the Absolute Peak Hall was forcefully knocked downward, violently shaking mid-air. No way! Uriel roared in anger, ignoring the blood spilling from his companions' mouths as he controlled the spear upward. Mobilizing all his mystic power and the light wheel strength, he aimed to annihilate Jaden and reclaim lost face. He believed the previous mistake was due to negligence, but this time he would not fail. Spear thrusts unleashed endless golden spear beams, the sharpness of the essence of gold cutting through fiercely. Annihilate space. Jaden's expression was indifferent as he channeled destruction and spatial power, based on his invincible knife stance, ruthlessly chopping downwards. Blinding light crushed everything in its path, destroying space wherever it went. Chapter 442. The Defeat of Absolute Peak Hall. Rumble. 2 powerful strikes collided in midair, creating a massive burst of light that enveloped everyone from the Madman Hall and Absolute Peak Hall. Shortly after, all people saw was a giant spear tumbling out from the radiance, hurtling several zhang away. Blood spattered in the air but was quickly washed away by the torrential light, leaving no trace behind. Die! Before the light fully dissipated, a large sword charged out, cutting down powerfully towards the somewhat disheveled giant spear. A distance of several zhang seemed wide, yet it was but an instant to onlookers. Soon the large sword pressed against the large spear. A roar filled with unwillingness echoed through space. It was Uriel's voice. However, this sound ceased abruptly after just a moment of venting. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering light drowned out the roar. The outcome was already apparent. The dazzlingly radiant giant sword unleashed a relentless might, overwhelming Absolute Peak Hall's last vestige of strength and dashing their hopes of reaching the peak. Amid Uriel's eyes filled with doubt and resentment, ravaging energy enshrouded him, permanently etching the shock on his face at that very moment. Bloody fog spread in the air, but without any corpses. The gory stench was quickly dispersed by the wind, and then vanished under the torrential light. Uriel had been defeated and killed. His defeat was astonishingly swift, and his death horrifyingly sudden. Only 2 members of Absolute Peak Hall survived under the tremendous pressure. They were fortunate. They only served auxiliary roles, and stayed some distance away from the collision point. Combined with their inherent prowess, they ended up only grievously wounded, plummeting from the torrential light. The 2 figures crashed downward like heavy stones, but they were grand cultivators who, despite serious injuries, wouldn't easily die from a fall. At most, it would only compound their injuries. Since they couldn't die, nobody bothered to check on them. It wasn't that the crowd didn't want to help, but they were all still immersed in the shocking conclusion and couldn't come back to their senses. An unknown length of time passed before a deep breath broke the silence. Immediately after, more breathing sounds followed, some short, others gasping for breath. All due to astonishment, specifically, shock. Heavens, Absolute Peak Hall is really defeated, ah. The first person who exclaimed didn't have many adjectives left to describe his excitement besides using ah. No matter how much disbelief and suspicion there was beforehand, the outcome was enough to overwhelm their emotions once revealed. Oddly enough, moments later, as if infected by that sentiment, more people joined in chanting ah, 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 ah. It seemed like only this could adequately express their shock. Even with decent cultivation levels, they reacted similarly to ordinary people when encountering events beyond their comprehension. Or even less than those educated ones, who would at least praise, Jaden, you are indeed the top contender. The 3 musketeers fared better than the over-astonished cultivators, possibly due to being mentally prepared. They showed actions, shoulders draped around each other, jubilant and shouting, Brother Cornell, Brother Cornell. Naturally, where there is joy, there must be sorrow. Amalch as the observers from Absolute Peak Hall, and the Academy students allied with Absolute Peak Hall. Their faces displayed uniform expressions of livid anger. These people ignored their heavily injured companions sprawled on the ground. One of them angrily said, "Damn it. Why did Uriel lose? Why?" Another muttered, "There's only Madman Hall left above now. The record of absolute peak Hall staying first place has been broken." Someone spoke darkly, "Jaden killed Uriel. Elon definitely won't let this go. This feud will remain unsettled. Wait for Elon's wrath." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Elon was a renowned genius throughout the imperial capital, unmatched by few. Thinking of this, these people's faces eased slightly. They finally remembered the two seriously injured individuals and hurriedly carried them away from the foot of the mountain. They didn't need or want to see what happened next. Watching Jaden ascend the golden peak would be pure discomfort. The crowd, still in awe and shock, didn't notice this small group sneaking away. The crowd's gazes shifted from horror to fervor, eagerly anticipating Jaden leading Madman Hall to the summit of the golden peak. And Jaden had the same thoughts, manipulating the light wheel to climb toward the 9th wave impact area. Jaden's plan was straightforward, leveraging the remaining power of the blood-killing formation to surge past the 9th wave. Moreover, once activated, forcefully retracting the blood-killing formation would cause severe debilitation. Hence, he might as well take advantage of its effect and give it a try. The 9th wave impact would certainly be exceedingly strong. Even with Madman Hall's current light wheel strength, Jaden wasn't confident in easily handling it. Maintaining the blood-killing formation gave him more confidence. Soon, as Jaden and others stepped into the range, the 9th wave of impact arrived on schedule. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated, almost bursting eardrums. Jaden controlled the giant sword, steadily hovering in midair, resisting the impacts. Simultaneously, he inwardly thanked the blood-killing formation's boost, without which this moment might be very challenging. This 9th wave was far stronger than the 8th wave, even surpassing Jaden's expectations. Those streaming light rays felt tangible, surging like massive waves, ferocious and brutal. Luckily, having ascended thus far, everyone had achieved considerable breakthroughs. Coupled with the blood-killing formation, they should be able to endure it. Everything seemed somewhat fortuitous, but also reflected Jaden's prudence and foresight, undoubtedly part of his capabilities. Time slowly passed without significant incidents. Madman Hall weathered the 9th wave assault safely. After more than half an hour, the light gradually dissipated, signaling the end of the impact. But the floating giant sword remained motionless as Madman Hall's members prepared to absorb the gains. The rewards from the 9th wave were immense and needed thorough absorption to avoid waste. Warm light appeared in the torrential stream, colorful and illuminating the 7 members. Each one couldn't help but show expressions of bliss, as though indulging in fine wine. This immersion was absolute, far deeper than the previous 8 rounds, making them reluctant to wake up too soon. Consecutive breakthrough sounds rang in their ears. Their companions' cultivations were advancing. Taj, Jeffrey, and Scarlet had crossed into the broken Nirvana realm. Noemi had also improved slightly. Jaden smiled faintly. Amalch's vast rewards were truly extraordinary, akin to forceful direct infusion. However, considering Yuxian Academy's long history, predating the Dechu imperial family, this made sense. There were always things incomprehensible, yet if harmless, it was best to accept them calmly. Jaden did just that, integrating all gained benefits into his Chi-Si, causing the Chi-Si to churn wildly. Fostered, he still hadn't broken through. He managed to suppress his restless Yuan power. Extreme boundary was his goal, consolidating foundations firmly before advancing further. He was now at the upper divine realm foundation level. Higher lay the immortal level. Lately, Jaden had a feeling that achieving true immortality required reaching the immortal level foundation, perhaps more. Therefore, he wasn't anxious at all. Aware of numerous secrets, he knew his path ahead was extraordinarily long, unimaginably so, and perilous, requiring meticulous caution at every step. Ready, let's go. Sensing his comrades had completed absorption, Jaden manipulated the light wheel towards the golden peak. Chapter 443, Clear Spirit Platform. Taending, more accurately, refers to the mountain peak. From afar, it appears shrouded in mist, hiding its true form, but up close, it resembles a colossal sword piercing the sky. When Jaden ascended Taending with the giant knife, those below could no longer see him. He made it. Jaden really did it. Even though everyone had mentally prepared for this, they still couldn't help but marvel when they saw Jaden vanish into the clouds. They hadn't climbed Taending themselves, and even in the history of Juding Hall, few had managed to reach it. Including Uriel from before, many people thought he might win first place but didn't believe he could reach Taending. Those who came down from Taending were said to undergo tremendous changes. This was why everyone remained expectant, unwilling to leave despite not being able to see them anymore. Above the clouds, the light wheels beneath Jaden and his companions vanished as they stood atop the mountain peak. On the peak, there was a moderately sized flat area, just enough for 7 people to stand. At the center of their gathering stood a smooth, man-height bronze mirror. Honestly, when the 7 first saw this bronze mirror, they felt strange and puzzled. The much-anticipated Taending only contained a bronze mirror, strangely placed on the mountain peak. It looked completely out of place. Could it be that an ancient ancestor enjoyed admiring themselves in this mirror on the mountain top, leaving behind an opportunity? Jaden smiled oddly, looking at his companions whose feelings mirrored his own. So far, he hadn't discovered anything peculiar about the bronze mirror. Just this? Taj pouted, saying, so-called Taending isn't a scam? No one answered him, for no one had a definitive answer. Including Jaden, everyone's hearts were pounding. Was it indeed a scam? Or were they missing something profound? Doubts clouded their minds. At that moment, the 7 members of Frenzy Hall stood motionless, unsure of what to do. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a coolness to the mountain peak. The endless sea of clouds seemed to converge towards the center. Jaden was stunned. By their cultivation standards, they should not have felt this coolness. To be precise, they might sense a slight chill, but it shouldn't be significant since they were immune to cold. Fostered, this coolness was undeniable. It wasn't cold but rather like quenching a parched body with ice water, quite comfortable. Jaden sensed the coolness becoming more pronounced, his entire being relaxing. Amaldonly, a wave of coolness surged through his mind, making him instantly more alert. It felt strange. He was already awake yet felt as if breaking through murkiness. Clear spirit platform. Jaden's eyes emitted a radiant glow. He seemed to grasp something. He had heard countless truths existed in the world, but Tao remained elusive to him. His master, Yusef, once mentioned that only true immortals could touch Tao, and the foundation for touching Tao was achieving clear spirit platform. These 4 words seemed simple, but were extremely difficult to attain. Ordinary people had emotions and desires, and cultivators were no different. With power surpassing ordinary humans, cultivators often had stronger emotions and desires. The stronger one became, the more controlling and greedy they grew, filled with various cravings. Thus, the more powerful someone became, the harder it was to maintain clear spirit platform. Jaden had specifically asked Demon Blade about how immortals achieved clear spirit platform. Demon Blade's response was simple. They had treasures like the enlightenment fruit, which could briefly keep one in this state. Jaden hadn't heard of such treasures before, but remembered it deeply, yearning for it. After learning about the collapse of Yuxian Heaven's Tao and its damage, he thought he would remain disconnected from Tao for a long time, at least within Yuxian Heaven. Unexpectedly, this gentle breeze today gave him a clear spirit platform sensation. Although he had never experienced it before, the innate intuition of a cultivator confirmed it. Not just Jaden, Desi and the others also felt it. They were all outstanding among the younger generation of Yuxian continent, so experiencing clear spirit platform wasn't surprising, even if it was their first time. Cornelk a silent agreement, the 7 sat down, closing their eyes. They didn't care how the wind arrived or why it had this effect on the mountain peak. Opportunity was far more important than the reason. This opportunity couldn't be described as rare. It was fleeting. No one knew when the wind would stop. Perhaps in an instant, perhaps for 15 minutes. But as Jaden and the others sat down, the wind continued blowing, its coolness seeping through their pores, spreading throughout their bodies. The coolness intensified, and their spirits became clearer. Their breathing steadied, following a certain frequency. Inhaling, exhaling, rising, falling. Jaden's comprehension was extraordinary, and he was the first to enter the true enlightenment state among the 7. Foster's true enlightenment. Previous enlightenment experiences compared to this felt fake versus real. In his clear spirit platform state, Jaden didn't ponder the outcome of his enlightenment. Indeed, he couldn't think like that now. Clarity meant no distractions, no thoughts. What Tao was, Jaden didn't know, nor did he need to. He only knew that sometime, whispers of wind, trickling streams, and booming bells echoed around him. Then, celestial music played, followed by sorrowful cries of lonely souls. These sounds were distant yet close, mysterious and unfathomable. Unbeknownst to Jaden, while they were absorbed in enlightenment, the surface of the bronze mirror began to twist as if coming alive. Chapter 444, Sorrow. Quick look, there's a golden light shining. At the foot of the mountain, someone exclaimed in surprise, causing waves of excitement. Everyone looked up to see beams of golden light piercing through the mist, dyeing the entire sky golden. This is golden Amamet, someone marveled. It had been years since the golden Amamet reappeared, truly an exhilarating moment. The reason it was called golden Amamet was because when someone ascended it, there was a possibility of it causing a golden glow to spread across the sky. Indeed, it was just a possibility. According to records from Yuxian Academy, the appearance of golden light on golden Amamet did not exceed 10 times. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the name golden Amamet from spreading, because if one triggered the golden light, it meant they would receive an extraordinary reward. Amount rewards were only heard about from the older generations by many students, varying from person to person but absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it was fate, then only those with the right destiny would attain it. For a moment, the people at the foot of the mountain displayed various emotions: astonishment, fervor, envy, jealousy. Even the law enforcement reeds who opened the golden Amamet transformed from initial shock to awe. Though they had lived for many years, they too had never seen the true form of golden Amamet. In midair, Dorian, Ashton, and Herbert, the 3 palace masters, gathered. Behind them stood a group of teachers who had come to observe. Dorian smiled broadly and said, "No wonder my disciple can trigger anomalies in both the Mystic Tower and golden Amamet. Not bad, really not bad." Ashton snorted coldly, "Shameless. If not for your forceful abduction, he would have long joined my sect." Dorian raised his eyebrows. "Not convinced? Shall we fight?" Ashton became flustered and cursed, "Barbarian." Herbert chuckled beside him. He had become philosophical. As long as Jaden acknowledged him as his teacher, he would bask in the glory when Jaden rose to prominence in the future. Dorian noticed the expressions on their faces, smiling silently as he continued to watch the golden Amamet, seemingly seeing through layers of mist. At the summit of Cloudy Mountain, still in the midst of enlightenment, Jaden remained unaware of the events outside. Voices continued in his ears, his understanding of cultivation rapidly deepening. He gradually realized that profound principles were the rudimentary forms of the great Tao. To comprehend true Tao, one must first grasp complete profound principles. To Tao, profound principles might be mere grain-sized glimmers. Even Jaden was unsure of what exactly Tao was. But he believed that as long as the pursuit of Tao remained undying, eventually the accumulated grains would grow into a bright moon, and profound principles would pave the way for Tao. This was not only Jaden's hope, but also the quest of all cultivators. The path of cultivation is long and winding, requiring ceaseless pursuit. Unconsciously, Jaden's lips curled into a smile. Amidst the resonance of Tao's voice, his newfound power finally culminated into profound principles. Moreover, due to his previous understanding of invincible saber momentum, his profound principles skipped the threshold and entered the 3rd level directly. A near grandmaster comprehending 3rd level profound principles, if revealed, would surely astonish many grandmasters of profound principles. Apart from cultivation levels, the most crucial distinction between grandmasters lay in the comprehension of profound principles. 9 levels of profound principles, each stronger than the last. Even half-step celestial beings dared not claim to have comprehended all 9 levels. It was too difficult. Take Dorian, for example. He was among the top few experts in Yuxian heaven, yet his profound principles only reached the 8th level. From this, one could understand how challenging it was to comprehend profound principles, let alone the ethereal Tao. Furthermore, in Yuxian, comprehended profound principles were often incomplete, further restricting the perception of cultivators. Therefore, only those who had fought against Dorian knew the depth of his brilliance. However, Jaden did not have this worry. Just as he had guessed, the profound principles he comprehended were complete, without any deficiencies. This was the root cause of his heartfelt smile, a tremendous advantage in future battles, regardless of whether it stemmed from Yoshuan's fortune or not. But that didn't matter, did it? Amaldenly, Jaden saw an image, though his eyes were still closed. An odd sensation filled him. He saw a bronze mirror at the mountain peak. Inside the mirror, it seemed like streams of water flowed within, golden light spreading from its surface. Then, Jaden's vision seemed to penetrate the stream, revealing the inner scene. In the scene, the sky became extremely dark. No, more accurately, there was no sky at all. Again, Jaden observed more carefully. The sky had split open with a massive hole, resembling an inverted abyss. In the hole, blood mists floated, and severed limbs danced. The scene shifted to the ground, where a severely damaged palace stood. Countless bodies lay inside and outside the palace, and Jaden recognized several familiar figures. Wrong. There were many familiar faces, making his breathing rapid. Sadly, despite trying hard to see clearly, he couldn't. Fostered inexplicably, a wave of sorrow surged in his heart, as if he had lost something precious. Ah! Jaden couldn't help but emit a mournful cry, echoing over the mountain peak. Amaldenly, he opened his eyes, 2 streams of tears sliding down his cheeks. Jaden did not consider himself fragile, yet the sorrow welled up uncontrollably, turning into tears. Junior brother, what happened? Desi and others also woke from their enlightenment, not disrupted by Jaden, but because the wind ceased moments before. They awoke slightly earlier and, seeing him still meditating, did not disturb him. Then they heard Jaden's cry, startling them. Since knowing Jaden, they had never seen him like this, their faces filled with worry. Jaden did not immediately answer, remaining motionless for a long time. Gradually, the sorrow faded, and the tears dried on his cheeks. His eyes regained their vitality as he scanned Desi, Alea, Bildo, everyone present. Desi and others felt uneasy under Jaden's intense gaze, but found him incredibly serious, unable to decipher his thoughts. No, I will not allow this to happen. Jaden remained silent, shouting internally. He wasn't sure if the people in the vision were among those present, but he had to prevent such things from happening, lest he regret it later. Qingshu, if you're sad, have a bun. Bildo seriously offered a bun. Alea shot Bildo a glare but did not stop him. Jaden finally smiled, taking the bun and biting into it fiercely. Corneltal fatty, you will be fine, Jaden swallowed and firmly declared. Bildo scratched his head, confused. Is this the trouble of growing up? Bang! Alea slapped Bildo's head, saying, you're married already, haven't grown up yet? Bildo laughed awkwardly, and everyone chuckled. Unknowingly, the atmosphere turned pleasant. Jaden glanced at the unchanged bronze mirror, took a deep breath, and said, everyone, I think I've glimpsed a corner of the future. Chapter 445, help me. Jaden didn't intend to ruin the mood, but after some consideration, he decided to speak up. Instead of avoiding the issue, it would be better for everyone to prepare together to face whatever changes might occur in the future. Though he wasn't entirely sure if what he had seen was truly the future, the palace in that vision was unmistakably clear. It was the Qin Empire's imperial palace. The hole was directly above the Qin imperial palace. How could this not be a glimpse into the future? After all, the current Qin imperial palace remained resplendent and vibrant. Jaden, who had learned many secrets about the Yuxian continent, could be very certain that the vision was no mere coincidence. Was it a warning? Or an omen? There were no answers, but perhaps it wasn't necessary to delve too deeply into it. Knowing was enough. When Desi and others heard Jaden's words, they were initially stunned, then their expressions turned grave. Jaden's sadness came from seeing the future. What did he see? Why hadn't they seen it? Junior brother, tell us. We're mentally prepared. Desi took a deep breath and asked. Jaden nodded and described in detail what he had seen, including the familiar yet unidentifiable corpses. Upon hearing this, Desi and the others fell silent. After a long pause, Alea said with a light-hearted tone, hey, I thought it was something serious. Unknown visions can't scare me. Bildo, munching on a steamed bun, mumbled, I haven't had children yet, I won't die. Don't worry. Scarlet blushed furiously, pinching Bildo's fleshy waist angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? This young lady forbids you from dying. Bildo laughed awkwardly. Taj rolled his eyes and declared, I, the unparalleled genius of Beizhou, am destined for immortality. How could I perish in my prime? That's a joke. I don't believe it. Right, Leah? Taj turned to her. Noemi smiled faintly, right? Keep boasting, and you might end up dead by my hand. Taj shivered and immediately shut up. Seeing Taj's embarrassed look, everyone couldn't help but laugh. It seemed less terrifying all of a sudden. Desi patted Jaden's shoulder and said solemnly, the future is unpredictable. You don't need to worry too much. Besides, that may not be about us. Our lives aren't so easily taken by anyone. Desi curled his lips. That's right. My life belongs to me. No one else can take it. Alea said fiercely. Desi chuckled, then suddenly clenched his fist and extended it, saying, work hard in cultivation. Fostera, work hard in cultivation. Alea also extended her fist. Work hard in cultivation. Damn the future. Taj clenched his fist and pushed forward. Soon after, Noemi, Bildo, and Scarlet also joined in, pressing their fists together. Jaden looked at them, his gaze firm, and pressed his fist against theirs with determination. Amaldenly, someone laughed, and then everyone followed suit. Ha ha ha. Their hearty laughter echoed through the mountain peak, filled with unrestrained exuberance. Not far away, Dorian sighed. Sigh, envy. Amalch a damned Herschelful time. Jaden and the others descended from the golden Amamet, drawing a crowd. Everyone clearly felt a change in these 7 individuals' auras, though no one knew what kind of opportunity they had encountered. Someone asked aloud, but Jaden and the others did not respond, walking straight away from the scene. No need to chase them. Brother Cornell won't tell you anything. Let's go back. The 3 swordsmen played the role of rear guards but were quickly engulfed in the crowd, ignored by everyone. Only when they returned to the courtyard where the Madman Hall was located, did the 2 teachers step in to stop the inquisitive crowd. The rules of the academy stated that without permission, no one could enter another person's cultivation area. The academy disciples had no choice but to leave grudgingly and disperse quickly. However, once they returned, they spread the day's events throughout the imperial capital, causing a stir. After returning, everyone went back to their respective rooms to consolidate the insights gained at the Golden Amamet. In Jaden's room, he did not start practicing immediately, but entered the stone heaven realm. Ewing, Jaden called out. The Ewing lazily opened its eyes from the 9 chains, yawning. What is it? Jaden got straight to the point. Did you see what I saw? He needed confirmation from the Ewing, depending on how much information it would divulge. The Ewing replied, I did. So what? Jaden rolled his eyes. The Ewing always liked to play cryptic games, pretending ignorance despite knowing the truth. What level of cultivation do I need to handle those changes? Jaden asked impatiently. Do you really want to know? The Ewing raised an eyebrow. Of course, hurry up and tell me. If I told you that no matter how hard you try now, it wouldn't be enough, would your resolve crumble? The Ewing smirked. I won't. Jaden firmly stated. Oh, why not? Because I'll think you're full of crap. The Ewing was speechless and angrily shouted, Get out! Jaden shrugged, knowing the Ewing's temperament well. Fearless, speak plainly. The devil has told you everything. If you don't believe me, whose fault is that? Jaden grew serious. Will you help me when the time comes? I won't help you, the Ewing responded decisively. Then I will die. Dying might be better. It would spare you the heavy burden. But I don't want to die, and I don't want my friends to die. Take care of yourself first. Help me. Jaden's eyes reddened slightly, pleading, please. The Ewing's gaze pierced through Jaden. After a long moment, the Ewing said slowly, if I help you, it would only make you die faster. But you can save the people around me, right? They're not worth my effort. It's unnecessary. Jaden's face turned red with anger, but then the Ewing changed its tone. You can rely on yourself? Jaden rejoiced. How should I do it? The Ewing pointed to the blade in front of him. See the blade before you? If you can pull it out, you might gain a sliver of hope. Jaden hesitated. Rely on it? What? Don't you trust me? No. Jaden took a deep breath. How can I pull out this blade? Note, the final sentence suggests a cliffhanger ending, maintaining suspense for the next chapter. Chapter 446, A Glance. At first, Jaden thought that this Ewing in front of him was used to suppress the Emilio. However, after a long period of interaction, he began to doubt it. Lawson Edmund had once said that the Ewing must not be drawn, implying there was more to it than met the eye, although Jaden hadn't yet understood its deeper meaning. Now, with the Emilio instructing him to draw the blade, and based on his trust in the Emilio, Jaden didn't question it further. If drawing the blade could save his friends at the risk of his own safety, he would willingly bear any consequences. People always have something crucial to protect, even if it costs their life. Therefore, instead of doubting, Jaden directly asked the Emilio for instructions on how to draw the blade. The Emilio replied, drawing this blade is simple, just pull it out. Jaden was momentarily stunned. Isn't that obvious? But then he sensed a hidden depth in the Emilio's words. Jaden pondered for a moment before walking up to the 3-foot-long black blade embedded in the stone slab. The Ewing looked exactly as it had before, unchanged. Without hesitation, Jaden grasped the hilt. Hey! Jaden pulled hard, trying to yank the blade from the stone, but it didn't budge at all. Jaden was shocked. With his current cultivation and physical strength, even if he couldn't pull it out, he expected at least some movement from the blade. However, the current situation defied his expectations, even though he had mentally prepared himself for failure. What's going on? Jaden released the hilt and looked up at the Emilio. This blade can only be wielded by someone with a destined connection. You are not ready yet, the Emilio explained. Not ready? Jaden caught onto the key phrase. Let me give you a look, and you figure it out yourself, the Emilio said indifferently. Jaden was bewildered. Had this guy's expression changed? How hadn't he noticed? Go back and practice more. Timing and fate will decide, the Emilio added, speaking cryptically. Feeling slightly dejected, Jaden knew he wouldn't get any useful answers and left the heavenly stone. After Jaden left, inside the heavenly stone, the Ewing suddenly spoke. You haven't figured out his secret yet? The Emilio shook his head slightly. This world is somewhat different from mine. More observation is needed. The Ewing responded. If he can control that thread of immortal energy, I could assist him. Otherwise, he won't survive. The Emilio smiled. That thread of immortal energy is for you. Haven't you realized that yet? We just love making calculations. I don't like it, the Ewing complained. You're just a broken blade talking about preferences. People would laugh at that, the Emilio retorted. Damn it, the Ewing cursed angrily. When will you come out? I'm almost dying here. Just wait a bit longer. Hurry up. I've been waiting so long my flowers have wilted. Don't rush. I finally found a companion. The Ewing fumed. Fine, do what you want. The Emilio said, look further ahead. Don't be short-sighted. The Ewing deflated. All right, Tell me how to help him. The Emilio laughed. It depends on your mood. Play gently. That's better. The Ewing agreed pleasantly. Now, I'll go back to sleep. Sleep together. Get lost, creep. If you keep cursing, I'll really bend you. The Emilio threatened. Ah, stop. I apologize, Lawson Blade. Himph, good judgment. Fuck off. Ah. Outside, Jaden had no idea what was happening inside the heavenly stone. He focused on consolidating his cultivation. Half a month passed quickly, and Jaden finally mastered everything he had learned from enlightenment. Being his first enlightenment, it was normal to take some extra time. His understanding of profound principles deepened significantly, though he remained at the third stage of mastery. He wasn't far from the fourth. His cultivation level stayed at peak God Bridge realm. In theory, he could now absorb the soul of the blade to enhance his cornel feblate. But due to his desire to avoid immediately becoming a great power, he restrained himself for now. To reach the extreme state, he needed an opportunity. Jaden stepped outside, breathing in fresh air, feeling refreshed. During these past weeks, he hadn't moved from his place of practice. Looking around the quiet courtyard, Jaden reflected on his next steps. Besides enhancing his cultivation, he needed to find the remaining 2 stone fragments and locate the door depicted in the ancient scroll. These matters were urgent. As Jaden contemplated his next move, Lawson Pedro appeared and said, Qing Shu, the palace Lawson calls for you. Lawson Chi seeks me? Jaden was surprised but bowed in thanks. Jaden flew towards Dorian's practice area. Upon arrival, Dorian sat drinking tea. You're here. Dorian didn't look up but spoke with amusement. Lawson, Jaden sat opposite him naturally. Dorian poured a cup of tea and said, You've made quite a few breakthroughs recently. Jaden sipped his tea. Thanks to the academy, I gained enlightenment atop the golden Amamet. How many profound principles did you grasp? 3. Destruction, space, and darkness. Good job. What stage have you reached? The 3rd stage. Dorian paused, then continued drinking. Nice tea, nice disciple. Jaden chuckled awkwardly. What's your next step? Extreme state cultivation. Do you have a plan? No, it's too elusive. I need to venture out. Consider visiting Heavenly Mechanism Cave Heaven. There might be clues there. Would Lawson recommend it? Jaden was puzzled. No, Dorian shook his head. Old Hugo insisted I send you there. Jaden scratched his chin, sensing something fishy. It's alright to check it out. Even if Hugo isn't strong, his methods are commendable. Since he wants you involved, it must be significant. Now that he knows you're my disciple, you can go without worry. He won't dare harm you. Alright, I'll visit, Jaden agreed. Since you aim for the extreme state, I won't give you protective treasures, as they might hinder the opportunity. Understood, Lawson, Jaden nodded. However, I can teach you a new knife technique to aid in mastering another profound principle. Finally, Lawson is teaching me something. Why? It allows you to grow independently. Lawson Missouri also said that. Did he teach you in the end? Fosters. Get up, enough tea. Learn the blade technique carefully. Can I let more Brody win? Thus, Jaden embarked on his journey with renewed determination. Hashtag chapter 447. Immortal technique. Lawson, what kind of divine power are you going to teach me? Jaden asked. Divine power? That's not even worthy of my disciple, Dorian said with a proud demeanor. I'm going to teach you immortal techniques. Immortal techniques? Jaden's eyes widened in disbelief. Lawson Chi knew immortal techniques? The methods of the immortals? This was too shocking. Lawson, I must have misheard. You're not just bragging, right? Jaden asked uncertainly. What am I bragging about? Has your master lost all credibility? Dorian retorted irritably. I understand, Lawson. Please forgive my doubt and grant me this technique, Jaden replied, his eyes lighting up as he bowed deeply. Immortal techniques. Those were legendary cultivation methods that only existed in myths. He never imagined Lawson Chi would possess such techniques, and it left him thoroughly astonished. Dorian suddenly turned serious. This technique is one of the most precious treasures of the profound mystic college, reserved for its successive heads. Do you understand the significance? Jaden nodded solemnly. Disciple understands. Though you passed the 9th level of the mystical tower and became a potential successor, you are still not the head of the college. However, recently I have sensed great changes approaching in the profound mystic college. To ensure its legacy is not lost, I will now impart this technique to you. Are you willing to do everything in your power to protect the college when these changes come? Dorian asked seriously. Lawson, Jaden, answer me, are you willing? Dorian's voice boomed like thunder, making Jaden's scalp tingle. I am willing, and will not fail even if it means death. Jaden declared loudly. Good. Very good. Dorian smiled approvingly. Jaden exhaled deeply, realizing that Lawson Chi had specifically chosen today to impart this technique, not deciding on a whim. Jaden did not know why Dorian valued him so highly, but having promised, he would give it his all. Naturally, he hadn't even considered refusing. He merely felt the immense pressure weighing down on him. With an even heavier burden on his shoulders, Jaden clenched his fists involuntarily. Then, Dorian pointed at Jaden's brow, causing the latter to close his eyes immediately. Vast amounts of information flooded into his mind, making his spirit almost swell from the complexity of the immortal technique. After a long while, Jaden opened his eyes and murmured, low-grade immortal technique, slice through time. His eyes sparkled continuously. Amalcha unique sword technique lived up to its status as a treasure of the college. Dorian explained, as you may have noticed, this technique is incomplete, containing only the upper volume. Jaden nodded. Fosters, but even just the upper volume will take me a long time to comprehend. You have the right attitude indeed. Dorian nodded approvingly before adding, unfortunately, you can only learn the first move, which helps you understand the profound mysteries of time. The full power of the sword technique cannot be unleashed because there's no immortal chi in the profound mystic college anymore. That's fine. Learning one move and understanding one mystery is already excellent. Besides, being introduced to immortal techniques has broadened my horizons. Who knew there was more beyond mysteries? Jaden added with a smile. Even an incomplete immortal technique surpasses any divine power. Disciple is very content. Regarding the matter of immortal chi, Jaden didn't plan to mention it to Dorian since he couldn't control it himself yet, and it involved some secrets. Can practicing this sword technique help me master immortal chi? Jaden pondered aloud. Alright, start practicing here, Dorian rose and said. You have 5 days, that should be enough to grasp the basics. Remember, don't forget about Tianji Cave Heaven. Foster's disciple remembers, Jaden replied. Dorian nodded and then left the cultivation grounds. Without delay, Jaden entered a meditative state, aiming to comprehend the first move of slice through time before Tianji Cave Heaven opened. In the tranquil courtyard of the Qin Imperial Palace, Elon showed a hint of anger and questioned, Your Highness, why haven't you let me kill Jaden during this period? Are you favoring him? Cornelcoln shook his head. Even if you issued a life or death challenge and killed him on stage, what would that change? At least it avenges my brother. And then, let the Pei family feud with the profound Mystic College and turn the capital into a bloodbath? Should I just swallow this indignity? Aren't there the Tianji Cave Heaven trials? In that secret realm, if you act secretly, no one will know it was you. Wouldn't that be better? Elon's eyes lit up. Fine, I'll let him live a few more days. He continued. But, Your Highness, are you sure he will go? What if he stays hidden in the college? Cornelcoln smiled confidently. He will go, I guarantee it. With those words, I'm reassured, Elon smiled. By the way, are you joining the trials too? Elon asked. I won't join this time. I have some matters to handle lately, Cornelcoln replied with a smile. Alright, I'll get ready then. Elon got up, no longer interested in tea. Take more people with you, Cornelcoln advised. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will definitely slay Jaden. Elon waved and left the courtyard. King Dongxian's gaze flickered. Turning around, he said, Wuya, aren't you also going to Tianji Cave Heaven? If possible, help him. Christopher remained expressionless. I only want to spar with Jaden. Whether I help others depends on my mood. Cornelcoln laughed helplessly. Your temperament doesn't even give me face. Fight me. If you win, I'll help Elon, Christopher stated. Fighting you isn't interesting. It's a waste of energy, Cornelcoln sipped his tea. Boring. Disappointment was evident on Christopher's face as he got up and left. Dale, you've improved lately, haven't you? Cornelcoln suddenly asked. Foster's, Your Highness, Dale replied. If you meet Jaden again, how confident are you? To be honest, we need to fight to find out, Dale admitted. I see. Cornelcoln paused, then continued. You should also coordinate with Elon. Dale's eyes flickered for a moment before bowing deeply. Understood. Chapter 448, Elite Gathering. 5 days later, in the capital of the Great Qin Empire, Xuanyang Pavilion, the ancient courtyard was filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, adorned with pavilions and terraces that exuded a sense of understated elegance rather than opulence. The most striking feature of the courtyard was undoubtedly the 9-story tower. Though the tower was only about 30 feet tall, it gave an illusion of being shrouded in mist and clouds. At this moment, at the railing on the top floor, Alastair sat cross-legged before a small tea table, his eyes half closed as he surveyed the area below. The square below was already filled with many people, numbering in the thousands. Due to the age restriction for the Heavenly Mechanism Grotto, many had come to try their luck. Fortunately, the square was spacious enough that the crowd did not feel cramped. People were whispering among themselves, discussing various matters. They could not see the situation on the tower clearly, and naturally did not know that Alastair was looking down at them from above. However, Alastair's gaze did not linger on these people for long. After scanning through, he realized he had not found the person he wanted to see. Today, the Heavenly Mechanism Grotto would open. Why wasn't Ned here yet? Alastair's grizzled beard quivered slightly as a hint of his aura seeped out. Down below, someone whispered, Look, the Pei family and the Zhua family have arrived. A group of about 20 or so people entered through the archway at the entrance to the square, wearing 2 different sets of attire, all exuding confidence and poise. Why are only the Pei and Zhua families here? What about the Wang family? Someone asked puzzledly. Brother, you must be new to the capital. Don't you know what happened? Another person whispered in response. The Wang family was implicated in collaborating with foreign races and was purged by the royal family some time ago. Now, there are only 5 of the 6 major families left. I see, the first person replied, shocked. The Wang family, such a powerful clan, colluded with foreign races. It's hard to believe. You're not the only one. If not for the duel between Ned and Gay, the top ranked on the Qianlong Cornels, many would still be in the dark. Strange, now that you mention it, I haven't seen Ned today. I came to the capital hoping to witness the top-ranked person. Hush, brother. Lower your voice if you want to live. Did you see who is leading the Pei family? It's Elon, one of the capital's top prodigies. Ned killed his brother a while back. He probably doesn't dare come. I don't understand. Isn't being ranked first equivalent to being the #1 prodigy in Yuxian? How can Ned fear Elon? Heh, ranking is ranking, but true strength is another matter. Though Ned is top-ranked, few actually acknowledge his superiority. You're new here, you'll understand better once you learn more. Alright, thank you for informing me. No problem. Later, we can form a team. Having more people around is safer. Agreed. While they were conversing, Elon had already led the Pei family members to stand at the center of the square, with everyone making way for them. The Zhua family stood nearby, their leader, Zhua Cornel, joining Elon in scanning the entrance. Apparently, they hadn't found their target since arriving. Behind them, Dale followed indifferently, his expression unreadable. Amaldenly, another commotion erupted, even more intense than when the Pei and Zhua families arrived. 3 figures stepped through the archway, led by none other than Princess Qin Brittany, the Chloe of the Great Qin Empire. On either side of Qin Brittany were two sword-wielding guards, whose contained aura and stern demeanor made it clear they were skilled experts. I didn't expect the Chloe to join such a secret realm expedition. I thought royals usually don't compete with the public for opportunities. To see her is a rare privilege. She's absolutely beautiful. Brother, she's behind a veil. Is there any need for such praise? You don't understand. This is called seeing the veil but not the person. It's a kind of higher understanding. Admirable. The crowd whispered quietly, afraid Qin Brittany might overhear. Of course, she wouldn't care even if she did hear. It was nothing new to her. She scanned the crowd briefly, then glanced up at the tower, saying nothing as she sought a small, empty space to stand quietly. Some bold cultivators tried to approach Qin Brittany, hoping to join forces with her. However, the guards stopped them, releasing a daunting aura that sent the cultivators retreating back into the crowd. It was clear the Chloe did not want to be disturbed. Seeing this, Elon frowned. He thought perhaps the Xavier had not informed Qin Brittany. Let's find a chance to bring Brittany into our team after entering the secret realm, just to look after her. Elon pondered this as a burly Herschel with a large sword on his back entered silently through the archway. Who's this? Looks pretty naive. A Kevin in a robe couldn't help but comment, though not too loudly. Shang Wuya's lips twitched. Was he really that naive? Ignoring the comments, Shang Wuya scanned the crowd and found a secluded corner to stand alone, not joining Elon's group. Phew. Close call. The man next to the robed Herschel sighed in relief, complaining, if you want to die, don't drag me along. That's Shang Wuya, ranked third on the Qianlong Cornelist. One swing of his sword could crush you. The robed Herschel widened his eyes, subconsciously patting his chest, murmuring, he does look pretty naive, no mistake. The surrounding people discreetly moved away, pretending they hadn't heard. In the center of the crowd, Xunyang transmitted a message. Brother Pei, what's going on? Didn't you and Shang Wuya get along well? Elon shook his head slightly. That guy has a bit of a strange temper. Only the Xavier can control him. But it's fine. I'll find him after entering the secret realm. Xunyang nodded. Good, with his help, Ned will have nowhere to run. You're mistaken. Without Shang Wuya, Ned would still die. You're right, Brother Pei. Our two families have gathered our elites. We will certainly deal with that fellow. Just as they spoke, another figure appeared at the archway. Dressed in black robes, this newcomer had a calm, handsome face and sharp, star-like eyes. His tall, lean build gave the impression of a concealed blade about to be unsheathed, inwardly reserved but sharply focused. It was Ned. As soon as he appeared, Elon and Xunyang's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering within. Ned dared to come alone. Saves us some effort, Xunyang muttered. Hmph, he's likely overconfident and arrogant, Elon sneered. Dale, who had been silent all along, fixed his gaze on Ned, a spark of battle lust flashing in his eyes. The top-ranked has arrived. He's the top-ranked? Doesn't seem very impressive, some of the newcomers remarked, clearly skeptical. Don't judge a book by its cover. Ned is quite capable. After all, he defeated Gay, who was ranked 8th on the Qianlong Cornelist, someone explained. Is that so? They remained dubious, staring intently at Ned, trying to discern something extraordinary. But they soon lost interest. Ned's aura felt weaker than theirs, hardly deserving the title of top-ranked. Probably just overrated, they concluded. Chapter 449. A straightforward person. Jaden ignored the gazes and whispers of the crowd. To him, this trip to the heavenly secret realm was solely to find out what Bobby had up his sleeve. As for why he came alone, the reason was simple. He didn't want to disturb his other companions who were still in their enlightenment or seclusion. Jaden glanced to the side and paused when he saw Vilma. He smiled slightly and walked over to greet her since they were acquainted. In front of Vilma, two guards frowned. Another fly? The guards were about to step forward to intercept Jaden when Vilma stopped them. Zion, Cyrus, don't stop him. He's a friend. The guards hesitated, then stepped back. Jaden said with a smile, judging from your tone, these two must be part of the same gang as the old three back then. Recalling the time in the Nine Heavens domain, Vilma's Ebenezer had helped him quite a bit. Under the white veil, Vilma's lips curved into a smile. You have a good memory. They've been following me for many years. The two guards looked at Jaden, their expressions softening. Being able to talk to the Chloe and knowing their brothers meant he could be considered one of their own. Jaden greeted the two guards with a fist salute. Then, he turned to Vilma. Do you mind if we go in together? Vilma replied, of course not. You're top of the list, so it counts as me getting some credit. Jaden could tell from Vilma's tone that she was genuine, unlike others who might mock him. This was one reason why he extended the invitation. Since they met, and he had a good impression of Vilma, they could perhaps look out for each other within the secret realm. More friends mean more pass. Jaden had always treated his friends sincerely. The crowd watching noticed Jaden standing beside the Chloe and immediately began to buzz. What's going on? The Chloe doesn't usually join teams. How did that nobody get in? He must have used sweet words to win her trust. Many couldn't hide their jealousy, glaring angrily at Jaden. Lower your voice. I heard he's the top scorer. So what if he's top scorer? Just because of that, he can stand next to the Chloe? I'm the first one who disagrees. Brother, you should challenge him. Drive him out. My legs are hurting lately, can't move well. Otherwise, I would have dragged him out already. These people complained but didn't take a step towards him. However, the next moment, someone did walk towards Jaden. A true warrior. A role model for us all. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the person, a sword-carrying Herschel who had been standing silently in the corner like air itself. Christopher? Was this brute also a guardian of the Chloe? They hadn't heard of it. Many people were puzzled but enjoyed the spectacle. Christopher walked to where Vilma was and stood in front of her. Zion and Cyrus felt as if they were facing enemies. They knew Christopher well. This man never fought logically, and his strength was formidable. They had no confidence they could win. You guys don't need to be nervous. He's here for me. Jaden smiled and walked forward. Christopher looked at Jaden, raising an eyebrow. Want to fight? Jaden smiled helplessly. If he hadn't known who this guy was, he wouldn't have engaged him. He said, "You're Lawson Herbert's last disciple, right, senior brother Wuya?" Jaden hadn't met Christopher before, but had heard Lawson Herbert mention him. Herbert had a student who was large and sturdy, always carried a sword on his back, and wanted to fight everyone he met. Obviously this was the person in front of him. Christopher was surprised. "You know my master?" Jaden nearly rolled his eyes. How long had this guy been away from the academy that he didn't even know his master had taken on a new student? He patiently explained again to make sure Christopher understood. "Oh, got it." After listening, Christopher nodded and said, "Junior brother Cornell, I know you're strong. Let's fight now." Jaden was speechless. This guy was really impossible to deal with. Of course, he didn't think Christopher wanted to snatch the top spot. With his personality, he wouldn't care about such empty fame. Jaden replied, "Senior brother Wuya, not that I don't want to. Now isn't the right time. Let's find an opportunity to spar after we enter the secret realm." Honestly, Jaden also wanted to spar with Christopher, a martial cultivation fanatic. It would undoubtedly greatly benefit his cultivation. Christopher's eyes lit up. "You're great, straightforward and trustworthy." With that, Christopher didn't say anything more, just standing to the side, clearly planning to go in with Jaden and start sparring right away. Jaden chuckled but didn't refuse. Vilma, who was behind them, naturally heard the conversation. Blinking her eyes, she thought there would be a good show. What's happening? Why aren't they fighting? How did Christopher suddenly become friendly with Jaden? Probably joined forces. Didn't you see them talking just now? Too bad we couldn't hear clearly. The crowd's faces showed disappointment. Their wish to drive Jaden away from Vilma seemed dashed. But Elon, hearing the crowd's discussion, had an uneasy feeling. If Christopher teamed up with Jaden, things would be problematic. Elon exchanged glances with Swakornong and shouted, "Make way!" Elon emerged from the crowd, and everyone quickly moved aside. Wow, even the Pei and Zwa family members are heading over to Jaden. Do they want to settle scores with him now? Sounds serious, brother. Tell me more. Accompanied by murmurs, dozens of people, including Elon, approached Jaden with menacing looks. When they reached him, Elon first called out, "Wuya, come over here." Elon believed that with his relationship with Christopher, a mere word from him would suffice. Unexpectedly, Christopher only glanced at him and remained unmoving, showing no interest. Elon's face fell. Had all those years of friendship gone to waste? What did Jaden say to him? Thinking this, Elon turned around and coldly said, "Jaden, not everyone can be lured by you." Jaden's brow furrowed slightly, replying indifferently, "Do I know you?" He had never seen Elon before but could guess from his attire. Elon's eyes revealed undisguised malice as he growled, "Remember my name, Elon?" Jaden calmly replied, "Never heard of you. You can leave now." Chapter 450, Entering the Heavenly Grotto. "Jaden, if you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Elon was uncontrollably furious, his body radiating murderous intent. It seemed he intended to make a move right there in the square. "Elon, by provoking my friend like this, are you disregarding me?" At this moment, Vilma spoke up, her tone slightly cold. To Vilma, since Jaden had teamed up with her earlier, he was now considered a teammate. If she did not stand up for him when he was being targeted, she would not be able to live with herself. Seeing the Chloe stepping forward, Elon reluctantly suppressed his overwhelming aura and said, "Princess, please consider His Royal Highness the Xavier's face and do not protect Jaden." Elon believed that he had already shown Vilma considerable respect, expecting her to understand. Initially, he wanted to give Vilma some leeway, but now it seemed unnecessary as long as she didn't hinder him. However, Vilma responded indifferently, "He is him, and I am me. My actions do not need to be regulated by him." Upon hearing this, Elon's face turned livid, his eyes flashing with anger. He knew that the Chloe and the Xavier did not have a good relationship, but he hadn't expected her to show no respect at all. But Elon dared not act against Vilma, who represented the royal family. Any public confrontation would likely drag the Pei family into trouble. After taking a deep breath, Elon pointed at Jaden and declared, "I hope you will always hide behind women, Jaden." The last 3 words were spat out with gritted teeth, clearly filled with hatred. Ultimately, Elon did not make a move on the square, but instead led his group to a nearby spot, eyeing Jaden fiercely. As he withdrew his gaze from Elon, Jaden shrugged and said, "Vita, I've caused you trouble. Once inside the secret realm, that fellow will surely attack without reservation. You needn't worry about me then." Under the white veil, Vilma smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth. "If I can't even protect a friend, being the Chloe won't mean much. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, Elon won't dare harm you." Jaden gave Vilma a slight bow and did not say more. He naturally had no fear of Elon and wasn't worried. When they finally fought, he wouldn't bother Vilma. This brief conflict had already drawn everyone's attention, yet no fight broke out, causing visible disappointment among the crowd. Among them, there were some individuals whose eyes remained icy and hidden, unnoticed by anyone else. Just then, Bobby's voice echoed from above the square, "The Tianji Heavenly Grotto opens." Amaldonly, the entire square began to tremble lightly. Then, beneath everyone's feet, a massive teleportation array appeared. It was evident that the Tianji Heavenly Grotto was a small world of its own. Soon, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling light, enveloping all present. After a few flashes, everyone on the square instantly vanished from their spots. Bobby's figure also abruptly appeared on the square, saying leisurely, "Philippe, don't disappoint this old man." In the Tianji Heavenly Grotto, Jaden reappeared. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay towering mountains reaching up into the clouds, their peaks invisible in the sky. Between the mountains, 5 winding mountain paths led deeper into the grotto. No one else was in sight. Jaden knew that he had been randomly teleported. After composing himself, Jaden looked at the 5 paths, pondering which one to choose. Amaldonly, a strange sensation arose within him. Although indescribable, it was clear and unmistakable, guiding him toward the middle path. His eyes flickered as he muttered, It seems Bobby truly has something planned. Well, let's see what's there. With that thought, Jaden soared into the air, flying toward the middle path. In no time, Jaden crossed through the mountains, arriving at an expansive plain. On the plain, he saw a solitary figure walking. Jaden spotted Dale, and likewise, Dale saw him. Dale. Jaden slowly descended, observing Dale, who must have been teleported nearby. Dale looked at Jaden calmly and said, "Quite a coincidence. They had just battled each other on the life and death stage recently, and now meeting again alone carried a confrontational edge." Jaden noted, "You have no intent to kill, but it's clear you want to fight me." Dale admitted frankly, "You're perceptive. Let's not hold back. Dale challenges you again. Will you accept?" Saying this, Dale raised his saber, ready for combat. "You're not my match yet." Despite these words, Jaden still drew the sky-shattering saber, showing respect. "Don't be too confident. I've improved since our last battle." Dale's eyes gleamed with fervent battle spirit as he launched himself towards Jaden without hesitation. The plain grew dim as Dale unleashed the essence of darkness, using his full strength from the start. The saber shimmered with black light, countless blades seeming to emerge from the shadows, attacking Jaden from all directions. Jaden remained composed, clearly seeing that Dale had indeed improved. However, such power still posed no threat to him. He had improved even more significantly. "Break!" Jaden shouted softly, the sky-shattering saber emitting the same black glow, but his darkness was far more profound. For Jaden, who mastered the essence of darkness, Dale's attacks were no longer as unpredictable as before, now completely visible to him, and his mastery of the essence surpassed Dale. Without delay, the black saber light generated by the sky-shattering saber precisely countered and annihilated Dale's assault. Boom! After several resounding booms, the plane returned to brightness as Dale's essence of darkness crumbled. Seeing this, Dale's pupils constricted, unable to help asking, "Did you grasp the essence of darkness?" Though phrased as a question, Dale was certain Jaden had indeed mastered it. Dale's initial confidence wavered. He couldn't believe Jaden had achieved such strength in just one short month. Crucially, Jaden was merely at the quasi-grand power level, not even a grand power, yet he had grasped a force that many grand powers could not. This boy truly had astonishing talent. Dale marveled inwardly, but did not immediately concede. Instead, he lunged forward again, unleashing a devastating move. The terrifying essence of darkness surged forth, converging on the saber, enhancing its power immensely. Facing Dale's all-out attack, Jaden showed no fear. With a surge of mystic power, Jaden delivered a single slash. The triple essences, previously concealed, were fully released. His mastery of the essence of darkness reached new heights, sending black light streaking toward Dale. Rumble. The two forces clashed mid-air, black light oscillating momentarily before dispersing. Amidst the black light, Dale was sent flying backward, blood trickling from his body. 2 strikes, and Dale was defeated. Chapter 451. Amalgamation. Not far away, Dale rose from the ground, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at Jaden, his eyes filled with shock. "Our threefold profound principle." Dale enunciated each word slowly, as if only by doing so could he believe what he was witnessing. After years of diligent practice, he had just recently advanced to the secondfold profound principle. But here was Jaden, who should have only just crossed the threshold into the profound principles, yet had already comprehended the threefold profound principle. It was a fact he found difficult to accept. Amaldonly, Dale remembered that Jaden had once comprehended the invincible blade momentum. So, this is the advantage of having reached heights I never could? Dale smiled bitterly. After a long pause, Dale's face revealed a look of resignation, and he sighed, "Jaden, I am not your match." It was incredibly difficult for a proud cultivator to admit being inferior to another. It was almost preferable to be killed than to say those words. Fostered for some reason, when Dale spoke them aloud, he felt a sense of release. Being defeated by Jaden again, truly submitting to him, Dale's obsession seemed to dissipate, dispelling the frustration deep within him. Indeed, there were peers more formidable than himself. A smile gradually spread across Dale's lips as he stood up slowly. "Jaden, may I learn blade techniques from you in the future?" Hope flickered in Dale's eyes. He feared rejection, especially given his past intent to kill Jaden. Jaden looked at Dale and smiled genially. "Of course, we can always spar and hone our blade skills together." In Jaden's view, both being blade cultivators, he naturally understood that Dale was a straightforward person who didn't mince words. Perhaps due to their differing stances, Dale hadn't been friendly initially, but that was all in the past after the battle on the death platform. Moreover, Dale's genuine pursuit of the Tao earned Jaden's deep respect. One could defeat an opponent, but one must never mock a person who strived sincerely and purely. Diligent people always deserved respect. Feeling Jaden's admiration, Dale straightened his back and clasped his fists in salute. "Thank you." Jaden returned the salute, saying, "Let us both strive harder." Dale chuckled. "Cornel Coln instructed me to join Uriel to kill you. I have failed, so I will not seek trouble with you again." Jaden's gaze flickered. "Cornel Coln, the Xavier? I don't seem to have any enmity with him." Thinking this over, Jaden replied, "Thank you for informing me. I understand." Dale continued, "According to reason, Cornel Coln provided me with many cultivation resources, enabling me to reach my current strength. I shouldn't betray him and become someone ungrateful." Pausing for a moment, Dale added, "But in this life, I wish to be a pure blade cultivator. You made me realize what true blade cultivators should pursue. Even if it means enduring endless blame, I need to tell you something." Jaden nodded gravely. "What is it?" Dale said, "The Wong family is under Cornel Coln's protection. On the surface, the Wong family has been cleansed, but in reality, they have been hidden away by Cornel Coln. You have a deadly feud with the Wong family, so be cautious." Jaden furrowed his brows, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Is the Xavier Cornel Coln also colluding with alien races?" he asked. Dale shook his head. I don't know about that. Colonel Coln harbors too many secrets. I am just one of his subordinates and don't know everything. Thank you, Brother Xunyang, for informing me. I owe you one. Jaden bowed deeply. Dale waved his hand. Consider it a repayment for sparing my life. Farewell. Jaden called out, Brother Xunyang, why not travel together? Without turning around, Dale said, perhaps we will meet again someday. Our positions are ultimately different. If I ever have no choice but to fight you again, please kill me without mercy. Dale's voice echoed from afar before his figure vanished at the end of the plain. Standing still, Jaden pondered the information Dale had shared. Could it be that Colonel Coln, like Hillary in West Prefecture, conspired with alien races for the throne? He thought. Though he knew the Qing clan originated from outside, they had ruled the Yuhuan continent for 1,000 years, and their descendants were now part of Yuhuan. For instance, Vilma, whom Jaden had learned about, could not tolerate aliens. He suspected that many members of the imperial family shared similar sentiments, like Bear, who wanted to hold Gay accountable. Could it be that Xavier Colonel Coln was among the few exceptions? Moreover, Germain Donovan of Great Qin was in his prime, and did not suffer from the ailments like King Henri of West Prefecture. If Colonel Coln was collaborating with alien races, it could only be for one purpose, to achieve immortality. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Dale had no reason to deceive him now, which meant he needed to be wary of Colonel Coln moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Jaden shook his head to clear his thoughts. Everything else could wait until he left. The pressing matter was following the Ganying to uncover the secrets of Tianji Grotto Heaven. Asterisk note. The word Ganying seems to be left in Chinese. It should be translated for fluency. Asterisk. Revised. Taking a deep breath, Jaden shook his head to clear his thoughts. Everything else could wait until he left. The pressing matter was following the intuition to uncover the secrets of Tianji Grotto Heaven. With this in mind, Jaden didn't delay and continued toward the indicated direction. Half a day later, Jaden arrived at a forest. Initially intending to rush through, he caught the strong scent of blood. Jaden halted, scanning the surroundings cautiously. In the nearby woods, 3 corpses lay sprawled lifelessly on the ground. He approached and inspected the dead cultivators, finding that they had all been killed by a single slash to the throat. The attacker was decisive and ruthless. These cultivators probably didn't even have time to defend themselves. Jaden examined the bodies closely, but found nothing unusual about them. Who killed them? Could it be vendetta killings? Jaden stroked his chin, speculating. Many people had entered Tianji Grotto Heaven, and with such a mix of characters, it was normal for grudges to exist. However, Jaden sensed that the matter might be more complex. What worried him was that these deaths occurred along the path he intended to take, hinting at a deeper plot. Jaden moved further into the forest. Another victim, killed with a single slash. Shortly after, Jaden found another body near a large tree, with a finger-width bloody line on its neck. Frowning, Jaden ventured deeper and discovered several more bodies, all bearing identical wounds. This doesn't seem like a personal vendetta, Jaden concluded. The pattern he observed suggested that someone was deliberately committing these murders. Just as Jaden was pondering this, a dark shadow seemed to dart through the depths of the forest. He shouted, "Who's there?" Chapter 452, Satisfaction. Seeing the black figure, Jaden hastily got up and rushed toward the woods. Since he had encountered such a matter, it was unacceptable to let it go unaddressed. Although he did not know the identities of these dead people, swordsmen usually acted on impulse. If they disliked something or someone, they would strike. The black figure was right ahead, and Jaden had already locked onto its form. He had expected that once discovered, the black figure would continue to flee, but unexpectedly, the person stopped. Jaden immediately became wary and halted his steps. They were about 30 paces apart. For them, this distance could be covered in just one dash, making it highly likely for a battle to break out at any moment, which was very dangerous. The dim light in the woods made Jaden cautious since he couldn't gauge the opponent's true strength. Amaldenly, the person slowly turned around, clearly confident in their own power, daring to face Jaden head-on. Shui Kong Dao already appeared in Jaden's hand, ready to launch an attack at any time. The first thing Jaden saw was a large sword in the person's hand, followed by the familiar face. Jaden's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Christopher!" Jaden had considered many possibilities and tried guessing the identity of the black figure, but never did he expect it to be Christopher. Did Christopher kill these people? Why would he do this? Although Jaden had only met Christopher once, based on both Tiny Lauscher's descriptions and his own observations, he didn't believe Christopher was the type to kill innocently. His gaze grew colder. Did you kill these people? Christopher's expressionless face revealed no emotion as he replied calmly, "So what if I did?" He spoke as though discussing something trivial, his tone very serene. "Why did you do this? Do I need to explain myself to you?" "Fosters, you do." "Sorry, I have no interest unless you can beat me." "Fine." Jaden remained expressionless. With a swift movement, he slashed with Shui Kong Dao, crossing the distance between them, aiming to slay his opponent. Christopher chuckled softly and then leaped into the air, easily evading the blade, moving swiftly upwards. Not so fast. At this point, Jaden wouldn't let him go and pursued closely. Despite facing Jaden's relentless chase, Christopher didn't look back and moved extremely fast. When they reached an open area, Christopher suddenly descended and stood there, waiting for Jaden. Jaden landed and frowned slightly, puzzled by Christopher's behavior. If he was trying to escape, why stop twice? Christopher explained, "That place was too narrow. There was no room to maneuver. Now we can begin." Jaden raised an eyebrow, understanding now. "Then let's get started." Jaden smiled slightly, charging towards Christopher. His Shui Kong Dao swung directly at Christopher's head. This time, Christopher did not flee again but instead stepped forward, holding his large sword in readiness. Clang! Boom! Blades clashed with swords, sparks flying, the booming sound echoing as both quickly retreated. However, it was just a moment before they lunged at each other again, engaging in fierce combat without hesitation. Bam! Bam! Boom! For a moment, All one could see on the open ground were two blurred figures, battling wildly. The energy from their clashes stirred up gusts of wind and sent dust flying. After some time, after countless exchanges, they pulled apart again amidst Christopher's laughter. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Christopher held his large sword horizontally across his chest, staring intensely at his opponent, burning with fierce battle intent. Jaden similarly felt a surge of battle spirit. From the brief clash, he realized Christopher was indeed a formidable opponent, a perfect test of his recent improvements. Die! Jaden's eyes gleamed, and destruction essence intertwined with his blade, slicing outwards. The blade sliced through space instantly, forming a passage straight to Christopher's vital points. Come on! Golden light instantly shone from Christopher's large sword, emitting a sharp aura as metal essence surged, the blade's edge piercing forward accurately to meet the attack. Boom! The blade and sword clashed in mere moments, exploding with blinding brilliance, scattering radiant light. Amidst the light, terrifying energy filled the air. Wherever the energy struck, the ground caved in, grass and trees turning to ashes. Two figures were flung apart by the explosion, landing at different spots. Stabilizing themselves, they charged at each other simultaneously, launching fierce attacks equally matched. Boom! A deafening sound resounded around them, the short clash unleashing immense power. The impact was even more widespread, the mud pit on the ground growing larger. Under the force of the collision, both rapidly pulled away, stopping several dozen paces apart. This time, they seemed to come to an unspoken agreement, pausing briefly to catch their breath. At this moment, Jaden's battle intent remained undiminished despite knowing that Christopher possessed 4 essences and had reached the second stage of the fragmentation realm, peak eclipse moon stage. But Christopher had his advantages, and Jaden also had his strengths, so he wasn't afraid. Jaden comprehended 3 complete essences, while Christopher's 4 essences were incomplete. Jaden's base was upper grade saint, whereas Christopher's was lower grade saint. Therefore, it was uncertain who would win this fight. Across from him, Christopher had also gauged Jaden's capabilities and commended, "You are a worthy opponent. I am satisfied. If we were at the same cultivation level, I definitely wouldn't be your match," Christopher laughed. "But that's the fun of combat, isn't it, Jaden?" Without waiting for a response, Christopher lifted his large sword again, this time glowing with 2 colors, gold and red, and launched another attack. 2 essences. Jaden's gaze sharpened, seeing Christopher revealing metal and fire essences, and not just possessing them but combining them ingeniously. Still, wasn't everyone capable of handling 2 essences? Facing this assault, Jaden remained calm, calling out, "Annihilate space." As he spoke, destruction and space essences intertwined on Shui Kong Dao, slashing decisively. A blinding light seemed to fall from the sky. It wasn't ordinary light but a blade slash. Despite seeming distant, the blade cut through space instantly, hitting Christopher's sword beam with terrifying power. Rumble. Chapter 453, Meeting a Worthy Foe. A deafening roar erupted, followed by radiant and fierce light illuminating the surroundings. It was unclear whose power had the upper hand. The 2 figures were hurled away like sandbags tossed to either side amidst the warping and shaking of space. Clearly, after this clash, neither appeared as composed as before. They looked disheveled. As the aftermath gradually dissipated, Christopher's bulky frame managed to stabilize, his lips smeared with blood, and his complexion pale. He took a deep breath, suppressing his frantic energy and surging chi. His gaze turned intense, looking towards his opponent. Jaden stood there with disheveled hair, a trace of blood at his lips, and his heaving chest revealing discomfort. As Jaden lifted his head, their gazes met in midair, filled with unyielding resolve. Neither spoke, but both smiled. Amaldonly, Christopher moved, decisively and fiercely. With his massive sword in hand, he rushed forward like a wild beast, emitting an ever-intensifying aura that spread outward like tidal waves. Of course, Jaden also acted. In a flash, Jaden crossed space like a phantom, his rising battle intent akin to a torrent pressing over. Upon reaching attack range, both launched without hesitation. Christopher's sword now displayed 3 intertwined essences, an alarming mix of 3 profound doctrines: golden, red, and earthy yellow. Amaldonly, the great sword tore through space, unleashing a colossal blade beam smashing down, distorting all around it as the air vaporized. From afar, the immense sword beam alternated between being razor-sharp, scorching hot like the sun, and heavy as a mountain, unpredictable and hard to grasp. Facing this onslaught, Jaden remained unfazed, refusing to back down. Seeing the 3 doctrines Christopher employed, Jaden had already formulated a plan. He wouldn't underestimate Christopher. He always stayed fully alert. With Christopher wielding 3 doctrines, out of respect for his opponent, how could Jaden not employ the same? Destruction, space, and darkness coalesced, gathering their might on the saber, unleashing a fearsome force. One saber with 3 doctrines, Jaden matched him perfectly. Slash. Jaden uttered an incantation, and the heaven-cleaving saber slashed downward, a massive saber light descending straight, like a blade splitting the heavens, carrying a sweeping energy. In a flash, the saber light met the sword beam mid-air. Space seemed to freeze momentarily, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Indistinguishable whether it was the sound of energy clashing or space shattering, the entire area caved in during this confrontation. A several-meter-deep crater formed beneath them, with chaos surrounding it. The collision, though appearing prolonged, ended in mere moments. Under the terrifying energy impact, neither Jaden nor Christopher gained any advantage. Both were injured. What should have been floating above the crater, they now lay at its bottom. Oddly, both stood firmly, not collapsing. Perhaps their wills would not allow it. Christopher leaned on his large sword, his body trembling slightly, coughing up blood, his face ashen, chaotic chi signaling poor condition, fostered his fighting spirit never waned. Across from him, Jaden's hair grew even messier, supporting himself with one hand on the long saber plunged into the ground. The mud beside the saber bore dark red bloodstains, like blooming sinister flowers. His chest rose and fell violently, unable to settle. This collision worsened his injuries and drained him greatly. Despite his solid foundation, facing an opponent like Christopher required almost full effort, placing significant strain on him. He was no master of doctrines but used multiple ones consecutively, which naturally exhausted him. Fatigue relentlessly surged, his chi nearing depletion. Luckily, his astonishing physique allowed rapid healing due to the ancient immortal body. However, replenishing lost essence would take time. Beneath his lowered lids, Jaden's eyes revealed a smile. He understood Christopher's intent now. The latter had always meant for this sparring, from probing to all-out attacks step by step. Encountering him, Christopher was ready to fight. Those people were definitely not killed by Christopher, who showed no sign of guilt about his undetected presence. Why he admitted earlier, Jaden deduced, fit Christopher's straightforward nature. He needed only a reason to fight, and circumstances provided it. He's a true battle enthusiast, Jaden thought, then steadied his breathing. You just passed by, he stated confidently. Christopher calmed down, chuckling. Caught you finally. Can't let this opportunity pass. Who cares about other things? You're good, one of the few peers I truly acknowledge, Christopher added. Strangely, getting Christopher's approval made Jaden feel proud, perhaps the feeling of mutual admiration despite neither being heroes. Jaden openly said, you're strong. A misstep and I'd be defeated. Christopher shook his head. Ultimately, I lost. You still have strength left. I can see that. It's my combat intuition. Jaden did not deny it. He still had another doctrine unexposed, and even immortal arts, including the sky-cleaving draw technique. But those were lethal moves. Without deep enmity, he saw no need to claim Christopher's life. Cough. Christopher coughed lightly, sighing. Loss in Tai and he isn't fair, keeping such a formidable student secret. We should have sparred sooner. Jaden chuckled at his obsession with battles. Fine, no more fights. Tired. I'm going to sleep. Christopher sheathed his sword, preparing to leave. Just as Jaden was about to speak, a voice came from above. Brother Wuya, shall I help you kill him? Hashtag chapter 454, accepting the challenge. Upon hearing this voice, Jaden's gaze sharpened. Without raising his head, he knew who had arrived. From the Pei family, Elon. He's as persistent as a shadow. Jaden frowned slightly and looked at Christopher. Christopher shrugged his hands to show that he was unaware of Elon's arrival, then said, Elon, this isn't your business. Don't meddle unnecessarily. Brother Wuya, you're being unreasonable. I came specifically to help you. Elon laughed lightly as he slowly descended into the deep pit. Behind him followed 10 elite members of the Pei family, all great powers of axioms. Clearly, they had some secretive means of communication to gather so quickly. Elon, I'm telling you again, do not interfere with my matters. Christopher glanced at the Pei family members standing in front of him, revealing displeasure on his face. Brother Wuya, stop being stubborn. Let me handle your opponent, Elon said indifferently with a calm smile. Jaden, feeling Elon's gaze, ignored it and focused on recovering his essence energy. You stubborn fool. From nearby, Christopher cursed before sweeping over to stand in front of Jaden. Turning his head, Christopher continued. We're both exhausted. Elon is here for you. Let me hold them off for a bit. In Christopher's view, if not for their sparring match that injured Jaden, dealing with Elon and company would not have been an issue. But the current situation was grim. Jaden could be in mortal danger. Christopher felt compelled to step up to help Jaden get through this crisis. However, to his surprise, Jaden remained still and calm. Christopher was taken aback. What are you doing? Jaden explained sincerely. I'm looking for the right moment. Christopher paused, seemingly understanding something, and decided not to persuade further but didn't leave either. Jaden looked at Christopher without much comment, concentrating fully on restoring his strength. He wouldn't run from this battle, despite having an easy escape, even when outnumbered. Finding such pressure again wouldn't be easy. Under normal circumstances, Jaden wouldn't feel the threat of death easily, but his current state was quite poor, perfect for breaking through his limits. The saying to be thrown into despair to find a way out rang true. Jaden had experience with this, knowing well that opportunities for breakthrough lay in life and death crises. Therefore, he chose to fight. Furthermore, he planned not to use the Xintian fruit treasure or any external aids, relying solely on his own abilities. Breakthroughs came from adversity. At this moment, Elon waved his hand, instructing the 10 people behind him to encircle Jaden and Christopher. Elon said, Brother Wuya, this is where you're wrong. Are you really helping an outsider against your friend? Friend? Christopher raised an eyebrow. Do we know each other well? Anger flashed across Elon's face as his voice turned colder. I've given you plenty of respect. Don't push your luck. In your current state, I can destroy you with a single move. I'll give you one last chance to step aside, or else don't blame me for being merciless. Try me. Christopher responded simply, conveying his resolve clearly. Very well. Then I'll kill you too. From now on, the hidden dragon Cornelst will have no name of Christopher. Laughing in rage, Elon immediately signaled the Pei family elites to attack from various directions. Jaden, leave Elon to me. Christopher acted decisively, slashing with his great sword toward Elon and 3 others beside him. Just a cornered beast. Kill him. Elon charged forward, along with his companions, instantly enveloping Christopher in their attacks. Originally, Jaden also intended to confront Elon first, but with Christopher taking the lead, he had no choice but to deal with the remaining 6 Axiom Great Powers. These 6 Pei family elites were already upon him. Prepared for battle, Jaden transformed into a blood shadow, weaving through the attacks. He unleashed a triple Axiom, Carnage form, sweeping out and slashing at the 3 opponents beside him. All these Pei family members were skilled, at least in the 3rd stage of the Fallen Moon realm, nearly matching Christopher. But in terms of foundation, Christopher was slightly stronger. Apart from Elon, all Pei family members had upper spirit grade foundations, giving Jaden a distinct advantage. Despite this, Jaden's combat power was only a fraction of his peak, and they heavily outnumbered him, making it exceedingly challenging. Just as he drove back 3 opponents, another 3 assaulted him fiercely, knocking him flying away with no time to evade. Jaden quickly steadied himself, suppressing the turbulent chi within him, and observed solemnly. Indeed, these were the Pei family's elites, whose combat prowess could not be underestimated. The brief skirmish already revealed their effective teamwork, far superior to ordinary cultivators. Thus, Jaden's plan to dodge and counterattack partially seemed unlikely to succeed. Fortunately, he could still leverage agility and break through one by one, even if it meant absorbing powerful blows. This was a fight he chose. No matter how much blood he spilled, victory was a must. In an instant, Jaden darted forth like a blood shadow, accurately targeting one enemy with his sky-shattering blade. 3 axioms converged at the tip of the blade, instantly forming a massive blade light, pressing down ferociously. Seeing this onslaught, the Pei family member's eyes widened in alarm as he fortified his defenses with all his might. Simultaneously, his comrades attacked Jaden, unleashing 5 powerful axiom strikes. Boom! Jaden's strike reached its target first, the fearsome force hurling the man away, even dislodging the sword from his grip. Just as he thought the kill was near, a deadly attack swiftly followed. Clenching his teeth, Jaden pushed forward, swiftly dodging part of the attack while enduring the rest using his ancient, immortal body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His black robe was slashed open, leaving jagged wounds bleeding profusely. Fostered, he did not wince, instead roaring loudly, "Die!" It sounded like a death sentence and self-affirmation, echoing like thunder. In that instant, the dazzling blade light swept downward, carrying terrifying axiom energy and cleaving through the Pei family member's head with a single strike, blood splattering everywhere. Finishing the blow, Jaden's expression remained cold, his gaze unwavering as he immediately turned to face the remaining 5 axiom great powers. Chapter 455, Another Slaying. Several of the Beiji family's essence, meaning great adepts, were taken aback. They hadn't expected that under the 6-on-1 assault, their opponent could eliminate one of their own so swiftly. Before accepting the Beiji family's mission, they had naturally heard of Jaden's name. This top-ranking individual possessed combat prowess far exceeding his cultivation level. It was precisely for this reason that the Beiji family sent them. They were the family's core strength, just below the peak essence meaning great adepts and those at the quasi-divine level. The latter were the Beiji family's reserves. With Elon's status, he couldn't mobilize that power just to avenge his brother. Despite this, these elites believed they could handle the situation easily. After all, it was only a quasi-great adept. How powerful could he be? But after truly engaging in battle, the Beiji family's elites realized they had seriously underestimated Jaden's strength. He not only had astonishing combat power, but also fought ruthlessly and decisively, willing to get hurt himself to kill his opponent. They say there's nothing to fear from skilled fighters, only those willing to fight to the death. And this Herschel before them was undoubtedly the latter. The 5 members of the Beiji family exchanged glances, deciding to exercise caution and treat Jaden as an equal opponent. They were the Beiji family's elite and highly trained. If they failed again due to carelessness, it would be truly unacceptable. With this thought, the 5 essence meaning great adepts once again formed an encirclement, trapping Jaden in the center. Seeing this, Jaden tightened his grip on the void-shattering blade, took a deep breath, and stared intensely ahead. The Beiji family's cautiousness was within his expectations. Being called elites, they naturally had their capabilities. The pressure they brought was now even greater. Any element of surprise wouldn't work anymore. It would have to be head-on combat. Instead of releasing the mounting pressure, Jaden embraced it, stimulating his own excitement. His chi was turbulent, and the remaining profound energy could sustain a little more fighting. Without defending, he took the initiative to attack. His strategy remained unchanged, targeting each one individually, striking without hesitation. His wounds, healed by the incredible recovery ability of his ancient immortal body, though having lost considerable blood essence, posed no significant hindrance to his actions. Void annihilation. Jaden directly wielded the destruction and spatial essence meanings. These 2 meanings intertwined on the void-shattering blade, unleashing terrifying blade light towards the enemy. Clearly, the Beiji family members had been wary, reacting swiftly to Jaden's attack. The moment Jaden struck, the 5 Beiji family members also moved, 2, defended while the other 3 attacked Jaden from behind. Crack. Jaden's attack still arrived first, with the spatial essence meaning ignoring distance entirely, closing in instantly. The 2 Beiji family members barely managed to defend against the blade light, which knocked them back. The overwhelming power almost shattered their profound energy barriers, nearly causing severe injuries. However, they no longer marveled at Jaden's formidable strength, quickly stabilizing themselves. In front of them, the radiant Herschel suddenly turned and shouted, "Back off!" Their companion, who had launched an attack, missed his mark, blocked by Jaden. Rumble. The crimson blade light shattered the incoming light ball, essence meaning forces colliding, stirring up a massive gust of air. Though Jaden held off the attacks of the Beiji family members, it wasn't easy. Blood splattered around as a figure was sent flying. Fighting against 3 adversaries, Jaden fell into a disadvantageous position. But soon, the expressions of the 2 Beiji family members changed drastically as they realized something. Bad, fall back. One shouted, retreating rapidly. The other, reacting slightly slower, started to withdraw as well. The reason? Jaden had used the force of impact to launch a counterattack. This Herschel was too ruthless, disregarding his injuries completely to launch an offensive. The one who reacted a bit slower instinctively tried to swing his sword, channeling essence meaning power to block the attack. Only instincts guided him because Jaden's speed was unimaginably fast, arriving almost instantaneously. Even relying solely on instinct, he believed he could withstand it. Jaden must be exhausted, surely unable to unleash his full power. Behind Jaden, Three companions reacted and reorganized their attack. As long as he could hold off this strike, he could severely wound Jaden again. However, what terrified this Beiji family member was realizing his sword movement had seemed to slow down. Initially, he should have instinctively struck out, but now the essence meaning hadn't fully condensed. Though this delay lasted only a breath, it was often fatal for cultivators like them. Jaden's blade, carrying extreme power, was already upon him. How can his blade be so fast? Shock still filled this Beiji family member's eyes as his head and body were cleaved in two. The mortal technique, time-slicing blade. On his first move, successfully slaying an essence meaning great adept. Thus, it wasn't that Jaden's blade had become faster, but that the time essence meaning had slowed his opponent. Just a fleeting moment was enough for a fatal blow, and it was an unobstructed killing blow. Because of this, after slaying the Beiji family member, Jaden still had time to respond to the threat behind him. Everything within calculation, a flash of blood, Jaden narrowly avoided most of the attacks. Bang! A small part of the attack landed on Jaden, knocking him slightly off balance, almost making him stumble. Thankfully, he quickly regained his composure, turning to face the remaining four opponents. At this moment, he looked capable of continuing the fight, but his breathing was labored, clearly indicating exhaustion. There was no help for it. Continuous fierce battles left him no choice, even with a strong foundation. But Jaden showed no signs of despair. Instead, his fighting spirit surged as he held the blade across his chest and chuckled, uttering two words, again. Across from him, the remaining four Beiji family members wore grim expressions. They had lost another companion. Despite their rage, they didn't immediately launch an attack, hesitating. The Herschel before them gave them too many shocks. They couldn't be sure if this was just a facade. If they guessed wrong, they might fall into his trap again. Just that last slash alone sent chills down their spines. If targeted on them, none had absolute confidence in blocking it. Moreover, the Herschel had already displayed 4 essence meanings. Who knew what tricks he still had up his sleeve? Given this situation, they had to be cautious. Seeing the hesitation from the other side, Jaden secretly breathed a sigh of relief, gaining a brief respite. But he didn't relax for long as the situation changed. A figure crashed right in front of him. Christopher, covered in blood. Chapter 456. Have you finished speaking? Christopher was barely clinging to life, his injuries too severe. Jaden's gaze grew colder as he helped Christopher up. Rest beside me. Leave the rest to me. Christopher's pale lips moved slightly, but he ultimately lacked the strength to speak, allowing Jaden to lead him aside. Throughout this process, Elon did not interfere. He only watched with a livid expression. To Elon, Jaden, now at his last strength, no longer posed much of a threat, just like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What truly annoyed Elon was that even under extreme exhaustion, Christopher managed to slay 2 of the Pei family's elite soldiers. An infuriating feat even more enraging was that 2 out of the 6 elites fighting Jaden had fallen as well. 6 against 1, and still unable to overpower him was unacceptable. What were you waiting for? Why didn't you surround and kill him? Elon walked towards the 4 remaining elites and demanded. Lawson, we need to be cautious. There's something eerie about this guy, one of them admitted. Cautious my ass. Are you brainless, or have you been scared by him? Elon railed angrily. He had been focused on fighting Christopher and hadn't paid attention to the battle here, deeming it unnecessary to concern himself with. Compared to Jaden, Elon viewed Christopher as the greater threat, being ranked higher than him. As for Jaden, Elon never acknowledged him from the start and refused to do so now. Thus, seeing the person he had always scoffed at, the top ranker, still standing was incomprehensible to him, even making him question the competence of these men. The 4 Pei family elites chose not to argue. They recognized their miscalculation of Jaden's combat power and had indeed been intimidated. Accepting the reprimand silently, they knew their position left no room for argument. Elon impatiently waved a hand, gathering all the Pei family elites around him. Including himself, 6 fighters remained, more than enough to deal with Jaden. Looking at Jaden who had just settled Christopher, Elon sneered, Jaden, have you finished your performance yet? In Elon's view, these 2 weren't acquainted and had no deep ties. To him, Jaden's actions were hypocritical. Jaden ignored Elon's mockery and gently placed Christopher's head on the ground. His eyes, filled with growing killing intent, turned cold. Turning around, Jaden gripped the void-shattering blade and walked steadily towards Elon and his men. Seeing this, Elon raised an eyebrow. Posturing won't change your inevitable death. Jaden remained silent, each step firm and resolute, as if in sync with a heartbeat. Reaching them quickly, Jaden made no effort to hide his lethal intent directed at Elon. Elon smirked, very good. The more you want to kill me, the more satisfied I'll feel when I kill you. Maldly, Elon grinned wickedly. I'll hold your severed head before my brother's shrine and pour wine for him. Hearing this, Jaden's face remained impassive, his murderous intent unwavering. Have you finished speaking? Jaden finally spoke. It wasn't a question but a declaration, his tone icy like water from a 1,000-year-old glacier. Just as Uriel was about to continue mocking, his pupils constricted. Swish! Jaden's blade flashed past Elon's eyes like dazzling starlight, almost blinding him. At that moment, Jaden struck, finding further words futile. The blade was his best language. Within striking distance, Jaden's sword slashed out with incredible speed, slicing through the air like lightning. This strike was slow but appeared impossibly fast to Elon and his men, too swift to react. Lord! Lord! The 4 elites who previously fought Jaden didn't finish their words before Elon was hit by the dazzling blade light. Boom! Mid-air, Elon's arc-shaped trajectory abruptly ended as he slammed onto the ground. Had it not been for the protective glow emanating from his body at the last second, that slash would have ended his life. Jaden regretted slightly. Elon possessed a life-saving technique, throwing his calculations off. Using mystic arts had already consumed much of his power. This was his second time deploying it. His waning spirit energy was nearly depleted. The attack failed to kill Elon. so Jaden adjusted his strategy, conserving his remaining spirit energy while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Foster's, the decisive moment had yet to arrive. Jaden knew he hadn't reached his limit. This proved beneficial, showing he still held combat potential. Failing to instantly kill Elon might actually stir less chaos. The 5 Pei family elites ignored Jaden and rushed to help Elon. All of you, get back! Elon roared, springing up from the ground, his face contorted in rage. The elites withdrew their hands hesitantly, watching as their master stormed forward without acknowledging them. They exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Protecting their master was their duty. Such an incident must not happen again. Even if the blade struck them, they vowed to shield their master, ingrained with the resolve bestowed by the Pei family's resources. Returning furiously, Elon snarled, "You dare to ambush me!" How could Elon, a prince and 4th-ranked figure on the hidden dragon cornels, tolerate being ambushed by a near-great sage in front of his subordinates? He swore to slice Jaden into mincemeat, save for the head. However, Elon's menacing threats failed to elicit a reaction from Jaden. The response came as another swish. Jaden's blade struck again. The blade, like a streak of lightning, slashed straight down. This time, Elon reacted in time, unleashing a torrential counterattack with his longsword. The ferocious sword beam crashed down, venting Elon's pin-up anger. Boom! The sword beam shattered Jaden's attack, hurling him backward. Himph! Elon huffed. With preparations, Jaden was nothing. Chapter 457. Disappointing you. Jaden wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and steadied himself. The consequence of precisely controlling his Xian energy output was that he couldn't unleash his donghua saber techniques to their fullest extent. Note: I've kept donghua as saber techniques for accuracy, assuming the context involves sabers rather than swords. If it should be generalized to swordsmanship, please clarify. Each strike must ensure that he still had the strength to continue fighting and could stand up afterward. Only by doing so could he gradually push himself to the brink of his limits. If he launched a full assault all at once, it would end before he even had time to feel the momentary opportunity. If his opponent seized this chance and struck a fatal blow, then all his efforts and waiting would be in vain. So, being sent flying by Elon's sword did not bother Jaden. True winners often laugh last, an unchanging truth. Of course, Elon was indeed very capable. One look at that sword strike confirmed that his ranking high on the hidden dragon cornels was well deserved. At full strength, Jaden could kill him or even resolve matters with 1 or 2 strikes. However, this was Jaden's present assessment. As for whether Elon had any hidden moves, only time would tell. Opposite, Elon wasn't about to give Jaden a chance to catch his breath. He signaled to the elite members of the Pei family and commanded, "All of you attack together and chop him into pieces." "Oh, right, leave his head intact, remember," Elon added as an afterthought. After giving his orders, he sat down as if watching a play. Elon felt that he only needed to make one final slash across Jaden's remaining head, just enough to hold wine. As for the battle in between, he lost interest after that one sword strike. He hadn't planned to engage personally, but Jaden's audacious ambush provoked him to draw his sword in anger. To Elon, someone clinging to life with tattered clothes was like a beggar, not worth his attention, let alone pity. A beggar deserved no sympathy and would only soil his hands. A person standing high above found amusement in watching the lowly ants struggle below. Just like now, Elon relished watching Jaden squirm and die unwillingly in front of him. It filled him with great satisfaction to think about it. Following Elon's order, the 5 Pei family elites wasted no time, charging towards Jaden together. Their 5 swords instantly unleashed 5 sharp sword beams, stabbing toward Jaden's vital points from different angles. The power of profound truths shone within the sword beams, their formidable might undulating through space, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Of course, Jaden was already gasping for breath, but facing such an assault, he remained unfazed, his stern eyes flashing with determination. With a decent amount of chi left in his body, he could still perform the blood break divine art. Transforming his body into a blood shadow to evade critical blows and dissipate some attacks was possible. With a thought, Jaden successfully avoided 3 sword beams. Then, he delivered another blood red slash. Slaughter aura. The blood red arc of light enveloped destructive force, filled with indomitable will, meeting the remaining 2 sword beams head-on. Boom, boom. The colliding attacks exploded in front of him, and the mist sword beams behind him also detonated simultaneously. A vast wave of power surged towards Jaden, the terrifying force striking his body. Jaden had no place to hide and did not try to. He was prepared to withstand this backlash with his ancient, immortal body. As long as the injuries weren't fatal, relying on his astonishing recovery abilities, he could still stand up, and as long as he didn't fall, he could still fight. Cornel kite cut loose, Jaden flew out again, eventually crashing onto the ground. Before the battle, Jaden had moved away from Chunghwa's position, so the aftermath did not affect him. In the distance, Jaden staggered to his feet, holding his saber steadily. This meant he could still strike. Blood flowed freely from his body, yet Jaden did not frown, his eyes gleaming intensely as he looked ahead. Seeing this, the 5 Pei family elites charged over once more. Though they were separated by some distance, they quickly closed in, unleashing a barrage of sword beams covering every inch of space. This time, there was no gap in targeting the opponent's vital points. In their eyes, this boy's physical endurance was astonishing. During their brief charge, the gushing blood had stopped, something never seen before. At the same time, they wondered why the boy didn't escape when given the chance. Even if they managed to catch up, it would take effort. Was it concern for companions? Or was it merely posturing as described by their young master? This thought crossed their minds briefly, but was not worth much contemplation. Either way, this boy was dead, a matter of sooner or later. Meanwhile, seeing Jaden stand again, Elon didn't get angry but smiled cruelly. Excellent, let him struggle a little more, it's more interesting. Boom. Another thunderous roar echoed, sounding like sweet music to Elon. The sight of a body falling from the sky excited him. He eagerly anticipated the head filled with humiliation and resentment, imagining it holding fragrant wine that his brother would enjoy. Unconsciously, Elon licked his lips, perhaps tasting it himself. Jaden stood up again without surprise. Through thick dust, Elon saw Jaden's even worse injuries. The feeling of tearing open newly healed wounds brought Elon a sense of satisfaction. Without realization, such treatment was deserved. It was torture, but also Elon's blessing. Struggle harder, put in effort, let me watch you fall. Elon laughed lightly, feeling his accumulated anger and killing intent fading. Perhaps, the conclusion near made him feel this good. Elon caressed his sword, ready to stab through Jaden's body and scoop out his skull. Die! Seemingly hearing the elite's shouts, Elon involuntarily stood up, ready to finish things. Boom! Vibrations intertwined, shaking Elon's eardrums, but he paid no mind. His gaze pierced through the spreading light and scattering power, seeking to see if that figure had fallen. However, what Elon saw was one of his elite's severed head. An intense surge of energy rose abruptly, overshadowing the sky. Gale winds howled across the plain, stirring up dust clouds. It wasn't due to the attack, but from a sudden Xian energy vortex. Amusing, aren't you? Very sorry to disappoint you. Jaden's voice echoed. Chapter 457. Disappointing you. Jaden wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and steadied himself. The consequence of precisely controlling his Xian energy output was that he couldn't fully unleash his swordsmanship to its maximum potential. Each strike had to ensure he could still fight and stand afterward. Only by pushing himself bit by bit could he approach his limits. A reckless assault, ending in one strike, without grasping the fleeting opportunity, would only allow the opponent to seize the chance for a fatal blow, rendering all previous efforts futile. Therefore, being sent flying by Elon's single sword strike didn't bother Jaden. True winners often laugh last, a truth as old as time. Naturally, Elon was formidable, evident from that single stroke, proving his top ranking on the hidden dragon Cornelst wasn't undeserved. In peak condition, Jaden could have killed him or finished him off with one or two strikes. But this was just his present assessment. Whether Elon had any hidden moves remained to be seen. Opposite him, Elon showed no intention of letting Jaden catch his breath. He rallied the elite members of the Pei family and ordered, attack together and turn him into minced meat. Don't forget to leave his head intact, Elon added sternly. Then, he sat down, watching like it was a show. Elon felt that as long as he delivered the final cut on Jaden's remaining head, making it usable as a wine container, the battle in between held little interest after his initial sword strike. He hadn't intended to engage personally, but was provoked by Jaden's unwise ambush, which enraged him enough to draw his sword. To Elon, a person barely clinging to life, with torn clothes, was like a beggar, beneath his notice and unworthy of sympathy. Standing high above, looking down on those beneath him, gave him a twisted sense of enjoyment. Just like now, Elon relished seeing Jaden struggle relentlessly before ultimately dying helplessly. The mere thought delighted him. Upon receiving the command, 5 Pei family elites attacked Jaden without hesitation. Determined to perform better this time under their young master's watchful eyes, they brandished their swords, sending out 5 piercing, deadly beams from different angles towards Jaden's vital points. The power within the beams shone brightly, filling the space with an overwhelming aura that pressed heavily on everyone. Despite already struggling for breath, Jaden maintained his composure. His serious gaze, filled with intent to kill, revealed a flicker of determination. With decent energy left, he could still use the blood break divine art. Transforming his body into a blood shadow allowed him to dodge critical strikes and defuse some attacks. In an instant, he successfully avoided 3 sword beams. Then, he unleashed another blood red strike. Execution blade force. A crimson arc of blade light, brimming with destructive force and unyielding will, clashed against the remaining 2 sword beams. Boom, boom. The explosion from the clash surged toward Jaden from both front and back, the terrifying wave engulfing him entirely. Unavoidable and undeterred, he prepared to withstand the aftermath with his ancient immortal physique. As long as the injuries weren't lethal, relying on his astounding recovery ability, he would rise again. As long as he remained standing, he could still fight. Cornelk a broken kite, Jaden flew back and crashed to the ground. Before the battle, he had positioned himself away from Shangwuyu, ensuring the aftermath didn't affect him. Distantly, Jaden wobbled up, holding his weapon steadily. This indicated he could still strike. Blood streamed down his body in rivulets, but Jaden did not wince. His eyes shone brightly as he stared ahead. The 5 Pei family elites saw this and rushed over once more. Despite the distance, they closed in quickly, launching a barrage of sword beams from all angles. This time, they targeted every vulnerable spot on their opponent. In their eyes, this man's physical resilience was astonishing. During their brief charge, his profuse bleeding had seemingly stopped, a sight unseen. Simultaneously, they were puzzled. Given his earlier evasion speed, he could have easily escaped at this distance. Even if they managed to chase him, it would take considerable effort. Did he stay because he cared for his companions, or was he putting on a show as their young master had said? Amalch thoughts flitted through their minds, but didn't merit deeper consideration. Either way, this man was dead. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jaden rise again, Elon smiled cruelly instead of growing angry. Very well, let him struggle a little more. It makes it all the more entertaining. Boom. Another explosive sound resonated, sounding like music to Elon's ears. Seeing Jaden's mangled body falling again excited him. He anticipated the humiliation-filled head, perfect for holding wine, which his brother would surely love. Involuntarily, Elon licked his lips, wondering if he should taste it too. Unsurprisingly, Jaden rose once more. Through the thick dust cloud, Elon saw Jaden's worsening condition. This renewed feeling of tearing open a barely healed wound satisfied him. Those without resolve deserved such treatment, a torment yet also Elon's favor. Struggle. Fight harder. Let me watch you fall. Elon chuckled, sensing his accumulated anger and murderous intent dissipating. Perhaps it was almost over, making him feel so gratified. He ran his fingers along his sword. When cleaning up the corpse, he'd stabbed down, hollowing out the head. Die! Seeming to hear the 5 elites' shouts, Elon stood, ready to conclude the fight. Boom! Echoes vibrated in his ears, but he paid no heed. Through the spreading light and power, he looked for that figure. To his surprise, one of his elites' heads tumbled down. A powerful aura erupted skyward, blocking out the sun. Violent winds whipped across the land, stirring up dust clouds. This wasn't caused by an attack, but by a sudden vortex of Xian energy. Am I entertaining enough? Sorry to disappoint you. Jaden's voice echoed through the chaos. Chapter 458, Sacred Bridge. After enduring several rounds of torment, Jaden finally reached his limit. Under immense pressure and the threat of life and death, at the moment he hit his peak, an opportunity for a breakthrough appeared. Seizing this chance successfully, Jaden broke through to the peak realm just as the sword's aura approached him. The divine bridge within him shone brilliantly at that moment, enveloped in holy light. The divine bridge had finally become a sacred bridge, reaching the sacred bridge realm. Once the sacred bridge was formed, chi surged like rain after a long drought, rapidly replenishing his depleted mystic power. An overwhelming influx of mystic energy poured into his body, forming a massive vortex. Jaden's innate blade wheel began to spin autonomously, converting the mystic energy into mystic power. This was one of the benefits of innate spells. They operated on their own, remaining steadfast no matter how turbulent the mystic power became. Therefore, Jaden did not overly concern himself with absorbing the mystic energy but instead focused most of his attention on engaging the enemy, even harnessing the wild mystic power to achieve excellent results. Just now, he had used this newfound strength to destroy the sword's aura and behead one of the elite Pei family warriors with a single, clean strike. After decapitating the elite warrior, Jaden's expression remained calm and composed. He knew Elon was watching, so let him see what he could see. Elon was bound to be disappointed. In the next moment, Jaden moved, along with the mystic energy vortex behind him. Standing before him were 4 more elite Pei family warriors. The knife burst into radiant light, resembling a meteor tearing through the night. The blade simultaneously slashed towards all 4 opponents. Void annihilation. Instantly, countless light blades condensed around them from every direction, each one brimming with terrifying power. Their positions formed a cage, sealing off all escape routes for the 4 Pei family elites. The interplay of destruction and space profundities flickered at the tip of the blade, dazzling and captivating. Seeing such an attack, the 4 profound Lawson's pupils dilated in shock. Before, when Jaden had been greatly exhausted and injured, they hadn't fully comprehended the depth of his profound larceny. Now, as Jaden's strength suddenly returned, the 3 layers of profound larceny manifested with full force, leaving the Pei family elites in disbelief. After all, they themselves had only grasped 1 layer of profound larceny, despite being profound Lawsons. And yet, Jaden, who wasn't even a profound Lawson, had far surpassed them in terms of profound larceny understanding. Was this Herschel really that terrifying? The 4 Pei family elites didn't have time to ponder this further. They had to give it their all. Otherwise, danger loomed. Mystic power barriers instantly formed around them, accompanied by sword auras. In the instant the endless light blades descended, the 4 unleashed their sword auras to meet the onslaught fearlessly. Boom! Rumble! Blade light clashed with sword auras in various locations. For a moment, the deafening sounds were unceasing, like a continuous river. Terrifying power radiated outward, space itself disintegrating under the impact. Elon, already on his feet, watched this scene with first surprise, then disbelief. How could Jaden still fight? Elon certainly didn't think this was an illusion, despite not being able to see the 4 subordinates encased in light. There was confidence in what he saw, it felt incredibly real. But this very realism made him doubt. A man at the end of his rope could reignite? Maldenly, Elon recalled something. Jaden had previously broken through consecutively on the Cornelf death platform, barely winning against those challengers. At the time, Elon dismissed it, thinking Jaden just had incredible luck and didn't personally check. Now, this enormous mystic energy vortex seemed to indicate another breakthrough. No way, there's no such coincidence. Elon quickly dismissed this thought, finding it too absurd. He preferred to believe that this was a desperate counterattack, something Jaden wouldn't be able to do again. People tend to only believe what they want to believe, which can be seen as arrogance or self-deception. But the next moment shattered Elon's thoughts thoroughly. Thump, thump. 2 crisp sounds reached his ears, causing his pupils to constrict. In the fading light, 2 heads rolled down near him, eyes wide open in shock. Elon couldn't help but tremble, whether from fear or shock, it wasn't clear. But his confident demeanor was visibly faltering. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Quick, stop him." Elon himself didn't know why he issued such an order. Was it fear from seeing Jaden's sudden dominance, or did he hope shouting would boost morale? Regardless, it indicated that he was losing his composure. That much was evident in the fact that he no longer harbored the idea of cutting off Jaden's head to use as a wine jug. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Pei family elites, hearing Elon shout, regained their senses and rushed forward with gritted teeth. Partly fearing Jaden's current combat prowess and partly unable to disobey their master's orders, their attacks lost some ferocity, becoming somewhat forced. By this point, having eliminated 3 Pei family elites, the mystic energy vortex behind Jaden gradually dissipated. This signified that his breakthrough was complete, and his mystic power was nearing full restoration. His momentum now was entirely different from before. He stood tall and fierce, eyes blazing with determination. Kill. Without hesitation, Jaden wielded the void-cleaving blade downward. It was impossible for the 2 men in front to stop him. Elon must die. The blade remained brilliant, even more dazzling than before, slicing down like a streak from the sky, profound powers blossoming within. Boom, boom. Two loud booms echoed as Jaden's assault met the Pei family elite's defenses. A blinding light exploded in midair, sweeping away the two warriors. But Jaden stood firm on the ground, or rather, for only a brief moment. In the next instant, he shot forward, charging toward Elon. With no elites blocking his path, Jaden could proceed unhindered to finish off Elon. However, the two determined elites, disregarding injuries and instability, launched themselves again to intercept Jaden midway. They had a mission to protect Elon. Get out of my way. But Jaden was relentless. He wouldn't hold back if he wanted to kill Elon. The two elites couldn't withstand him at this state. The blade flashed once more and vanished again. Thud. Thud. Two heads dropped, and Jaden was already past them, arriving in front of Elon. Chapter 459. Farewell. Elon's expression grew increasingly grotesque as he watched Jaden effortlessly slaughter his subordinates one by one. However, he did not flee, perhaps because a shred of pride still lingered within him. He was the fourth-ranking prodigy on the coiled dragon Cornelst, not the fifth. Thus, Elon didn't hesitate. He even felt that Jaden finally confronting him directly gave him a reason to unsheath his sword. Foster's, Elon drew his sword, its blade radiating with brilliance like his arrogance, blazing as the sun. Bang! The moment the sword met the blade, it only held for 2 breaths before shattering apart. The remaining blade struck Elon's mystic energy barrier, sending him flying backward. A trail of blood trickled from the corner of Elon's mouth, making his grin appear even more grotesque. Indeed, Elon was laughing, but whether out of arrogance or self-mockery remained unclear. Jaden saw this and, of course, paid it no mind. His expression was as cold as ice, yet his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Die! Jaden wouldn't wait for Elon to regain his footing or reveal any hidden cards. With his mystic energy fully restored, he launched himself at Elon with extreme ferocity. Elon was not an ordinary cultivator. Despite being thrown off balance, he quickly regained his stance. Grinning maniacally, he prepared to strike again with his sword. But he didn't get the chance. The moment he raised his arm, he heard a cold voice. Immortal art, time slice. With his mystic energy fully restored, Jaden had the power to execute this immortal art without hesitation. The mystery of time danced within the blade's light, enveloping Elon completely. To Elon, Jaden's blade moved faster than he could react. And in Jaden's eyes, once his blade was released, there would be no chance for Elon to draw his sword. The flow of time affected both ends equally. Without surpassing Jaden in strength, it was impossible to break free from the temporal trap. Otherwise, how could it be called an immortal art? Splat. In the next instant, the blade pierced entirely through Elon's body, shredding his vitality and slicing him into 2 halves. Even his grotesque smile remained frozen on his face, never having finished. Blood stained the ground as Elon's lifeless body collapsed. He died swiftly, too quickly to utter a single scream of agony. Jaden sheathed his blade and turned away indifferently. Approaching Christopher, he said, "It's over." Christopher had already awakened and was silently recovering some strength. He witnessed Jaden dispatch those elite guards and split Elon's body with one breathtaking strike. Coughing lightly, Christopher smiled bitterly. "So, when we fought earlier, you didn't give it your all, did you? I had just broken through. That's not what I meant. That strike consumes a lot of energy. I won't be using it frequently. I want to see it. Alright, let's discuss this when you're better." "I'm better now." Jaden shot Christopher a glance. This guy was almost dead but still thinking about fighting. The light in Christopher's eyes hadn't dimmed. Instead, he forced himself to sit up and began meditating, clearly eager to recover quickly for another match with Jaden. Seeing Christopher's determined look, the corner of Jaden's mouth twitched. But he didn't disturb Christopher and sat down nearby. One part was to protect Christopher while meditating, the other was to solidify his newly ascended realm. Ultimately, the two didn't rush to leave, choosing to cultivate amidst the chaos. Time passed swiftly, 5 days in the blink of an eye. No one disturbed them during this period, allowing them peaceful cultivation. Emboldenedly, Christopher opened his eyes, a sharp and intense gaze piercing through. "Come on," Christopher shouted. "Do you really want to fight?" Jaden opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "Why not? How else will I know the gap between us?" Christopher exclaimed excitedly. "Fine, as you wish." Jaden stood up, gripping his blade of Skybreaker. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. 2 figures clashed on the flat ground. In less than 10 rounds, Christopher was defeated. "Ah, feels good." Christopher exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground with a contented smile, his greatsword resting carelessly beside him. Losing wasn't scary. Losing willingly mattered. After a while, Christopher sat up and smiled. "Your talent is the strongest among my peers I've ever seen, even surpassing Cornelcolm. I can't beat you now, but I'll work hard and try to fight you evenly," Christopher added. Jaden laughed. "Why just evenly?" Christopher retorted irritably. "I can improve, can't you? Your talent is higher than mine, so if we can fight evenly, I'll be grateful." Jaden remained non-committal. Like Christopher, he would never underestimate anyone. You improved, but others didn't rest either. Talent was merely a foundation. The final outcome depended on the heart seeking the Tao. Cornel Christopher, as long as he didn't fall, his future achievements would be considerable. As for Jaden, if he couldn't far surpass his peers and dominate his generation, how could he justify the destiny he bore? Therefore, Jaden often used this as motivation, never letting himself slack. Recalling what young Trace once said, that who said the prodigies of the numinous void heaven were inferior to the other 8 layers, he set his sights beyond the numinous void heaven. Those places endowed with immortal chi had far better cultivation resources. They must not be underestimated. Jaden took a deep breath, reining in his wandering thoughts, and asked, "Brother Wuya, shall we travel together?" Urgent matters lay ahead, unraveling the mysteries of the Heavenly Fate Cavern first. If he couldn't pass through the Heavenly Fate Cavern, how could he hope to rival the prodigies beyond the numinous void heaven? Cornelf was lived one bite at a time, step by step. Christopher shook his head. No, I'm used to traveling alone. For me, solitude is also a form of cultivation. Jaden nodded, not persuading further. Well then, let's part here. Perhaps we'll meet again in the secret realm. Jaden clasped his fists. Forget it, I don't want to see you. Every time I see you, I want to fight, and every fight leaves me disheartened. Ah, Christopher sighed. Jaden chuckled, realizing that once familiar, this guy wasn't as taciturn as he seemed. Do as you please. I have business to attend to. Jaden replied. Amalra, I'll wander around. I came here for a fight. Now that it's done, it's boring. Consider it a stroll, Christopher said, clasping his fists. Farewell. With that, they rose into the air, each heading in different directions. Chapter 460. Ambushed. 5 more days passed, and Jaden arrived at a valley. He hadn't expected that the small world of Tiantea would be so vast. Even with his speed, after 5 days of flying, he still hadn't reached the place he sensed. However, during this time, he did receive some useful information. Earlier, he had encountered some independent cultivators who mentioned that within Tiantea lies a mountain named Tiantea Mountain, on which stands the Tiantea Stone. This Tiantea Stone is said to be the most precious treasure in Tiantea, without any competition. According to rumors, over the several hundred years that Tiantea has been open, no one has seen the Tiantea Stone on Tiantea Mountain, let alone obtained it. Logically, something that no one has even seen should invite suspicion. But from the tone of those cultivators, they were very confident in its existence. The reason was simple. This information was revealed by Alastair long ago, and in the eyes of the cultivators, Alastair wouldn't lie. When Jaden first heard this, he couldn't help but pause. The old man held such high esteem among the cultivators? He really hadn't noticed that before. Currently, the direction Jaden sensed seemed to be the same as the one mentioned by those cultivators, leading to Tiantea Mountain. Therefore, Jaden suspected that the inexplicable sensation in his heart might originate from Tiantea Mountain. This was likely the main purpose Alastair had for calling him here. He already had some guesses, and everything would become clear once he reached Tiantea Mountain. At this moment, while flying above the valley, Jaden heard sounds of combat coming from below. Jaden focused and saw familiar figures. Their situation seemed dire. Half a day earlier, Vilma, accompanied by Malcolm and Burke, arrived at this valley. Malcolm asked, Princess, is this the right direction? Vilma nodded. Fosters, I can sense it. Something is calling to me from this direction. Pity that Tiantea is so vast. We don't know how much longer it will take to reach our destination after passing through this valley, Vilma added. Burke assured, Don't worry, Princess. No matter the distance, we'll protect you. Malcolm teased, Corneltal brother. There's no need to show such loyalty with no one else around. Burke retorted irritably, And you're not following my lead? Vilma smiled, not paying attention to their banter. She knew their personalities all too well. She never doubted their loyalty. It gave her confidence. That's why these two brothers quickly found her after entering Tiantea, using a prearranged method. After reuniting, Vilma didn't waste time due to an intense urge she felt. She needed to investigate immediately. Arriving here, the three originally planned to continue forward. Amaldenly, Malcolm grew wary and immediately protected Vilma behind him, warning sternly, Be careful, princess. I sense murderous intent. Vilma didn't question Malcolm but immediately put up a Shenli barrier. Note, Shenli is a term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It should be standardized based on the overall translation style of the work. For now, I've kept it as is, but ideally it should be translated to something like mystic power or similar depending on context. By Vilma's side, Burke had drawn his sword, ready for battle. Malcolm was the most sensitive among the three. If he said there was danger, it was almost certain. Amalra enough, 10 figures emerged from the darkness ahead, all masked. 10 great cultivators, fully prepared. Vilma's gaze hardened. If Malcolm had reacted slower, they would have walked straight into an ambush. Do these people wait for me? Observing the formation of the 10 cultivators, Vilma keenly perceived their target. She wasn't the kind of princess who only reveled in power and luxury within palace walls. Instead, she preferred freedom and adventure, finding the palace suffocating and boring. That's why she enjoyed befriending different cultivators. She also loved cultivation, battles, and dramatic confrontations. Thus, she ranked among the top 20 on the covert dragon Cornelst as the only female, undoubtedly proving her formidable strength. Consequently, Vilma clearly felt that the murderous intent was aimed at her. The masked leader laughed, Heh, this dog servant's nose is indeed sharp, sensing us from afar. Facing this mockery, Malcolm paid no mind, raising his sword and demanding, Who are you? The masked leader replied, A dead person doesn't deserve to know our names. Don't get arrogant. Do you know who stands behind me? Daring to speak recklessly like this. Malcolm scolded. He could already guess that these people knew about the princess being here. His questions were meant to probe their background and buy some time for better preparation. If other cultivators happened to pass by, he could reveal the identity of the Chloe and request their assistance. Clearly, the masked men saw through Malcolm's intentions. The leader sneered, Dog servant, buying time won't help. Today, we are determined to claim the Chloe's life. Without waiting for Malcolm's response, the man coldly ordered, Kill them. Leave no survivors. Upon command, the other masked men attacked without hesitation. Clearly, they were well prepared and eager to execute their plan. Princess, go now. Seeing immense danger approaching, Malcolm shouted and took the lead, swinging his sword to release countless sword beams towards the 10 masked men. Malcolm himself was a powerful great cultivator skilled in the Tao of swordsmanship, but facing 10 opponents equally strong or even superior to him, the task was near impossible. Fostered, Malcolm didn't hesitate or retreat. He met the challenge head-on. Not just Malcolm, but Burke also rushed forward, joining the battle. Their loyalty wasn't mere words, their actions spoke volumes. 2 dog servants, move aside or die. The masked leader cursed. With his 9 companions attacking simultaneously, a terrifying force surged toward Vilma like a torrential flood. With a tearing sound, light flashed, 2 fearless sword beams clashed against the tenfold assault, splitting the flood. Despite seeming futile, the sword's resolve remained undeterred. Boom! The clash sent 2 figures flying back. Still, they honored the name of swordsmen. Their blades successfully split the attack, preventing it from reaching Vilma. Malcolm and Bert crashed down in front of Vilma. Malcolm lifted his head and seeing Vilma still standing there, he urged desperately, "Princess, go now. We'll hold them back." Underneath the white veil, Vilma's stunning face remained calm. She declared firmly, "A master who abandons their subordinates isn't a good master. Get up and follow me out." Chapter 461. Corneld Alveseld. Xunyang was momentarily stunned, tears glistening in his eyes. Without a word, he stood up, his back straight as an arrow. To have such a master is a death one can face without regrets. Similarly, Cyrus didn't speak, but acted by positioning himself in front of Vilma. If anyone wanted to kill the Chloe, they would first have to step over their dead bodies. Behind them, Vilma already had a white spear in her hand, its aura swelling around her. Though she wasn't an essence Lawson, she was no mere ornament. She could fight. A white armor began to materialize around her, and her power continued to climb. Opposite, the masked leader laughed grotesquely. "Amouch deep bonds between master and servants. No rush. I'll send you to your deaths one by one." With that, he and his 9 companions launched another assault, their overwhelming might crushing down, making it hard to breathe. "Breakthrough!" Xunyang and Cyrus shouted in unison. Both being sword practitioners, they possessed very sharp attacks and perfect coordination. Thus, 2 massive beams of light emerged from their swords, carrying Essence's power, countering half of the enemy's might. The remaining half didn't wait for Xunyang and Cyrus to continue fighting when Vilma suddenly appeared. She, clad in white armor, exuded heroic vigor, thrusting her white spear upward to meet the rest of the attack. At this moment, enhanced by the white armor, Vilma seemed to possess power rivaling that of an essence Lawson. Although her spear didn't contain any essence, it matched the might of one. Boom! The spear collided with the attack, neutralizing part of its force and causing a deafening sound. Cough! But Vilma couldn't hold for long. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, staining her white veil red. Blood spread across the white veil, creating a somewhat tragically beautiful sight. Vilma hadn't been overwhelmed by the attack. She continued channeling mystic energy to maintain her spear's beam intact, attempting to counter more of the assault. While she now had the capability to fight them, these were 10 essence Lawsons, limiting what she could do. Vilma knew this well, but refused to retreat. You could call her foolish, a princess with a chance to escape. Why insist on fighting here? She was precious beyond measure. Perhaps this was what made Vilma different from other princesses. Or perhaps this was why Xunyang, Cyrus, all the way to Sawyer, remained loyal to her. Humph, delusional. Your life ends here. Seeing Vilma struggle, the masked leader immediately launched a second assault. A giant hand reached out toward Vilma, seemingly intending to crush her instantly. Snap! Vilma's spear finally shattered. The large hand tore apart its might along with the remaining attack. In this critical moment, Xunyang and Cyrus recovered slightly, standing in front of Vilma again. 2 sword beams shot out, aiming to cut through the descending hand. However, the masked figure wouldn't let them succeed easily. He coordinated with his companions, launching another wave of attacks. The force of essences crushed down like a mountain, brilliant yet terrifying beneath its radiance. Snap! Snap! The 2 sword beams failed, shattered under the onslaught. Even at this point, Xunyang and Cyrus refused to bow, standing firm like swords. Even in death, they aimed to die honorably. Unfortunately, while they were sword practitioners, they weren't powerful enough to turn the tide. After all, they used to be homeless wanderers until the Chloe provided them cultivation resources. So today, they would die for the Chloe. Perhaps seeing them die, she would give up and escape. That was their hope. The terrifying power descended upon Xunyang and Cyrus, ready to crush them into mush. They were prepared to close their eyes, but a figure rushed forward. It was the Chloe. Chloe, why go so far? Xunyang and Cyrus lamented internally, helpless. For the attack struck too swiftly, leaving no time to react. Ultimately, it would be the Chloe who died first. To have such a master, this life was worth it. Even the next life would be worth it. Actually, Vilma didn't think much about it. She only knew that as long as she could still fight, she wouldn't retreat. It wasn't about being stubborn. It was about never allowing herself to yield. Moreover, which pampered princess would sacrifice her own life for her subordinates? At least at this moment, Vilma put aside concerns of life and death. So she faced the overwhelming power. Then her techniques were crushed, and her body engulfed by the might. Within a breath, Vilma would perish. The masked leader was almost applauding. This battle ended too easily. Unexpectedly, even to Vilma herself, a sudden change occurred. Corneld emanated from her body, blocking the incoming attacks. Soon, the light formed a shield, forcefully pushing away the power. Vilma was dazed, her gaze falling on the ring on her right hand, the source of the light. This is... Vilma didn't understand. She thought it was just an ordinary mystic ring. When Hideo initially gave it to her, he didn't mention any defensive feature. He only said, wear it when needed. Vilma didn't ask further. Knowing Hideo's mysterious ways, questioning him was futile. Had he not insisted, she wouldn't have come here, knowing her strength wasn't sufficient. Now, it was as if Hideo saved her life. Her eyes flickered. Not dwelling on thoughts, she expanded the shield to encompass Xunyang and Cyrus. The masked man grew furious, attacking the shield wildly but to no avail. Fortunately, he discovered the attacks could deplete the shield's energy. Given time, the shield would break, and the Chloe would die. Therefore, the 10 masked men patiently surrounded the 3 inside the shield, continuing their relentless assault. Princess, what do we do? Xunyang asked, knowing this situation couldn't last. Wait. Vilma answered with a single word. If Hideo decided to save her, he wouldn't leave it incomplete. He must have planned something. Since entering, Vilma felt certain of this. Half a day passed. Just as Vilma started doubting herself, the shield broke. "Ha, Chloe, you're doomed." The masked leader laughed triumphantly. "Not necessarily." A voice rang from above, followed by a figure crashing down in front of Vilma. Chapter 462. A single slash fells 4. Jaden descended from the sky, already gripping the broken sky blade in his hand. Though he was still unsure of what exactly had happened, he and Vilma were close friends. Thus, he could not stand by idly while she was in danger. The 10 profound Lawsons who had encircled Vilma were somewhat stronger than the elite forces Elon had brought, but Jaden, having already transcended to the ultimate realm, felt no fear. Vilma's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the tall, slender figure before her. She never expected that it would be Jaden who would come to her rescue. Could Bobby, that old man, have even predicted this? Her thoughts raced, and she whispered softly, "They are tough opponents. Be careful." Without turning around, Jaden replied calmly, "You rest now. Leave it to me." His tone was calm, but exuded a powerful confidence that inexplicably brought comfort. "All right," Vilma nodded and slightly retreated, entrusting the battlefield to Jaden. Zion and Cyrus also sighed with relief. Although they were not familiar with Jaden, seeing how the Chloe trusted him, they did not say more. However, they couldn't help but wonder, can this guy really hold them off? I hope he's not just bluffing and ends up losing his life. Despite their doubts, they also retreated with Vilma, continuing to guard her side. Jaden turned his gaze to the masked leader, asking curiously, "Do we know each other?" He could sense the sinister intent in the masked man's eyes, a deeper animosity than before. The masked man seemed to listen intently to the conversation between Jaden and Vilma, not rushing into action, which was indeed unusual. If not an unfamiliar enemy, then it must be someone who knew him. The masked leader said coldly, "Jaden, I've been looking for you. Who would have thought you'd walk right into my trap? Truly, everything comes to those who wait. Kill him." Without further ado, the masked leader attacked Jaden first, appearing filled with deep hatred. Behind him, 9 other profound Lawsons followed closely. In an instant, a barrage of attacks and overwhelming power surged towards Jaden, about to engulf him. Unperturbed, Jaden drew his blade, its light cutting through like a torrent, meeting the onslaught head-on. The advantage of triple profound arts became evident here, giving him the strength to withstand even 10 dual profound arts. Rumble. After a deafening roar, the blade light obliterated all the incoming attacks, leaving only residual waves behind. Jaden stood unmoved, allowing the fierce wind to whip past his ears. His condition was impeccable. Seeing Jaden effortlessly neutralize their attack, the masked leader's pupils dilated in shock. How could Jaden be so formidable? Wasn't he supposed to be a quasi-profound Lawson who hadn't comprehended profound arts yet? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of the 10 profound Lawsons, but the reality just witnessed indicated their intelligence was outdated. Still, it didn't surprise them much. How could one person overpower 10? Ridiculous. Not only did the masked leader disbelieve it, but his companions did too. Thus, they resumed their assault, pressing down on Jaden again. The glow illuminated the surroundings, the intertwined might of profound arts spreading far and wide, enveloping him. Slash of ruined might. Facing the assault, Jaden quickly responded with a single stroke of his blade. This dazzling strike carried the essence of destruction profound art, cleaving through space in an instantaneous path. The path shot upward, splitting the descending force into pieces. Boom crack. The blade's momentum remained undiminished, piercing through all opposition from bottom to top. The surging aftereffects sliced through Jaden's sides, crashing into the ground without harming him. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, 2 massive craters several dozen yards wide appeared. Only Jaden stood firmly in place, untouched. Where he stood now resembled a colossal stone pillar. Standing atop it, Jaden was composed and dignified. At this moment, Vilma, Zion, and Cyrus had already risen high into the air, avoiding the aftermath of the battle. Their expressions were filled with unparalleled shock. Especially Zion and Cyrus, who initially doubted Jaden's strength, now felt ashamed. It was wrong of them not to trust someone who offered help. "Princess, we're saved," Zion sighed with relief. He could have urged Vilma to leave, but he didn't speak because she wouldn't have agreed anyway. Now seeing a chance for survival, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Vilma remained silent, her eyes gleaming, deep in thought. 10 masked figures hovered before Jaden, now bracing themselves seriously, no longer the confident group from earlier. They remained silent, but the mixture of shock and pressure was clear. This Kevin had exceeded their expectations. "It's my turn." Jaden spoke coolly, then stepped forward, shattering the newly formed stone pillar beneath his feet. He transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards his foes mid-air. Annihilation. Jaden initiated the attack, the broken sky blade slicing out, fusing destruction profound art with spatial profound art. Countless light blades emerged from all directions, completely enclosing the 10 masked men. No need to differentiate who was the true threat. This strike targeted everyone. Devastating power rumbled as the light blades crossed space, landing above their heads. "Descend," Jaden commanded. His attack unfolded fully. The 10 masked men managed to react, forming effective defenses. Mystic barriers glowed, and profound power enveloped their bodies. Boom, boom. Immediately, a series of continuous collisions echoed. Countless light blades struck their defenses like bees. The light flickered, like candles in the wind. Crack. One masked man's defense shattered, his mystic barrier collapsing. In quick succession, another lost resistance. 3, 4. A total of 4 masked men revealed looks of despair under this single strike. Their comrades struggled to save themselves, unable to help them. Sharp sounds rang out as 4 masked men plummeted from the sky, each body riddled with holes, their lives extinguished by the light blades. A single slash, 4 men slain. Damn it! The masked leader roared, the strongest among them, emerging first from Jaden's attack. The remaining 5, though lagging slightly, survived the ordeal, albeit narrowly. Fury burned in the masked leader's eyes, invisible but undoubtedly present. Everyone, this boy must die. We cannot hide anymore, or we will perish here before reaching Tianji Mountain. The masked leader bellowed, issuing orders. Chapter 463, Unforgivable. Originally, each of the 10 masked individuals had their ultimate means. However, they had planned to use these measures in Tianjishan because once used, it would be very hard to replenish them. But Jaden had killed 4 of their comrades with unreasonable speed, sending a chill through their hearts. If this continued, they wouldn't only fail to complete their mission of killing Vilma, but would also lose their own lives here. Without anyone left, what was there to hide? Therefore, upon instruction from their leader, the remaining 5 did not object. In an instant, the 6 remaining black-clothed figures emitted an overwhelming aura, creating a powerful storm that swept outward from their center. Are you finally showing your true colors? Jaden's gaze sharpened as he readied himself for combat. Vilma showed signs of worry. She hadn't anticipated that these masked individuals had another card up their sleeves. She wasn't worried about her own escape, but rather if Jaden could handle them. If he died because of this, she couldn't forgive herself. The old Emil siblings tightened their grip on their swords, preparing to provide support. They might not be able to defeat the stronger masked individuals, but could at least draw their attention and help Jaden. Jaden didn't know what the 3 behind him were thinking. His eyes already gleamed coldly. The aura emanating from the opposite masked figures clearly indicated they practiced alien techniques. Their connection with the aliens became apparent. Why cultivate alien methods when so many others were available? He couldn't blame himself for unleashing carnage now. Jaden's mocking laughter echoed as waves of murderous intent surged from his chest, instantly filling his whole body. This intent further boosted his combat prowess. Collaboration with aliens was unforgivable. Kill. Driven by his murderous intent, Jaden charged forward like a beast, the Shukong blade swirling with boundless light as he slashed down fiercely. The lead masked figure advanced instead of retreating, leading his companions into a powerful attack. Underneath their bodies, gray light flickered, instantly elevating their offensive power to a new level. The leader was confident that under such power, Jaden would surely die. He had estimated that with their current abilities, they could collectively exterminate Jaden, who displayed such strength earlier. Fostered, fatefully, he had misjudged. Unknown to him, the alien techniques would only hasten their deaths. In an instant, Jaden's blade reached them. The 6 masked figures confidently countered, colliding head-on. Boom. Following the intense tremor, all the masked figures were forced back, their protective gray light faltering, making their auras instantly chaotic. How is this possible? The leader's eyes widened incomprehensibly, unable to believe what transpired before him. Emboldenedly, he recalled something, shock coursing through his mind. So, this is how the crown prince fell as well? Before more thoughts could form, Jaden's roar echoed in his ears, die. A streak of light zipped through the air. Even before the shockwaves from his previous strike dissipated, Jaden attacked again. The burning desire for vengeance in his chest wouldn't allow him to stop until every single one of them was dead. Time essence manifested at this moment, requiring no hesitation or probing. His blade moved faster than lightning in the eyes of the masked figures, too fast for any reaction. Precisely speaking, they reacted, but just a second too slow. Thud. Thud. With murderous intent backing him, Jaden's ferocity soared. As he darted past 2 masked individuals, he decapitated them effortlessly. Gulp. It was unclear which masked figure gulped audibly. Fear resonated clearly. Initially thinking they could kill Jaden, they ended up being slaughtered by him. No one could ponder why anymore. Instinctively, they wanted to defend themselves using their present strength. Because the next moment, that lethal blade came rushing towards them again. One slash of time. Despite the massive energy consumption, Jaden still unleashed this divine technique. He had to swiftly exterminate the enemy to instill terror and proceed with his plan. 3 sharp sounds rang out as 3 heads dropped amid dazzling blade light, blood mist clouding the sky. 2 strikes, 5 masked figures, eliminated. Jaden showcased his dominance and efficiency. Only the leader remained. Stunned, the leader stood motionless. His comrade's swift demise left him dazed. Cornelka nightmare, Jaden's appearance shook his sanity, causing uncontrollable tremors in his body. All confidence vanished, replaced by fear. His eyes lost focus due to excessive shock, instinctively trying to move or escape. But a streak of light blocked his path. It was Jaden, the executioner, his nightmare. An icy voice pierced his ears like a verdict from a giant. You're from the Wang family. How do you know? The leader's eyes bulged wider than ever, responding involuntarily without thought. You don't need to know. The voice struck his brain like a hammer, ending the trial. He felt a cold sensation in his neck, consciousness quickly dissipating, life fading. He was dead. Finally, the leader's head joined his comrades, falling from the sky, landing before his body. Jaden exhaled, arms hanging naturally, murderous intent subsiding. Slightly lowering his head, he saw the ground beneath him dyed red with blood. Jaden's expression remained unperturbed. To him, collaborators with aliens were mortal enemies, especially those from the Wang family. His intimidation had worked, yielding the desired results. Dale had said that the Wang family hadn't been genuinely expelled. Hence, upon witnessing the masked figures use alien techniques, Jaden asked that question. Who knew it was true? But why did members of the Wang family risk entering the Tianjishan realm and try to kill Vilma? Did Cornelkoln harbor someone from the Wang family, wanting to kill his sister? Jaden realized this matter was complicated, perhaps even unknown to Vilma. Still, he believed other Wang family members must still be in the secret realm. By indirectly probing, he might uncover some secrets. Retrieving his thoughts, Jaden flew over to Vilma and others, about to speak but was suddenly embraced by her. Hashtag chapter 464. Is it her? To be honest, Jaden was taken aback by Vilma's sudden gesture. By all logic, with his level of vigilance, Vilma shouldn't have been able to succeed. However, she had no malicious intent, let alone murderous intent, which led to him being slightly slow in his reaction. After all, Jaden had already considered Vilma a friend and usually didn't guard himself too much around friends. Thankfully, Vilma only gave him a light embrace before letting go, allowing Jaden to secretly heave a sigh of relief. Vilma's face was tinged with a blush as she softly said, "Sorry, I acted rashly. If I told you that I don't even know why I suddenly wanted to hug you and couldn't control myself, would you believe me?" Jaden touched his nose and nodded. "Fosters, I believe you." Under her white veil, Vilma pouted her lips, feeling somewhat reassured. However, her actions and words left Vons 1 and 2 with their jaws dropped. The princess, actually initiating a hug with a man? Vons 1 and 2 felt as if their entire worldview had been shattered. They almost wished to peel off Jaden's skin to see what was inside that could earn such favor from the princess. The Chloe had always kept a proper distance from men, rejecting or even harshly refusing many talented young men who tried to become her companions. Not to mention, the Chloe expressing affection actively. This was unprecedented in their eyes. "Jaden, you do know that if this gets out, those talented young men in the imperial capital will drown you in their spittle." Vons 1 and 2 couldn't calm down for a long time. But since their master hadn't spoken more, they naturally wouldn't spread it around, leaving them to wildly speculate about this person. What Vons 1 and 2 didn't know was that Vilma had already expressed herself quite gently. In fact, Vilma was captivated by Jaden. Indeed, she was completely entranced. More precisely, it was Jaden's actions in slaying those people that had captivated Vilma. At that moment, in her eyes, Jaden seemed radiant. However, Vilma genuinely didn't know why she was so captivated. She didn't think she liked Jaden that much. At most, he gave her a good impression. Thus, after calming down from the sudden emotion, Vilma began to reflect deeply. Ever since arriving at the Heavenly Mechanism Grotto, there seemed to be some involuntary elements emerging within her. Whether it was that sense of intuition or this impulse, none of it came from her own will. Vilma even had a bizarre thought, as if something was sprouting from deep within her heart. After a long while, Vilma shook her head privately, deciding not to dwell on it further. She knew that continued contemplation might not yield results and could lead her into a dead end. Looking at Jaden, who hadn't spoken a word, the atmosphere became oddly tense for a moment. Fortunately, Vilma was also a broad-minded person and soon let the matter pass. "Qingshu, how did you end up here?" Jaden replied, "I wanted to visit Heavenly Mechanism Mountain, and this seems to be the only way." Vilma was startled and blurted out, "Did you feel the same presence?" Realizing her overthinking, Vilma immediately corrected herself. A Malchin intuitive feeling wasn't something just anyone could have. Going to Heavenly Mechanism Mountain didn't necessarily mean one needed to feel this presence. Feeling distressed, Vilma reflected that in this brief moment, her usual composure and calmness seemed to have vanished. It must have been her strange actions earlier that clouded her judgment. Actually, revealing such intuitive feelings to outsiders, especially cultivators, was highly discouraged because it could easily bring disaster. Even though Jaden was a friend, Vilma didn't feel it right to share such secrets with him. So far, only her two most loyal servants knew about this. They had formed an absolute trust over many years. Taking a deep breath, Vilma decided that now that she had revealed it, she would have to see if Jaden would help her. Unbeknownst to Vilma, her words had already caused a storm within Jaden's heart. Upon hearing Vilma say presence, Jaden's mind was filled with questions. Is it her? Fosters, it is her. Is it really her? Jaden had long suspected that the Heavenly Mechanism Stone on Heavenly Mechanism Mountain was likely a fragment of that stone. Combined with Bobby's mysterious nature, he believed this guess was highly plausible. If his speculation was accurate, then Vilma, who shared the same intuitive presence, must be that person, the Lawson mentioned by the engsub guardian. From the secrets Jaden knew, although the seniors he met didn't explicitly state it, it was easy to deduce that the mysterious Lawson was closely related to the stone in his possession. So, apart from him, only the unseen Lawson could sense the existence of the stone. Could it be that Vilma has orchestrated everything? Jaden found this idea laughable. He didn't believe Vilma had such capabilities. Otherwise, why would she fail to deal with a few masked individuals? Or perhaps, this Chloe was deeply concealed, unfathomably deep. Jaden felt this probability was extremely low, very low. He trusted his instincts, which rarely misled him. Therefore, Jaden didn't think Vilma lived for 1,000 years, orchestrating events up to this point. If Xunyang was indeed that person, she might be a reincarnated form. While the cultivation world acknowledged the concept of reincarnation, it remained in the realm of legends. Legends were 9 parts false and 1 part true, never to be taken lightly. But Jaden couldn't find other reasons to convince himself, so he had to make this assumption. No, there's another possibility. Jaden suddenly recalled something. Perhaps Vilma carries the other half of the engsub fortune. If this were the case, Vilma's ability to sense the same presence would make sense. But why haven't I sensed any connection to her fortune? Jaden wondered. Logically, if they shared the same engsub fortune, there should be some sort of connection or reaction. Fostered, since meeting Vilma, he had felt nothing special. Or maybe the engsub fortune, once divided, severed all connections, eliminating any future contact? Jaden's thoughts raced, but he couldn't quite understand everything. We'll see when we encounter the Heavenly Mechanism Stone. Jaden pondered that all these possibilities rested on the premise that the Heavenly Mechanism Stone was indeed a fragment of that stone. If it turned out to be merely a magical artifact or something else, his theories wouldn't hold. However, his instincts told him that the chances of it not being so were only 20%. As for the possibility that the two presences they felt were different things, Jaden chose to disregard it. If Heavenly Mechanism Mountain held two different items causing distinct presences, Jaden would consider it a joke played by Senior Bobby. All the effort spent bringing him here. Therefore, Jaden decided to learn more about Vilma from now on. She might very well be the object of protection the deceased engsub guardians had hoped for. Chapter 465. Arrival at the foot of the mountain. How are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Vilma noticed Jaden staring at her, making her feel uneasy. I'm wearing a veil. Even if there's dirt on my face, he shouldn't be able to see it, Vilma thought randomly. At this moment, Jaden spoke up, sorry, I was lost in thought just now. Vilma's face inexplicably turned red. Was he lost in thought because of looking at me? Thankfully, her veil hid her embarrassment from being noticed. Jaden said, you mentioned earlier that you have a sense of Tianji Mountain? He didn't reveal his own Ganying. Ganying should be replaced with Ganying in English context, which means Ganying in this scenario, preferring to wait and observe before disclosing the truth. Edited for accuracy and fluency. He didn't reveal his own Ganying, premonition, preferring to wait and observe before disclosing the truth. Further refinement for natural reading. He didn't reveal his own premonition, preferring to wait and observe before disclosing the truth. Vilma no longer wished to hide anything, so she nodded and openly admitted, Fosters, it's a very strange feeling, as though something is calling out to me. Receiving such a definite response from Vilma, Jaden felt more confident about his conjecture. Do you need help? Jaden asked proactively. That would be perfect, Vilma responded joyfully. She had intended to ask for help but hadn't expected Jaden to offer first, saving her some nervousness. She had seen Jaden's combat prowess firsthand. With his assistance, she believed they could definitely reach the peak of Tianji Mountain. Good, we shouldn't delay any further. Let's set off, Jaden suggested. With the great calamity looming and even a mysterious old man like Bobby hastening his pace, Jaden did not want to waste time. Obtaining the Tianji stone as soon as possible was paramount. With Vilma's intuition guiding them, Jaden was now completely convinced that the purpose of Bobby sending him here was for the Tianji stone. Don't ask why. His damn intuition was leading him. Vilma asked, didn't you just go through a fierce battle? Shouldn't you rest? No problem. I can meditate while we travel. All right. Immediately, Vilma led the way, with Jaden following closely behind, and Malcolm and Burke trailing after them. The four kept a single body-length distance between them as they raced in one direction. The scope of Tianji Cave Heaven once again exceeded Jaden's imagination. The four flew continuously for 7 days without stopping before finally arriving at the foot of Tianji Mountain. Tianji Mountain soared into the clouds, enveloped entirely in mist from base to peak, as if draped in a mysterious veil. No matter from afar or up close, one could not fully glimpse Tianji Mountain's true form. Even when Jaden tried recalling certain key points, they began to blur rapidly. Is this the power of calculation? Jaden muttered, experiencing for the first time how swiftly memory could fade away. But soon, he was drawn to a scene at the foot of the mountain, forgetting about these vague thoughts. Jaden frowned as he got closer and saw countless bodies lying all over the ground. Foster's, full was the only word to describe it. There were over 1,000 people strewn everywhere. Had it not been for the mist obscuring the view, he would have noticed this much sooner without having to enter the mountain range. So many deaths, yet no scent of blood lingered, thanks to Tianji Mountain's fog. These people were killed by a single sword strike. Vilma furrowed her brow. Jaden remained silent because the corpses here matched those he had seen in the forest earlier, each slain by a single cut to the throat. One stroke, sealing their fates. Who could this be? Jaden looked grave. He did not recall seeing such a person in the square at Xuanyang. Despite only glancing casually, he should have noticed someone so ruthless. After careful consideration, Jaden confirmed that this person was not among the crowd. It wasn't due to poor memory but possibly because the person had hidden extremely well. Zion, Cyrus, could you execute such precise killings? Vilma asked. No, some of these victims were masters of profound meanings, and we lack the strength to do that, Zion replied firmly. Without thinking, Zion glanced at Jaden. There was something he didn't say aloud. This fellow might be capable of doing it, but Jaden used a saber, while the other person used a sword. A powerful swordsman. Jaden's gaze was heavy. This swordsman's skill in swordsmanship might be comparable to, or even surpass, his own mastery of the saber. He hoped not to face this person as an enemy, for that would be troublesome indeed. If this person also sought the Tianji stone, Jaden needed to prepare for a confrontation. Just as Jaden pondered, a figure fell from the sky. Through layers of mist, only at very close proximity did Jaden identify who it was. It's Dale. Reacting quickly, the moment he saw Dale, Jaden moved instantly, catching him midair and preventing his fall to the ground. Jaden could tell Dale was gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Any mishandling could result in immediate death. Gently placing Dale down, Jaden sustained him with his own Xian force while channeling green energy to stabilize his vital signs. Soon, Dale regained consciousness, saved from the brink of death. Opening his eyes, Dale weakly said, I owe you another life. Don't worry about it. But it matters. I thought I had repaid you, but now I owe you again. You really? Sigh. Jaden sighed softly, unsure what to say. Dale's sense of gratitude and resentment was truly intense. Nevertheless, Jaden continued to transfer Xian force into Dale, which gradually made the latter's speech clearer. Thanks to Jaden's profound foundation, Dale's breathing soon stabilized. Of course, the crucial factor was the green energy, which allowed Jaden to save him more easily. Enough, Dale said. Okay. Jaden ceased the transfer of Xian force. Biting his teeth, Dale sat up and said, Your Highness, forgive me, I cannot bow. Vilma waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Truthfully, Vilma had no particular impression of Dale, as he was aligned with the crown prince. However, seeing his familiarity with Jaden, she did not put on airs nor did she try to get closer. Jaden asked, Were you injured by that swordsman? Swordsman? Dale was puzzled and shook his head. I didn't encounter a swordsman. I was harmed by the remnants of the Wang family. Chapter 466. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wang family remnants? Aren't you one of Colonel Cohn's men? I remember he was very close to the Wang family before, Vilma said in puzzlement. Clearly, even Vilma did not know that Colonel Cohn had taken in members of the Wang family. She only knew about their relationship afterwards. Separate matters should be handled separately. They showed their xenial techniques. Since I witnessed it, I could not just stand by, Dale said calmly. Vilma couldn't help but glance at Dale a few more times. This sycophant seemed to be no ordinary lackey. Jaden asked curiously, what were you doing on Tianji Mountain? In his impression, Dale probably didn't come for the Tianji stone. He hadn't shown much interest in it before. Dale laughed awkwardly. To be honest, after being defeated by you, I wandered around and found myself here out of curiosity. Dale never expected that his mere curiosity would lead to him being severely injured. It made him feel somewhat ashamed. Did you see corpses scattered all over when you arrived? No. How many of the Wang family were up there? I saw about 10 or so. Whether there were others, I cannot be sure. Did the Wang family attack other cultivators? Fosters, they acted without any scruples, not hiding their actions anymore. Good, I understand. Jaden's gaze grew colder. These people who secretly learned xenial techniques must not be left unchecked, or else more Yuxian cultivators might suffer cruel deaths. Be careful. The Wang family is not easy to deal with. Dale knew Jaden planned to go up the mountain. Amalra, I can handle it. Jaden nodded. Dale didn't say anything more. Although he didn't know that Jaden had already broken through to the ultimate realm, based on his understanding of Jaden, such confidence meant he was prepared. Farewell. Dale clasped his hands. He did not intend to drag his feet here. Jaden didn't try to hold him back and watched as Dale left. Even while serving Colonel Cohn, he still holds some principles. It's quite commendable, Vilma remarked. You seem to have issues with your brother, Jaden said. Many of his actions are intolerable. So, we're not on the same path, Vilma admitted openly. Jaden smiled and didn't press further. Regarding Colonel Cohn, he reserved his judgment. This person was connected to the Wang family, possibly even collaborating with the Xenials. Let's go and take a look. Jaden focused his mind and soared into the sky, flying towards the summit of Tianji Mountain. Without Vilma needing to remind him, he knew the sensation was getting stronger. It was indeed from Tianji Mountain. Vilma and the two reeds followed closely behind Jaden. We shouldn't get too far apart, or we'll easily lose sight of each other. Jaden's expression turned serious. The path along the ridge was covered in clouds, making visibility extremely low and reducing perception significantly. This wasn't good. For cultivators, sharper perception means being able to foresee dangers earlier. If someone ambushed them now with high-level techniques, Jaden might not react in time and could only rely on instinct to defend. Vilma also sensed the hidden danger and quickly moved closer to Jaden. Now she could only depend on him. Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 2 stayed close around Vilma, never letting her out of their sight. Fortunately, apart from the mist covering Tianji Mountain, there were no other strange phenomena, so their flight speed wasn't affected much. For other cultivators, not knowing the height of Tianji Mountain could easily cause disorientation and miss the opportunity to reach the peak. However, Jaden and company didn't need to worry about getting lost. Vilma was guiding them upwards, and Jaden himself could sense it too. Soon, they seemed to reach the halfway point. Cries of agony echoed, indicating slaughter was happening. Jaden frowned. If he encountered the Wang family here, he wouldn't be able to ignore it. His sword wouldn't allow him to remain indifferent. Xenials, or those associated with them, were his natural enemies, worthy sacrifices for his blade. Let's take a look, Jaden declared with certainty rather than asking. Vilma didn't oppose, naturally agreeing as she was following Jaden's lead. Vaughn 2 objected, Princess, our mission is important. Vaughn 1 nodded. Our goal is the Tianji stone. From their perspective, considering their master was understandable, so Jaden didn't argue. But Vilma firmly said, Cornelston to Qingshu. There's no need to say more. Hearing this order, the two reeds stopped trying to persuade her. Jaden nodded slightly, no longer hesitating, and dashed into the thick fog first. Vilma and the others kept Jaden within their sights, closely following him. Soon, Jaden saw an infuriating scene. A cultivator was held by his head, face filled with despair. His body looked withered, lifeless, clearly dead with a fixed look of hopelessness. Someone was absorbing his dying energy. Just as Dale said, the Wang family members no longer hid their true nature. Jaden didn't recognize these people. They weren't wearing the distinctive Wang family attire, but he was certain they were Wang family remnants. There were 15 of them, all around 30 years old, each enveloped in grayish mist that flickered ominously. Their grotesque faces were more terrifying than fierce beasts. These must be the ones Dale met. Back off and leave it to me. Jaden glanced sideways, his surging killing intent barely contained. The Wang family remnants probably delayed their ascent to increase their cultivation through slaughtering cultivators. These 15 were definitely stronger than the masked figures they previously encountered. It was unknown whether the ruthless swordsman was part of this group. If so, Jaden would have to be cautious. That person was the main threat. The leader of the Wang family threw aside the dead cultivator and stared at Jaden and the others. He licked his lips with a sinister grin. I've been waiting for you. You've finally come. Clearly, the Wang family intended to kill Jaden en route to Tianji Cave Heaven. Jaden replied coolly, sorry, I delayed a bit because I killed 10 masked remnants along the way. Jaden's words felt like a needle, piercing deep into the heart of the Wang family leader. I, Norman, swear that you will soon join them in death. Grayish mist rose from the leader, spreading outward. Norman felt he should have guessed. With Presley appearing here, those fools likely failed. Had he realized sooner, he wouldn't have been so infuriated by Jaden. Oh, really? Jaden raised an eyebrow and smiled. What a coincidence. I happen to think the same thing. Except the ones to be buried with the dead are all of you. With that, Jaden's blade slashed forward. Chapter 467. Shut your eyes. Killing intent couldn't be restrained, bursting forth like a flood. The sky-shattering saber let out a resounding howl as it was unleashed, as if roaring in fury. The triple-layered annihilation art was fully unleashed, relying on Jaden's profound foundation. The saber light swept through everything in its path, seeming capable of cleaving through all. The previously menacing Norman suddenly stiffened, his expression changing rapidly. This saber strike surpassed his expectations. Intelligence suggested that Jaden was merely quasi-mighty, yet despite this, his combat strength seemed absurdly high. Norman had no time to figure out where things had gone wrong. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had wrongly accused that group of failures. Gray energy condensed into a long dragon, and gray light evolved into a spear. Norman was forced to initiate his first defense. Boom! The saber light struck the gray spear, both shattering simultaneously. Terrestrial currents surged, and Norman was instantly forced back. Jaden, however, remained unperturbed. The disparity appeared too quickly for Norman to accept. His face turned even grimmer than iron. If dignity were a mask, Norman's had just been ripped off by Jaden. He, Norman, was not a match for Jaden. Fortunately, unlike those Wong family members who perished at Jaden's hands due to overconfidence, Norman clearly understood the objective of his mission. So he immediately rallied his companions, forming an encircling posture against Jaden. No matter what means were employed, killing Jaden would mean victory, and with it, the restoration of lost dignity. Kill him. I will drain him dry. With fierce determination, Norman led the charge with over 10 companions, launching a simultaneous attack on Jaden. Instantly, a deluge of gray energy pressed down from all sides. There were no fancy maneuvers, just pure gray energy descending like a curtain of death, dispersing the surrounding mist. Norman believed that such a vast amount of gray energy, once enveloping Jaden, would certainly spell his doom. After all, this gray energy was obtained after expending considerable effort and the lives of many cultivators. Princess, retreat quickly. Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 2 swallowed nervously, their hearts racing for Jaden. If he failed to hold back the gray energy, it might affect them. Desperate to pull Vilma back, they were taken aback when she remained still, declaring firmly, "Trust him." Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 2 exchanged anxious glances. What was wrong with the princess? Had she gone mad? They could only watch helplessly as the terrifying gray energy enveloped Jaden completely, obscuring even his silhouette. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the void. Breakthrough. As the words fell, the saber emerged, and light blazed forth. No one knew how intense Jaden's killing intent burned when the dense gray energy attacked. He could sense every bit of it, the essence of life from engsub cultivators. Those people were his fellow beings, yet they died under the hands of aliens. He regretted arriving too late, unable to save them in time. Rest in peace. Watch my saber tear through these demons. His chest surged with rage, and the saber light cut through darkness like a white line, growing and expanding until it tore apart everything. Perhaps Jaden didn't personally know those dead cultivators, but that wasn't important. Before the aliens, everyone was a shining star, regardless of strength or rank. So this strike was delivered on behalf of them. His saber feared no alien race. Crack! The saber light ripped through the curtain of death, followed by a pillar of light shooting towards the heavens. The gray energy assault formed by the 15 remaining Wong family members shattered instantly. What once coalesced into a seamless entity now dispersed like scattered refugees, drifting aimlessly. Norman looked as though he'd seen a ghost, his disbelief apparent. That was the power of the aliens, specifically targeting engsub cultivators. Fostered under Jaden's saber, it crumbled like paper. He really did it. How did he manage? Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 2 stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what they witnessed. Vilma smiled faintly, gazing at the towering figure holding the saber. Perhaps this was the reason he fascinated her. Die. Jaden didn't bask in glory for breaking through the combined attack. His killing intent hadn't cooled, nor had his blade had its fill of blood. The battle was far from over. Only their severed heads could bring it to an end. With a swift motion, his body became a blood shadow, his form a killing deity. Jaden's saber traced a glowing arc, akin to the scythe of death, radiating bone-chilling killing intent. The power of artistry bloomed along the edge, intertwining destruction and space. Splat! A head tumbled, blood spraying into the air, halting the rise of gray mist. Jaden turned indifferently, his saber spinning, the glow as dazzling as ever, momentum unrelenting. Splat! Another head fell, eyes wide with shock and fear. Continue. Taking a step forward, Jaden effortlessly dispatched 2 more enemies, yet this was far from enough. Hurry! Form the array and block him. We can't let him continue slaughtering, Norman shouted, snapping out of his shock. Quickly, he rallied his companions to set up a defensive formation. He sensed Jaden's momentum growing stronger, becoming fearsome. Forgetting the deaths of his 2 comrades, he knew they must stop Jaden now or risk becoming the slaughtered lambs. Awakened by Norman's shouts, the other remnants of the Wong family quickly aligned themselves around him. Watching the gathering Wong family, Jaden didn't pause his steps. His footfalls were unhurried, moving with an infinite grace. His black attire fluttered, not from the wind, but from the surging aura. Each step ignited his killing intent, burning ever fiercer. Finally, as the Wong family's formation took shape, Jaden arrived before them. Raising his gaze, Jaden saw the formation, organized by Norman, taking the form of a massive, writhing gray dragon. At the center of its colossal head were a pair of eyes that surveyed the world with disdain. Faintly visible atop the dragon's head was a figure wielding a scepter, exuding a similar demeanor of superiority. Perhaps this was the image of some powerful alien figure. But so what? Looking at this image and the gray dragon, Jaden laughed, a cold, arrogant laugh. In our engsub, who permits you to look down upon us? Shut your eyes. With that, Jaden charged forward, meeting the dragon head-on, brandishing his saber. Chapter 468, kneel before them. In Jaden's heart, there was only one thought. he must not let down the mystic aura on his body. Ryup. The blade fell. The light of the blade struck the head of the gray chi dragon with remarkable precision, and an intense current instantly shook outwards. Boom. Following that, a deafening explosion resounded, and space shattered from the sound waves, only to see the light of the blade and the gray chi dragon had not dispersed immediately, but were locked in midair. The figure on the dragon's head seemed to come alive, maneuvering the gray chi dragon in attempts to force the blade light out of the formation. Must hold it back. Norman shouted in his heart and bellowed, "Everyone, this is our all or nothing move." As he spoke, the remaining Wang family remnants, including Norman, exuded more gray chi, surging towards the gray chi dragon. They were completely drained of their last ounce of strength, but their efforts bore fruit. The gray chi dragon's strength increased, showing signs of crushing the blade light. Just as Norman was about to be delighted, the blade light unexpectedly pushed back. Jaden's killing intent surged like a blazing flame. The brightness of the blade increased, emitting a dazzling radiance. Woo! The gray chi dragon emitted a mournful cry, its entire body trembling. It can't be. This can't be happening. Norman watched this scene with sheer terror, murmuring under his breath, "Break." Jaden's eyes gleamed brightly. The light of the blade accompanied his rising aura and finally cut through the head of the gray chi dragon. Then, with a thunderous crack, the figure shattered. The blade sliced straight down, destroying everything before it. The gray chi dragon lost all resistance, turning into disordered currents. Boom. Only now did the sound reverberate like a thunderclap across all directions. Fierce winds howled, and light shone brightly. When the light of the blade finally vanished, the array formed by Norman and others burst apart. The Wang family remnants spat blood, stumbling and swaying, their strength plummeting instantly. Clearly, they had exhausted themselves maintaining the gray chi dragon. They could not believe or comprehend that even after exerting their utmost effort, they still couldn't suppress Jaden. Even a half-step immortal realm cultivator would struggle to escape unscathed in such a scenario. But what made them tremble with fear was that Jaden had managed to do so. And then came the most chilling event yet. Jaden, wielding his blade, crossed the void to slay them. Without hesitation or restraint, Jaden raised his blade and killed one of the Wang family remnants. At this point, the Wang family remnants had no power to resist. 1, 2, 3. Jaden reaped lives like slaughtering lambs. At this moment, Jaden's blade represented not just himself, but also the countless cultivators who had died at the hands of the alien races. Consciously, Jaden felt the destiny around him. A never-before-experienced profound sensation rose within him. His surroundings felt like they were enveloped in a warm current, making his body feel incredibly comfortable. He seemed to hear numerous whispers as if countless ancestors were telling him, "Well done." Immersed in this profound feeling, Jaden's blade did not stop. As he moved forward, every single Wang family remnant fell, their heads severed from their bodies. In the end, only Norman remained. Jaden walked up to Norman, who was now pale as paper, trembling all over, his former demeanor long gone. Jaden's eyes were cold and indifferent as he stared at Norman. Maldenly, a voice unlike his own resonated from his throat. "Kneel before them." The voice thundered, pressing heavily upon everyone. Thud. Norman rolled his eyes and nearly fainted, but he involuntarily knelt in the void, head lowered. "Execute." Jaden's words were icy, like a death sentence. Norman's head fell, dropping into the void. From start to finish, Norman did not speak a word, nor did he beg for mercy. Not because he didn't want to, but because he could no longer make a sound. Jaden's sudden aura pressured him like an invisible hand squeezing his throat. Norman couldn't even muster a cry of pain before becoming a soul under Jaden's blade. With Norman's death, Jaden's sense of destiny disappeared. Jaden remained motionless, standing dumbfounded. He pondered deeply. He had never experienced this phenomenon when killing aliens before. His inner killing intent far exceeded any previous instances, shocking even himself. "Is something pulling me?" Jaden murmured to himself, unable to fully understand. The situation was too mysterious. After all, destiny was an enigmatic concept. Jaden speculated it might be due to the gray chi figure summoned by Norman and the other remnants. He had never encountered such a phenomenon during his battles with aliens. Of course, this was only one possible explanation among many. Jaden took a deep breath. He couldn't figure everything out immediately. Truths would reveal themselves eventually. He turned, sheathed his blade, and approached Vilma. Settled. Jaden smiled, treating the harrowing event nonchalantly. Indeed, he could easily kill Norman and others, largely due to the overwhelming killing intent. He felt more like an executor, delivering justice to the aliens. Vilma snapped out of her shock and looked at Jaden with a new respect. This man shines the brightest against the aliens. Vilma concluded quietly. She recalled how Jaden had slain Gay with equal brilliance. "Jaden, will you promise me one thing?" Vilma asked suddenly. "What is it?" "In a short while, I want you to accompany me to the royal cemetery." "Amalra?" Jaden nodded without hesitation or questioning the danger. Because no matter how perilous it might be, he would go. Vilma might indeed be someone he needed to protect. It all depended on whether the fragment in his chest was the Destiny Stone. Hearing Jaden's firm answer, Vilma smiled. Though behind the veil, it was evident she was pleased. Zion and Cyrus no longer showed any objections. This mission should have been theirs originally. Now, they looked at Jaden with fear in their eyes. This man could take down great sages with a single strike. He was too dangerous to provoke. Chapter 469, too weak. The four of them took a brief rest, mainly for Jaden to recover his state through some meditative breathing exercises. Afterward, they continued flying upward. The clouds and mist of Tianjishan swept past them, growing denser the higher they ascended. Visibility around them was reduced to just a few feet, and their perception abilities were severely diminished. As a result, Jaden and the others had to stay closer together. Eventually, Jaden found himself shoulder to shoulder with Vilma, advancing in unison, while the Xunyang and Cyrus followed closely behind. Fortunately, they encountered no further danger on their way up, nor did they hear any cries of agony. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind rushing past their ears. Fostered, on some level, this oppressive silence was not a good sign. Danger often arises from such stillness. So, the higher they went, the more Jaden's frown deepened, and he remained highly alert. He remembered those cultivators who had been slain by a single sword strike, their bodies lying sprawled at the foot of the mountain. Clearly, these weren't killed by the remnants of the Wang family, as the corpses wouldn't have been drained of their life force if they were. This meant that the sword cultivator must have climbed Tianjishan after the Wang family remnants, but either didn't encounter them or chose to let them go. Jaden didn't know how extensive the cloud cover was, but he could determine that some cultivators ascending the mountain had definitely fallen victim to that sword cultivator. Why he killed them remained unknown, but Jaden believed answers would soon come. If the sword cultivator was here for the Tianji stone, they would inevitably meet. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the four had flown for an hour. Finally, above them, a patch of light appeared, a stark difference in the thick cloud cover. Perhaps they were nearing the summit. Jaden suddenly stopped below the lighted area. Vilma and the others halted as well, trusting Jaden without asking why. Jaden said, "We might be facing a fierce battle ahead. If we find the Tianji stone and the situation becomes urgent, you two must protect Vita and assist her in obtaining the stone." Prepared for what lay ahead, Jaden gave strict instructions. Xunyang and Cyrus nodded in unison, saying, "Rest assured, we will not fail." Vilma softly added, "Be careful too." Jaden nodded. "All right, let's go." With that, he led the charge toward the lighted area. It felt like breaking through a layer of water. Jaden emerged into the air above. No immediate dangers awaited him, which relieved him. Behind him, Vilma and the others caught up. Jaden quickly surveyed the surroundings. The thick clouds beneath his feet revealed nothing unusual. The mist had cleared, revealing an open, pristine expanse. His gaze finally landed on a roughly 10-yard-wide clearing not far ahead, situated amidst the clouds. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it, just an open space on the mountain top. But upon closer inspection, he noticed a figure standing on the peak, hands clasped behind his back. Jaden's keen eyes allowed him to see clearly without the hindrance of clouds. The figure was a Kevin, carrying a long sword sheathed at his side, its edge hidden. It was the sword cultivator, atop Tianjishan. "Be cautious," Jaden warned in a low voice. Then, he floated toward the clearing, remaining vigilant. Whether this was indeed the final summit, or what the sword cultivator's true strength was, Jaden had to investigate. Even though the Tianji stone wasn't immediately visible, it might be concealed somewhere. Thus, he couldn't let anyone else get to it. Soon, Jaden landed in the clearing, facing the sword cultivator, who stood about 6 feet away. Vilma and the others halted behind him, silent. Jaden looked at the Kevin, whose aura was remarkably superior, his handsome features accentuated by a flowing white robe. There was an air of aloofness and self-confidence about him. Jaden confirmed he had never seen this person before. Neither did Vilma react, proving it wasn't Kornelkoln. Jaden had initially thought it might be Kornelkoln because this individual emitted a subtle threat. Among the geniuses of Yuxian, Jaden believed only Kornelkoln could give him this feeling. But it wasn't him. Crucially, Jaden couldn't fully gauge the cultivator's strength, as if a thin veil obscured it. This indicated the cultivator possessed a cultivation concealment technique, possibly comparable to Jaden's own immortal concealment technique. As Jaden observed the sword cultivator, the latter also sized up Jaden and his companions. However, the sword cultivator merely glanced briefly at Jaden before shifting his gaze, lingering slightly only when looking at Vilma. Retracting his gaze, the sword cultivator spoke 3 words, "Too weak." His tone was calm, almost dismissive, as if speaking about something trivial. Xunyang and Cyrus frowned, thinking this person was overly arrogant. Vilma shook her head, signaling them not to speak. Jaden remained composed, also retracting his gaze. He didn't believe the sword cultivator could see through his immortal concealment technique to discern his true strength. Jaden had confidence in this. Before entering the lighted area, Jaden had discreetly activated his technique, concealing his cultivation level to lower deity bridge realm, purely out of caution. Every uncertainty in combat could become a weapon to defeat the enemy. Ignoring the sword cultivator's disdain, Jaden asked directly, "Who are you?" The sword cultivator gazed at Jaden indifferently. "The weak do not deserve to know my name." Jaden wasn't angered. "Those people at the foot of the mountain, did you kill them?" "Fosters. Why did you kill them?" "To kill is simply to kill. Does killing require a reason? Would you care if you stepped on ants?" The sword cultivator laughed, as if hearing an incredibly absurd joke. Jaden's frown deepened, a surge of anger rising within him. This person made him uncomfortable. If not for the lack of clarity, he might have tried reasoning. But the Tianji stone hadn't yet appeared. He needed to wait, focusing on the task at hand. The sword cultivator mused aloud. "This air is so filthy. Only weaklings like you can be satisfied with it. There's nothing here, truly disappointing." Speaking to himself, the sword cultivator seemed oblivious to their presence. Jaden stayed silent, already formulating his next move. At that moment, more figures broke through the clouds, floating upward. No, it wasn't one person but a group of around 10. "They're from the Zhua family," Vilma murmured. Jaden nodded slightly, recognizing the same group that had accompanied Elon earlier. "Haha, we're finally here. The Tianji stone belongs to me." Swakornong laughed loudly, his voice echoing around them. Chapter 470, the heavenly omen stone appears. The sword cultivator glanced at Swakornong and the others, saying indifferently, "Another swarm of ants." Though his voice was low, everyone heard it. Swakornong stopped laughing, focusing his gaze. Only then did he notice several people already standing atop the mountain. His eyes first fell on the speaking sword cultivator, a dark expression crossing his face. Newsy, who are you calling ants? Unhappy with this, Xuanyang landed on the mountaintop with his companions. The sword cultivator gave them a disdainful look but didn't respond, seemingly too lazy to speak. You. One of Xuanyang's followers grew angry, ready to step forward for an argument, but Xuanyang stopped him. Let's deal with him after we get the heavenly omen stone. Everyone from the Zhua family nodded in agreement. They were numerous and fearless of anyone. Clearly, the heavenly omen stone had yet to appear. A fight now might risk its loss, which would be counterproductive. Then, Xuanyang naturally recognized Jaden. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You, New Z, didn't die?" According to his previous arrangement with Elon was supposed to kill Jaden while he searched for the heavenly omen stone. Seeing Jaden standing here unharmed revealed much. Looking at Xuanyang, Jaden raised an eyebrow. "You seem just as eager as Elon for me to die?" Xuanyang picked up on the implication. Elon must have been killed by this New Z. "You wait. I'll deal with you after I finish my business." Xuanyang chuckled coldly, issuing a threat. Though he knew Elon's strength, he still didn't think Jaden could cause any trouble. Because Xuanyang had more men under his command. Numbers meant confidence. After acquiring the heavenly omen stone, the elite forces of the Zhua family would eliminate all resistance. Seeing Xuanyang's calculating gaze, Jaden shrugged nonchalantly. Time passed, and nothing happened on the mountaintop. The heavenly omen stone had not appeared. Someone else climbed up, this time alone. It was Christopher. Jaden frowned slightly. Why had he come? Christopher, carrying a large sword, looked around curiously. What's going on? You guys are just standing here staring at each other and not fighting? Landing beside Jaden, Christopher sounded puzzled. Jaden rolled his eyes. This guy only thought about fighting. Why did you come up? Jaden asked. To see the view. I heard it's beautiful up here, Christopher replied with a smile. Oh, well, you can go back down. There's nothing interesting to see. Now that I'm here, I won't leave. Since there's nothing else to do, let's fight. It's spacious here, perfect for a good battle. Jaden ignored him, letting Christopher chatter in his ear. Finding it boring, Christopher turned his gaze toward the others. Noticing the Zhua family members, Christopher casually glanced over without lingering. This annoyed Xuanyang somewhat, but given Christopher's reputation, he wouldn't provoke him unnecessarily. Christopher exclaimed in surprise, his eyes locking onto the sword cultivator. I think I found my opponent. Christopher's eyes gleamed. He sensed something extraordinary about this person. Hey, wanna fight? Christopher asked directly. The sword cultivator cast a brief glance at Christopher and said coolly, still too weak. Christopher was taken aback. It was the first time someone had dismissed him so bluntly. But instead of getting angry, he became excited. Stronger opponents made for better fights. Just as Christopher prepared to strike without waiting for a response, the entire Mount Tianji began to shake violently. What's happening? Jaden frowned. Could the heavenly omen stone be appearing? Cracks spread across the ground like spider webs, radiating outward from the center. Forced to act, everyone on the mountaintop levitated into the air. Below, clouds churned wildly as Mount Tianji split apart under everyone's gaze. Interesting, the sword cultivator murmured with a slight smile. A loud boom echoed as Mount Tianji exploded. Amaldonly, the thick clouds vanished, as if swept away by some invisible force. Jaden saw that where Mount Tianji once stood, only emptiness remained. Now, one could clearly see what lay beneath. Countless boulders from the explosion floated in midair, confirming that everything wasn't a hallucination. Then, Jaden felt a warmth in his chest, as if hinting at something. So, the heavenly omen stone is indeed a fragment of rock, Jaden thought to himself. I feel it's about to appear, Vilma communicated telepathically. Jaden nodded, realizing Vilma's true identity was almost confirmed unless she, too, carried the other half of the profound mystical fate. Fostered, something puzzled Jaden. Vilma seemed genuinely unaware of these secrets, not like an act. Had she forgotten? These thoughts flashed through his mind before he dispelled them, focusing intently. At this moment, the floating rocks converged toward a central point, spinning rapidly. Amaldonly, a beam of light shot up from the center, spreading outwards, instantly grinding the rocks into dust. The sky was enveloped in thick clouds of dust. Jaden saw a vortex forming at the center, drawing the dust inward quickly, concentrating it. Gradually, something like a seed appeared at the vortex's core. Jaden's eyes narrowed sharply, the warmth in his chest intensified. So, the entire Mount Tianji was transformed from that fragment. Jaden mused, then sent a telepathic message. Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 2, prepare to escort the princess to act. He knew that the moment the stone fragment took shape, a battle would begin. Vilma and her two companions nodded subtly, remaining silent. It's the heavenly omen stone. It truly exists. Xuanyang exclaimed, eyes filled with greed as he stared at the center. Others from the Zhua family mirrored his expression, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Moments later, as the dust gradually cleared, the light bloomed again, illuminating the area. Finally, when the light faded, an irregular stone hovered before everyone, looking plain yet emanating a mysterious aura that held everyone's attention. Attack! Almost simultaneously, everyone in the air sprang into action. Chapter 471. Set you free? The figures descending from the sky were few in number, but each radiated an overwhelmingly powerful aura that stirred up wild gusts of wind. Faced with the allure of the heavenly secret stone, even the usually calm sword cultivator was no exception. Clearly, his target was also that stone. Qingshu, I feel it's heading this way, Vilma suddenly warned. Jaden did not respond. He did not stop his descent because he felt it too. Regardless of whether the stone was coming for him or Vilma, getting it would be a good thing. The sword cultivator was the fastest among everyone, even surpassing Jaden. Jaden's gaze sharpened as the sword cultivator arrived first and reached out to grab it. Just then, the stone moved, dodging the sword cultivator's grasp. Next, the stone shot out, flying toward Jaden's direction. The sword cultivator's brows furrowed slightly but didn't give up. chasing after the stone. Ha ha ha, indeed the heavenly secret stone is destined for me. It's mine. Xuanyang originally felt anxious seeing his speed wasn't matching Jaden and others, but unexpectedly, the stone was flying towards him, bringing a sneaky joy. He led the Zhua family members between Jaden and the sword cultivator, taking some advantage. However, soon Xuanyang's expectations were dashed when the stone avoided him at a peculiar angle, slipping past his side. Xuanyang's face froze. He couldn't help but doubt if he wasn't the destined one. Others from the Zhua family reached out, but unsurprisingly, none touched the stone. It darted around them like a living being. Where are you going? Realizing this, Xuanyang shouted fiercely, unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual energy that struck the stone's path. Boom! Space trembled. The stone's flight trajectory was affected, swerving slightly. Other members of the Zhua family quickly reacted, instantly erecting a barrier of spiritual power around it, blocking its way. The stone paused, seeming hesitant about where to go next. Ultimately, it was just a stone, incapable of evading the cultivator's means despite acting alive. It merely flew by sensing its direction. A success. Xuanyang rejoiced, rushing forward as the stone was halted. But Jaden wouldn't let him have his way. Having already approached, he unleashed a blade strike from his hand. Break! Jaden's blade slashed through the spiritual barrier fiercely. Crack! The barrier shattered, the stone almost regaining freedom again. Jaden, you're courting death. Xuanyang roared angrily. Divert some people, block Jaden, don't let him succeed. 5 members of the Zhua family immediately obstructed Jaden. Behind him, Vilma and her group lunged forward, reaching for the stone which was breaking through toward them. Chloe, if you insist on this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xuanyang sneered menacingly. Without waiting for orders, the Zhua family surrounded Vilma and her group. How infuriating, just a little more. Malcolm grumbled. Fostered they were blocked, unable to advance further. Sensing something, the stone left the battlefield, floating aside, watching from afar. Excellent, first deal with you, then seize the heavenly secret stone. Xuanyang laughed coldly, urging his clan into action. Meanwhile, the sword cultivator, intending to pursue, was intercepted by Christopher. Come on, fight me first. Christopher raised his large sword and charged forward without hesitation. Insect, you dare ruin my plans? A hint of anger flickered in the usually calm eyes of the sword cultivator. Ignoring this, Christopher launched his sword at the cultivator. The sword cultivator had no choice but to defend. After glancing at the heavenly secret stone, he steadied himself, exuding killing intent, drawing his long sword against Christopher. On Jaden's side, facing 5 opponents, he remained composed. In swift movements, his blade cut through. Whoosh! The dazzling blade sliced through everything. The power of profound meanings erupted, and an origin great sage fell instantly with one stroke. So fast, there was no time to react. The remaining 4 Zhua family members were terrified. How could this Herschel be so strong? Or rather, they underestimated him, letting him take the initiative. Furious, the 4 vowed revenge, forgetting that Jaden attacked head-on, not ambushing. They underestimated the truth and overestimated their own prowess. Jaden's next move made them sober up. Slaughter force. Bloody light spread out, slicing space apart, and the ominous blackness of destruction sent chills down their spines. Shock rippled through the 4 as they urgently deployed defenses. However, Jaden, not yet at the peak stage, had already slain their level of origin great sages. Now at the peak, his blade power surpassed their defenses easily. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 consecutive strikes cut through defenses and severed heads. The other 2 were thrown back, grievously injured, barely staying airborne, rendered powerless. With one stroke, Jaden defeated 4, yet remained calm, stepping forward. Jaden, best you release us, or the Zhua family won't forgive you. Even in defeat, 2 Zhua family members still threatened. Set you free? Jaden's expression was indifferent. Raising his hand, the blade flashed once more, ending their lives. Threats? He feared none. Besides, Zhua family was already his sworn enemy. Turning his gaze, Jaden saw changes in the other battles. Christopher was losing, covered in multiple sword wounds. His opponent, the sword cultivator, remained calm, showing ample reserves of strength. Jaden hadn't expected Christopher to lose so quickly. Who was this sword cultivator? Jaden headed towards another battle. There, Vilma and her companions struggled under the Zhua family's onslaught, about to collapse. Beside them, Xuanyang and his 2 companions watched mockingly. Seeing Jaden kill 5, Xuanyang wasn't concerned, sneering as Jaden approached. These 5 were our weakest. It's no surprise he won. So, he jeered, Jaden, so eager to die? In this translation, I've maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. I've ensured all names are transliterated accurately using pinyin, and the English narrative flows naturally while preserving the story's coherence. Chapter 472, Outsider. Jaden ignored Xuanyang and darted to Vilma's side, slashing his saber and forcing back the encroaching Zhua family elite, thus resolving Vilma's temporary predicament. However, soon the mass of Zhua family elites surrounded them once again, as if they intentionally allowed Jaden to come in. Now you cannot escape even with wings. Xuanyang sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. But what he believed was a successful plan was simply letting a wolf into the sheepfold. Jaden didn't mind how many people surrounded him. It merely meant a few more slashes. His gaze had been focused on the sword cultivator all along. At this moment, Christopher had already lost, struck down by the sword cultivator's sword. However, Christopher should be safe from fatal harm, just severely injured. This sword cultivator was indeed a formidable enemy. Jaden's expression grew solemn as he transmitted soundlessly, I will deal with the sword cultivator. You seized the opportunity to snatch the heavenly stone. Vilma and the other 2 slightly nodded without objection. Seeing the sword cultivator walking towards the heavenly stone, Xuanyang immediately had 2 men block the way. He bellowed, Philippe, Do you dare to snatch my belongings? Get out of the way. Subsequently, Xunyang, along with the two men, formed a pincer movement around the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator remained calm, uttering two words indifferently, noisy. As the words fell, a flash of sword light appeared, accompanied by a piercing whoosh tearing through space. Instantly, blood stained half the sky. 3 heads fell. Xunyang never imagined he would die so abruptly. Just saying one sentence sealed his fate, unable to speak ever again. Xunyang never thought that, from start to finish, he had been like a clown, performing a solo act. The rest of his family members stood there dumbfounded when they saw Xunyang dead, unsure whether it was fear or shock. With their leader Xunyang dead, what were they supposed to do? In the next moment, Jaden provided them an answer. Following his family elite being split open by the blade light, Jaden also launched his attack. Blade lights crisscrossed, interwoven with profound energies, unstoppable. With every step and every slash, a Zhua family elite was killed. There was almost no match for the Zhua family elites. They hadn't even recovered from Xunyang's death when they faced their own judgment. Blade lights ruthlessly cut between their necks and bodies, within moments completely slaying the Zhua family elites. The sky seemed suddenly quiet, devoid of any noise, only a solemn killing intent slowly rising. This killing intent stemmed from the confrontation between Jaden and the sword cultivator. The unseen clash had already begun. The sword cultivator wasn't surprised by Jaden's ease in killing enemies, instead smirking, ants. His disdain was evident, as if everyone failed to meet his standards. Jaden said nothing. Since the sword cultivator's goal was the heavenly stone, only one path was left, either one must perish. Regardless of who this person was, had his blade ever feared anything? Kill. Jaden attacked first, the heaven-breaking saber swiftly flipping, blade light carving a passage straight for the sword cultivator's vital points. Though the sword cultivator appeared indifferent, he still wielded his sword against Jaden's attack, its light similarly piercing through a channel, colliding with Jaden's offensive. Boom. Blade light and sword glow instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of energy. Jaden was pushed back several steps, his expression grim. Upper grade Sage Foundation. At the moment the sword cultivator unsheathed his sword, Jaden acutely perceived his opponent's true nature through the immortal concealment technique. This was the first time he encountered someone of the same generation who possessed the same foundation as himself. How difficult it was to reach an upper grade Sage Foundation, Jaden knew very well. Without good cultivation methods and certain opportunities, it was virtually impossible. So far, besides Jaden himself, he had only seen this person achieve it. Indeed, there were higher heavens and superior beings beyond. Fortunately, Jaden had always been cautious, never overestimating himself. Fortunately, this sword cultivator lacked the aura of an ultimate realm cultivator. There was still a fight, despite him being at the profound law stage. Next, it would depend on whose law was superior. Just now was a simple probe. Neither had utilized their law powers. Opposite, the sword cultivator also sensed Jaden's extraordinary talent and smiled faintly. You do have some skills, hiding quite deeply, even I was misled. Now, I don't want to kill you anymore. It's not easy for someone from the lower realms to cultivate such abilities. Step aside. The sword cultivator added nonchalantly, Bennett keeps his word. Give me the heavenly stone, and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Jaden's eyes narrowed. This person came from the upper realms? That is, one of the other 8 layers of heaven. So, in the eyes of those from the other 8 realms, the Engsub was so insignificant, just a lower realm. Jaden then pondered another question. How did this person arrive here? Wasn't the Engsub supposed to have exclusivity, preventing people from the other 8 realms from entering? Could it be that the great calamity was imminent, and the Engsub's barrier could no longer withstand outsiders? If so, alien races should have invaded long ago, and there would be more outsiders, not just this one individual. Bennett was satisfied with the deep thinking on Jaden's face, seeing him as a discerning person, thus saving him some effort. Hearing Jaden ask, how many of you are here? Bennett was displeased. Why didn't this boy retreat, but instead start probing for information? Understand your place. Some things aren't meant for you, a lower realm barbarian, to know. Bennett's voice turned cold. In his view, he was already being generous. If the boy still refused to leave, he would have to kill him and avoid wasting words. Jaden nodded thoughtfully, understanding from Bennett's tone that more than one person had come to Engsub but hadn't appeared yet. Indeed, it was a troublesome situation. Bennett saw Jaden nodding and assumed he'd come to his senses, smiling. Good, you have keen insight. He stepped forward, floating midair, intending to take the heavenly stone. Unexpectedly, Jaden flashed before him, the heaven-breaking saber pointing directly at his face. What do you mean? Dare to obstruct me? Bennett's eyes flickered with killing intent. Outsider, this is not a place for you to rampage, Jaden stated firmly, making no concessions. Meanwhile, he signaled Vilma to take action. Once Vilma secured the heavenly stone, he could focus fully on the battle. Bennett watched Jaden and the others' actions, coldly remarking, lower realm people truly lack reverence. Very well, let me teach you. Bennett attacked, his long sword aimed at Jaden. He believed that quickly dealing with this annoying obstacle would still allow him to grasp the heavenly stone in his hand. Chapter 473, You Dream. Jaden's blade surged forward, unafraid. The light of the blade clashed with the sword's radiance, creating a colossal sphere of light. This was the clash of profundities. Then the sphere exploded, scattering both parties' profound power into countless specks of light, like stars decorating the sky. Boom. After the blinding light, an immense rumble filled the air, making everyone's scalp tingle. This time, Jaden was pushed back several dozen feet by the shockwave. Clearly, in both exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. 4th level profundity, and it's complete. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the outsider's profundities were not damaged, their heavens Dao intact. Just this fact alone was enough to crush most Yoshuan cultivators. Fortunately, his profundities were also complete and did not lag behind. However, Jaden knew very well that Bennett's current strength was among the top few he had ever encountered in his generation. Upper grade Saint Foundation, 4th level profundity, sword cultivator. Each attribute alone made him a standout among Xunyang geniuses. So this is the foundation of the outsiders? Not only was Jaden not afraid, but he felt a hint of excitement, his fighting spirit soaring. He knew that Bennett must have more cards up his sleeve, possibly even immortal techniques. But so what? Trace once said that Jaden was half a Xunyang Lawson. Even if only half, how could he show weakness before a mere outsider? Jaden could die, but Xunyang could not be defeated. Therefore, no matter the pressure, no matter how much blood he had left, he had to win this battle. Across from him, Bennett's brow furrowed slightly. Jaden was tougher than expected. A lower world cultivator, yet he possessed such a deep foundation at this age, having comprehended 3 levels of profundity, and was a pure blade cultivator. Undeniably, this Kevin had talent and skill. Of course, this only made Bennett pay a bit more attention. To truly impress him was still far off. Barbarian world cultivators were ultimately not worth mentioning, sheltered and naive. Soon, Bennett would show him the splendor of the upper world. Meanwhile, Vilma had reached the side of the Heavenly Destiny Stone and reached out to grab it. This naturally caught the attention of Bennett and Jaden. After all, on some level, the Heavenly Destiny Stone was the main character in this battle. Unexpectedly, the stone did not let itself be easily taken by Vilma, but swayed away from her hand. In everyone's momentary daze, the stone transformed into a stream of light, flying straight toward Jaden. In an instant, it burrowed into Jaden's chest and vanished. Jaden froze, unsure for a moment. He clearly felt the Heavenly Destiny Stone merge with the stone in his chest. So, the stone chose me after all. Vilma isn't her? Jaden's thoughts raced. If Vilma wasn't the master of the Xunyang Guardian, where did her perception come from? Did the other half of Xunyang's destiny truly reside within Vilma? Foster, why did Jaden feel no connection at all? Something was wrong, or there was a key factor he hadn't grasped. However, given the situation, Jaden didn't plan to explain to Vilma just yet. With a powerful enemy present, focusing on the battle was paramount. Vilma did not dwell on the stone's choice. She and the 2 reeds retreated to a safe distance, watching the battlefield intently. Bennett, now realizing what happened, shouted, "Hand over the stone. You're not worthy of it. You dream." Jaden grinned and charged at Bennett. To seek death. Bennett's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swung his long sword to meet Jaden. Boom. Blade and sword met midair, then parted again. Both figures quickly retreated. Compared to Bennett's calm demeanor, Jaden looked somewhat disheveled. Despite this, it did nothing to dampen Jaden's burning fighting spirit. His gaze remained sharp, and his blade unwavering. "Give you one last chance. Hand over the Heavenly Destiny Stone, and I will spare your life," Bennett coldly said. Bennett wasn't a patient person. His ruthless nature was evident from how he slaughtered numerous cultivators. He preferred not to waste words. But he treated Jaden differently because he knew the stone likely already chose its master. Under these circumstances, it was best to make Jaden voluntarily give up the stone to sever the connection and avoid complications. Bennett knew the origins of the stone and understood it shouldn't be forcefully taken. Therefore, he repeatedly gave warnings, hoping Jaden would recognize the gravity of the situation. However, Jaden's reply disappointed and enraged Bennett once again. Just one word. Scram. A mouch insolence from a barbarian of the lower world was the ultimate provocation to Bennett. Did he think he was so easy to talk down? Igniting his final anger, Bennett coldly said, "Lower world ant, you will regret this." With that, he uttered, "Immortal technique. Celestial river stoppage." Instantly, a mighty river appeared across the sky, suspended overhead. There was no water in the river, but the sound of raging torrents echoed, like the roar of ancient beasts. The outsiders indeed possess immortal techniques. Jaden inwardly marveled. In terms of cultivation resources, Xunyang Heaven was undeniably far behind the other 8 heavens. Many legacies were lost, a fact that couldn't be denied. Bennett was definitely not the strongest among the younger generation of outsiders, perhaps only ranking in the middle. Foster, this person could wield immortal techniques with ease. And Jaden's immortal technique, acquired from Xunyang's greatest cultivation sanctuary, was just a fragment, considered a palace treasure. The gap between them was unmistakable. Fortunately, he still had an immortal technique, which kept him from falling too far behind. However, for this confrontation, he didn't plan to use it. He wanted to test whether he could withstand the outsider's means. As Jaden's mind raced, Bennett struck with his long sword. The suspended celestial river abruptly split in 2, massive torrents pouring down from the sky. The water profundity under this immortal technique exceeded normal profundities, carrying unparalleled power. The swordlight, riding the twin torrents, surged towards Jaden with terrifying might. Jaden was already prepared. As the sky-splitting blade flipped, destruction, space, and darkness profundities emerged simultaneously. The powers fused into a colossal blade light, surging upward against the torrents. At the same time, Jaden punched out with formidable physical strength and indomitable will, unleashing unmatched fist force. Break! With a shout, Jaden's blade light and fist force collided with the sword light. Hashtag chapter 474, Clash of Titans. Asterisk boom. Crack. Asterisk. Rumble. The flashes of sword light and saber glow dissipated almost simultaneously, followed by the explosion of fists and shattered streams. The overwhelming power surged out, stirring up fierce gusts, and the entire space began to crack. Jaden spat out a mouthful of blood, his body retreating 10 yards from the force of the impact. Upon closer inspection, there were cracks on his body, a precursor to complete collapse. Fortunately, greenish light began to shimmer within those cracks, preventing Jaden's body from disintegrating. Jaden steadied himself, taking a deep breath. He had indeed taken a significant risk, somewhat deviating from his cautious nature. But as he had intended earlier, he wanted to gauge the strength of the outsider's immortal techniques and test his own combat prowess. Luckily, everything was still within his understanding. The ancient immortal body remained formidable. Bennett furrowed his brows as he watched Jaden's rapidly healing body. That greenish light felt familiar somehow, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen or heard about it. However, he was certain that this did not belong to the lower realms. A hint of greed flickered in his eyes. How dare the ants of the lower realms possess such an item? They underestimated him. But soon enough, it would be his. Just kill this person. Despite the resilience shown by this Kevin, Bennett was only momentarily surprised. He had killed countless geniuses in the upper realms. What was one more ant from the lower realms? A confident smile crept onto Bennett's face. This trip would not only yield the Heaven Machine Stone, but also grant him an artifact he could appreciate. Not bad at all. Die! Bennett bellowed, his long sword unleashing 4 layers of profound secrets as he lunged forward with blinding speed, countless sword lights accompanying his movements. He didn't use any immortal techniques this time, as they came with considerable energy costs for him. Killing a chicken didn't require a butcher's knife. Moreover, Jaden was already heavily wounded by his immortal technique. While the other hadn't fully recovered, the power of the profound secrets should suffice to slay him. Confronted by Bennett's attack, Jaden's fighting spirit soared as he advanced with his void-shattering saber. Profound power surged forth, destructive light flickered at the tip of his blade, and ripples distorted the space ahead. Void annihilation. Jaden roared, countless sabers swept forth with his slash, colliding precisely with the sword lights. Rumble. The sounds of collision and shattering resounded continuously. Blinding light erupted in every direction, illuminating the entire sky. Bennett was forced to retreat, his eyes filled with fury. This was the first time since their battle began that he had been pushed back. Although Jaden also retreated, in Bennett's eyes, being forced back meant defeat. An absolute disgrace he could not tolerate. 4 layers of profound secrets. Bennett gritted his teeth. Despite being severely injured, this Kevin could still wield such powerful profound secrets. No, wait. He had just comprehended the 4th layer of profound secrets. Before, he only possessed the 3rd layer. Bennett realized that Jaden had grasped a higher level of profound secrets during their battle. To him, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. Coupled with the previous forced retreat, Bennett's anger grew fiercer, his murderous intent even stronger. Across from him, Jaden coughed up another mouthful of blood, fresh wounds seeping through his body. He was indeed heavily injured. The greenish energy and ancient immortal body hadn't had time to fully heal him yet. But these were only surface injuries. They didn't significantly affect his offensive capabilities, though they increased the burden on his body. Most importantly, he had successfully comprehended the 4th layer of profound secrets. In that moment of action, enlightenment struck him, breaking through the last barrier that had nearly eluded him. It was like water finding its natural course. This brought his offensive power to a new level, allowing him to gain a slight advantage unexpectedly. Of course, this advantage was fleeting. Bennett quickly caught on, making further gains more difficult. Regrettably, he hadn't managed to injure Bennett, merely dampening his morale temporarily. This was enough to prove Bennett's inherent strength. Jaden needed to play his trump card if he stood any chance of victory. The next phase of the battle would decide the outcome, something Jaden had anticipated. Kill. Jaden did not waver, striking first as he slashed with his void-shattering saber, hurtling toward his opponent. Seeking death. Bennett's eyes flashed with coldness. An ant, especially an injured one, dared to provoke him? How could he let this go? If Jaden wanted to confront him head-on, so be it. Asterisk clank, 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 asterisk, asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. For a moment, silhouettes intertwined in the sky, collisions resonating non-stop. Sparks and flashes from the sabers and swords crushed the surrounding space, fearsome shockwaves dispersing into the air, evaporating it completely. Vilma and her companions, watching from a distance, kept retreating, staying several dozen yards away from the center of the clash to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Vilma's eyes sparkled, fixated on Jaden's figure. The 2 Reed's pupils dilated in astonishment. Younger than them, Jaden possessed far greater strength and continued to grow stronger. They sensed that he had become even more powerful than when they entered. That was the same sword cultivator whom even Christopher couldn't defeat. Fostered, Jaden matched and even slightly outperformed him, shocking them profoundly. Initially, they had admired him, but now they felt some reverence, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They hoped Jaden would turn the tables and perhaps even kill the sword cultivator. During the intense battle, Jaden paid no attention to the gazes behind him. As he engaged Bennett, he also healed his body. Bennett grew increasingly enraged. Ordinary means were insufficient to suppress this opponent. He thought that with his cultivation advantage, he could dominate the confrontation, find a flaw, and execute a fatal strike. However, this Kevin had rich combat experience, possibly even surpassing his own. Unacceptable, Bennett adjusted his strategy, ready to unleash all his power, even if it meant heavy consumption, to ensure total dominance. He noticed that the longer this Herschel fought, the stronger he became. Combat wasn't just about skills, it was also about momentum. Facing him, a lower realms ant dared to have no reverence and even attempted to rise above him with thick battle spirit. Was this truly happening? Die! Bennett roared, quickly creating distance before declaring his judgment. Immortal technique. Heavenly River Execution. This was one of Bennett's trump cards, a mid-grade immortal technique. Normally, using this move would consume vast amounts of energy, but under the current circumstances, he no longer held back. Immortal techniques aren't exclusive to you. Jaden's gaze hardened. He too decided not to hold back. Continuing to do so might risk his life. Chapter 475. Here it comes. Divine Art, Blade of Time. Jaden finally unleashed the secret of time. In an instant, Lewis's attack seemed to slow down and became visible in full detail. The once overwhelming river of heaven now appeared less terrifying due to the change in the speed of time. Even a fragment of a low-grade divine art showed the high quality of the art itself. Jaden believed it was absolutely no less powerful than Lewis's divine arts. This was why he dared to challenge him head-on. Although the mystic profundity had declined, it still possessed a deep foundation. Opposite him, Lewis couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. A mere insect from the lower realms actually knew divine arts. If not for sensing that his attack had been affected, he would have thought it was an illusion. Damn it, how could this happen? Lewis wanted to roar in anger, but his sword had already pierced out, leaving him no choice but to continue his offensive. The only comfort for Lewis was that the divine art Jaden had cast looked like a low-grade one. Judging by its grade, he should be able to crush it easily. Thinking this, Lewis's eyes glinted with intensity. Under his control, the suspended river of heaven ceased flowing, instead unleashing terrifying power straight toward Jaden. But to Lewis's horror, his attack, upon being released, suddenly slowed down. No, it was that guy's blade that moved faster. Though he struck first, it now seemed as if his opponent was a step ahead. This is definitely not an ordinary divine art. Lewis realized this abruptly. With his expertise, he immediately identified the peculiarity. Even in the higher realms, such a divine art was extremely rare. Though it looked low-grade, the techniques it contained could elevate its quality significantly. Ultimately, Lewis realized this too late. Jaden's blade had already swept over. Amaldonly, the entire scene seemed to flicker, speeding up and slowing down unpredictably. Boom! A brilliant streak of light slashed against the rising sword aura, instantly exploding into a massive sphere of light. Lewis's river of heaven exploded in an instant, scattering the condensed water secrets into specks of light. Fortunately, this sword strike was also powered by a divine art, preventing the blade's light from advancing further. After cutting through the sword aura, the blade's light dissipated along with the explosion. However, though the light had dispersed, the force it carried was still formidable. Since the explosion occurred right before Lewis, he was directly affected. This aftershock was intense, strong enough to send Lewis flying back. From afar, one could hear a faint sizzling sound emanating from Lewis's body, indicating surface fissures. In contrast, Jaden remained largely unaffected. Instead, he was reflecting on that single slash without reveling in his momentary advantage. The clash between divine arts gave him some insight. It was no wonder the best understanding came from actual combat. Jaden felt his grasp of Blade of Time had deepened. If Lewis knew this, it would only add to his shock. Understanding divine arts was incredibly difficult. Even he wouldn't dare claim such comprehension. However, at this moment, Lewis had no time for other thoughts. After steadying himself, Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood, and traces of blood seeped through his skin. Though his injuries weren't as severe as Jaden's earlier ones, his current disheveled appearance made him furious. A mere insect from the lower realms had injured him to this extent. If his companions found out, they would laugh their heads off. He, Lewis, could not afford to lose face. So, today, not only would Jaden die, but the meddlesome Liv and her 2 dog servants would also meet their end. With a vicious smile, Lewis revealed his fierce expression. Insect, you've succeeded in angering me. Now, endure my wrath. A mysterious aura emerged around Lewis, ethereal and enigmatic. He hadn't fully mastered this power, but he managed to unleash it. Lewis felt it was enough. The mystic profundity was a barbaric place, and a mere insect from the lower realms couldn't withstand this power. White light bloomed, stirring the air. Lewis instantly seemed transformed, as did his sword, exuding a different aura. This is divine essence. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Could this newcomer possess divine essence at this cultivation level? Considering this, Lewis must be considered an elite where he came from. Jaden was familiar with the aura of divine essence, even if he couldn't control it freely yet. Perhaps through his divine essence, I can trigger mine. Jaden pondered and decided to take another risk. His injuries had mostly healed, giving him a bit more resilience. Actually, it wasn't entirely risky. Jaden still had confidence, given that divine essence had protected him before. With a better opportunity now, he couldn't miss it. If he managed to awaken his divine essence again, his mastery over it would improve. Once, twice, even more times, if he dared to try, he would eventually become adept. Without delay, Jaden again unleashed Blade of Time, using divine art as his main defense. Simultaneously, he released the secrets of destruction, space, and darkness. The 4 secrets intertwining formed both offense and defense, creating a protective barrier. His blade remained swift. As the blade light approached Lewis, the latter's longsword was enveloped in white light. The same move won't work on me. Lewis sneered. The altered flow of time was instantly nullified by his divine essence. He swung his sword. He also used the same move, River of Heaven. But this attack far exceeded the previous one. Under the influence of divine essence, the power of water secrets transcended its own essence. Endless white light flowed within the River of Heaven, as if ancient chants echoed from above. Crack! A thunderous boom, piercing the space. In an instant, the massive sword aura surged through the River of Heaven, smashing toward Jaden. Jaden's blade light barely held for a moment before being crushed by the sword aura. Die! Lewis's cold voice cut through the air. To him, Jaden's defenses and counterattacks were powerless. Indeed, the sword aura shattered the defensive barrier upon contact, dispersing its secret powers. The barrier crumbled, leaving Jaden exposed, with the sword aura aiming for his vital points. If hit, even with his ancient immortal body and green chi, his life force would be destroyed, leading to immediate death. Fostered, as the massive sword aura penetrated Jaden's skin, an internal disturbance surged forth. Jaden smiled. Here it comes. Chapter 475. Here it comes. Divine Art, Slash of Time. Jaden finally unleashed the profundity of time. In an instant, Imalday's onslaught seemed to slow down dramatically and became visible in detail. Originally, the mighty river of heaven appeared terrifying due to its rapid flow, but because of the change in the speed of time, it no longer seemed as formidable. The fragmented technique was already a lower-grade divine art, indicating the original art's superior quality. Jaden believed it would not be inferior to Imilday's divine art. This was why he dared to face off against him. Although the Yushin sect had declined, it still retained its deep-rooted strength. Across from him, Imilday's couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. How could a mere mortal from the lower realm know divine arts? If he hadn't felt his attack being affected, he would have assumed this was an illusion. Damn it, how could this happen? Imilday's wanted to roar in anger, but his sword had already been thrust forward, leaving him with no choice but to continue the assault. The only comfort for Imilday's was that the divine art Jaden used appeared to be of low grade. Judging by the grade, it should be easy to overpower. Realizing this, Imilday's eyes flashed with determination. Under his control, the suspended river of heaven stopped flowing and instead surged forward with terrifying force. However, Imilday's was startled to find that his attack suddenly slowed down as soon as it was released. No, it was that guy's blade that became faster. Though he had struck first, it now looked like his opponent had moved first. This is no ordinary divine art. Imilday's immediately realized what was happening. With his experience, he spotted the anomaly instantly. Even in the upper realm, such a divine art was extremely rare. Though it looked like a low-grade art, the techniques it contained could elevate it significantly. Unfortunately for Imilday's, he realized this too late. Jaden's blade had already come at him. Amaldonly, everything within sight seemed to blur, fluctuating between fast and slow, making it hard to predict. Boom! A dazzling streak of light struck the rising sword beam, instantly creating a huge explosion. Imilday's river of heaven exploded in an instant, and the water essence that had been condensed vanished into twinkling lights. Fortunately, this was also a divine art, preventing the blade from advancing further. The blade dispersed shortly after cutting into the sword beam, disappearing along with the explosion. However, even though the blade had dissipated, its power remained formidable. Since the explosion occurred right in front of Imilday's, he was the first to be affected by the blast. This aftershock was so intense that Imilday's was sent flying. There were faint cracking sounds emanating from his body, indicating severe injuries. In contrast, Jaden remained largely unaffected. Instead of rejoicing over gaining the upper hand, he was absorbed in contemplating his recent move. The clash of divine arts had given him new insights. Indeed, practical combat provided the best enlightenment. Jaden felt his understanding of slash of time had deepened. Had Imilday's known this, he would have been even more shocked. Understanding divine arts was incredibly difficult, and even he dared not claim such insight. But Imilday's had no time to think about it. After stabilizing himself, Imilday's spat out a mouthful of blood, with blood seeping through his skin. Although his injuries weren't as severe as Jaden's earlier ones, this pitiful state made him both angry and embarrassed. How dare a lowly mortal from the lower realm injure him to this extent? If his companions found out, they would laugh their heads off. He, Imilday's, could not afford to lose face. Therefore, today not only would Jaden die, but the live watching from the sidelines and those two dogs would also not survive. Imilday's vowed inwardly to tear these people apart. With a savage grin, Imilday's said, "You've successfully angered me, little insect. Now, suffer my wrath." As he spoke, an ethereal aura emerged from Imilday's, mysterious and profound. He hadn't fully mastered this power but could barely use it. Imilday's thought it was enough. The land of Yushinshin was already considered barbaric, and a mere mortal from the lower realm wouldn't stand a chance. White light blossomed, the aura expanding. Imilday's seemed like a different person. Even his sword took on a different demeanor. This is divine chi. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Could this outsider possess divine chi at such a cultivation level? Looking at it this way, Imilday's might be considered an elite in his world. Jaden was familiar with divine chi, although he couldn't yet use it freely. Perhaps through his divine chi, I can awaken the divine chi within me. Jaden pondered and decided to take another risk. His wounds had healed considerably, so he could withstand another round. Actually, this wasn't an absolute gamble. Jaden had some confidence, especially since divine chi had protected him before. With a better opportunity now, he couldn't let it slip away. If he could truly awaken the divine chi within him again, his control over it would undoubtedly improve. Once, twice, or even more times if he dared to try, he would eventually master it. Thinking this, Jaden wasted no time. He once again used slash of time, primarily relying on the divine art. Simultaneously, he unleashed destruction, spatial, and darkness essences around him. The four essences intertwined, forming both an offensive strike and a defensive barrier. His blade was still swift. The blade of light headed toward Imilday's, whose sword was now enveloped in white light. The same move won't work on me. Imilday's sneered, instantly dispelling the altered time flow with his divine chi. He swung his sword. He used the same technique, River of Heaven, but this attack far surpassed the previous one. Enhanced by divine chi, the water essence emitted a power beyond its own. Endless white light flowed through the River of Heaven, as if ancient chants echoed from above. Crack! A loud boom resounded, piercing through space. In a flash, a massive sword beam followed the River of Heaven, striking Jaden. Jaden's blade of light held for a moment before being crushed by the sword beam. Die! Imilday's coldly shouted. To him, Jaden's current attack and defense were helpless. Indeed, the sword beam shattered the defensive barrier instantly upon contact, dispersing its essence power. The barrier broke, exposing Jaden's vulnerabilities. The sword beam aimed straight for his vital points. If hit, even with his ancient immortal body and green energy, Jaden would surely die. However, just as the massive sword beam pierced Jaden's skin, something stirred within him. Jaden smiled. Here it comes. Note, Tanhura was translated as River of Heaven to maintain coherence. Chapter 476, The Final Resort. Immortal chi is the foundation for ascending to the transcendent realm. Generally, only those at the peak of the shattered nirvana stage, or a half step into the transcendent realm can sense the existence of immortal chi in the world. However, some powerful families or forces use special means to allow their descendants to refine immortal chi prematurely, enabling them to familiarize themselves with its usage before others. Bennett obtained immortal chi through such methods, highlighting his significant importance within his family. Thus, he came from the upper realms with an attitude of supreme arrogance. Fostered, he was repeatedly thwarted by this insignificant lower realm ant, and was even more shocked to discover that this person also possessed immortal chi. When Bennett arrived in the lower realms, he had already heard that immortal chi could no longer be produced in Xunyang, giving him a false sense of security. But the current situation had completely taken him by surprise. Opposite him, Jaden's body emitted intense white light, blocking the sword beam aimed at him. With a faint smile, Jaden's mind stirred, and immortal chi spread out, instantly dispersing the sword beam and neutralizing the threat. Seeing this, Bennett's face turned ashen as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" The fact that immortal chi couldn't be produced in Xunyang was undeniable. Bennett believed this person must have a complicated background and secrets unknown to others. Jaden replied coolly, "I am merely a commoner of Xunyang. There's no need to worry about me." With that, Jaden manipulated the immortal chi and attacked Bennett. Temporal Blade, second form. Empowered by immortal chi, Jaden could now unleash stronger blade techniques. Although this immortal art consumed a lot of energy, it was necessary to deal with such formidable invaders. The flow of time changed once again, faster than before. Even before Jaden arrived, his blade appeared in front of Bennett. Shocked, Bennett instinctively used an immortal technique for defense, his sword flipping as a celestial river rushed toward him from the sky. But the blade was too fast, or perhaps his actions had become slower. No matter how powerful his defensive technique was, he couldn't entirely counteract the situation. When their forces were nearly equal, Bennett finally comprehended the terrifying nature of temporal arts. No wonder reads at home said these special arts, though difficult to cultivate, were far beyond ordinary ones. Realization dawned on Bennett, but it was too late. Before the celestial river descended, the blade grazed his skin. In just a blink, it would have pierced his body, crushing his life force. In a desperate moment, Bennett activated the life-saving method hidden within his body, a gift from his family's reeds that allowed him to activate it instantly. One step too late, and he would have been slain by the blade. A blinding light erupted around Bennett, blocking the blade and saving his life. Boom! The protective light shattered the blade's power, and Jaden quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the unknown force. Jaden's gaze grew heavy. The light surrounding Bennett didn't seem to come from any mystic weapon, nor did he notice any other peculiarities on his body. Indeed, one should never underestimate outsiders. Jaden steadied himself. Perhaps only the final card could slay this man. Bennett regained his composure, but his expression was grim. He had already used the life-saving method given by his family, significantly increasing his danger level in Xunyang. Had he lost to someone of the transcendent realm, he wouldn't have any complaints. But ironically, he couldn't match a peer from the lower realms. Enraged, Bennett channeled all his anger into his sword, charging forward without fear of injury, intending to kill this Herschel first and then exchange for another life-saving method after obtaining the Tianjishi. Fosters, he no longer feared the opponent's attacks. His current defenses were invincible. Die! Bennett ignored the changes in time, aiming directly for the vital points with his sword, while the celestial river crashed down. Though Jaden once again used temporal blade, he still couldn't break through Bennett's light and was hit by the sword beam. In a flash, Jaden unleashed various doctrines, creating an interwoven defensive barrier, barely withstanding the blow with immortal chi assistance. However, he was forced back, staggering a few steps before stabilizing himself. After this active probe, Jaden knew he had to use his final ace. Otherwise, he would be exhausted by Bennett before the light around him dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Jaden's eyes shone brightly. He hadn't used this move in a long time. Would immortal chi enhance its power? Are you ready to die? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing Jaden standing still, a smirk formed on Bennett's lips. Although killing this Herschel seemed too lenient, it would soothe his rage. At this moment, Bennett exerted all his strength. His sword glowed fiercely, and a celestial river descended, accompanied by an enormous sword beam cutting through the waves. The sword beam moved downward, capable of piercing the head and body of his opponent. Facing such an attack, Jaden was fully prepared. His mystic power and divine soul were already primed. Drawn blade technique to split the heavens. Jaden's blade moved subtly but swiftly, stirring up tumultuous waves. Boom! The power released by the long blade instantly crushed Bennett's assault, rendering it harmless. Fostered, the blade had just begun its strike, and a fierce wind surged. The mortal light soared skyward, forming an immensely radiant blade, over 300 feet long. As soon as the blade took shape, the surrounding space was obliterated. Fall! Jaden suddenly uttered a mystic incantation, and the 300-foot-long blade split the sky, turning daylight into darkness. Not real nightfall, but it felt like all the light had been sucked away by this single strike. What kind of immortal art is this? Bennett murmured, his thoughts momentarily frozen. With his knowledge, he had never seen such magnificent blade technique. For a moment, he forgot to resist. Of course, he had no time to react. Though the blade formation looked slow, it slashed down in mere seconds. Perhaps Bennett could instinctively struggle, but how could instinct contend with this blade? All Bennett hoped for was the effectiveness of the life-saving method fused into his body, praying it could withstand this blow. Rumble! Before Bennett could react, the blade struck his head, causing a blinding light. The protective method resisted. Bennett's protective light struggled mightily against the blade's power. For a moment, a bizarre scene unfolded in the sky. Bennett stood under the massive blade, his face twisted. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate until finally, with a cracking sound, akin to a death knell, Bennett's face turned deathly pale. Chapter 477. A dog in distress. Am I going to die? Bennett's mind flashed with this thought. The threat of death was real and pressing. In this moment, family, mission, and dignity seemed unimportant. Survival became his only luxury. Bennett couldn't help but glance up, a wild joy filling him as he saw the 100-foot blade light also shatter. Indeed, when the protective light around him dissipated, the lethal blade light lost its threat. Ha 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 poo. Bennett intended to laugh wildly, but a powerful aftershock struck directly from the top of his head, shaking his internal organs. Instantly, he was severely injured. Bennett's face turned pale, his body cracked, and his once white robe now dripped with blood. He trembled, not out of fear, but because he was still alive. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, then lifted his head to see the other person coldly staring at him, the dreaded blade raised again. Bennett shuddered, disregarding any dignity or decorum, and quickly activated a scroll that appeared in his hand. The scroll shimmered with light, tearing through space to escape. All his confidence and pride vanished, leaving him looking like a dog fleeing from its home. Jaden didn't chase him, not because he didn't want to, but because he lacked the strength. Pooh. Jaden couldn't hold back the sweet taste in his throat as he spat out blood, his face turning deathly pale. His arm dropped, and he sheathed the sky-splitting blade, barely managing to stay aloft by sheer willpower. Jaden hadn't expected such a heavy toll from this strike augmented by immortal energy. Not only had his spiritual energy and soul power been depleted, but even his life force was nearly gone. It was terrifying. Even with this strike, he failed to slay Bennett, a regrettable outcome. Clearly, Bennett's survival techniques were incredibly strong, beyond what Jaden could imagine. Though Jaden wasn't sure of the exact power of this blow, he estimated it could break through the defenses of someone at the quasi-immortal Ascension realm. As for the immortal Ascension realm, he had no experience to judge. In the future, this could be trouble. Jaden sighed. Bennett's use of the spatial scroll likely foreshadowed a future hazard. This outsider was too difficult to kill. The spatial scrolls were far more potent than the two he had obtained by chance long ago, and were evidently much rarer. In the mysterious heaven realm, Jaden rarely encountered such scrolls. They were extremely rare. The scarcity of cultivation resources was the fundamental reason why cultivators in the mysterious heaven realm generally lagged behind outsiders. Even Jaden, who bore the fate of the mysterious heaven realm, had to admit this. If Bennett hadn't panicked first, it might have been Jaden who died. Even severely injured, Bennett would have been formidable, like a starving camel compared to a horse. Vilma and others wouldn't stand a chance against him. Therefore, at that final moment, Jaden had to pretend to be strong to scare Bennett away. Thankfully, it worked, and Bennett abandoned the fight. To some extent, it was luck, but it also demonstrated Jaden's understanding of psychology, a part of true strength. It's over. Jaden exhaled deeply, but as his tension eased, his body swayed, almost falling. A soft form caught him, the scent of flowers reaching his nose. It was Vilma. I am fine, Jaden weakly responded, trying to steady himself. Being embraced by a live wasn't proper, but, relax, let me handle it, Vilma whispered into his ear. Before Jaden could reply, she took off with him, with Senior 1 and Senior 2 following closely behind. Jaden smiled helplessly, allowing Vilma to support him. However, he didn't focus on her warmth but hurriedly recovered his spirit energy. He didn't know how long before the Tenji Cave realm would close, so danger wasn't entirely gone. The best way to mitigate danger was to strengthen oneself. Thus, Jaden wouldn't easily put himself in harm's way, a habit formed over time. Closing his eyes to meditate, he let Vilma lead him. After a while, they found a seemingly safe spot amidst a small forest and gently landed. Surrounded by trees, Vilma instructed, "You too, keep watch for potential threats." "Foster's, Princess." Senior 1 and Senior 2 nodded and dispersed in different directions. Vilma helped Jaden sit down and softly asked, "How are you feeling?" Jaden opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Not bad, just need some time to recover. Do you need help?" "No, I can manage." "All right, I'll guard you." "Thank you." Jaden said no more, closing his eyes again to recuperate, placing several spirit stones in front of him. His injuries were severe. Recovery would take days. The physical damage was less concerning. The ancient, immortal body and green chi would self-heal. What mattered most was carefully restoring his depleted spirit energy and soul power without rushing, lest he hurt his foundation. After all, manipulating untamed immortal energy was an excessive strain that couldn't be taken lightly. Vilma, seeing Jaden begin meditation, didn't disturb him. She sat opposite him but did not cultivate. Instead, she stared deeply at him, lost in thought. An hour later, Senior 1 and Senior 2 returned but remained alert without approaching them. 5 days passed, and when Jaden opened his eyes, he found Vilma gazing at him with her beautiful eyes. Jaden blinked, about to speak, but Vilma asked, "Recovered?" "Fostera, pretty much," Jaden nodded. "That's good. Do you need more rest?" "No, I'm fine." Vilma, seeing the scabs on Jaden's wounds peeling off, felt relieved. Jaden touched his nose. "Tenji stone." Vilma waved her hand. "I never needed it. It's yours by right." Jaden smiled but made no further explanation. "I'll explore whether Vilma is her later," Jaden thought. Maldenly, a rift opened in the sky, and an Reedley voice announced, "Tenji Cave realm is closing. Everyone, return quickly." Chapter 478, Passage. Jaden and Vilma finally passed through the fissure, returning to the Xuanyang Pavilion. Looking at the sparse figures on the Xuanyang Pavilion square, Jaden felt a moment of nostalgia. Another secret realm trip had taken many lives of Yuxian cultivators. But he didn't indulge in excessive melancholy. Everyone had their own path to follow. All he could do was help those who crossed paths with him along his journey. If he deliberately intervened, it wouldn't align with his way of cultivation. Sword cultivators valued righteousness above all. Moreover, managing oneself was already a monumental task. Those who couldn't even manage themselves but sought to control others would only cause annoyance and lack boundaries. Jaden composed himself, ready to leave the Xuanyang pavilion with the other cultivators when a voice echoed in his mind. Come here for a moment. Jaden paused in surprise. It was Gideon sending him a mental message. What's wrong? Vilma asked, noticing that Jaden had stopped walking. Nothing much. I have some things to attend to. You all go back first, Jaden replied. Vilma didn't pry further and simply said, all right, I'll visit you again in a few days. Don't forget what you promised me. Jaden nodded. Of course I remember. Vilma didn't say more and turned to leave. Brother Cornell, farewell. Malcolm and Burke clasped their hands and followed Vilma. Jaden steadied his breathing and looked towards the tower, sensing that Gideon was watching from up there. Without delay, Jaden strode towards the tower. The Dao child below didn't stop him and let him pass. Upon reaching the top of the tower, Jaden saw Gideon sitting on a cushion. In front of Gideon was a square table with an incense burner emitting fragrant smoke, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. Sit, Gideon said, eyes slightly open. Jaden nodded slightly and sat down on the cushion opposite Gideon. The atmosphere grew quiet as Jaden waited patiently, knowing Gideon had something important to say. This mysterious old man might know even more secrets, and Jaden was eager to hear. Gideon broke the silence. I did not misjudge you. You indeed have great composure. I owe it to your kindness. I have not disappointed you, Jaden replied. You've done well. Jaden smiled but remained silent, sensing Gideon would continue. Amara enough, Gideon continued calmly. I am not the guardian of Yuxian. My master was, but alas, he is no longer with us. These words clearly indicated that Gideon knew the origin of the stone and was closely related to it. Gideon continued, at first, I did not find the successor of the Tianjishi stone. It wasn't until recently, after recalculating, that I sensed the call of the Tianjishi stone and discovered your existence through various signs. Thus, if my deductions are correct, you should have obtained something or triggered certain events, which led the Tianjishi stone to sense you. Jaden pondered over this. Gideon's deduction must have been linked to the Cornelquin Immortal Sea or the Chiju Forest, where he had acquired immortal chi and learned about his identity and some secrets. Perhaps these events together allowed Gideon to make this prediction. Otherwise, he would have known Jaden's secret long ago while in Shizhou. Foster's, as you said, that's indeed what happened, Jaden confirmed. Gideon nodded. I originally didn't want to bring you to Tianjishi Cave Heaven so soon, but time is running out. Outsiders have appeared once again. If I don't open the secret realm, they will use special means to force entry. Yuxian is relatively weak against them. Jaden was taken aback and then asked, how did they enter Yuxian? There used to be a passage connecting the 9 heavens. Any cultivator passing through this passage would not be rejected by the heavenly Tao. Is such a thing possible? This happened long ago, likely only known by forces with deep roots. Where is the passage? Apologies, I do not know either. It hasn't been opened for a long time, and even the method of traversing it has been lost. Jaden inwardly lamented the loss of this opportunity. Without knowledge of the passage, it would be impossible to guard it proactively. Even the method for Yuxian to connect with other realms was lost. He asked, do you know how many outsiders have come through the passage? Gideon stroked his beard. They cannot hide from my perception. There are 10 of them, all young people. Perhaps the passage has limitations, preventing more from coming through. Therefore, since there are no immortals, there's still room to maneuver. Jaden breathed a sigh of relief. 10 young individuals did not pose a significant threat. Don't be complacent. Each one of them is exceptional. If you meet any of them in the future, be cautious, Gideon warned. Foster's, I understand, Jaden nodded. Bennett was already formidable. Surely, among the 10, there were even stronger characters. Where are they? Jaden asked again. After arriving, they concealed their auras very skillfully, beyond my ability to detect. Gideon shook his head. Jaden was astonished. Given Gideon's prowess in divination and near-immortal strength, the fact that he couldn't trace the young outsiders implied they possessed powerful artifacts or abilities. They're after the stone. As long as the stone remains hidden, they generally won't act. This time, one of them came to scout and was chased away by you. They'll likely think more carefully and won't act rashly, Gideon analyzed. But, they'll probably take measures against you since your acquisition of the Tianjishi stone can't be hidden. It's best for you to stay in the Yuxian Academy for now, Gideon added. Jaden nodded slightly, but didn't commit to the suggestion. Hiding was not his style. He even considered using himself as bait to capture them all. But this was just an idea for now. Concrete plans needed to be discussed with the academy teachers. Steadying himself, Jaden asked, Senior, could you tell me what exactly this stone is? Gideon glanced upwards without looking directly at Jaden, as if searching for memories through the ceiling. Jaden waited quietly without interrupting. After a long pause, Gideon sighed and finally said, this object is called the Emiltion Pearl. Chapter 479, the Heaven Control Pearl. The Heaven Control Pearl? Jaden murmured these 3 words, his eyes widening unconsciously. In the depths of his mind, it felt as if someone was whispering in his ear, you know now. Jaden had no prior knowledge of what the Heaven Control Pearl was, but upon hearing these 3 words, he felt as though he understood something profound, a very peculiar sensation. Alastair explained, the Heaven Control Pearl is a thing born alongside the Way of Heaven. It coexists with the Way of Heaven, forming a symbiotic relationship. One could say that without the Way of Heaven, there would be no Heaven Control Pearl. So, controlling it means controlling the Way of Heaven, Jaden remarked, beginning to understand. Indeed, Alastair replied. Therefore, the Way of Heaven selects trustworthy individuals to safeguard the Heaven Control Pearl, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of those with malicious intent and disrupt the balance of a world. These people are the Yuxian Guardians? Correct. Each of the 9 heavens has its own guardians and their respective Heaven Control Pearls. If they each have a Heaven Control Pearl, why would they still try to seize Yuxian heavens? As soon as these words left his lips, Jaden realized his thinking was shallow. Anyone ambitious enough to control a world would naturally covet the power granted by the heaven control pearl. Those outsiders probably came with this very goal in mind. However, another doubt arose for Jaden, prompting him to ask, Senior, can the way of heaven be so easily controlled? I don't believe a single stone can sway the will of the way of heaven. To him, the way of heaven seemed elusive and devoid of emotions, transcending all cultivators. After all, cultivators sought great power by comprehending the grand Tao from the way of heaven. Alastair explained, You're mistaken. You underestimate the capabilities of the heaven control pearl. How so? Let me ask you this. According to your understanding, does the way of heaven lack thoughts? Fosters. Well, since the way of heaven lacks thoughts and the heaven control pearl is its companion, if someone wields the pearl and influences the decisions of the way of heaven, would the way of heaven trust you or its companion? I see. Jaden suddenly understood. Without thoughts, anyone can become its mind. Precisely. Alastair affirmed. That's why the guardians chosen by the way of heaven must undergo numerous trials, selecting only those who are impartial and selfless, to ensure the smooth functioning of the way of heaven. But you said the way of heaven has no thoughts. How does it choose its guardians? Jaden raised a new question. Who told you the way of heaven lacks thoughts? Alastair narrowed his eyes. Jaden was taken aback. Didn't this old man just say that? No, it's based on your perception. Jaden frowned, wondering if it wasn't contradictory. Alastair responded, The way of heaven both has and lacks thoughts. What do you mean? When meting out rewards or punishments to cultivators, the way of heaven lacks thoughts. But when setting directions for Yushin or choosing guardians, the way of heaven possesses thoughts. Jaden furrowed his brow even more. Alastair's explanation seemed easy to grasp superficially, but its deeper meaning was hard to fathom. He attempted to rephrase it. Senior, can I interpret this as the way of heaven having a selfless side and a selfish side? Alastair nodded. You can think of it that way, but it's not comprehensive enough. Please enlighten me, Senior. The original way of heaven was indeed selfless, but the later way of heaven has both selfless and selfish aspects. Why did this happen? It ties back to the heaven control pearl. The heaven control pearl? Right. The mission of the way of heaven is to maintain the balance of a world. This balance can be adjusted either by the way of heaven itself or through the heaven control pearl. But the pearl is kept by the guardians, who were initially impartial and selfless. However, over time, the guardians may develop stronger desires. Human nature is complex. Even the brightest places harbor darkness, and once this darkness is amplified, it often spirals out of control. After pondering for a moment, Jaden said, So, the selfishness of the way of heaven is actually brought about by humans, influenced by them. Exactly. Humans have positive and negative emotions that cannot be avoided. This leads to the heaven control pearl being influenced by negative emotions during human custody. Despite being rotated among guardians, any period of human control leaves an impact. At first, it's minimal, but over tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, these small impacts accumulate, turning the way of heaven from thoughtless to thoughtful. This transformation often brings immense disasters. Imagine a selfless way of heaven suddenly developing selfish thoughts. What impact would this have on the world beneath it? At best, drastic changes. At worst, widespread suffering. Upon hearing this, Jaden took a deep breath, finally grasping the situation. So, 1,000 years ago, the calamity in Yushin was closely linked to the emergence of thoughts within the way of heaven, right? Alastair stroked his beard and said, Indeed. Without this change, how would those foreign races dare to invade Yushin? As long as the complete way of heaven remained intact, everything would be safe, Alastair added. Complete way of heaven? Jaden muttered, then asked, Are you saying that after gaining thoughts, the way of heaven split? After gaining thoughts, you can imagine the way of heaven as a person. This person gave birth to benevolent intentions rooted in selflessness and malevolent intentions rooted in selfishness. Good and evil cannot coexist, Alastair mused. Jaden was enlightened. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What about now? Does the way of heaven in Yushin still exist? I heard it has collapsed. Fosters, it has collapsed. But a part remains, the part without thoughts. This remnant maintains the normal operation of Yushin and continues to provide protection. However, this protective force is now negligible and will soon be breached by opportunists. And what about the part with thoughts? Alas, I don't know. I merely inherited my master's legacy to guide those with fate here to retrieve fragments of the heaven control pearl. With your skill in divination, can you not discern any of its secrets? Alastair lifted his gaze and retorted, Can you calculate beyond the way of heaven? Jaden laughed helplessly. It seemed all information he received was orchestrated by the way of heaven, while everyone else followed its directives. So, those Yushin guardians spoke of the way of heaven as their master? Note, for names like Jaden and Alastair, I've retained the pinyin spelling as requested. If you prefer a different romanization style, please let me know. Hashtag chapter 480. Inquiry. Jaden was deep in thought. The heavenly Tao seemed to resemble a human, yet it wasn't one. From the information gathered earlier, it appeared that the heavenly Tao had personally entered the scheme to deal with Yoshuan's calamity once more. But how did it enter? Jaden pondered, finding no definitive answer. Naturally, the thoughts of the heavenly Tao were beyond his comprehension. He himself was now part of this scheme, and as the saying goes, those involved in the situation are often confused, so he might not see things as clearly as an observer. Does Vilma really possess the other half of Yoshuan's destiny? Jaden thought if Vilma weren't the Lawson mentioned by Yoshuan's guardian, then there was a high probability she carried Yoshuan's fate. After all, anyone who could sense fragments of the heaven control pearl must be intricately linked to the scheme set up by the heavenly Tao. Thinking about this issue, he decided to ask Bobby, thus speaking aloud, Senior, the Chloe seems capable of sensing fragments of the heaven control pearl. Are you aware of this? Bobby replied, In my previous divinations, the Chloe was indeed involved, but this connection is more closely related to you than to the heaven control pearl. Me? Jaden was puzzled. Divination can only provide a general understanding, not the full picture. The Chloe may have her own reasons for sensing the heaven control pearl. You shouldn't worry too much about it. Some things will naturally become clear over time, Bobby explained calmly. Hearing this, Jaden nodded slightly and ceased delving deeper into Vilma's matter. As Bobby said, the truth would unravel when the time was right. It wasn't that he was unwilling to uncover hidden secrets, but rather that he had limited involvement. Information was revealed gradually, like unraveling silk thread. Senior, where is the last fragment of the heaven control pearl? Jaden asked another question. Bobby shook his head. Each person has their own mission. My duty is to guard this fragment on behalf of my master. Beyond that, I cannot know. All right. Upon hearing this response, Jaden reluctantly accepted it. I've said what I needed to say. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation as soon as possible. I can feel that the great calamity is near, and when it comes, you need to have the strength to survive, Xuanyang sighed. Foster's, late junior understands. Then I won't disturb you any further. Jaden bowed slightly and stood up. I'll escort you back to the academy. It's not peaceful outside. Bobby also stood up. Jaden did not refuse, and the two left the Xuanyang pavilion together. After safely returning Jaden to the Yuxian Academy, Bobby left without lingering. On the academy square, Jaden steadied himself and flew toward Dorian's cultivation grounds. Soon after, Jaden appeared in a courtyard at the rear mountain of the academy. Dorian was not there, but Jaden did not leave. Instead, he remained to consolidate his cultivation. Dorian could sense when someone entered this area, so Jaden believed it wouldn't be long before his master returned. He intended to wait here to discuss some cultivation issues. After battling Bennett in Tianjia Cave, having advanced to the 4th level of the essence meaning realm, Jaden developed some doubts. If unresolved, these doubts could affect his future cultivation direction and even hinder his power improvement. Therefore, he was eager to resolve them. 3 days later, Dorian returned. Jaden emerged from his cultivation and greeted him. Lawson. Dorian nodded slightly, sat down on a stone bench, and began brewing tea. Casual conversation ensued. Do you have questions for me? Jaden sat opposite Dorian, washing the teacups as he said, Lawson, I have some recent confusions regarding cultivation. Please enlighten me. Tell me more, Dorian responded without lifting his head while preparing the tea. Is it better to excel in many essence meanings, or to specialize in just a few? Jaden asked directly. Although he had defeated Bennett using 4 essence meanings, the latter managed to match him with only water essence meaning. Besides the influence of immortal techniques, it likely stemmed from the understanding and application of essence meanings. Dorian didn't immediately respond, instead covering the teapot and waiting for the tea to steep, perhaps lost in thought. Jaden patiently waited without urging him. Once the tea was ready, Dorian poured it into a serving cup, then filled 2 cups. After taking a sip, he finally said, Your question doesn't have a definite answer. I can only offer insights based on my experience. Why? Jaden sipped his tea. Because even I am still exploring this path. Cultivation is endless, with no end in sight, Dorian sighed. Jaden nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Dorian continued, sipping tea. Based on my experience, one can excel in multiple essence meanings, or specialize deeply. Wouldn't it be overwhelming to pursue too many? Jaden asked. Won't specialization limit adaptability? Dorian countered. Jaden paused, realizing both viewpoints had merit from a cultivation perspective. After some contemplation, he asked, Lawson, do you specialize deeply or emphasize versatility? I specialize in time essence meaning, Dorian answered, adding, your other master, Bailey, specializes in space essence meaning. Do both of you follow the path of specialization? Jaden murmured thoughtfully. Our talents are limited, allowing only occasional exploration. Otherwise, we couldn't reach our current levels. Pausing, Dorian continued, but you're different. Your talent surpasses both Bailey and me, potentially allowing you to advance simultaneously in multiple essence meanings. Jaden pursed his lips. To claim that Lawson's Chi and Mo lacked talent seemed unbelievable. Both were exceptional, with Chi being nearly an immortal and Mo having attained immortality. Claiming they were talent-limited seemed overly modest. As if sensing Jaden's doubt, Dorian smiled. I'm not being modest. It's truly the case. Dorian elaborated, cornel-minded talent does not mean low talent. It means we have an upper boundary, which you don't have. Jaden hesitated, thinking that if they were so talented, how much better could he be? It wasn't a lack of confidence but uncertainty about higher realms, feeling somewhat insecure. Understandably, with Jaden's current perspective, his view extended barely beyond Yuxian heaven. Dorian comforted him. One day, when you venture beyond Yuxian, you may meet true geniuses. But don't lose heart because, to me, you're no less than they are. This is Lawson's favoritism? Jaden smirked. ##### chapter 481. Enhancement. Far from it. I'm just speaking objectively. I can see that your comprehension of cultivation techniques, especially blade techniques, is much deeper than mine, Dorian said calmly. Take the celestial art you practiced. Despite not spending much time on it, you managed to comprehend the essence of time to the same level as other essences. This proves your natural talent. Jaden nodded slightly, without disputing. He owed this all to the existence of his Cornelf-bound knife wheel. Perhaps he shouldn't be so quick to doubt himself. The fact that the mysterious power chose him and the secrets he hadn't yet unraveled were enough proof that he had potential. A cautious person would typically scrutinize their shortcomings when faced with problems, which made Jaden's previous self-doubt understandable. But hearing Dorian's affirmation, he felt relieved. He knew his capabilities well, but had become more thoughtful after Xian Tayatsi mentioned 10 outsiders. Bennett has already been defeated by me. For the other 9, I'll simply draw my blade if we meet. Why should I worry too much? Jaden smiled wryly, feeling a little more at ease in his heart. He didn't know how strong others were, but he only needed to focus on improving his own strength. Calmly, Jaden asked, So, Lawson, you want me to learn all the essences? Dorian shook his head. You don't have to master all the essences, but I hope that in your future cultivation, you explore all of them. Based on my experience, the more essences you comprehend, the greater potential they might offer in the future. Of course, this is just a personal opinion since my realm isn't much higher than yours. Finding the essences suitable for you is the most important thing, Dorian added. Understood, Lawson, Jaden nodded. You can visit the Academy's library. There are many blade techniques to study there. Although they aren't as powerful as celestial arts, they are still considered profound techniques, enough for you to grasp the essences. Dorian took a sip of tea and continued. Very well, then I shall go now, Jaden replied, standing up. Time was pressing, and he didn't want to waste a moment. Hold this token. It will grant you access to study all techniques. Dorian tossed a thumb-sized stone seal and resumed drinking his tea. Jaden bowed respectfully and bid farewell to Dorian, descending the back mountain. However, he didn't rush to the library. Instead, he went to the Madman's Hall Annex and found Taj. Fortunately, Taj wasn't cultivating, so Jaden didn't mince words, tossing him a storage ring. I need you to collect Holy Tier Mystic Blades again. The Mystic Stones are inside. Buy as many as possible. During recent battles, he had acquired quite a few Mystic Stones, which could now be used to purchase Mystic weapons. Since he had reached the peak of extreme state, it was time to enhance his Cornelf-bound knife wheel. Taj didn't refuse but grumbled about having to run errands again before leaving the hall. Jaden smiled, not lingering any longer in the courtyard, heading straight for the Yoshuan Academy Cornelbrary. Holding Dorian's seal, Jaden had smooth passage to the top floor where profound techniques were stored. The entire space wasn't large, but it housed numerous books, with 50 rows of bookshelves fully packed. After a thorough search, Jaden found about 100 blade technique manuals, enough for some serious studying. He wouldn't dive into all of them. That would be too time-consuming. Instead, he planned to skim through all first, compare them, and choose a few that suited him for in-depth study. Carrying these manuals down, the old librarian glanced at him but didn't interfere or block him. Most of these manuals were printed copies, not particularly precious, but borrowing so many at once was against the rules. However, with Dorian's seal, no one dared say anything. Back at the Madman's Hall courtyard, Jaden entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his cultivation studies. A month passed quickly, and Jaden stopped meditating. In this month, he comprehended 3 essences: Metal Essence, Cornel Essence, and Speed Essence. The first 2 were ordinary essences, while the last was special, all significantly boosting his combat power. Jaden chose essences aimed at enhancing his combat strength, perfectly fitting his current needs. While he touched upon various essences, he mastered only these 3, achieving the 4th level of each. Lawsoning 3 essences in a month was indeed impressive, leveraging his previous experience and innate talent in blade techniques. With a confident smile, Jaden gathered his thoughts and left his room. His next task was finding Taj to get those mystic blades. Time wasted in cultivation was time lost. It was time to upgrade his Cornelf-bound knife wheel. Jaden knocked on Taj's door. Taj emerged and tossed a ring at him. Everything you need is inside. Holy tier mystic weapons are expensive and hard to come by. Your money wasn't enough, so I added some myself. Altogether, we managed to gather 100 holy tier mystic blades, half low grade and half mid grade. Jaden stowed away the ring with a smile. Thank you. He originally thought his mystic stones would buy only 100 low grade mystic blades, but was surprised to find mid grade ones included. Clearly, Taj put effort into it, proving he'd chosen the right person for the job. However, given their relationship, Jaden didn't elaborate further. Some things were better left unspoken. Just as Jaden turned to leave, Taj called him back. 2 days ago, Presley sent a letter to the Madman's Hall for you. Read it yourself. With that, Taj pulled out an elegant envelope. Jaden accepted it and asked, did the messenger say anything else? He just said 4 words, meet on schedule. Jaden nodded. Understood. With that, he returned to his room. Opening the envelope, he found a bright yellow invitation featuring an intricately drawn 5-clawed golden dragon. Inside, it read his name and invited him to a royal banquet in 5 days. Jaden rubbed his chin, realizing he had 3 days to enhance his Cornelf-bound knife wheel. He would attend the banquet, having promised Vilma to accompany her to the royal cemetery. This banquet must be related to the royal cemetery, or Vilma wouldn't invite him otherwise. Besides, he wanted to visit the palace to see if he could find information about Raven Patty. Raven, where are you? Jaden murmured to himself, standing motionless. After a long pause, he set aside the invitation and began enhancing his Cornelf-bound knife wheel. Chapter 482, attending the feast. The Xunyang realm is divided into 3 stages, which Jaden has long known. For other cultivators, reaching the Xunyang realm may involve life and death. One misstep can result in all previous efforts being wasted, losing all cultivation progress. Shui implies breaking apart what was previously cultivated, while Nya signifies rebuilding on this shattered foundation. A successful Xunyang transformation makes one a great power. However, before the enhancement of Jaden's Cornelf-bound knife wheel, all bottlenecks cease to exist, and the dangers of the Xunyang transformation no longer pose a threat. After experiencing countless bottleneck breakthroughs without obstacles, Jaden has become highly proficient. At this moment, in front of him, 100 Saint-grade knives had been absorbed entirely. His Cornelf-bound knife will spun rapidly within his body, digesting the last remnants of the essence of knives. Soon, as the spinning speed gradually slowed down, a mark resembling a blood moon appeared on the wheel. This blood moon belonged to Jaden, signifying his successful transition to Yunhua, crescent moon destruction, and entering the Xunyang realm. Immediately, under the Cornelf-bound knife wheel, the chi sea surged wildly, like an excited roar, each fluctuation filled with immense power. In a daze, Jaden felt his perception of the natural forces around him sharpen significantly. Reaching the second stage of Yunhua, aided by the enhancement of the Cornelf-bound knife wheel, he not only crossed the bottleneck but also ascended a small realm. The harvest was considerable. Now, 8 stars shone brightly on the Cornelf-bound knife wheel, leaving just 1 star short of 9. This time it's only half a star again. I wonder when I will reach the 9th star. Jaden sighed inwardly. The further along he progressed, the harder it became to enhance the Cornelf-bound knife wheel. He wasn't sure if collecting more high-grade saint-level artifacts would get him to 9 stars. To be honest, he was very eager to see what Tianming meant once he reached the 9-star stage. 9 stars shining, that is the will of heaven. This phrase has been ingrained in Jaden's mind since he started cultivating the Tianming soul knife art. He had never forgotten it. Furthermore, he had a feeling that once the 9 stars appeared, his Cornelf-bound knife technique, 9 movements of the heavenly blade, could ascend even higher. Although he had already mastered all 9 movements, as his cultivation improved and the strength of his opponents grew, the final 3 techniques, chop, destroy, slaughter, seemed somewhat inadequate. This was also one of the reasons why Jaden was eager to supplement the essence of his knife techniques. He needed to maintain his combat strength to handle potential crises. The heavenly blade technique definitely has room for advancement. Jaden firmly believed that it might happen at the 9-star level. Calming himself, Jaden reined in his aura and ceased his cultivation. Absorbing the mystic weapons had taken him 3 whole days, which was precisely the date for his meeting. Without delay, he picked up the invitation and left the courtyard of the insane hall. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Jaden encountered Teacher Joey, who seemed to have been waiting for some time. "Teacher, you?" Jaden bowed respectfully, puzzled. Logically, Teacher Joey shouldn't leave the back mountain area. There must be something going on. Joey said coolly, "These are turbulent times. I will accompany you to provide support." Jaden was momentarily stunned, then felt warmth in his heart and bowed again. The 3 teachers must have sensed something, becoming increasingly cautious. Even Geo might have warned them. Thinking of this, Jaden felt a bit more pressure. He must handle everything that's about to come to live up to these Reed's expectations. Gripping and then loosening his fist, Jaden smiled. "Teacher, let's head for the palace." Joey nodded and flew alongside Jaden straight toward the palace. In the Qin Empire's palace, Jaden, holding the invitation, passed through smoothly without any hindrance. The palace guards had clearly received instructions beforehand. As for Joey, who didn't have an invitation, he played the role of Jaden's guard and was allowed through without issue. After all, a young master receiving an imperial invitation often brought a few guards, and the guards knew better than to question this. Ahead of Jaden was a group of eunuchs and maids guiding the way. They were respectful, keeping their heads low, and their eyes fixed straight ahead, presumably following strict orders. Entering the palace, Jaden observed his surroundings openly, not out of naivety, but to imprint the architecture and pathways deeply into his memory. A powerful array of restrictions enveloped the entire palace, preventing flight inside. Thus, familiarity with the environment was crucial. Although Jaden wished to interact more with the royal family, this walk only covered one path, unable to reveal the full layout of the palace. He thought for a moment and sent a mental message to Joey. "Teacher, do they sell maps of the palace outside?" Joey glanced at Jaden and replied, "There are indeed simple route maps, but they don't include arrays or restrictions. I advise against attempting anything with the palace until you're stronger. It has profound depth, rivaling the Yuxian Academy, and perhaps hiding even deeper secrets," Joey warned. Jaden laughed. "Understood, teacher. It was just a casual inquiry." Joey nodded slightly and said no more. By the time they finished their telepathic conversation, the eunuchs and maids had led them to a grand hall. Looking up, Jaden saw a plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with 2 characters, Biyong. He understood the meaning of these 2 characters, and so did Joey. Under the current rule of the Qin Empire, it was hard for anyone not to know. "Didn't expect your banquet to be held here. It seems the scale is quite large," remarked Joey. "Indeed. This is where the emperor works, lives, and entertains guests. Not many people can come here," Jaden agreed. They exchanged glances, a hint of caution appearing in their minds. Both being powerful cultivators, they had little reverence for the empire. Being here now carried certain purposes. Holding a feast in this hall probably had deeper implications, requiring careful handling. "Do we appear unsatisfied in any way?" the lead eunuch asked shrilly. "No, let's go," Jaden smiled, showing no significant change in expression. The eunuch gave a slight bow and invited Jaden and Joey into the hall. Chapter 483, The Imperial Palace. Entering the grand hall, one's eyes were immediately greeted by lavish and resplendent decorations that exuded opulence. Suspended prominently in the center was a plaque inscribed with 4 large characters, "Cornelv as long as heaven." Jaden inwardly marveled. Just from the bold and confident strokes of those 4 characters, it was evident that their writer must have been an ambitious individual. Looking at the bottom right corner of the inscription, 2 small characters caught his attention. Zhengda. Well, this could only be the signature of Donovan, the current Germain of the Great Qin dynasty. Even without seeing him in person, Jaden couldn't help but take extra notice of Donovan. However, his gaze didn't linger too long because on either side of the plaque, numerous people were already seated, possibly over 100 in number. These people all looked exceptionally noble, dressed in sumptuous robes. Compared to them, Jaden's simple black robe seemed rather shabby and out of place. His companion Ashton wore a casual Taoist robe as well, lacking any formal attire. Fortunately, both of them weren't bothered by these details and showed no signs of awkwardness, remaining composed instead. If they had been ordinary people, they might have felt extremely uncomfortable, not knowing where to put their hands or feet. Of course, Jaden also noticed some disdainful and mocking gazes directed towards them. He shrugged indifferently, choosing to look towards someone he knew. There, Vilma sat gracefully at the second table on the left side of the grand hall, her figure delicate and draped in a white veil. Catching Jaden's glance, she turned around and got up to greet him. This scene naturally drew many envious glances. Jaden chose to ignore them and smiled, stepping forward with a salute. "Princess, I've come as invited." A hint of a smile twinkled in Vilma's eyes as she softly replied, "I knew you'd come. Sit here." She then greeted Ashton with a slight bow. "Vita greets Teacher Wu." Ashton laughed heartily. The girl is still so polite. It's a comfort to see. It was clear that Ashton and Vilma were acquainted, and they had met more than once. Vilma led Jaden and Ashton to a reserved seat beside her. Somebody, add another chair for us. Without waiting for them to modestly decline, Vilma calmly instructed a palace maid to add a chair. She hadn't anticipated Ashton coming along, so it wasn't surprising that she hadn't prepared enough seats. Soon, a chair was placed next to them. Please. With a graceful gesture, Vilma sat back down. Jaden did not hesitate and sat down comfortably. After all, the invitation was issued by Vilma herself, making his presence justified. Ashton acted without reservation, fitting perfectly among the younger nobles due to his esteemed status. However, being a recluse, few recognized him among the royal and noble attendees. Naturally, Ashton didn't mind this. He closed his eyes contentedly after sitting down. As Jaden appeared, several gazes turned towards them, accompanied by faint murmurs. Although Jaden didn't listen intentionally, some comments reached his ears. Who's that man in black, sitting next to the Chloe? Don't you know? He's Jaden, the top-ranked contender on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst. Top-ranked? Are you kidding? He doesn't even seem like a great power. Who knows? Maybe he paid for the ranking. Ha ha ha. Why not? I'm not short of money. I'll try buying the top rank next time. Amalra, let's do it together, haha. Sure. Didn't you see the Danny? He looks like an expert. Experts are common in every household. What's there to fear? That's true. There's no shortage of experts in the Imperial Palace. Here. Hearing these remarks, Ashton remained unperturbed, eyes still closed. Jaden sipped his tea leisurely, occasionally conversing with Vilma, dismissing the comments. At this moment, two individuals approached from outside the Grand Hall. Leading them was a man wearing a purple golden crown, dressed in splendid robes, his presence dignified and eyes sparkling with vigor. Recognizing him instantly, Jaden turned to look. It was Xavier Bear, the Royce of the Great Qin Empire. As Bear walked in, everyone's attention shifted to him, and murmurs ceased as no one dared to speak aloud. Many stood up and greeted him respectfully. Bear acknowledged everyone with a nod and proceeded towards the first table on the left side. But he paused before the second table where Jaden, Vilma, and Ashton were seated. No one stood up to greet him, which raised eyebrows. People understood the close relationship between Vilma and Bear, so it wasn't surprising. However, ignoring Bear as Jaden and Ashton did was quite disrespectful. To everyone's surprise, Bear did not react angrily but smiled and said, "Sixth sister, so this is the person you found?" Vilma smiled back, "Foster's second brother, a malaprise?" "Indeed." Bear paused briefly and then extended his hand. "Jaden, we meet again." Seeing Bear's initiative, Jaden had no reason to refuse. Standing up, he shook Bear's hand. "Your Highness." After a brief handshake, Bear laughed. "Help my sister well. You can visit me next time." Jaden made no response, and Bear did not insist further, going to sit at his designated seat. The Danny accompanying Bear remained silently behind him. "This man is very strong, likely a hidden expert or bodyguard of the palace," Ashton commented objectively through telepathy. Jaden nodded slightly and resumed drinking his tea. Though the interaction seemed insignificant, it caused waves of shock among certain attendees. Everyone knew Bear for his respect toward talents. By treating Jaden so favorably, it suggested that Jaden must indeed possess exceptional abilities. Those who had just criticized Jaden now felt embarrassed, drowning their discomfort in drinks. Seems I should have a couple of drinks with Jaden later, many thought, even making plans. Shortly after Bear took his seat, another figure entered the Grand Hall. This person's arrival created even greater stir than Bear's, and many faces displayed fear. Xavier Cornelcoln had arrived. Chapter 484, The Great Qin Terry. Cornelcoln stood alone at the entrance of the Grand Hall, his demeanor calm and unremarkable. Fostered, the sharpness and confidence in his eyes could not be concealed. He wore a 9-tassel crown and a splendid robe embroidered with dragons, exuding extraordinary handsomeness and an upright posture. Admittedly, from appearance and aura alone, Cornelcoln perfectly fit the image of a royal prince. Many people in the hall greeted him respectfully with clasped fists. Cornelcoln responded with a faint smile, nodding to them in acknowledgement. Throughout this process, he continued walking steadily towards his seat without stopping, his pace unhurried yet composed. His designated seat was the first one on the right side. However, when he reached it, he did not immediately sit down but turned his head with a slight hint of confusion. Jaden, who had never met the prince but had heard much about him, remained seated and replied calmly, "Your Highness." Cornelcoln smiled lightly, then nodded to Ashton before turning to walk back to his seat. This scene once again altered many people's perceptions of Jaden. Both the Xavier and the Royce had acknowledged him, no matter how briefly, which made him seem far from ordinary. For a moment, numerous gazes fell upon Jaden, making him the focus of attention. However, he paid little heed to these glances and instead dwelled on the brief greeting with Cornelcoln. Though their exchange was simple, Jaden felt that the Xavier was a dangerous figure. The more serene someone appeared, the less they could be underestimated. Cornelcoln had conflicts with him. Both Dale and Elon were associated with the former. Dale had been defeated by him, and Elon had been killed. Jaden doubted that Cornelcoln harbored no intentions. Cornelving within the palace walls made one sensitive to struggles. Cornelcoln's calm demeanor might hide brewing schemes. One might say Jaden was being overly cautious, but caution was part of his nature, and it was justified. Thus, after officially meeting Cornelcoln, Jaden felt increasingly wary. "Be careful around my brother. He's not easy to deal with," Vilma whispered beside him. "Understood," Jaden replied. Vilma's display of unfriendliness towards the Xavier did not go unnoticed by Jaden. The banquet had not yet started, and only tea was served on the tables. People chatted freely without much formality, while Cornelcoln conversed amicably with a neighboring prince. Facing Cornelcoln, Bear engaged Vilma warmly, occasionally speaking to Jaden as well. Out of courtesy, Jaden responded gracefully. Jaden sensed Bear's deliberate efforts to court him and even offer praise. He neither openly accepted nor outright rejected it, as he wanted to gather information. Since Bear seemed benign, he wouldn't distance himself needlessly. While Jaden disliked flattery and sycophancy, he wasn't incompetent in these matters. A courteous interaction with the royal offspring sufficed for now. Their conversation was interrupted by a shrill cry. The Germain has arrived. Everyone rose, looking toward the throne at the top of the hall. Unlike commoners, cultivators did not kneel but only bowed slightly with clasped fists. They clearly saw the scene above without raising their heads. From around the corner emerged a Danny clad in a golden dragon robe. With a deep mustache, a rugged face, and piercing eyes, he moved regally, exuding imperial authority. Donovan, the current Germain of Great Sheen, had ruled for over 2 decades. Jaden's gaze did not linger long on Donovan. His true focus was the elegant middle-aged Liv beside him. Her luxurious attire did not overshadow her serene presence, and her pale, detached eyes contrasted sharply with Donovan's stern gaze. This is Lawson's sister's mother, thought Jaden, maintaining a calm expression. Though outwardly indifferent, his heart was anything but tranquil. The Liv bore a striking resemblance to Patty and, standing beside Donovan, was undoubtedly the Terry of Great Sheen. It was because of her that Lawson Yusef had fallen from the ascended immortal realm and never recovered. Jaden knew part of the story from his master, but couldn't grasp the full picture. Fostered, he understood that he mustn't rush or directly inquire, as it could lead to adverse outcomes. It was unknown whether the present Terry was the same Liv who once fled with Yusef. Sometimes time does not change a person. Sometimes it changes them faster than anyone else. Jaden took a deep breath to calm his mind and sat down with the others as Donovan gestured. Esteemed young talents of our Great Sheen, your presence here brings me immense comfort, Donovan said from the dragon throne. Bring wine for all. Servants promptly placed fine wine and delicacies before him. The same was done for the guests below. Donovan raised his cup. I toast to each of you, wishing for the eternal prosperity of our Great Sheen. After drinking in one gulp, the crowd followed suit. Enjoy yourselves, Donovan said, setting his cup down and clapping his hands. Let there be music and dance. Musicians and dancers entered the hall, starting the prearranged performance. The audience relaxed, engaging in lively conversation and toasting each other. Jaden sipped his wine and whispered, Vita, is the lady beside His Majesty the Terry? He asked knowingly to avoid suspicion. Though obvious, it allowed for easier conversation. Vilma nodded. Foster's, but she isn't my mother. Not the Xavier's mother either? No, the Terry has no children with the Germain. This wasn't a secret, known to those familiar with the royal family, so Vilma spoke without reservation. Nevertheless, Jaden was surprised, realizing that the relationship between the Terry and Donovan was indeed complex. Chapter 485. Inquiring. Jaden and Vilma took a sip of wine. Then he sighed, it's truly a pity that although the Germain and the Terry are such a well-matched pair, they have no children. Vilma glanced at Jaden and smiled. I didn't expect you to care about trivial matters like this. I never would have guessed. Jaden responded with an indifferent smile. Just casual conversation over drinks, princess, please don't misunderstand. Vilma shook her head with a laugh. Of course not. While these matters involve some secrets, if you want to know, I can tell you more. Clearly, Vilma was showing considerable friendliness toward Jaden. Jaden perked up, took another sip of wine, and said, I'm all ears. Vilma nodded and continued. Although Roman and the Terry appear together in various settings, their relationship is far from good, evident from the fact that they have no children. Ever since Roman ascended the throne and crowned the Terry, it has been rumored that he hasn't visited her palace. Perhaps their feelings have grown distant. However, the exact reason remains unclear to me. But one thing I do know is that Roman's successful ascension to the throne was greatly helped by the Terry family. The Terry family? Jaden asked, puzzled. The Imelda clan, Vilma replied. They're rumored to be a branch of an external force in Yuxian, usually keeping a low profile. Imelda? Jaden's eyes flickered. This surname wasn't common, and it didn't come up often. Not long ago, he had encountered a sword cultivator surnamed Imelda who was also an outsider. Could there be a connection? Jaden asked calmly. You might have heard earlier that the sword cultivator is named Lewis. Could he be related to the Terry family? Vilma shook her head. I'm not sure. After returning, I did try to investigate, but the Imelda clan is too secretive. Regular means couldn't penetrate them, so I gave up. Jaden nodded slightly. He then asked, logically speaking, since the Terry family helped the Germain, why does he treat her coldly? It doesn't quite make sense. Foster's, many of us can't understand it either. The Terry is incredibly beautiful, and given Roman's nature, it's hard to believe he wouldn't be attracted to her. We've never really had a clear answer to this, Vilma replied with a helpless smile. Jaden remained silent. Perhaps this had something to do with his loss in Yusef. Of course, this was just a guess, and he didn't say it out loud. Vilma continued chatting. A while ago, it was suddenly rumored in the palace that the Terry mood had improved. Whether it's true or not is unknown. But she has been willing to accompany Roman in more activities lately, which seems genuine. Otherwise, you would only see a colder side of her today. Maybe not even notice her presence, Vilma added. Jaden was taken aback. This piece of information seemed critical. So, it seems the Terry must have encountered something joyful, Jaden remarked. I'm not sure. It happened a few months ago, and there hasn't been much news since, Vilma replied. Oh, Jaden acknowledged with a hum. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his thoughts were racing. If it was a few months ago, it could coincide with his arrival in the capital. Did this mean that Terry possibly met his senior sister? After learning the truth, his senior sister hurriedly came to the palace to see the Terry, resulting in her improved mood. But there was an issue here. Germain Donovan wouldn't have missed such a significant event unless his senior sister had a way to hide it from him. Moreover, the secrecy involved, others might be unaware, but Donovan definitely knew. Would Donovan allow the Terry daughter to meet in the palace? Additionally, if his senior sister came to the palace, where was she now? Was she staying in the Terry quarters? Otherwise, why hadn't she shown up? Jaden felt this wasn't a fully reasonable explanation, but it seemed like the only plausible one at the moment. He couldn't ask Vilma to inquire in the Terry chambers. It would raise suspicion and create unnecessary trouble. Composing himself, Jaden smiled. Thank you, princess, for sharing these palace affairs with me. Here's to your insights. Taking a sip of wine, Jaden didn't intend to delve deeper into the topic. First, Vilma likely knew less than he did about certain matters. Second, he noticed Bear approaching and needed to cut off the conversation. Vilma smiled. It's nothing serious, just idle chat. My second brother is coming over. He holds you in high regard. Stepping aside, it was evident that she got along better with Bear compared to Cornelcoln and even wanted to introduce them. Jaden didn't refuse and stood to clink glasses with Bear. Bear smiled. I've been wanting to drink with Brother Cornell. Let's finish this glass. Bear drank in one gulp, very generous. Jaden didn't hold back either and joined in. On the royal cemetery trip, please take care of my sick sister. She's always slacked off in cultivation and isn't particularly strong. With someone as talented as Brother Cornell around, I trust everything will be fine, Bear said. Second brother, how can you speak of me like that? I'm not happy, Vilma pouted. I want you to learn more from Brother Cornell. Don't drag him down in the cemetery, Bear said, feigning seriousness. Got it. Stop nagging, Vilma rolled her eyes. Thank you, Brother Cornell. It's my duty. Carry on drinking. I won't disturb you. Bear patted Jaden on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Jaden's gaze flickered. Bear seemed more approachable than Cornelcoln on the surface. However, Jaden wasn't overly trusting, having learned from past experiences. This time, he would maintain more control. Emboldenedly, he felt a gaze on him. Turning his head, he saw Cornelcoln smiling at him. Jaden responded with a faint smile and sat back down, breaking eye contact. At this moment, the dance in the hall ended, and the dancers and musicians retreated. Everyone returned to their seats. The banquet was nearing its end, and it was time to address the main matter. Jermaine Donovan set down his wine cup, smiled, and his authoritative voice rang out, Next, I will discuss the matter of the royal cemetery with you all. Hashtag chapter 486, entertainment. The Imperial Cemetery is a place where each generation of royal offspring undergoes their trials. After reaching adulthood, they can wait for the cemetery to open and awaken their royal bloodline within it. Jermaine Donovan paused, his tiger-like eyes scanning the crowd as he continued, I, too, awakened my bloodline there. Jaden noticed that every royal descendant, including Cornelcoln, had an intense look in their eyes. Clearly, they were eagerly anticipating this visit to the Imperial Cemetery, with many of them having waited for this day. Donovan added, according to tradition, each royal offspring may bring one outsider along for assistance. He smiled, don't think outsiders won't benefit from the Imperial Cemetery. My general accompanied me back then and gained immense power, so you should also cherish this opportunity. Moreover, it's rumored that the cemetery contains immortal artifacts and immortal techniques left behind by our ancestors, incredibly potent. You can acquire them based on your luck. Whoever gets them will own them. The Emperor will not interfere. Finally, Donovan gave a stern reminder, but remember one thing. Do not desecrate the ancestral gravesites without cause, or I will not forgive you. Foster's Roman. All the princes and princesses responded in unison. Jaden observed calmly. Although Jermaine Donovan revealed that the Imperial Cemetery held numerous opportunities, he provided no details about its inner workings. Earlier, Vilma had mentioned she didn't know what was inside either. However, as the most important training ground for royals, it must contain dangers to serve its purpose. Donovan seemed deliberately vague, perhaps to select exceptional descendants or for other reasons, Jaden thought. The Emperor grants you one day to prepare. Afterward, I will personally open the Imperial Cemetery for you. Donovan's authoritative voice rang out once more before he rose and departed. Terry Imelda never uttered a word throughout the session, simply following Donovan out. With Donovan's departure, the royal descendants lost interest in drinking and left one by one. Bear approached Vilma and smiled, Sick sister, why don't we invite Brother Cornell to our place for a chat? We still have a day after all. Vilma replied, let's see how he feels. It seems my sister listens only to you, Bear remarked with a playful smile directed at Jaden. Your Highness Jess, please come in. Jaden extended his hand, accepting Bear's invitation. Great. Bear laughed heartily and turned to leave but suddenly stopped and looked back. Vaughn brother, would you like to join us? Cornelcoln remained seated, drinking leisurely, and replied coolly, no need. Bear smiled, undeterred, and strode out of the hall. Jaden glanced at Cornelcoln, who happened to be looking in his direction. Their eyes met in silence, the air growing heavy. Jaden withdrew his gaze and exited the hall with Vilma. Cornelcoln watched the departing figures, lingering slightly on Ashton, and whispered to himself, the Abyssal Xunyang College. What does that mean? Note, Shen Shigong, Xunyang College, is translated as Xunyang College to maintain consistency and fluency in English. The term, abyssal, is kept as it seems to be part of the specific name or reference in this context. In solitude, Cornelcoln finished his drink and placed the cup upside down on the table. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he muttered, perhaps it's best to eliminate him. Jaden arrived at Bear's residence and was warmly welcomed. Ashton excused himself early, citing duties at Xunyang College and declining Bear's invitation. Jaden understood. Ashton disliked such occasions, just as he did. For now, safety wasn't a concern in the heavily guarded palace. Ashton's presence at the banquet was to inform the royal family that Jaden was under Xunyang College's protection. If anything happened here, the college wouldn't let it go unpunished. In the Imperial Cemetery, however, outcomes were determined by fate. Minor injuries among the young contenders were unavoidable, and major powers generally wouldn't seek retribution afterward, unless dealing with shameless forces. A smaller banquet commenced in Bear's palace, attended by Bear, Vilma, and Jaden. It was more of an intimate dinner filled with delicacies than a formal gathering. Bear chuckled, I could tell Brother Cornell isn't fond of grand parties, so I prepared accordingly. Hope you don't mind. Your Highness overstates it, Jaden replied nonchalantly. Frankly, Bear's considerate actions easily invited goodwill. Foster Jaden maintained his guard against the royal family, making conversations less engaging. Mostly, Bear initiated topics while Jaden responded politely. Despite this, Bear remained amiable, even arranging a separate courtyard for Jaden to rest after the meal. Jaden accepted, as Vilma was staying with Bear as well. They passed a quiet night, immersed in cultivation. The next morning, Jaden encountered Vilma outside her quarters. She wore practical attire, showcasing her slender figure, clearly prepared for the trip. Unsurprisingly, Vilma still wore a veil, obscuring her features. Jaden didn't question it, considering it a personal preference. They exchanged smiles and headed for the opening ceremony of the Imperial Cemetery. Before leaving Bear's palace, they met him. He greeted Jaden warmly. Brother Cornell, did you sleep well last night? Cultivators rarely slept, so Bear's words were merely polite inquiry. I appreciate your hospitality, Jaden replied graciously, maintaining his composed demeanor. His attention was drawn to a Herschel accompanying Bear, whose sharp gaze and chiseled features indicated either a seasoned cultivator or someone difficult to deal with. At least that was the impression. He appeared to be a high-level cultivator, though Jaden couldn't determine his exact level yet. Noticing Jaden's gaze, Bear introduced him. This is my companion for the journey, Adebayo. He then introduced Jaden and Vilma to Adebayo. Adebayo barely nodded, giving no verbal acknowledgement, suggesting a reserved nature. Foster Jaden detected a fleeting hint of disdain in his eyes. Jaden had seen such looks before and was attuned to them. Ignoring it, Jaden said, Your Highness, it's time to depart. Bear chuckled. Of course, it's almost time. Let's go. Chapter 487. Initiation. In a secluded part of the royal garden, originally an empty space, now stood over 100 people. Jaden's gaze casually swept across them. Most were the same faces from yesterday's banquet, with only a few new ones. Is he planning to go alone? Jaden couldn't help but linger his eyes on Cornelcoln for a moment longer. Given the Crown Prince's reputation, he should have no trouble recruiting companions. However, Cornelcoln stood by himself, clearly unaccompanied. It seems he has immense confidence in his own strength, Jaden thought, unable to see any other reason for him not needing a companion. He suddenly felt that Cornelcoln might possess an undisclosed side, different from the image of the Crown Prince widely circulated. Withdrawing his gaze, Jaden stood calmly, waiting for the royal mausoleum to be opened. He didn't have to wait long as Jermaine Donovan, surrounded by a group of guards, strolled towards them. This time, the Empress did not come along, and Donovan was dressed as a cultivator rather than in imperial robes, appearing more approachable. Greetings, Your Majesty! The gathered princes and princesses greeted together. Your Majesty! The other cultivators also bowed. Donovan waved a hand. Please rise. His gaze swept over his children, observing their expressions, calm, expectant, fervent. Then he turned his attention to the companions they had brought, showcasing his regal authority. He nodded slightly, unsure if it was satisfaction with his children or with these outsiders. After a while, Donovan looked up at the sky and announced loudly, The auspicious time has arrived. Are you all ready? We are ready, they responded in unison. Donovan nodded and stepped to the center of the garden. Everyone kept a respectful distance, while the guards remained vigilant around him. His expression turned serious as he retrieved a palm-sized jade seal, the heirloom of the Qin dynasty. Holding the jade seal in both hands, he tilted his head upward, then slowly raised it above his head, murmuring, Ancestors above, your descendant trembles in reverence. Now we open the mausoleum to carry forward our lineage. As he spoke, golden light flashed from his eyes, causing his brocade robe to flutter without wind, radiating extraordinary power. The two beams of golden light from his eyes illuminated the jade seal, making it float mid-air. Seeing this, the 50-odd royal offspring became profoundly devout, while the surrounding guards showed utmost respect. Others who were not part of the royal family watched curiously. A faint, scorching gaze seemed to flash briefly, but no one noticed, as all eyes were on the jade seal. Next, Donovan flicked his fingers, sending 2 blood droplets flying onto the jade seal. Amaldonly, the seal emitted a dazzling golden light, piercing the heavens. Faintly, it seemed like a 5-clawed golden dragon was coiling and dancing within the light, even emitting dragon roars. In the next moment, a colossal, Qin, character flew out from the jade seal, riding the golden light straight into the sky. Heaven blesses the great Qin. May its glory last forever. With Donovan's loud declaration, the giant luminous, Qin, character floated downward slowly. It passed through the jade seal and suddenly imprinted itself onto the ground of the garden. Like a huge hand pressing down, a thunderous boom echoed as the earth shook, the soil cracking inch by inch. Jaden felt as though the entire palace was trembling, yet oddly, no structures collapsed. Moments later, the shaking ceased, and everything returned to stillness. Jaden noticed the jade seal had returned to Donovan's hands, its glow fading away. In front of Donovan, where the Qin character had imprinted itself, the ground had caved in, revealing another enormous Qin in relief. Jaden could see steps leading downwards, deep into darkness where the strokes met the soil. The Qin clan was once outsiders. Is this their legacy? The thought crossed his mind. The mausoleum is now open. My children, enter and undergo the awakening, Donovan said softly. Once inside, your fate rests in the hands of the heavens. Remember this. Thank you, Roman, the descendants replied together. One person took the lead, stepping onto the stairs and disappearing into the darkness. Soon, more followed in quick succession, leaving only a handful behind. Brother Cornell, I'll go first, Bear said with a smile, leading Adebayo down the stairs. Vita, let's go, Jaden said. Vilma nodded, and they both descended the steps. Only Xavier Cornelcoln remained. Reaching the stairs, he suddenly turned and asked, Roman, can the Qin clan still be saved? The guards protecting the area were taken aback. The Crown Prince actually said this in front of the Emperor. What did it mean? They were alarmed. Could they hear such things? Concern for their lives arose. Donovan met Colonel Cole's gaze, neither looking away. The Qin clan has always been outstanding, hasn't it? Donovan asked in return. You only need to focus on awakening the bloodline. Don't worry about other matters. Sometimes, being too fixated harms oneself. Do you understand? Colonel Cole smiled and walked down the stairs without answering, vanishing from sight. Donovan withdrew his gaze and, with a wave of his hand, transformed the ground back to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Go ahead, he said softly. The guards received the order and prepared to leave. Maldenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped them, and a giant hand descended upon their heads. They panicked. Did the order mean they had heard what they shouldn't? Your Majesty, why? Some shouted, not pleading for mercy but seeking an answer. No response came. With a gesture from Donovan, they turned to piles of mud, blending into the garden soil. Donovan remained expressionless, as if performing a trivial task. Moments later, he looked up at the sky and whispered, the Qin clan will never fall by my hand. ##### Chapter 488. Coincidentally, Jaden originally thought that the royal cemetery was really underground, but it turned out he was mistaken. After descending a flight of steps, they came upon a layer of light. Passing through this light barrier with Vilma, he found himself in another realm. Clearly, the cemetery was within a miniature world. After becoming a great power, Jaden could sense that if he wished, he too could establish such a miniature world using profound principles. However, it wasn't necessary. For one, constructing a miniature world took an enormous amount of time, at least 10 years to start. Additionally, the miniature world itself lacked offensive capabilities and could even serve as a liability by attracting attacks on oneself through the mental connection. Furthermore, building a miniature world was an intricate process that required extensive learning, making it time-consuming. Therefore, Jaden decided against it. He had noticed long ago that many great powers did not bother with establishing miniature worlds, likely because it was too troublesome. Only those who wished to leave behind legacies or protect something special would spend considerable time building a miniature world before their death, even installing restrictions and protective measures like formations. The miniature world they were in was undoubtedly created by the royal family to protect the cemetery. Fortunately, they weren't randomly separated. Jaden and Vilma remained together. However, they saw no one around them, suggesting that others who entered earlier had wandered far off or descended via different staircases. As they walked, Jaden asked, Vita, how do you awaken in the cemetery? Vilma replied, I've heard there's a blood pool here. Anyone with royal blood only needs to enter the blood pool to awaken their lineage. Where is the blood pool located? I don't know. I suspect others might not know either. Jaden nodded. It seemed that Donovan hadn't revealed the specifics about the cemetery to his offspring, which indeed kept things fair. In that case, let's explore and see what we can find, Jaden suggested. They hadn't seen any tombstones yet, so they had no way of determining the core area and could only proceed step by step. He wasn't particularly interested in the blood pool, merely intending to accompany Vilma. What he truly cared about were the immortal techniques and immortal artifacts mentioned by Donovan. If they existed, he needed them for a significant boost in combat power. The ancestors of the Qin clan were outsiders and might have left behind some relics. Observing the surroundings while leading Vilma for about 15 minutes, Jaden suddenly heard a low voice from behind. Sixth sister. Vilma turned, her voice somewhat unnatural. Von brother. Jaden also turned, recognizing Colonel Cole. He expected to meet Colonel Cole eventually, but not so soon. He vaguely remembered that this person had been walking behind them. Was it intentional? Looks like trouble. Jaden felt a rising alertness looking at Colonel Cole's expression. Colonel Cole, hands behind his back, approached with a smile. It seems sixth sister isn't very welcoming towards Von brother. Vilma calmed herself and replied coolly, Von brother misunderstands. Colonel Cole continued forward until he stood before Vilma. Jaden already had his sky-shattering blade drawn, positioning Vilma behind him. Since he promised to help Vilma, he intended to keep her safe. Seeing this, Colonel Cole finally halted, raising an eyebrow. Jaden, you're quite dutiful, aren't you? You even dare to block my path. Jaden remained calm. Feel free to pass, I won't stop you. But if you have other intentions, you'll have to deal with my blade. Uncertain of the conflicts among the royal offspring, Jaden sensed that outside the constraints of the palace, people's true natures would likely emerge. Internal strife could happen anytime. Glancing at Jaden's blade, Colonel Cole smiled faintly. You are cautious and seem deep thinking. Let's see if you can guess whether I have intentions toward you too. Jaden could feel Colonel Cole's overwhelming confidence, a result of immense strength, not arrogance. As the former top of the hidden dragon Cornelst, his prowess must be significant. Facing this situation, Vilma didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. Von brother, you should know we have no grievances. We're all here to awaken our bloodline. Why cause conflict here? Clearly, Vilma didn't want to fight, perhaps aware of her Reed brother's strength. Sixth sister, as expected, you're the most outstanding among all princesses. I've always admired you, Colonel Cole said with a smile. However, today I'm in a playful mood and want to join your little game. Coincidentally, Colonel Cole paused, his tone abruptly turning cold. I also plan to kill the person beside you. The air suddenly grew heavy as Jaden's aura intensified. Vita, take a few steps back. Jaden said sternly. Now that Colonel Cole openly declared his intent to kill him, it was time to see whose hand would prevail. It was fitting to settle both new and old scores and uncover Colonel Cole's true nature. Vilma pleaded. Von brother, what are you doing? He's my friend. At that moment, Colonel Cole's hands dropped naturally to his sides as a golden spear materialized in his grasp. He said calmly, he isn't my friend. If you don't want to get involved, sixth sister, please step aside. I don't wish to harm you. That's all I'll say. Colonel Cole added. Vilma's eyes flickered. In her memory, the Xavier wasn't impulsive enough to attack on a whim. Although she didn't fully understand, she prepared to step back so as not to hinder Jaden. Just as Vilma was about to move, an unexpected voice rang out, "Hold it!" Jaden didn't turn his head, his focus entirely on Cornelcoln. Similarly, Cornelcoln remained fixed, his spear tip poised to strike. If not for the intervening voice, the battle would have erupted once Vilma moved aside. Vilma stopped and turned to see the Gil, 7th Prince, and 13th Prince approaching. What are they doing here? Vilma frowned slightly but remained silent. She didn't know these three well. Gil Simeon led 6 people up to them, glancing at Jaden then at Cornelcoln, scoffing. So now, any mongrel can challenge Von Brother. How foolish. Von Brother, shall I teach him a lesson for you? Simeon asked, smiling slyly. Cornelcoln glanced at him, indifferent. 4th Brother, haven't you been restraining yourself for a long time? So eager to make a move against me? Chapter 489. Observing the battle. Ha ha ha, our Xavier is as wise as ever. Simeon laughed wildly before composing himself and said in a grave tone, but what's the use of that? It's just self-delusion. Behind Simeon, the 7th Prince Bolivar and the 13th Prince Cade smiled in agreement. Their companions looked fiercely alert, ready to strike at any moment. Jaden watched this scene coldly. These 3 princes were not much older than Cornelcoln, suggesting they had long coveted the position of Xavier. Without the constraints of the imperial palace, they seemed prepared to act freely. A flicker of annoyance crossed Cornelcoln's face as he said, "You all can attack together. No need to waste time." Simeon replied, "The Xavier is truly the Xavier. Even in this situation, you don't take us seriously." Then his tone turned cold. "But your Imperial Highness, do you know why Roman chose to bring so many of us here to the royal cemetery? Because you, as Xavier, are unfit for the position, and he wants us to replace you." "Oh, really?" Cornelcoln raised an eyebrow. "Then let's fight. I want to see if your years of preparation have made you any better." "Fine, as you wish. I'll leave you with a complete corpse." Simeon's gaze grew icy. He suddenly turned and shouted, "All irrelevant people, get out of here. Don't interfere with my affairs, or you will die along with them." Hearing this, Vilma surged with anger and was about to step forward to argue but was held back by Jaden. Jaden whispered, "Let's watch. They are no match for Cornelcoln." Vilma nodded reluctantly, suppressing her urge to intervene and retreated with Jaden to the side. Jaden, indifferent to Simeon's arrogance, saw this as an opportunity to observe Cornelcoln's abilities. On the other side, the battle had begun. Simeon led 6 others, surrounding Cornelcoln in the center. Cornelcoln held a long spear, eyes half closed, calm and composed. "Attack," Simeon ordered. Instantly, the 6 launched coordinated assaults, forming a crushing wave converging on Cornelcoln. All 6 were masters of great profound truths, their powers intertwining in midair, releasing brilliant light with terrifying power, shredding space as it descended. Faced with such an attack, Cornelcoln's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and he uttered an incantation, "Break." Amaldonly, a spear beam shone brightly, piercing through like a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, soaring upward. Boom! The tremendous explosion dissipated Simeon's attack. Through the path carved by the spear beam, Cornelcoln's figure became visible. "Stop him!" Simeon roared. Immediately, the 6 were formed into a fighting formation, showing remarkable coordination, a sign of well-rehearsed maneuvers. Cornelcoln remained unruffled, scanning the scene with a cool look before flipping his spear. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. What incredible speed! Jaden's gaze sharpened, realizing Cornelcoln was now fully engaged. Amaldonly, appearing in front of one shocked cultivator, Simeon and the others reacted too late. A dazzling spear beam flashed before their eyes, followed by a sickening sound. When they focused again, one of their companions lay with a gaping bloody hole in his chest, blood spurting out. Cornelcoln had already distanced himself, not allowing the blood to soil him or his spear. The only explanation for this was that Cornelcoln's spear moved so fast that the opponent's blood couldn't even flow out before life ended. Seeing their comrade fall, Simeon's face turned livid. They hadn't used their full strength yet, and Cornelcoln had already seized the advantage. "Is this the strength you've been preparing for all these years? Not bad, but not impressive enough," Cornelcoln commented coolly. "Don't be overconfident. Watch me slay you." Simeon charged ahead in fury. The other 4 maintained formation around him without breaking ranks. Trouble is coming. Jaden watched the battle intently. After that brief encounter, Simeon and his group would undoubtedly be more cautious, ensuring Cornelcoln wouldn't succeed easily. Despite this, Jaden believed Cornelcoln would still win. From the short skirmish, Cornelcoln displayed proficiency in the profound truth of mettle and speed, both at the 3rd level, surpassing Simeon's group at the 2nd level. Although Simeon and company were 1 or 2 minor levels higher in cultivation, their foundations likely didn't match Cornelcoln's. Jaden couldn't gauge Cornelcoln's foundation yet, indicating he might have hidden it. Rumble. Another powerful shockwave sent Cornelcoln reeling backward slightly. Simeon's group finally gained a slight advantage through sheer numbers. "Xavier, your end is near." Simeon smiled triumphantly, leading his team in another encirclement, determined to finish off Cornelcoln. However, Cornelcoln remained unperturbed, moving fluidly with his spear, weaving through the attacking formation effortlessly, though seemingly at a slight disadvantage. Observing this, Jaden narrowed his eyes, realizing Cornelcoln isn't using his full strength. Different people see battles from different perspectives. Simeon felt they had the upper hand, while Jaden saw Cornelcoln handling things easily, almost taunting his opponents. Why is he holding back? Jaden pondered. Doesn't he want me to see too much? Perhaps this was Jaden feeling overly confident, but it wasn't impossible. Regardless, Cornelcoln's ability to resolve trouble was evident. Adapting to Simeon's relentless attacks, Cornelcoln finally showed his dominance. Seizing an opening, he sidestepped abruptly, his spear following a stunning trajectory, piercing accurately at 2 key targets. The spear beam, moving at incredible speed, struck the 2 cultivators' vital points. Both instinctively tried to defend, but Cornelcoln's accumulated force proved too powerful. Pooh thud. The spear tore through both chests, ending their lives instantly. Having eliminated 2 more, only 3 princes remained opposing Cornelcole. Bolivar and Cade flinched and took involuntary steps back, while Simeon snarled furiously. Simeon suddenly turned and shouted, "Sixth sister, send your people to help me. Once I become Xavier, I'll reward you greatly." Chapter 490, Come and Fight. Vilma couldn't help but laugh in spite of her anger when she heard these words. "Fourth Imperial brother, are we that familiar?" Simeon's expression froze, trying to suppress his rage as he said, "Cotting is unworthy of his position. Us siblings should unite and kill him." Vilma replied bluntly, "I don't know if he's worthy or not, but Fourth Imperial brother, you certainly lack the qualifications." "You," Simeon was infuriated, eventually sneering wickedly, "don't think that just because you're close to Bear, you can berate me. You've succeeded in angering me, so I'll kill you first." Having made up his mind, Simeon immediately turned and attacked Vilma. Cotting didn't seem in a hurry to act, watching with a faint smile playing on his lips. Holding a long sword, Simeon unleashed the power of an axiom, aiming to finish Vilma with one blow. However, what blocked his attack was a dark black saber. The blade stood firm like bedrock, without a trace of tremor. With a burst of light, it easily stopped the incoming sword. Looking at the Kevin holding the saber in front of Vilma, Simeon said in a low voice, "You have some skills. Previously, this prince neglected you, but now you can choose to follow me, and I guarantee endless wealth and honor." Cornelving mostly within the palace, Simeon had rarely ventured out and didn't recognize Jaden, yet he sensed something about him, hence decided to recruit him. In Simeon's view, no cultivator could resist being recruited by a prince. This person following Vilma was likely only for wealth and status, and wouldn't he be better off following him? Simeon thought so. He desperately needed assistance now, and would not refuse if this person were sensible. Unfortunately, not only did Jaden lack common sense, he also coldly retorted, "Get lost." "Ha ha ha, very amusing indeed." Cotting laughed loudly, arrogantly saying, "To be honest, I don't mind you joining them. I will deal with all of you together." Jaden remained indifferent. "I object." Cotting's lips curled into a sharp grin, his eyes piercing, but he remained silent. Simeon's face flushed red from anger. He sternly asked, "Boy, do you know who you're speaking to? I'm giving you one last chance. Will you join me or not?" Simeon believed he had been extremely patient. In other circumstances, he wouldn't even bother arguing with this bumpkin. Jaden narrowed his eyes, replying, "No wonder the Qin imperial family is declining. Having princes like you means it's nearing its end." Vilma turned to look at Jaden in surprise. His words sounded quite stinging. Fostered inexplicably, as a member of the imperial family, she found his words oddly truthful. A flash of insight passed through Cotting's eyes as he stared intently at Jaden, seemingly trying to understand him more clearly. "Dare you slander the royal family, courting death?" Simeon could finally hold back no longer, slashing his sword towards Jaden. A brilliant sword beam tore through space, coming dangerously close. Simeon believed this strike would certainly slay this arrogant man. However, while the idea was good, it lacked the strength behind it. "Idiot, get lost." With a cold shout, Simeon was alarmed to find his sword beam destroyed by a stroke of saber light. The sword swung away, forcing him to stagger backwards several steps. "Cotting, leave him to you. Don't let my saber wait too long." Jaden called out loudly. He chose not to kill Simeon, finding it unnecessary and unwilling to soil his saber. Besides, Simeon wouldn't live much longer anyway. Hearing Jaden's words, Cotting smiled. "If not for our positions, I might start appreciating you." "So be it, as you wish," Cotting added coolly. Instantly, his figure moved swiftly. His golden spear became agile like a dragon ascending, instantly attacking Simeon. Steadying himself, Simeon was met head-on by a gust of energy. The spear tip grew larger in his pupils, reaching him in an instant. Instinctively, he swung his sword, unleashing an axiom force to form a defensive wall of swords. Unexpectedly, the spear point far exceeded his expectations. Under the brilliance of gold, it effortlessly broke through his defenses. Poots! A long spear pierced Simeon's throat, extinguishing all life within him. His eyes remained wide open. Retracting the spear, Cotting showed no emotion as he said 3 words, "Why bother?" Yoel and Enoch, upon witnessing this, were terrified, shouting frantically, "Imperial brother, spare us, we admit our mistake." They understood their situation was hopeless, hoping the Xavier would consider kinship and show mercy. "Even outsiders look down on you. How dare you carry the name Qin?" Cotting said coldly, expressionless. At that moment, he appeared the coldest of killers, showing no sentiment for blood ties. Following his will, the spear traced a sharp spear beam. Faced with this spear beam, Yoel and Enoch's former arrogance crumbled like paper, pierced through one by one. Only now did they realize, when this imperial brother displayed true power, they could not stand against him. But it was too late for regrets. Both princes were simultaneously pierced through the chest. Cotting acted swiftly and decisively, resolving his opponents without hesitation. Turning around, Cotting held the spear, raising an eyebrow. "You've seen enough. Come and fight." "Vita, step back. Leave this to me." Jaden stepped forward with serious eyes. That previous strike from Cotting undoubtedly showcased a 5th rank axiom skill, far surpassing the 3rd rank before. The only relief was that Cotting's axiom skills were incomplete, though not by much. But who knew if Cotting had anything else hidden? Therefore, Jaden did not believe that having grasped the complete 4th rank axiom gave him any significant advantage. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle, seeing who would triumph in the end. After stepping forward, Jaden wasted no time, directly leaping over. The long saber gleamed with golden light, moving at incomparable speed. These were his recently grasped gold axiom and speed axiom, both possessing 4th rank might. Since Cotting had previously shown these 2 types, Jaden intended to clash head-on. This is interesting. Facing Jaden's assault, Cotting remained calm. His spear quivered, releasing spear beams to meet the saber glow. Clang! Boom! Two streaks of gold collided in midair, exploding with tremendous force. Sand and stones flew everywhere, power sweeping across the landscape, space cracking and then mending itself. Just one simple collision brought such terrifying effects, proving both men's formidable power. Finally, Jaden retreated 3 steps, while Cotting stepped back 2, indicating the latter had the slight upper hand. Chapter 491. Crisis. Not bad. Cornelcoln smiled faintly and said, no wonder Elon went missing without a trace. It's not unjust for him to have died at your hands. For experts like Cornelcoln, a simple probe was enough to roughly gauge the gap between them and their opponents, allowing for an internal evaluation. Jaden was the same. Without doubt, Cornelcoln was a true prodigy of Yuxian heavenly realm, endowed with enough prideful capital, an upper-class saint-grade foundation. Though Jaden could sense that Cornelcoln's foundation had just reached this level and wasn't yet stable. But upper class was upper class. It couldn't be compared to mid-class, let alone spirit-grade foundations. Jaden knew that in terms of foundation, his only slight advantage was that he had reached this level slightly earlier than Cornelcoln, and his foundation was already stable. But don't forget, Cornelcoln's cultivation level was higher than his, obviously at the 3rd rank Amalm Burial realm. While he had just achieved the 2nd rank Moonfall realm, they were separated by 4 minor realms. These 4 minor realms required countless days and nights and cultivation resources to bridge, not a simple difference. Thus, on paper, Jaden knew that his overall strength was now inferior to Cornelcoln. But fortunately, he still had cards up his sleeve, and now it would depend on whether he could break Cornelcoln's hidden strategies. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for his inference that Cornelcoln harbored remnants of the Wang family and conspired with other races, he wouldn't have wished for a life-or-death confrontation with the latter. After all, during the future great calamity of Yuxian, a prodigy like Cornelcoln would be able to contribute significantly. Fostered, as Cornelcoln himself put it, differing positions ultimately meant they could never stand united. Cornelcoln had no room for sand in his eyes, and how could Jaden allow any sinister Yuxian cultivators? Kill. Seeming to think along the same lines, neither wasted words, colliding in a powerful manner. Their figures streaked through space, blades and spears clashed. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. The sounds were continuous, invisible afterimages were left behind, while visible spheres of light formed. From the ground to midair, countless light orbs condensed and exploded. For a moment, fierce winds roared, space collapsed, and various energies shrouded the sky. Jaden grew increasingly astonished as he saw 3 more profound truths displayed by Cornelcoln. Fire profound truth, wind profound truth, and fragmentation profound truth. Including the 2 from before, Cornelcoln possessed 5 profound truths, each reaching the 5th level. Clearly, Cornelcoln, like him, had chosen the path of diversity. Only someone who had immense confidence in their talent would choose such a difficult path. It was hard to imagine that the always calculating Xavier would possess such combat power. Jaden had once heard Christopher say that Cornelcoln always refused challenges, which made Christopher very displeased. Originally, Jaden would also have thought that Cornelcoln feared losing, intentionally overestimating himself. But now, Jaden only felt that, in Cornelcoln's eyes, Christopher didn't even count as an opponent. The gap was too large. If not an opponent, why bother acting? Unknown if Christopher would fear upon learning Cornelcoln's true strength. Likely he would become even more excited. Jaden thought about this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had I not broken through consecutively recently, I truly wouldn't be a match for Cornelcoln. Cornelcoln's consistent top ranking on the Hidden Dragon Cornelst wasn't without reason. Cord might be old, but his eyes hadn't failed him. Despite his rapid thoughts, it didn't affect the battle. Jaden calmly responded to Cornelcoln's attacks with his 6 profound truths, exchanging blow for blow. Only the time profound truth did he keep hidden, crucial to one of his final cards. He wouldn't easily display it. Jaden's complete 6 profound truths, each at 4th level power, were not much weaker than Cornelcoln's 5 5th level profound truths. Rumble. After a series of deafening booms, the 2 combatants finally pulled apart, suppressing their heavy breathing. Judging from injuries, Jaden was at a disadvantage, with traces of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Conversely, Cornelcoln only had a cut on his arm, not a major issue. I've always been proud. Previously, there was no one among peers I admired, but now there is. You're the first. Cornelcoln, having calmed his chest, laughed faintly, his tone matter of fact. I don't know whether I should be happy or unhappy. Jaden replied coolly. No, you should feel honored. Cornelcoln declared. Oh, forgot to mention. It's the honor of dying by my hand. Cornelcoln laughed arrogantly. Spoken, terrifying power surged from Cornelcoln's long spear, as the profound truths ascended. 6th level profound truth. Jaden's eyes narrowed into slits. Indeed, Cornelcoln had held something back. Even if incomplete, a 6th level profound truth at such a young age was undoubtedly top tier among peers. A 6th level profound truth was formidable. Jaden decided immediately to employ a divine soul technique he hadn't used for a long time to interfere. This decision came from his battle experience, not impulse. In past confrontations with grandmasters, especially those with profound truths, their mystical soul alvaselds rendered soul attacks minimally effective. Additionally, Jaden preferred solving problems with his blade, so he rarely used it. Another reason was the slow advancement of his soul realm, lagging behind his cultivation progress. However, this didn't mean Jaden had forgotten this tactic. A well-used soul attack could still have its effects. Now was the moment he must pull out all stops. Whatever he had, he would use. Of course, his trump card was his last resort and wouldn't be revealed lightly. Amaldenly, Jaden's soul power surged to its maximum potential at Late Sea Realm. The soul transformed into sharp blades, combined with his blade light, rushing towards the enemy. Soul techniques? I'm not lacking in these. Facing the assault, Cornelcoln remained unruffled, chuckling lightly. An invisible force emanated from his brow, instantly clashing with Jaden's soul attack. Simultaneously, the long spear in his hand moved, weaving 6th-level profound truth light, enveloping Jaden's blade light. Boom, crack, rumble. The two soul attacks exploded in mid-air first, sending rippling waves outward. The pure soul clash caused both to momentarily daze, purely from the impact. Jaden hadn't anticipated that Kornelkoln also possessed rare soul techniques. His strategic attack had been foiled easily, even leading him into danger. Because his sword light hadn't shattered Kornelkoln's defense, but was instead dismantled by the latter, the remaining spear light still possessed overwhelming force, charging at him. A difficult opponent, a terrifying one. As Crisis descended instantly, Jaden, blessed with skill and rich battle experience, reacted instinctively. The void-crushing blade led by his arm swept upward sharply, protecting his vital spots with a surge of mystic energy. Almost simultaneously, Jaden bit his tongue, shaking off his stupor and unleashing some profound truths, which coalesced into defensive power in front of him. Break! As Jaden roared, the collision occurred right in front of him. Chapter 492, Flustered. The gunlight burst open, ultimately not injuring any vital areas. Jaden, through a series of consecutive reactions, made up for his earlier carelessness and defused the crisis. However, the aftereffects also hurled him outwards. An energy shockwave right before him made it impossible to remain unaffected. Cough. Jaden stabilized his form, unable to resist spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Again." With that said, he was already in motion. He slashed with his void-shattering saber, the saber light resembling something descending from the horizon. The power of the essence contained within caused the space below to be extremely compressed, producing a sharp explosion. At the same time, Jaden emitted mysterious sounds, sound waves emanating from his mouth to assault his opponent. Divine Wave Technique. With the recent experience, Jaden intended to use his saber technique as the primary attack method with soul interference as a supplementary tactic to see if he could engage Kornelkoln. Kornelkoln's divine soul realm was strong, even with secret techniques, making him not inferior in this aspect. Hence, direct confrontation wasn't likely. Only interference could work. Jaden's two attacks almost simultaneously enveloped Kornelkoln. Kornelkoln's gaze focused. With only means to counter soul attacks, he couldn't effectively deal with soul disturbances. He could sense that this soul interference was troublesome, likely affecting his movements. Not bad, thought Kornelkoln with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging his opponent indeed had some skills. In an instant, he swiftly responded by forming a thick barrier of mystical energy around himself while the spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light. The spear light ruthlessly surged forth. Its 6th-layer essence met the incoming saber light head-on just moments before impact. Despite being disturbed, losing some accuracy did not hinder him from blocking the offensive. Boom. This time, immense power exploded in front of Kornelkoln, similarly hurling his body back by the terrifying aftereffects. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, using his mystical energy barrier to shield most of the backlash, preventing true injury. Malpressing the surging blood and chi within him, Kornelkoln spat out a globule of saliva mixed with blood threads, his gaze intense and brimming with battle intent. Jaden managed to gain an advantage over him. Though his cultivation and essence were both superior, such results still occurred. At this thought, Kornelkoln felt neither anger nor regret, but instead licked his lips with a predatory look. "This is interesting," Kornelkoln whispered with a smile. Jaden looked at Kornelkoln, not letting the slight upper hand go to his head. He remained on guard. He knew that engaging Kornelkoln to this point was due to reaching several extreme levels, resulting in a stronger foundation despite both being Amalprime Saint rank. However, he understood this alone wouldn't guarantee victory. It would come down to their final trump cards. Both Kornelkoln and Jaden realized this, each having their own plans. Now, with neither side willing to easily reveal their bottom cards, it came down to who would make the first mistake in combat. Mistakes in expert battles often led to total defeat. It was clear that after multiple clashes, they became more cautious, carefully seeking opportunities to strike. Almost simultaneously, both re-engaged, saberlight and spear glow lighting up once more. One attack cleaved through space irresistibly, another penetrated space dominantly. Rumble. The two powerful attacks met head-on, shaking heaven and earth, turning grass and trees to ash. This time, under simultaneous aggressive strikes, they nearly matched evenly. Jaden held off Kornelkoln's attack through soul interference and saber-light coordination, while Kornelkoln countered with proficient essence implementation. The exploding power stirred up violent gusts, hurling both combatants back, leaving deep grooves in the ground. As dust settled, two shaky figures emerged. Quickly, they steadied themselves. Something different, Kornelkoln smiled slightly, and then produced a small wooden figurine. Jaden focused and recognized it. Fuqing Divine Wood. Another Fuqing Divine Wood. Just how many of these mystic heaven fruit treasures were there? Jaden didn't ponder deeply now. It wasn't the time. With Kornelkoln showcasing his strength, he naturally couldn't lag behind. At their cultivation level, Fuqing Divine Wood offered minimal enhancement, so Jaden hadn't used it much recently. Besides, its mystic energy had diminished, and conserving it was wise. But now, it was necessary. With power so close, any added advantage could tip the balance. Therefore, Jaden didn't hesitate and produced two Fuqing Divine Woods. After integrating one Fuqing Divine Wood, Kornelkoln planned to show off his enhanced aura. Instead, his expression froze as he was flustered. Jaden actually had two Fuqing Divine Woods? Had it not been for confidence in his eyesight and dignity, Kornelkoln might have rubbed his eyes. Acquiring the mystic heaven fruit treasure by chance, he had always hidden it and used. Unbeknownst to him, he was at a disadvantage in luck, finding it hard to accept. Kornelkoln's lips twitched as Jaden integrated both Fuqing Divine Woods, instantly boosting his aura. Thankfully, Kornelkoln knew Fuqing Divine Wood merely added brilliance, no longer providing crucial support. Thus, he decided immediately, kill and seize treasure. One wasn't enough. Three together might create a miraculous effect. Unknown to him, Jaden shared the same thought, seeing this opportunity to obtain the treasures. The two figures dashed towards each other again. Saber light and spear glow erupted more fiercely than before, intertwining essence forces in the sky. A maldonly, brilliant light crashed down. In this sheer force display, saber and spear techniques seemed negligible. Both chose to clash head-on, refusing to yield. Rumble. After the deafening explosions, collision spheres burst like fireworks, air vaporizing from the heat spreading. The release of raw power, not flames. Cornel Cone was thrown back first, followed by Jaden. Clearly, with two Fuqing divine woods, Jaden held a slight edge. Wiping his mouth, Cornel Cone's face darkened. As a prince, losing in foundation was unacceptable. Recalling this, Cornel Cone retrieved another item, seemingly an unremarkable mud pill, yet recognizable as another mystic heaven fruit treasure. Watch closely. Smiling, Cornel Cone gripped the pill and tossed it slightly. Chapter 493. He also has a doppelganger. Before Cornel Cone, the clay pellet rapidly transformed into a clay figure identical to him in size and appearance. This was a doppelganger made of clay with about 80% of his strength. Cornel Cone believed that under the combined attack of his original body and doppelganger, Jaden would surely be defeated. However, when he looked at Jaden, his smile froze. To Cornel Cone's disbelief, two additional figures now stood beside Jaden. Two doppelgangers? Cornel Cone suddenly regretted engaging in this test of skill. Wouldn't it have been better to fight a spectacular battle? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Although the two doppelgangers could only display around 70% of Jaden's power, their presence still exuded more vigor than his single doppelganger. Maintaining a calm demeanor so as not to appear awkward or be underestimated by his opponent, Cornel Cone held his composure. Unaware of Cornel Cone's thoughts, Jaden focused on ensuring that after merging with the true shadow Celestial Pearl, he should still maintain an advantage, at least on paper. The two didn't stand off for long before manipulating their doppelgangers to charge at each other once again. Only by fighting could they truly gauge each other's abilities. Artifacts were one thing, but combat dynamics were another. Being able to wield artifacts perfectly was the greatest return on combat power. Clearly, both Cornel Cone and Jaden excelled in this area. They quickly adjusted their states and engaged in fierce battle. For a moment, the originals clashed with each other while the doppelgangers collided. Sometimes impacting the ground, sometimes slashing through the air, various methods were employed. The space around them condensed and dispersed light orbs, symbolizing their indomitable wills, neither willing to submit. Boom. Boom. This round of fighting lasted half an hour. Seemingly brief, yet the two had already fought over 100 rounds. One could see cracks appearing on Cornel Cone's clay doppelganger, on the verge of disintegrating. Jaden's two shadow doppelgangers weren't faring much better either. They became increasingly insubstantial, seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. But the worst hit was their original bodies. Both were fully immersed in battle, covered in injuries, bleeding profusely, staining their clothes red. It was clear both were relentless, paying no heed to their wounds, continuing to fight, fearing losing the initiative to the other. Finally, after a series of thunderous clashes, they rapidly separated from each other, the aftermath of the violent impact. Their doppelgangers also vanished into dust and stardust in this final bout. They pulled apart, tens of yards away from each other, gasping heavily, pale-faced. However, their fighting spirit remained undiminished, both bursting with intense battle intent. Cornel Cone spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, "To force me to this extent, Jaden, you live up to being my acknowledged adversary." Taking a deep breath, Jaden replied, "If you don't reveal your trump card now, I'm afraid you won't hold out much longer." Hearing this, Cornel Cone curled his lips. Me giving in? That's no joke. Jaden shrugged, unwilling to argue. At this stage of the battle, any word seemed pale and meaningless. It was time to play their final cards. No one revealed their ultimate moves at the beginning. Doing so would only lead to quicker death. Letting someone easily discern one's true abilities was extremely unwise. Only after gauging the opponent's capabilities could one use their trump cards to strike decisively and win. Clearly, Cornel Cone and Jaden understood this well. Having exhausted most of their skills and comprehending the opponent's intentions, it was now time for the decisive confrontation. "Let's go. Show me what tricks you've hidden." Cornel Cone laughed lightly. "All right," Jaden replied with a single word. The air seemed to freeze instantly, heavy and oppressive. Anyone standing between them would feel suffocated. Knowing they would both reveal their bottom cards, it was no longer about surprise, but who had the greater trump. Neither could hide from the other's eyes. Thus, they chose to move simultaneously. Attack! Attack! They roared in unison, stirring up dust from the ground, disappearing instantly. Amaldonly, Cornel Cone's spear vanished from his hands, filling the entire space with its aura. Then, a colossal spear plunged down from the sky, as if tearing a hole in the heavens. Dark clouds loomed, the giant spear piercing through. Immortal art, heaven-piercing spear. Cornel Cone intoned, the giant spear shattering everything in its path, aiming to crush all. The spear was incredibly fast, too fast to breathe. This was Cornel Cone's confident strike. He needed only a thought to pierce through his opponent. However, he noticed his spear slowing down. Not right, something was faster than his spear. It was a streak of sword light, a brilliant blade. Compared to the powerful spear, the sword light seemed rather weak. But Cornel Cone, within the battle, knew this blade posed a threat. Jaden's blade spanned space. No, it transcended time, appearing before him. He knows immortal arts too? Cornel Cone's thoughts raced, understanding the situation. Who is this person? How did he gain such fortune and profound skills? He thought Jaden's final move would be just another special art, or even a stronger level of art. He never expected it to be an immortal art with special properties. Cornel Cone realized his mistake, having underestimated his opponent. After all, not everyone could possess immortal arts. Clearly, Jaden not only had an immortal art, but it was stronger in power compared to his own. Despite rapid thoughts, Cornelcoln wouldn't let Jaden's blade hit him. A stronger immortal art? So what? I'm not conceding. Maldenly, golden light shot from Cornelcoln's eyes, a dragon-like roar emerging from his mouth. He hadn't awakened his royal bloodline yet, but already possessed its embryonic form. If Donovan or any other prince were here, they would be astonished. Killing Chi nearby observed with wide eyes, almost covering her mouth. In the midst of the battle, Cornelcoln's newfound power affected the progression of the sword light. Even a slight influence was enough for Cornelcoln to maneuver his colossal spear to defend. His spear was inherently fast, arriving in an instant. Boom. After revealing their trump cards, Jaden's sword and Cornelcoln's spear clashed again. Chapter 494. Where do you think you're going? Rumble. The earth shook and space shattered, with tremors lasting for half a quarter. When the blade light and spear glow dispersed simultaneously, the terrifying force not only hurled Cornelcoln away but also pushed Jaden back, who had initiated the attack. Jaden stabilized himself, inwardly marveling at how formidable Cornelcoln truly was. Even immortal techniques seemed insufficient to defeat him. Looks like I really have no choice but to stake everything for a chance to win, Jaden thought. Far off, Cornelcoln wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing as if he were preparing something too. Jaden's combat strength far exceeded his expectations. Even an immortal technique couldn't subdue him. Thus, Cornelcoln could only unleash his ultimate killing move now. To Cornelcoln, this move, though still an immortal technique, possessed power far surpassing the previous one. However, this technique would also exact a tremendous toll on him. If he failed to slay Jaden, he'd be left with no choice but to use secret arts to save his life. Cornelcoln, however, was decisive. Without hesitation, he began to gather his energy. Witnessing Jaden's aura rising swiftly, Cornelcoln felt confident in his decision. Any delay might spell eternal doom for him. Jaden, let's decide the final outcome. Cornelcoln roared. As you wish. Jaden replied calmly. One lifted a long spear, pointing it towards his opponent. The other raised a great sword, holding it before him. The scene seemed to freeze, like a painting coming to its conclusion. Maldenly, two auras soared into the sky, one scorching like the sun, the other brilliant like the starry river. Draw knife and sever heaven technique. Immortal technique. Seal heaven pierce a maln. Both men chanted these mysterious incantations before unleashing their attacks, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Hundreds of feet of blade light obliterated space, tipping the balance of the world, its overwhelming might slashing down decisively. In that instant, searing spear light rose to meet it, as if trying to consume everything under the sky. Boom. The two powers remained deadlocked in midair for several breaths, akin to a gripping tale whose ending remained uncertain until the very end. Ultimately, Jaden's blade light proved superior, shattering the spear light. As the latter neared collapse, much of its remaining power surged onto Cornelcoln. Exhausted, Cornelcoln had nowhere to go but to endure the massive impact. He had lost. The moment his spear light shattered, he realized his position as top-ranked on the coiled dragon Cornelst was indeed rightfully taken by another. It wasn't the list's fault, but his and others' refusal to believe otherwise. Jaden deserved to be first. Unfortunately, someone like him held different beliefs. Otherwise, a strange smile spread across Cornelcoln's face, laced with sighs. He felt his body cracking as if ready to fall apart. Perhaps the next moment would see him perishing here and then. Fostered, Cornelcoln showed no fear from start to finish. To him, death wasn't frightening. What truly terrified him only he knew best. With internal organs torn apart and surging energy suppressing the bleeding from his mouth, Cornelcoln slightly grimaced in pain. But then he relaxed. He hadn't died after all. His last trump card, though no match for Jaden, managed to deflect the fatal blow. His strong physicality allowed him to withstand the remaining force due to years of arduous cultivation. That strike was indeed powerful, yet I did well too. Cornelcoln felt a sense of relief inexplicably. His thoughts flickered past without showing any signs of relief or fear. Instead, he remained remarkably calm, abruptly opening his eyes. Activating the secret technique, he made no hesitation in fleeing the battlefield. No one wished to die, not even Cornelcoln, who faced death fearlessly. Despite seeming to struggle psychologically, Cornelcoln turned into a streak of light, darting away within a few breaths. Where do you think you're going? Jaden clenched his teeth. Using the last ounce of strength from the Fushin divine wood, he leaped into the air, chasing after Cornelcoln. He must cut off the root of the problem, especially with someone of differing beliefs like Cornelcoln, who could become a huge threat if left alive. Although uncertain if he could catch up, Cornelcoln's escape speed was extremely fast, comparable to when Jaden used the Bloodbreak God technique. That man truly has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Jaden mused while dashing forward. Had it not been for his final trump card, which enhanced in power with his own abilities, breaking through Cornelcoln's attack might have been impossible. The draw knife and sever heaven technique, though unknown in rank, grew stronger alongside Jaden, proving unbeatable. Learning this critical move from the Ewing master was undoubtedly wise. Fostered, at this moment, Jaden had no time to ponder how the Ewing's skills surpassed even such potent immortal techniques. After all, he already saw the Ewing as unpredictable. Thus, Jaden accepted it naturally. Back to the chase scene, Jaden frowned deeply, finding no way to close the gap between himself and Cornelcoln, who kept evading ahead. If he continued like this, exhausting his energy wouldn't necessarily mean catching up. However, Jaden refused to give up, believing Cornelcoln's secret technique came with a cost and couldn't last long. But there was a dilemma. His pursuit at full speed caused Vilma, who had initially kept pace, to fall behind. Her speed couldn't match his relentless chase, leading to potential separation. Losing contact with Vilma meant losing her protection. Considering this, Jaden watched the escaping figure and made a decision to halt. Soon enough, Vilma caught up, apologizing. I've burdened you. Shaking his head, Jaden replied, No need for remorse. My current exhaustion means catching him won't guarantee victory. He'll eventually return to the blood pool. I'll kill him later once I've recovered. But by then, he might recover or even awaken his bloodline, Vilma worried. Don't worry. I can beat him again, absolutely. Jaden asserted confidently. Keen Vita's eyes sparkled, but she said nothing more. Jaden looked away and said, we need to find a place to rest before searching for the cemetery. Foster's okay. Vilma agreed readily. Turning around, they flew towards a nearby forest. Chapter 495. Grave robbing? 2 days later, a man and a liv soared out from the depths of the forest. They were precisely Jaden and Vilma. By now, Jaden had fully recovered, and after experiencing the battle with Cornelcoln, he felt his understanding of the profound meanings had deepened further. He was on the verge of breaking through at any moment. Cornelcoln's application of the 6-layered profundity indeed brought Jaden a lot of insights. This was beneficial, perhaps transforming into reality during the next confrontation. Since they didn't yet know the cemetery's location, Vilma listened to Jaden and relied on her intuition to choose a direction. The two of them flew towards that direction. In Jaden's view, members of the royal family should have some kind of ganying towards the cemetery. Additionally, women's intuition was generally quite accurate, so it was worth a try. Revised. In Jaden's view, members of the royal family should have some sort of ganying toward the cemetery. Moreover, women's intuition was usually reliable, so it was worth giving it a try. Note, the term ganying seems out of place in English. Could you clarify what this term means in this context? Is it referring to a spiritual or supernatural sense? If so, I can adjust the translation accordingly. For now, I kept it as is but ensured the rest of the sentence flows better in English. Just like this, after about half a day's flight, they finally saw 2 figures ahead. It's my second brother, Vilma exclaimed joyfully, encountering acquaintances. Jaden nodded. Meeting Bear here might indicate Vilma's intuition was indeed reliable. Vilma called out. Bear turned back, first slightly startled, then smiled. Sick sister, what a pleasant surprise. Jaden also came forward and greeted Bear but didn't deliberately become familiar. And Adebayo, Bear's companion, remained indifferent, even not speaking a word. Afterward, under Bear's invitation, Jaden and Vilma naturally joined the group. The overall direction was now led by Bear. Jaden could see that Vilma placed great trust in this secondary brother. Since Vilma had no objections, Jaden didn't bother suggesting anything else. They had no specific destination anyway. On the way, Vilma detailed their previous misfortunes, including the deaths of the 3 princes and Cornelcoln's escape. Bear frowned initially but then smiled after hearing it all, glancing at Jaden. I always said you found the right person, Sixth Sister. It seems true. Vilma nodded in agreement. She was indeed grateful. Without Jaden, she would likely have lost her life in the royal struggle within the cemetery. Royal struggles would be more brutal than previous battles. But the most critical moment hadn't arrived yet, and people hadn't gathered. As a princess, Vilma knew all too well the bloody nature of such events. Don't worry, Sixth Sister. With your second brother around, you won't be frightened again. Bear noticed Vilma's thoughts and comforted her with a smile. Thank you, second brother. Vilma nodded. But probably I don't need to worry. With Brother Cornel protecting you, anyone who wants to harm you will have a tough time, Bear teased. Second brother, you're talking nonsense. Vilma tugged at Bear's sleeve, rarely showing a shy demeanor, fortunately veiled by her face cover. Ha ha ha. Bear laughed loudly. Vilma stole a glance at Jaden, finding his expression as calm as ever, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help feeling a hint of inexplicable disappointment. The 4 of them continued chatting idly as they moved forward. Mostly it was Bear and Vilma talking, with Jaden occasionally responding, while Adebayo kept silent. Another half-day passed, and sure enough, they saw a cemetery ahead with numerous tombstones. Is this it? Bear asked, puzzled. Let's go down and check. The 4 landed and observed the surroundings. Jaden carefully examined the area. Indeed, this place was constructed as a cemetery, neatly maintained. A rough estimate showed there were over 100 tombstones in the entire cemetery. Some tombstones had inscriptions, others were blank. Cornelwise, some tombs were luxurious, while others were just small mounds. I've heard that besides our ancestors, many soldiers' tombs are also here in the cemetery. This seems to be true. Bear stroked his chin. Second brother, don't you find it strange? Since this is where the cemetery is, why isn't there a blood pool? Vilma questioned. And could we possibly be the only ones to discover the final destination? Xunyang analyzed. We've never seen the blood pool, so its appearance may have certain trigger conditions and isn't simply laid before you. From Roman Germain's words, it's evident that awakening bloodline power has considerable difficulty, which likely lies in the blood pool itself. As for others, they'll come eventually, perhaps soon. No one will miss this opportunity, Bear smiled. Second brother makes sense, Vilma nodded. Beside them, Adebayo didn't join the discussion but walked toward a tomb, eyes gleaming with sharpness. Second brother, what's your subordinate planning? Vilma had a bad feeling. Bear watched Adebayo, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing, did not stop him, only slightly frowned. Jaden was somewhat surprised. Is this guy planning to rob graves? The reason for grave robbing wasn't hard for Jaden to guess. It was about obtaining the immortal artifacts and techniques mentioned by Donovan. However, Donovan had emphasized that royal tombs mustn't be desecrated. Fostered, Adebayo looked ready to not only desecrate but directly dig. Worse, this act was performed in front of 2 royal members, somewhat recklessly. If Bear and Vilma weren't present, Jaden might also do the same since he wasn't a royal member and had no reservations. But given the current situation, Adebayo still sought treasure. This person isn't simple, Jaden observed Bear's reaction and concluded. Based on Bear's previously exhibited character, he should uphold the royal dignity, yet he didn't. This strongly suggested that Adebayo was someone even Bear dared not stop. Jaden became cautious towards Adebayo. Unknown origins often meant potential variables. Hold. Seeing Adebayo step onto an opulent tomb, Vilma hurried to stop him but was held back by Bear. Bear shook his head slightly and whispered, Sixth sister, listen to me, trust your brother this time. Vilma was baffled, glaring at Bear, shaking off his hand but saying no more. However, not stopping Bear and Vilma didn't mean no one intervened. Of course, it wouldn't be Jaden, but rather several figures rapidly approaching from afar. Who gave you the audacity to trample on the royal dignity? Get off. An angry shout echoed closer. Jaden focused and saw 6 figures appearing above the cemetery. Chapter 496. Beat it. The 3 leaders among the 6 were all dressed in luxurious attire, clearly indicating they were princes of the great Qin dynasty. Following behind them were 3 young men, each with an aura of formidable presence. Vilma had once told Jaden that Donovan did not permit his offspring to rely on the older generation's power to enter the royal cemetery. His aim was to train their ability to handle problems independently. Therefore, those entering the tomb garden this time were all from the younger generation. The 3 companions brought by the princes evidently came from influential families, and their haughty demeanor was unmistakable. They followed the princes into the air, giving off a condescending impression. Ordinary people would usually be intimidated by such an imposing presence. However, Adebayo remained indifferent, merely glancing up slightly without moving his foot from the grave mound. Jaden became increasingly certain of his earlier suspicion. Adebayo was no ordinary person. Either Adebayo possessed immense strength, fearless of anyone, or his background was even higher than these people, thus rendering him completely nonchalant. Perhaps, it could be both. The leader is Prince Bellamy. His mother is highly favored by Roman Germain. Vilma transmitted telepathically. Jaden nodded slightly. It was evident that Bellamy was someone who relied on support. Do you and Bear have the same mother? Jaden suddenly asked. He felt that Bear and Vilma's relationship seemed too close, not like typical imperial siblings, hence his question. No, Vilma shook her head. Well, I guess I was wrong. Jaden was somewhat surprised. Vilma explained, my mother and my second brother's mother had a good relationship, so we've been close since childhood. Ah, I see. But in recent years, I've become distant from my second brother. Why? Perhaps because his mother has fallen out of favor with Roman Germain, leading to changes in my brother's temperament. Although I know I shouldn't ask, I'm still curious about the reason. I don't know the exact reason either, but I do know that my brother's mother didn't like how close Roman Germain got to my brother, possibly upsetting Roman Germain. Jaden didn't quite understand. Logically, if the father favored his offspring, especially within the imperial family, a concubine should be happy. Fostered, this situation led to neglect. However, Jaden didn't press further. Every household has its own troubles, let alone the imperial family where bizarre events are commonplace. At this moment, Bellamy and his entourage had already landed, looking at Adebayo with anger. Take your foot away, Bellamy commanded. Adebayo gave a mocking smile and complied, removing his foot from the grave mound. Who do you belong to? Bellamy's face softened as he questioned. So, 5th brother wants to kill him? Bear approached with a smile. Turns out 2nd brother is here too. Didn't notice before. Bellamy also smiled. So, he's one of yours? What do you think? Bear grinned insincerely. Since he's yours, I'll let it go, Bellamy said indifferently. With that, Bellamy shifted his gaze to Vilma, a cold smile forming on his lips. Jaden noticed this look and raised an eyebrow. Was he planning to pick on the weak? He could tell that Bellamy didn't want to clash with Bear, hence choosing to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, given Bellamy's initial demeanor, he'd have likely wanted to make an example out of someone. Now, it seemed Bellamy planned to target Vilma. You stopped me just now, why? Adebayo asked in a low voice as Bellamy passed by. Killing him would be easy, but I have my plans. We agreed, I wouldn't interfere, but you can't ruin my plans either, Bear said calmly. Fine anyway, everything here will eventually be mine, Adebayo shrugged. Bear didn't respond but looked at Bellamy with a glint in his eyes. On the other side, Bellamy approached Vilma coldly. 6th sister, you stood by while outsiders desecrated our ancestors' tombs and didn't say a word. What punishment should you receive for this? Jaden thought about intervening for Vilma, but she stopped him, saying calmly, Bellamy, why not be clear? You simply don't want me to compete for the blood pool here. Vilma was shrewd enough to see through Bellamy's motives. Amalch accusations were pointless if taken seriously. Bellamy obviously aimed to take advantage of this to monopolize the blood pool. After all, the fewer people involved, the higher the chances of successfully awakening bloodline abilities. Upon being exposed, Bellamy wasn't willing to admit it. Instead, he laughed coldly. You've forgotten to address me as Von Brother. Looks like staying with outsiders has made you forget basic etiquette. Under the white veil, Vilma smiled scornfully, her tone calm. If you want to target me, why find so many reasons? Bellamy narrowed his eyes. Very well. Then I won't mince words. Take your people and get lost. Bellamy finally revealed his true intentions, no longer hiding them. His followers didn't react, almost enjoying the spectacle. Jaden watched this scene coldly, inwardly sighing. The imperial family is so ruthless. This girl really isn't suited for it. Even though Bear seems close to Vita, he hasn't said a word, probably harboring similar thoughts. After pondering, Jaden transmitted, Vita, let me handle it. There's no point reasoning with these people. Might is right. Vilma insisted, you've helped me a lot already. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Let's avoid confrontation if we can. Qingshu, please listen to me this time. All right. Actually, Jaden wanted to say that he didn't consider these people much of a threat. Besides, battle injuries were common for him. But since Vilma was uncharacteristically determined, Jaden decided to follow her wishes. Maybe, she had grown tired of the infighting and targeted hostility within the imperial family. Vilma looked at Bellamy and said, Bellamy, there's no need to fear my companion so much. I'll take him away. Bellamy's eyes flashed, seeming struck by her statement. He quickly regained composure and coldly replied, Nonsense? Why should I fear him? You overestimate your companion. I don't want to argue anymore. Get lost. Bellamy barked coldly. Chapter 497. Concerns? Seems like this Bellamy is really afraid of that Hendrik, Adebayo sneered, watching the scene unfold. This boy tops the hidden dragon Cornelst. Bellamy must have heard about his exploits and is thus cautious, Bear explained. Top-ranked? Interesting, Adebayo mused, stroking his chin. Don't provoke him for now. He just defeated the former top-ranked contender, and even I don't know his true strength, Bear warned, not without concern. You want to know his strength? Try him out and see. Just listen to me for now. Don't cause trouble. Tease it. Adebayo scoffed dismissively. They're all insignificant fools, not even worthy of my effort. Bear frowned slightly but didn't say more when Adebayo stayed still. Meanwhile, Vilma seemed intent on annoying Bellamy. She said aloud, I forgot to tell you, he just defeated the Xavier. So are you scared? Bellamy's pupils dilated as Vilma continued. Ching Shu, let's go. Without giving Bellamy a chance to react, Vilma turned and walked away. Ned glanced at Bellamy indifferently before following her. Bellamy didn't stop them, perhaps because he dared not. Vilma's words still echoed in his ears. Is Ned really that strong? Bellamy doubted it, thinking Vilma was exaggerating. While he knew Ned had some prowess and didn't want to contend with him, he found it hard to believe he could match the Xavier. He understood the Xavier's capabilities better than anyone. He couldn't defeat him himself. This meant that if Vilma was telling the truth, then his actions earlier were indeed the wisest choice. Banishing Vilma also meant banishing Ned, removing a significant problem. But Bellamy's plans were quickly foiled. Vilma and Ned hadn't even left the cemetery grounds when they were blocked by 4 people. They descended from another direction, with their leader holding out his hand mockingly. Bellamy's face turned ashen, cursing inwardly, this fool, spoiling my good work again. The leader was naturally Bellamy's 9th brother, Aaron, a typical overbearing playboy. Aaron spoke up, 5th brother, I heard everything you said. Being scared by an outsider, using such inferior tactics, it's quite laughable. Bellamy gritted his teeth. Stay out of this. My words are final. Let them leave. So you're really scared, huh? Ha ha ha. Aaron laughed heartily, feeling oddly relieved at Bellamy's timidity. Seeing Bellamy cower made Aaron particularly gleeful. His entourage knew it wasn't just Bellamy's humiliation he enjoyed. He relished any prince's downfall. Ignoring Bellamy, Aaron sized up Ned, eyes lowered, head tilted arrogantly. Peasant, you can leave on your knees. Bellamy almost fainted in rage. His strategy had been wasted. Ned was taken aback, not angry, but struck by the audacity of the man. Today, he saw firsthand the royal family's true colors. Ned remained silent as Vilma rebuked sharply, Aaron, it's none of your business. Get out of the way or step aside. Vilma was exasperated. She had already tried to defuse the situation, but this sudden troublemaker infuriated her. Knowing Ned's temperament, she understood he only held back for her sake. Unexpectedly, Aaron mocked her, Sixth sister, do you have a thing with this guy? Indeed, he has a good appearance, but looks can be deceiving. Vilma was speechless with anger. Ned smiled faintly, sending her a mental message. Vita, I understand your hesitation. You don't want to see internal strife, nor the death of your kin before your eyes. You might feel responsible and guilty if I killed them. But you should know, the struggle among the imperial princes is already brutal. Even if I don't act, they will fight each other in the blood pool contest and likely die. You can't save them, especially not fools like him. Ned's words were straightforward. He didn't think Vilma was indecisive. He simply didn't understand her tolerance. Vilma sighed. You misunderstood me. Born into royalty, I know these truths. I don't delude myself into thinking I'm compassionate. Honestly, I don't care about their lives or deaths. What do you mean? Ned asked, puzzled. I said you're my friend, and I don't want to involve you. Let them come after me if they want. I'll handle it. I don't want to see you hurt again. You won't get hurt. Rest assured. I know, and I also know you don't care about them. But sigh, I don't know how else to explain. Vilma paused. Since the event at Tiantea Mountain, I've grown more fearful of seeing you hurt. There's always a voice in my head telling me not to let you die. Especially after your last injury, this feeling grew stronger. Do you find it funny? The 6th princess worrying about a mere man, Vilma self-mocked. Could it be that I've fallen for you? Ned hesitated, momentarily stunned by her candidness. However, he quickly regained his composure, deeply moved. Others might assume Vilma's openness stemmed from affection, but Ned considered another possibility, that the voice in Vilma's mind might not be hers but driven by something else. Could the other half of fate truly lie with Vita? He recalled his earlier suspicions. Only this could explain why she worried so much. It was her fate worrying about him. But why can her fate sense me, while I cannot sense hers? This perplexed Ned most. Regardless, it didn't affect handling the present situation. He reassured her telepathically, thank you for your concern. To ease your worries, I'll refrain from acting against them for now. Let's go. His tone was calm, avoiding further anxiety. Vilma's eyes lit up, good. Let's stay out of this mess. I don't need the bloodline awakening either. Agreeing, they started to leave with resolve. However, events seldom go as planned. Seeing Vilma ignoring him and leaving, Aaron felt slighted and humiliated. Sixth sister, I didn't say you could go. Without another word, Aaron lunged towards Vilma. Chapter 498. So what? Aaron's hand failed to grab Vilma as a sudden cold light flashed before anyone could react, splattering the ground with fresh red. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Aaron staggered back, one hand clutching the other. More precisely, his right hand was gripping his left arm because his left wrist had been severed at the root. The person who cut off his wrist was none other than Jaden. Once he realized that Vilma had no reservations, Jaden acted decisively, slicing with the blade in his hand. He would not allow Aaron to touch Vilma. Under his watchful eye, Vilma must not be harmed. This was not just because she had asked him for protection, but also due to her recent words. The destiny of the mystic realm could not be compromised. Although he was capable enough to protect himself, Vilma was not. In such conflicts, ensuring her safety was paramount. At this moment, Jaden's eyes were stern, no longer restrained. Using his fists was the fastest way to deal with provocations. Vilma closed her eyes slightly, letting them destroy each other. What did it have to do with her? As long as Jaden wasn't in mortal danger, she didn't care. Vilma seemed to have come to terms with it. If conflict couldn't be avoided, then face it head-on, even resolve it personally. Therefore, she did not stop Jaden from acting, nor did she have any reason to. Opposite her, Aaron did not fall but was caught by those around him. Philippe, you dare to lay a hand on a prince? Truly asking for death, someone beside him shouted. Aaron, pale and sweating profusely, glared at Jaden, saying 3 words, kill him. Although Aaron possessed considerable cultivation, losing a wrist was not life-threatening, but significantly reduced his combat ability. Fortunately, those around him understood and charged towards the opponent upon his command. Aaron didn't know Jaden, but it didn't matter. He only had one thought, to tear apart the person before him into pieces. But in the next instant, Jaden made Aaron remember deeply. A dazzling blade flashed before Aaron's eyes, and 2 heads dropped from the bodies of the cultivators he brought along. The severed heads rolled like balls to his feet, their eyes wide open. Instant kill. Aaron's expression mirrored the 2 severed heads, mouth agape, grimace frozen. Jaden's blade now rested against another prince's neck, its edge shimmering with a cold light. The 2 men killed by him only grasped one level of essence. They were not formidable, much like killing chickens. Of course, the prince in front of him was no different. He hadn't held back merely to hear what Vilma might say next. Before Vilma could speak, Bellamy interjected, Jaden, it's one thing to kill others, but are you going to kill a prince in front of us? It was not a question but a definite threat. Bellamy believed that with so many royal members present, Jaden would have to consider the imperial dignity. The prince whose neck the blade rested upon trembled visibly. He was genuinely terrified since Jaden hadn't spoken yet. That single strike had robbed him of any thoughts of resistance. Too strong. Different from the prince, Aaron recovered from his shock, maintaining his grimace, shouting, the imperial dignity cannot be offended. Make him kneel and atone for his life. Jaden glanced at Aaron and then turned his gaze to Vilma. You are a blade cultivator. Vilma spoke softly and then completely closed her eyes, seeming exhausted from speaking. Jaden understood. Vilma truly wasn't bothered. He smiled. With a swift movement, in broad daylight, the prince's head flew out and hit the ground. As if completing a routine task, Jaden remained expressionless, turning his eyes back to Aaron. Aaron's grimace froze again, a chill running through his body. His instinctive fear told him that the indifferent gaze meant this man wasn't just threatening. He truly dared to kill him. You. Aaron began to speak, but saw Jaden charging towards him, scaring him speechless. Outrageous. Bellamy naturally couldn't stand by idly as another prince met his end before his eyes. It was partly about royal dignity and partly his own ambitions. By upholding imperial honor, he had previously driven away Vilma, setting a good example. If Jaden killed Aaron, Bellamy's reputation and leadership would crumble, and he would lose the support of other princes. In the royal family, having support versus not having support made a huge difference. Understanding this clearly, Bellamy could not back down and had to stop Jaden. However, Jaden wouldn't easily let others stop him. At least Bellamy alone was not enough. Jaden ignored Bellamy's sword attack, flashing past the blocking move with his speed essence and agility. Breathing hard, Jaden arrived in front of Aaron, his skybreaker blade raised. You've asked for it. Cold words fell on Aaron's ears. There was no reaction, no time to react. The blade shattered Aaron's hastily erected defense, breaking through his essence and plunging into his neck. A sharp, muted sound rang out as Aaron's head slid off his neck, blood spurting like a fountain. Thud. Next, Aaron's body hit the ground, all signs of life gone. Aaron understood that Jaden dared to kill him, but he never imagined that even with Bellamy trying his best to stop it, he couldn't escape his fate. Only when the blade broke through every last bit of his defense did Aaron realize the truth. This man was truly untouchable. Of course, this was not remorse before death but frustration over his misfortune in meeting Jaden. Now, Bellamy flashed beside Aaron's corpse, his face ashen, furious eyes wide open, yelling, Jaden, can't you hear my words? Jaden turned to look at Bellamy and said, I heard. So what? Please provide further text or instructions if needed. Chapter 499. The knife refuses to yield. Jaden had never considered himself a reckless person. After avenging his enemies, he gradually found peace in his heart and merely wanted to focus on cultivating diligently. He was not precocious beyond his years. Sometimes, he would still act impulsively or even get lost and make mistakes. He believed this was normal, given his age. Pretending to be serious and composed would be counterproductive. However, due to his experiences, he was more cautious than most of his peers. He had once given with sincerity and lost with profound pain. Hence, a bit of caution was reasonable. Foster caution had its limits, especially when faced with repeated provocations. Enduring endless provocations without retaliating was simply asking for trouble. Over the years, Jaden had learned an effective method for dealing with recklessness. Be even more reckless. Just like his knife, he drew it whenever he saw injustice. Lawson Youssef once warned him that a qualified knife man could let others suffer but must never let himself suffer. Jaden had always adhered to this principle and found it increasingly true. So when Bellamy questioned him, Jaden chose to retaliate in the most brazen manner possible. He intended to convey a message. Not everyone craved power and wealth. This way, fewer flies would buzz around him. One moment killing one, another would appear. There were many imperial princes here. They might not mind the disturbances, but Jaden did. Foster's, instead of battling these people, he preferred sparring with someone like Christopher for days and nights without end. However, Bellamy did not hear any impatience in Jaden's tone. He felt disdained by Jaden, especially in front of so many princes. Although he had heard about Jaden and was somewhat fearful, particularly after what Vilma had told him, he could not allow Jaden to trample on his dignity. As a prince, he couldn't give up his face. Bellamy gritted his teeth and coldly said, Jaden, have the guts to repeat those words. When Bellamy spoke, he wasn't trying to humiliate himself further. Rather, he was offering Jaden a chance to de-escalate and save face. If Jaden retracted his earlier statement, Bellamy would have stepped back to avoid conflict. His ultimate goal was the blood pool, not a fight to the death with Jaden. But unfortunately, Bellamy's hope was dashed. He heard Jaden respond indifferently, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth now. This was even more audacious than before, cutting like a sharp needle into Bellamy's ears. Though Jaden's voice wasn't loud, everyone present heard it clearly. This kid has some fire in him, but we'll see if he can stand the heat, Adebayo chuckled lightly. It's too much, Bear remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. While he admired Jaden's abilities, he didn't like his character. When Jaden had killed Gay previously, he had also shown no regard for Bear's authority, acting arrogantly. Bear disliked feeling out of control. If he were to use Jaden, it would be within his grasp. As Bear frowned, two other princes already approached Jaden with cold expressions, encircling him. Imperial dignity always came first. By humiliating Bellamy publicly, Jaden was defying the royal family. They chose to stand with Bellamy. Bellamy's gaze fluctuated, finally settling coldly on Jaden. You're courting death. Jaden raised his eyes and spat out, annoying. Without warning, a streak of blinding light emerged from the ground, a flash of knife light. Jaden struck immediately, wasting no words. He hated talking during a fight. The knife light slashed directly at Bellamy's chest, aiming to take his life. Bellamy was not an ordinary individual. He had prepared for such an attack, instantly organizing his defenses. A barrier of mystic energy appeared, and swordlight formed intricate patterns before him. Boom! Bellamy was hurled backward, crashing into the dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Though he narrowly escaped death, he realized just how formidable Jaden was. Despite being prepared, a deep gash had opened across his chest, exposing torn flesh, quite shocking. Bellamy gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, Together! Kill him! Even without Bellamy's command, his allies had already surrounded Jaden and Vilma. Bellamy rushed forward, forming a triangular defensive pattern with his companions, blocking all exits. Sixth sister, come to our side. Otherwise, you might get hurt, Bellamy called concernedly. Oh, trying to split us apart? Vilma saw through Bellamy's ruse immediately. Coldly, she replied, I'll say this once, he is my friend. Bellamy's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Bellamy was about to order the attack, a voice interrupted. Isn't it a pity to kill him here? To preserve the royal family's dignity, he should kneel and repent before the ancestors' graves. 6 more people appeared in the cemetery, 2 princes, a princess, and their companions. Without hesitation, they joined Bellamy's circle, smirking at Jaden. Clearly, these people had been nearby and observed the situation. Jaden, unfazed, found the situation interesting. It seemed the idea of preserving royal dignity had united these scheming royals. He could see right through their intentions, using this opportunity to gain favor and share in the rewards of the blood pool. He had already noticed Bellamy held some influence among the princes, making it easier to gather supporters. Fine, let them come. He relished the challenge. The princess spoke up, Vita, don't disgrace your title as princess. You can still return to our side. Vilma responded calmly, I never considered the title princess to be an honor. Any honor I have comes from my actions, not just the title. So don't use it to pressure me, it won't work. Stubborn. The princess glanced disdainfully at Vilma and turned away. Vita, looks like I've put you in a difficult position, Jaden teased with a light smile. I think being dragged down by you is something to be happy about. Vilma blinked. Jaden smiled. Vilma was indeed a good friend. At this moment, Bear approached. Everyone, can we set this aside for now? Upon hearing Bear speak, Bellamy's expression darkened. He thought Bear wouldn't interfere, but he had come unexpectedly. All eyes turned to Bear. One of the princes laughed. If second brother vouches for him, we can pretend we saw nothing. Bear smiled gently. In the blood pool, mutual aid will be essential. Starting conflicts now is unwise. Moreover, both Jaden and Vita are friends of mine. Could you do me this favor? Since second brother puts it this way, we naturally agree. The prince cared more about Bear's leadership in the blood pool, which made everything easier. Others nodded, understanding the underlying meaning. Only Bellamy sneered. In terms of influence and winning hearts, he could not match Bear and could only watch helplessly. Now Bellamy wondered if Jaden would take this opportunity to step down. Isn't he supposed to be reckless? Let's see how long he can keep it up. Satisfied with everyone's reaction, Bear turned and said, Vita, persuade brother Qingshu. Fighting now will harm both of you, and you still need to enter the blood pool later. Vilma said straightforwardly, don't ask me. At this point, my words won't make any difference. Bear's expression stiffened, suddenly feeling as if he didn't recognize his sixth sister anymore. He looked at Jaden and said, Brother Qingshu, I know you are a reasonable person. Jaden raised an eyebrow. There was no doubt that Bear's actions aimed to gain favor from both sides present. He certainly picked a timely moment to play the peacemaker, but where had he been earlier? However, did he need to owe Bear anything? Jaden smiled and replied, sorry, I just asked my knife, and it refuses to agree. The knife had already been drawn. There was no reason to sheath it now. These princes had their anger, but didn't he also have his? A knifeman's anger could only be resolved by drawing his blade. Bear's face turned cold as he said, you won't give me any face either? Jaden glanced at him and said, are you finished? If so, I'm preparing to move. As soon as he finished speaking, he truly acted. Violent mystic energy surged out as he slashed his knife towards Bellamy. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure, style, and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 500. Put down the blade. The blade flashed incredibly fast, merely glinting in everyone's eyes before a sickening thud was heard. By the time everyone could make out what had happened, Bellamy had already been split in two. A chill ran down many spines. This Kevin was too decisive, willing to kill without hesitation. Even until death, Bellamy never imagined Jaden would actually dare to attack him. Caught completely off guard, he had no chance to defend himself and met his end on the spot. Jaden, since you are so reckless, do not blame me, Bear said coldly. Kill him. Bear had no intention of recruiting Jaden anymore. Such blatant disrespect was clearly an act of enmity against him. If he couldn't control Jaden, he might as well destroy him to avoid future annoyance. Following Bear's order, the princes and their subordinates launched a combined assault on Jaden. I will protect you as you stay close to me, Jaden said in a low voice to Vilma while deflecting the attack with a single stroke. He didn't fear facing them all alone, but now he had to protect Vilma while eliminating these foes. He had to be fully focused. Fosters, I'll try not to slow you down. Vilma wasn't sitting idly either. Her white spear danced gracefully, blocking several attacks. She saw clearly that her blood-related siblings were ruthlessly attacking her alongside their attempt to kill Jaden. Even Bear, who once had a close relationship with her, now looked at her with cold detachment. Vilma gave a self-deprecating smile, expressing all unspoken words through it. Then she launched her offensive, not retreating a single step. Break. Jaden remained calm, breaking through another encirclement with a single stroke of his blade, forcing the attackers back. After unexpectedly killing Bellamy, Jaden knew he needed to wait for the right moment to launch another attack. To ensure Vilma's safety, he had to defend first using his formidable strength, and then look for an opportunity to break free. If he took the offensive, they would undoubtedly target Vilma, leaving him vulnerable. Moreover, Bear and Adebayo had yet to join the battle. These two were the real threats that Jaden had to watch out for. As soon as those princes resumed their attacks, Jaden remained unperturbed, weaving knife strikes and intertwining principles to effortlessly break their siege. He did his best to reduce Vilma's burden and didn't hold back much, which made their attacks almost ineffective. The princes finally realized that Jaden truly regarded them as insignificant, displaying his superior strength. However, despite recognizing this fact, the princes felt indignant rather than ashamed. Their royal status wouldn't allow anyone to look down upon them. They urged their companions, putting all their effort into trying to wound Jaden. Attack! They shouted loudly to bolster their courage. Various dazzling lights shot from their hands, creating formidable pressure when combined. But alas, Jaden deflected their onslaught with just one stroke. The princes didn't give up. They continued to organize more attacks. But after a few rounds, Jaden still appeared composed, dealing with each wave with a single strike. The greatest disdain came from disregarding their desperate efforts. Attack Vilma and make him struggle on all fronts. One prince suggested angrily, ready to change strategy. His companions immediately understood and adjusted their positions to attack Vilma from another angle. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Vilma's eyes gleamed coldly as a set of white armor emerged around her lithe figure. Her enhanced aura boosted her fighting spirit. She whispered, I can hold them off for a while. Seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Jaden's eyes flickered in response. Good, be careful. He had seen Vilma's strength in her white armor and believed she could handle herself. So, Jaden decided to take action. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. Taking the initiative now was a good opportunity. Boom. Seeing Vilma fend off a wave of attacks, Jaden seized the moment. His eyes blazed with determination as brilliant light burst from his blade, combining 4 layers of profound principles and interweaving 6 others. This strike was Jaden's maximum offense under normal circumstances. In an instant, the blade swept horizontally, cutting 5 people surrounding him in half, mercilessly reaping their lives with sheer dominance. 2 princes and 3 cultivators ended their lives abruptly, unable to react in time. Even if they had reacted, they couldn't have defended against the blow. In an instant, the number of assailants around Jaden and Vilma was halved, significantly reducing the threat level. But just as Jaden slew these opponents, he sensed a fierce presence rushing towards him. Oh no! Jaden spun around, and his Shui Kong blade slashed out, tearing through space with pinpoint accuracy targeting the incoming silhouette. However, he was a fraction too late. Because the attacker aimed not at him but at Vilma. Boom! A piercing sword beam illuminated the area, shattering Jaden's blade. The attacker pushed Vilma back a step. Adebayo. Jaden's expression turned icy as he stared at the man. Bear and Adebayo finally acted, seizing Vilma while Jaden broke the encirclement. Now, Adebayo gripped Vilma by the neck, even temporarily suppressing her Xian energy, forcing Jaden to pause. Jaden had considered the possibility of these two ambushing them during the battle. However, the opportunity was fleeting, and he had little choice but to hope that Vilma could briefly delay them after enhancing her strength. In reality, he only needed a brief moment to slay his opponents and return to her side. Unfortunately, Jaden underestimated Adebayo's prowess. Not only did he withstand a strike, but he also succeeded in capturing Vilma, proving his strength, perhaps even surpassing Bear. Jaden roughly guessed Adebayo's identity. Bear, tormenting a live shows your true character? Jaden looked at Bear coldly. Without a doubt, Adebayo had acted on Bear's orders. I don't think chivalry serves any purpose in combat. Since it's useless, why should I care? Bear replied with a faint smile. Since you dared to oppose me, you should have anticipated this outcome. Your weakness is too obvious, and there's no need for me to exert myself. Now, here's your choice, Bear continued. Put down your blade or she dies. Chapter 501. Unbreakable Backbone. After hearing Bear's words, Vilma did not say anything like, Qing Shu, don't worry about me. Instead, she intended to sever her meridians and end her life. Though her mystic power was suppressed, it didn't mean she couldn't use it. By using her mystic power to impact her meridians, success could be achieved in an instant. Vilma's eyes were resolute and unhesitant. She had said she didn't want to be a burden and meant to stick to that. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Adebayo stopped her action. Vilma felt a terrifying force rush into her meridians, forcefully scattering her mystic power and then sealing her dantian. The damage from being forcibly stopped mid-attempt at suicide was tremendous. Vilma directly spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her veil crimson red. Quite the fiery temper, but I didn't give you permission to die, Adebayo smirked. Vilma was now like a puppet in his hands, to be manipulated at will. You are an outsider. Vilma's voice was weak, but icy cold. You have some knowledge, Adebayo admitted with a smile, adding, Bear, I rather like your sister. How about letting me take her for a few days before returning her to you? A hint of barely noticeable anger flashed in Bear's eyes as he replied, I don't want to hear such talk again. Adebayo shrugged, smiling without a word. Ned, have you considered my offer? My patience is limited, Bear said coldly when Ned showed no reaction, continuing, You care so much for Vita. Do you really wish to see her die? Ned's gaze deepened. He had been genuinely startled by Vilma's action earlier, thankfully without irreversible consequences. Regardless of whether Vilma possessed any mysterious fortune, as a friend, Ned couldn't abandon her. Since he had promised to protect her on this journey, he would stay true to his word. Thus, he didn't hesitate much before deciding to comply with Bear's demands. Without a weapon, he could still attack. As you wish, Ned put down the broken sky-cleaving saber, calmly stating, Let her go. Bear smiled confidently, sending Ned's saber flying far away with a telekinetic force. Then he said, I know your physical strength is formidable. Now, you mustn't resist and allow them to attack you. He paused and added, Or, swear allegiance to me and avoid physical harm. A glint of frost flashed in Ned's eyes. Are you going back on your word? Bear raised his hands. I haven't gone back on my word. Her life is no longer in danger as I've said, but if you want her released, you must pay something. How about this? Just one word from you can easily resolve this situation. We can continue drinking tea. Ned had already guessed Bear's duplicity, seemingly courteous and polite, but calculating inside. What surprised him most was how callously Bear could use even his close imperial sibling as leverage. In this light, Germain Cotting seemed more approachable compared to Bear. Of course, neither was a saint. Ned naturally wouldn't choose to submit to Bear, not even if it cost him his life. His only regret was that he couldn't save Vilma. Send your men to tickle me, Ned said indifferently. Pig-headed, bringing shame upon yourself. Disappointment flashed in Bear's eyes. He had thought Ned would be more sensible in this situation. Oh well, stubborn people get their bones broken. With broken bones, we'll see how defiant he remains. Killing two birds with one stone, Bear immediately ordered, use your fists and kicks, beat him relentlessly until he submits. The remaining 5 individuals were elated. Having endured enough humiliation, they rolled up their sleeves and approached Ned. Let's relieve our frustrations with your help, brother-in-law. One prince laughed as his fist struck Ned. Bang! Ned was sent reeling several steps back. However, he did not show any pain, instead sneering, truly weak, can't you hit harder? At the brink of death, yet still so arrogant. This cannot be tolerated. The prince snarled, beckoning everyone to join forces. Instantly, surging mystic powers, brimming with profound power, rained down. Although they used no sharp weapons, they were all mighty cultivators whose blows were not easily resisted. Even Ned, with his remarkable physical strength, could not completely withstand the relentless assault. Fresh blood sprayed from cracks in his skin. Fostered, he stood straight, allowing the attacks to pummel his body without flinching. Under Adebayo's control, Vilma closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling gently. Tears slid down her cheeks. She couldn't bear witnessing this. She knew Ned was always proud, too proud to willingly endure such humiliation. All this because of her weaknesses. Why am I so useless? Why did I ask him to come? Why am I dragging him into this? Why can't I just die? Vilma reproached herself countless times, plunging into deep regret. The mental turmoil caused intense spiritual fluctuations within her. Amaldonly, Vilma fell into a trance, losing awareness of the surroundings. This was not voluntary. Outside, the 5 attackers, seeing Ned transform into a bloody mess yet remain standing, turned pale with frustration. Ned, it's not too late to submit, Bear spoke again. Keep going, I'm enjoying it. Ned laughed softly despite no trace of a smile left on his face. If you don't defeat him, you will die. Bear growled. The 5 attackers trembled, revealing ferocious expressions, seemingly preparing to unleash extraordinary power. In an instant, various punches rained from different directions onto Ned. Some even leaped high, attempting to press his head down with kicks. Alas, their efforts proved futile. Ned merely retreated step by step. Some backbones could never be broken. Despite his torn and bloodied state, standing amidst the crimson-soaked ground, Ned radiated inexhaustible vitality. Seeing this, the 5 attackers felt inexplicable dread. If Ned suddenly lashed out, they might not withstand him. This man's physique was too terrifying, too difficult to subdue. They even considered disobeying Bear's orders and using lethal weapons to pierce Ned's skull to end the torment. Indeed, this method tormented them as well. But they dared not defy Bear, knowing his authority all too well. They continued attacking. At that moment, Adebayo, who restrained Vilma, exclaimed, What's happening? Chapter 502, Taking the Initiative. Adebayo did not expect that under his suppression with immortal energy, Vilma could still break free. The sudden burst of power from Vilma caused Adebayo's body to go numb, and he lost control over her. Jaden seized this opportunity with remarkable agility. Without time to ponder the cause, he swiftly raised his hand and called out, Knife, come. The sky-shattering blade turned into a streak of light, reaching his hand in an instant. Die. Jaden wasted no time. Intertwining the power of profundities, he slashed with the blade in his hand. The blade cut through space, directly targeting the 5 people surrounding him. Shocked, the 5 hastily defended themselves. However, they were no match for Jaden, even in his heavily wounded state, covered in blood. Crack! It was the sound of their defenses being sliced apart by the blade. Almost simultaneously, their protective techniques crumbled, and the mystic power guarding them shattered. Aya! This was followed by consecutive screams of agony as the five fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, devoid of life. Jaden did not spare a glance at the corpses of the five. He dashed forward immediately. In the moment Adebayo prepared to suppress Vilma again, Jaden grabbed Vilma's soft waist tightly. At the same time, Jaden launched another slash. The blade fused with the power of profundities, aiming straight at Adebayo. Caught off guard, Adebayo dared not face this attack directly and retreated to create distance, only then managing to defuse the attack. Thus, Vilma slipped out of his grasp. Jaden successfully rescued Vilma and quickly withdrew with her. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 breaths, transforming the situation. Turning back, Jaden noticed that Vilma had fainted for some reason, leaning against his shoulder. Regaining his composure, Jaden didn't release Vilma. Instead, he began to mobilize the greenish-blue energy within his body to heal his external wounds. Although he had withstood the torrent of punches earlier, these injuries required considerable effort to mend. Fortunately, he had not lost his combat ability. With the sky-shattering blade in hand, he could still face his opponents head-on. The blood flowing from his body had ceased. Jaden no longer focused on healing but watched the two opposite him coldly. Bear and Adebayo stood there, looking at him with mocking expressions. Jaden, do you really think, in your current state, you can be our match? Bear smiled. Give up. Don't drag Six Sister down. I have promised to spare her life. Jaden did not respond. He chose to answer in the most direct way. Rushing forward, he carried Vilma and attacked Bear. Brilliant blade light blossomed, unleashing 6 kinds of profundity powers. The channel sliced open by the blade light aimed straight for Bear's vital points. However, Bear remained unmoving, hands behind his back, calm and unperturbed, unafraid of Jaden's blade. Because Adebayo had already moved first. Boom! Adebayo's sword beam clashed with the blade light, and the explosion of power obliterated the surrounding space, causing intense gusts of wind. When the power dissipated, Jaden was pushed back several steps, while Adebayo remained standing before Bear. Cough! Jaden spat out a mouthful of blood. Maintaining high-intensity combat with his heavily injured body was taking a toll. Especially facing an outsider like Adebayo, he had to give it his all, utilizing every bit of strength within his body. Fostered, Jaden's gaze remained sharp, showing no hint of fear. In a life-or-death battle, faltering meant losing half the fight already. Battle intent surged in Jaden's eyes. An outsider was just that, an opponent he had defeated before. Kill. Vilma's unconsciousness did not hinder Jaden much, allowing him to launch attacks freely. Divine Wave Technique. Void Destruction. Simultaneously chanting mystic incantations, Jaden slashed the sky-shattering blade, sending countless beams of light from all directions. The interference from his spirit soul spread like a vast net, leaving the opponent with no escape. That's interesting. Adebayo chuckled lightly. An invisible barrier formed around him, composed of spirit soul power. As soon as the barrier emerged, it met Jaden's spirit soul interference. After a wave of intangible vibration, Adebayo resisted the interference, his movements unaffected. Simultaneously countering Jaden's spirit soul techniques, Adebayo launched his own offensive. Countless sword beams erupted from his long sword, meeting the light blades head-on. Rumble. Amaldonly, thunderous explosions resounded from all sides. Both the light blades and sword beams disintegrated, exploding in different directions, illuminating the sky with numerous light orbs. The brilliance persisted for several breaths. Before the light faded, a figure emerged. It was Adebayo initiating an attack. A person like him would not let Jaden take the initiative. His previous moves were merely probing. Now that he took action, not subduing Jaden would be a disgrace. Upon arriving in Yuxian, he had never taken Yoshuan's so-called prodigies seriously. His longsword, poised arrogantly, pierced straight towards Jaden's chest, its tip emitting a flickering sword beam. Visible were the dazzling sword beams, shredding space as they passed, generating enormous tremors with terrifying power. Facing this attack, Jaden was fully prepared. Reversing his long blade, he slashed out instantly, dodging the vital spots as much as possible. In a split second, the blade light collided with the sword beam. Boom! After the loud explosion, Jaden stumbled backward, nearly losing balance. Poot! A sword beam pierced his right chest. Jaden was no longer at full strength. His blade light did not completely block the sword beam, leading to injury. Thankfully, it missed the vital organs, sparing his life. Jaden's brows furrowed slightly before smoothing out. He ignored the wound on his right chest and pressed onward, his feet stomping the ground as his body turned into a blur, charging towards Adebayo. He wouldn't sit idly and die. The best defense was offense. But he had to reveal his trump card now, given Adebayo's strength. Only with this trump card could he secure a glimmer of hope for survival. Immortal Art, Time Slash. The profundity of time spread as Jaden advanced. Not just the profundity of time, but also the 6 other profundities he had comprehended. With the profundity of time as the core, supported by the others, all fused into this single strike. The blade light was exceedingly fast, carrying unimaginable power. Immortal Art? Adebayo's pupils constricted. He knew exactly what level of blade technique this was. Initially somewhat complacent, Adebayo tensed up instantly. The blade light was too swift. He couldn't even think about specific countermeasures. In an instant, Adebayo's sword had already been unleashed. Immortal Art. He, Adebayo, possessed it too. Chapter 503. The Blood Pool appears. Adebayo knew that under the influence of the opponent's immortal art, his movements had already slowed down. But he had no other choice. Apart from slashing with his long sword, a force had emerged around him as the last barrier to resist this blade strike. Immortal energy was Adebayo's reliance. Boom. The power of the blade fully erupted, exploding in the space before Adebayo. Because his sword strike was slow, or perhaps the opponent's blade was too fast, Adebayo's immortal art didn't fully unfold. Thus, the sword glow emitted by the longsword was quickly crushed by the blade light. A burst of white light soared into the sky, It was the blade light cleaving through the barrier formed by Adebayo's immortal energy. Bang! Adebayo flew backward, visible white light trembling around him, appearing somewhat disordered. However, it seemed that Adebayo wasn't severely injured. He steadied himself mid-air after a somersault. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he wiped it off, eyes dark and grim. The shockwave brought by the blade light made his internal energy surge almost uncontrollably. The time mysticism? Adebayo gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected to encounter a peer who had comprehended this special mysticism in the lower realms. Even in the upper realm, those who could understand the time mysticism were few. Otherwise, how could he have reacted so poorly, leaving his body exposed to attack in haste? However, Adebayo believed now that he knew the opponent's weakness, he could counteract or even retaliate next time. Jaden didn't look at Adebayo nor felt regret over revealing his ace without killing the latter. He knew it wouldn't kill him. All he needed was to push him back. His figure changed position immediately after the previous assault ended, charging towards Bear again. He had more than just Adebayo to face, including the onlooking Bear. Jaden deeply understood that his condition was deteriorating, so he must seize every opportunity to heavily wound his opponents if possible. Blade of Time. For Bear, Jaden didn't care about the energy consumption caused by the immortal art. His goal was to wound, or even kill with one strike. Since he had revealed his ace, there was no need for secrecy anymore. Instantly, the sky-splitting blade carved a path through the air, piercing the space. Still an unbelievably swift blade, enhanced by the time mysticism, altering the flow of time in that moment. It would be too late for Bear to defend after Jaden's strike. But Bear wasn't an ordinary person. As if anticipating Jaden's move, he slashed his sword the moment Jaden moved. The sword glow aimed precisely at Jaden's attacking blade. So when the blade light approached, his sword glow also released. Aware he had no immortal arts, Bear put all his strength into this slash without any negligence. However, he wasn't panicked. He observed that due to injury and excessive consumption, Jaden's blade lacked its full power. As long as he responded appropriately, blocking this blade wouldn't be difficult, Bear was confident. Boom! In an instant, the blade light collided with the sword glow, immense power shaking the space, fracturing it. Ultimately, Bear underestimated the blade's power. His sword glow held for a moment then shattered. No matter how inadequate an immortal art might be, it was still an immortal art, not easily resisted. Especially when this was Jaden's desperate strike, aimed solely at killing him. Spurt. The remaining blade power directly slashed into Bear's chest. His clothes instantly stained red, and he was hurled backward. But he didn't die. He only suffered severe injuries. Given his formidable strength, after the sword glow blocked most of the blade's power, the remaining impact was offset by his inner mystic energy. Jaden watched Bear fly away without any satisfaction. Logically, dragging his wounded body and pushing back two peers should instill some pride. But he knew a life-or-death crisis loomed, allowing no slack. After revealing his ace, further attacks like before would be tough since the opponent would be prepared. Although Bear was severely injured, he still possessed fighting power and possibly hidden cards. Adebayo, though pushed back, could return for another battle, posing the greatest threat. Jaden, after several battles and using immortal arts twice, felt increasingly weary. He clearly sensed his strength waning, making it challenging to contend with two opponents. Even so, Jaden didn't retreat. Escaping wouldn't work. His current blood loss would definitely lead to being pursued by enemies. Once that fighting spirit waned, reviving it would be impossible. Rather, he chose to fight continuously, seeking a breakthrough amid danger. Cornell Fandeath scenarios weren't new to Jaden, hence his calmness. He retrieved two fucking divine woods, with residual mystical energy. He decided to use them to boost his vitality slightly. Feeling the increase in strength, Jaden's eyes glinted, ready to launch another assault. Meanwhile, Bear and Adebayo gathered, eyeing him intently. Amaldonly, the ground shook violently, splitting apart inch by inch. Jaden focused and saw that near the tombs, where shadows covered by trees had receded, a massive pit had appeared, surrounded by fallen trees. Some people stood beside this large hole. Not all princes and princesses wanted to join this chaos. They exploited the combat among others, discovering the trigger mechanism for the blood pool. A crimson light surged from the pit, like rising water, filling it with viscous, scarlet liquid. The blood pool had appeared. These people wore joyful expressions, preparing to plunge into the pool. Amaldonly, a figure plummeted from the sky, diving headfirst into the blood pool before anyone could react. Damn! Many princes cursed, their efforts overtaken. Fortunately, the blood pool was large enough to accommodate many. Concerns about whether its effects were sufficient were set aside as princes and princesses leaped into the pool one after another. Bear abandoned Jaden decisively, rushing toward the blood pool with Adebayo following. Jaden's gaze flickered momentarily, deciding to take Vilma away first. The blood pool's appearance temporarily relieved their crisis, presenting an opportunity. Though this meant Vilma couldn't awaken her lineage, preserving her life was more important. Just as Jaden prepared to turn, Vilma whispered softly, "Qing Shu, take me to the blood pool." This translation retains the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English flow. I've preserved names as pinyin and maintained the paragraph breaks to reflect the original text pacing. Chapter 504, The Battle Continues. Jaden turned his head to look at Vilma, who seemed to be in a state between waking and sleeping. Her head was still resting on his shoulder, her eyes closed, with an expression of pain on her face. Her lips moved faintly, as if she still wanted to say something. Without hesitation, Jaden carried Vilma toward the blood pool. Although he wasn't entirely sure why she was in this condition, it was clear that she had a purpose for wanting to go into the blood pool. Vilma definitely held secrets, and Jaden no longer doubted this, even though she did not possess Yuxian Qi. Soon, Jaden arrived at the edge of the blood pool. At this moment, the princes and princesses had all descended into the pool, disappearing from sight. However, their companions hadn't entered, leading Jaden to guess that the blood pool had restrictions, preventing non-royal bloodline individuals from entering. Vilma, as if sensing the blood pool, murmured, "Throw me in, don't worry." Despite her weakness, Vilma's tone was unusually firm. Jaden didn't delay. He helped Vilma stand up and then used a portion of his Shin force to gently lift her. As she approached the surface of the pool, Jaden released his Shin force, allowing Vilma to fall into the pool. The blood pool quickly engulfed Vilma's body. For some reason, despite her entering the blood pool, Jaden was not overly concerned about her well-being. A mysterious intuition, perhaps brought on by her final words of assurance. When Jaden tried to approach the blood pool, an invisible force repelled him. Just as he suspected, outsiders couldn't enter the blood pool, not even through forceful means. The blood pool's restriction, likely set by Qin ancestors, radiated an inexplicable power. Collecting himself, Jaden decided not to insist on entering the blood pool and instead turned to Adebayo, who looked back at him with a mocking smile. Jaden raised an eyebrow. Continue. Their battle wasn't over. Had the blood pool not interrupted them, they might have already determined a winner by now. With no immediate concern for Vilma's safety, Jaden could fight more freely. Despite his heavy injuries and significant depletion of Shin force, the short break had allowed his body to regain some strength from the hidden Qin Shunmu within, making him ready for another round. Adebayo also seemed to be waiting for this moment. He leaped into the air, landing on an open space and beckoning Jaden with a finger. Jaden naturally wouldn't back down. He flew over to face Adebayo. The companions of the royal children took interest, gathering around to watch. Neither Jaden nor Adebayo paid attention to the crowd. Their focus was solely on their opponent. Without further ado, both launched simultaneously, rushing towards each other. From the start, Adebayo unleashed his immortal art, one of his trump cards, which he hadn't fully utilized earlier, feeling quite stifled. It was evident he intended to overwhelm his opponent aggressively, unwilling to waste any more time. Furthermore, he'd experienced the bizarre effects of Jaden's time mysteries before, so he aimed to seize the initiative. The long sword spat out dazzling beams, its formidable power sweeping across the heavens, seemingly capable of piercing anything. The beam rapidly expanded in midair, forming a massive sword pillar that covered the sky. As the sword pillar continued to grow, Jaden's saber light descended upon it. Immortal art, time slash. The saber light was incredibly fast, aided by the time mysteries. It remained slightly faster than the sword pillar. Therefore, even before Adebayo's sword pillar fully materialized, the terrifying saber light crashed into it. Boom! The saber light and the sword pillar dispersed almost simultaneously, releasing enormous energy from their collision, forcing both combatants back. Adebayo steadied himself, his expression dark. He had unleashed most of the power of his immortal art, yet it still couldn't harm Jaden. This left him somewhat unable to accept it. How could a Yuxian cultivator compare to him? In the next moment, Adebayo revealed a killing intent. He decided to use immortal chi, despite the considerable strain it would place on his body. Although he had used immortal chi earlier to subdue the live, it was just a small fraction compared to the full strain of a complete release. Nevertheless, Adebayo decided to suppress Jaden this way, as he had no better option at the moment. Emboldeningly, waves of white light appeared around Adebayo, spreading out in a powerful wave. Jaden, seeing this, felt not fear but anticipation. He still couldn't control his own immortal chi, so he relied on passive triggers. While he didn't understand why he couldn't wield it as effortlessly as these outsiders, his previous experiences taught him about the protective nature of immortal chi within him. Especially when faced with other immortal chi's provocation, it was easier to activate. So, Jaden believed this time would be no exception. His immortal chi would react on its own. This was a decisive moment. If he grasped this opportunity, he could temporarily utilize immortal chi to amplify the power of immortal art, giving him a chance to slay his opponent. Thus, when Adebayo attacked, Jaden only put up a symbolic defense. Imph, you still know your place. Then die. Charging forward, Adebayo saw what seemed like Jaden abandoning resistance and smiled slightly. After all, how could a lower realm individual withstand the brilliance of immortal chi? Not to mention, they probably had never even seen it before. Adebayo thought Jaden was wise for recognizing the futility of resistance against absolute power. The long sword slashed with the same immortal art, but the released sword pillar's power far surpassed the previous one. Visible strands of white light swirled around the sword pillar. Fall. Adebayo manipulated the sword pillar, slashing down with overpowering force. The sword pillar crushed space itself, aiming straight for Jaden's head. It's over. A mere ant remains an ant. Adebayo smirked confidently, planning to cross his arms and admire the destruction of an ant before his masterpiece. However, just as the sword pillar descended, moments before crushing Jaden, Adebayo saw divine light shoot from Jaden's eyes. A brilliant white light burst forth from Jaden's head. Almost simultaneously, the saber light emerged, slashing upward from below. The white light seamlessly merged with the saber light, blocking the attack of the sword pillar. The sword pillar lasted only 2 breaths before being shattered by the saber light, its power utterly destroyed. Adebayo's mouth opened wide in shock, momentarily speechless. Chapter 505, Slaying the Outsider. Adebayo actually wanted to exclaim, how could he have immortal energy? But the shock was too overwhelming, causing his expression to contort and his voice to falter. This was supposed to be a confident strike, but it yielded no effect whatsoever. The situation changed too rapidly, leaving him struggling to react. There was also a deeper reason that Adebayo had to admit. The immortal energy Jaden emitted seemed even purer than his own. There was a consensus among the outsiders like Adebayo that the Tranquil Abyss lacked immortal energy. This allowed them to feel confident about overpowering the prodigies of the Tranquil Abyss. They came from the upper realm, each having refined immortal energy as their foundation. However, this advantage did not hold up. Instead, it made Adebayo feel somewhat inferior. Where did his immortal energy come from? Adebayo instinctively tried to think, but quickly found himself unable to do so. Because, before his eyes, a blade of light appeared. Jaden attacked. Damn it! Adebayo cursed, his body already in motion. He raised his sword upward, its sharp light extending to block the incoming blade. Boom! The blade and the sword's light shattered upon collision, the force sending Adebayo flying back. Before him stood Jaden, unmoved. Before Adebayo could consider his next move, his eyes widened. Jaden attacked again. What an incredibly swift blade. This time, Adebayo hadn't even prepared his sword technique when Jaden's immortal art manifested. The essence of time, seemingly amplified by the immortal energy, made everything around Adebayo move faster, or rather, made his actions slower. Crucially, under the influence of the essence of time, Jaden's blade intertwined with different essences. Adebayo suddenly realized that even some top-tier prodigies from the upper realm couldn't achieve what Jaden had. Despite his thoughts racing faster than his hands could follow, they were still slow to react. However, his instinctive defense was intact, forming a barrier in front of him, illuminated with white light from the immortal energy. And at this moment, Jaden's slice of time arrived. The ferocious blade slashed against the barrier. Booming. Crack. A violent tremor followed, the barrier rapidly caving in while energy dispersed outward with a deafening roar. Then came a sharp crack. Adebayo's barrier shattered, but Jaden's blade still retained momentum, slicing through effortlessly. Blood spurted as the blade struck Adebayo's body. An arm, still gripping a long sword, fell to the ground, covered in blood. It wasn't due to Jaden missing his target, but because Adebayo dodged at the last moment. Thus, the strike aimed for his head only severed his arm. The brief delay caused by the barrier bought Adebayo just enough time to survive. Adebayo rapidly retreated, realizing he had no strength left to fight. His eyes were filled with terror. Amaldonly, a scroll appeared in his hand. He wanted to activate the spatial scroll to escape. As long as he could preserve his life, there would be another chance. But he miscalculated. Wanna run? A cold voice seemed to ring in his ears, followed by a dazzling blade of light chasing after him, arriving before him. Almost as soon as he pulled out the scroll, the terrifying blade severed his head and crushed his vitality. This time, Adebayo did not react instinctively. His entire focus was on escaping. In fact, if given one more breath, he could have activated the spatial scroll and escaped. But alas, Jaden didn't give him the chance. Jaden had anticipated this. The last time, Bennett escaped right before his eyes. He wouldn't make the same mistake. Jaden knew these outsiders had survival methods. Thus, as soon as he cut off Adebayo's arm, he attacked again. Though his body was battered, he still managed to slash out one final blow. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and Adebayo was successfully slain. With a thought, Jaden approached Adebayo's corpse, reaching for the unused spatial scroll and stowing it into his mystic ring. Spatial scrolls, being rare items, were something Jaden hadn't possessed for a long time. This nearly equated to another life, causing a fiery gleam in his eyes. Next, Jaden turned his gaze to Adebayo's dantian, then placed his palm over it. He originally intended to extract Adebayo's immortal energy but failed. As Adebayo died, that strand of immortal energy vanished. Jaden couldn't sense it and thus failed. Immortal energy, like mystic chi, cannot be taken once it has been refined by a cultivator, unless the cultivator willingly forces it out in life. Sighing, Jaden pouted unhappily. Failing to get the immortal energy was one thing, but this outsider didn't even have a storage ring, dashing his hopes for plunder. No rush, there are 9 more. Reflecting, Jaden calmed down. The absence of valuables on Adebayo didn't mean the others lacked them. As long as they remained in the tranquil abyss, there would be chances to encounter them. At that time, the cultivation resources they brought from the upper realm must be secured. Jaden's gaze was intense. He was almost looking forward to meeting the next outsider. Taking a deep breath, Jaden composed himself and flew toward the cemetery. He did not take the time to rest, as a seam had opened up in the otherwise flat cemetery, wide enough for a person to pass through. Jaden wasn't sure what caused this. Perhaps it was due to the battle with Adebayo. Looking into the seam, he could clearly see stone steps. Examining the direction the seam split open, it evidently included several lavish tombs. These tombs split in half, aligning together to form the seam. Could there be a hidden mystery here? After a moment of thought, Jaden decided. He glanced at the surrounding cultivators who were also looking in this direction, showing signs of interest. But none dared to move, likely intimidated by the earlier battle. Smiling faintly, Jaden ignored them. Holding a mystic stone in hand, Jaden leaped into the seam. For a while after Jaden disappeared, the watching cultivators didn't move. Why fear him? Opportunities are meant for those with fate. Someone finally led the way. After all, the Imperial Cemetery held great opportunities. They had heard the Aspen's words and didn't want to miss out. The cemetery's sudden opening hinted at something extraordinary. Seeking wealth always involves risk, and they understood this. One after another, cultivators jumped into the seam, disappearing within. Chapter 506, Transparent Coffin. After Jaden jumped into the fissure, he soon landed on a green stone path. At the end of this path stood a stone gate as tall as 2 men. The stone gate was as smooth as a mirror and could even reflect human figures. It was hard to imagine that this gate had been buried underground for many years. Could it be that the ancestors of the Qing clan were all buried in one place? Jaden looked at the stone gate, somewhat puzzled. Outside, each tomb was separate, and although this crack connected many tombs, logically, he should have seen multiple passages. But now, there was only one direction to go. Jaden composed himself and walked up to the stone gate, pushing it with his hand. The gate creaked heavily but opened without resistance. To think it would open so easily? Jaden was doubtful but stepped forward anyway. He hadn't seen many tombs before, but places like imperial mausoleums should typically have mechanisms or restrictions to prevent desecration. However, he then thought that perhaps the Qing clan's mausoleum was designed to be accessed by descendants. After all, ordinary people couldn't get into this imperial graveyard. But what truly astonished Jaden was the grand underground palace that came into view. As he entered, the torches mounted on stone pillars throughout the palace lit up, illuminating the entire space. The scene of the underground palace immediately revealed itself to Jaden. Naturally, the palace was magnificent, rivaling the grandeur of the imperial banquet hall he attended previously. In fact, the carvings and decorations inside were even more exquisite and ancient. Looking ahead, Jaden saw a coffin, a transparent coffin. This coffin was placed there openly, with no attempt at concealment or secrecy, not even a single barrier around it. This was indeed strange. Royal families usually paid great attention to such rituals. Why would it be different here? Was it due to negligence? Jaden doubted it. Royal descendants wouldn't be disrespectful to their ancestors like that. Did the deceased person commit some major offense that led to an open burial? That didn't seem likely either. From its appearance, the coffin seemed quite elaborate, adorned with faint shimmering lights, clearly not an ordinary item. Moreover, how could a dishonored ancestor be buried in such a grand palace? Jaden felt the scene before him was somewhat eerie. He didn't rush to investigate and kept a wary eye. Even though he could see numerous burial items next to the corpse through the transparent coffin, including weapons and scriptures emitting white light, possibly divine artifacts and divine techniques, he remained unmoved. After a brief observation, he began to carefully inspect his surroundings, noting every detail. During this time, the cultivators behind him caught up. Heavens, it's an underground palace, someone exclaimed. Look over there. It's where the Qin ancestors are buried. His Majesty did not deceive us. There really are divine artifacts within the tomb. Haha, this trip is well worth it. Though they started discussing, none dared rush forward yet, for Jaden stood there, making them hesitant. His earlier display of power left a strong impression, especially the terrifying way he killed his enemies. Nevertheless, someone gathered the courage and stepped forward, saying, Brother Cornell, since we've encountered this opportunity, why don't you lead us to obtain it? This man wore a brocade robe and appeared to be from a noble family. Clearly recognizing Jaden, he showed a hint of reverence. Jaden glanced at the man beside him and said coolly, I have no interest in dealing with you all. If you wish to proceed, I won't stop you. The man's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Jaden to take the lead but merely wanted a stance from him. To him, Jaden not leading while blocking their way was somewhat inappropriate. Now relieved, he believed Jaden's words were credible. Turning around, he loudly called out, Everyone, shall we follow me and uncover the mystery? Others heard Jaden's words too, so when Paul urged everyone forward, they responded and moved closer. From the Yin family? Jaden glanced at him, unsure. The Yin family was one of the 6 major clans in the capital but usually kept a low profile, so he had never encountered them before. However, Paul did seem respected among these people, and his identity was probably accurate. Jaden didn't mind these 20-odd people passing by him. He could sense their burning desire as they walked past. He believed some must have noticed the oddity. A vast cemetery with only one underground palace containing divine artifacts and techniques seemed too coincidental. But it was indeed a massive opportunity. If true, it would mean a leap towards unimaginable heights. Despite their apprehension, they followed the crowd toward the coffin, driven by their cultivation and confidence gained from the prince's favor. Possessing divine techniques and possibly divine qi made Jaden much calmer than these cultivators when facing such opportunities. Therefore, he stood still, watching them advance. If any sudden danger arose, he wouldn't care about their fate. They chose their path and, being unable to suppress their greed, should bear all consequences. However, they advanced cautiously, taking small steps, afraid yet hopeful. As they neared the center, many relaxed slightly. Someone whispered, hee, no danger at all. We might have been too careful. Another agreed, we can move faster. It feels like walking a mile just a few steps away. They debated, while others sped up. Damn, they're trying to get ahead. The speaker cursed and hurried along. Soon, the whole group quickened their pace. Except for Paul, who slowed down, maintaining his speed as those behind surpassed him. Jaden immediately understood Paul's plan. He intended to be the last sparrow, reaping the final rewards. Chapter 507, Chaos. Soon, a small group at the front arrived beside the transparent coffin. Hiss. Someone drew in a sharp breath and said, Whose ancestor of the Qin clan is this? The body is preserved so well, it looks like it's alive. Upon hearing this, Jaden couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This was not good news. While there were indeed some methods to prevent a corpse from decaying, the current situation suggested that something far more serious might be at play. Jaden took out the sky-shattering blade, and his alertness rose again. Thanks to absorbing the mystic stones for some time, the mystic power inside his body had recovered by about half, and his wounds had healed. He was confident he could face some extreme dangers. Note: I have replaced Shen Si, Xuan with mystic stones and Shen Li, Xuan Li, with mystic power to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. From the other side, another voice came. Why should we care about him? Quickly open the coffin. Are you not afraid of the princes holding you accountable for desecrating the Qin ancestors? Someone else declared grandly, yet he moved closer to the coffin despite his words. So many pointless words. A burly man stepped forward, shouting, Stand aside. I'm the iron brother of Yoeltine. I'll open this coffin on his behalf. The burly man was too slow, so he tried to push past the 2 people in front to get to the front, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. The 2 turned around and sneered at him. One raised an eyebrow and said, You're the iron brother to the prince? I am the blood brother to the prince. The burly man smiled awkwardly, gave the man a thumbs up, and stood still without moving further. Now surrounded by people at the coffin, he couldn't squeeze in anymore. He also dared not force his way through because anyone who made the first move would become everyone's target. Since the coffin hadn't been opened yet, provoking internal conflict wasn't wise. After the coffin opened, everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. This scenario clearly had too many wolves and too little meat. Good things weren't enough to share. Seeing this scene, Jaden couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see how these people would handle the situation. He knew they had already become wary, not of unknown risks, but of each other. Interest was always the deadliest weapon. Paul did not rush to join the front row. He stood behind the crowd and said coolly, "There's no need to look further. Since you've made up your mind, open the coffin together. Opportunities are always claimed by those who are destined for them. Whoever it belongs to will claim it, and no one can stop it." Paul's tone conveyed confidence. Among those present, his status was relatively high. He believed this opportunity would lean towards him. Brother Yin makes sense. Everyone, shall we count down from 3 to 1 and open the coffin together? A man in green suggested. All right, no problem. Those dozen or so people at the front agreed, growing impatient, knowing that such mutual restraint wouldn't solve anything. 3, 2, splat. Amaldonly, a blade of light flashed, and a head rolled to the ground, spilling blood onto the coffin. The coffin wasn't even opened yet, and someone had died. Jaden saw that it was the man in green who had suggested opening the coffin together. This guy dared to risk being attacked by everyone else and broke the deadlock first. He was quite ruthless. Damn, kill him, someone yelled in anger. This person urged others to act, intending to kill the one who broke the rules. Puff. A long spear pierced through the chest before this person could act, killed by someone behind him. You. He turned to look at the killer, a scarred man. He didn't know this scarred man and didn't understand why he would kill him, especially when he hadn't even touched the coffin. With deep resentment, he fell down. Boom. Enormous energy erupted as someone else attacked, the burly man. The burly man wielded a huge blade and smashed the skull of the person in front of him, catching him off guard. Spit. For blocking my way. The burly man spat lightly and then attacked others again. Those in the front rows were now too busy dealing with the sudden danger, pulling back to avoid being ambushed by the burly man. At this moment, the scarred man and the man in green attacked simultaneously, heading toward the same direction as the burly man. Are these three a team? Or did they just reach a temporary agreement? Jaden scratched his chin, staying put. He watched while continuing to recover his mystic power. Unexpectedly, the previously harmonious scene quickly became chaotic. As if following orders, these three people acted without hesitation. Ah! A scream of agony echoed throughout the hall as a man, weaker than the others, was stabbed through the chest by the scarred man and fell heavily to the ground. With his death, some reactive cultivators joined forces to attack the three men. However, not all cultivators joined the battle. 3 people took advantage of the chaos and rushed to the coffin, hoping to gain an advantage and open it first. Swoosh! A dazzling sword beam cut through the air above the coffin, tearing apart space with tremendous power. 2 eager cultivators, reacting too slowly, were instantly cut in two by the sword beam. Their upper bodies landed on the ground, while their lower bodies still stood before the coffin. They died too quickly. Brother Yin, what do you mean by this? Beside the coffin, the surviving person clenched his teeth, fear showing on his face. Paul appeared beside the coffin at some point, coldly saying, "You aren't qualified to open the coffin. Get out of here." Paul no longer hid his intentions. These 3 are drawing attention for Paul? Jaden noticed a subtle clue. No, it wasn't only those 3. There were 3 others working together. Observing the situation, Jaden concluded. If this was true, then Paul's previous actions were to let others test the waters, give orders, and then try to take everything in the coffin for himself. Despite this conclusion, Jaden still didn't rush forward. To him, the biggest danger wasn't from Paul and his group, but the well-preserved body inside the coffin. Beside the coffin, the person, threatened by Paul, began stepping backward. It seemed he didn't intend to compete with Paul anymore. However, at this moment, he gritted his teeth and pushed the lid of the coffin. Swoosh! The coffin lid was successfully pushed open, but oddly, only a narrow crack appeared. With his great strength, he shouldn't have struggled to open the lid. There was only one explanation. The lid was terrifyingly heavy. You're asking for death. Paul's face darkened as his sword slashed out, sending a terrifying blade of light towards the person. Still in shock from failing to open the lid, the man was decapitated by Paul's sword. Originally, he planned to quickly open the coffin and snatch a treasure before escaping. Unfortunately, his plan failed, and he lost his life. However, his blood, sprayed from his body, flowed into the narrow crack in the coffin. Paul frowned and approached. Blood dripped onto the forehead of the corpse, and suddenly, Paul trembled. He saw the corpse's eyes open. Chapter 508. The scripture flew away. Paul's face immediately paled, and he staggered back a few steps. A thought popped into his mind. Could this ancestor of the Qin family still be alive? Paul was not a cowardly man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entertained the idea of monopolizing the treasure. But the sudden opening of the corpse's eyes gave him a massive fright. The blue-robed man who was engaged in battle moved over and asked, "Chandler Yin, what's wrong?" Paul took a deep breath to calm himself down and replied, "Nothing, please continue, and speed up." His gaze returned to the coffin, and it seemed there was no significant disturbance from inside, which eased his mind slightly. The blue-robed man nodded and plunged back into the fray. At present, their team of 6 held a formidable strength. The other cultivators were scattered like sand, dying or wounded. It wouldn't take long to clear these obstacles. Some cultivators sought to surrender to save their lives, but the blue-robed man ignored them, choosing to slay them directly. In the palace, cries of despair echoed, while Jaden kept his focus on Paul. From Paul's earlier actions, something abnormal had been discovered. Indeed, there is something suspicious about that coffin. Jaden reaffirmed his decision to bide his time, maintaining caution. On the other side, Paul once again approached the coffin. This time, one could see more vigilance in his eyes. His sword was also held defensively across his chest, ready to strike at any moment. When he stood before the coffin once more, he couldn't help but frown. The corpse showed no unusual signs, didn't open its eyes, and the bloodstain on its forehead remained. Was I mistaken? Paul couldn't help but doubt himself. While it wasn't impossible, he didn't think he was so frightened as to cause hallucinations. But Paul's thoughts were soon replaced by an intense gaze, as he clearly saw at least 3 weapons and 2 scriptures beside the corpse within the coffin. Amouch burial goods required no guessing. They were exactly what he expected. These were his targets. He had promised rich rewards to those 6 men, forming a temporary alliance to create such an opportunity. Without further hesitation, Paul placed both hands on the coffin lid and pushed hard. Creak. The coffin lid emitted a piercing sound, resonating through the grand hall. Paul's strength far surpassed that of the previous person, so even though the lid was heavy, it gradually opened under his full exertion. About this time, the 6 blue-robed men had slain the remaining cultivators, except for Jaden. However, the blue-robed man did not bother with Jaden because Paul had already opened the coffin. Moreover, they, along with Paul, numbered 7, and they weren't particularly concerned about Jaden. They could see that Jaden was injured and recovering. Although Jaden had shocked them significantly in the graveyard, they would still act out of self-interest. Conversely, if Jaden didn't know better, they wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of his injury and kill him. The 6 blue-robed men now stood beside the coffin, their eyes equally fervent. Paul guaranteed with the Yin family's reputation that upon obtaining the immortal technique, they would share it together, while the immortal artifacts would be exchanged for ample cultivation resources from the Yin family, along with additional gifts of celestial materials. With such terms, the blue-robed men could not refuse. The Yin family wielded considerable power, and coupled with their own distinguished backgrounds, rejecting Paul's proposal would lead to suppression by the Yin family. So when Paul suggested cooperation via mental communication, the 6 readily agreed, following Paul's lead to seize the burial items. Now, with the ancestral burial items of the Qin family within reach, they couldn't help but laugh. Chandler Yin, your strategy is truly ingenious. Otherwise, given the previous situation, getting these things would require much more effort, the blue-robed man remarked, not minding to compliment Paul. Paul smiled slightly. It's all due to your trust in the Yin family. The Yin family will not neglect you. After speaking, Paul wasted no time and reached for one of the scriptures. Just as Paul's arm extended past the corpse to grab the scripture, it suddenly flew up. Paul froze, staring at the floating scripture, a sense of foreboding arising in his heart. Whoosh! The scripture turned into a streak of light, swiftly moving away from him. Paul's eyes narrowed. The scripture was flying toward Jaden. Paul's expression darkened. Instead of rushing out to intercept the scripture, he quickly reached for another scripture. Strangely enough, before his hand touched the scripture, it turned to ashes. Before Paul could react, the immortal artifacts he coveted also turned to ashes simultaneously. Fakes. Paul's pupils constricted as he lifted his head. So, among the burial items, only the flying scripture was real? Intentionally set up to deceive? Paul didn't ponder deeply. He just knew it must contain genuine immortal techniques, without a doubt. Paul was certain that a scripture capable of autonomous flight must possess sentience, and anything sentient was extraordinary. Hold it. Paul issued orders immediately. The scripture mustn't escape. Paul led the charge, with the 6 blue-robed men closely following behind. Seeing the scripture fly toward him, Jaden furrowed his brow, having no urge to reach out and grab it. His thoughts contrasted with Paul's. He doubted a scripture could possess such advanced sentience, even if it contained genuine immortal techniques. Perhaps it was also possible that his knowledge was too limited to comprehend. But he sensed the scripture's goal too clearly. It was coming straight for him. Unusual events demanded greater caution. Am I destined for this? Jaden chuckled inwardly. This situation could only be explained by destiny. But he couldn't convince himself. It wasn't that he wasn't eager for immortal techniques, but the unsettling feeling in his heart hadn't faded, intensifying as the scripture flew closer. Jaden always trusted his instincts, so when the scripture neared him, he deftly sidestepped, choosing to avoid it. The scripture narrowly missed him without making contact. Paul rejoiced. Jaden's decision not to snatch the scripture was a boon for him. He had already been considering how to deal with Jaden, whether to negotiate or confront him directly. Paul considered several possibilities, but never imagined that Jaden would willingly let it go. Since Jaden declined, Paul felt no need to hold back. Rapidly closing the distance, he lunged at the scripture, attempting to seize it. However, the scripture seemed determined not to let him get it, evading his grasp and darting off in another direction. And that direction was where Jaden stood. Chapter 509. Threat? At this moment, the man in blue robes and the others also caught up, all of them displaying expressions of shock. Lawson Yin, does this scripture choose its master? The man in blue robes asked with doubt. Paul did not reply, his face turning ashen. He had attempted to seize the scripture twice, but was rejected both times. Wasn't that saying he wasn't worthy of this immortal technique? Paul could not accept this reality. Originally, he planned to negotiate with Jaden, but now he was determined to obtain it at any cost. If the scripture must choose a master, then let there be no master at all. Paul came to this ruthless decision quickly because he saw an infuriating scene. Jaden had grasped the scripture. Indeed, Jaden no longer resisted the scripture's invitation, easily seizing it with an outstretched hand. With matters standing thus, even if bizarre events were to unfold, he intended to face them. Avoidance would ultimately not be a viable solution. Jaden was uncertain whether other occurrences would happen after the scripture appeared. Therefore, from another perspective, confronting such strangeness sooner could lead to uncovering the truth earlier. Besides, he had come for the immortal technique. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well accept it calmly. The moment Jaden seized the scripture, he felt its power. Indeed, it contained true immortal techniques. Since he himself had practiced these techniques, this feeling was unmistakable. This left Jaden astounded. Could such fortune truly exist? Brother Cornell, since you don't want that thing, why not give it to me? Paul approached Jaden with a darkened expression. Jaden responded coolly, it's not something I desire. Although truthful, Paul perceived these words as stinging, almost insulting. Jaden, hand over the scripture, or suffer the consequences. Paul ceased trying to persuade amicably. He had made up his mind and lost patience. Jaden raised an eyebrow. Direct threats now? He had never feared intimidation before and didn't plan to start now. His blade wouldn't permit him to cower, as that would make it impure. Seeing Jaden unswayed, anger surged within Paul, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Jaden, heed my warning, you are indeed strong, but you're injured. Risking your life here will only bring losses. Considering our past, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the scripture and I won't kill you. Jaden smiled indifferently, even wounded. I can slay you all. His tone was calm, yet it exuded formidable confidence, not arrogance. Paul's expression turned grim. Kill him, double the promised resources. The man in blue robes and the others were immediately delighted. Disappointed by failing to acquire the immortal artifact and thus losing out on many valuable resources, they now saw a way to recoup their losses. The Yin family was wealthy, and Chandler Yin was generous. Immediately, the man in blue robes, along with the scar-faced man, the burly fellow, and the three newly joined cultivators formed a semicircle around Jaden. The man in blue robes wore a mocking smile. Why did Jaden have to defy Chandler Yin? That was inviting death. Top ranker or not, lacking backing meant getting beaten. Moreover, Jaden was gravely injured. Just like before, the man in blue robes thought Jaden posed little threat. Attack. Paul cut short the conversation, issuing the order directly. Without waiting, he lunged forward, sword gleaming with energy. Together with the others, 7 people launched their assault simultaneously. Facing this, Jaden remained unperturbed. These individuals were far weaker compared to Adebayo, whom he had killed. How much more so against these opponents? With the scripture in his left hand, his right hand slashed, releasing a blood-colored knife light in a curved arc. The force of the Tao intertwined upon it, wielding devastating power. Boom! The knife light collided with the 7 attacks, resulting in a deafening blast. The knife light exploded, dismantling the 7 attacks instantly. For a moment, radiant light burst forth, accompanied by continuous reverberations. Jaden took a step back, regaining his composure swiftly. However, Paul and the 6 others retreated 3 steps, slightly staggering. 7-on-1, yet they still fell short? Paul couldn't help but pause, acknowledging Jaden's true strength. Only by experiencing it did he realize how powerful he was. No wonder Jaden could unleash such an attack in the cemetery. Fostered, despite this realization, Paul didn't abandon his intention to seize the scripture. In his judgment, the injured Jaden couldn't hold out long. With 7 on their side, wearing him down was inevitable. Thus, Paul reorganized the attack. A barrage of sword lights filled the palace, coordinating with the other 6 attacks, enveloping Jaden from all directions. Break. Jaden spoke in a profound voice, his long knife radiating dazzling light, showcasing 4 levels of Tao power. He unleashed his full might, overwhelming pressure emanating from him. As the knife light ascended, the Tao power fiercely shredded all incoming attacks. Boom. A tempestuous wind swept through, massive energy waves tossing Paul and the others into disarray, forcing them backward. The man in blue robes and the scar-faced man, positioned at the front, spat blood first. Paul stabilized himself swiftly, his eyes wide with horror, hands trembling. Their combined full-strength attack was thwarted again, and injuries occurred. Was Jaden this terrifying? And he was injured. What if he wasn't? Paul hesitated. He hadn't anticipated such a disparity. Initially, he believed the gap could be bridged by numbers. After all, Jaden's apparent cultivation level wasn't as high as his. But now, Paul realized, they stood no chance against Jaden, even if there were more than 7. Paul wasn't foolish. He remembered the lethal power Jaden wielded when killing Adebayo. Jaden hadn't used that move yet. If he did, given their current combat strength, they'd likely leave their lives here. In this brief moment, Paul's emotions fluctuated wildly. Should he just give up? It was hard to accept. Damn, why didn't the immortal technique choose him? Paul raged internally, wanting to shout aloud but restraining himself. Releasing his frustrations would demoralize his followers, leaving him with no hope. Jaden, having repelled the 7, didn't gloat. Everything unfolded as expected. Without wasting time, he decided to expedite the situation. Waiting so long without incident indicated he needed to take the initiative. Let's end this with Paul and company quickly. As Jaden lifted his long knife to deliver the finishing blow, his pupils suddenly constricted. To his horror, an ashen face had somehow appeared on Paul's shoulder. Chapter 510. You are the last one. When Jaden saw that pale face, he was glad that his earlier caution had been justified. He didn't need to guess. This face undoubtedly belonged to the corpse inside the coffin. It was unknown when or how the corpse had appeared behind Paul. Paul naturally also noticed the abnormality behind him. When he turned his head, his body instantly stiffened. That was a kind of stiffness born from extreme fear. Even with the power of an artificer, Paul's body succumbed to terror in this situation. However, Paul quickly regained his senses. After the initial shock, his instincts told him to increase the distance between them. But his efforts were futile. A pale hand emerged from around his neck, grabbing it tightly. The icy, long nails pierced into his flesh. Ah! Paul let out a blood-curdling scream, trembling all over. Witnessing this scene, Jaden's pupils constricted. He could clearly see Paul's eyes turning grayish-white, losing all their luster. Is Paul being controlled? After a moment's thought, this was the only reasonable explanation Jaden could come up with. His movements had already begun. He needed to create distance from Paul and even consider leaving the underground palace. He already possessed the immortal technique. There was no need for further risks. He wasn't sure what would happen next. However, just as Jaden made up his mind to leave, the scripture book that was in his hand transformed into a streak of light, escaping his grasp and moving into Paul's hands. Paul extended his hand, grasping the scripture. Although he should have been happy to get the scripture, his expression remained rigid. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. Stay here. Jaden swallowed hard. This was not out of fear but disbelief. He was certain that the person standing before him was no longer Paul. So, Everything was calculated by this ancestor of the Qin family, using immortal artifacts and techniques as bait to lure the cultivators. But what was his true intention? It couldn't be simply to control a cultivator. Jaden's mind raced. He ignored the scripture and quickly moved toward the stone door through which they had entered. But at that moment, the surroundings underwent a drastic change. The magnificent palace vanished, replaced by a damp cave. The ground turned into muddy soil, covered with viscous fluid. Darkness replaced the light, making it hard for Jaden to adjust. Stopping abruptly, Jaden soon realized the grim reality. The door was gone. It was as if the escape route had been cut off instantaneously, giving him no time to react. Helplessly, Jaden could only try to maintain distance from Paul while seeking an opportunity to break free. He was not one to sit idly by, and he refused to give up hope. "Save me!" Ah! A cry for help echoed near Jaden. Without stopping, he reached the edge of the cave, his back against the rock wall. The sensation of solid rock behind him calmed him slightly. Focusing his gaze, he saw Paul pounce on a person nearby, mouth wide open, biting down on the person's head. The victim, a cultivator who had joined Paul's group, convulsed, devoid of any resistance. What chilled Jaden to the core was the sight of a decayed, skeletal corpse clinging to Paul's back without any gap, as if half integrated into his body. One half was Paul, the other was the corpse. As a powerful cultivator, Jaden never believed in ghosts. Ghosts were merely manifestations of common people's fears, existing only in imagination. If he had to resort to ghosts to explain this phenomenon, Jaden would think it was due to his own lack of understanding. The cultivation world was filled with bizarre events and strange phenomena, but it had nothing to do with ghosts. Therefore, Jaden was certain that this ancestor of the Qin family must have practiced some form of cultivation technique. This technique could be labeled as evil, for it was indeed revolting. From what he could see, the corpse aimed to revive using this technique, or perhaps it had deeper motives. Jaden saw that Paul, carrying the corpse on his back, lifted his head, red and white liquid dripping from the corners of his mouth. Despite having faced numerous life and death situations, Jaden couldn't suppress the churning in his stomach at this sight. Pressing the discomfort in his body, Jaden saw Paul turn towards him. "You are the last one." The hoarse voice came from Paul's throat, but his lips did not move. Dumbstruck, Paul pounced on a muscular man nearby with incredible speed. At this point, the muscular man and others had snapped out of their initial terror and awakened their survival instincts. They were cultivators, capable of suppressing fear and handling danger. Paul was no longer their ally. To save their lives, the muscular man attacked first, intending to slay Paul outright. Moreover, the man in green attire and others also struck, sensing the imminent threat. If the muscular man died, they might be next. Better to strike preemptively. However, the Paul possessed by the corpse was far stronger than before, causing despair among the man in green attire and others. Their combined strength should have easily defeated one Paul, but now their attacks were effortlessly deflected by his hand intertwined with the corpse's. With this overwhelming suppression, the will of the man in green attire and others quickly crumbled. "Ah!" The muscular man screamed, unable to resist. A gaping mouth tore into his forehead. His eyes rolled back as he started to fall. Fostered bizarrely, his limp body did not collapse but hung suspended in midair as Paul bit into him. The man in green attire and the scarred man had lost all courage, desperately trying to flee from the muscular man, no longer possessing the resolve to fight. However, they couldn't move a step. Not because of fear immobilizing them, but because Paul wouldn't allow it. An invisible restraint locked them in place, paralyzing them where they stood. Despite the darkness, Jaden's keen vision allowed him to see the deep despair in the eyes of the man in green attire and the others. It was the terror and resignation of impending death. Chapter 511. The First Aspen. Jaden took a deep breath. He had originally intended to strike first, just like those others. But now, he decided against it. For one thing, he wasn't quite sure about Paul's current strength. For another, he wanted to take this opportunity to continue recovering while Paul hadn't yet arrived. Jaden felt that he could recover to about 80% of his full strength. With such a state, he would be better equipped to handle this strange situation. Of course, while restoring his strength, he also carefully observed the surroundings, looking for a way out. He had already tried the blood-breaking divine technique earlier, but it didn't work. This sufficiently proved that the present scene was real, not an illusion. Therefore, if the final exit was through breaking through the earth, then he had to solve this immediate problem first. Jaden didn't want to be digging tunnels with cold eyes watching him from behind. A battle with the corpses seemed unavoidable. As for the lives of the blue-robed man and the others, Jaden was indifferent. If they hadn't harbored murderous intentions towards him before, he might have attempted to help in such a bizarre situation, as it would have been a righteous deed. But since they were now enemies, Jaden wouldn't bother. He had enough on his plate without worrying about their fates. Over there, Paul devoured the strong man as if savoring a sumptuous meal, then proceeded to bite into the scar-faced man. Behind Paul, the dried-up corpse embedded within him gradually gained some vitality. However, it remained desiccated, showing no signs of regaining flesh or life. Jaden noticed that the corpse seemed to be more tightly fused with Paul, as though it had sunk deeper into his body. Could it be that he intends to completely merge with Paul? This thought crossed Jaden's mind. He could only marvel at the strange power involved. The Qin clan was an outsider. If this corpse truly belonged to the first ancestor of the Qin clan, it likely meant these methods originated from outside. Soon, the scar-faced man fell, followed by two more cultivators being devoured one after another. Paul showed no sign of stopping. Finally, it was the blue-robed man's turn. The blue-robed man pleaded desperately, "Chandler Yin, I don't want to die, Crack. A grotesquely wide mouth clamped down on the blue-robed man's head, abruptly silencing his pleas. The blue-robed man's life faded visibly, his eyes turning pale and lifeless in moments. After a brief pause, Paul loosened his jaw, licking his lips with lingering hunger. The blue-robed man crumpled to the ground like a pile of cotton. Thus, All of Paul's original allies were consumed, none spared. In the vast, damp cave, only Paul and Jaden remained. Or rather, half of Paul and half of a corpse. Taking a deep breath, Jaden opened his left hand, letting the powder made from the spirit stone fall away. He had recovered nearly fully during this time. Holding the fragmented sky saber horizontally in front of his chest, Jaden looked at Paul and calmly asked, "Who are you?" Paul twisted his stiff face, smiling eerily, or perhaps crying. Either way, it was a sight to behold. His steps were equally rigid, moving like a puppet dragged along by the corpse. As Paul approached, his throat emitted a voice. "You may call me First Aspen." "So, you really are the first ancestor of the Qing clan." Jaden realized no other ancestor of the Qing clan would dare call themselves Germain. Only the person who established the Qing dynasty in the depths of the Alia realm possessed that title. But why did this person choose to survive in such a way? Keeping his expression unchanged, Jaden asked, "You lured us here to devour us?" The first Aspen tugged at his face again and replied, "I didn't lure you. You awakened me." "You? Us?" The immortal chi is the key to open the tomb. Jaden hadn't expected that opening the tomb was due to using immortal chi during his battle with Atabeo. So, this was karma? Jaden laughed bitterly. It was clear that this first Aspen was confident, saving him for last perhaps because he sensed the immortal chi within Jaden. "Since you are the ancestor of the Qing clan, shouldn't you have immortal chi?" Jaden asked. "I died. When I died, my immortal chi dispersed." The first Aspen didn't seem to mind chatting with Jaden, perhaps having been isolated for too long. Jaden, unafraid, continued, "You want the immortal chi within me? And your body. Why not take it directly?" "Haha, couldn't do it. At first, I was very weak, and you are quite skilled. I needed to use other bodies to subdue you." "You're quite honest. The more straightforward the plan, the more interesting. Can I continue asking questions?" "Haha, as you wish. A little conversation before the meal aids digestion." "So, you chose Paul from the start, right? You aren't greedy, but he is. If you had approached the coffin first and let me familiarize myself with your aura, I would have come straight to you. You might not have lived this long. You want to come back to life?" "I can't. The prediction said I would awaken now to resolve a matter." "What matter?" "I don't know either. It seems I've forgotten certain things, only knowing I need to awaken." "Do the descendants of the Qin family know you will awaken?" "Haha, they should know. I remember instructing that anyone seated as emperor must be informed. I saw many skeletons in the mud. Have you been consuming many people?" These useless descendants willingly opened the tomb, but none were suitable, so they ended up being eaten by me. Even the deceased Qin descendants, none were useful. They don't deserve to be buried with me. Sigh. "How do you plan to consume me? If I can use my mouth, I won't use my hands. It's too troublesome." "Was I predicted to definitely appear?" "It wasn't me who predicted it, but my subordinates. Who doesn't matter, as you will definitely appear." "Oh, did the one who predicted it tell you that my appearance signifies your end?" "Haha, that's unnecessary. Whatever I set out to do, I always succeed. Always. Without fail. Then I don't mind making you fail once. Come, let me see." Amaldenly, Jaden moved, a dazzling saber light slicing through the darkness, striking with lightning speed. "Haha." The first Aspen let out a dry laugh. Cornelfting Paul's arm, the long sword in Paul's hand slashed out with a saber technique. Indeed, it was a sword that executed a saber move. Astonishing. This proved that in life, the first Aspen practiced sabers, achieving extraordinary mastery. Boom crack. Two attacks collided, releasing terrifying power that swept through the space. Jaden was hurled away. Ugh. Jaden grunted, stabilizing himself. His gaze flickered. This person was extremely strong. Chapter 512. Even immortal arts are useless. When Jaden clashed with the Aspen for the first time, he realized he had seriously underestimated this man. Based on the combat strength the Aspen displayed, he was not inferior to Atabeo, the outsider. More terrifyingly, it was evident that the Aspen was far from being fully recovered. It was hard to imagine how formidable the Aspen must have been during his lifetime. No wonder he managed to establish the great Qin dynasty. No wonder he remained fearless even in death. Huff. Jaden exhaled deeply, pulling his thoughts together. He now felt uncertain, despite his bold proclamation to teach the other a lesson. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence, but rather an honest assessment of his own abilities. However, he did not choose to retreat. The greatest respect for life was to do everything possible to survive, even if one seemed as insignificant as an ant to others. Of course, Jaden never considered himself an ant, and never would in the future. "I can see that you are somewhat afraid. Why not submit?" The Aspen smiled mockingly. "Sorry, not my habit," Jaden replied calmly. "You could die honorably, or even continue living in another form. Why choose a path of self-destruction?" "Because I really want to see you fail once, as I just said." Haha. The Aspen's throat no longer produced a raspy sound. Instead, he thrust out his long sword, sending out a mighty wave of sword energy brimming with terrifying power. Jaden did not dare to slack off, unleashing his full power. The 6 profound principles intertwined on his fragmented void blade, creating a dazzling light. This strike was the most powerful offensive move he could muster at present, short of revealing his ultimate card. Rumble. The 2 waves of sword energy collided mid-air, their force tearing through space, ripping apart the darkness like an eye opening wide. Then, it closed again, and the light vanished. Jaden retreated several dozen steps, while the Aspen shook his arm. Ignoring the deep trenches gouged into the ground, Jaden immediately resumed his battle stance. Although this clash was better than the first, it still revealed a significant disparity in strength, so he did not let his guard down. "This body is truly useless. I crave your body." The Aspen licked his lips. "Coincidentally, I'm not willing." Jaden replied coldly. With those words, his blade struck out swiftly, the passage it carved shimmering with ripples, a sign of the change in the flow of time. Immortal art, a slice through time. After 2 clashes, Jaden decisively used his trump card, choosing to take the initiative. In truth, he had no other choice. Ordinary methods were certainly ineffective against the Aspen. He didn't know if further delays would allow the Aspen to recover more, leading to catastrophic results. Therefore, he had to seize this moment and catch the Aspen off guard before he could react. Time principle intertwined with other profound principles, forming a decisive strike that illuminated the darkness. This slice, in previous battles, had always severely wounded, or even killed opponents unless they had seen through it or acted before Jaden. Time's peculiarity was wondrous, and Jaden had only grasped a tiny bit of it. Fostered, this small part had often given him the upper hand in past fights. He hoped this would be no exception. But hope was just hope, and reality was always brutal. Jaden had once estimated that if someone's understanding of profound principles far surpassed his time principle would be ineffective, leaving no ripple behind. Now, Jaden finally faced such a situation. As his sword approached the Aspen, the latter simply raised his hand slightly, and everything came to a halt. It felt like a sprinter suddenly having his throat clamped shut, without warning, immobilized. Jaden's sword, which was moving at its fastest speed, even causing the opponent to slow down, was abruptly stopped midair. Without a physical throat, the sword light was nonetheless firmly locked, unable to advance any further. A remarkable move. The Aspen smiled grimly, speaking fluently despite the influence of time principle. This clearly meant he was completely unaffected by it. The Aspen did not use his sword, but instead continued raising his hand, and then clenched it. Crack! Jaden's sword light, akin to a tree trunk being cut, shattered piece by piece without releasing its final burst of energy. His confident immortal art was effortlessly neutralized by the Aspen. Spatial principle? Jaden did not reveal disbelief, his pupils merely narrowing before returning to normal. He had already anticipated this possibility, accepting the elevated strength of the Aspen. He now understood that the Aspen's grasp of profound principles far exceeded his own. The spatial fluctuations were entirely different from what Jaden had comprehended. Only such a spatial principle could restrict his time principle. In essence, space had forcefully confined time, which was indeed frightening. Why don't you use immortal chi? Using it might cause me some trouble. Is it contempt for me? The Aspen seemed dissatisfied. My immortal chi is beyond my control. Jaden did not intend to hide this fact. That doesn't make sense. I can sense that you have refined the immortal chi. I also wish to know why. Perhaps I overlooked something. I recall that there should be no immortal chi in Yuanshan. How did you get it? The Aspen appeared genuinely puzzled, seemingly trying very hard to think and investigate. Only someone who completely disregarded their opponent would take the time to reminisce during a battle. To him, Jaden was already a meal ready to be devoured. Whether sooner or later made no difference as long as it was fresh. Jaden ignored the Aspen's question and asked in return, "What did you remember? Why can't I control my immortal chi?" This had been plaguing him. If he could get an answer from the now defeated Aspen, it would be the best outcome. I can't answer you now, but taking over your body and obtaining your immortal chi will give me the answers. So I'm quite impatient. Just wait. Wait for what? Wait for my last strike. Oh, you have one more strike? Foster's, one that can kill you. Ha ha ha, this joke is not funny at all. The Aspen's laughter ceased when he noticed Jaden's rising aura, and a rare expression of seriousness appeared on his stiff face. He sensed that this strike could genuinely threaten him now. Why is this happening? Why should I, the Aspen, fear an inexperienced Herschel? Although the Aspen did not understand, he took immediate action, lifting his long sword. His experience and strength were enough to counter this attack, even if he was not fully restored. However, just as the Aspen was about to act, Jaden's aura suddenly plummeted and stopped dead. Chapter 513. You have a bad temper? Byron frowned slightly, not believing that the Kevin before him would show mercy. No, this Philippe was as ruthless as he was when angered. It was just that Philippe was too young, and his methods weren't as harsh yet. Byron asked bluntly, "Why did you stop wielding your knife? Do you look down on me? Do you think I can't block it?" If that was the case, Byron didn't mind tormenting Philippe's spirit once he took over this body later. He, the illustrious Byron, detested being looked down upon, because only he had the right to look down on others. Jaden smiled faintly and said, "No." Byron wanted to raise an eyebrow, but couldn't due to his stiffened face, making him appear somewhat sinister. He asked, "Then what's the reason?" "I don't want to hear nonsense. You only have one chance to explain. My friend wants to play with you." "Your friend? Does me know him?" "How should I know? You dare to mock me. There is no one else here. Finn, you are hastening your own death. I advise you to be more respectful. My friend has a terrible temper. Me has an even worse temper." "Ah, you talk to him yourself. He never wants to come out voluntarily. You must have provoked him. I can't hold him back." As he spoke, Jaden's eyes changed, suddenly becoming deep, and his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. If the previous Jaden was calm and reserved, then the current one was unashamedly flamboyant. This flamboyance was wild, boundless in its intensity. Even without emitting any aura, it was enough to shake the surroundings. Byron involuntarily shivered, his mouth agape, his face tearing with blood, proving how shaken he was. Across from him, those abyss-like eyes glanced casually, their contemptuous gaze seemingly capable of crushing everything. Throat-clearing noise. In the silent darkness, the sound of swallowing came from Byron. "You." Byron stammered, trying to speak. A figure suddenly lunged at him, seemingly emerging from the void, seizing his throat. Foster's, the attacker was Jaden, now the Khan. Even with all his confidence in his abilities, Byron found himself utterly powerless against the Khan. This wasn't about strength, but rather a suppression at the level of life essence. Byron had stepped onto the peak and knew there were even higher peaks beyond. But now, He felt his highest peak was nothing more than dust in front of this person. Heard you have a bad temper, the Khan began. The voice was still Jaden's, but the tone was entirely different. Byron opened his mouth, not daring to call himself me anymore, yet unable to say anything further. I didn't tell you to speak. Slap. The Khan slapped Byron across the face. Despite occupying Paul's body, this slap felt like striking directly into his consciousness, letting him truly experience what dominance meant. Spit garbage. The Khan spat and then threw Byron hard to the ground, almost separating him from Paul. Cough. Byron staggered to his feet, spitting out blood and 2 teeth. Though these weren't his own teeth, the pain was real as he clung to Paul's body. It had been long since he'd known pain, being dead already, but now he felt it again. But despite this, he dared not retaliate. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at the Khan. Why you? Who are you? Byron asked timidly, seemingly recalling some ancient memory. Slap. Another slap sent Byron flying. The Khan scolded. Did I give you permission to ask? Cough. Byron spat out 2 more teeth, struggling to rise, standing far away this time. At this distance, normally, he could have rushed out of the cave and escaped. But Byron didn't dare, not even with 100 chances. Even in his prime 1,000 years ago, he wouldn't have dared. This person transcended logic, surpassing all comprehension. Helped you vent your anger, haven't I? The Khan muttered. Let me play a bit more. Why so anxious? The Khan continued. Immortal technique? Oh, no problem, the Khan added. Watching the Khan talk to himself, Byron didn't dare interrupt, standing obediently in place, devoid of any of his earlier arrogance. But his heart was in turmoil. Byron couldn't help wondering who Philippe was to summon such a figure. Wait, this person seemed to always be by Philippe's side. Hiss. Byron inwardly gasped, afraid to imagine or understand. Hadn't this person disappeared? What was happening? You, the Khan pointed. Foster's. Byron snapped to attention, crawling over quickly. Hand over the immortal technique. Foster's. Byron summoned the book they had fought over previously, which he had hidden after the battle, and handed it over without hesitation, as if it were a hot potato he couldn't wait to get rid of. The Khan put it in Jaden's mystic ring without looking, knowing Jaden probably never imagined obtaining the immortal technique in such a manner. Sometimes, what seems extremely difficult to one person is laughably simple to another. Jaden, sensing this from outside, couldn't help but sigh. But soon he sensed nothing more because the Khan blocked his awareness. Here we go again. Last time in the ancient hall, it happened similarly. Jaden knew the Khan had secrets to discuss, not wanting him to overhear. Wanting to curse but helpless, Jaden had no choice but to trust the Khan fully, suppressing his frustration. Outside, Byron maintained his posture, hands still extended in offering, afraid to move. The Khan glanced at him coldly, saying, "Kneel and listen." With no hesitation, Byron knelt, no longer the exalted ancestor emperor, but more like a disciple listening humbly, eyes full of reverence. ##### chapter 514. Just an itch. Now I have a task for you, I've said leisurely. Please instruct. Adiel knelt upright. I know what you intend to do, so when you carry out that deed in the future, you must do it in reverse. Reverse. Adiel's eyes widened, momentarily stunned. He had no doubt this person could see through the situation, and he also understood how to act. However, he could not predict the consequences of doing things in reverse. What, is there a problem? I've stared at him, as if gazing into an abyss. No problem. This one will comply. Adiel lowered his head. He couldn't refuse. He was afraid that one displeasure from Ives would result in being reduced to dust. Even though he had died once, he didn't wish to die again at this moment. Besides, he knew if he truly died by Ives's hand, he wouldn't be able to return to life again. Ives remarked lightly, before implementing this, your incompetent descendants don't deserve to know anything about it. Of course, I hadn't planned on telling them either, Adiel nodded. That's good. This one. Adiel hesitated. If you have something to say, spit it out. This one wants to ask, won't reversing the process cause even more chaos? Adiel finally asked, summoning his courage. Do I need to explain it to you? No explanation needed. Do you know why I've kept you alive until now? Please enlighten me. Because you still have some use left. Focus on your own tasks. This one understands, thank you, sir. Adiel bowed deeply, showing extreme respect. Amaldenly, Ives raised his hand and pressed it on Adiel's head. Adiel was terrified, but felt no urge to resist. The overwhelming pressure made him feel that Ives could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. Amaldenly, Adiel's stiff face lit up with joy. The body originally composed of yen stones fused further, emitting faint glows around him, extraordinarily mysterious. After a moment, Ives withdrew his hand, looking unperturbed as if performing an insignificant task. Meanwhile, Adiel repeatedly kowtowed, chanting, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, his previously desiccated body was no longer visible, having completely merged with the yen stones, indistinguishable except for his different eyes. Adiel became what he always dreamed of. Despite practicing special techniques and being able to return from death, he had never achieved full fusion before. His desire to seize Jaden's body stemmed from its exceptional constitution, allowing maximum integration. But even then, it wasn't comparable to this current state. It felt like rebirth, and all this happened merely at Ives's whim. Adiel couldn't help but be astonished, gaining even more profound respect and fear for this great man. Amalch's awe-inspiring power erased any lingering doubts or thoughts of rebellion from Adiel's mind. You don't need to thank me. This is just an advance payment for your service. Focus on your tasks, I've said. This one remembers clearly and won't forget, Adiel replied, growing even more respectful. All right, get up. Foster's. Slap. I've suddenly slapped Adiel away, his expression indifferent. Adiel spat out blood and quickly rose from the ground. Do you have further instructions? Just a bit of itchiness, Ives said nonchalantly. Despite being able to display various expressions now, Adiel maintained a respectful demeanor, hiding any dissatisfaction. All right, go outside. Your descendants are probably impatient. They went through great lengths to wake you from the coffin. Ives waved dismissively. If you're unsatisfied, I can kill all of them. Are you teaching me my job? And no, that's not what I meant. Get out. Fosters. Adiel's face showed sheer terror as he dared not stay another second. He shot upward, piercing through the rock above and exiting the cave. Only Ives remained in the dark, enveloped space. He couldn't resist interfering after all. Who knows if it's good or bad for him, Ives muttered. After a long pause, he added, who cares? It's just for fun. Grow faster, Hendrik. I'm too lonely. Ives's voice faded, swallowed by the darkness. F***CK. A sudden curse erupted from the darkness as Jaden regained control of his body, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, Ives didn't give him time to vent and fell back asleep. How does he sleep so soundly while hanging in chains? Jaden complained under his breath. Taking a deep breath, Jaden calmed himself and ceased thinking about Ives. Looking around, Adiel was nowhere to be seen. He glanced upward and saw a passage leading straight to the surface, likely carved by Adiel. Jaden didn't question why Ives hadn't suppressed Adiel. Even if he did, he wouldn't understand. Since he couldn't fathom it, he stopped pondering and instead focused on his recovery. From the mystic ring, he pulled out the scripture he had specifically asked Ives to fetch during his brief loss of consciousness. Amara enough, it's a knife technique. Jaden immersed himself in the scripture, as expected containing a celestial technique practiced by Adiel. Given Adiel's ability to use it to entice cultivators, its value was self-evident. Moreover, since Adiel also practiced the way of the knife, this technique was perfectly suited for Jaden. Intermediate celestial technique. A blade at hand's reach. The content reverberated in Jaden's mind as he murmured. This was a spatial-type blade technique, very complete but difficult to comprehend. The technique had 6 forms, and with his current skill, Jaden estimated he could only grasp the first form. But even that would significantly enhance his understanding of spatial principles. Jaden believed mastering the basics of a blade at hand's reach would elevate his spatial comprehension to the 5th level. Recalling Adiel's manipulation of spatial principles without even drawing his blade was already daunting. Eyes gleaming with excitement, Jaden began studying the technique without delay. Restoring his strength was necessary anyway, so it was perfect to both recover and study the blade technique simultaneously. Chapter 5:15. Relations. 3 days later, Jaden woke from his cultivation practice, surrounded by the same darkness as before. He stood up, interrupting his understanding of the immortal arts. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue. Even if he could comprehend the second technique, he still needed immortal energy to execute it, just like the Blade of Time. Therefore, his current issue was that despite having access to immortal energy, he couldn't use it freely. Jaden couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He then leaped up and ascended along the carved cave passage. Soon, he emerged outside, greeting the long-awaited light. As he stepped out, the originally cracked mausoleum began to collapse rapidly. Boom. After a rumble, the mausoleum vanished, leaving only a pile of yellow earth. Jaden sighed. Now he understood that although this tomb seemed built for successive emperors, it was in fact a scheme set up by Byron. The purpose was to revive Byron alone to resolve a particular matter. What exactly that matter was, Jaden had no way of knowing. The Ewing surely knew, but since he wouldn't speak, there was nothing Jaden could do. Looking around, Jaden didn't see any trace of Byron, presuming he had already left. In this vast emptiness, only Jaden remained. None of the cultivators who came with the princes and princesses survived, all dying within the tomb except for the possessed Paul. Ahead, the blood pool remained unchanged. This meant the awakening process within the blood pool hadn't ended yet. It was unknown which lucky individuals would successfully awaken. I hope Vita can succeed. Jaden muttered softly, then flew over to sit by the blood pool. Though he had fully recovered, he naturally wasn't going to leave just yet. He had to wait for Vilma. The conflicts with the princes and princesses were far from resolved, so he and Vilma were still at risk in the imperial mausoleum. However, Jaden now felt more confident than ever. Even if Bear and others awakened their bloodlines, he wouldn't fear them. Thanks to his comprehension of the immortal art, his understanding of spatial essence advanced to the 5th level. Furthermore, during the final day of his cultivation, he gained a deeper understanding of all the essences he possessed, advancing them to the 5th level as well, greatly enhancing his combat power. With this new understanding and after numerous battles, his cultivation also improved slightly, reaching the 3rd rank waning moon realm. He was just one small step away from becoming an Essence Lawson in name. Of course, if one strictly judged by essence, Jaden was already firmly an Essence Lawson. It was merely a matter of cultivation boundaries. But on the surface, Jaden still appeared as a regular high-stage cultivator, and he used the immortal concealment technique to hide part of his aura, making him seem even less threatening. The Divine Clearwood and True Shadow Heavenly Pearl have exhausted their mystical powers. I need to find a time to replenish them, Jaden reflected on his current means. These 2 trump cards were temporarily unavailable as the materials given by Chancellor Garth had been used up. But Jaden wasn't overly anxious about replenishing these powers. The benefits they provided were not enough for significant improvement anymore. I wonder if acquiring Cornelcoln's Divine Clearwood will bring any changes to this treasure. Jaden pondered. He had 2 pieces, while Cornelcoln had 1. His intuition told him that if the 3 Divine Clearwoods were refined simultaneously, there would be unexpected surprises. Thus, obtaining the last piece was essential. Unfortunately, Cornelcoln managed to escape earlier. Thinking of Cornelcoln, Jaden glanced at the blood pool. He vaguely remembered a figure rushing into the pool when everyone was too preoccupied to notice. That figure seemed to be Cornelcoln. He must want to awaken his bloodline and challenge me again. Jaden smiled faintly, feeling unafraid. Even if Cornelcoln and Bear joined forces after awakening their bloodlines, he could handle them, bolstered by his newfound strength. However, he didn't believe Cornelcoln and Bear would join forces. Both royal princes were highly esteemed in the capital, and in such situations, two tigers don't coexist on the same mountain. Once matters involved the imperial throne, it became a life-or-death struggle between the crown prince and other princes. Therefore, Jaden didn't worry much about them collaborating. Fostered, Jaden had a vague feeling that their relationship might not be as simple as it seemed. Cornelcoln's guard, Dale, had informed him that Cornelcoln harbored remnants of the Wang family. However, after interacting with Cornelcoln, Jaden sensed that his character didn't align with someone who would conspire with foreign tribes. For some reason, Jaden suspected there might be inconsistencies here. As for Bear, he seemed more dangerous. Jaden felt this way at least for now. Cornelcoln's danger stemmed from his strength and talent, while Bear's danger lay in his deceitful nature. The former, Jaden had defeated once and could do so again. He was confident about that. The latter's involvement with outsiders made him a greater concern, potentially drawing Jaden into a quagmire if mishandled. It's too early to draw conclusions. Jaden stroked his chin, composing himself. He pondered these issues because this time, he wanted to take the initiative rather than be led around. Additionally, he aimed to interact more with the royal family, so understanding these individuals' behaviors and personalities was crucial. Of course, compared to Cornelcoln and Bear, their father, Jermaine Donovan, was the first person Jaden needed to watch carefully. He would be extremely cautious when dealing with the Great Aspen. Just as Jaden began to make sense of these matters, the blood pool finally started to change. In the crimson pool, bubbles began to emerge continuously, varying in size as if someone were breathing beneath. Jaden stood up and focused, watching as blood mist rose from the pool. The mist grew denser, forming a blood-red barrier that enveloped the pool. Are they coming out? Jaden stared at the blood pool, ready to act immediately upon spotting Vilma. Finally, after about 15 minutes of bubbling activity, it calmed down. Crack! The blood mist barrier shattered, dissolving into streams of light. A figure burst out of the blood pool, emitting a mighty roar. It's Cornelcoln. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Despite being covered in blood-red residue, the figure was unmistakably Cornelcoln. He was the first to emerge, and the aura surrounding him confirmed his successful awakening. Cornelcoln stayed close by, looking down, then said coldly, Jaden? Chapter 516, Stance. Looking at Cornelcoln, Jaden raised an eyebrow and said, Another fight? Cornelcoln replied, The outcome between us still needs to be resolved, but not now. Oh, did you kill that outsider? Shouldn't he have been killed? He indeed deserved it. You did well. Upon hearing this, Jaden gave Cornelcoln a long, intense look. It seemed that the latter's stance was indeed different from what he had guessed. Of course, he wouldn't change his view of Cornelcoln just yet. He still needed more evidence. Jaden, I await your challenge in the Mystic Abyss realm, Cornelcoln said coolly. I think there's no need to wait until then, Jaden replied. I still need to consolidate my awakened bloodline. You're very honest. Are you not afraid I'll take advantage and suppress you now? You won't. How can you be sure? I don't think I need to explain further. You're right. It seems I need to reassess you. Cornelquise, I will reassess you as well. Cornelcoln smirked, then tossed a token to Jaden. With this token, you can enter and exit the palace freely. I believe you want to meet the Terry. Jaden looked at Cornelcoln, surprised by how much this savior knew. Thank you. Consider it a reward for slaying the outsider. But if you don't want to die, don't cause trouble in the palace. Otherwise, even Mystic Abyss Academy can't protect you. I don't need that reminder. Cornelcoln smiled and asked, Is your master Yusef in the imperial capital? Not present, Jaden replied. Pity, I've always wanted to pay him a visit. Seems like I won't get that chance. I imagine my master doesn't wish to interact with the royal family. True, besides me, they probably don't want to see him either. You seem to be implying something. Do I? Cornelcoln half smiled. Farewell. With that, Cornelcoln turned into a streak of light and vanished. Jaden didn't chase after him. He had already changed some of his views on Cornelcoln. Without clear stances, a deadly confrontation wasn't suitable. Besides, Cornelcoln indirectly helped him, and the token would be quite useful. Recollecting his thoughts, Jaden put the token away. Since Cornelcoln wanted to settle the score in the Mystic Abyss realm, he would grant him that wish. As the largest and most mysterious realm in Mystic Abyss Heaven, Jaden had also received word that it was about to open, drawing the attention of many cultivators. He suspected the hidden outsiders were also targeting this realm. Lost in thought, someone else burst out of the blood pool. Jaden turned around and recognized Bear instantly. Bear was also enveloped in a layer of blood mist, indicating he had awakened. Among the many princes, Bear's strength was second only to Cornelcoln, so his awakening wasn't surprising. Seeing Bear's rising momentum, Jaden immediately swung his saber without hesitation. He hadn't forgotten Bear's previous provocations. Compared to Cornelcoln, Jaden wanted to resolve matters with Bear first. Given their differing stances, there was nothing to hold back. Clang! The clash of the saber and sword sent shockwaves flying, forcing both Bear and Jaden to stagger back. Jaden narrowed his eyes. After awakening his bloodline, Bear's power had indeed grown significantly. Before, that single saber stroke would have heavily injured Bear. Jaden, it looks like you're determined to oppose me, Bear said darkly. Jaden remained silent, choosing to answer with his blade. 5 layers of essence swept out, and Jaden attacked with all his might. He wanted to see if the awakened Bear could withstand his blade. Kill! The saber tore through space, aiming straight for Bear's head. Wanna die? Then I'll help you. Bear did not retreat, raising his sword with dazzling sword light. The light carried a special force, a boost from his bloodline. Boom! The saber and sword shattered almost simultaneously, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, pushing both combatants back. Bear's face turned grim. Despite his awakening, Jaden still managed to keep him at bay. He noticed that during the time he spent in the blood pool, Jaden had advanced further. Damn, he hadn't fully absorbed the power of his awakened bloodline yet. You killed Adebayo? Bear glanced around, looking for reinforcements but found no sign of Adebayo, only spotting his bisected body near the blood pool. Although it sounded like a question, Bear knew that apart from Jaden, no one else could have killed Adebayo. Don't ask the obvious. Next will be you, Jaden responded coldly. He lunged forward once more, attacking Bear fiercely. Having clashed twice before, Bear seemed reluctant to engage Jaden again, retreating while parrying with his sword. What are you waiting for? As Bear forced Jaden's saber aside, he suddenly roared. Second brother, she escaped. A slender figure emerged from the blood pool. It was Vilma. Behind her were 4 princes, seemingly intent on capturing her. Get lost. Recognizing the danger when Bear shouted, Jaden immediately turned and saw Vilma emerging. She radiated a strong aura, indicating she had also awakened, though her control over her newfound power was unstable. But escaping the prince's ambush was impressive enough, sparing him trouble. After shouting, Jaden rushed to Vilma's side, driving the 4 princes back with a single saber strike. Are you alright? I'm fine, just need some rest, Vilma whispered. Good, let's go. Jaden nodded. To ensure Vilma's safety, Jaden grabbed her waist and led her toward the pursuing princes. Vilma didn't resist, using her powers to stay aloft, avoiding hindering Jaden. Within moments, Jaden pushed the 4 princes back continuously. The princes looked shocked. As awakeners of the royal bloodline, they couldn't overwhelm the Kevin before them even when working together. Looking ahead, their second brother had fled. He runs fast. Jaden naturally saw Bear transform into a streak of light and leave. Chasing him would be futile, and even if caught, killing Bear quickly would be challenging given his hidden abilities. So, Jaden decided to handle these opponents first and ensure Vilma's safe return. Mystic Art, Close Range Blade. Without delay, Jaden used his newly learned saber technique to decisively resolve the situation. Chapter 517. Interrogation. With the slash of the blade, its light instantly traversed the distance, appearing suddenly above the 4 princes' heads. The mastery of the 5-fold spatial profundity, combined with the execution of immortal techniques, had brought this power to a terrifying level. Rumble. This slash descended without giving the 4 princes any time to react, and they were instantly suppressed and killed by the overwhelming force. Blood splattered in all directions, forming a mist of gore. Jaden's expression remained impassive as he watched the 4 figures vanish under his blade. Killing these people did not require much effort from him. What was somewhat regrettable was that Bear had escaped. Once back in the palace, such an opportunity would not arise again. The palace forbade killing and had stringent security measures. Jaden's current strength was still insufficient to act recklessly. However, he believed there would always be a chance to resolve the issue with Bear. Gathering his thoughts, Jaden led Vilma away from the blood pond. There was nothing more to linger for here. Whether the other princes and princesses who hadn't emerged were dead or alive was irrelevant to him. Vilma still seemed somewhat dispirited, and they needed to find a place quickly for her to recover. Vita, do you know how to leave this place? Jaden asked after flying for some distance. Fosters, after my bloodline awakened, I know how to exit, Vilma said softly. Fly higher, and I will open the passage shortly. All right. Without further ado, Jaden ascended. Before long, it felt like they had reached the top, and Jaden sensed the barrier above them. You? Let me go for a moment, Vilma whispered. Jaden reluctantly released her, not because he felt awkward, but because he had been too focused on escaping and forgot they were out of danger. Kin Vita looked up at the barrier, and a special force began to spread from her body, radiating with light. Her bloodline was activating. Open! With a low cry, that force surged upward toward the barrier. Visibly, a hole appeared in the barrier, large enough for 2 people to pass through. You? Hold on to me tightly, or we won't get out, Vilma said. Okay. Jaden didn't hesitate. He hugged Vilma again. Soon, the light from Vilma's body enveloped both of them. Let's go. Jaden nodded and carried Vilma out through the barrier. After a brief dizziness, Jaden felt solid ground beneath his feet. He voluntarily released Vilma and looked around, realizing they were back in the rear garden. There was no sign of Cornelcoln and Bear. It seemed those 2 had left. However, the rear garden wasn't empty. One person was watching them emerge. It was Germain Donovan of the Great Sheen. Your Imperial Majesty. Vilma stepped forward and bowed to Donovan. She stood in such a way as to block Donovan's view of Jaden. Vilma knew that Jaden had killed many princes in the royal cemetery, which would not go unnoticed by the Emperor. So she stepped forward, ready to take responsibility if necessary. Daughters grow too fast and cannot be kept. Donovan glanced at Vilma and sighed, expressing a father's disappointment with his daughter's actions. No one believed this was mere dissatisfaction. Vilma wouldn't think her father was complaining, nor would Jaden believe Donovan was simply scolding. So, when Jaden guessed Vilma's intention, he took the initiative and said, Your Majesty, everyone must face their own actions. Do not blame Her Highness. Qing Shu you. Vilma was about to speak, but was stopped by Jaden's gaze. Leave it to me. Jaden merely sent a silent message and then faced Donovan directly. The Emperor's imperial aura was indeed formidable, but Jaden had little reverence for royal authority. His cultivation supported his disdain for such power. Moreover, behind him was the Xunyang Academy. Even if Donovan wanted to use the prince's deaths as an excuse against him, it wouldn't happen openly. This gave him confidence. The imperial family was deep-rooted, but so was the Xunyang Academy. Lawson Dorian once mentioned that the Xunyang Academy's history in the Xunyang continent was older than the Qin imperial family. With this knowledge, Jaden could stand before Donovan without fear. For now, no one in the academy was better suited to be the successor, especially with Dorian's favor. He believed the Xunyang Academy would support him. Donovan did not respond immediately, his tiger-like eyes fixing on Jaden with an implicit pressure. A typical cultivator might have shown signs of fear in such a situation, but Jaden's previous contemplation made him even calmer, his gaze composed. After a long pause, Donovan withdrew the pressure and asked, "Did you open the ancestral tomb?" "Foster's," Jaden replied calmly. Vilma stared at Jaden in surprise. She hadn't known about this, and her concern grew. In her mind, only royal descendants could enter the ancestral tomb. By opening and entering it, Jaden had undoubtedly disgraced the royal family. Why is he being so honest? Can't he hide this? Vilma felt anxious, but held back her words, remembering Jaden's instructions. Unbeknownst to her, hiding it would have been futile. From Donovan's question, Jaden already guessed the truth. The ancestor who possessed Paul was likely the first to leave the cemetery and had met Donovan. Since Donovan showed no anger, it meant the matter wasn't as severe as expected. Indeed, Donovan's next words reassured Vilma slightly. "The ancestor wants me to thank you in person. It was your efforts that helped him awaken fully," Donovan said. "It was purely coincidental. I dare not claim credit," Jaden replied humbly yet firmly. "I am curious, how did you achieve complete fusion with the ancestor?" "Your Majesty should ask Byron." "Haha." Donovan smiled narrowly, briefly releasing the earlier pressure before retracting it. "You and your master have no respect for the royal family," Donovan said coolly, his tone neutral. Jaden paused. He hadn't expected Donovan to bring this up and knew whom he referred to. After some thought, he said firmly, "My master and I see only our swords." Chapter 518, Transcendence. Jaden, of course, knew who stood opposite him. Even disregarding his status, Donovan's half-step to immortality realm strength made it very easy for him to crush Jaden. But he still said those words. Setting aside all support and reliance, these were simply what he believed in his heart. A pure blade cultivator had only the release and retraction of his blade in his eyes, nothing more. Jaden had always held fast to this belief, never wavering. Thus, when he uttered these words under Donovan's pressure, a sudden enlightenment struck him. His divine soul was filled with an extremely comfortable sensation. This feeling then spread throughout his body without any hindrance. At this moment, Jaden realized that his long-stagnant divine soul realm had finally advanced. It felt like water naturally finding its own level after enough accumulation, or a blessing coming unexpectedly. In any case, his divine soul was now undergoing a tremendous transformation. This change occurred simply because he voiced something that seemed perfectly normal to him. The beauty of many things lies in their mysterious nature. They appear when you are about to give up, surprising and catching you off guard. At this moment, Jaden felt somewhat dazed, but he quickly steadied himself and focused on sensing the changes within his divine soul. Vilma observed Jaden's state, dumbfounded by how absurd he was. Looking at her father, she found his expression unchanged, which secretly relieved her. "You really know how to pick your moments," Vilma muttered inwardly, but genuinely rejoiced for Jaden. Donovan, watching the disciple breaking through before him, momentarily lost focus before regaining composure. Indeed, there was once someone who displayed such talent. Afterwards, enmity arose between them, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. Is it a coincidence? Donovan couldn't help but think, but he quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, remaining calm. Back then, his status wasn't high enough, but now as the Emperor of Yuxian, everything was within his grasp. Therefore, Donovan did not interfere with this disciple's enlightenment, as he did not see it as anything significant. When you've been looking down on all living beings for too long, indifference becomes a habit. Jaden's divine soul breakthrough didn't last long, almost impossibly quick. In just a short while, he felt a fullness in his divine soul. His senses became sharper. It felt like he could perceive every detail around him even without seeing, including the movement of air. This is transcendence. Jaden's heart didn't fluctuate much. The initial surprise and confusion had already subsided. When you're well prepared, the result seems less dramatic. Jaden had never ceased cultivating his divine soul, and thanks to the tempering from the TED Sky observation technique, today's breakthrough was inevitable. This moment of opportunity was created by him. Reaching a divine soul realm typically possible only for half-step to immortality cultivators, Jaden achieved it today. From the late sea realm or peak sea realm, he leaped directly into the early transcendence realm. His divine soul abilities finally had more applications. Jaden took a deep breath, looked up at Donovan, and calmly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Regardless of their stances, it was undeniable that their conversation led to this transformation. Moreover, Donovan did not disturb him during his breakthrough. Being someone who clearly distinguished right from wrong, Jaden felt it appropriate to express gratitude. Donovan replied, "Your breakthrough further proves your disregard for the imperial family, and right in front of me." Jaden smiled. Though he didn't know Donovan's ultimate goal, he no longer felt any fear. The recent breakthrough reinforced his beliefs even more. Belief is a sharp blade that can break through all obstacles. Jaden responded calmly, "Your Majesty, I merely expressed my thoughts and don't consider it wrong. Every cultivator has their own views on the royal family. I believe these views should be admiration rather than fear." Donovan raised an eyebrow. "Are you teaching me how to govern?" "As mentioned earlier, I only expressed my true thoughts. Can you speak for all cultivators?" "I only speak for myself, though if I could, it wouldn't be impossible." "You're confident I won't dare kill you?" "The decision to kill or not is yours. What I am certain of is that if you move, I will resist. Youth Academy cannot protect you. I promised Lawson-Chi that I would protect the Academy in the future. You're very confident about your future." "To be honest, yes. Is it because you fear my future that you wish to keep me here? Do you think I'm a petty person?" "I don't think so. Otherwise, I believe Lawson, Missouri would have never returned to Shizhou." "Is this what your master taught you to say?" "My master guided me in cultivation, but my actions depend on me. That year, I spared Bray. Today, I don't plan on sparing you. You've slaughtered many of my offspring." "Your Majesty, the first time I met my master, I said something to him." "Oh, whether the knife in my hand agrees." A fierce wind blew on the ground. No one revealed their aura, yet an invisible killing intent emerged. Though the situation seemed tense, Jaden did not believe Donovan would act immediately. As he thought before, not publicly unless Donovan was pushed to the brink. Despite the sharp exchange of words, Jaden believed they were far from that point. Donovan was, in his opinion, the most dangerous figure in the imperial family, without a doubt. A dangerous person would not act simply because of a few words. Otherwise, given Donovan's understanding of Jaden's identity, if he intended to suppress him, he would have done so at the banquet, instead of pretending not to recognize him and letting him enter the royal cemetery, even slaughtering his descendants. He didn't believe Donovan overlooked this possibility, and likely conducted detailed investigations into his temperament. And now he suspected that Terry DeChine's sudden appearance might have had a hidden agenda. Donovan was not a simple man. He was an emperor. So, Donovan's behavior now seemed aimed at gaining more control before revealing his true intentions. Of course, this was only Jaden's judgment, based on his perception of an emperor. If his judgment was wrong, and Donovan truly intended to suppress him, Jaden would not sit idly by. As he said, the knife would not agree. To defy one's superior, what is there to fear? Chapter 519. Methods. Donovan remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. As an emperor, his foremost consideration would never be his own feelings, but the gains and losses involved. Emotions were the first things to be cast aside on the path to becoming an emperor, nothing more than a laughable thing. He was the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, the king of Yuxian. Often, what he needed was merely a stance of submission. However, the person before him showed no such attitude of submission. In truth, Donovan now deeply disliked this person despite not showing it. There were many reasons for his dislike. The person's disregard for imperial dignity, their rebelliousness, their close connection with a certain someone, but regardless of how many reasons there were, they were merely causes. The fact was that Donovan truly disliked Jaden. Even without specific reasons, he could find them. Thus, disliking fundamentally stemmed from genuine dislike. Similarly, liking someone came purely from genuine affection. Donovan had always been aware of Jaden's existence, ever since news spread about the 9 chimes from the Mystic Tower. After sending people to investigate and learning about Jaden's background, he understood the situation. Given that Jaden was that person's disciple, it wasn't surprising. Thus, while he still had people monitor Jaden afterward, Donovan didn't pay much attention. A Kevin, no matter how talented, wasn't enough to make him, the emperor, take special notice. It wasn't until the banquet recently when he learned Jaden would attend that he brought along the Terry of Great Qin, wanting to see how the disciple of that person would react. But the outcome left him somewhat disappointed, even bored. So bored, in fact, that he barely glanced at Jaden, even with the Deputy Lawson of Yuxian Academy by his side. Without any drama, all characters appeared tasteless to Donovan, until his ancestor emerged from the cemetery, revealing some matters, prompting Donovan to suddenly wish to observe this person closely. After doing so, Donovan firmly concluded that he did not like this individual. In reality, he had felt this way during the banquet, though it wasn't as intense then, so he hadn't paid much attention. But now, Donovan realized this dislike originated naturally from deep within, unrelated to words or actions. As for the reasons, Donovan wasn't clear himself and didn't ponder over it deeply. Disliking someone never required a reason. Thus, Donovan decided to test this person further to achieve his goals. Unexpectedly, this person, like his master, or perhaps even more so, possessed a stubborn streak, leaving an even poorer impression. Certainly, impressions were just impressions. Donovan wouldn't get angry over something like that. As long as the person could work for him, it didn't matter if he liked or disliked him. Therefore, after Jaden clearly expressed his unwillingness to submit, Donovan changed his mind. If you don't submit, I naturally have methods to make you lower your head. Donovan smiled slightly, glancing at Jaden before extending his hand. His target was not Jaden but Vilma. With his quasi-transcendent cultivation, Vilma stood no chance of resistance and was easily seized. This sudden move caught Jaden off guard. Had Donovan attacked him directly, he could have reacted given his combat experience. Though he might not have prevailed, he could have fought back. However, Jaden never anticipated Donovan would act against Vilma. They were father and daughter. Jaden soon understood. Donovan cared little for the lives of those descendants in the cemetery, let alone a mere princess. Descendants could be many, but there was only one emperor. At this moment, Jaden truly grasped what imperial means entailed. He stared at Donovan, who had a faint smile on his face, holding Vilma by the shoulder, appearing fatherly but ready to end her life with a single squeeze. Jaden dared not make a move, but tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Vilma turned her head in disbelief toward her father, her eyes filled with confusion, disappointment, and even a hint of resignation. Roman, you needn't use me to threaten him. I'm not that important. Vilma's voice trembled, sounding both painful and strained, yet decidedly unafraid. Threaten? No, I merely want to add some interest to the situation. Whether you're important or not depends on him, Donovan replied with a smile. I want to see if in terms of valuing loyalty and righteousness, he has inherited Bray's true teachings, or even surpassed him. Vilma closed her eyes, knowing that no matter what she said, she wouldn't be the main character in this confrontation. Jaden would never ignore her. She felt burdened again. Despite having gone through a similar experience in the cemetery, being threatened by her own father sent waves of emotions coursing through her. She felt immense sadness, first from her Reed brother, and now her father using her as leverage. Vague memories that had surfaced in the blood pool resurfaced faintly in Vilma's mind. Jaden did not look at Vilma, and thus missed her strange demeanor. He fixed his gaze on Donovan, coldly demanding, "Speak. What is your intention?" Good, exactly the right attitude. Donovan smiled. This sense of total control felt excellent, especially over someone so stubborn. Although these methods were crude and not fitting an emperor's stature, Donovan valued results above all else. Crude or noble depended on the person, not the action. He was the emperor of the Great Qin, whose every action was supreme. Jaden observed Donovan's expression without rushing. He knew that panic was useless at this point. Calmness was crucial. Fortunately, he was someone who could quickly regain composure after initial shock. Jaden now understood that Donovan had intentions from the start. fostered, constrained by the presence of the Xunyang Academy, he refrained from forceful measures and instead tried to persuade verbally. But when persuasion failed, Donovan dropped the facade and no longer wasted words. Jaden realized that people like Donovan had no familial bonds and perhaps no emotions at all. Thus, labeling Donovan as the most dangerous figure in the royal family wasn't an exaggeration. Vilma must be saved, just as in the cemetery. Jaden's principles had never wavered. Friendship alone was enough to convince him. This might indeed be his fatal weakness. But Jaden never demanded to be without weaknesses. On the contrary, if valuing friendship became a weakness and he chose to abandon it, he believed he didn't deserve to wield the sword. The sword represented his principles. Therefore, whether Donovan's threat was real or bluff, Jaden would not risk Vilma's life. No matter what method was employed, he would bear it all. Translation provided maintains paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. The tone and style are kept coherent with the previous content, ensuring natural, fluent English free of grammatical errors. Character names are accurately rendered in pinyin. Chapter 520. Hand over the immortal chi. Donovan looked at Jaden's determined expression and said coolly, "It seems you are indeed a lot like your master. There are times when I really want to kill you outright." Jaden replied fearlessly, "But it's too bad you don't dare now. You're afraid of my backing in the Xunyang Academy. Being an emperor must be very troubling for you." "Ha, truly an insufferable boy. Sorry, I never intended to make you feel otherwise." "Very well. My thanks for your praise." A trace of undisguised killing intent flashed across Donovan's eyes, but quickly vanished. As Jaden had correctly surmised, he wouldn't take action now, at least not openly. The palace was his domain. Jaden could die anywhere but not here. As the emperor controlling the 5 provinces of Xunyang, even Donovan didn't fully know the depth of the Xunyang Academy's resources and naturally wouldn't easily provoke them. In any case, as long as he achieved his goal, that was enough. Donovan smiled faintly and said, "Jaden, your master took away my immortal chi years ago. Today, you will return it. To make me hand over immortal chi, this is his plan." Jaden's gaze hardened as he instantly understood the situation. It appears that Byron told Donovan about the immortal chi hidden within me. Or perhaps Donovan guessed it because I, an outsider, opened the tomb. No wonder he came personally. This was all for the immortal chi. Jaden realized only the immortal chi could make the great Aspen disregard his dignity and use such despicable methods. Immortal chi was a necessity to ascend to the transcendent realm. Donovan was an emperor and also a cultivator who equally yearned to become a transcendent. Jaden took a deep breath. He was fully aware of the significance of the immortal chi within him, not just for future cultivation but also because it was something several senior cultivators had painstakingly preserved by risking their lives. Originally, it was a boon granted by the collapsing Heavenly Tao when he found himself trapped in this scheme. Though he didn't yet understand why the Heavenly Tao acted this way, as long as the immortal chi remained with him, this scenario should develop as predicted. But now, faced with Donovan's despicable threats, he had no choice but to make a decision. Immortal chi could be voluntarily relinquished without dissipating, so long as the person remained alive. Jaden couldn't predict what would happen if he handed over the immortal chi to Donovan. However, he had no other options. Donovan's objective was the immortal chi. Without it, Vilma wouldn't escape danger. Without hesitation, Jaden made up his mind. Between the immortal chi and Vilma, he chose the latter. It wasn't just because of the significant potential of Yoshuan's fate that Vilma represented, but also because her life meant the survival of a friend. Jaden had no doubt that Donovan would immediately kill Vilma if he refused. He couldn't stand by and watch that happen. It was a moral boundary he couldn't cross. This wasn't out of sentimentality but a very clear and rational decision. His cultivation depended on achieving enlightenment. If he failed, he might never advance further. "I can give you the immortal chi, but you must agree to one condition," Jaden said, staring straight at Donovan. "The Emperor appreciates your decision, but it doesn't seem like you have the right to set conditions." Donovan smiled. Ignoring him, Jaden continued, "Let her go and promise not to trouble or harm her again. I think this condition isn't much to ask." Donovan laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I accept. Just like your master, you are both lacking in resolve." Jaden remarked indifferently, "At least my master ascended, while you didn't." Donovan's gaze turned sharp, and his laughter stopped abruptly. It was a thorn in his heart. Regardless of Jaden's intentions or knowledge, it stung him. Donovan coldly ordered, "Hand over the immortal chi. I don't want to waste time with you." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing Vilma to emit a pained groan. Jaden didn't delay. Using his spiritual energy, he extracted the immortal chi from his dantian step by step. Soon, a strand of white immortal chi floated above his palm. Spit. Jaden spat out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. The immortal chi had long been integrated into his being. Forcing its extraction now inflicted severe damage, akin to a serious injury. Normally, such an action would risk damaging his foundation, but because of his robust base, there were minimal side effects. Donovan gazed at the strand of immortal chi with undisguised greed. Then, he reached out, enveloping it with his aura and drawing it closer. Without hesitation, Donovan opened his mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, swallowing the immortal chi. An expression of bliss spread across his face as his power seemed to surge uncontrollably. His eyes emitted rays of intense light, piercing through the heavens. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Donovan pushed Vilma forward and released her. Having lost her value, he found holding her troublesome. Now, he wanted to savor the moment freely. Jaden ignored Donovan's expressions. Malpressing the discomfort caused by the turbulent blood flow, he caught Vilma. Vilma lay unconscious, brows furrowed, but fortunately, she was uninjured. Jaden sighed in relief, glad to have saved her. Glancing up at Donovan, he saw him already beginning to absorb the immortal chi. Without a word, Jaden swung his saber towards Donovan, a brilliant blade slicing toward his head. "Not overestimating yourself, are you?" Donovan glanced down. Enjoying the comfort brought by the immortal chi didn't mean he couldn't respond to danger. With a wave of his hand, terrifying strength erupted, capturing the blade of light, then crushing it effortlessly without any harm done to him. This slash serves as a reminder. I'll kill you myself someday. Jaden put away his saber and calmly stared at Donovan. He rarely made threats and seldom felt such an urge to kill anyone, but today's events stirred a deadly resolve within him. Sadly, lacking the necessary strength, he could only bear it for now. Fostered, he believed that day would come soon. Ha, wait for me as you please, but you'll never get the chance. Donovan sneered. With the immortal chi in hand, once he successfully ascended, he would be invincible in Yuxian. And that day wouldn't be far off, Donovan thought. Jaden left the back garden with Vilma without another word. Donovan let them go. In his eyes, they no longer mattered, nor did anyone else. When I ascend, the entire world will submit. Standing still, a smile curved on his lips, showcasing the imperial majesty. Chapter 521, I Am You. Jaden took Vilma back to his residence in the palace. He knew where it was because Vilma had told him earlier. Malcolm and Burke were guarding Vilma's palace, and they hurriedly greeted Jaden when they saw him bringing Vilma there. Entering the palace, Jaden placed Vilma on the bed and, seeing that she hadn't awakened, he left the room. Guard the princess well here. Just arrange a side room for me, Jaden instructed. Foster's brother Cornell, please come this way. Malcolm nodded. He still trusted Jaden very much and knew that the princess held him in high regard. Malcolm led Jaden to the side room, while Burke stayed behind. Entering the room, Jaden turned and said, "You can leave first. Call me when the princess wakes up." Malcolm nodded and closed the door as he left. Jaden wasn't particular about his lodging. Right now, he needed to recover. The stripping of his celestial chi required that he reinforce his body. However, he did not immediately close his eyes to meditate, but instead recalled Donovan's words in his mind. Back then, my master sees Donovan's celestial chi, and this matter is likely related to the Empress, Jaden pondered. Although his master didn't say so explicitly, from various signs, it was probably true. Terry of Daqin bore the family name Nangong, likely an outsider, possibly carrying celestial chi herself. Then, the Empress gave her celestial chi to his master, allowing him to enter the immortal ascension realm. From Donovan's words, that celestial chi should have belonged to him, hinting at some story behind it. To understand the exact sequence of events, he needed to ask Terry Nangong face to face. Figuring out the cause would better assist his master in the future. Jaden resolved to wait until Vilma woke up to find out where the Empress's palace was. After collecting his thoughts, Jaden sat cross-legged on the bed, put away distractions, and began to recover his physical state. In the room where Vilma lay, she slept with a slight frown on her face. If someone were in the room at that moment, they would be astonished. For unknown reasons, a faint glow appeared around Vilma, as if a light barrier encased her. Time slowly passed. Vilma found herself standing in an empty space, completely silent. She looked around, trying to find a way out, but after walking for a long time, she saw no exit. Vilma wasn't anxious. She patiently observed, sensing that something was different. In the blood pool, she had entered this place briefly due to the awakening of her bloodline. But because of the short duration, she hadn't fully explored it. She sensed inexplicable changes within her. Her inexplicable affinity for the heavenly secret stone, her sudden escape from Adebayo's control, and the voice guiding her to the blood pool, all pointed to her becoming different. She felt something awakening inside her. This feeling was clear and not a hallucination. Was it power, bloodline, or another consciousness? Vilma had no definitive answer yet, but being in this void might reveal something. Amaldenly, after wandering in the void for what felt like forever, Vilma noticed a figure with its back turned to her. The silhouette was very slender, with long hair cascading down, obviously a liv. Vilma sized up the back view, estimating the liv's height was similar to hers. Although she couldn't see the face, she must be very beautiful. At least, the purple red dress looked very elegant, thought Vilma. Vilma smiled slightly and asked, "Can you tell me who you are?" The liv didn't turn around. Her voice was devoid of emotion, replying, "I am you." Vilma was stunned. She was very sure of her current state, quite awake, and she didn't mishear. The liv wasn't joking either. Calmly, Vilma asked, "Why do you say that?" The liv remained facing away, saying, "Nothing, just letting you know. You've been asleep for a long time. It's time to wake up." "I've been asleep for a long time? Is this my dream?" Vilma frowned. "Protect yourself before I return," the liv replied, ignoring Vilma's question. "Fear not, my strength is limited, often dragging others down." Thinking about being kidnapped twice, bitterness crept onto Vilma's lips. She wasn't one to rely on others, but many things were beyond her control. She regretted it deeply. "You don't need to feel guilty. That's his responsibility and destiny," the liv said. "Him? Is it Qingshu?" "You think it's him, so it is. What's our relationship? Why do I suddenly feel close to him?" "Because I am you, and I chose him." "What does that mean? Can you explain clearly?" "No." "Why? I really want to know, or I will be very upset, as I faintly remember causing him to lose his celestial chi, which is important to him." "Then continue being upset. It will get better." "Aren't you upset too if you're me?" "I trust him more than you. I also believe." "Wait, aren't you me? Why differentiate?" "There's no difference actually." "There is. I'll believe in him more." For a while, the void fell into silence. Eventually the liv sighed, "Ultimately, we will be the same." With that, under Vilma's puzzled gaze, the liv's figure vanished. "Hey, where are you going?" Kneeling abruptly on the bed, Vilma stared blankly at the front. This was her familiar room. "So it was a dream," Vilma murmured. "But was it really just a dream?" Shaking her head, Vilma still felt muddled, slightly disoriented. Sitting on the bed, she gazed towards the foot of it, gradually drifting off. Only when she finally felt more awake did she retract her dazed gaze. Phew. Needing a deep breath, Vilma got off the bed and muttered, "Where's Qingshu?" "Someone," Vilma called. Knowing she was in her bedroom and certainly guarded. Princess, you're awake, thank goodness. Malcolm rushed in. How long did I sleep? Vilma frowned. Princess, you've slept for 2 days, Malcolm replied. 2 days. Vilma was slightly surprised, but then she felt her strength. Her awakened bloodline had solidified nearly completely. Now, her power far surpassed her previous level. Drawing a deep breath, Vilma ignored cultivation matters and asked, Where is Xu? Brother Cornell is resting in the side room. I'll go call him, Malcolm responded. No, I'll go find him. Vilma straightened her clothes and left the room. Chapter 522, Teacher's Wife. Vilma had just arrived at the side chamber when she saw Jaden push open the door. You're awake, Jaden smiled. Uh-huh, Vilma nodded. Pausing for a moment, she then said, Sorry, I've dragged you down again. Jaden waved his hand. No need to say that. We are friends. Vilma sighed and didn't speak further because she felt that whatever was said now couldn't change anything and would instead make her appear overly sensitive. Adding to that recent dream, she thought that if there were indeed an unbreakable bond between her and Jaden, next time she wouldn't be a hindrance. She would be willing to sacrifice her own life. Vilma changed the subject. How was your injury? Jaden replied, It's all better now. That's good. I have something I want to ask. Go on. Can you tell me the location of the Terry residence? Vilma paused but didn't question much. She simply replied, The palace is huge. Let me guide you there. Jaden nodded. All right. With Cornelcoln's token, he should be able to reach the Terry residence without being hindered. After getting the immortal chi, Jermaine Donovan probably wouldn't pay attention to him for some time. And besides, he hadn't yet left the palace. So, Jaden and Vilma set off from the palace building, heading towards the west side of the palace. Indeed, it was quite a distance. Due to the no-flying rule within the palace, the two spent about a quarter of an hour walking. Jaden stopped in front of a small hall, giving it a quick look. This place was more like a private courtyard than a hall. It looked rather simple overall with only some flowers in front of the courtyard and no other lavish decorations. It was hard to imagine this as the residence of the current Terry. Inside the grandiose palace, this secluded courtyard indicated that the Terry wasn't fond of social gatherings. Vilma glanced at Jaden and then went up to knock on the gate. Before long, a maid opened the courtyard gate. A malapprised, she asked, Presley? Vilma replied, Please inform the Terry. Vita has come to visit. The maid did not open the gate but shook her head. Her Majesty is resting and won't see visitors today. Please forgive us. Disturbance? Vilma turned her head and apologetically said, Xu, we've come at an inappropriate time. Jaden didn't turn around immediately. Instead he pondered for a while and respectfully said, Please inform her that a disciple of Lawson, Missouri has come to visit. Thank you. The maid cast a glance at Jaden and hesitated for a moment. She believed this person must have some connection with Her Majesty and feared that delaying might affect the Terry affairs, so she said, Please wait a moment. Thank you, Jaden bowed. The maid walked back into the courtyard without closing the gate. Is there any relationship between you and the Terry? Vilma vaguely remembered hearing some rumors, but never took them seriously, hence they left little impression on her. She's my teacher's wife. Jaden did not hide. Vilma's eyes widened, suddenly remembering that matter related to the Terry, seemingly confirming the rumor. Not long after, the maid came out. Both of you please come in. Her Majesty is inviting you. Jaden and the maid entered the courtyard together, passing through the fragrant front yard and over a bridge, arriving quickly before a row of houses. Please wait. The maid knocked on the door. Your Majesty, they have arrived. I know. You can go. A gentle voice sounded from inside. Fosters. The maid bowed and withdrew. Please come in, the Terry spoke. Vilma pushed the door open and Jaden followed behind. Upon entering, the Terry could be seen sitting cross-legged in front of a table with a censer on top emitting a soothing fragrance. Compared to the formal attire from the banquet day, today the Terry wore more plain clothing, a light yellow long gown with hair simply coiled up. It gave her an elegant and serene beauty. Jaden silently marveled that age seemed to leave no mark on her face, contrasting greatly with the many wrinkles that adorned his master. The Terry first looked at Vilma and said, I heard Vita likes paintings. I happen to have some valuable ones in my room. I'm honored that Her Majesty remembers. I'll go check them out right away. Vilma knew what the Terry meant and tactfully turned to the side chamber. The Terry nodded slightly, then turned to Jaden. Please sit. Jaden sat as instructed but didn't speak first. The Terry asked, You're Lawson, is he well? Jaden replied, answering my teacher's wife. Lawson is doing fine. Hearing the words teacher's wife, the Terry shivered slightly, then faintly smiled. Did your Lawson say anything to you? Lawson said that regarding everything that happened, he doesn't regret it. Though Bray never spoke those exact words, Jaden didn't mind saying it for him. From the way his Lawson revealed this secret previously, both his demeanor and facial expressions showed that even after his power declined, he never regretted it. The Terry was somewhat lost in thought, mumbling after a long pause, ultimately, it was my fault. Outcloud must be teacher's wife's name. Jaden inwardly thought and said aloud, teacher's wife, you don't need to feel this way. Although I joined Lawson late, I can see that despite his laid-back lifestyle, he has never complained. Jody sighed. Ultimately, fate played a cruel trick on us, making things difficult for Zoe, who grew up without her mother by her side. Jaden was stunned. Hearing the tone of teacher's wife, it seemed that teacher's sister hadn't come here. But for confirmation, Jaden asked, teacher's wife, have you seen teacher's sister recently? Jody's gaze tightened. Zoe came from West Joe to find me? Jaden confirmed, teacher's sister hadn't come to the palace. But where was she? Jaden said, recently, teacher's sister learned about her background and came to the capital alone. But your disciple hasn't found her yet. Jody suddenly stood up. You mean Zoe is missing? Don't worry, teacher's sister will be fine. How can I be at ease? Why did Ching Song tell Zoe these things? Lawson didn't say anything. If Lawson didn't say it, how did Zoe learn of this? I'm not sure, but I suspect someone intentionally leaked this information. Could it be? Jody's eyes flashed coldly. Donovan, Have you not let them rest even after all this? Amaldonly, Jody emitted a strong aura of killing intent, which starkly contrasted with her previous elegant appearance. Her powerful aura kept surging. If she didn't deliberately suppress it, the entire room might collapse. Jaden was surprised. Teacher's wife was actually half-step immortal. Chapter 523, the story. Jaden did not disturb his master's wife's emotions. He could see that she had endured for a long time. Indeed, Lawson and Mistress had been apart for nearly 20 years, and it was not by their own will. Moreover, someone had meddled in between. No one would have a good temper under such circumstances. After a long while, Jody regained her composure and sat down again. But the coldness still lingered on her face, clearly indicating she hadn't fully calmed down. Lawson's wife is truly a live of deep emotion and strong character. No wonder they were able to be together back then, Jaden silently marveled. Jody said, "How did you come here? Donovan should know your identity." Immediately, Jaden detailed the events leading up to and after his visit to the royal tomb to his master's wife. But he concealed the fact about losing his immortal chi. He didn't want to worry her or cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, his grudge with Donovan was personal, and he didn't wish to involve others. In the future, he would settle accounts with Donovan for both his master and mistress. So, Cornelcoln felt an affinity towards you. Jody smiled slightly. It seems Lawson's wife has a decent impression of Cornelcoln. Jaden was somewhat surprised. Not particularly favorable, but compared to his father, Cornelcoln is indeed more straightforward. Still, just be cautious and stay away from them as much as possible. Jody continued, "Since you are Brody's youngest disciple, you are like my half-child. I naturally don't want to see you targeted. I'm already pleased that you managed to find a way to see me today. You should avoid coming to the palace in the future. Donovan might take action against you someday." Jaden felt warmth in his heart, but didn't mention that Donovan had already made a move. From his master's wife's words, he understood that though she had lived secluded for many years, she had not ignored palace affairs, watching everything unfold. His master's wife must be eagerly waiting for the day when she can reunite with his master. Jaden asked, "Lawson's wife, can you tell me the story between you and Lawson?" Jody replied, "Didn't Brody tell you?" Lawson only mentioned a little bit. "He said to ask you once I meet you," Jaden lied, but harmlessly. "Humph, it seems he started caring about appearances since becoming a master." Jody pouted slightly and smiled. "All right, let me explain the details to you." "Thank you, Lawson's wife." Jaden sat up straight, preparing to listen intently. Jody began to recount the details, including her background and how she met Yusef, followed by the disputes with Donovan. Incense smoke gently rose from the censer, and the room was filled with the sound of Jody's voice, sometimes gentle, sometimes indignant. As the listener, Jaden felt as if he were right there, and he couldn't help clenching his fists when he heard about the fierce battle in the capital between his master and mistress. Finally, after a considerable amount of time, the narration ended. Jody took a deep breath, as if exhaling all the bitterness and loneliness of these years. Jaden was left speechless, replaying the story of his master and mistress in his mind. It turned out that Lawson and mistress met at Xunyang Academy. Back then, Jody was the esteemed daughter of the reclusive Nangong family. Beyond this identity, she had another origin. She came from the upper realm, sent down since childhood with a mission. This mission was to offer her body and the immortal chi within to Donovan upon his ascension to the throne. In the upper realm, the Nangong and Qin families were longtime allies. Thus, in the world of Yuxian, the Nangong family was a hidden power behind the Qin dynasty. Born with a special constitution, Jody automatically absorbed a strand of immortal chi. So the Nangong family of the upper realm agreed with the Qin family. They collaborated, at great cost, to send the newly born Jody to the lower realm. The goal was to produce a transcendence realm cultivator for the Qin imperial family amidst the lack of immortal chi in Yuxian, thus fulfilling the upper realm Qin family's task. The chosen candidate from the Qin family was Donovan, who displayed extraordinary talent from childhood and was established as the crown prince early on. Throughout her growth, Jody considered herself a tool, specifically for providing immortal chi. She never complained because the Nangong family raised her, and she knew it was her destiny. Until she joined Xunyang Academy and met a man. From that moment, her fate subtly shifted. Cornelcoln ordinary lovers, Jody and Yusef gradually got to know each other, fell in love naturally and effortlessly. For the first time, Jody began questioning her destiny. She learned to resist the family's arrangements, even when Donovan was about to ascend the throne. They secretly left the capital and lived quietly in a forest, giving birth to Patty. When Donovan became emperor and prepared to appoint the empress, the Nangong family reported that Jody had gone missing. Enraged, Donovan, who hadn't met Jody before his coronation, needed no introduction. He knew she belonged to him. His priority was securing the throne. The Nangong family also tried to locate her without revealing anything prematurely. However, their efforts were futile. On the day of Donovan's coronation, the capital trembled as countless figures soared through the sky. Frightened, cultivators in the capital looked up, unaware of what was happening. Soon, those flying figures brought news. They found the queen. Donovan immediately ordered a full-scale capture, commanding that anyone obstructing their pursuit be killed without hesitation. When Yusef and Jody realized their location had been exposed, their escape route was cut off. Desperately, they fled with baby Patty and returned to Xunyang Academy, hoping for protection. However, the old palace Lawson was gravely ill, and successor Dorian had yet to assume office. Concerned about stability, the academy refused to shelter Yusef and Jody. Consequently, they were surrounded in the sky above the capital by Donovan and the Nangong family. Though Dorian secretly offered assistance, it was insufficient. Eventually, to protect Yusef and Patty, Jody chose to compromise, threatening her life. For the sake of saving face and consolidating the new reign, Donovan and the Nangong family subdued the situation. Later, as Jaden knew, Yusef sustained severe injuries and retreated to Shijo with Patty, greatly diminished in cultivation. Chapter 524, Enlightenment Fruit. Jaden took a deep breath and said, "Mistress, you and Lawson's debt. I will settle it with Donovan." Jody shook her head. This is between me and your Lawson. Why place this heavy burden on a disciple? I believe Brody wouldn't want that either. For you to have come all this way to see me, I'm already very happy. Fosters, I understand, Jaden nodded, deciding not to dwell on the subject any further. He had already made his decision in his heart. You've come here, but Mistress has nothing valuable to give you. You and your Lawson both practice blade techniques, yet the Nangong family skills aren't suitable for you, Jody remarked. Just seeing Mistress is enough for me, Jaden replied with a smile. Jody nodded slightly. She knew well that someone chosen by Bray would naturally be neither pretentious nor bound by trivialities. Mistress, I'll take my leave now, Jaden prepared to rise. Very well. Find Zoe for me, Jody instructed. I understand, Jaden nodded. You and Zoe. Jody walked Jaden to the door and hesitated mid-sentence. Jaden sensed the unspoken meaning and solemnly responded, I will protect her forever. In truth, Jaden had long acknowledged his feelings. His concern and longing for Patty had always been deeply hidden within him. Often, he didn't need to think about her deliberately. Her image would appear naturally in his mind. He couldn't quite describe what this feeling was, but he knew clearly that whenever he was close to Patty, he felt drawn towards her, a sensation he never experienced with other women. Jaden realized this might just be love. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to uncover his Lawson's secrets or defy his wishes to come to the imperial capital. Now, with his mistress asking, he wasn't afraid to reveal his heart. Jody smiled. I hope you remember your words today. Your Lawson once made the same promise to me, but fate played its tricks. Jaden nodded earnestly. I will. After bidding farewell to Jody, Jaden returned outside and found Vilma waiting there. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. No problem, I just got out too. I won't return to your place. Be cautious in the palace. If anything happens, you can find me at the academy. Understood. I'll be careful. They parted ways, and Jaden left the palace without any trouble. Back at the academy, Jaden first reported his safety to Ashton, and then proceeded up the path to Dorian's cultivation ground. Dorian seemed to be waiting for him intentionally. Lawson, is there something you need? Dorian said, the mysterious profound realm will open in 1 month. Do you know what it is? Jaden shook his head. I only know its name, but am unaware of its specifics. He only knew it was the largest secret realm in mysterious profound, requiring certain qualifications to enter. Beyond that, he had no knowledge. Sit down first, Dorian invited. Fosters. Jaden sat opposite Dorian, sensing that this secret realm might differ from those he had encountered before, which was why his master brought it up. Dorian poured a cup of tea, and the aroma wafted through the air. After a while, Dorian handed Jaden a cup of tea, sipped his own, then put down the cup. The mysterious profound realm is the greatest treasure of Mysterious Profound Academy, but it doesn't belong solely to the academy. It belongs to the entire Mysterious Profound continent. The entire continent? Fosters. It predates the academy itself. In a sense, even the academy's name was inspired by it. Does it contain some secret? In the past, it was the place where all cultivators sought enlightenment, as it was ultimately controlled by the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. Correct. It was a place bestowed with Heavenly Tao's grace. Jaden took a deep breath. Then what about now? He knew the Heavenly Tao had collapsed, leaving only a remnant consciousness devoid of thought. Now it's overrun with beasts and chaos. Before the collapse, it brimmed with opportunities, providing significant advancement to those who entered. But now, although opportunities still exist, they are far harder to obtain. Take the event 20 years ago. Over 10,000 entered, but less than 100 emerged alive, with an extremely low survival rate. Jaden frowned. So dangerous. Why go in? Because remnants of the Enlightenment fruit remain inside, capable of elevating profound truths. Enlightenment fruit? Jaden's eyes widened. He had heard of this fruit from the Khan. Consuming it allows a cultivator to rapidly clear their mind, maintaining clarity for a period, something he experienced on the golden peak of the academy. The sensation was indeed marvelous and highly beneficial to cultivators. The Khan had once mentioned these fruits were nearly extinct in Mysterious Profound. Who knew there were remnants in the secret realm? Judging by Lawson Chi's tone, they definitely existed, which made Jaden's heart race. Dorian continued, besides the Enlightenment fruit, the realm also contains heavenly treasures that can swiftly boost cultivation levels. Despite the collapse of Heavenly Tao millennia ago, these treasures persist, though much rarer. Finding them requires luck. Jaden nodded, believing luck was something he had plenty of, given he bore half of Mysterious Profound's destiny. This only increased his desire for the Enlightenment fruit. Now more than ever, he wanted to enhance his strength quickly. He asked, Lawson, how does one enter the realm? Dorian explained, entering requires a specific token. A millennium ago, tokens appeared intermittently across the continent, lasting for 20 years each time. However, after the Heavenly Tao's collapse, tokens no longer distributed randomly. The last appearance saw them snatched up by various powers, becoming their possessions. As such, entry quotas have largely solidified, meaning only elite members of these powers enter, leading to intense competition in battles. So you're concerned about my safety inside? Not from local cultivators, but because the situation is unusual. I received word that outsiders have joined various factions, planning to enter. I'll be cautious, Jaden assured. I know your abilities, but I must remind you. Your mission isn't just to deal with them, but also to protect any Heaven's Pearl fragments inside. There are Heaven's Pearl fragments inside? Jaden felt his breathing quicken. Chapter 525, The Right People. Since learning the origins of the stone in his possession, Jaden had been eagerly wanting to gather the final fragment of the Xunyang Pearl. Unfortunately, there had been no news until it unexpectedly surfaced within the profound mystic realm. An unexpected joy. Protecting the Xunyang Pearl was his mission. It now seemed inevitable that he must enter the profound mystic realm. Dorian remarked with mild surprise. You also know about the Xunyang Pearl? Jaden had not revealed his personal secrets to Dorian, and it was understandable for the latter to be curious since knowledge of the Xunyang Pearl was limited to those who understood heavenly Tao. Lawson, Missouri told me. Jaden fabricated an explanation. Dorian nodded. I see. So you must know about the secrets related to the Xunyang Pearl. Foster's, I do, Jaden confirmed. In that case, you absolutely cannot allow outsiders to obtain that fragment. I suspect they might have a way to sense the direction of the fragments. If they find it, you must take it from them, even if by force. Agreed. Jaden responded firmly. He could sense the fragment too, and would need to seize the opportunity. Dorian smiled faintly. That gives me some reassurance. In fact, without outsiders, we wouldn't have to worry about the fragment being found. Over 1,000 years, our profound mystic cultivators have failed to locate it. It has been well hidden. This time, perhaps a great calamity is approaching, and the other realms are impatient. They've sent people to retrieve it, Dorian speculated. I think this time, it's not just outsiders. The alien races will surely participate, Jaden added. You're right. But the alien races lack the means to sense the Xunyang Pearl fragments. Otherwise, they would have succeeded long ago after infiltrating the profound mystic over the years. True, Lawson. So your main focus should still be on the outsiders. Let others in the academy handle the alien races as much as possible. Understood. This time, the academy will send 10 people, led by you, and you can choose who accompanies you. Only 10? Jaden frowned slightly. He had heard that tens of thousands had entered before, and given the academy's strength, they should have more spots. Dorian explained. Without heavenly Tao's influence, the mystic realm's capacity decreases each time. This time, only 500 can enter, while thousands of factions possess entry tokens. So this time, major factions negotiated quotas beforehand. The academy got 10 spots, which is quite a lot. Jaden nodded. I understand. Dorian continued. Due to the mystic realm's reduced capacity, only cultivators below half-step ascension can enter. That's why I'm cautioning you. With your current strength, you should be able to handle anything below half-step ascension. After pondering, Jaden said frankly, if it comes to a life or death struggle, I can trade one for one with ordinary half-step ascenders. Dorian raised an eyebrow. I underestimated you. In such a short time, you've grown enough to match me. No wonder you were chosen as Shin Tower's successor. Jaden smiled. Don't be modest, Lawson. You're not an ordinary half-step ascender. He was being sincere. He had witnessed Dorian's prowess firsthand and knew he couldn't match him yet. Dorian sipped his tea. Good to hear you still have self-awareness. Too much pride would worry me. Expect many half-step ascenders to suppress their cultivation to enter. Even suppressed, they remain formidable compared to peak grade abilities. Jaden nodded. I understand. 1 month remains. Use this time to boost your cultivation and select your team. Besides the 2 Deputy Palace Lawsons, you can choose half-step ascension teachers or reeds to accompany you. They'll follow your orders. Understood. I'll consider carefully, Jaden replied. Initially, he wanted to bring people from the Madman Hall, but the danger ahead required careful deliberation to ensure the Xunyang Pearl fragment remained safe. All set then. You can go back to your practice. Lawson, may I ask for a favor? Speak. Can you urge Senior Yu at Guebao Tower? He promised me 3 materials, best if delivered before entering the mystic realm. Amara, I'll take care of it. Thank you, Lawson. I'll retire. Jaden bowed and left the cultivation ground. He returned to the Madman Hall courtyard where Amal and Taya were sparring, showing noticeable improvement. Watching them, Jaden nodded. They might have a chance in the mystic realm and could protect themselves. Junior brother is back. Amal paused. It had been some time since Jaden went to the royal tomb. Amal was still in seclusion. Taya approached, observing Jaden with slight surprise. I feel you've progressed. Jaden laughed. No guessing, Raven can test me? Oh. Taya raised an eyebrow. The once protected junior brother now dared speak such words. You've grown up? Come on. Taya prepared herself, curious about Jaden's true combat ability. Jaden suggested with a smile, Raven, how about both of you spar together? It'll be more interesting. This wasn't disrespect but a genuine desire to gauge their strengths. Taya understood. Jaden never acted without assurance. Amal teased. Seems like junior brother has gained confidence. He joined Taya, both exchanging serious glances. Go all out. Jaden stepped back, gripping his shatter space saber. Trust us, we'll make you work hard. Amal grinned. Shut up. Taya snapped, amused. Watching them banter, Jaden felt nostalgic. Cornell here was good. Jaden steadied himself. Senior brother Raven, my apologies. Translation complete. Ensuring the story maintains coherence and adheres to the original tone and style. Hashtag chapter 526, decision. In the courtyard of the Madman's Hall, 3 figures, Jaden, Desi, and Alea, darted about with astonishing speed. A fierce wind whipped through the courtyard, accompanied by endless surges of light that highlighted the intensity of their battle. However, as all 3 precisely controlled their strength, the surroundings remained largely unharmed. The intense battle quickly drew a crowd of onlookers from other members of the Madman's Hall, who emerged from their rooms to watch. Jeffrey observed in amazement. Qingshu is truly getting stronger. Fighting against 2 opponents, he can still steadily yajure his senior brother and sister. Scarlet mocked from the side. We're all the same age, so why is there such a big gap? Jeffrey retorted irritably. Xiao, which side are you on? I'm your husband, you know. Scarlet stuck out her tongue teasingly. Shouldn't you eat a bun to calm your nerves at this moment? Not eating, afraid of choking. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Haha, Scarlet shook her head with a smile. Noemi added thoughtfully, you should also reflect on yourself. You are the top genius of Beizhou. Taj was taken aback, wondering why the conversation had suddenly turned to him. He replied helplessly, while we are walking, he is running. It's no surprise he can't be caught up with. Noemi sighed, true, eventually, we will all be far behind him. The 2 teachers standing guard did not comment much but were internally stirred, realizing Jaden was now capable of contending with them. Truly fast. The teachers marveled inwardly. He lives up to being Brother Cornell, the three musketeers muttered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with admiration and enthusiasm. They suddenly felt proud to have always admired someone like him. The stronger Jaden became, the more it validated their initial choice. Soon, under various gazes, Jaden's battle with the other two neared its end. In the final intense clash, Jaden used a divine technique to defeat Desi and Alea together. Phew. Jaden exhaled deeply, smiling and bowing politely. Senior brother Amal, Raventea, please bear with me. To make him use a divine technique, it was evident that his senior brother and sister were indeed formidable, especially considering his significant improvements during this period. Desi and Alea also bowed to Jaden in return. Neither showed any sign of defeat, instead clenching their fists and silently vowing to practice harder to close the gap. Although they knew catching up might be difficult, it did not deter them from trying. Jaden sheathed his void-breaking blade and said seriously, "There's 1 month until the entrance to the ethereal mystic realm opens. The academy will dispatch 10 people, and Lawson Chi has asked me to select the participants. Are you interested?" Everyone paused, deep in thought. Jeffrey asked, "Qing Shu, it must be very dangerous inside, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't take this so seriously." Jaden nodded, "Indeed." He then recounted what Dorian had told him, so everyone could mentally prepare. Although he had the final say, he still wanted to hear everyone's opinions, as there would be opportunities within. After listening to Jaden, Desi and the others did not hesitate long before agreeing to participate. Even the three musketeers showed no signs of hesitation, their eyes revealing determination. "The opportunity should go to you young ones. We won't join." The two teachers smiled and left, opting not to get involved in the discussion. Jaden nodded slightly, without persuading them further. He was now contemplating and evaluating his choices. Ultimately, Jaden decided to leave the three musketeers behind. Their strength was still insufficient. Desi and the other 5 had ascended to Gold Peak with him and greatly improved their cultivation, stabilizing at the profound principal stage after consolidation. These 6 could form the 6 transformations bloodkill array and cooperate well, ensuring self-preservation. Most importantly, Jaden believed having more familiar faces in the team would facilitate better communication and cooperation. He also vividly remembered what he saw on Gold Peak and wanted Desi and the others to enhance their abilities as soon as possible, fearing losing these companions someday. Having made his decision, Jaden spoke without hesitation, expressing his thoughts. "I apologize. I know you all want to go very much." Jaden looked apologetically at the three musketeers. "No problem, we'll follow Brother Cornell's arrangement." Stuart waved his hand and smiled. Brady and Gerald nodded vigorously, showing no objections. "So be it. We have 1 month left. Let's work hard together to improve ourselves," Jaden said aloud. Desi and the others didn't say more, turning back to their rooms. It was clear they felt pressure and wished to seize the time for cultivation. Jaden did not rush to his room but stood there, touching his chin, thinking about the other 3 candidates. Moments later, he had an idea. One spot he planned to give to Xunyang, while the other 2 would go to Reed members of the academy. With 2 semi-immortal realm suppressors, Jaden believed it would suffice for protection. He felt other factions wouldn't send only old hands either, as leaving opportunities for the younger generation would yield better results. At that time, he would ask Teacher Ashton to choose 2 with less temper for easier command. In more perilous secret realms, cooperation was even more crucial. Moreover, he needed help to search for Heaven's Palm Pearl fragments. Jaden prepared to return to his room when knocking sounded from outside the courtyard gate. Furrowing his brows slightly, who would visit at this time? Opening the courtyard gate, Jaden looked at the visitor, visibly surprised. Paul. No, he should now be called Byron. Jaden did not expect this person to come to the academy to find him. He remained expressionless. "Byron, may I ask what brings you here?" Byron smiled faintly. "Not inviting me in?" Jaden did not step aside but watched Byron warily. This was a dangerously formidable individual. He couldn't afford to invite a wolf into his den. Leaving the palace to come here, Byron definitely had a purpose. "You are quite cautious," Byron sighed. "Rest assured, with that protector watching over you, I absolutely wouldn't dare to harm you, unless I want to die again." Seeing Byron lower himself and not use the imperial "I," Jaden nodded slightly, stepping aside. Though unclear what Demon Taoist had told Byron, he presumed it must have been intimidating enough. In Jaden's view, Demon Taoist was consistently overpoweringly strong. "Heh, not lacking in decisiveness. Not bad at all," Byron chuckled, stepping into the courtyard of the Madman's Hall. The battle quickly drew a crowd of onlookers from the Madman's Hall, who emerged from their rooms to watch. Bildo marveled quietly. Qing Shu is truly getting stronger. He's managing to suppress his senior brothers and sisters even when fighting 2-on-1. Beside him, Scarlet teased, "All the same age, why such a big gap?" Annoyed, Bildo retorted, Xiao, which side are you on?" "I'm your husband." Scarlet stuck out her tongue, jesting, "Shouldn't you eat a bun to calm down at this moment?" "No, I'm afraid I might choke." Bildo rolled his eyes. Hee. Scarlet shook her head with a smile. "You should also reflect on yourself. After all, you're the top genius of Beizhou," said Amalia thoughtfully. Taj was taken aback, wondering why the conversation suddenly shifted to him. He sighed helplessly. "While we walk, he runs. It's no wonder we can't catch up." Amalia also sighed. "Indeed, we will inevitably be left far behind." The 2 teachers stationed there didn't say much, but their hearts were stirred. Jaden had already reached a level where he could contend with them. "True to my brother Cornell," whispered the 3 musketeers, their eyes gleaming with admiration and excitement. They felt a deep sense of pride in their long-standing admiration for him. The stronger Jaden became, the more it validated their initial choice. Soon, under various gazes, the battle between Jaden and the other 2 neared its end. In the final intense clash, Jaden used a divine technique to defeat Desi and Alea together. Huff. Jaden breathed a sigh of relief, bowing with clasped hands. "Senior brother Amal, Raventea, thank you for yielding." To have him use a divine technique indicated the formidable strength of the seniors, especially considering how significantly he had improved over the past period. Desi and Alea also clasped their hands in return, showing no signs of defeat but instead clenched their fists, determined to train harder to narrow the gap. Although they knew it would be difficult, that didn't stop them from trying to catch up. Jaden sheathed his Shuekong blade and solemnly said, "There's 1 month until the profound mystery realm opens. The academy will send 10 people, and Lawson Chi has asked me to select the members. Are you interested?" Everyone pondered, not rushing to respond. Bildo asked, "Qing Shu, it must be dangerous inside, right? That's why you're being so serious." Jaden nodded, "Fosters." Then, he relayed what Dorian had conveyed, giving everyone an understanding of what to expect. Though he had the final say, he still wanted to hear their opinions because there were opportunities within the realm. After listening to Jaden, Desi and the others did not hesitate for long, all expressing willingness to take the risk. Even the 3 musketeers didn't back down, their eyes resolute. "The opportunity belongs to you young ones. We'll stay out of it." The 2 teachers smiled and left, choosing not to participate in the discussion. Jaden nodded slightly, not trying to persuade them further. He was now weighing his options. Ultimately, he decided to leave the 3 musketeers behind. Their strength was still insufficient. Desi and the other 6 had trained with him on Golden Peak, significantly improving their cultivation and stabilizing at the great ability stage of the law domain. They could form the 6-fold blood-killing array, working harmoniously and protecting themselves effectively. Most importantly, Jaden preferred familiar faces in the group, as they would communicate and cooperate better. Furthermore, remembering the scenes from Golden Peak, he wanted Desi and the others to improve their strength as soon as possible. He didn't want to lose these companions one day. Having made his decision, Jaden spoke openly, "I'm sorry. I know you really wanted to go." Shuguang Huibei waved off the apology. "No problem. We'll follow Brother Cornell's arrangements." Brady and Gerald nodded firmly in agreement. "So, it's settled then. We have 1 month to prepare and enhance ourselves," Jaden declared confidently. Desi and the others didn't argue further, turning to head back to their respective rooms, clearly feeling the pressure and eager to train. Jaden stood there, rubbing his chin, contemplating the other 3 selections. After a while, he had an idea. 1 spot would go to Christopher, and the other 2 to the Academy Reeds. 2 quasi-divine realm cultivators would suffice for protection. He believed other factions wouldn't send only old hands. After all, opportunities given to younger generations often yield better results. Choosing less temperamental reeds for easier command would be wise. In perilous realms, cooperation is paramount. Additionally, he needed help searching for the Heaven Control Pearl fragments. Collecting his thoughts, Jaden prepared to return to his room when a knock came from outside the courtyard. Frowning, who could be visiting now? Opening the gate, he saw the visitor and showed surprise. "Paul?" "No, it should be Byron now." Jaden hadn't expected him to come to the academy. He calmly asked, "Byron has traveled far. May I ask for what reason?" Byron smiled slightly. "Won't you invite me in?" Jaden didn't move, watching Byron warily. This was a dangerous person, and he couldn't afford to let him in. Leaving the palace to visit here must mean Byron had a specific purpose. "You're quite cautious." Byron sighed. "You needn't worry. With that person protecting you, I dare not do anything to harm you unless I wish to die again." Seeing Byron lowering his stance and avoiding the imperial "we," Jaden nodded and stepped aside, allowing him in. Though he wasn't sure what Ives had told Byron, it clearly intimidated him. In Jaden's view, Ives had always been absurdly powerful. Hee, not lacking in decisiveness. "Very well," Byron smiled, stepping into the madman's hall courtyard. Chapter 527. Adiel's conditions. Arriving at the courtyard, Adiel casually surveyed the surroundings. The environment for cultivation is quite impressive. "It seems the Yushin Academy really intends to groom you as their successor," he remarked. Jaden glanced at Adiel but did not respond. "Don't be so tense. I just came to drop by," Adiel shrugged. "After I got out, I heard some of your stories and became curious about seeing you." Jaden naturally didn't believe him 100% and remained wary. He could face Adiel without fear, but his friends were in the courtyard, and he didn't want them to suffer any inexplicable harm. "Ah, it seems that the one inside you hasn't told you much," Adiel said with a sigh. "What has he told you?" Jaden finally asked. "Can't hold back anymore?" Adiel chuckled. "He wants me to do something, but as for what exactly, don't ask me because he won't tell you, and I dare not say either." Jaden didn't press further. "Enough with the suspense. We're not that close." "Boring," Adiel remarked. "Think about it. You released me, which is a tremendous connection." "Ha," Jaden laughed insincerely, thinking to himself that this connection was driving him to let Adiel try to take over his body from the start. "I can see through you. You're definitely cursing me." Adiel glanced at him. "If there's anything to say, just say it." Jaden wasn't interested in idle chatter. "All right." Adiel spread his hands, realizing further small talk would only make things more awkward. "Do you know about the Yushin realm already? Given your position and accomplishments in Yushin Academy, you're likely going to be leading this time," he continued. Jaden's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this old man had lived for 1,000 years and quickly figured things out. Without intending to hide, Jaden replied, "Fosters and then? Don't look at me like that. I can't enter it again since I've been there once." "Go on." "I propose a deal." "What kind of deal?" "I can tell you right now that when it comes to familiarity with the Yushin realm, no one in the entire continent can surpass me, even if I entered it 1,000 years ago. Do you believe me?" "Fosters." Jaden didn't doubt it. Adiel seemed confident enough, and there was no reason for him to lie here. Boasting from far away wasn't something a king who'd ruled 1,000 years ago would bother with. He still had his dignity. Lawson Chi also hadn't revealed information about the realm, not out of reluctance but possibly because he knew little and feared misleading his disciples. "That you can trust me so readily pleases me greatly." Adiel suddenly stood with folded arms. "Don't put on an act. Just get to the point." Jaden relaxed somewhat. Cough. Adiel laughed awkwardly. In the past 2 days, I've drawn a detailed map of the Yushan realm, including all the treasure spots and dangerous areas I know. Although it's been 1,000 years, I believe it should still be useful. Conditions. Jaden's eyes flashed. He knew if he got this map, he would have a significant advantage in the realm. Not only would it greatly increase his chances of obtaining rare treasures, but it would also help him avoid risks. Determined, he decided to get the map at all costs, especially since he was bringing companions along, and this would ensure their safety better. Adiel smiled. Seeing how eager you are, I knew I came here for the right reason. Continuing, Adiel said, I'll cut to the chase. My condition is that you agree to attend a meeting held by the Yin family. A meeting of the Yin family? Jaden asked, puzzled. Exactly. In half a month, the Yin, Chiao, and Hong families will hold a mobilization conference. They invited me to invite you. Why me? Jaden couldn't guess the deeper meaning yet. He knew this wasn't simple. These 3 hidden families had immense power in the Imperial City, yet he had never interacted with them before. Adiel laughed awkwardly. You don't need to worry too much. Actually, they wanted to invite you, and I boasted to them that I could get you to come. Knowing your character, you probably wouldn't agree if they approached you directly. So, you're still posing as Paul? Jaden realized. Naturally. The palace is dull, and I don't want to be pampered by my unworthy descendants every day. It drives me crazy. Adiel smiled. Right now, apart from a few people in the royal family, you're the only one who knows my true identity. Jaden pondered for a moment. He didn't think Adiel stayed with the Yin family just because he was bored. There might be other reasons. However, it was just speculation, and he didn't plan to ask yet. What is their purpose in having me attend the meeting? Jaden questioned. They probably want to collaborate with you, Adiel replied. Collaborate? Fosters. These 3 families have been low-key partly because their strength isn't as great as the other major families, fearing suppression. But they also want their young generation to rise, so they're leveraging the Yushan realm to give their juniors a chance at fortune. Paul is one of the few accomplished Herschels, but you've seen that his strength is limited. Therefore, they aim to utilize your and Yushan Academy's resources, Adiel explained. Wouldn't it be safer to send Reeds who have reached the half-step ascension realm for protection? Jaden wondered. If those old guys die in the realm, their foundations would be truly depleted, Adiel clarified. To be blunt, these 3 families are just cowardly, staying out of sight, focusing only on internal development. Jaden nodded. The explanation made sense, though its authenticity remained to be verified. How many places does each of the 3 families have? He asked. 8 altogether, slightly fewer than Yushan Academy, Adiel replied. It seems you hold considerable influence in the Yin family now. Of course, not only did I inherit Paul's memories, but I've also established connections with you, making them pay attention. As an outstanding Herschel of the Yin family, they wouldn't stop you from attending, would they? Afraid of revealing secrets? I'll injure myself severely just before departure, ensuring I can't go. Jaden was taken aback, suspecting that Adiel had messed up his mind during the fusion with Paul, as his remarks were often incomprehensible. Do you intend to take action within the Yin family while they focus on the Yushan realm and visit the academy? Jaden abruptly guessed. Upon hearing this, Adiel's eyes locked onto Jaden with intense scrutiny. Hashtag chapter 528. Yin family's reception. Jaden did not flinch under Adiel's gaze, returning it unflinchingly. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Jaden was not worried that Adiel would dare to make a move against him. The fear of the Ewing in Adiel's tone was genuine. Therefore, he voiced his suspicions to probe. As expected, Adiel's expression froze upon the sudden question, indicating that Jaden had guessed correctly. You are indeed perceptive. My casual chat hasn't eased your doubts, Adiel said after a moment, recovering and smiling faintly. Mainly because you were too deliberate. Even with Senior Ewing, there's no need for such effort. I've seen how ruthless you can be. Seems I need to appear more aggressive from now on. Haha. Jaden shrugged. From the moment Adiel took the initiative to approach him at the Yin family to form an alliance, Jaden felt something was off. People like Adiel wouldn't come in person without substantial benefits. He surmised that if he agreed to cooperate with the 3 families, they would likely mobilize most of their forces during the opening of the secret realm. Since the secret realm was within the academy, Jaden believed it would attract many powerful factions as observers. That day would be bustling, as this was the largest secret realm of Xunyang Academy. At that time, the headquarters of those 3 families would be relatively weakened, giving Adiel a chance to strike. This was what Jaden perceived as Adiel's motive. Although it might seem somewhat far-fetched, hitting the core of the matter was key. Despite knowing this, he couldn't refuse as he needed that map. Gathering his thoughts, Jaden asked curiously, what does the Yin family or the other 2 families have that warrants someone like you to go through so much trouble? Adiel glanced at him and replied, do you think I'll tell you? I've made my conditions clear. It's up to you. Now I don't want to chat any longer. Jaden nodded, not expecting Adiel to divulge anything. Fine, tell the Yin family I'll come in half a month. Good, Adiel, who anticipated this response, remained calm, saying, the map will be given to you at the meeting. All right. Jaden wasn't worried about Adiel reneging. It would be pointless for him to renege after going to such lengths. The map held little value to Adiel. This is the token for entering the Yin family premises. Just present it. Adiel threw a bronze token. Jaden caught it and stored it in his mystic ring. Farewell. Adiel waved and walked to the gate, turning back to ask suspiciously, you know where the Yin family is, right? Jaden was taken aback by his concern but replied, I don't need you to worry about it. Though unfamiliar with the capital, he knew people around him or in the academy could direct him. Adiel nodded, realizing he had revealed his intentions again, and left the courtyard without further words. Jaden stood at the gate, pondered for a moment, then closed the door and returned to his room. Half a month later, Jaden appeared at the entrance of the Yin family compound. Before he could present the token, a group emerged from inside. Leading them was a Danny with a slightly plump figure, walking briskly and smiling broadly. He spoke even before reaching, Paul must be wandering somewhere. not knowing a distinguished guest has arrived. Jaden smiled. You must be the head of the Yin family, Mr. Yin. Before coming, Jaden had gathered information. The current leader of the Yin family was Yin Cornelfeng, a peak profound essence expert. Despite the elaborate welcome, Jaden wasn't particularly impressed, as he represented the Yuxian Academy in a sense. Yin Cornelfeng hurried over, smiling. It's an honor for me, Brother Cornell. Please come in. Jaden bowed. Senior Yin is too kind. Entering the compound, Jaden walked steadily. Yin Cornelfeng kept pace beside him, maintaining a measured rhythm. This immediately improved Jaden's impression of Yin Cornelfeng, who seemed very courteous from the start. No one could resist someone so respectful, especially a senior. On the way to the inner court, Yin Cornelfeng initiated small talk to keep the mood lively. Jaden responded politely, and the two quickly grew familiar. In the main hall, for Yin family reeds were waiting. Upon seeing Jaden, they promptly rose. Jaden, recognizing their seniority, bowed slightly. Greetings, esteemed seniors. The reeds stroked their beards, smiling, and took their seats. Yin Cornelfeng, noting Jaden's courtesy, was pleased. Half of the plan was already successful. Brother Cornell, please take the honored seat. Yin Cornelfeng gestured. Jaden glanced and saw 4 chairs prepared on the dais. While the others belonged to the family leaders, one was clearly for him. However, he chose to sit beside and read on the right side, respecting his junior status despite the significant gesture of respect shown. After all, he was merely the successor of the Yuxian Academy, not yet the Lawson. You live up to your reputation as the top contender on the covert dragon Cornelst, our first genius of Yuxian, Yin Cornelfeng praised. Without further urging, he sat at the main seat. Please bear with us, Brother Cornell. The representatives from the other 2 families haven't arrived yet. That's fine, Jaden replied smoothly. Yin Cornelfeng nodded, clapped, and servants entered with tea and fruit trays. Brother Cornell, please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Jaden sipped the tea and remarked, delicious tea. While not a connoisseur, he had a keen sense for quality. The tea was refreshing, its taste excellent, and it was probably beneficial for cultivation. This tea is called Siwu tea. It has properties to invigorate the mind, extend life, and aid longevity, Yin Cornelfeng explained. Of course, it can't compare to Dao Comprehension tea, let alone Dao Comprehension fruit. Jaden smiled but didn't comment. Ah, Brother Cornell has arrived. I'm so sorry I missed the greeting. Adiel, Paul, entered, shaking Jaden's hand enthusiastically. Jaden almost rolled his eyes, thinking, he sure can put on a show. Chapter 529, Dispute. Paul, what's wrong with you? The guests have arrived, but the one who issued the invitation isn't here. What kind of example is that? Yin Cornelfeng said unhappily. Hee, I overdid it. Please forgive me, uncle, Adiel laughed. You should ask Cornell Xiaoxiong for forgiveness, Yin Cornelfeng replied. Don't worry, uncle. Brother Cornell won't mind. We get along very well privately. Adiel turned and asked, right, Brother Cornell? Indeed, after living for 1,000 years, this old guy had an incredibly thick skin. Foster's, Jaden squinted and smiled. He wondered if Adiel had changed his character after merging with Paul. He didn't seem to exude any imperial dignity now. Or perhaps, this guy was just tired of being an emperor and enjoyed playing a different role. Jaden only pondered slightly, but did not dwell on it too much. After all, knowing that he was the resurrected Byron, it would be unreasonable to judge him like an ordinary person. Seeing that Jaden indeed showed no dissatisfaction, Yin Cornelfeng relaxed, his expression returning to normal. Vaughn, may I borrow a seat? Adiel smiled. The reed sitting beside Jaden glared at Adiel, but still stood up and moved to the back. Jaden marveled inwardly. It seemed the Yin family truly valued this trip into the profound mystic realm. Although Paul, whom Adiel merged with, wasn't the heir, he could receive such treatment, indicating how significant this matter was. Not for himself, but for the profound Mystic Academy's sake, it carried considerable weight. The map? Jaden whispered. Why are you in such a hurry? The meeting hasn't even started yet. We'll talk about it afterward, Adiel replied casually. Jaden nodded without further comment. They drank tea and chatted for a while longer before the Chosha family and the Hong family finally arrived. Yin Cornelfeng didn't stand up, and it was clear he was already somewhat displeased. However, since he facilitated this meeting, he couldn't openly react. Haha, Brother Yin, don't blame me. Something urgent came up at home. The patriarch of the Chosha family, Tanner, bowed and ascended the platform, seating himself next to Yin Cornelfeng. My naughty son delayed us on the way. Flynn, the patriarch of the Hong family, replied indifferently before also taking his seat. Compared to Tanner, Flynn seemed quite perfunctory. Amalch explanations might as well not have been given. It looked like this meeting wouldn't be as harmonious as imagined, Jaden thought to himself. He sensed that the gazes of the 2 patriarchs merely glanced at him before retracting. He wasn't particularly disappointed, but if matters weren't as simple, he would need to reconsider carefully. Pay them no mind. Actually, it's because the Yans value you and wish to leverage your strength, Adiel explained via mental transmission. Why didn't you explain earlier? Hee, if I did, you probably wouldn't have come. People like you likely avoid getting entangled in such messes. You know me well. As an emperor, reading people is the most basic skill. So, your ultimate goal is actually the Yin family. Can we change the topic? Jaden chuckled helplessly. As Adiel said, had he known beforehand, even with the map, he wouldn't have come. He might have exchanged for it under other conditions. He was here to lead the team, not to carry deadweight. Observing the demeanor of the 2 patriarchs and the 5 Herschels who entered with them, they likely wouldn't be easy to work with. The 5 merely glanced once, and then took their seats opposite. Jaden sighed inwardly. With things this way, he could only watch and wait. Yin Cornelfeng frowned. Strange, Pinger and Ewer, why haven't they arrived yet? Don't they understand what's important? And Reed said, probably too playful and couldn't resist sparring. Just as the Reed was about to stand up, a Kevin and Liv stumbled in, carrying some dirt on their clothes, evidently fresh from a bout of sparring. These are the Yan's children, Yuri and Carla. They are the selected candidates for the secret realm trip and are your devoted admirers, Adiel remarked. Jaden chuckled quietly and discreetly observed the two. Both were great adept level cultivators, but he couldn't gauge their true strength. Quick, go greet Brother Cornell, Yin Cornelfing barked. Over here, Sheen Alvis waved. Yuri and Carla's eyes lit up simultaneously. They quickly walked up to Jaden, bowing deeply. Greetings, Brother Cornell, they chorused. There's no need for formality. We'll be teammates soon, Jaden smiled, staying seated while gently lifting the two with both hands. They felt excited, nodding vigorously with joyful expressions. Without waiting for Yin Cornelfing's instructions, they stood behind Jaden. How about it? Aren't these two trouble-free? Indeed. It's much better without you causing trouble. Adiel. Yin Cornelfing was pleased with his children's behavior, his mood improving significantly. He said with a smile, since everyone is here, let's start discussing the details, shall we? Let Brother Yin take the lead, Tanner smiled. Flynn responded indifferently. Yin Cornelfing nodded and began detailing the situation within the profound mystic realm based on gathered information, explaining very meticulously. Jaden listened attentively, gaining clearer insights into the secret realm. For instance, there was a forest called Black Prison Forest, which sounded extremely dangerous. Yin Cornelfing stressed avoiding it. Also, the enlightenment fruit tree bore fruit every 1,000 years, coincidentally having done so 1,000 years ago, increasing the probability of obtaining the fruit this time. Moreover, there were exceptionally powerful holy beasts within the realm, requiring great caution upon encountering them. Jaden felt that learning these details alone made the trip worthwhile. Besides safety precautions, Yin Cornelfing specifically emphasized that during this journey, all members from the three families must follow Jaden's orders unconditionally. However, right after Yin Cornelfing finished speaking, discord arose. Uncle Yin, I think we should discuss this last matter further. Yin Cornelfing frowned. The speaker was a Herschel from the Hong family. He glanced at Flynn, saying, Brother Hong, wasn't this agreed upon beforehand? What's this about? Flynn chuckled. Calm down, Brother Yin. Young people have their own ideas. Let's see. Tanner added, young people can be headstrong. It might be good to let them build mutual respect. Yin Cornelfing appeared displeased and saw his son standing up involuntarily, pointing at the Hong Herschel. Jeremiah, what kind of look is that? I won't tolerate you looking at Brother Cornell like that. Yuri, are you trying to show off? Jeremiah sneered. Witnessing the dispute, Jaden remained silent, sipping his tea. He knew well that Jeremiah aimed to challenge him. Of course, it wasn't limited to Jeremiah but extended to the Herschels behind him. Disrespected? Chapter 530, Ganging Up on the Few. With Jaden's current mindset, he couldn't be bothered with the Herschels' insolence. After all, too many top geniuses had already perished at his hands. Even outsiders hadn't been spared. Though the young members of the Chiu and Chiu families might live in seclusion and remain obscure, to him, they were just as insignificant. Thus, reprimanding them would purely be a waste of time. The best approach was to part ways. Otherwise, it would seem like he cherished their company. Many people can assess situations accurately, but there are also plenty who lack self-awareness. While these kinds of people grow more audacious when ignored, one should not engage them because of their incessant clamoring. Just like a dog barking furiously, it's not worth barking back as it would make oneself appear foolish. Through various experiences, Jaden had indeed matured significantly in this regard. Back then, he wouldn't choose to respond verbally but would directly take action. At this moment, Jaden treated the situation as a mere spectacle. If not for Yin Cornelfing's warm hospitality, he would have already left. Just 2 more sips of tea, he thought. Seeing Jaden's impassiveness, Yin Cornelfing's expression softened slightly. He inwardly sighed, acknowledging that this Kevin had a composed temperament, indicating he hadn't misplaced his trust. Let them stir up trouble first. I'll intervene later but can't allow those 2 old fellows to spoil their brats, he pondered. As the organizer of the meeting, he would ensure the event stayed under control. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Yuri stood right before Jaden, facing Jeremiah head-on without any retreat. This boy is pretty good. Why don't you keep him around as a junior brother? Adiel joked. I think being my junior brother is a decent deal for you. How about it? Jaden responded. Ask the person inside you to tell me that. I'll guarantee a deal. He said, you wish. Adiel. Jeremiah's gaze swept past Yuri, locking onto Jaden. I don't see anything special about this number 1. What qualifies him as our leader? As he stared at Jaden, hoping to catch any reaction, he found the latter didn't even lift his eyes. This infuriated him. A Malch arrogance, yet he lacks real skills. Another Herschel stepped out from behind Jeremiah. Clifton, both of you sound like women, whining on end. If you're capable, why not fight me? Carla couldn't bear it any longer. Hands on her hips, she rebuked while stepping next to Yuri. Despite her petite frame, she had a fiery temper, evident by her chest's bouncing motion as she spoke. Young sister speaks the truth. I believe they deserve a beating, Yuri agreed. Exchanging glances with Carla, both feeling a surge of excitement. They shared a silent understanding and wanted to impress Jaden. What if Brother Cornell viewed them differently? The faces of Clifton and Jeremiah turned grim. They hadn't anticipated the Yin siblings' intervention. They only wished to pressure Jaden to gain an advantage without wanting conflicts. Feeling cornered, Jeremiah's eyes grew cold. Since you insist on seeking trouble, don't blame me. He attacked within the hall, grabbing towards Yuri. Meanwhile, Clifton lunged at Carla, delivering a powerful punch. They decided to discipline the obstructive duo first, aiming to suppress Jaden afterward. Anyway, a confrontation was inevitable. Plus, they had companions backing them up. Numbers equate to reason. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive thuds echoed as Yuri and Carla took steps back after hurriedly defending. Upon witnessing the attack on his children, Yin Cornelfing became angry, intending to intervene but stopped by Flynn. Brother Yin, didn't we agree to let the youngsters sort it out? It builds cohesion, Flynn calmly stated, adding, relax, Xian, and you will hold back. Yin Cornelfeng glanced coldly at Flynn before retracting his gaze. He wasn't worried about his children losing but feared they'd be surrounded. Seeing Jaden's indifferent demeanor, Yin Cornelfeng presumed he wouldn't interfere. As a father, he didn't want his children to falter but remained calm until he noticed any lethal moves, ready to step in immediately. Jaden drank tea, scanning the sibling duo, nodding subtly. Despite being pushed back, they showed strong fighting spirit and counterattacked proactively. Yuri unleashed an explosive punch, releasing profound energy. His fist symbolized his indomitable nature, striking fiercely. Boom! An explosion resounded as Yuri and Jeremiah were both repelled. Jeremiah barely held an advantage, slightly slipping into disadvantage. Taking the upper hand, Yuri surged forward, suppressing Jeremiah. Their intense clash unfolded. Jaden observed that Yuri was skilled but lacked some techniques, possibly due to living in seclusion without combat experience outside. However, this weakness wasn't limited to Yuri but included all four contenders. Compared to others, the petite Carla seemed more agile. Leveraging superior combat skills, she steadily suppressed Clifton despite similar strength. Without a life-or-death scenario, the siblings had better odds. Furthermore, after their initial solo attacks, they chose to unite against the duo. Clearly, they possessed teamwork gained through frequent practice together. Contrastingly, Jeremiah and Clifton focused solely on their actions, neglecting each other, a reflection of their aloof natures. Shortly, pressured by the siblings, Jeremiah and Clifton were nearly cornered, leading to frantic movements. Seeing this, Yin Cornelfeng felt proud of his children. Flynn's expression turned somber, no longer composed. Tanner remained expressionless since his allies hadn't joined yet. On the field, seeing imminent defeat, Jeremiah shouted, "What are you three doing? Didn't we agree to target Jaden together?" Clearly, Jeremiah abandoned his dignity, dragging others into the mess. Another Herschel from the Hong family aided, relieving Jeremiah's pressure. However, Chio's representatives looked uneasy, disliking being forcefully directed, especially by Jeremiah. But sharing similar goals made them allies. Thus, despite revealed intentions, they attacked Carla together. With their addition, the tide turned abruptly. Ultimately, the siblings struggled against the four-handed assault. Even persisting valiantly, they faced impending defeat. Ganging up on the few, the Chio and Hong youngsters aren't playing fair, Adiel remarked. Jaden watched the scene, setting down his teacup. Chapter 531. The resounding slap. Do you still want to cooperate after this? Yin Cornelfeng said coldly. It was obvious to him that the two young men's collaboration was driven by these two beside him. It's just a friendly match. No need to escalate it to the clan level, Flynn said indifferently. Are you implying that I started it deliberately? Yin Cornelfeng stood up, his face cold as he stared at Flynn. Brother Yin, don't get so upset. We are certainly sincere about cooperating. Now we're merely testing the capabilities of our younger generation. It's harmless. Sit down, sit down. Tanner interjected with a laugh. Humph. Yin Cornelfeng gave a cold snort but did not sit down. His gaze was on the arena. If his children showed any signs of injury, he would intervene. Bam. A dull sound echoed as Yuri finally ran out of energy and was pushed back by Jeremiah's counterpunch, landing clumsily on the ground. His eyes burning with anger, Yuri leaped up, ready to charge again. Smack. A resounding slap came unexpectedly from the Cho family girl who struck Carla, causing her to stagger backward. Corneltel's sister, Yuri exclaimed, ignoring his opponent and rushing to support Carla. Carla steadied herself, clenching her teeth, feeling defeated but not giving up. She wriggled free from her brother's grasp, ready to fight again. I won't forgive you for bullying my sister. Yuri's voice was icy, his eyes locked on Jeremiah and others surrounding them without any fear. You asked for it, Jeremiah sneered. The four men around him wore mocking expressions, paying no heed to Yuri's threats. On the platform, Yin Cornelfeng's fists were clenched so hard they might burst into flames. He was about to step down to protect his children but stopped short. He saw the quiet Herschel stand up, his expression indifferent. Jaden placed a hand on the two siblings who wanted to rush forward. You've done well. Rest now. Carla and Yuri turned, their faces filled with excitement. Brother Cornell, you? Brother Cornell, take revenge for my sister. My life is yours. No need. Jaden shook his head and smiled before pulling them behind him. Oh, so you finally decided to come out. I thought you'd be a coward forever, Jeremiah taunted. You did go too far, Jaden replied indifferently. He hadn't planned to intervene but couldn't bear to see the siblings continue being bullied. After all, they were treated this way because of him. Too far? Ha ha ha. We want to go even further. What will you do? Bad manners. As the cold voice faded, a sharp gust of wind swept past. Next thing anyone saw was Jeremiah's head tilting and his body flying away. Smack. The delayed sound of a slap echoed as Jeremiah crashed into the ground. Two teeth fell from the sky near where he stood, still bloody. Everyone around Jeremiah was stunned. None had seen how Jaden struck. What incredible speed. They reacted quickly, encircling Jaden to restrict his movements, believing it would prevent him from striking again. To hell with you. Attack together and cripple him. Jeremiah roared in fury, getting up from the ground and joining the encirclement. Jaden ignored Jeremiah and turned to the Cho family girl. Did you hit her? You. Before Delilah could respond, she saw a blur before her eyes and realized it was too late to react. Smack. Jaden slapped her mercilessly, sending her flying. Against him, their attempts to encircle and restrain him were futile, posing no threat at all. After tossing Delilah aside, Jaden continued moving, punching one after another. Bam, bam, bam. In quick succession, everyone except Jeremiah was thrown back. It wasn't that Jeremiah was stronger, but Jaden intentionally left him for last. You should have just shut up. Jaden glanced at Jeremiah and then slapped him again. Shocked, Jeremiah managed to defend himself briefly, but found Jaden's palm piercing through his defenses effortlessly. Smack. Another crack, and Jeremiah lost two more teeth as he flew away. From start to finish, Jaden disposed of the 5 aristocratic heirs in just a few breaths. It was effortless. Yuri and Carla watched, trembling with excitement. They barely restrained themselves from cheering. He was too strong. This was the person they admired, the top of their rankings. Their eyes gleamed, unable to look away from Jaden's back. Outrageous. At this moment, Flynn rushed down from the stage, a gust of wind hitting Jaden. He reacted quickly, slamming a punch forward. Bam! A violent shockwave erupted, pushing Jaden back several steps. Steadying himself, Jaden stared coldly at Flynn, saying nothing. The senior had come after the junior. This was typical behavior among noble families. He wasn't surprised. Did they really think he would be afraid? Just an apex essence larceny expert. He could still kill him if things got serious. Flynn, dare you attack a junior in public, violating established rules? Yin Cornelfing exploded in rage, having endured much already, but Tanner stepped in to stop him. Do you also want to lose face? Yin Cornelfing spat. Tanner shrugged, saying nothing and didn't back off. Roman, kill him. Jeremiah yelled, clutching his cheek as he struggled to his feet. Chapter 532, Apology. Jaden completely ignored Jeremiah's murderous glare and said, Lawson Hong, if you dare to make another move, I assure you that the wrath of Tranquil Profundity Academy will descend upon your family, and I don't believe your clan can withstand such fury. He suddenly felt that dealing with opponents who like to intimidate others by invoking their family name required using their tactics against them, a quick and effective solution. He wasn't just representing himself today. He also represented the Tranquil Profundity Academy. He believed that Byron had already explained the stakes clearly to them in his identity as Paul. Jaden truly wasn't interested in causing a huge commotion today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to intervene. Teaching a few arrogant young people a lesson was enough. Engaging in a fight with these two family heads could result in injuries, making it not worth it. Jaden considered himself a thoughtful person. Of course, this was only when his emotions weren't getting the better of him. Once his emotions rose, he couldn't hold back his blade. At least at the moment, these people were not enough to provoke his emotions. His mind was focused solely on the map. When Flynn heard Jaden's words, he indeed lowered his raised hand. However, his intense aura remained. With a cold voice, he asked, Finn, are you threatening me? This Lawson Hong seemed intent on maintaining his facade, but Jaden didn't spare any courtesy, replying calmly, Fosters, you can think of it that way. Hearing this, coldness flashed through Flynn's eyes, but his clenched fists did not rise again, and his aura slowly dissipated. As head of a family, prestige was important, but being the patriarch also meant he had to consider the prosperity and survival of the entire clan, not just personal honor. The Tranquil Profundity Academy was indeed a force the Hong family couldn't provoke. Not just the Hong family, even the combined strength of the 6 great families in the imperial capital might not match the heritage of one academy. Flynn had long understood this. His previous statement was merely hoping for an easy exit from this predicament. Unfortunately, this Kevin gave no such opportunity, leaving him no choice but to step down. Just as Flynn was about to speak, Jeremiah, seeing his father hadn't made a move, couldn't help but say, Roman, we can't let this bastard off. Maldenly, a slap struck Jeremiah across the face, making him stagger. It wasn't Flynn who slapped him, it was Jaden. 3 slaps should be enough to shut you up, Jaden said indifferently. He found this Hong family scion extremely irritating, so he couldn't help but lash out again. After all, he had nothing to lose. You, covering his other cheek, anger and fear surged in Jeremiah's eyes. Despite this, he held back whatever words he was about to say. He never imagined that Jaden would dare strike him right before his father's eyes, giving him no time to react. The 3 slaps were enough to make Jeremiah realize he wasn't Jaden's match. A wave of intense frustration rose within him. He didn't believe his father could endure this. Jaden, wait until you die. However, to Jeremiah's disappointment, his father didn't immediately act but instead said, Finn, apologize to my son, and I'll pretend nothing happened here. A surge of killing intent spread from Flynn, rippling through the space around him. Flynn now felt this Herschel was acting too recklessly. He was already trying to de-escalate the situation, yet he faced an even greater provocation. Was his dignity as the Hong family head less important than the family's survival? Whatever the case, he needed to teach this Herschel a lesson. Not necessarily to kill him, but to leave room for easing relations with the Tranquil Profundity Academy. With this resolve, a chilling look appeared in Flynn's eyes. Seeing this, Yin Cornelfing hurriedly signaled the 4 Yin family reeds sitting nearby to prepare for action. Regardless of how events progressed, they could not let Jaden suffer a setback at the Yin family estate, even if it meant breaking ties with the Hong family. Not just because of the Tranquil Profundity Academy, but because of Jaden himself. Yin Cornelfing viewed Jaden favorably. This Kevin possessed calm, boldness, and extraordinary talent, definitely someone worth befriending. Plus, he had to consider the feelings of his own children. There was no way he could stand idly by. The 4 reeds understood, nodding slightly, ready to restrain Flynn upon their patriarch's command. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. But then Jaden sighed, Lawson Hong, it seems you still haven't grasped my meaning. I'm not asking. Saying this, Jaden drew his fragmentation blade. A powerful aura erupted from him, shaking the space around, pushing back Flynn's killing intent. On the surface, Jaden didn't appear to be at the Great Law Lawson level, but his imposing presence was enough to alarm everyone present except Paul. Unveiling 5 layers of profound law without reserve, it coalesced instantly onto the blade's edge. No one doubted that this blade, once swung, could severely threaten Flynn. Only now did many realize that Jaden's defiance towards Flynn wasn't solely due to the Tranquil Profundity Academy behind him, but also his own strength. Feeling Jaden's revealed power, Flynn's expression stiffened. After years of cultivation, he had only mastered 5 layers of profound law. Jaden, at such a young age, was already matching him. No wonder this Herschel could beat their younger generation so thoroughly. Moreover, Flynn sensed his 5-layered profound law might not even measure up to Jaden's. Thus, he had no guarantee of victory. If he couldn't win quickly, this confrontation would be meaningless. If given a chance for the Yin family to intervene, it would only add to his humiliation, risk retaliation, and increase the involvement of the Tranquil Profundity Academy. Thinking this over, Flynn took a deep breath, then with a sudden slap, he turned and slapped his son Jeremiah, saying, "You're impolite. Hope Brother Cornell can forgive you." Struck dumb, Jeremiah was momentarily stunned, not quite reacting. Jaden was also slightly surprised, recognizing Flynn's decisiveness. It was no wonder he became the family head. Waving a hand, Jaden said, "I never cared much for these provocations. Have him apologize to the Yin siblings, and let's call it a day." "Fine." Jeremiah nodded, resolved to see this through without hesitation. He lifted Jeremiah, walked over to the Yin siblings, threw him to the ground, and ordered, "Kneel and apologize." Chapter 533, Acquiring the Map. Jeremiah had come to his senses, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. The profound energy within his body had already been sealed by his father. Apart from being able to speak, he was as powerless as a chicken. He had never been treated like this in his entire life. At the thought of it, a sense of humiliation surfaced on Jeremiah's face. He felt hatred and anger. This feeling was worse than death. "Damn Jaden, I will not let you off," Jeremiah snarled inwardly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said to the Yin siblings, "I'm sorry." After saying these 3 words, it seemed as if all of Jeremiah's strength had been drained. He collapsed onto the ground ungracefully. The Yin siblings were not frightened by this sudden scene. Instead, they looked excited and felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The person they admired had fought for justice on their behalf. They did not immediately express gratitude because they knew the time wasn't right yet. Yin Cornelfeng secretly exhaled a breath of relief. The problem was finally resolved. The outcome was good. At least the facade of civility remained intact. He also understood how difficult it was for Flynn to make this decision. However, he believed that due to Jaden's impressive display, he would continue to adapt to circumstances and allow Jaden to lead the Herschels into the abyssal profound realm. There was no other reason. Jaden had shown sufficient confidence. "Hong leaves now. We shall meet again when the realm opens," Flynn turned and said. "Very well." Jaden nodded slightly. Without delay, Flynn carried Jeremiah away, followed by a stunned-looking Clifton and another Herschel. As soon as Flynn left, Tanner awkwardly laughed and approached, saying, "Cornell, young brother, there were misunderstandings earlier. Please forgive us. We believe the younger generation will gain significant opportunities under your leadership." Having finished speaking, Tanner prepared to leave. But Jaden leisurely asked, "Chairman Chiu, aren't you forgetting something?" Tanner paused, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Fostered, he still turned around and said, Yenner, apologize." Delilah and Esmeralda pouted unwillingly and then stepped forward to bow apologetically to the Yin siblings. They couldn't start any trouble since even their father had conceded. The Yin siblings stood there, thrilled once more, accepting the apology gracefully. Without waiting for Jaden to say anything further, Tanner led the two behind him away with heads hung low. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tanner leave, Yin Cornelfeng felt inexplicably refreshed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You told me to hold back, but are you regretting it now? Ha ha." After laughing, he muttered inwardly. Then he looked at Jaden, finding him increasingly likable. "Brother Cornell, Yin has prepared a family banquet. Please follow me to the dining hall." Jaden shook his head. "Thank you for your hospitality, but I have matters at the academy and cannot linger here." Dining was out of the question. He didn't wish to develop too many ties with these noble families. His attendance at the meeting had a clear purpose. Yin Cornelfeng didn't insist, nodding with a smile. "In that case, I won't detain you further. We'll see each other in half a month." Agreed. Jaden gave a salute and bid farewell. Just as he reached the door, he stopped. Yin Cornelfeng brightened up. "Did Brother Cornell change your mind?" Jaden shook his head and smiled. "Brother Paul, aren't you going to see me off?" Byron had been watching idly all along. "Hadn't I forgotten about the main matter? What a poor memory. My apologies, my apologies." Yin Cornelfeng slapped his forehead. "Paul, why are you just sitting there? Are you itching for a beating? Go see Brother Cornell off." Byron stretched lazily. The grand drama had concluded, and it would be boring for a while. He glanced at Yin Cornelfeng. If not for concerns about exposing his identity, he might have slapped this youngster dead. To speak so disrespectfully, does he think he is Jaden? Ultimately, Byron retracted his gaze and walked to Jaden, saying with a half smile, "Come on, Brother Cornell." Jaden rolled his eyes and turned toward the door. Once they left, Yin Cornelfeng muttered, "What was that look from Paul just now? Even I felt uneasy. Has he lost his mind?" Having no conclusion, Yin Cornelfeng turned and said, "During this period, adjust yourselves to the best state. Don't be a burden later. Following Jaden is your opportunity. Cherish it." "Fosters, Roman." Yuri and Carla replied in unison. Outside the Yin family's gates, Jaden said, "That's enough show. You don't need to send me all the way to the academy." "I wish," Byron retorted. Jaden didn't hurry to leave, and Byron didn't turn around either. They stared at each other until Jaden finally spoke again. "Do you have no shame at all?" "Only so much composure, huh? I thought you'd keep silent forever," Byron teased. "Hand it over. I've done what you asked. I don't want to waste more time talking to you. Do you really not want to know what I'm planning?" "Don't care." "That's too bad. I intended to share it with you." Haha. Jaden smiled slightly. He wouldn't believe it for a second. A flash of light emitted from Byron's ring, and a 3-foot square beast skin map appeared in his hand. "Take it," Byron waved. Jaden accepted it and took a quick glance. The map showed mountain ranges and winding paths, with detailed annotations and highlighted sections. Slightly nodding, just for this map, the trip was indeed worth it. The previous discomfort was irrelevant now. Farewell. Jaden put the map away. He planned to study it thoroughly with his companions without missing any details. Of course, he wouldn't trust the map entirely. After all, it was drawn based on Byron's memories from 1,000 years ago. Who knew what changes had occurred in the last millennium? Additionally, he couldn't guarantee Byron's intentions. The latter was far from easy to deal with. Ultimately, everything would depend on the situation. After bidding farewell to Byron, Jaden returned directly to the Abyssal Profound Academy. He noticed the teachers didn't seem as worried about his safety as before and hadn't sent anyone to protect him. It felt like calm before a storm, making the entire capital seem peaceful. Jaden hoped he was overthinking. Perhaps the teachers felt his abilities were sufficient to protect himself. In the Madman Hall room, Jaden pushed aside distractions and entered a meditative state. With only half a month left, time was running short. He initially thought he could practice until the opening of the Abyssal Profound Realm, but 2 days before the date, he received a message from Dorian. This brought him great joy. Rocky had finally provided the 3 materials he promised. End of chapter 533. Chapter 534, Old Friends from Shizhou. After 2 days of absorption, Jaden finally completed the assimilation of the 3 materials, Hidden Dragon Blood, Red Phoenix Feather, and Heavenly Starfire. His ancient, immortal body successfully reached the 7th seal, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Though Jaden had anticipated considerable progress upon achieving the 7th seal, he was still amazed by the outcome. Now, his basic physical strength alone could rival a peak great power in the profound arts, surpassing even his sword skills and terror. This time, his physical body had far outpaced his cultivation. No wonder the ancient, immortal, indestructible technique stated that the 7th seal would bring about a qualitative transformation. Indeed, it was not exaggerated. Moreover, Jaden knew that due to the urgency of time, he had not fully absorbed the essence within the materials. The residual essence lingered in his limbs because he had forcibly ceased cultivation. However, he believed that over time, these essences would gradually be digested, potentially allowing his physical body to reach the level of half-step ascending to immortality. But at present, he didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. Today was the day the secret realm opened, and he needed to gather at the square. Exiting his room, Jaden saw Desi and others standing in the courtyard, already prepared. Additionally, beside Desi stood Christopher and 2 Reedley men with white hair. These arrangements had been made 2 days ago. The 2 Reeds were surnamed Cornell and Guan, both at the half-step ascending stage, and they had suppressed their cultivation, leaving no discernible aura. According to Dorian's introduction, Von Cornell and Jacob had been at the half-step ascending stage for many years, with extensive combat experience rather than being purely academic theorists from the school. Jaden trusted Dorian on this point, especially since the 2 Reeds were approachable during their brief meeting. That was sufficient. Jaden nodded to everyone as the leader of this expedition from the Yuxian Academy, leading the way out of the courtyard. Desi and the other 9 followed behind, heading towards the Academy's grand square where the entrance to the Yuxian secret realm would open. Soon, Jaden and his group of 10 arrived at the square. It was evident that a restriction had been set up in one area of the square, guarded by 5 Academy Reeds on the periphery, while Dorian floated above it, reinforcing the barrier. Being a potential successor of Yuxian Academy certainly had its perks, as Jaden had been informed of the restriction's function in advance. The restriction would contain all participants heading to the secret realm. Without a special token, entry was prohibited to prevent anyone from slipping in when the secret realm opened. Additionally, the restriction served as a precaution against unexpected events. After all, the current state of the Yuxian secret realm was unstable, and absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed. Each member of Jaden's party carried such a special token, unaffected by the restriction. However, they did not enter yet. There was still some time before the secret realm opened, and members of other forces hadn't gathered completely. The vast square was temporarily occupied only by Jaden and his companions, given that this was their home turf, and arriving early was quite normal. Jaden glanced around as curious spectators began gathering, but were stopped by several teams of guards organized by the academy. Furthermore, Ashton and Herbert, the vice principals, led numerous teachers into defensive positions above the square. Clearly, the academy took this very seriously, ensuring the square remained exclusively for participants of the secret realm, both on the ground and in the sky. Despite some discontent among onlookers, they willingly watched from a distance to avoid missing the grand occasion. Shortly after, Jaden saw streams of light shooting in from afar. Ashton, along with several teachers, approached to inspect briefly before letting those people enter. It's the Yin, Chiao, and Hong families. Jaden watched as the Yin family, including Yin Cornelfeng, landed on the square, numbering around 50 to 60 people. Apart from the 3 patriarchs and 8 heirs destined for the secret realm, the rest were important members of the 3 families. Kuai Huang, that guy indeed didn't come, Jaden observed, noting the absence of Paul among the crowd. Yin Cornelfeng came forward to greet him, smiling. Corneltal brother Cornell, we meet again. Jaden shook hands with Yin Cornelfeng, feigning surprise. Why didn't I see brother Paul? Yin Cornelfeng looked pained. I apologize for the inconvenience, Corneltal brother Cornell. Fostersterday, my nephew encountered an issue during practice, causing him to go into mental turmoil. All his meridians were severed, making him unable to participate in the secret realm this time. Jaden's lips twitched involuntarily. Did Kuai Huang hate him so much? What a pity. Your nephew will likely spend the rest of his life bedridden. Ah, things will get better, Jaden consoled. He knew well that, given Kuai Huang's methods, the situation must be fabricated to deceive the Yin family. This time, I've brought another nephew to replace Paul in entering the secret realm. Yin Cornelfeng turned and called, Landon, come over here. A burly man, seemingly more anxious than Yin Cornelfeng, stepped forward with a simple smile. If not for Yin Cornelfeng's introduction stating that Landon was of the same age, Jaden might have suspected they were brothers. Landon gave a good impression, and Jaden greeted him politely. Shortly after, Yuri and Carla also approached, happily positioning themselves behind Jaden. Tanner and Flynn led their disciples forward as well, and Jaden acknowledged them with a nod. Since he had agreed to lead the expedition, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult to avoid rumors. Of course, if the disciples from these families misbehaved once inside, they would fend for themselves. He had no patience for guidance, especially since they weren't familiar. Cornel Jeremiah, who still glared darkly at him despite the circumstances. Jaden simply ignored him, as long as he stayed away. Meanwhile, Desi introduced the Madman Hall members to the disciples of the three families without trying to ingratiate himself. The disciples of the Chiu and Hong families kept their distance, nodding only slightly, whereas the Yin siblings and Landon warmly welcomed Desi's group, quickly becoming acquainted. Jaden noticed this but wasn't overly concerned, as he hadn't expected much from the Chiu and Hong families. The disciples stood behind Jaden, while the others from the Yin, Chiu, and Hong families retreated to the side of the square to watch, knowing their role was over. However, they wouldn't leave. This trip related to the future of their younger generation, and they would wait here until the disciples emerged. More forces began arriving gradually, appearing tired from traveling from outside Zhongzhou. They landed on the square, looking around curiously. Some factions greeted each other warmly, their disciples forming groups. Two groups moved towards Jaden's direction, one after the other. The leader of the first group was Liv, a familiar face, Tying Corneli from the Sacred Heart Academy of Shizhou. The people from Shizhou are here too. Jaden marveled, stepping forward to greet her. Long time no see, Miss Tying. Tying Corneli pouted. It feels like we're growing more distant every time we meet. Jaden chuckled, remembering how although he and Tying Corneli had fought together and she had even pleaded on his behalf, they weren't exactly close, having initially been rivals. He also recalled that when he left Shizhou, this beautiful Liv seemed to have a close relationship with Yusef. Thinking of Yusef, Jaden asked, is he not coming? Tying Corneli replied telepathically, after receiving your message, he started preparing in Southern Province and has just seen some results, so he can't spare the time. Jaden nodded slightly. With Yusef's ambition and ability, handling the Southern Province issues should not be difficult. Your cultivation? Jaden turned his attention back to Tying Corneli, surprised to find that she had also reached the level of a profound great power. And the four disciples from the Sacred Heart Academy behind her were also at this level. No wonder they dared to come to the Yuxian secret realm. However, logically speaking, with the cultivation environment in Shizhou, their progress shouldn't be this rapid. Tying Corneli naturally noticed Jaden's confusion and explained. After Yusef ascended the throne, he gathered all of Shizhou's cultivation resources, selecting a group of talented young people to rapidly enhance their cultivation. I was among them. He said that there might be significant changes ahead, and Shizhou couldn't handle it alone if it developed freely. So, we had to concentrate our efforts. Indeed, Jaden understood. With all of Shizhou's resources, quickly cultivating a core strength wasn't difficult. Jaden thought for a moment and smiled. Yusef made you tell me these things, right? Even if I hadn't asked, you would have said it. Tying Corneli replied, he guessed you'd say that. Jaden rubbed his nose and smiled slightly. What else did he say? He told us to do everything we can to help you, saying he owes you. He knows you'll enter the Yuxian secret realm and that it is very important for you. That's unnecessary. Please thank him on my behalf. He doesn't owe me anything. We were never meant to be friends. Haha, he said the same thing. Tying Corneli chuckled and added, but it seems you don't need our help now. You seem to be doing well in the imperial capital. She glanced at the people behind Jaden, including some familiar faces from Shizhou. These people following Jaden were proof enough of his status. You should join me. It's dangerous inside, and we can watch out for each other, Jaden invited. After all, they were old acquaintances from Shizhou, and it wouldn't be right not to offer assistance. If you didn't invite me, I was going to ask anyway. Past experiences tell me that following you is always a safe bet. Tying Corneli laughed, then led her four disciples over to Desi and the others, greeting them warmly. Jaden inwardly sighed. His group was getting larger, and he couldn't tell if that was good or bad. Amaldenly, Jaden turned his head and was startled to see Taj emerge from the crowd, looking down while surrounded by three beautiful women. Noemi stood nearby, sneering coldly. Chapter 535. The Secret Realm Opens. This was the subsequent group of people Jaden had seen earlier. Apart from three women, there was a man who bore some resemblance to Taj, standing there as if it had nothing to do with him. Next to the man stood an Reedley man in fine spirits, respectfully. They look like they are from the Dongfang family, Jaden murmured with a half-smile. These must be the maidservants that Dongfang always mentions. However, judging from their cultivation levels, these women held decent positions in the Dongfang family. He wasn't sure about their exact relationship with Taj though. Jaden didn't bother to ask. He believed Taj could handle it. Amara enough. Taj suddenly looked up, glaring at the three women until they dared not speak. Jaden knew Taj was faking it, but it did produce the desired effect. Taj turned around and sighed deeply before walking over and saying, Qing Shu, my family has arrived, so I won't go in with you. Jaden glanced at Taj and said, you don't need to worry about holding us back. It's better for us to separate temporarily. If I need help in the secret realm, I won't hesitate to ask. All right, as you wish. Remember, preserving your life is most important. Fostera. Taj nodded forcefully. Subsequently, Taj returned to his family's group. He initially paused next to Amal Qingxi, possibly thinking of inviting her, but ultimately gave up. The Kevin who resembled Taj smiled briefly at Jaden before leading the Dongfang family members away. Amal Qingxi walked over and coldly remarked, you may not know, those three women are Taj's fiancés, whom I met in North Province before. Jaden was taken aback. 3 fiancés. How pitiful for Taj. No wonder he wanted to leave the group, to avoid exposing this embarrassing aspect of his life. Dongfang probably wanted you to join them, Jaden teased. Why should I care? Amal Qingxi retorted icily. I can see he doesn't like those 3 fiancés and feels troubled. Why should I care? He probably likes you. Why should you care? Jaden decided not to persist. As a brother figure, he'd done his best. He figured pushing further might make Amal Qingxi lose control after integrating Chilan. Shrugging, Jaden focused on the square again. Before long, many more people joined the crowd. Jaden estimated nearly half of the forces participating in the Aliyah secret realm were now present. He wasn't sure where the foreign races or outsiders were hiding within the groups. He spotted people from the Zhou family and Pei family, who gave him a cold glance but quickly averted their gazes. Emboldenedly, someone cried out, "The Nangong family has arrived." A formidable group of about 100 people descended from the sky, not all intended to enter the secret realm. This previously low-profile force finally revealed itself. The allure of the Alia's secret realm was evidently immense. Leading the Nangong clan was Jaden's defeated opponent, Bennett. As soon as Bennett landed, his gaze locked with Jaden's. Bennett's eyes harbored undisguised murderous intent, even gesturing a throat-cutting sign. Jaden paid no heed to Bennett's actions. If given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him in the secret realm. He had already won once and was confident of winning again. Bennett withdrew his gaze, as did Jaden. Various factions greeted Bennett warmly, including the Zhua family and Pei family. Behind Jaden, Jeremiah spoke up. "Jaden, it seems you have a grudge with the Nangong family leader. I advise you to apologize proactively and try to ally with the Nangong family." Jaden didn't turn around but said coolly, "I advise you to shut up if you don't want to be expelled from our team." "You." Fury flashed across Jeremiah's face. He was about to retort when Clifton beside him restrained him. Being expelled at this moment would disgrace not just Jeremiah but the entire Hong family. Jeremiah gritted his teeth but dared not say more. Shortly after, amid cheers, the Daqin imperial family finally arrived. Led by Donovan, with around 200 to 300 people following him, they landed on the square in grand style. "Greetings to His Majesty," many shouted, bowing. Of course, some only watched, including Jaden and the Madman Hall members. "Rise," Donovan said, smiling and waving his hand. If not aware of Donovan's true character, Jaden might have mistaken him for a majestic king. Alas, to Jaden, Donovan was destined to be otherwise. Casually, Donovan's gaze swept over Jaden. Jaden remained expressionless, though internally he felt a jolt, sensing what seemed to be his original immortal aura within Donovan. When he regained focus, the sensation vanished. Was it an illusion? Jaden frowned slightly. He soon concluded he was overthinking. Immortal aura, once absorbed, couldn't still belong to him. Jaden sighed inwardly. Losing the immortal aura weakened his strategic advantage. Nonetheless, his resolve remained unchanged. He then noticed Vilma wasn't among the royal contingent. Given her awakened bloodline, she should qualify to represent the royal family in the Alia's secret realm. But since Vilma wasn't here, she likely had her reasons, which Jaden chose not to dwell on. Two familiar faces among the royal contingent were Cadexian and Bear. Jaden kept an eye on them, as they posed significant threats. With the arrival of the royal family, all participants for the secret realm were now present. Above, Dorian didn't waste time, declaring loudly, "Those participating in the Alia's secret realm, please step into the restriction field." Finally, it begins. Jaden set aside distractions and led his team forward. Each faction found its own corner upon entering the restriction field, without interfering with others. Dorian continued, "Now, please send representatives to collect number tags. Entry into the secret realm will proceed according to tag numbers." Jaden noticed, including himself, about 80 people stepped out. So, among the 500 participants, fewer than 10 came from each faction on average. Hence, the Alia Academy having 10 participants indeed was quite impressive. Then, Dorian waved his hand, and square wooden plaques floated above everyone's heads. Numbers were obscured by a misty layer, preventing premature grabs as plaques drifted towards individuals. After all, a 3-month journey didn't hinge much on early or late entry. Batch entry ensured the Alia's secret realm wasn't overwhelmed with too many people at once. Jaden's plaque revealed the number 30 upon disappearance of the mist, a fairly central position. Only then did Dorian announce, "The Alia's secret realm witnessed the ups and downs of Alia continent. You represent its future. May you gain much in honor, Alia." His voice resonated, stirring emotions in many. Some sneered subtly at his words. Above the restriction field, spatial tremors began, forming a massive vortex, like a gateway to an unknown world. Finally, the time for the Alia's secret realm to open had arrived. Chapter 536, Lost Canyon. Jaden had heard from Dorian that the mystic realm of profound mystery did not need to be manually opened. It would appear at a specific time, once every 20 years. And this passage was located within the Academy of Profound Mystery. Many years ago, the Academy of Profound Mystery was where the will of heaven manifested, and the mystic realm of profound mystery was one of its expressions. At this moment, as Jaden saw the vortex above him, he seemed to understand its subtlety. He could almost sense a faint yet majestic presence from the vortex, as if the lingering will of heaven was watching over it. "The mystic realm is open. Everyone, enter quickly," Dorian urged. Subsequently, without delay, everyone followed the order dictated by their tokens and soared into the vortex one by one. "Let's go." When it was Jaden's turn, he turned back to the group behind him, then took the lead and stepped into the vortex. After a brief daze, Jaden felt his feet touch solid ground. "It seems the difference between entering earlier or later is simply the final landing point," he concluded, noting that only his team members were around, with no sign of others. He began to observe his surroundings. They were on a vast plain, but he felt a sudden sense of oppression. The environment inside the mystic realm was dimly lit, not entirely dark but still gloomy. Looking around, Jaden saw no source of light, as if a dark curtain covered the entire sky. Jaden suddenly sensed something very familiar. "It's the fragment of the heaven palm bead." Jaden's eyes brightened. Indeed, the last fragment was hidden here. The fragment must have sensed his arrival and was calling to him. Initially, he thought he would need time to search for it, but now, with this connection, the task became much simpler. All he needed to do was follow the sensation, and no matter how vast the mystic realm was, he would reach his destination. This was the most important mission, and he had to retrieve the fragment before any outsiders could. If an outsider obtained it, it would certainly lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Jaden pointed in a direction and said, "This way, follow me." Just as Jaden was about to move, an untimely voice interrupted him. "Jaden, how are you sure this way is right? What if there's danger ahead?" Jaden abruptly turned and stared at the speaker, who was Jeremiah. Fear flashed in Jeremiah's eyes, but he didn't retreat, choosing instead to meet Jaden's gaze. I've said before, if you say another word, you can leave. Jaden wasn't polite. Do you really think I'm so easy to talk to? If not for Yin family's strong recommendation, do you think you'd even be in my team? Now, you have two choices, leave or die. Jaden wasn't willing to waste time. Outside, he might still respect Yin Cornelfeng's face, given the trust placed in him. But inside the mystic realm, ensuring unity within the team was paramount. As the leader, he bore a significant responsibility and wanted those who trusted him to return safely. And being cautious, Jaden did not want any unnecessary complications. In moments like these, he believed a decisive approach would be understood by his companions. Those who didn't understand didn't belong in the team. Jeremiah looked at Jaden's indifferent expression, feeling anger rising. Few dared speak to him like this, and Jaden had done it multiple times. Clenching his fists, Jeremiah gritted his teeth. Jaden, you have guts. Clifton, let's go. Jeremiah turned away, knowing he couldn't match Jaden currently. However, he didn't believe this would always be the case. 3 months inside the mystic realm would be enough time to gain some opportunities. By then, Jeremiah would settle this score with Jaden. Following Jeremiah were not just Clifton, but also another Kevin from the Hong family and 2 Herschels from the Cho family. The 5 of them quickly disappeared into the dimness. The 3 members of the Yin family exchanged glances. Though they all belonged to the capital's 3 major hidden families, they had now parted ways. Fostered, none of them felt particularly disturbed. From the beginning, they had resolved to follow Jaden, especially Yuri and Carla, who never wavered. Jaden paid little attention to the minor incident and continued leading the group forward. Christopher, carrying a large sword, approached and suddenly remarked, "Why didn't you kill them just now? That doesn't seem like your style. Usually, you draw your blade against such people immediately." Jaden smiled slightly. "I'm running out of time and don't want to waste energy on irrelevant people." Christopher shrugged, not pressing further, though he found this reason somewhat flimsy. Jaden didn't elaborate, unable to tell Christopher that his intuition warned him against drawing blood on this plane. Although he wasn't sure where this intuition came from, he trusted it, perhaps due to the profound mystery aura within him. Fostered, sharing such vague feelings with his team without evidence would only cause unnecessary caution or panic, adding to their mental burden in an already oppressive environment. His team was competent, but as the leader, he felt it best to handle uncertainties alone. Moreover, whether or not he killed Jeremiah made no difference to him. He wasn't afraid of revenge from someone full of self-importance who wouldn't stir up much trouble. Shortly after, following the sensation, Jaden left the plane. Unseen by Jaden, in a corner of the plane, 2 groups engaged in a dispute that escalated into a fight. Bloodshed spread, and they vanished as if swallowed by a giant mouth emerging from the darkness. Silence returned to the plane, with the dimness continuing to envelop everything. About half a day later, Jaden and his group arrived at a canyon. Glancing ahead, the canyon stretched endlessly, with only a faint path visible, resembling a mountain cleaved down the middle. Jaden paused, pulled out a map, and carefully examined it before identifying the canyon's name. Lost Canyon. Beside the canyon's name on the map were 3 small characters annotated. Avoid flying. Jaden frowned slightly, understanding that Adiel wouldn't make such a notation frivolously. Only special places warranted annotations on the map, proving this canyon was extraordinary. Who knew what changes millennia had brought? The sensation originated from within the canyon, and with no other paths visible, Jaden decided not to detour. Time was of the essence, as he hadn't lied to Christopher. With resolve, Jaden cautioned his group, "Everyone, be careful. Don't fall behind. We need to cross this canyon." Chapter 537, Do Not Move Around. Everyone agreed and followed Jaden as he led the way. Before this, Jaden had also adjusted their formation. He and Christopher took the lead, with Desi and Alea protecting the center. Von Cornell and Jacob covered the rear. In this way, if anything unexpected happened, they would not be caught off guard. Soon, Jaden reached the mouth of the canyon. Looking ahead, he couldn't see far because the light inside the canyon was much darker. Although their cultivation levels allowed them to see in the dark, strangely, that ability seemed to have lost its effectiveness here. Previously on the plains, it had been similar, but now the effect was even more pronounced, making everyone naturally more vigilant. They certainly didn't doubt their abilities. The issue must be caused by the environment within the mystic realm. Jaden retracted his gaze and did not immediately advance. Instead, he activated his divine soul. Since entering the transformation realm of the divine soul, his sensing ability had improved greatly. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything within 10 feet. He wasn't sure if his companions had the same ability, but most likely they didn't possess such capability. After all, even a half-step to transcendence cultivator might not reach the transformation realm of the divine soul. He had only recently achieved it, and with the cultivation method given by the Khan, his divine soul cultivation and accumulation were faster than others. Thus, he couldn't use his standard to measure others. After carefully sensing, Jaden didn't detect any dangerous signals. Slightly reassured, he took a step forward, entering the canyon. Of course, he didn't shut off his divine soul perception. It continued probing the surroundings as he moved forward. Amaldenly, Jaden stopped abruptly. The rest of the group immediately became alert, looking around cautiously. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Christopher asked beside him. Jaden didn't respond, instead closing his eyes. Actually, he hadn't sensed any danger, but this didn't mean there wasn't any. On the contrary, his vigilance had skyrocketed to its peak. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, his connection with the fragment of the Sky Control Pearl had vanished. It was as if some mysterious force had severed the link between him and the fragment. Jaden wasn't sure if the sensation had disappeared the moment they stepped into the canyon. It was difficult to determine accurately. Because earlier, his mind had been fully focused on probing the surrounding environment, and by the time he noticed, the connection was already gone. But regardless of when it happened, one thing was clear. This canyon was definitely strange. 1,000 years ago, Byron had left annotations, and now the Yuxian mystic realm had drastically changed. In this situation, extreme caution was necessary. Jaden took a deep breath and said, I just lost a particular sensation, so let's slow down and keep observing our surroundings. Explanation was necessary at this point, as his sudden action had alarmed everyone. Without explanation, it would only cause panic. Indeed, everyone felt slightly relieved, but no one doubted Jaden's words. They all remained vigilant. Christopher didn't say more either, trusting Jaden's abilities completely. The surroundings remained dim, seemingly growing darker the further they ventured. It was as if a black veil had covered their eyes, but unfortunately, they couldn't remove it. Jaden continued walking, while maintaining his divine soul perception. After about 15 minutes, darkness seemed to swallow everything. Except for Jaden, the rest of the group could only see each other. Oppression weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, like an invisible hand squeezing their minds. Even with their considerable cultivation, it was hard to relax in such an environment. Instinctive fear and vigilance were unavoidable. In fact, they were doing well, as their breathing hadn't changed, showing their mental fortitude. Naturally, they wouldn't doubt Jaden's chosen direction, as they never had from the beginning. The more challenging the environment, the more trust was required. Trust allowed the team to function at its best. Besides, only Jaden knew the way now, as they could no longer see the surroundings. The group continued forward, and through perception, Jaden knew they were still within the canyon, with steep cliffs on both sides. There was no telling how long the canyon was, but they had to keep moving forward. Fortunately, the darkness hadn't worsened, allowing them to still see each other. Thus, the oppression didn't intensify, and gradually, it eased somewhat due to habituation. After another 15 minutes, everyone suddenly shuddered, because someone in the group screamed, "Ah!" The sound echoed through the canyon, reverberating off the mountain walls and sounding especially terrifying in the dim and silent environment. Jaden reacted first, turning around sharply to see Landon clutching his head and squatting painfully on the ground. In one swift move, Jaden rushed to Landon's side and ordered, "Do not move around. Stay alert." His voice snapped the others out of their shock, and they quickly assumed defensive stances, keeping vigilant watch on their surroundings. Jaden held Landon steady, stopping his trembling body, and asked, "What did you see?" In his view, Landon's cultivation wasn't low. For him to react this way, he must have seen or experienced something that triggered an unknown reaction. Moreover, Jaden had been continuously perceiving the surroundings, but detected nothing unusual. That left only one explanation. Landon saw something Jaden couldn't perceive. This object had evaded his perception. Though Jaden didn't know Landon well, he knew the latter had a straightforward and genuine personality, so there was no question of lying. Landon had no reason to lie, which Jaden believed without doubt. Therefore, when he arrived at Landon's side, he directly asked the key question, wanting to understand before Landon lost his senses. Clearly, Landon was already approaching delirium, likely suffering a shock to his divine soul. A Mouch trauma could only be suppressed and healed by oneself. Others couldn't help. Landon retained a sliver of rationality and struggled to raise his hand after hearing Jaden's voice. His finger pointed diagonally upward toward the sky. Jaden didn't immediately look up but ordered loudly, "No one look. Maintain your vigilance." Immediately afterward, he emitted spiritual power from his palm, rendering Landon unconscious to prevent him from acting recklessly. Trusting Jaden, no one dared to look up. Jaden took a deep breath. As the leader, he needed to dispel this bizarre phenomenon quickly. Since the object affected the divine soul, he felt somewhat confident. With this thought, Jaden turned his head abruptly and looked diagonally upward. The sky was the area he couldn't perceive, and there, hanging mysteriously, was a huge eye. Chapter 538, Crimson Erosion. It was an eerie scene. In the dim sky, it seemed as though an eye had sprouted, and this eye, it had a blood-red pupil. The moment Jaden glanced at it, his soul trembled violently, as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind. Jaden felt his mind instantly teetering on the brink of chaos. Even his soul realm seemed beyond his control. He bit his tongue sharply, forcing himself to remain somewhat lucid. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he immersed his consciousness into his mind, and saw that his soul was already enveloped by a layer of crimson. The crimson was continuously eroding his soul. If this continued, he might end up like Landon, or even worse. After all, he had directly faced that eye, which was akin to provocation in some sense. Jaden refused to succumb to such soul invasion. He already had a way to deal with it. With a thought, Jaden immediately activated the Ted Observing Heaven technique, summoning a massive, robust shadow within his mind. Maldenly, the shadow turned around and fiercely chopped down with its giant axe. Boom! An invisible tremor wreaked havoc within Jaden's mind, causing him to sway slightly in the outside world. Desi and the others were startled and wanted to react, but seeing Jaden quickly stabilize himself, they stopped their actions. "I'm fine. Remember, do not look up," Jaden cautioned, while suppressing the turbulent soul in his mind. After the robust shadow made its move, the crimson eroding his soul instantly dissipated and no longer posed any threat to him. It had to be said that the techniques obtained from the Ewing were all excellent techniques. This Ted Observing Heaven technique had saved him from critical situations several times. Jaden exhaled deeply and then opened his eyes. His soul had already stabilized. Other than some lingering discomfort, there was nothing serious. It directly targets the soul. "I currently have no good solution for this, nor do I know what it is," Jaden explained. Everyone fell into deep thought. They were now clear that the it Jaden spoke of was in the sky. However, they weren't afraid. Besides their solid psychological fortitude, the threat hadn't yet descended upon them. Von Cornell said, "Young Palace Lord, perhaps Old Man Cornell can take a look and make a probe." Jaden had already grown accustomed to how Von Cornell addressed him. When they first met, Von Cornell called him that way, even after attempts to dissuade him. Jaden didn't bother with these details, saying, "Von Cornell, has your soul realm reached the transformation stage?" Von Cornell shook his head. "I don't want to make you laugh, young Palace Lord, But my expertise does not lie in soul cultivation. Then you shouldn't try. That thing is quite sinister. Without a soul in the transformation stage, even with a soul defense holy artifact, it probably wouldn't help. Von Cornell understands. It's indeed your privilege, young palace lord, to have a soul reach the transformation stage. This is truly fortunate for the Imperial Academy. Jaden laughed wryly, never expecting this side of Von Cornell and viewing him with new respect. Christopher complained, "Old man, I am also one of the successor candidates. Why haven't you called me young palace lord, or praised me?" Von Cornell smiled faintly. "Has your soul reached the transformation stage?" "No," Christopher admitted frankly. "Have you fought with young palace lord?" "Fosters. Did you win or lose?" "Lose." "Have you ever triggered the 9 chimes of the Mystic Tower?" "No." "Have you ever climbed to the Golden Amamet?" "No." "There you go. You couldn't beat him, nor surpass him. What face do you have to ask me to call you young palace lord? I suggest you withdraw from the candidacy. It's for your own good." "Christopher, Von Cornell makes sense." "I agree," Guanreed said with a smile. Christopher hung his head in disappointment, saying no more. Everyone chuckled, and this exchange alleviated the tense atmosphere somewhat. Jaden also laughed. He knew Christopher didn't care about those titles. He just blurted out whatever came to mind. Given Christopher's straightforward nature, it was hard for him to hold back words. "Take good care of Landon. He'll likely be fine after a nap," Jaden instructed the Yin siblings. He guessed that Landon had only glanced at the eye briefly, so his soul wasn't severely damaged. Otherwise, Landon might have become a living dead person. Amalra. Yuri and Carla stood by Landon's side, focused. Jaden nodded and returned to the front of the group. "Keep being vigilant. Let me take another look to see if I can determine what it is," Jaden said. With prior experience, he believed he could handle it calmly this time. They couldn't let that thing keep threatening everyone, delaying progress and causing undue pressure. Thinking thus, Jaden lifted his head again, staring straight at the sky. That eye still hung high, unchanged, like a lifeless object. But Jaden didn't think it was lifeless. Instead, he believed it was alive. Because this time, the crimson eroded his soul more fiercely. However fierce it was, he could handle it. Jaden grunted softly, and the shadow in his mind slashed down again, expelling the crimson entirely. Rubbing his brow, the tearing sensation in his soul eased considerably. That shadow's technique was such that it pushed the soul to the brink of collapse, then allowed it to self-repair, thereby strengthening the soul. Fortunately, Jaden was already used to it, and his soul quickly regained calm. A sacred beast adept in soul attacks? Jaden murmured to himself. Twice he looked, and both times he didn't find the body of the creature, so he couldn't be certain. If it were a sacred beast, why would it only show one eye without attacking everyone? With such soul techniques, most people wouldn't stand a chance. As Jaden pondered, a warning came through his senses. His senses had never been retracted, even when his soul was being invaded. Now, he sensed something approaching within 10 feet. It moved slowly, not seeming malicious. No, it wasn't a thing. It was a person. Chapter 539. Christopher's Madness. Someone is approaching from the front. Jaden shouted. Unfortunately, his current divine soul perception was not yet advanced enough to discern facial features. He could only judge the general build of the figure. The group immediately became alert. They couldn't perceive anything, and Jaden didn't specify how many people were coming. Regardless, whether it was one or several individuals, their appearance in such a place likely boded no good. Christopher, standing at the front, had already unsheathed the large sword on his back, focusing intently into the dimness ahead. Soon, a silhouette emerged from the dimness, slowly approaching. Everyone could see clearly now. Though it was still somewhat hazy in the dim light, it didn't hinder identification. Cornelcoln. Christopher's eyes widened. Jaden frowned as well. Why would the Crown Prince of Qin appear in the Lost Canyon? And what about the others who entered with him? Christopher stepped forward to greet him, as he was relatively familiar with Cornelcoln. Jaden pulled him back just in time, speaking in a deep voice. "Don't go. Something seems off with him." Christopher stumbled but turned back, puzzled, though he complied with Jaden's caution. Jaden did not relax just because he saw someone familiar here. He continued to observe Cornelcoln's actions, sensing something different about him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Nonetheless, being cautious was always better. Amaldenly, the unexpected Cornelcoln stopped moving forward and stood 3 feet away from Jaden, looking at them with an ambiguous smile. Christopher also sensed something was wrong. He stopped advancing and directly asked, "Cornelcoln, what are you up to? Why are you here?" Cornelcoln did not respond, merely chuckled lightly. Amaldenly, Cornelcoln raised his arm, and a terrifying force swept out, lunging toward Christopher. "Watch out," Jaden shouted, ready to act. "No need, I'll handle it." Christopher swung his greatsword to meet the force. Jaden lowered his raised arm, watching intensely. Bang! Christopher was pushed back, but quickly steadied himself. "Damn it, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Today is perfect." Christopher cursed loudly, excitement evident in his tone. With a step, he charged at Cornelcoln. A sword glow flickered on the greatsword, carrying formidable power that shattered space as it slashed down. Watching this scene, Jaden knew Christopher had improved significantly, not just a little bit. But could such a Christopher stand against Cornelcoln, who had awakened his bloodline? Jaden doubted it, even pessimistically so. It wasn't that he looked down on Christopher. He had fought Cornelcoln himself and knew how strong he was. Boom crack. A fierce vibration echoed through the canyon, turning the once quiet space lively. Both Christopher and Cornelcoln were pushed back, seemingly evenly matched. But Jaden saw clearly, Christopher was slightly disadvantaged. Cornelcoln fought barehanded, while Christopher used his greatsword. "Cornelcoln, do you dare underestimate me?" Christopher was furious. He was the type who went straight for confrontation, never beating around the bush. Again, Christopher swung his greatsword at Cornelcoln, the power of profundity surging like waves. Haha. Kornelkoln emitted a cold laugh devoid of emotion. Jaden noticed keenly that Kornelkoln's eyes had flashed with a hint of blood red. What's going on? Jaden frowned. Could it be that Kornelkoln had lost himself under the giant eye? Since this place was called Lost Canyon, perhaps looking at the giant eye led to losing oneself? Combining this observation with Kornelkoln's abnormal behavior, Jaden began to suspect as much. However, this was just a guess. They needed to observe Kornelkoln's subsequent reactions. For now, Kornelkoln still appeared normal. Under Christopher's pressure, Kornelkoln finally drew his spear and deflected all of Christopher's attacks. Christopher was pushed back again, leaving deep gouges in the ground with his feet. You have some skills. Christopher adjusted his breathing, excitement flashing in his eyes. When Kornelkoln wielded the spear, Christopher was almost certain it was indeed Kornelkoln. The aura from that spear belonged undeniably to Kornelkoln. Not only Christopher but Jaden also confirmed it was Kornelkoln and not a mirage or a substitute. Christopher suddenly said, Kornelkoln, are you deliberately acting this way? Clearly, Christopher had noticed the faint blood red in Kornelkoln's eyes. Finally, Kornelkoln responded, expressionless, you guess. Christopher was extremely displeased. Guess my ass, I hate roundabout talk. As he spoke, Christopher swung his sword again, unleashing overwhelming power. You're not worthy. Let him come. Kornelkoln added. Jaden's eyes narrowed. Is he targeting me? From Kornelkoln's cold tone, devoid of emotion, Jaden sensed a significant difference from usual. Was it possible, as Christopher guessed, that he intentionally lost himself? But what benefits could come from such madness? Confused, Jaden looked back at the battlefield to find Christopher nearly overwhelmed. Kornelkoln's spear danced, relentlessly assaulting Christopher, forcing him to retreat continuously. Blood seeped through Christopher's clothes, cut by the spear's blade. At this rate, Christopher could easily be killed by Kornelkoln. Jaden realized he couldn't wait any longer and must replace Christopher. Although doing so might upset Christopher, he, as the leader, had to ensure everyone's safety. By confronting Kornelkoln himself, he could quickly uncover Kornelkoln's true intentions. Damn it, I can't lose to you after failing against Jaden. At that moment, Christopher roared with an indomitable spirit. Immoldently feeling unease, Jaden shouted, no. He sensed Christopher was about to make a rash decision. Indeed, Christopher suddenly looked up, gazing at the giant eye in the sky. Damn! Jaden tried to stop him, but it was too late. Christopher, determined to win, was willing to push himself harshly. Seeing Kornelkoln's strength, Christopher believed he had tapped into the power from the sky. Jaden had similar suspicions but, having dispersed the blood-red light, remained unaffected, hence unaware of any enhanced power. Now, Christopher gave him the answer. Ah! Christopher screamed in agony, trembling as he endured intense pain. Jaden saw clearly that Christopher's eyes glowed with a thick blood red. Idiot! Kornelkoln sneered coldly. His eyes also flickered with blood red but less intensely. Ha ha ha! Christopher suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Die! All of you! Immoldently, Christopher's greatsword flew wildly as he turned and attacked Jaden. Hashtag chapter 540. Kornelkoln's confusion. Jaden reacted swiftly. The moment Christopher initiated his attack, Jaden's fists were already smashing out. Ever since forming the Seven Seal ancient immortal body, he hadn't officially engaged in combat yet. However, he believed that with his current physical strength, suppressing Christopher shouldn't be an issue. Bang! After a series of explosive sounds, Jaden's two fists directly shattered Christopher's attack and sent him flipping away. Christopher was also somewhat dazed by those two fists, as if someone had hammered his muddled mind hard. For a moment, he stopped moving, muttering to himself, what's wrong with me? Seeing this, Jaden immediately shouted, quickly, focus your mind and use your divine soul power to suppress that blood color. Ultimately, Christopher was stronger than Landon. After being momentarily confused, and with Jaden's help, he managed to regain some clarity. He then understood Jaden's meaning, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate on combating the force that caused his confusion. For Christopher, winning or losing was certainly important, but after experiencing that confusion just now, cold sweat trickled down his back. In such a situation, he actually ended up attacking his own people. He cursed himself silently, vowing never to act impulsively again. Fortunately, Jaden was strong enough not to be affected much. Otherwise, he would have been at fault. Seeing how close Christopher came to going berserk, the others in the group dared not look up anymore, unless they wanted to shorten their lives. Looking at Christopher's state, Jaden secretly exhaled in relief. He suddenly understood why Christopher could regain his senses and fight off confusion. It might be due to his single-mindedness. Christopher's mind only held cultivation, without many other distractions. So, the simpler a person is, the less likely they are to lose themselves. Some people, entangled by various emotions, can easily lose themselves even without external influences, sometimes leading to extreme actions. This was true for both cultivators and ordinary people. But what about Kornelkoln? Jaden then thought of him. He didn't think Kornelkoln was a simple person. So, why was Kornelkoln's condition better than Christopher's? His eyes flickered with confusion, but Jaden didn't ponder it further because Kornelkoln was already approaching, closing the distance between them. I said we would have another match. Let's start now. Don't leave any regrets. Kornelkoln's eyes briefly flashed with red. Fine, as you wish, Jaden said calmly. During their last encounter, Kornelkoln had 5 kinds of profound principles, all reaching the 5th level. This time, Kornelkoln had awakened his royal lineage bloodline, which would undoubtedly boost his strength considerably. Moreover, Kornelkoln had also lost himself. A formidable enemy indeed. Jaden didn't underestimate him and drew out his void-shattering saber, preparing for battle. Kornelkoln licked his lips and called out, "Here comes my move." Immoldently, Kornelkoln lunged forward with his spear, piercing through space as the power of profound principles surged forth. Not only that, but Kornelkoln's fist also smashed out, forming another terrifying assault. 6th level profound principle. Jaden's expression turned serious. Compared to their last meeting, Kornelkoln had clearly improved. Even his physical strength had grown significantly, truly deserving of his former top rank. Jaden felt that Kornelkoln's talent wasn't inferior to his own. Burst. Jaden let out a mystic chant. Instantly, his fists and saber struck out together, releasing a force that could break through everything. Since Kornelkoln wanted a head-on clash, Jaden had nothing to fear. He now possessed the 7-seal ancient immortal body and complete 5th level profound principles. Moreover, he had more types of profound principles than Kornelkoln. Having already won once, there was no reason to lose again. Kornelkoln was competitive and proud. Wasn't Jaden the same? There can be no first in literature, but in martial arts, only one is supreme. Today, they would settle the score. At that moment, as their forces clashed, gales whipped through the valley, emitting mournful howls. Boom, boom, boom. After one round of clashes, neither of them ceased. They simultaneously advanced, grappling with each other. Only the shadows of two figures remained visible amidst the dimness. Blade light and spear glow flickered on and off, intertwining in midair. Outside the battlefield, Alea sighed, "We didn't realize it until now. We're really lagging behind Junior Brother." Desi agreed, "He has improved even more compared to when he fought us, while we've barely progressed. Fostera, at this rate, we won't even see his back. Perhaps, it's inevitable. His talent far surpasses ours. Don't be dispirited. Hehe, losing to my junior brother isn't shameful. Come along, more exercise will lead to faster improvement." "At your command, lady." SSS. Pain shot through Desi's waist, but he showed a relieved expression, not daring to resist. Alea's face was slightly flushed, though no one noticed in the dimness. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes watched them from the nearby shadows, unnoticed by everyone, including Jaden and Kornelkoln, who were locked in battle. Now, Jaden and Kornelkoln separated after another intense collision. "Brilliant!" Kornelkoln panted and exclaimed, "I thought awakening the bloodline would give me the upper hand, but you've impressed me." Jaden steadied himself. "If you don't reveal your trump card soon, you'll fall quickly." Kornelkoln smiled coldly, "You're confident, but I know you wouldn't speak without cause." Jaden probed, "You should still have foreign race techniques hidden. Why hide now that you've lost yourself?" Kornelkoln sneered, "Foreign race techniques? That trash? Who told you I had them?" Jaden narrowed his eyes, "You don't?" He sensed Kornelkoln wasn't lying. "Jaden, you have angered me by comparing me to that trash. Unforgivable." Kornelkoln roared. His emotions, perhaps influenced by the red color, were uncontrollable. Jaden frowned. Something wasn't as he imagined. Just as he was about to ask, Kornelkoln's aura surged abruptly. A blood-colored aura enveloped Kornelkoln, and his eyes were completely covered in red. Roar. A beast-like roar erupted from Kornelkoln's throat, echoing throughout the valley. At that moment, Kornelkoln seemed to have completely lost himself. Chapter 541, 2 Strikes to Victory. No. Jaden inwardly cursed. It seemed that he had truly enraged Kornelkoln, driving him into a frenzy. It must be a misunderstanding. This guy has such a strong sense of pride. Jaden sighed inwardly, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, Kornelkoln charged over with his spear, his terrifying momentum even more formidable than before. In this instant, Jaden also unleashed his blade without holding back. Brilliant light shone through the space as 6 profound principles intertwined on the blade's edge and slashed down ruthlessly. Rumble. The intense energy fluctuations sent waves rippling out, blinding and dazzling with their collision. For the first time, Jaden was forced back several steps before regaining his footing. Clearly, after losing control, Kornelkoln's power had become even greater, and his cultivation seemed to have slightly increased. Jaden's gaze grew solemn, but fortunately, he still had means to counteract this. Immortal technique, step 2-inch blade strike. Without hesitation, Jaden used his trump card, willing to bear significant depletion to suppress Kornelkoln. A spatial fluctuation spread out, and a streak of sword light moved at a speed that was almost imperceptible, striking towards Kornelkoln. Once he used this technique, Jaden himself could no longer precisely control the force. There was a high likelihood that Kornelkoln would be obliterated outright. Originally, Jaden believed he had misunderstood Kornelkoln. There were definite mysteries surrounding him. He wanted to understand the truth. But now, faced with the pressure from Kornelkoln, Jaden could only act this way. Moreover, if Kornelkoln did not recover from his madness, those mysteries would remain unsolved. Thus, Jaden decided to resolve the battle quickly. He hoped Kornelkoln could barely defend himself and not lose his life instantly. On the opposite side, Kornelkoln seemed unable to react in time to the blade strike spanning the distance. However, a blood-colored aura rose around him, instinctively forming a defensive barrier. Clearly, this defensive barrier was much tougher than a mystic force shield. Boom crack. When the blade struck the blood-red barrier, violent tremors erupted. Crack. The blood-red barrier held for a moment before shattering under the blade's impact, turning into bloody mist. However, this bought Kornelkoln some time. A low growl emitted from his throat, like a wild beast's cry. Amaldenly, Kornelkoln raised his hand and grabbed at the remaining blade light. His hand was enveloped in a dazzling glow, forming the shape of a totem. Jaden did not know exactly what this totem was, but he guessed it represented Kornelkoln's true bloodline power. Seemingly, pushed to his limits, Kornelkoln's application of his bloodline power had improved. This was not good news for Jaden. Indeed, it wasn't just Jaden who could achieve breakthroughs during battles. Truly talented individuals all possessed this ability. Kornelkoln, using the power of his madness, had ignited a desperate courage and ascended another level. Boom. Jaden's blade light ultimately shattered against Kornelkoln's hand, transforming into twinkling sparks. But Jaden did not delay. He immediately attacked again. At this crucial moment, he could not afford any slack. He had to suppress Kornelkoln while he was still unstable. Immortal technique, Time slash. Immortal technique, step 2-inch blade strike. In an instant, Jaden delivered 2 consecutive strikes. This was a technique he had pondered during his seclusion. It had never been truly tested before. Although these 2 immortal techniques had different methods of force application and trajectories, belonging to different profound principles, theoretically, it was difficult to use them in rapid succession within a short period. This was not the same as intertwining several profound principles within a single strike, making it a higher level of complexity. But during his seclusion, Jaden had a sudden realization and felt there might be commonalities between the techniques. Through exploration, he indeed found some subtleties, though he couldn't fully understand them yet. Regardless, this allowed him to deliver 2 consecutive strikes. Jaden's understanding of blade techniques had always surpassed others. With his soul-bound wheel of blades, his affinity for blades was innate. This closeness often sparked inspiration to improve his techniques. Even before comprehending the profound principles, he had experience delivering 2 consecutive strikes. So, with these immortal techniques in hand, his prior experiences became invaluable assistance. As the 2 strikes emerged, the entire space seemed to fall into chaos. Though there was no cumulative power, the energy from both immortal techniques was enough to inspire fear. At this moment, the principles of time and space appeared to proceed simultaneously, but the 2 beams of light seemed to intersect at a distant point. Jaden did not yet know how far this intersection stretched because the 2 light beams struck Xunyang in parallel. Rumble. Despite Xunyang's final reaction, an unparalleled surge of power erupted from him. His spear unleashed spear light, and he instinctively used immortal techniques. But against Jaden's attack, his resistance appeared futile. The blood-red aura around him was easily shattered. After a brief struggle, the spear light also broke apart. Then, amidst intense vibrations, the blade struck Xunyang, sending him flying backward with blood splashing into the air. Clearly, after this, Xunyang lacked the strength to continue fighting. It remained unknown whether he would survive. Jaden could choose to slash at Xunyang's head, ensuring no hope of survival. But he chose not to do so. He still wanted to unravel the mysteries. Now, it all depended on Xunyang's fate. Jaden sighed. If he did not act this way, his companions behind him would suffer. Though he still had a final trump card, using it would mean certain death for Xunyang and leave Jaden weakened. In such uncertain conditions, he would never use that technique unless in dire straits. This battle with Xunyang had not forced him to that extent. This was Jaden's confidence. Even if Xunyang had managed to block the previous 2 strikes, Jaden could still deliver 2 more. In terms of endurance, he had no fear of Xunyang. From the start, Jaden never doubted he would win, even with Xunyang harnessing the blood-colored power. Putting aside his thoughts, Jaden walked towards where Xunyang had fallen. Upon approaching, he sensed faint signs of life within Xunyang. A smile tugged at the corner of Jaden's mouth. This guy was indeed tenacious and hadn't died. Approaching Xunyang, Jaden saw 2 deep slashes on his chest, nearly reaching the bone. He rubbed his nose. Indeed, his strikes had been heavy-handed. At this moment, Xunyang spoke. Kill me. Chapter 542. Not that close. Jaden looked at Xunyang, whose eyes were half open, and put down the knife in his hand. This guy was not just barely breathing. He probably had 2 or 3 more breaths left. Xunyang frowned, revealing a bit of pain on his face, but his speech became much smoother. He said, I, the Xavier, don't need anyone's pity. If I lost, then it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Jaden replied, although I don't know how you managed to control yourself from completely losing yourself earlier, if you don't regain control now, I'm afraid you'll find it hard to die later. Ha, that's none of your concern. You want to completely lose yourself and become a mindless corpse so that I can really kill you, right? It seems I can't even take a few with me in death. You've seen through me. Killing such a you wouldn't give me much satisfaction. Do you want to see me beg for mercy? Not really, I know you won't. So what are you waiting for? Why not give me a quick death? Let me ask a question first. There's no rush to kill you, alright? If you want to ask, go ahead. A dying man has this one advantage. There's not much to hide. Jaden stared into Xunyang's eyes. He didn't ask but stated, you have harbored the remnants of the Wang family, haven't you? Xunyang smiled and replied, Fosters. Aren't you going to explain? What's there to explain? Those who trust me will naturally believe me. Those who don't believe me, I don't bother arguing with them. In that case, let me guess. Your harboring of the Wang family remnants is actually detaining them, and you only detained a part of them. Some were saved by their mastermind. I moved a bit too slow. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped. Jaden nodded, confirming his suspicion. Considering the events leading up to this point, Xunyang wanted to interrogate those remnants of the Wang family to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Jaden no longer doubted Xunyang's words. He suddenly thought about another layer. Servants reflect their masters. Dale, unquestionably raised by Xunyang, had a straightforward personality that Jaden witnessed, distinguishing between right and wrong. This led him to conclude Xunyang's character. Jaden even suspected that with Xunyang's abilities, he might have long known about Dale's betrayal. This savior was much more upright than he imagined. Perhaps Christopher's disposition could connect with Xunyang due to these factors. Jaden chuckled. His confusion had been resolved, and it was good news. He continued asking, did you find out who it is? Xunyang replied, no, even killing all of them wouldn't help. Didn't you perform soul searching? They had a special restriction placed on them. They die instantly if their souls are searched. Seems like the person behind the scenes is quite ruthless. Hee, I do have some suspicions. I originally thought you were part of his gang. That's why you kept targeting me before, right? Jaden laughed helplessly, roughly knowing whom Xunyang suspected. The second crown prince of the Great Qin, Bear. Xunyang explained, you pose a future threat, so I wanted to eliminate you early. However, you weren't as easily manipulated as he thought. My stance has always been firm. Thank you for your regard, Xavier. Sometimes I make mistakes too. I should apologize for my misunderstanding. There's no need. I'm not that petty. Jaden smiled again and said, Are you sure it's him? Cornelcoln answered, 9 times out of 10. I think he'll reveal himself here in this secret realm. Let's wait and see. Why did you appear in Lost Canyon? Shouldn't you be watching him? Do you think I'd stoop to walking with him? And those princes, they're all like brainless fools. It irks me just looking at them. You still haven't answered why you appeared in Lost Canyon. You're starting to annoy me too. Don't you see I'm almost dead? You won't die. Once you're done being annoyed, you'll tell me. Passing by, coincidentally. Believe it or not? Don't believe it. He cough. Cornelcoln laughed while coughing up blood inside. Sometimes I enjoy talking to people like you. Other times I truly wish to kill you. Jaden also laughed. When you recover, feel free to come and kill me anytime. Of course, only if you can. Adding, honestly, I doubt you have much hope of killing me anymore. You know this best. How frustrating. A great Xavier of Great Sheen has been mocked. So, now you have thoughts of living? After chatting with you, I suddenly feel the urge to beat you up. I don't want to die with regrets. Cornelcoln gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. Haven't you thought of helping me up? We aren't that close, nor on the same path, are we? The Xavier hates Dao cultivators the most for being too principled. I think it's a good thing. Both men shared a laugh, easing past tensions. Cornelcoln paused. If you want to save Christopher, you must find a beast here. It might have a way. He added, Christopher can only temporarily suppress the red mist. Over time, he'll fall into madness again. Eventually, he'll be completely lost, unsavable. This fool dared to take such risks without divine soul techniques after being around me for so long. Truly lacks sense. Jaden smiled faintly, guessing Christopher would fight tooth and nail upon hearing this. But Jaden understood. Cornelcoln, having practiced divine soul cultivation, thus knew how to counter the giant eye. This made them similar. When they first clashed, they collided with divine soul techniques, something Jaden nearly forgot. So, your purpose in coming to Lost Canyon was for this beast? Jaden asked curiously. I read in an ancient book long ago that a mystical beast existed in the Tranquil Mysteries realm, supposedly raised by heaven. It's a nemesis to the aliens, Cornelcoln confessed openly. Is that true? Jaden focused his gaze. If such a beast truly existed, it would be a huge aid during the impending catastrophe. Cornelcoln shook his head. I'm not sure. Ancient books often lose accuracy over time. But the book mentioned this beast usually frequents Lost Canyon, and seems particularly sensitive to divine soul techniques. Jaden stroked his chin. With that explanation, I believe it somewhat. The aliens' biggest advantage against Tranquil Mysteries cultivators isn't strength or physique, but their ability to affect our divine souls, causing many lesser cultivators to fall into chaos. Due to changes 1,000 years ago, many powerful legacies of the Tranquil Mysteries realm were lost, making fewer cultivators skilled in divine souls. On the topic of aliens, Jaden felt confident in his assessment. The book records that this beast can ignore alien soul techniques and assist cultivators in resisting them. Some even speculate that this beast feeds on aliens, Cornelcoln elaborated. Looks like finding this beast is necessary. I feel you're coming to snatch what belongs to the Xavier. Don't just feel it, I am. Do we not need subtlety anymore? You told me so honestly, wanting me to subdue it. Why be subtle? Besides, you can't move now. Let me help you with it. Dao cultivators are shameless. Hee. Note. I tried to maintain the original tone and style as much as possible while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Names and places remain consistent with the previous text structure. Jaden smiled and suddenly asked, Cornelcoln, I have one final question. Can I just not answer? Cornelcoln closed his eyes, clearly intending to rest and recover from his injuries. Logically speaking, your Qin clan are outsiders who also leveraged the power of the aliens 1,000 years ago. Why do you stand against them? Jaden asked rhetorically. You know that was 1,000 years ago. What does it have to do with me? I only know that I was born in Tranquil Mysteries, Cornelcoln replied without opening his eyes, his tone calm. I understand. Jaden's expression turned serious, then he smiled. Given your firm stance, I'll give you a head start of 1 strike next time we meet. Get lost. Don't bother me. Cornelcoln swore. Take care and recuperate. Jaden didn't say anything more and turned to walk back to the group. He had originally planned to leave as soon as possible, but now there was something more important to attend to. Regardless of how accurate the ancient books records were, he had to investigate, as if driven by some kind of mission. Perhaps that beast was a contingency left behind before the collapse of Heaven's will. Jaden returned to the group, intending to lead them to the location where Christopher and Cornelcoln were to help protect them. Just as he was about to speak, a dangerous signal entered his perception. Jaden abruptly turned his head and shouted, Who's there? This shout immediately put everyone on edge, their bodies tensing up in extreme caution. They had been at this spot for so long without any unusual occurrences besides the unseeable sky. Now, Jaden's sudden awareness implied danger had been lurking all along. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. However, they also wondered why the lurking entity hadn't made a move. Was it afraid of their numbers? At that moment, Jaden immediately ordered, Von Cornell and Jacob, you two stay at the rear. Everyone move forward and form a defensive formation. Fosters, young Palace Lawson. The two Reeds remained alert, cautiously moving forward while Desi and Alea led the way in front. It's gone? Jaden furrowed his brow. The presence within his range of perception had vanished. Was it that beast? Did I scare it off? Jaden gazed into the adjacent gloom, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Hashtag chapter 543, Forest in the Mountains. The two Reeds and Desi had already arrived beside Cornelcoln, Christopher, and the others. Jaden also approached and said, Everyone, could you please guard them while I go deeper into the canyon to investigate? Everyone nodded without objection. A well-coordinated team like this made things much easier. Jaden was reassured by this cooperation. Senior brother Amal, when I leave, please take charge of everything. If anything unexpected happens, you can send me a message through the college token. Jaden instructed. They all still carried the tokens from the Insane Academy, which should be capable of transmitting messages over a certain distance without any issues. Desi nodded and replied, "Leave it to me. You should be careful too." "Foster's I will," Jaden affirmed. He then turned and headed back towards the spot where they had been standing earlier. His mind was now fully focused on his perception. Strangely, there were no warning signals as before. Jaden did not give up, but moved laterally towards the area where he had previously sensed danger. Soon, he reached the side of a mountain wall. Amaldonly, Jaden noticed a crack in the wall that seemed to lead inside the mountain. His perception was limited. He could only sense the mountain wall when passing through narrow sections of the canyon. Otherwise, his senses would not reach the wall. Thus, he had no idea that there was another path here. This barely wide enough path for one person. Where would it lead? Jaden had no clue at the moment. Calming himself, he tightened his grip on his knife and stepped forward into the crevice. Fortunately, with his heightened perception, the dimness ahead did not hinder his observation. After a short while, Jaden reached the end of the small path. There had been no dangers along the way. However, he did not relax because, right before him, lay a vast forest. Though he couldn't perceive its exact dimensions, after adapting to the darkness, he vaguely saw an intricate network of branches. He never expected to find a forest within one of the mountains forming the canyon. The forest appeared to be enclosed by the mountain walls. It felt like someone had dug a giant pit inside the mountain and planted numerous trees within it. The sight was undeniably eerie, uncertain whether it was man-made or naturally formed. Taking a deep breath, Jaden looked up. The massive eye was still there. A jolt went through his mind as the shadow once again scattered the blood-red haze. Now more accustomed to it, he calmly took it in stride. With a determined look, Jaden ventured into the forest. Having come this far, he wouldn't let the bizarre circumstances deter him. Nonetheless, for caution's sake, he discreetly erected a protective barrier of mystical power around him. Due to the dense foliage, the surroundings felt even darker. Walking through the forest gave off the unsettling sensation of being swallowed by the darkness at any moment. But Jaden was no longer inexperienced. He possessed the skills to handle unexpected risks, so he remained composed rather than tense. He concentrated entirely on sensing the surrounding forest. After advancing for a short while, Jaden suddenly heard rustling sounds. Something was approaching. The sudden noise in the previously silent environment was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But Jaden remained calm. His past experiences had given him the mental resilience to face such peculiar situations. This time, he didn't shout out loud. There was no need. These sounds likely targeted him, and with no companions around, he had no need to warn anyone. Quickly, Jaden identified the source of the sounds. This revelation caused his pupils to dilate, not out of fear, but astonishment. At that moment, lines of figures emerged from all directions around him. He referred to them as things instead of people, because these beings were no longer human. Perhaps, Walking Dead would be a more apt description. Jaden noticed that these four lines retained human bodies and appearances. They must have been cultivators in life, holding mystic weapons. Judging from their tattered clothing, they weren't contemporary cultivators, but had a different style altogether. What truly stunned him was that these beings had no eyes. Not that they hadn't had eyes before, but the upper part of their heads above the eye sockets was missing. Indeed, only half of their heads remained. Their head openings were jagged, as if torn by something. Clearly, whatever it was had eaten their brains. Phew. Jaden exhaled deeply. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. Otherwise, such a scene might have sent shivers down his spine. He doubted such sights existed 1,000 years ago in the mystic realm. Cornelcly not, considering that place was revered for enlightenment by mystic cultivators. Few would want to seek enlightenment in such a creepy place. It would severely affect one's mood. Calmly scanning his surroundings, Jaden stood unfazed as the 4 rows of figures drew closer. Although they numbered around 100, Jaden did not feel particularly threatened. They lacked the mystical power to cause significant trouble. Perhaps they were formidable in life, but now without mystical energy support, they posed little threat. Jaden concluded that these beings were under the control of some entity. He had a rough guess about what controlled them. Want to test me first? Jaden smiled faintly. It was clear now. He needed to deal with these controlled corpses first, then force the entity behind them to reveal itself. Acting on this thought, Jaden darted forward with blinding speed. Instantly, the forest filled with crisscrossing sword lights and intertwining martial arts techniques, bringing vibrancy to the gloomy setting. Within moments, the roughly 100 corpses fell to Jaden's blade without ever getting close enough to threaten him. As the sword light faded, Jaden stood steady. Quickly resolving the problem wasn't something he boasted about. If he couldn't handle controlled corpses, he'd be better off giving up cultivation altogether. Jaden looked up, expecting the giant eye to react. Shockingly, it vanished in just those few seconds. Chapter 544, the Abyssal Giant Eye. Why did the giant eye disappear? Jaden frowned, not having sensed any danger after dealing with those corpses. In other words, the disappearance of the giant eye was not targeted at him. If it wasn't targeting me then, Jaden's thoughts raced, and suddenly his pupils dilated. Trouble! Jaden shouted in alarm as he quickly moved, rushing back along the same path. Earlier, when he felt the giant eye was testing him, something had seemed off. Why would it come here just to test him? It turned out that it wasn't testing but distracting him. From the start, the giant eye's target might have been his companions. So, the giant eye lured him forward with a corpse and then surrounded him to delay time. The giant eye wanted to devour the souls of his companions? Jaden recalled the grim state of the corpses and came to a chilling conclusion. Though he didn't know why the giant eye hadn't acted immediately, trying instead to lure him away, based on this conclusion, Jaden also thought Cornelcone might have been manipulated by the giant eye. Perhaps, the giant eye intended for Cornelcone to lose himself and kill Jaden, creating an opportunity for it. But because Cornelcone didn't completely lose himself, the giant eye resorted to luring tactics. Even more likely, Cornelcone in a semi-delusional state influenced by the giant eye, easily revealed the existence of the monster. Jaden became interested due to the monster, leading him to investigate. The monster might exist, but Colonel Cole's willingness to share such crucial information left Jaden uneasy. If he put himself in Colonel Cole's shoes, he wouldn't have so readily handed over such valuable information. Even though they had resolved their misunderstanding, there was no reason to be so selfless. Thus, Colonel Cole must have been influenced by the giant eye, and Colonel Cole himself was unaware of all this. At this point, Jaden was certain the giant eye possessed considerable intelligence. Amalch entities were often the most terrifying. Damn, you can't be hurt. Jaden was frantic, his speed already reaching its peak. But when he rushed out of the forest and into the mountain gap, a line of corpses blocked his path. These corpses were densely stacked, filling the entire passage. Clearly, the giant eye was controlling them to slow Jaden down. Why is that giant eye afraid of me? It didn't act while I was around, but now it wants to block me from going back. Jaden didn't have much time to ponder. He was furious. Get out of my way. Of course, the corpses couldn't hear him. No matter, his saber unleashed boundless power, mirroring his current emotions. He had to be fast. Clutching the academy token he had taken out earlier, Jaden felt the distress signal it emitted. He was sure Desi and the others had encountered the giant eye. Die! Jaden's eyes widened, his long saber cutting through endless shadows, mercilessly slashing the corpses. Its power shattered their bodies, leaving them utterly dead. But there were too many corpses, several times more than before in the forest. Some of these corpses were quite strong, managing to block one or two strikes from Jaden. This somewhat slowed his progress. Even this minor delay could mean the life of one of his companions. With this thought, Jaden threw caution to the wind. He ignored the risk of being slashed by the chaotic corpses, abandoning defense and focusing only on charging forward. The saber light cut through the gap, and Jaden's figure tore through the darkness like flowing light. Finally, at the end of the gap, he arrived. Jaden paid no attention to his injuries, taking a swift step forward. The remaining corpses followed him, trying to catch up and block him again. But without the environmental constraints, Jaden's speed was far beyond what they could match. In the next breath, Jaden saw his companions through the dimness. A long roar escaped his throat. He saw someone had fallen, unconscious and perhaps worse. At the same moment, his senses caught sight of the giant eye. Now, the giant eye was no longer just a single eye. It had a body. Jaden confirmed that the giant eye was a sacred beast, its body massive, about 10 zhang tall. On its huge head, there was only one enormous eye and a gaping mouth. Behind it, a pair of giant wings flapped, scraping against the mountain walls with a harsh sound. Most importantly, the sacred beast's skin color perfectly blended with the dim surroundings. If not for Jaden's heightened senses, he might not have spotted the sacred beast. As Jaden returned, the sacred beast let out a low growl, retreating slightly. Now, Jaden was certain, the sacred beast feared him. But the sacred beast did not leave. It stared at them, not wanting its prey to escape. Clearly, this sacred beast was greedy. Jaden sneered inwardly, hoping it wouldn't run away. He needed to settle this score. However, he had to wait a moment to check on his companions first. When he arrived, Desi and Alea had already fallen, their faces contorted in pain. But thankfully, they were still alive, relieving Jaden. He quickly confirmed that no one in the group had died. The rest were closed-eyed and unharmed by the sacred beast. These two were hit first. There wasn't enough time to warn them. Speaking was Colonel Cole, who had barely stood at the front of the group, supporting his weakened body. He was the one who warned the others in the critical moment. Otherwise, if everyone had been affected by the sacred beast, the consequences would have been disastrous. Moreover, had Colonel Cole not used his soul control techniques and dragged himself despite his severe injuries, the situation would have worsened long ago. Jaden clearly understood all this and said earnestly, Colonel Cole, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Colonel Cole coughed twice and replied, no need. By defeating this abyssal giant eye, you save me as well. It seems to fear you. Abyssal giant eye? You recognize this creature? I read about it in books. I wasn't sure before, but now I am. Does it have any other special abilities besides that eye? No, the eye is its strongest tool. But don't underestimate its body. Its overall strength should be at the half-step transcendent stage. There seem to be no limits to the power of creatures in the mystic realm. Understood. Rest now. I'll handle the rest. Did you find that monster? No, didn't have time to go further. Colonel Cole gave a nod and then collapsed, losing consciousness. Jaden took a deep breath, then gripped his shatter void saber, stepping steadily toward the abyssal giant eye. Chapter 545, Wily Humans. A shadow darted out from the dense forest in the mountains. In the dim light, its form was indiscernible, but it did not appear to be human. The shadow crouched over the dead bodies, seemingly feeding on something. Faint cries could barely be heard emanating from within the shadow. After a while, the shadow seemed unsatisfied and turned towards the fissure. With a sudden whoosh, the shadow rushed into the crack. In the canyon, as Jaden advanced, the colossal abyssal eye retreated slightly further. A trace of wariness flashed within that giant eye. Jaden stared unflinchingly at the eye. He had grown composed enough to deal with it. At least his divine soul wouldn't churn at the sight of the blood-red depths anymore. Then, the abyssal eye seemed unable to retreat any further, and finally spoke in a deep voice. Hand over the people behind you, and I will allow you to leave this place. Its voice resembled the tearing sound of wind, yet was clearly audible. Jaden wasn't surprised that the abyssal eye could speak. Divine beasts typically possess this ability, speaking more fluently with higher intelligence. And the tone of this abyssal eye was already akin to that of a human's. Jaden sneered, do you think I'm trying to bargain because I haven't attacked yet? The abyssal eye responded, your cultivation is not high. I can see you are no match for me. Why do you fear then? Try eating me if you dare. You're trying to trick me. I can tell you why, but you cannot interfere afterward. Do you need me to tell? You're afraid of that, right? Jaden said coldly. A stone already appeared in his hand. The incomplete palm of Heaven Pearl. The moment he revealed the palm of Heaven Pearl, he knew he guessed right. The abyssal eye visibly trembled. In fact, after returning, Jaden speculated there were two possibilities. One was the mysterious chi, the other the palm of Heaven Pearl. Both were related to the mystical realm to some extent. And being a divine beast within the mystical realm, the abyssal eye was once controlled by the heavenly Tao. However, compared to the intangible mysterious chi, Jaden favored the palm of Heaven Pearl. The palm of Heaven Pearl represented heavenly Tao in some aspects. So, it's indeed this reason. Jaden mused silently, having refrained from attacking, hoping to gather valuable information. The abyssal eye replied, I am indeed afraid of the palm of Heaven Pearl, but I can see you still cannot control it. Jaden raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid this divine beast would discern the truth if he revealed the pearl. He asked, so what? The abyssal eye narrowed its eye with a flicker of bloody light. It said, I believe you understand the importance of the palm of Heaven Pearl. I can teach you how to control it if you agree to my terms. Are these people so important to you that you'd reveal the usage of the palm of Heaven Pearl? I admit, I haven't eaten a live human in a long time. Their bodies and souls are excellent nourishments. They are my friends. Do you want me to betray them? Humans always prioritize benefits. I believe you'll make the wise decision. Friends can be replaced. Failing to control the palm of Heaven Pearl will haunt you forever. The abyssal eye enticed. Ha, you seem very familiar with me. Jaden narrowed his eyes. I merely understand humans. Didn't you abandon them earlier to find what you wanted? You observed meticulously, but it's because I didn't know about your existence. It's the same. I believe even if you knew it was me, you'd still go there. You're confident. So, you're telling me the method without fearing I'll use the palm of Heaven Pearl to restrain you? This isn't about confidence since the palm of Heaven Pearl in your hand isn't complete. Indeed, I think you're the smartest beast I've met. Thank you for acknowledging me. I believe you have your answer. You cannot win against me. Hand them over. You won't regret it. Seems I have no other choice. The best way, right? Hee hee, you're right. Jaden smiled faintly. The abyssal eye sounded relieved, then step aside. I won't harm you, trust me. Jaden didn't move. The abyssal eye asked, why won't you step aside? Because I always felt, slaying you would be more beneficial. Maldenly, a blade of light shone through the space. You dared to trick me? The abyssal eye roared in fury, flapping its massive wings to disperse the blade light. Did you think those subtle tactics could deceive me, escaping my divine soul perception? Jaden approached the abyssal eye, the dazzling blade light again erupting from his hand, fiercely slashing towards the giant eye. This divine beast had been interfering with his divine soul during their conversation, attempting to confuse him. Unfortunately, its plan backfired. With the phantom in his mind, Jaden remained clear-headed. Thus, he played along, extracting the desired information. Simultaneously, Jaden formulated a strategy to counter the abyssal eye. He speculated the eye, its strongest feature, might also be its weakness. Often, flaws lie where one feels most confident. Amara enough, when Jaden's blade light neared the eye, the abyssal eye hastily retreated, using its body to block the slash. Bang! The blade light struck the abyssal eye, sending out blinding light. A streak of dark, nearly invisible blood dripped from the abyssal eye. Roaring in pain, the abyssal eye bellowed, damn it, you concealed your strength. Didn't you claim to understand humans? Let me show you. Jaden leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, attacking the giant eye again. Knowing now the Lost Canyon was caused by this abyssal eye, there was no need to adhere to the no-flight taboo. Killing this divine beast should resolve the trouble. Jaden had told Dorian that in a life-or-death situation, he could trade one ordinary semi-ascendant with his own life. Now was the time to test that. He saw that besides the eye, the abyssal eye's power matched that of an ordinary semi-ascendant. More crucially, Jaden feared nothing about that eye. Therefore, deprived of its advantage, Jaden was confident in slaying it. Wily human, I will devour you alive. The abyssal eye shot a beam of pupil light toward the soaring Jaden. Chapter 546. No mercy for begging. These tactics don't work on me. Jaden chose to endure the pupil light head-on, simultaneously slashing forward with his long saber imbued with the power of profundity. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the saber light struck the enormous body of the abyssal giant eye, forcing it back a step. Dark blood spurted out once more. However, Jaden did not pursue the advantage. Not that he didn't want to, but although he spoke confidently, the pupil light had affected him somewhat. After all, this was an attack initiated by the abyssal giant eye aimed directly at his spirit soul, significantly more potent than before. Fortunately, Jaden already had some experience dealing with such attacks. After dispelling the redness in his mind, he quickly recovered from the brief confusion. The abyssal giant eye hadn't anticipated such rapid resistance and let out a growl of frustration deep in its throat. It even considered retreating, no longer feeling as confident as before. Its strongest technique had lost its effectiveness, unable to pose a significant threat, even when actively employed. More importantly, this cunning human was adept at hiding, managing to injure its body increasingly with each attack. If its body couldn't withstand those sabers, its eyes would be left unprotected, an outcome it definitely did not want. Sacrificing its life for a few living beings was simply not worth it. The abyssal giant eye possessed a high level of intelligence, allowing it to weigh benefits against risks, and its risk aversion reached the point of being cowardly and overly cautious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chosen to hide in the sky initially, nor would it have patiently negotiated terms later. Ultimately, it was a holy beast that greatly feared conflict. Though it managed to muster the courage to speak harshly for a moment, it immediately retreated upon realizing its opponent's strength exceeded expectations. Things hidden in darkness fear even a little light. Do you think you can escape? Jaden keenly noticed the abyssal giant eye's unintentional backward movement, finding it amusing. He had roughly gauged the character of this abyssal giant eye, overbearing but hollow, aptly described it. However, this didn't mean he would let it go. For injuring his friends, it had to pay the price. Die. Jaden directly unleashed two immortal techniques. Time profundity and space profundity emerged together, the dazzling saber light instantly causing chaos around them, disrupting the abyssal giant eye's retreat. Roar. The abyssal giant eye roared in frustration. It was helpless, now unable to escape. How despicable these humans were, aiming for total annihilation. At this moment, instinctively sensing the saber light targeting its eyes, it had no time to think further. With considerable strength, it swung its wings in front to block the attack. Thud. Roar. Though the saber light was blocked, its terrifying power shredded half of the abyssal giant eye's wings. Both pairs of wings were left mutilated, presenting a pitiful sight. The deafening cry echoed through the valley, a sign of its intense pain. Fearful creatures dread pain, whether they are human or beasts. Shaken by the loss of part of its wings, the abyssal giant eye swayed, seemingly trying to alleviate the pain. Damn it, I'll devour you alive. Desperation forced the abyssal giant eye to roar in agony, while opening its mouth beneath its massive eye. Despite its colossal size, its movements were swift. Taking advantage of Jaden still being airborne, it snapped its mouth down fiercely. If caught or swallowed, the victim would surely perish. However, Jaden wasn't inexperienced in combat. He had been wary of the abyssal giant eye's attacks. Knowing this holy beast was extremely intelligent and wouldn't accept defeat easily, he transformed into a blood shadow just in time to dodge the giant mouth's attack range. Even though the mouth opening caused a strong wind, it didn't affect Jaden's movement. Roar. Missing again, the abyssal giant eye didn't continue attacking but turned to flee. Jaden was momentarily stunned. This creature truly prioritized escaping. Where do you think you're going? Despite its enormous size, the abyssal giant eye moved swiftly. However, it could never be faster than Jaden using the blood break divine technique. Within a breath, Jaden appeared behind the abyssal giant eye. Then, raising his saber, he slashed down fiercely. The saber light emerged from the dimness, releasing a terrifying power. Two immortal techniques struck together at an untraceable speed. Facing the abyssal giant eye, Jaden did not hold back his spiritual energy, unleashing his full strength. He knew that only immortal techniques could inflict severe damage on this near-immortal holy beast with his current cultivation level. Boom. Crack. Thud. The saber light precisely landed on the back of the abyssal giant eye, cutting a deep and long gash. Dark black blood splattered into space like waves. Roar. The abyssal giant eye let out a pained roar, inwardly cursing how fast this human was. It had no choice but to turn and face Jaden. Exposing its back to the enemy was too dangerous. One more strike like that and its body might split apart. That would likely kill it if not end its life prematurely. Human, I will tell you the method. Please spare me. The abyssal giant eye begged for mercy, admitting defeat. Refusing would mean certain death. But as it made this plea, it was horrified to find the human had vanished from sight. No, he was still there. Amaldomly, a sense of impending death enveloped the abyssal giant eye's heart. It realized the human had appeared right before its eye in the dark. This time, the human was very close to its giant eye. Thud. A dazzling saber light flashed and then sliced across the eye. The abyssal giant eye's pupils shrank abruptly before losing their shine. Its vitality was severed the moment it was hit. Boom. The corpse of the abyssal giant eye crashed to the ground, stirring up dust. Jaden looked down coldly, taking a deep breath. He would not accept any pleas for mercy. He had been waiting for the abyssal giant eye to beg, for that brief moment of relaxation. Otherwise, it would take considerable time to quickly kill a vigilant holy beast. Just now, he used the darkness profundity he had comprehended, hiding himself within the environment and striking unexpectedly. A malchon opportunity only came once. If the abyssal giant eye had defended itself, using darkness again would have failed. In that case, Jaden would have resorted to his final means to force a kill, far more laborious than this. Of course, this also owed to the abyssal giant eye's lack of rich combat experience and early intention to flee. Against a half-step immortal cultivator, Jaden's victory would not have been so easy. It would have required a bitter struggle. Collecting his thoughts, Jaden slowly descended. Looking at the corpse of the abyssal giant eye, he said, "The method to control the sky palm pearl is not something anyone can know. Your excuse was really weak." Indeed, from the start, he did not believe the abyssal giant eye's words, hence the merciless execution. The sky palm pearl was an artifact born alongside the heavenly Tao. If a holy beast knew how to control it, the consequences would be catastrophic, prompting the heavenly Tao to intervene. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly Tao remained intact. Saying I'm sly, you're equally cunning. Jaden smiled slightly. Just as he prepared to check on his companions, a shadow darted toward him from the side. Chapter 547, The Black Cat. Jaden was taken aback, instinctively becoming wary. Does this creature have an accomplice? Jaden focused his gaze on the shadow and released his perception. After a moment, he relaxed his guard. In front of him was a demon beast no longer than half an arm's length. This demon beast had black fur that blended seamlessly into the dimness. Its body resembled a cat. Jaden felt it wasn't just resembling, but truly looked like one. If not for the fluctuating demonic power emanating from it, he would have mistaken it for a domesticated cat. Cats are common in the mortal world, but in the cultivation realm, seeing a feline demon beast is quite rare. At least Jaden had never seen one before. It wasn't about his limited experience. By nature, such beings should not exist here. Entering the cultivation realm is as difficult for things from the mortal world as it is for ordinary people to visualize the human wheel. Though existing on the same continent, the mortal world and the cultivation realm are indeed two different worlds. Of course, Jaden never thought there was any superiority or inferiority between these two worlds. They were merely two different paths. Common people might envy cultivators' abilities to traverse the skies and the earth, yet weary cultivators sometimes envy the peace and simplicity of the ordinary world. Besides, before visualizing the human wheel, who isn't an ordinary person? Seeing a cat-like creature brought Jaden's thoughts momentarily astray. When he snapped back to reality, the cat was already lying on the giant abyssali, shaking its head, seemingly feeding on something. Jaden smiled. He didn't approach to disturb but watched quietly. He could sense the cat meant no harm, possibly just hungry, and ventured out. He guessed where this cat came from. It was devouring the divine soul and the death aura of the giant abyssali. A cat feeding on these things couldn't be an ordinary one. It must be the demon beast Cornelcon spoke of. Its appearance could deceive, but its ability could not, especially since it was in the Lost Valley, just as described in ancient texts. Jaden did not believe this was coincidental but was certain. When the cat appeared, he sensed a fleeting familiarity, strange yet familiar despite never having seen it before. So, this must be the beast nurtured by Edmund, Heaven's Path, no doubt. Meow. The beast emitted a satisfied moan, appearing unsatisfied yet pleased. Hearing this, Jaden couldn't help but laugh. It sounded so much like a cat. Could it really be that Edmund kept this cat as a pet in idle times? The cat turned its body, tilting its head to look at Jaden. Its purple eyes showed curiosity. It pawed forward, as if wanting to approach Jaden, then withdrew. It shook its head, gazing intently. Do you want to meet me? For some reason, Jaden understood the cat's meaning. I think we should be friends, he said with a smile, making his tone as friendly as possible. It wasn't to deceive, but to build rapport quickly. With his connection to Edmund, befriending the cat was highly probable. Moreover, he wouldn't underestimate the cat but treat it equally. Meow. The cat called again, still non-hostile but inquiring. Jaden understood mysteriously, a faint smile gracing his lips. There was no need to question why the cat couldn't speak. You wonder why I seem familiar, right? Meow. The cat nodded vigorously, clearly understanding human language. Jaden chuckled, then pulled out the palm heaven pearl from his sleeve. Do you recognize this? Meow. Meow. The cat barked twice, excitedly. It dashed forward in an instant, faster than Jaden could react. When he regained focus, the palm heaven pearl in his hand was being held by a pair of cat paws. Jaden was startled. If the cat attacked, he would have been helpless. Indeed, a demon beast nurtured by Edmund was extraordinary. The cat floated before Jaden, examining the pearl, even licking it curiously. Jaden realized someone deceived by its harmless demeanor would regret it. This was a fearsome demon beast. Currently, Jaden was unclear about its specific abilities. He needed to understand it fully after capturing it. As he pondered how to capture the cat, it returned the pearl to his hand. Maldenly, the cat bit down on his index finger. Ouch! Jaden felt pain but did not withdraw his hand, sensing no malice. The cat's teeth were sharp. This little creature bit effortlessly even against his sturdy flesh. Blood trickled from his finger. Meow. The cat made a content sound, and a faint glow enveloped it, with ancient patterns swirling. As the glow faded, Jaden felt a peculiar connection formed between him and the cat. Meow. Meow. The cat squealed joyfully, licking his finger again, then nestled into his arms. Jaden froze, realizing he had captured it so easily. Hashtag chapter 548, naming. Jaden had initially thought he would need to spend some effort convincing, but surprisingly, the cat submitted so easily. It seemed this little creature had a special relationship with Edmund 1,000 years ago, possibly an intimate one. After a brief moment of shock, Jaden smiled. He now had another companion. The cat had voluntarily signed a master-servant contract with him and was in quite a hurry to do so, presumably because it had been here for a long time and wanted to leave. Once the contract was confirmed, Jaden could now clearly perceive the cat's emotions. For the cat, that long-lost joy was almost overflowing. Watching the cat nuzzle against him continuously, Jaden felt infected by its happiness and a happy smile appeared on his face. He asked, "Do you have a name?" The cat lifted its head, pondered carefully, then shook it. "Then let me give you one," Jaden said with a smile. Meow, 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 the cat called happily. This cat actually didn't have a name yet. Was it because it couldn't remember, or did Edmund forget? Jaden didn't dwell on these questions and began to seriously think about a name. Naming was definitely a skill. It needed to sound good, not be cliché, and be something the cat liked. He knew this wasn't simple at all. After a while, Jaden murmured, "Since it's a cat raised by Edmund, how about Tianmao, Sky Cat?" Before Jaden could make a decision, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Demetrius. "I advise you to change that. What does this have to do with you?" "Let me tell you, watch out for complaints." "What do you mean?" "Just listen to me and pick a different name." Pursing his lips, Jaden hadn't decided yet. So why was Demetrius getting worked up? With a helpless laugh, Jaden said, "This black cat, Zyahezi, Corneltal Blackie, sounds pretty catchy." "You never read books, I don't blame you," Demetrius remarked again. "You have more objections?" "I have no problem, but many people will have issues, and you might get trolled to death." "Naming someone can be life-threatening? Can you explain in terms I understand?" "You don't need to understand, just listen to me." Jaden rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, let's call it Haima, Black Cat." "Why don't you add a police chief title?" Demetrius chuckled. "What? Why don't you just pick the name yourself, since you seem quite interested in this cat? You wouldn't ask if you've experienced milk-kicking fun?" Sigh. Jaden sighed. It wasn't the difficulty of naming that bothered him, but the challenge of communicating with Demetrius. "All right, let me think," Demetrius said. "You're really thinking of a name?" Jaden was surprised. He thought Demetrius was joking. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother with you? Be realistic, this cat is more important than you. Put it inside the Emiltion Pearl later, and I'll train it properly." "HM? Does it have other unique abilities?" Jaden's gaze sharpened. There weren't many things that could capture Demetrius's attention. "It has been trapped here too long, Some abilities might be lost. What abilities? Stop talking. I'm thinking of a name. Jaden gritted his teeth, hating Demetrius's obvious attempt to change the subject. What's a good name, kitty? Mimi, Pussy, sounds decent. Demetrius mumbled to himself. The tone sounds a bit sinister. Nonsense, I'm serious. Oh, Jaden. Alright, just kidding, let's call it Cornell Night, Departure Night. Cornell Night, any meaning behind it? Jaden repeated the somewhat literary name. Not really, it just came to me, and I'm too lazy to think more. Meow. The cat made a sound, drawing Jaden's attention. You like this name? Jaden smiled. Meow. The cat nodded vigorously. Alright, as long as you like it. From now on, you are Cornell Nye. Meow meow meow. Jaden stroked Cornelnie's fur and wore a delighted smile. Cornell Nye, leaving this darkness, tearing through the night. Put it inside the Ameltion Pearl, Demetrius said. Wait. Jaden carried Cornell Nye and turned toward the group. Looking at his still unconscious teammates, Jaden said, Cornell Nye, can you help them clear the blood-colored corruption? Meow. Good, go ahead. Getting Cornelnie's affirmation, Jaden breathed a sigh of relief and gently set Cornell Nye down. Immediately, Cornell Nye darted to their sides and opened its mouth, suddenly sucking in several wisps of blood color from Cornell Cone and others' foreheads. The frowns on their faces eased instantly. The blood color vanished into Cornelnie's mouth, swallowed by it. Cornell Nye displayed an expression of enjoyment similar to before, even burping. Jaden marveled inwardly. This little fellow could consume quite a few things. Meow. Cornell Nye flew back into Jaden's arms. Do you want to sleep? Meow. Okay, shall I put you in the Ameltion Pearl? Meow meow. There's a strange uncle in there, don't be afraid. Meow meow meow. Haha, alright, eat him if you don't like him. Jaden smiled. This little fellow actually wanted to eat Demetrius, amusing indeed. Following this, with a thought, Jaden made Cornell Nye disappear from his hands. Jaden, get some wood. What for? It dared to nibble on me, now I'll carbon roast it. Jaden rolled his eyes and blocked Demetrius's transmissions. Of course, he wasn't worried about Demetrius doing anything to Cornell Nye. He could see Demetrius's affection and importance towards Cornell Nye at a glance. Jaden even thought Demetrius had stayed inside too long and was seeking a companion. This would save him from dealing with Demetrius popping out randomly. Jaden smiled, collected his thoughts, and now waited for Cornell Cone and the others to wake up. Troubles are over. Let's rest on the spot, Jaden said. The others nodded and sat cross-legged nearby to practice cultivation. After Jaden slew the abyssal giant eye, the others had opened their eyes. When they saw the additional cat in Jaden's hands, though curious, they wisely refrained from asking. Not that Jaden didn't want to explain, but it was complicated due to Cornelnie's connection to Edmund, making it hard to explain clearly. Except for the still unconscious Cornell Cone, no one else knew. Even when Cornell Cone woke up, Jaden didn't plan to inform him. There was no need. Perhaps Cornell Cone wouldn't want to know either, knowing might only upset him further. Sitting among the group, Jaden started recovering his energy from the previous battle. Time passed, and 3 days later, the unconscious individuals finally awoke. Chapter 549. The People Ahead. Since you don't wish to travel with us, then so be it, Jaden said. You mentioned we are not of the same path, and I agree. Farewell. Cornell Cone waved and disappeared into the distance at the end of the canyon. Jaden retracted his gaze. Cornell Cone was a man with strong convictions. He had no right to interfere. After waking up, Cornell Cone expressed his desire to leave, but due to his injuries, he stayed for 3 more days within their group. Therefore, it had been 6 days since they subdued Bernie. During these 6 days, Jaden also restored himself to peak condition. Not only that, his cultivation finally advanced naturally to the Zhongri first stage realm. Inside his dantian, there was now a Reborn mark on his lifebound blade wheel. At this point, by cultivation standards, he was truly considered an ultimate lawmaster. The boost in power added confidence as Jaden led the team forward, lifting his spirits. Let's set off, Jaden announced. Next, they would depart from the Lost Canyon. Still in their previous formation, Jaden and Christopher took the lead, while Von Cornell and Jacob remained at the rear. With the abyssal giant eye gone, the entire Lost Canyon seemed to have regained much of its light. They soon left the canyon. Once out of the canyon, Jaden felt his sensitivity to the heaven-governing pearl fragment return. Jaden carefully confirmed the direction before continuing forward. After one day, the group arrived at a plain. Amaldenly, a cool breeze blew past their ears, carrying a chill. Jaden furrowed his brow slightly and subconsciously slowed his pace. The wind seemed to arise suddenly, seeming somewhat eerie. If one listened closely, faint cries could be heard in the wind. Or perhaps, it wasn't crying. It sounded like the wind blowing through some place, forming a sound akin to weeping. Jaden pulled out a map, checked it, and sensed the fragment again. He confirmed that his direction was correct. According to the map, they should reach the Black Prison Forest in about 3 days. If the sensing position was on the other side of the Black Prison Forest, they might need to cross through it. Though aware that the Black Prison Forest was perilous, they had no choice. Putting away the map, Jaden calmed himself and ignored the sudden gust of wind, continuing onward. Another half-day passed as they approached the edge of the plain. Jaden suddenly saw, ahead of him, a group of people walking out of the dimness. But compared to saying they were walking out, Jaden preferred to describe it as appearing out of nowhere. Indeed, in his eyes, their appearance was abrupt. However, upon reflection, Jaden concluded it might be due to the dim environment, making it easy to overlook them. There was no need to panic. After all, with their brisk pace, catching up to others was quite normal. At this moment, about 10 yards ahead of Jaden, those people were walking forward with their backs turned to him. Their movements seemed unsteady and even a bit furtive. Unknown which faction they belonged to, Jaden didn't plan to engage them. Despite being on his path, if they didn't provoke him, he could pretend not to notice them. Continuing forward, leaving this plain behind would likely separate them. But soon, Jaden noticed something peculiar. Those people ahead seemed deliberately maintaining a certain distance from his group. This distance did not change whether they moved faster or slower. In other words, when Jaden sped up, they sped up. When he slowed down, they slowed down. The distance between both sides remained roughly 10 yards. This was quite inexplicable. Maintaining such a steady distance was not easy. Even Jaden lacked the confidence to judge distances so precisely without releasing his perception. And those people hadn't even turned around. Recognizing this anomaly, Jaden immediately made a decision, waving his hand to halt the team's progress. An eerie scene unfolded as those people ahead stopped too. It was now evident that this was targeted behavior. Caution welled up in Jaden's heart. At this point, considering it coincidental felt self-deceptive. Others in the team also noticed the irregularity and exchanged bewildered looks. Fortunately, having just experienced the Lost Canyon's peculiarities, they weren't overly frightened. They now believed that anything bizarre occurring in the profound abyss secret realm was unsurprising. After all, the entire secret realm's atmosphere was oppressive. Jaden, of course, felt similarly. He wasn't panicked but focused on the front, while extending his senses as far as possible. After a short while, those people still hadn't turned around, remaining stationary. This made Jaden frown further. If they were targeting him, why such conduct? Jaden wasn't against taking action proactively, but in the profound abyss secret realm, caution was paramount. Moving out meant exposure, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. Cornel in the Lost Canyon, Jaden's proactive exploration allowed the abyssal giant to exploit the opportunity. Too many unknowns lay ahead. Caution was necessary. Of course, if he were alone, he wouldn't have held back so much. At this moment, Christopher said, "I'll go ahead and check. Stay here." Jaden nodded, agreeing with the idea. "All right, be careful." Christopher started to step forward, but was suddenly pulled back by Jaden. "What is it? Did you notice that their number matches ours?" Jaden casually glanced and was startled by this strange coincidence. Previously, his mind was on the journey and hadn't paid specific attention to this detail. Only after confirming their intent did he notice the finer points. Holy shit. Christopher inhaled sharply, counting carefully, finding it to be true. Exactly 12 people. He wouldn't naively consider this a coincidence. Under such circumstances, such a match was hard to ignore. Our academia has a large presence here, and before entering, I don't recall any faction having the same number of people as us, Jaden remarked sternly. True, and Taj left before entering. Even if someone planned ahead, intentionally matching us -1 makes little sense. Christopher paused. More people should give them an advantage, right? Don't speculate. Jaden drew a deep breath. Perhaps, those people are us. Chapter 550, indeed. Christopher swallowed hard upon hearing Jaden's words and asked, "You aren't joking, right?" Christopher wasn't naturally timid, but the eerie and somewhat horrifying unknown before him made him instinctively show his fear. Jaden said solemnly, "Though I didn't see their faces, when I suddenly looked at their backs just now, I found that they indeed resemble us very much." He wasn't as familiar with his own back view, but he was extremely familiar with the backs of his companions, especially those from the lunatic academy like Desi. So much so that when Jaden discovered this issue, he himself was shocked. If not for Desi and others still being behind him, he would have been 90% sure that the ones ahead were his companions. Even, it's really true. Christopher also looked over, then stuttered, "The one walking in the middle looks like you." Jaden took a deep breath. "Right?" His tone seemed doubtful but, in fact, confirmed his own speculation. This confirmation contained another layer of meaning. It wasn't just resemblance, but, indeed. It was an absurd thought, but Jaden didn't rush to negate it. Perhaps the more absurd it was, the closer it might be to the truth. And Christopher had seen it too, proving that Jaden hadn't misjudged. But why did people identical to them appear? And these people's movements were the same as theirs. Under normal circumstances, deducing someone's identity from their back view alone would seem hasty. But they weren't ordinary people. Such superficial details wouldn't deceive them. They could instantly tell if it was real or not. Now, Jaden was absolutely certain of his own existence. He could feel his breathing and heartbeat. While he couldn't determine if his companions were real, he felt they were mostly genuine. So who were those people? Jaden then recalled that the map in his hand hadn't marked any peculiarities about this area. There weren't even danger signs. Fostered, the bizarre events unfolded right before his eyes. Maybe this was the change that the profound mystery realm underwent over 1,000 years, Jaden thought. "I'm going to check," Christopher requested again, this time with definite resolve and determination, showing unusual caution despite his usual brashness. "If these people are playing tricks on us using some unknown secret technique, I will definitely kill them." Christopher muttered his suspicions while stepping forward. Jaden drew the sky-splitting saber. His thoughts mirrored Christopher's. If someone was intentionally causing trouble, he wouldn't mind killing them all. At this moment, he closely watched Christopher, ready to charge forward if anything unexpected happened. He had confidence in his speed. Behind him, everyone became serious after hearing the conversation between Jaden and Christopher and prepared their defenses. Ultimately, regardless of the reason, those people ahead were challenging them. The distance wasn't far, and Christopher soon reached the group from behind. "Hey!" Christopher loudly called out as a warning. He was preparing to ask these people to turn around. However, they showed no reaction, as if they hadn't heard him. From afar, these people, having remained motionless for a while, looked like statues. Christopher frowned, holding back his words. With a cold look, he took a quick step forward and turned around to face them directly. Typical of Christopher, he always chose to confront issues head-on, without fancy tactics. If it had been someone with a bad temper, they would have struck from behind without hesitation. But Christopher's action made his hair stand on end, because at that very moment of turning, he faced a face, very familiar, a face he had wanted to punch countless times. It was Jaden. Even the aura was identical. Buzz. Christopher felt something explode inside his head, a numbing sensation spreading across his scalp. When countless guesses and doubts suddenly turned into reality, only chaos remained. Luckily, Christopher quickly suppressed the shock and confusion because he was certain before coming that the Jaden beside him was real. Having that mental preparation kept him from being easily deceived. Christopher's gaze turned icy. He had promised to strike if these people were playing tricks. To death, Christopher shouted, lifting his greatsword, gathering the power of the essence on its blade. Amaldonly, strong winds erupted like a sudden storm. Christopher's figure wobbled due to the unexpected gale. The sword didn't slash down. His expression shifted from astonishment to fear as Christopher couldn't believe that his attack was disrupted by a mere wind. Even with the wind's suddenness, he shouldn't have been affected so easily. Be careful. At that moment, Jaden shouted loudly, both warning Christopher and the others behind. He felt the gale too, though not as awkwardly as Christopher. It seemed like an invisible force had nudged him slightly. This force was strange, like someone pushing you. A person who didn't exist. Those behind remained unaffected and didn't sway like Christopher. Jaden saw this clearly despite the dim light and distance. The wind continued blowing but lacked that disruptive force. Jaden's thoughts raced. His intuition told him that if Christopher didn't return immediately, his life might be in danger. He shouted again, wanting Christopher to retreat. Strangely, Christopher acted as if he didn't hear it, raising his sword once more. Damn it. Jaden knew the situation was getting worse. Christopher wasn't deliberately ignoring him, but probably couldn't hear him. Not because his voice wasn't loud enough, but due to some force isolating him. You stay here, don't move, and be cautious. Jaden swiftly gave orders and moved forward to save Christopher. He must bring Christopher back. Christopher, after feeling fearful, looked up to seek instructions from the real Jaden, but he saw no movement from them. Jaden was still watching this way. That guy actually trusts me this much? Christopher mused inwardly. Fine, I won't betray that trust. Let me defeat them all. A wave of valor surged through Christopher, dispelling his fear. Just as he prepared to raise his sword again, the Jaden, in front of him moved, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 551. You are not real. Junior brother, should we check on Christopher? We can handle things here. I sense he might be in danger. Desi looked at Jaden, who hadn't moved after the fierce wind subsided, and couldn't help but remind him. But after waiting for a while, there was still no response from Jaden, who didn't even turn his head. Desi's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps his junior brother was lost in thought. Desi reached out, intending to pat Jaden on the shoulder. At that moment, Jaden turned around, moving somewhat stiffly. A bizarre smile appeared on Jaden's face, looking eerily unsettling. Who are you? Desi roared. He realized this wasn't his junior brother. Foster Jaden had clearly been standing right in front of him all along. Why would he suddenly become someone else without reason? A blade pierced through Desi's chest, directly penetrating to his back. You. Desi's eyes widened, as he saw clearly that the blade was his junior brother's void-shattering blade. No, this person definitely wasn't his junior brother. How could his own junior brother harm him? Desi felt his life force slipping away. The blade had penetrated his heart at a speed that left him no time to react. Fostered, he remained convinced that it wasn't his junior brother who killed him. But if not his junior brother, then who was this person? His appearance, aura, and even the way he wielded the blade were exactly like his junior brother. Hurry, run. Feeling dizzy, Desi knew he was dying. With his last strength, he tried to warn his companions to flee quickly. However, as he fell, he glimpsed Alea beside him. Alea stared at him indifferently, her eyes devoid of any emotion as if her soul had been drained. You're not her either. Desi crashed to the ground, frowning as he closed his eyes. It was evident that in his final moments, he was utterly bewildered. Alea watched Desi turn his head to look at her. What are you staring at? Alea snapped. Desi faced Alea and broke into an eerie smile. You're not. A spear pierced through Alea, shattering her life force. Desi was her most trusted companion. Because of this trust, Alea noticed something was off with Desi right away. But precisely because of her trust, Alea hadn't guarded herself. Thus, when the spear stabbed toward her, Alea didn't have time to react. Dying at the hands of the person she trusted most was undoubtedly the greatest pain. But the fallen Alea felt no pain because it wasn't Desi who killed her. Alea had once wondered if she would resist if Desi ever tried to kill her. The answer was yes, because she believed that even after marrying Desi, she remained herself. She would resist anything that went against her will without hesitation. Unfortunately, in this secret realm, she didn't even have the chance to resist. This person disguised as Desi is truly despicable, launching a surprise attack. Sigh, I guess I'll never experience the thrill of killing my husband. Alea fell, Desi's spear remaining lodged straight through her body. Scene similar to what happened to Desi and Alea unfolded among every member of their team. Tying Leah was pierced by Jaden. Jeffrey and Scarlett killed each other. The three members of the Yin family cut off each other's heads in succession. In the group, only the more experienced Vons Cornell and Guan resisted. In their eyes, everyone had oddly frozen, allowing them to notice the anomaly early on. But they didn't last long, as both Jaden and others in the team attacked them simultaneously. Ultimately, Vons Cornell and Guan were brutally torn apart by everyone else, their deaths gruesome. When Christopher saw Jaden's bizarre smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill. He had been on guard from the beginning, so when Jaden smiled and attacked, he reacted immediately. Boom. Christopher was pushed back, shaking several times before stabilizing himself. Damn, I'm starting to doubt if you're real with this power. Christopher gritted his teeth. The person in front of him used techniques identical to Jaden's. No, they were exactly the same. Even though I don't know what you are, fighting Jaden again sounds pretty good. Christopher's eyes burned with intense battle intent. At this moment, all fear and shock seemed to disappear, leaving only the desire to fight. He loved fighting so much that he would fight until death, as long as his opponent was worthy. Undoubtedly, in Christopher's eyes, Jaden was that opponent. Come on, let's fight. Christopher held his large sword at chest height, his aura reaching its peak. Opposite him, Jaden smiled bizarrely again. Then, those around him vanished, blending into the dim surroundings. Christopher glanced over and saw his true companions also disappear nearby. His pupils constricted but quickly returned to normal. Since the strange occurrences had started, he decided to disregard everything else. Now, his focus was solely on the fight with Jaden. Nothing else mattered. Kill. Christopher swung his large sword, releasing a sword beam towards Jaden. Jaden countered with a sharp slash of bladed light, meeting the sword beam head-on. Jaden charged out from the team and quickly arrived where Christopher was. Without shouting like Christopher, he slashed his blade at the people who had their backs to him. But when the blade struck, it passed straight through their bodies. Jaden frowned, thinking, are these people not real? As if confirming his suspicion, those facing away from him gradually merged into the dimness and disappeared. The darkness remained dark, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Christopher, what's wrong with you? Jaden asked Christopher, who swung his large sword wildly, missing his target. However, there was no response from Christopher. Then, in Jaden's sight, Christopher melted into the darkness. Jaden's pupils dilated as he abruptly turned and saw his companions vanish. An illusion? This situation flashed through Jaden's mind. It certainly resembled an illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain what he was witnessing. But he hadn't detected any traces of an array formation on this plane. If it were an illusion, there should be some basis for it. Jaden's thoughts raced, deciding to test the waters. He then used the blood-breaking god technique to try breaking out of the supposed illusion. However, after reappearing as a blood shadow, he found that no one was still around. Not an illusion. Jaden was shocked. Chapter 552. Are you going to kill me? As a secret technique personally refined by the Ewing Lawson, blood-breaking god technique, at least currently possessed the ability to break all formations, restrictions, and illusions. However, after repeated setbacks, even Jaden felt defeated this time. He initially thought this place was an illusion and attempted to penetrate it, only to discover that the situation wasn't as simple as he imagined. If it's not an illusion, then what is it? Jaden quickly regained his composure. He had plenty of experience handling sudden events and knew that panicking during such moments was never wise. He focused on his surroundings, where the dimness seemed like a vast net engulfing everything. Woo-woo. The wind howled like weeping, piercing his ears. This wind, Jaden had always found peculiar. Within it, there seemed to be a force caressing his body, almost interfering with his thoughts. Amaldingly, Jaden felt a flicker of dizziness. This disorientation was entirely beyond his control, appearing out of nowhere. Biting down on his tongue hard, he forced himself to snap out of it, sighing inwardly in relief. He thought it would be fine from here on out. But soon, a figure appeared in the distance ahead. In the dimness, he could see that the figure was slender, clearly a live. This time, the sensation Jaden felt wasn't like the previous insubstantial phantoms, but rather something corporeal. As the live approached slowly, Jaden suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Though they were still quite far apart, and he couldn't make out her face clearly, he remained vigilant. A Malchin appearance under these circumstances, even if she were someone familiar, was anything but normal. With this in mind, Jaden fixed his gaze on the approaching live. There was no doubt she was heading straight for him. The Shatter Space Saber was already in his grasp, ready to attack at any sign of danger. He refrained from initiating an attack because he wanted to observe further, perhaps uncover some clues to find a way to break through this environment. Soon, Jaden's eyes narrowed as he noticed that the live's steps perfectly matched his breathing rhythm. It seemed unintentional, but strikingly coincidental. Then, he deliberately held his breath, but the live's steps didn't stop. Jaden frowned slightly, wondering if he was mistaken. As he breathed again, the live's footsteps once more synchronized with his. But it wasn't matching his breathing. It was synchronizing with his heartbeat. Jaden keenly realized this connection. The rhythm of the live's steps precisely matched his heartbeats. Can she really sense my heartbeat? This conclusion felt unbelievable to him, yet it was undeniable. Upon closer attention, he confirmed that the live's rhythm matched his heartbeat perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Jaden adopted a philosophy of accepting what comes, focusing on the present. Soon, he would see the live's face, as they were now very close. Time had never felt so long drawn out to him. Since concentrating his life force into the primordial blade wheel, he had advanced rapidly and rarely paid much heed to the passage of time. Now, it felt like an eternity before the live reached him. But eventually, the live's face became visible through the dimness. At that moment, Jaden lost his train of thought. Before him stood a face of unparalleled beauty, untouched by the world's dust. Wearing a purple dress, tall stature, and distant eyes. It was Patty, his senior sister. Jaden had often imagined scenarios of reuniting with Patty, believing that there would be joy in their reunion and warmth after resolving his longing. He had recently confessed his feelings to Patty's mother without hiding them. He didn't feel this crossed any boundaries, even if she was his senior sister. If love itself were considered a boundary-crossing act, he believed he wouldn't retreat but step forward boldly, just like when he wielded his saber. If he committed to action, there was no turning back.